This is Van Bin. He's known by the title Vohuang or Van De, the first and only person to reach the realm of true immortal in the three great realms. But upon achieving this power, he had only one small dream. That was to nurture a big and round group of disciples. Yes, that's the dream of many of you viewers, including me. If anyone touches his disciples, he'd destroy their entire clan and make their ancestors kneel down and beg for peace. And okay, without further ado, let's begin. The story has ended and the admin has finished it. I hope you enjoy watching. The story opens with an evening scene of incessant rain. In the darkness, someone's figure is flying like a monkey. Who else could it be but our main character? Not sleeping at night and jumping around outside like a madman, trying to catch wolves to boil their bones. Unable to catch them, he resorts to drastic measures. The protagonist unleashes a sharp stream of spiritual energy, cutting several wolves in half. After massacring the entire wolf clan, he even dares to complain. The Sky Devil Forest demon dogs make people tremble at the mere mention of their name. There are many small-gutted demons indeed. What a waste. This trip was for nothing. Suddenly, the protagonist smells a woman. This aura is, in the distance. It's a severely wounded girl, still mumbling. Senior sister, why? The other two can only say, sorry, we're also under orders to take your spirit route. We're sorry, Wu-chan. Just before the credits roll, Wu-chan says her last words, ha, so no matter how I transmigrate, the world is still this cruel. Forget it. Let it end like this. Dying like this feels very regrettable. I haven't even liked recap manga yet. That's right, it's too regrettable. Wait, who's talking? I'm not resigned. If someone would please save me. Opening her eyes, she sees the protagonist, his eyes wandering. Oh damn, should I take advantage while she's still warm? Hearing this, Wu-chan is shocked and stops breathing. No way. Just one joke and she's already stopped breathing. These days is the younger generation's endurance really this poor? Never mind, I'll gradually teach her later. The next morning at Tianyun Academy. By now Wu-chan has woken up and is questioning her existence. Am I not dead? Where am I? Where are my clothes? How many times did we do it? Checking around the room, she notices something strange. Why is there a Mona Lisa in this world? Before she could ponder further, the protagonist pushes open the door and says, I see you're awake now. I've already told them. We really do have a new junior sister. Sorry for the trouble. As soon as she sees him, she starts freaking out. What a perfect body. You pervert. Don't come near. Is that how you treat the one who saved your life? You saved me. That voice was you. Who else? Is there anyone as kind-hearted as me? When I found you in the Sky Devil Forest, you were barely alive. I felt sorry for you, so I brought you back here. I don't know why he saved me. I can't return to my sect anymore, so I'll just go with the flow for now. By the way, is this Mona Lisa painting yours? How do you know about Mona Lisa's smile? Could it be? They look at each other for a while, then say in unison, please like and subscribe to Recap Manga. With just 2 sentences, they both realize they're from the same production, same hometown, both from Earth. Somehow, while hugging each other, the blanket miraculously falls off, and the protagonist immediately starts bleeding profusely. A moment later, your clothes were torn, so I found a suitable outfit for you. Your clothes are too. Couldn't you give me something more normal? I'm really sorry. Your outfit was torn and can't be worn anymore. Given the constraints, only this outfit is suitable. Besides, this one looks good, accentuating your curves. Your expression tells me you did this on purpose. You baka hentai. After saying that, the protagonist hands Wu-chan a contract. Here, take a look at this contract. Let me be clear. Even if you saved my life, I won't sell my body. I only sell my body to the video maker. You're overthinking it. I've met more beauties than the grains of rice you've eaten. Your level isn't enough to take my virginity. You talk like an expert, and I thought you were impressive, but you're still a virgin. Shut up and read it. Tianyun Academy, an admission letter. An admission letter. That's right. Since you have nowhere to go, why not join our Tianyun Academy? It's perfect timing. Our academy is short on people. Don't worry, you don't need to pay tuition right away. Just sell your body temporarily. Should I trust this seemingly unreliable guy? But if I don't sign, where else can I go? Just infuse your spiritual energy where you sign. Oh well, just sign it. It can't be worse than my current situation. As soon as she infused energy into the contract, an incredibly powerful beam of light shot up, piercing the sky. Outside the academy, a group of people witnessing this didn't seem surprised at all. It looks like the teacher's claim about a new junior sister is true. That's great. Yanner finally has someone younger than her. Seems like we're about to have a welcome ceremony. The Heavenly Tao has certified it. The scene shifts to Wu-chan. The previous scene surprised her greatly. Wait, was that just now? The Heavenly Tao certification. That's right. Isn't it just a normal Heavenly Tao certification? What are you so excited about? But, no more buts. Come with me to meet your senior and junior disciples. Each time the Heavenly Tao certifies something, it marks the beginning of a century-long battle. When a race leader's cultivation reaches the saint level, they must swear to heaven for it to happen. But saint-level cultivators haven't appeared in thousands of years. How could his contract trigger the Heavenly Tao's certification? Who exactly is he? A moment later, at the training grounds, the protagonist's disciples were buzzing with discussion. What do you think? What type is the new junior sister? Cute or pretty? Warning, don't have any improper thoughts. Get your hand out of your pants. Or else, why are you two so angry? If you scare the new junior sister later, it'll be bad. Remember when Xiaozhang misunderstood and teased you? The teacher gave him a lesson. Xiaoxiang, let him off. Stop arguing. They're here. Everyone's lively today, huh? As soon as the protagonist arrived, they all lined up and said in unison, Teacher, good morning. From left to right, their names are Gu Wangjun, Zhuolin, Yanxiang, Yuetian, Zhang Shaoguang. Reporting to teacher, all 5 are present. Please give us instructions. Very good. Now let me introduce you all. This girl is named Yewu Chan. From now on, she's your 6th junior sister. Ah, hello. Hello, everyone. Seeing the new junior sister, they all warmly welcomed her, making Wu Chan shy and hide behind the protagonist. Why are you hiding? Quickly greet your 4 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. Wait a minute, something's not right. Recalling everything, Wu Chan realized she had fallen into a tricky situation. 4 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. But there are clearly 3 males and 2 females here. That's right, these are your 2 senior brothers, Xiang Yuetian, and of course my even bigger prickly pair. Upon seeing the previous scene, Wu Chan's eyes went wide, and she turned to repeatedly punch the protagonist. Just then, Yuetian jumped up and kicked the protagonist in the head. This simple, brutal kick was even stronger than that of Tianbei sect's elder. Take that. Don't be so rough. It's just lifting a skirt, isn't it? Kid, you've got one. I've got one too. What's there to be shy about? Or did dressing up as a girl make you actually think you're a girl now? It's not about being shy. I know dressing as a girl happens once and countless times. It's fine. Wu Chan also realized something surprising. This improper teacher took a full-on attack from a transformation stage cultivator without getting hurt at all. The cultivation stages in this world are Qi condensation, foundation establishment, mystical gate, spirit platform, transformation, divine change, origin opening, core formation, void crossing, sainthood, demi-immortal, true immortal. It's okay, I'll treat you like a daughter to raise. Hearing this, Yuetian's eyes reddened with anger as she swung, intending to slap the protagonist's head, but he blocked it easily with 1 finger. All right, I won't lift your skirt again, okay? Calm down. Getting angry causes wrinkles. Okay, you all continue practicing. Your little junior sister and I have some matters to attend to. The scene changes to some remote, desolate place. You, why did you bring me here? Of course, I have something important to tell you. Couldn't you have chosen a more spacious place? What does he want to do to me? Could it be? The protagonist then grabbed Wu Chan's hand, feeling something. Then, he touched down to the crotch area. Wu Chan's resistance was weak, only panting heavily. Seeing this, the protagonist gave this girl a knock on the head. You're still young and not studying properly, always wanting to do mischievous things. You take someone to a corner, get handsy. Everyone will think it's something perverted. Understand, only you would think it's perverted. All right, let's talk about the main issue. I brought you here to discuss your future cultivation. Your spirit root has been hollowed out, your life is temporarily preserved, but your path of cultivation has been cut off. Without a spirit root, you can't cultivate. In a few decades, ordinary people will be like ants, only to be trampled by cultivators. Surely, you understand this principle. Hearing this, Wu Chan's spirits plummeted. That's right, it's not just about being trampled. A cripple without a spirit root can only lie still and wait for death, or even be used as a vessel. I'm just gently reminding you, don't be sad, little one. As my student, lying still waiting for death won't be your fate. I'll give you another spirit root. How about that? Wu Chan was extremely surprised. Give. That's right, but I don't have the yin spirit root you originally had. What I have are yang fire, 100 cold, and green jade spirit roots. You'll have to make do with these for now. Yang fire, 100 cold, green jade, and these are just temporary. Among the 5 grades of spirit roots, my yin spirit root in the entire desolate sky realm is considered a top grade spirit root of genius level. Yang fire, 100 cold, and green jade are among the spirit grade roots. Moreover, the ability to improve spirit root grade through cultivation is rare, almost non-existent. High-grade spirit roots haven't appeared for a long time. These 2 types have become the target of competition for many. The 3 spirit grade roots he mentioned, any of them would be fought over by smaller sects. Are you really willing to give me such a good spirit root? Impossible. This guy must be up to something. Tell me, What do you want from me in exchange for this spirit root? If it's for that reason, I won't agree to it. I only give those to people who make videos. Girl, you have quite an imagination. You really think I'm that kind of person. I'm your teacher. To help you cultivate, can I give you a gift? A gift. Fine, if you won't choose, I'll choose for you. Otherwise, if I fail my teaching mission, I'll lose my position. Your original yin spirit root was cold in nature, conflicting with the yang fire spirit root. The 100 cold spirit root would be suppressed by the residual cold chi of the yin root, so only the green jade spirit root remains. Green jade's mild nature is just right to refine the residual yin cold chi in your body. This rascal really does want to help me, though it doesn't rule out that he's using the spirit root to pursue girls. Thinking from saving me to clothes to spirit root. Could it be that he likes to keep female servants? Right after, the green jade spirit root appeared with a very peculiar shape. Why is the form of this spirit root so strange? You want me to swallow it directly. Of course. How can there be such a weird spirit root? How am I supposed to eat this? Don't mind its strange appearance. You know the benefits of the spirit root. Cool and refreshing, you can feel the abundant spiritual energy. So Wu-chan just swallowed the spirit root whole, almost choking on it. How is it? Do you feel the satisfaction of it going straight to your stomach? Looking at the male lead irritated her eyes. Wu-chan turned to kick him, but he immediately caught her foot. Skill is no match for opportunity. The male lead immediately started feeling Wu-chan's legs. All right, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, fair lady. Without kicking, she wouldn't have known. Wu-chan immediately felt that her strength had increased. Wait, that kick just now had power reaching the mysterious gate stage. My strength has returned. This recovery speed is too fast. What? My stuff isn't bad, right? Consolidate for a few more days, then I'll take you back to your sect. That disgusting place, I won't go. Then, as if following some script, Wu-chan's legs went numb. She lost her balance and fell into the male lead. Why so hasty? Want to do it right here. My legs are numb. You move. Telling the male lead to move, he immediately started thrusting his hips, making Wu-chan angry. I meant for you to stand up first, you bastard. I'm leaving now. I still need to go back and merge the spirit root. Don't you want revenge? To take back your original spirit root? Hearing the word revenge, Wu-chan immediately stopped. The atmosphere changed. Yunping then sensed a familiar aura. At this moment, a terrifying purple aura emanated from around Wu-chan. She seemed to be controlled by someone else. Wu-chan immediately attacked anything she saw. She rushed to attack Yunping. Yunping dodged right away. It's just like what I smelled in Tianqi Forest. It also matches the aura of that thing. Although she lost control, Wu-chan still managed to say, "Go away quickly, otherwise I'll kill you." After saying that, Wu-chan still rushed in to punch Yunping repeatedly. Yunping had maxed out his dodging skill points, so he dodged smoothly. Then, he seized the opportunity to knock Wu-chan unconscious so she wouldn't be controlled anymore. In this situation, how could a teacher leave their student unattended and depart on their own? That thing likes to lead the subject into a negative extreme state, which is why it caused Ye Wu-chan's outburst. But how did it manage to enter Ye Wu-chan's body? Recalling the battle from 100 years ago, Yunping had a cultural exchange with an extremely powerful Zhao Long. He clearly remembered dealing with it, yet its aura was on Wu-chan. He had to temporarily suppress it. Forcing it would only shatter Ye Wu-chan's soul. It seems after handling the current situation, he'll need to make a trip to the extreme heaven abyss. While thinking, suddenly Xiaoyan ran over. "Xiaoyan, why are you here?" Xiaoyan's spirit energy hasn't fully refined yet. Basketball training isn't going well at all, so I couldn't wait anymore. While taking a walk, I heard some commotion here, so I came to check it out. How is 6th junior sister? She almost went into chi deviation, but she's fine now. Xiaoyan, can you help your teacher take care of her? Okay, sure. Then I'll be going. Where are you going? To retrieve 6th junior sister's belongings. A moment later, at Tianbei Valley, Yunping came to settle scores but suddenly saw many people arriving. So many people. Isn't the recruitment conference supposed to be in half a year? Everyone, please line up to check your cultivation level before entering the field. A Vessel Realm cultivator like you is here too. Of course, both 3000 Library and Tianbei Valley are recruiting. Who wouldn't be excited? That's right, being able to enter 3000 Library is a door that thousands of people want to step through. 3000 Library, have those old geezers gone crazy? A moment later, at the aptitude testing area, the protagonist placed his hand on the testing stone, but only 3 characters lit up. Third-rate aptitude, useless as a dog. You, hurry up and go in. Scene changes to the martial arts arena's testing platform. This place is much more magnificent than before. Suddenly, the protagonist looked up to check things out. Up there was some woman sitting with a few old men. The 3,000 library elders didn't come. This woman must have used the back door, right? It's good that you didn't come. Later, I won't have to hold back anymore. While yawning widely, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. Do you need something from me? I see you're wearing a floral robe with an extraordinary style. You must be from a prestigious family. Floral robe, extraordinary style. Has social interaction reached this level now? For those who don't know, the protagonist's clothes were picked up from a garbage dump to wear. Ahem. However, I see that your glabella is black, and your face looks very lecherous and base. I'm afraid there will be a bloody incident today. You know, physiognomy. This isn't just physiognomy. In this world, there's nothing about the 5 elements in yin-yang I can't calculate. Want to choose one? I'll give you a 20% discount. Alright, but if you're going to scam people, prepare better, little sister. No one can get past these perverted eyes of mine. Realizing she was discovered, plus the terrifying pressure, this person fell down in fear and hurried away. Not even fully grown and daring to scam money from me, Yun the Great. Young people these days are really crazy. That person ran away in a hurry, dropping some kind of badge that Yun Bing found very familiar. Scene changes to where the person who ran earlier is. She ran to her martial uncle, panting, and said, "Martial uncle, where has Tianji run off to again? Tianyi, please put my mind at ease. Stop causing trouble. Martial uncle, don't be angry." Tianyi was doing important business. Tianyi rummaged in her clothes and took out a jade pendant, then said, "It was glowing just now. I think I've met the foretold one. Is it the prophesied child the fortune teller mentioned?" Tianyi, don't joke about this with your martial uncle. Are you sure? It's true, because Tianji couldn't see his fate clearly. It's as if he basically has no fate. Even my middle god eye couldn't discern his fate. In the 3 great celestial realms, only Tianyi with the middle god eye can peek at the truth of fate, able to clearly see the trajectory of destiny for anything in the world, even inanimate objects. But Tianyi is saying her middle god eye couldn't see that person clearly. Recalling what the old fortune teller said, this time when you go to the desolate celestial realm, if you meet someone the middle god eye can't see through, remember to treat them with courtesy. He is a benefactor of the Blue Feather Celestial Palace, who will help us overcome our tribulation. Did you treat that person properly just now? Of course. I not only let him choose freely, but also gave him a 20% discount. You wretched child, heaven wants to destroy our Blue Feather Celestial Palace. Martial uncle, look, the man in the arena is the one I just met. The next challenger, Yun Bing, challenges outer disciple Liang Shi. Seeing the protagonist looking rather shabby, the crowd started jeering. A piece of trash not even at the Mystic Gate stage dares to challenge the outer sect's number 2. I bet he won't even withstand one move from senior sister Liang. This guy is done for. Someone light some incense for him. Liang Shi of North Heaven Valley requests guidance. Please. This guy is very weak. Finish him quickly so we can go watch something else. One move will be enough. Quick, look. Senior sister Liang is making her move. This little guy is so scared he can't even move. Haha, he must have wet himself. Liang Shi charged forward very quickly, but the protagonist raised his leg and kicked, sending Liang Shi flying several meters away. Feeling she had underestimated her opponent, she decided to fight seriously. Before she could stand up, the protagonist stepped forward and kicked her again. Then he grabbed Liang Shi's neck, lifting her like a chicken. He said, "Answer my question truthfully. Where is Yewuchun's spirit root? How do you know?" Of course, because she's still alive. After you all left, I took her back. You might not believe it, but I saved her life. Hearing this, Liang Shi collapsed and recalled the past. That girl has been by my side since childhood. Talented, progressing quickly, she had a bright future. But because she possessed a rare treasure, she became a target. I heard you have a mysterious yin spirit root seed. Not wanting to do it, Liang Shi knelt down. Master, Wuchan and I grew up together. I can't do this. But the sect elders, she couldn't refuse them. That person is extremely foolish. Do you know if they don't see the mysterious yin spirit root in 3 days, not just us two, but the entire North Heaven Valley will be doomed? In the end, that night I chose the sect and personally killed Wuchan. She's alive. She's really alive. That's wonderful. Thank you for saving her. But now she desperately needs her mysterious yin spirit root. You know, without a spirit root, one is no different from a cripple. I think you know where the spirit root is now, don't you? In the middle of the interrogation, a sword flew from behind, but Yun Bing dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. Audacious ruffian, how dare you in broad daylight commit such a despicable act against our North Heaven Valley disciple? I'll take your dog life. During a match, Physical contact isn't a very normal thing. Besides, I'd fight you the same way if you came at me. Hearing this, the old man suddenly startled. What? You want to do that to me too? Could it be that you have such a perverse hobby? If you like, this old man would agree, but in my private room. Let me prepare a can of cooking oil. Damn, you Ottoman old man. You're truly a sick old man. First of all, child, are you sure this person is the prophesied child? I was very sure before. Now it's possible that my middle god eye has been malfunctioning lately. Quickly put some year 2 glue in your eye, kid. The protagonist, seeing the argument was getting nowhere, decided to leave. Can't talk to you people. Let's get to the main point. Hand over the mysterious yin spirit root you stole from Yewu-chan. I'm old and my ears are a bit deaf. I can't understand the nonsense you're spouting, brat. Our disciple Yewu-chan has indeed been missing for many days and hasn't been found. Could it be that you dog thief, are trying to deceive us? Lying with a straight face, unashamed. No wonder you crawled up to the position of elder. Don't try to talk your way out of this. North Heaven Valley disciples, hear my order. Capture this brat who acted despicably towards our valley's disciple, tarnishing North Heaven Valley's reputation. Capture him and sodomize him to death. Understood. Huafeng Qi, given the chance, also wants to arrange for this little general to fight a battle. It's a pity for that girl. That kid's hands are heavy. All of you combined couldn't last 5 minutes. However, if you want to fight me, that's not a problem. I'm basically a kind person. I don't want to bully others. I won't personally fight you anymore. With those words, the protagonist pulled out an extremely hot item from his pants. I'll use my weakest weapon to fight you, just to broaden your horizons and understanding. Everyone looked at this strange magical weapon with surprise. What is this? Without much talk, take a blast from me. Immediately, the entire North Heaven Valley group exploded in smoke and fire. Not only that, the protagonist's 30-centimeter cannon could also fire continuously. What kind of terrifying magical weapon is this? Run, brothers. Master, save us. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help. Yes, sir. If it weren't for the fact that we're fighting demons, I'd strip you all bare. You hear me? Don't pretend if you can't fight. Quickly tell me where Yewu-chan's spirit root is. I'm very busy. Right after, a group of people in blue clothes came out to support. So, you've come to help this old man. Not bad loyalty, huh? Then let me give you a taste of this meat cannon feast. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The leader of the blue-clothed group was also a bit nervous. This magical weapon is very strange. Everyone be careful. The protagonist pulled the trigger, but fired so much and so randomly that the gun was exhausted and couldn't fire anymore. Sorry, this thing is out of ammo. Damn, he dared to trick us. Everyone, attack and kill him. Take this round, you bunch of cowards. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Do you dare let me reload first? It seems that he was able to defeat me earlier by borrowing some external power. Now without his magical weapon, facing people from the 3 heavenly academies, he'll be beaten to death. Inexplicably, that girl Liang Shi jumped in to shield the protagonist. Then she said something incomprehensible. After that, Liang Shi cried about something and said, "You should find a chance to run away." Before, I couldn't protect Wu-chan. This time I must protect the life-saving benefactor, Wu-chan. As soon as she finished speaking, she was thrown aside for the blue-clothed men to continue fighting. Get out of the way. Don't interfere. Let's kill him. Let's see how arrogant this brat can be now. Wait, didn't you just throw a girl away? Who cares about side characters? Keep fighting. And here I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just an idiot who can only talk big. The protagonist even acted out being injured to make it more realistic. Today I underestimated my enemy. I admit defeat. I'm about to die. Could you like and subscribe to the Vitamin Story channel? Oh, could you tell me where Yewu-chan's spirit root is actually located? Seeing the protagonist about to die, someone appeared and said, "You're about to die anyway. It doesn't matter if I tell you." I heard that the teacher of the 3 heavenly libraries has strength not far below a transformation god. This brat is surely dead. This is Wang Hokong, the transcendent god of the 3 heavenly libraries. Truly a great beauty. She's an extremely powerful figure, the dark yin spirit root. I took it from Tianbei Valley in exchange for good relations with the 3 heavenly libraries. Of course, I took it for myself. How arrogant. So you ordered Tianbei to kidnap and take the dark yin spirit root for you, even if it meant killing an innocent cultivator. It's just one insignificant life. The path of immortal cultivation is long. Getting injured or dying is normal. Why be surprised? Moreover, Taking her spirit root helps me break through to the foundation establishment stage. This is already an honor for an ant like her. Just one human life. Is this the style of your 3 heavenly libraries? What else would it be? Human lives. For immortal cultivators, they're the least valuable thing. After all, what's wrong with me taking her spirit root? Aren't you seeking death by trying to take revenge? In this world, the strong prey on the weak. Hearing her say this, the crowd in the arena condemned her, posting to expose her actions. Did they really do this? Even the 3 heavenly libraries shouldn't disregard human life like this. Tianbei Valley even attacked their fellow disciples, truly wicked and cruel. The actions of our 3 heavenly libraries are not for you to criticize. Mind your own business. You talk like heroes, but have done plenty to trample on others, haven't you? Oh, I almost forgot. There is one small thing I want to try the outcome of opposing our 3 heavenly libraries. Then I shall grant your wish. With these words, she grabbed Liang Ni. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Gong Xinshen then reached into the hole to catch the crab, extracting Liang Ni's spirit root. This is the outcome of opposing the 3 heavenly libraries. Does anyone else want to try? Initially, Liang Shi had extracted Wu Chan's spirit root. Now let her experience this suffering herself. As for this mad woman, Gong Xinshen fondled the protagonist's gun and then asked, "Hey, bring out the ammunition you mentioned. I'm in a good mood today. I'll let you die comfortably." The protagonist threw out a spatial ring. "It's all in here. Take this magical item to your superiors. You'll surely be rewarded." As soon as she took the spatial ring, it immediately exploded more violently than fireworks. The explosion was so massive, it created a large crater around Gong Xinshen. But because Gong Xinshen had some tricks up her sleeve, she hadn't met her demise yet. The protagonist smoothed his hair to look cool and handsome. "I originally just wanted to put on an act. Didn't intend to take action personally. Good thing I specially switched to the type of ammo that explodes on contact. Yet it still didn't kill you. You're as tough as a leech." This woman, having been tricked, was furious, still preparing to beat the protagonist to a pulp. "Congratulations, your intelligence has finally developed. Now let me show you what it means for the weak to bully the strong. What good and evil are. Will you extract your spirit root yourself, or shall I do it?" Gong Xinshen pulled out a ring to show off. "Do you know what this is? This is a protective spiritual ring left by the founder of the 3 heavenly academies. It can block 3 attacks from a half-immortal. Even if the 21 supreme ones came, they couldn't harm me, let alone an ant like you. It can block 3 attacks. I'll grant your wish. That explosion just now counts as 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Bing immediately rushed forward with an uppercut, sending that woman flying into the air. Then Yun Bing jumped up, channeling spiritual energy into his hand to shoot a Kamehameha. But somehow this woman didn't get knocked out and was still trying to escape with her items. Wasn't it a half-immortal spiritual ring? Why has it stopped working? Could the spiritual ring be broken? Yes, it must be broken. I need to quickly return to repair it. You ignorant brat. Wait until I come back. You're dead for sure. Just as she was about to fall, a hand quietly reached out. "Hey, did I say you could leave?" The protagonist then used the skill Divine Palm Head Press. "How dare you? If you don't want your soul shattered in excruciating pain, release me at once, you dog. I'll have the Gong family and the 3 heavenly libraries tear you apart." Too much talk, so the protagonist immediately reached down to grab her. He extracted Yewuchan's spirit root. "Gong family, 3 heavenly libraries. You'll send them to hunt me down." Another joke to add to today's collection. The spiritual ring on your hand, I should give it to those old fellows to keep themselves alive. Buy one, get one free. Here's another truth for you. I'm the one who established the 3 heavenly libraries. After finishing, the protagonist approached Liang Shi. "I didn't save you from that woman because that night you caused Xiao Wuchen extreme pain. I'm saving you now because you helped block those punches for me. After today, your debt with Wuchan is settled. Go about your own business." "Please wait. Can you help me pass a message to her?" "Go ahead." Liang Shi hesitated for a moment. After hearing it, the protagonist left immediately, leaving the onlookers to discuss. The fate of kings and nobles is uncertain. The Gong family won't let him off. Where did this expert come from? The Northern Heaven Valley and 3 heavenly libraries might have to tear him apart. Has the news about finding the Child of Prophecy been sent? It has. Don't worry, Uncle. I've finally waited for this moment. For millions of years, in the 8 great celestial regions, only the martial emperor and literary emperor have broken through to true immortality. Half-immortals are pitifully few. Apart from the 21 supreme ones, there are only the half-immortals of the 7 dream trees and Lin Yu of the heavenly palace, excluding me. Below half-immortal, there are many. After so many years, it seems no one has been able to advance to half-immortal. Uncle, now suddenly a new star has emerged. with power suppressing half-immortals, and he's also the second child of prophecy. It seems the immortal cultivation world is about to change. The scene shifts to Cloud Heaven Academy. The protagonist is taking a stroll when he notices light coming from a room. It's so late, why are the lights still on? They're not waiting for me, are they? As he gets closer, he hears strange padding sounds that are quite peculiar. The protagonist pokes a hole to peek inside. It's Diaoer and Wu Chan giving each other massages. This scene causes the protagonist to have a nosebleed. Senior sister, did you hear something? I think I did. They open the door to find the protagonist passed out. Teacher, you're back so soon. DNR was very good today. Not only did I watch over 6th junior sister's bath, I also gave her a massage to clear her meridians. DNR is a very reliable senior sister. DNR is impressive indeed. Go rest early. Tomorrow, teacher will give DNR a new song. It's by the literary emperor. Really, that's great. Good night, teacher. I leave 6th junior sister to you. Where did you just go? Being all mysterious, and even asking senior sisters to hide it from me. The protagonist takes out a spirit root. I went to retrieve this for you. You didn't have to. Why are you just standing there? He's willing to face those powers for me. Hold on tight. Now it's returned to its rightful owner. However, since you've recovered to the Mystic Gate stage, don't fuse with the Yin Spirit root anymore. Otherwise, you might die from body explosion. Oh right, someone asked me to pass a message to you. Please tell her, senior sister is sorry for what I've done. I don't care what happens to that senior sister of yours. I just hope you can let go of your hatred. You're my disciple. I believe you can do it. Suddenly, the atmosphere around changes. Wu Chan's heart demon suddenly takes control again. Can I really do it? Can I? A voice speaks in her head. Of course, just hand over your body to me. And so, Wu Chan is controlled by the heart demon. She immediately throws herself at Yun Ping. Then her hand reaches down to grope the protagonist. She pretends to lick his neck with her tongue. Then she suddenly changes her demeanor, baring her teeth, ready to bite the protagonist. But Yun Ping was only pretending, immediately pushing out the evil spirit inside Wu Chan. You bastard, are you playing dumb to trick me again? It's been hundreds of years and still no progress. Who can you blame? It hurts so much. Let me go quickly, my friend. Can't we reconcile? Brother Yun, please be merciful and forgive me. I'll call you father. How about that? Father Yun Ping, I'm begging you. Eliminating this now would hurt little six. I'll have to temporarily seal it back into her body. The next morning, Wu Chan finally wakes up after being unconscious for ages. Why was I asleep? Why does my body feel a bit sore? You fell and passed out just now. Do you think I believe that? Never mind. As long as you didn't harm me, thank you for doing everything for me. Before I lost consciousness, you told me not to live in hatred. I'll try. How are you now? Rest up. I'm heading back. Oh, that's right. Remember to come to the training ground tomorrow morning. I have a big treasure for you. Hearing something about big suddenly made Wu Chan feel a bit choked up. I know what you guys are thinking. Heh. Xiao Mei is practicing martial arts with the protagonist today, which makes Xiao Mei ask the protagonist, why is it just you and me? Where are the others? The protagonist stretches as he answers, they're all on leave. The protagonist explains further, you're a new student. Before you finish the basic curriculum, you can't take time off. Xiao Mei shyly thinks to herself, so today it's just the two of us. She asks the protagonist, what did he plan to give her yesterday? The protagonist answers, it's a martial arts manual. Your spiritual root isn't compatible with that manual now. He adds, that trash manual from Tianbei Valley, practicing it is useless. I've thrown it away. I'll give you a better one. Xiao Mei screams upon hearing this, asking in disbelief, thrown away. Already, the manual I've practiced for years. I was just a few months away from breaking through to the 4th level. How can you just declare it useless? Moreover, it's a top grade 6 special technique, hard to come by. It's already very powerful. Hearing Xiao Mei's words, the protagonist feigns surprise, calmly saying, no breaking, no discussion. Besides, melons eaten too early aren't sweet. Have you seen women cultivating the Gihua Baotian technique? Even practicing it is useless. The female lead's face is full of resentment. The protagonist proposes, how about this? Use that technique to strike this pillar once. If the pillar breaks, I'll listen to you. If not, you listen to me. The female lead, full of confidence, let's do it. The female lead concentrates her inner force, swings her arm for an invincible punch, the Ice Mountain Fist, at the wooden pillar. After finishing, she confidently says, how about that? My Ice Mountain Fist is still pretty good. As soon as she finishes, the protagonist's laughter rings out. Are you sure this is the Ice Mountain Fist? I think we should call it the Turtle Fist instead. The size, the appearance, looks very much like a turtle fist. Xiao Mei looks again, On the pillar, there's only a small dent from a punch, leaving her utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The protagonist here, laughing mockingly, taunts, "You talked big like a tiger, but the result is a big fat zero, just as you said." Xiao Mei is angry, suspecting he might have done something to this pillar. In response, the protagonist says no. He further explains to her, "However, this pillar is made of special wood. Normal attacks certainly won't have any effect." Hearing this, Xiao Mei protests strongly. "That's not fair. You're cheating. Change it to a normal pillar. I can definitely do it." He just shrugs, reaffirming the rules to Xiao Mei. Changing the pillar is not possible. If you dare to bet, dare to accept defeat. Just change your martial arts manual and it's done. Then the protagonist points towards some mountains. "Do you see that? On those mountains are pillars broken by your senior brothers and sisters." The sight of broken wooden pillars piled up like mountains appears before Xiao Mei's eyes. The protagonist adds, "That smallest one on the left is their miracle from the Xuan men period." Hearing the protagonist's words, like thunderbolts striking Xiao Mei one by one, she has to admit, "Indeed, I'm too weak." The protagonist pats her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't be sad. Once you change your manual, you can catch up to them." Xiao Mei, filled with melancholy and doubts about life, asks, "Do you really think a top-grade 6th rank manual is trivial?" She ponders. Manuals have 7 grades like spiritual weapons: immortal grade, saint grade, heaven grade, king grade, top grade, spirit grade, and mortal grade. Xiao Mei's eyes light up. Top-grade manuals and above are the kind of manuals that only a few people can ever come into contact with, let alone possess. Just seeing one would make this life worthwhile. She says with conviction, "This manual of mine, even Tianbei Valley relies on it. That's why they squeezed into that sect." Hearing Xiao Mei's words, the protagonist ponders and says, "You have a point. Top-grade 6th rank indeed isn't very common." While speaking, he uses a technique to retrieve a heaven-grade manual. Heaven-grade ones are a bit more common. These miscellaneous items have been quite obstructive for a while. He turns back, surprised, and asks Xiao Mei, "What are you doing?" Turning around, he sees her lying in a pile of martial arts manuals, lost in a fantasy, feeling like her life has reached its peak. Seeing this scene, the protagonist is left speechless. He sits down to sort through the documents and sighs. "Inexperienced in life, aren't you? Let me see which one suits your jade spirit root." Xiao Mei happily complies. The protagonist pulls out the Heavenly Endurance Manual. "Take this one." As soon as Xiao Mei hears the name, she quickly grabs the manual and exclaims, "This is incredible. Am I dreaming?" The female lead thinks joyfully, "I can't believe there's still more. I never thought I'd get a heaven grade 6th rank manual." She excitedly hugs the manual to herself, grinning foolishly until the protagonist reminds her, "Wipe the drool from your mouth. We need to go find the next item." Xiao Mei asks, "Is the next item another treasure?" The protagonist says, "You'll see when we get there." A dilapidated house that looks no different from an abandoned one. Lan Xiao Mei asks suspiciously, "Are you sure? Did we come to the wrong place?" The protagonist replies, "Relax, it's not wrong." The female lead stands at the door, thinking, based on what happened before, inside might truly be a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. There's one realm, and then there's another realm. The protagonist knocks repeatedly. "Open up, open up." The person inside angrily opens the door while cursing, "Knock on your own head. Disturbing others early in the morning. Don't you know it's a crime to dream?" The craftsman calmly looks again, recognizing a regular customer. "Why are you here much earlier than the usual delivery time?" The protagonist makes an excuse. "I was passing by and thought to visit a brother." The two brothers chat with their arms around each other. The craftsman, with a deceiving tone, "Has there ever been a time you came not to fleece your disciple?" The protagonist, smooth-talking, pleads, "You understand me, brother. I'm counting on you for my new disciple's weapon." Xiao Mei looks around at the dilapidated surroundings. These old things make her reassure herself. This can't be right. It must all be an illusion. Don't be fooled by appearances. But she still can't believe her eyes. But no matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like a place that makes high-end weapons. In the corner, the two are still negotiating. The blacksmith says, "Weapons are fine," but he says half. The protagonist interrupts, "I understand. 2 portions, right?" But the craftsman wants 20 portions, making the protagonist panic. "That's sky high. Why don't you just rob me?" The craftsman says proudly, "Look at my reputation. Take it or leave it." He waves towards the door. The protagonist wishes he could strangle him. "You little brat, you're looking down on me. Do you know how hard it was for me to gather materials? 5 portions, no more." The negotiation battle intensifies. The protagonist slams the table. 7 portions, take it or leave it. The other side doesn't back down. 15 portions, who's willing to do it? Meanwhile, Xiao Mei touches a sword and it breaks instantly. Worried, how did it break with one touch? How much will I have to pay for this? I told you it's different from appearances. On the other side, the negotiation continues fiercely. Finally, the protagonist is drained with 10 portions as payment. They proceed to finalize the order. After haggling all day, it turns out to be 10 packs of instant noodles. The female lead a bit confused. After all that time, aren't these just instant noodles? The male lead laments dejectedly. That's it. I'm completely drained now. The craftsman delighted with the pile of noodle boxes. Not bad, not bad. This is enough to last me until next year. The craftsman turns to look at Xiao Mei, startling her. The blacksmith thinks to himself, this girl is quite capable. She made old Wang 8 bleed so much. She's the first one. The weapon maker cheerfully waves goodbye. Take care. I'll send the weapon when it's done. If you need any magical weapons in the future, remember to come back. I'll give you a discount. The master and disciple leave. The male lead's face is burning with anger, unable to contain his frustration. All that brotherly talk, and it's not worth a single pack of noodles. Xiao Mei beside him tries to soothe her master's anger. She curiously asks the male lead, what kind of magical weapon do you want to make for me? The male lead says, it's a secret for now. The two chat as they walk back. Xiao Mei wonders, but trading 10 boxes of noodles for one magical weapon, you're losing a lot, aren't you? In response, the male lead calmly says, that's what you think is a loss. For people like him, profit or loss depends on their perspective. As long as he thinks it's worth it, then it is. The male lead adds with a smile. Moreover, he's not really a younger brother. He's old enough to be your ancestor. You know the genius saint from hundreds of years ago. That's him. Lan Xiaomei doubts. That house full of old rotten things belongs to a saint. Why don't you say you're the literary emperor while you're at it? The male lead admits, I am the literary emperor. Lan Xiaomei argues, then I'll say I'm the martial emperor. How about that? The two senior disciples with pink and red hair also arrived at the weapon maker's place. Upon arrival, they heard the shouting of the blacksmith as if spitting fire. What sky-slashing blade ruined my 7 hands in Great Pond? The pink-haired one asks, confused. Uncle Master, are you sure this is the place where we'll find that saint? The pink-haired senior disciple is also slightly bewildered, but remains calm. It's probably not wrong. This place is so run down. Plus, there's this do not touch sign. Uncle Master Tianyi feels this place isn't quite right. The red-haired one coughs and explains, I don't understand this. Saints with titles like the sect saint, they're all transcendent beings, viewing money as dirt. Even a shabby room can house a saint. The door slowly opens. The craftsman calls out, who are you? Startling the other two. The renowned sect saint appears in a shabby state, holding a cup of instant noodles, slurping as he asks, what are you doing standing in front of my house? The red-haired one quickly bows. Esteemed sect saint, we've come here with a request. The pink-haired one looks skeptically at the blacksmith, thinking, is this really the small sect saint? The craftsman speaks while eating. If you want ready-made items, come in and choose. For custom orders, check the prices up there. The two read the sign with some shock. The pink-haired one whispers, Uncle Master, this isn't someone who views money as dirt like you said. This is more like a big-mouthed lion. We even have to prepare our own materials, but those sect creation repair materials are the hardest to find. The blacksmith turns away, adding, if it's too expensive, go elsewhere. Don't block my doorway. The red-haired Uncle Master quickly moves to block the craftsman's path and pleads, I am Manhwa from Lanwutian Palace. We truly have an urgent request. Hearing this name, the craftsman realizes, oh, you're the kid from Lanwutian Palace. I remember holding you when you were little. Is your Lanwutian Palace in some trouble? Go on, tell me what you need fixed. After all, I initially agreed with your sister Lan Mu'er to look after you all. The red-haired one opens a box and requests, we need your help to restore this item. It's Lan Wu Tianbing's soul materialization. The craftsman looks closely. As one of the 21 supreme pillars, how did it get damaged to the point where the soul materialization is almost broken? We're still investigating the specific cause. For now, we can only request your assistance. Please help us. The craftsman agrees, thinking to himself, is there any news about that bastard protagonist? The two visitors leave. The pink-haired one asks, Uncle Master, did you see how grave the sect saint's expression was? It was so heavy. Could it be that even he's not sure? The red-haired one replies, he's the strongest sect saint in Huangtian realm. His sect creation skills are so great that even the literary emperor wants to endorse them. He surely has a way. We should trust him. The pink-haired one, that's right, the literary emperor. His wisdom is like a torch. He certainly can't be wrong. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and the protagonist encounter a fight. Am I seeing things? The one in front is Xiao Xiang. Yes, it's indeed senior brother. The purple-haired girl here is beating up a man. She's hitting and scolding him. I told you to let me play the flute. Is the city lord's mansion so scary? You dare tell me not to play the flute? The beaten man, no longer recognizable, begs, Miss, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare again. Hero, please show mercy. I'll never dare again. Please be magnanimous. The protagonist asks the purple-haired girl curiously, what are you doing now? The purple-haired girl's eyes are sharp, threatening the beaten man. From now on, don't let me see you on the street. Then she turns and leaves. Seeing the protagonist, she jumps in surprise. Master, sixth junior sister, why are you here? Could it be a date? The protagonist explains they're out on some business and asks what she's up to. The purple-haired girl, I wanted to make some money, so I came to this tavern looking for work. They happened to need someone to play the flute, but those scoundrels from the city lord's mansion took off their pants and told her to play the flute. The protagonist suspiciously asks the purple-haired girl, did you lose everything gambling again, so you're in debt and short on money? The purple-haired girl, very seriously, I just want to win back the money I lost. The protagonist advises, stop with these casino matters. He's in a good mood today, so he'll help her get back the money she lost, but on the condition she doesn't go again. There'll be something more interesting. The purple-haired girl asks curiously, what is it? The protagonist says, you'll know when we get there. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei is writing something down in a notebook. When called by the protagonist and the purple-haired girl, she runs to catch up, hiding the notebook behind her back. It turns out she's noting down those who bullied the purple-haired girl to punch them later. This delights the purple-haired girl, who praises her as a good person. They arrive at the entrance of Lei Tian Casino, the largest gambling house. A girl who's the best player here invites the protagonist to play at the beginner level. Even if you lose, it won't be too embarrassing. The purple-haired girl is very angry, but the protagonist remains completely calm. Says, when it comes to gambling, he's never trusted anyone but himself. The protagonist wants to make a big bet. Xiao Mei is worried sick about the future. A small mistake can lead to big consequences. The casino owner flatters the protagonist. How big of a game would you like to play? The protagonist suggests, let's play Sword Fate. It's the most exciting game in this casino. Outside, Xiao Mei is worried that the girl is using her beauty to seduce the protagonist. The purple-haired girl reassures Xiao Mei, preparing to enter the gambling match. The purple-haired girl asks the protagonist again, need to think it over, as Sword Fate is almost certain to lose. The purple-haired girl goes first. First, you need to infuse spiritual energy, then throw 5 short swords. Players place bets on the corresponding spots. 100 gold coins, all placed on number 7. Simply put, if you spread your bets everywhere, 500 gold coins divided by 5, you'd need to hit 3 to break even. That's a sure loss. So using those 100 gold coins to taste what losing at Sword Fate feels like. Xiao Mei is furious because that's money the purple-haired girl borrowed from her. The casino girl reminds, want to play more. At this point, the protagonist also notices her trick, seeing a sword shadow on her chest. This time, confidently bets 5,000 gold, not enough space to place it all, making the casino girl sense something strange. She's still secretly rejoicing, thinking today there's another fool donating money. Again, the protagonist suddenly grabs her chest, curiously asking, is this natural? Making the casino girl suspicious if he has discovered something, but still confidently opens Sword Fate. As a result, the protagonist wins. Her face looks very unpleasant. The protagonist exposes her deceitful casino tricks. He further explains, these 5 swords are actually her life-bound weapons, refined with her own blood essence. Everything is controlled according to her will. Cheating you all is too easy for her. Since controlling them doesn't require spiritual energy, it can't be detected. She angrily decides to fight the protagonist to the death. Unexpectedly, she's beaten and taught a lesson about her dishonest ways. The city lord's son, who was beaten earlier, comes to ask the young master to deal with the purple-haired girl. Coincidentally, he's also looking for her. The 3 of them are on their way back. They encounter someone who wants to kill them for revenge. A strange person swings iron chains wildly towards Xiao Mei. His speed is too fast. Xiao Mei is basically no match for him. Suddenly, she's caught and falls to the ground. This pervert takes out another chain, intending to teach Xiao Mei a lesson. At this moment, Xiao Mei quickly employs the beauty strategy. This guy becomes even more frenzied at the sight of blood. His breathing becomes erratic. She lifts her skirt, pretending to be weak and pitiful. The pervert shows excitement, lowers his guard, and gets kicked hard by Xiao Mei, making him shake with anger, silently vowing to kill her. She even challenges him, saying if he's so good, catch her, and he can do whatever he wants. Luckily, although Xiao Mei isn't good at fighting, she's very skilled at running. While running, she naively misunderstands the protagonist's true strength and even wants to go save him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is calmly drinking tea, leisurely watching Xiao Mei being chased. Indeed, the wicked often live carefree lives. The one with a hairpin questions Xiao Mei's attire. Why let someone else's daughter wear such clothing? The protagonist explains that even if he revealed his identity, Xiao Mei wouldn't believe it. He's not saving her because he wants her to practice and gain experience. Besides, it's true that Xiao Mei managed to escape from a higher-level enemy. It seems she really is your disciple. The protagonist sets up the hairpin guy's 7 dreams as a training ground for Xiao Mei. Only now does he realize he's fallen into the protagonist's trap. Clutching his chest, he exclaims, "You're planning to take advantage of me," making the hairpin guy bitter. "If I had known from the start, I should have fled. Instead, I came here to rest for so long. Clearly, I was asking for trouble." He angrily shouts, "Branches, tie up that freak. Fan harder. It's damn hot today." The one sent for assassination is being tortured, truly without mercy. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei is chased to the brink of death. The protagonist uses a barrier clone to speak to the heroine, guiding Xiao Mei to stay calm, find her enemy's weakness, and strike directly. As if given new strength, Xiao Mei quickly runs around the pervert at super speed, making him dizzy. Seizing this opportunity, she launches a kick, thinking it would send him flying, but unexpectedly, her strength wasn't enough, only stunning him for a moment. The protagonist has to remind her to run quickly, tricking her into the forest ahead where he'll come to pick her up. The purple-haired girl goes to find her master and junior sister, but can't find them anywhere. She takes the chance to kick the pervert again, causing him pain, thinking Xiao Mei should be fine if she's with the teacher. She decides to return to Leitian Duchang to see how much she's earned today. Short Hair is enjoying a delicious meal with others, happily indulging. Suddenly, a group barges in and surrounds the hall. He confidently tells everyone not to resist, saying honesty will be met with leniency. Contrary to his expectations, no one pays him the slightest attention. They were startled by the angry faces of several people and immediately backed off. They issued a wanted order for the 3 master and disciples, but due to the poor sketches, the people in the martial arts hall couldn't recognize them. Frightened, the whole group ran home at full speed. Purple Hair returns to the martial arts hall, gets hold of the wanted poster, and remarks how the sketches are too poor to catch anyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and the hairpin guy are at odds again. Xiao Mei thinks the hairpin guy is tricking her into the heart trial tower, making him furious. "People wanting to enter my heart trial tower are lined up from here to the extreme sky abyss. Now it's free, and you're refusing." Xiao Mei is kicked and falls into the heart tower. Turns out the male lead didn't want to waste time on their argument, so he pushed her in quickly. "I told you earlier, this girl has strong mental defenses. You don't have my kind face. You two arguing won't shake her resolve. The hairpin guy is too gentlemanly to do something so crude." The male lead doesn't want to waste time, so he throws her into the tower. Then, these two disguise themselves as an old man and a young girl. The hairpin guy can't swallow this anger, shouting, "I'm the most brilliant and pure of the 7 dream trees, and you've ruined me." The male lead reminds his friend, "Though it's fake, don't be careless. If we expose our identities, it won't be good. Don't you agree?" His hand unconsciously reaches for the hairpin guy. He gets slapped, his disguise coming off. The male lead cries out, "We're both men, brother." However, even the fake breasts excite the hairpin guy. His hand moves uncontrollably, making the male lead warn, "Don't suddenly open the door to a new world. We still have our main task to do." These two, in their disguises, Xiao Mei's enemies quickly approach her location. At this moment, she had just woken up after the gentle kick from the male lead's position. Now she couldn't use her spirit energy. This tower is used for closed-door cultivation. It suppresses spirit energy. Only by passing the trial can one get out. As she was figuring out how to start the trial, the two disguised as the male lead arrived to challenge her. The male lead's acting was very skillful. He said, "Seeing your master and not paying respects. Where are your sect's rules?" Recalling past events, she scolded him shamelessly. "You sent her to extract my spirit root. Don't forget I was your disciple. You're not worthy of my respect." She wondered if their appearance here was a coincidence or that strange man's trick. Xiao Mei saw a bow and arrows behind her, drew the bow and aimed at the two. She thought she could only rely on martial arts now. She decided to face them, instead of running away anymore. She taunted the two. Those 3 arrows were just a warm-up. The real show is about to begin. She fired arrows continuously at super fast speed, suddenly hitting the fake breasts of the hairpin guy, causing him to panic greatly. The disguised master feared he would expose his identity. The disguised junior sister thought, being a girl is tough. Breasts are not only heavy, now they can be deadly. Accidentally speaking out loud, if only they were small and cute, like Xiao Mei's. This comment made her extremely angry. She drew 3 arrows like firecrackers, causing the disguised one to panic for taking out such flammable magical items. The two couldn't dodge in time. The projectiles rolled on the ground. Do you still find her cute now? At this moment, Xiao Mei's high concentration suddenly produced. The outcome is clear. 10 players extract the spirit root of the loser to prove passing the round, otherwise it won't be possible to open the next round. She grabbed the sword, about to strike, but remembering her master and junior sisters at the martial arts school made her think, Master had reclaimed the spirit root for me. For revenge, I agreed to let go of hatred. I don't want to disappoint the doctor's new loved ones. After saying this, she threw the sword to the ground and gave up the fight. Thinking she couldn't pass the round, she'd have to wait for the male lead to rescue her. Unexpectedly, this round's true content was about how to treat enemies. The reward was, congratulations to the candidate for passing round 1. Received a martial arts reward, the heart testing manual. As soon as it finished, an announcement rang out. The teleportation is about to activate. Candidates, please prepare. About to enter round 2. At this moment, the hairpin guy asked the male lead, how long do you want to stay here? The male lead replied, want to confirm the recovery speed of this place. Making the hairpin guy wonder, you could have clearly dodged. Why didn't you dodge and use dark force to pull me along? The male lead replied, if we're acting, do it well. Dodging would expose us. The hairpin guy blamed him for not taking away her bombs beforehand. However, not confiscating magical items was his responsibility. Why push it to the male lead? Saying this, the hairpin guy seemed about to explode. While these two were arguing, Xiao Mei might have already been stripped of a layer by now. Xiao Mei's clothes started to burn away. At this scene, the male lead hit the hairpin guy, warning him not to look at this scene. He defended himself. I'm not thinking anything else. Besides, I can transform myself too. What gives you the right to look? The male lead brazenly replied, she's his disciple, so he gets to look. Then at this point, he threw the hairpin guy out, making him furious and curse. I treated you like a brother. Do you see me as just a tool? Xiao Mei screamed in pain. Why am I already facing the final boss as soon as I enter? Suddenly, dark energy appeared amidst the thunder. Gao Yao had borrowed Xiao Mei's body to attack the male lead. He said he would repay the grudge from when the male lead had taught him an unforgettable lesson before. So he was still very bitter. The male lead took out his zither, seriously drove him away, giving him a palm strike. Gao Yao had 2 choices. One was to be humiliated, the other was to return to the magic formation. This immediately angered him, revealing his true form. The male lead's words were devastating. Look at your not-so-smart appearance now. No wonder the other extreme wills don't take you out to play. This freak was both examining himself and being narcissistic, quickly swatted by the male lead's giant hand like swatting a fly. Then he used his foot to stomp him into submission. Spare me. The male lead warned him. As long as you become smarter in the future, don't do unnecessary things, I'll spare you. If not, the outcome will be worse than this. Making him comply, this lowly one remembers. Xiao Mei lay motionless. The male lead was concerned. He needed to quickly reach the extreme heaven realm to prevent that thing from harming Xiao Mei again. This cultivation mainly targeted her physique, but according to the male lead's diagnosis, her meridians were severely blocked. Even if her physique improved, she couldn't practice any cultivation techniques. He took this chance to clear her meridians. The curious lightning guy popped out again. The male lead had an idea to use this guy to circulate her meridians, more effective than many acupuncture needles. The male lead's deep red eyes pulled him in. Come here, making him miserable. He explained that the hairpin guy told him to zap anyone he saw. He was just an employee who didn't dare to go against the boss. The male lead said, did he see the acupoints I marked on her body? He praised, it's such an earth-shattering work of art. The male lead instructed him, aim for those, don't miss a single acupoint, understand? The lightning guy obeyed. He reminded the male lead, she can't withstand it, she's about to explode. The male lead calmly said, with me here, you'll explode before she does. Transfer his spirit energy to her. Have a good sleep. Meanwhile, the hairpin guy and the male lead were arguing. The male lead complained, "You said it would take half an hour, but you made me wait until the leaves fell before coming out. If I weren't unable to beat you, I would have stomped you into the ground today." The male lead demanded the hairpin guy release Xiao Mei from the tower, but the hairpin guy said, "We have no precedent here. All test takers must go through 9 rounds. At this point, the male lead used his dream tree form to torture him, making him release Xiao Mei. He even wanted to twist the dream tree's head off. Xiao Mei woke up and found herself uninjured. Her clothes had also been changed. Dream Tree stood before her, imposing. "If you're awake, get up quickly," he announced. "Round 2 is past. You can leave now," with an extremely indignant expression. Xiao Mei asked curiously, "I haven't done anything yet. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 rounds in total?" Making Dream Tree think to himself, "Can everyone withstand lightning strikes? Besides, your master has done everything for you." He replied to her, "I'm the master of the trial method. I can do whatever I want. Now I'm sleepy and want to go home, so I'm skipping round 3. Dream Tree raised his foot, intending to shoo Xiao Mei away, but unexpectedly she hugged his leg and asked coyly, "But where's the reward for passing the round?" Round 1's reward was given. "You're not trying to pull something now, are you?" Land Dream Tree helplessly said, "You master and disciple are so difficult to deal with." He turned away and said, "Use your spiritual power, and you'll know, won't you? It's an elemental physique similar to the 21 supreme intellects." Dream Tree advised her, "Don't get too excited too soon. With your current cultivation, you're still far from those with 21 supreme intellects." Xiao Mei was full of excitement. "I know. I'll definitely make my cultivation worthy of this physique. Thank you, Dream Tree." Making him finally sigh in relief because she finally believed his words and wasn't completely hopeless. She confidently left, secretly rejoicing. "With this physique, my cultivation path can go much further now." Immediately wanting to test her new spiritual power, she wrecked Dream Tree's house, infuriating him to curse. "You damned girl, stop right now. The 7 great families aren't dead yet. How dare you openly destroy my house? Do you want a beating?" The male lead soothed Dream Tree, telling him he's already old and shouldn't fuss over juniors. It's not good for his health. Another day, he'll call Xiaogu here to replant the trees. This pacified Dream Tree. Jidan asked again, "It's up to me. Now that the situation is handled, quickly take your precious disciple home. I need to sleep and regain my strength." Making the male lead wonder, "You're usually so energetic. Why are you tired already today?" Dream Tree sighed, "Even NPCs need to sleep to regain health. Wait until some people come all the way here. This body won't be able to resist." This made the male lead skeptical. How could anyone dare to do anything to you? Dream Tree, with a serious expression, replied, "I just have that feeling. It seems someone wants to cause trouble for the 21 supreme intellects." The male lead doubted. "With their strength, is it worth being so afraid?" Dream Tree replied helplessly, "We're not innocent, you know. Weren't you the one pushing us to our deaths?" This made the male lead admit to himself. Dream Tree said goodbye. "Well, I'll go first, but I hope next time we meet, you're still doing well." On the way back, his face was full of gravity as he walked, as if signaling a life or death battle about to happen in the future. Xiao Mei's spiritual power was enhanced. She happily skipped on her way back. Just then, the male lead was already waiting there. He pretended to ask, "Xiao Mei, you're in a good mood." Xiao Mei looked up at her teacher, lying leisurely on a rock slab, asking, "You came to pick me up?" The male lead replied to her, "Looks like you got a treasure from the trial method. You seem very satisfied." Hearing this, Xiao Mei naively thought only she knew about this, unaware it was all arranged by her master for her. She asked surprisingly, "How did you know I entered the trial method?" The male lead smirked at this naive girl. He revealed, "I asked someone to arrange it. How could I not know about it?" Xiao Mei, surprised, had to ask if that was really true. "Many people arranged it. How could you have arranged it? Do you really know the 7 Dream Tree elders?" She still found it hard to believe her ears. How could he know such important figures? At this point, the male lead stepped down and continued, "You know they're mysterious figures. Very few cultivators can find them. If they weren't my brothers, how could you have encountered them?" He explained further for her to understand the situation. Plus, with the layers of mist barriers below the cave, no one could survive getting out. The male lead didn't forget to embellish the story, intentionally adding a few fictional details to make it more profound. He told her, "Moreover, from the illusion on the first level and the lightning peak on the second level, I helped you get through." Xiao Mei pondered deeply about how her teacher knew such big shots. So the first level was really an illusion. Interrupting her own thoughts, she embarrassedly wondered if he was always there. Could it be that even this outfit? Then she denied it. "No, that's not right. These magical clothing items are all automatic." The male lead happily recounted, "Seeing you use the small lightning body to burn someone else's tree, burning it so joyfully." Suddenly, the male lead touched her shoulder in a beautiful pose, asking, asking her, "How about we practice some more?" He got closer and closer to Xiao Mei. This teasing master said, "Okay, then your teacher will have a great battle with you. How about that?" Xiao Mei pushed the male lead's hand away. With a bored expression, she said, "I'm not stupid enough to practice with you. Wouldn't that be asking for death?" The male lead was helpless. He used his divine sense to scan if there were any high-level demon beasts nearby. The hunting moment for the two officially began. The male lead seemed to have discovered something very interesting. On the other side of the mountain, 3 men were persuading their junior sister to return. One of them spoke up. "I advise you not to resist uselessly. Be good and come back with us." The short-haired junior sister faced him without flinching. Carrying a dragon saber, she angrily scolded, "Don't call me junior sister. Keep talking, and I'll cut out your tongue for the fish." Another one tried to persuade her. "Junior sister, overall, senior brother is a talented person. He's also at the spirit realm, with great potential and a bright future ahead." This marriage arranged by the master for these two seemed to be something the girl didn't like at all. She angrily scolded him. "You think that bastard Zhang Qianying is so great? Then you take him. You marry him." This domineering girl's name was Zhang Ruoshui. She already had someone destined for her. In this life, if it's not him, she won't marry. These were the reasons she gave to avoid being forced into marriage. The long-haired man tried hard to persuade her. "Junior sister, this is a marriage arranged by the master. It won't do you any good to resist." Instantly, the sword swung down with as much determination as her resolve towards her beloved, sending one of them flying. She challenged, "Either defeat me and tie me up, or get lost and stop blocking my way." Even though Zhang Ruoshui had already attacked, the long-haired man still patiently tried to persuade her. He didn't want to fight with her, but hoped she would understand that as a female disciple of the Thunder Rain sect, she would eventually have to fulfill this arranged marriage. In response to all the advice, Zhang Ruoshui's sneering smile revealed their true faces. "Usually, you're all wary of me surpassing you, always playing tricks, always treating me as an enemy. Now you keep calling me junior sister," affectionately. The other two also stood motionless, dumbfounded by this loyal junior sister, wondering about the past few years, how many days in total she had been out of the sect. "Moreover, we all know there's no time to get to know a marriage partner," she bashfully replied with her own lie. "Those few days for you and me, it was love at first sight. Not even a few days, half a day is enough." The other two just treated it as a joke, but it was just one of many reasons to refuse that arranged marriage. The male lead standing above had been watching the entire conversation between the siblings and jumped down to join the fun. He used a body freezing technique, making Zhang Ruoshui's body unable to move. Seeing the mischief, he stepped in to help, asking, "Do you still have forced marriages these days? You seem to enjoy mocking others' feelings. Don't tell me you've all been practicing the Ningmeng Sutra." Zhang Ruoshui was confused about who this guy was, wondering where he came from. One of them drew his sword and threatened, "Know your place." Threatening the male lead, "You dare to meddle in our affairs." The male lead improvised a play, suddenly claiming to be her intended husband. Zhang Ruoshui silently cursed him for being crazy. The long-haired man spoke up to advise, "Listen, don't corner yourself. Leave now, and we'll pretend we didn't see you or know about you and our junior sister. Otherwise, you little brat will become an enemy of the entire Thunder Rain sect." The male lead feigned ignorance and asked him, "Are you threatening me?" Then he called out to Xiao Mei, "Big sis, come quick, someone's bullying your little brother." A giant Xiao Mei appeared. Then he picked up Ruoshui and sat her on the chest of the enormous Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, slightly confused, asked, "Didn't you say the giant invincible air technique was to intimidate them? So what do we do now?" She continued, "Is this weird technique of yours reliable? What if I deflate midway?" The male lead confidently said, "Don't worry, it won't come to that." But he also reminded Xiao Mei to keep track of time, so they should strike fast and win quickly. The 3 men's faces showed visible panic. Could it be the legendary heavenly-born giant race with divine strength? This is bad. Knowing they couldn't defeat Xiao Mei, they had to rely on this life-saving magical artifact. The male lead reminded Xiao Mei to be careful, as the opponents were about to use a high-level artifact. "Just now, I secretly taught you a technique. Prepare to use it." All 3 of them charged forward, using their magical treasures against the female lead. Xiao Mei sensed that she could handle the power of these 3. She decisively threw a divine strength punch, the rear camp Thunder Ice Mountain fist, sending them flying. This overwhelming power surprised even Xiao Mei herself. She turned to ask the male lead, "Are the people you found too weak?" They couldn't resist at all. The teacher, helpless with this silly girl, explained, "It's not that they're too weak, but your turtle fist, after being enhanced by the small thunder body, has increased significantly in power. Cultivators of the same level can't resist it. One of them shouted, "Master, save us!" A red jade flew out along with a white-haired old man, equally gigantic, knocking Xiao Mei down. It was the illusion of Master Lei Yudong. He loudly said, "Who dares to harm the disciples of Thunder Rain Sect?" Seeing this, Xiao Mei told the male lead to deal with this illusion himself. Then, her body automatically shrunk back to its original size. The male lead cheerfully said, "Young people these days don't talk about martial virtue. When they can't win, they call for the elders. Well then, my family head will show up too." Bang! A gunshot rang out. The male lead cursed loudly. "Too much talk. Wherever you came from, get the hell back there." After resolving the matter, the male lead said, "Training is over, and the act of helping passersby has concluded. Let's go home." Xiao Mei asked confusedly, "What about this girl? We've intervened. What if Thunder Rain Sect comes after her again?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoshui thought to herself, "Someone please remove this body technique from me first." After hearing Xiao Mei, the male lead glanced over, turned to leave and said, "She's been helped to some extent. If it makes you uneasy to train, bring her along." On the other side, Zhang Ruoshui was very confused, thinking she might be forced to join some strange organization. A group of people from Thunder Rain Sect had arrived at Cloud Sky Academy. Thunder Rain Sect asked, "Is this the place?" The scarred man behind respectfully reported, "The guiding talisman I placed on disciple Zhang Ruoshui points right here." The red-haired leader said, "No wonder we couldn't find it before. Such a poor, dilapidated, remote place is only fit for ants like them to live in." The bald man spoke up. "Which of you will send people to capture them first?" The red-haired man said slyly, "In terms of combat experience, North Sky Valley still has more. Out of respect for the elders, we invite North Sky Valley to engage first." Hearing this, North Sky Valley also reported, "The younger generation needs experience now. The opponent doesn't know about Thunder Rain Sect, so your chances of winning are higher." The bald man was helpless in the face of both sides' evasiveness. He spoke about an unseen magical artifact. "It has already frightened you this much. Isn't it embarrassing for two senior figures?" The bald man reported, "Sir is very knowledgeable. Do you have any insights about that artifact? If you have a way to control it, sir, North Sky Valley is willing to lead the attack." Outside, they were arguing and avoiding the fight, while inside, the male lead was getting a headache. He kicked the door open and scolded, "You cowards! You've been cursed at someone's doorstep, and you're doing what? Wasting half a day without reaching an agreement. Why not draw lots?" He got fired up and berated them. "Don't you know I think about the meaning of life and philosophy every night, and it's exhausting. This is exactly how an overthinking person loses their temper. I'll teach you all a lesson. You need to have some spirit in life. Others have the spirit to wake up. I have the spirit to think. You're bothering me, and now I'm very angry. I advise you to shut your mouths like you're dead. Understand?" The male lead shouted, "Don't anyone stop me." Then he started talking nonsense that no one could understand. "Is anyone listening?" Xiao Mei peeked from the doorway, fearfully rushing to pull the male lead inside, afraid he'd cause more trouble, leaving the three people from three sects standing dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Inside, Xiao Mei said, "He's gone mad. Don't you see who's standing outside? Don't you see the miraculous transformation experts?" The male lead didn't care and even scoffed. "Just a bunch of weaklings. They can't do anything to him." Xiao Mei tried hard to dissuade the male lead. "I know you're powerful, but how can you alone defeat so many? You can't fight a losing battle." Hearing himself compared to an egg made the male lead stunned. "You're calling me an egg? Since when have I lectured those miraculous transformation brats and been shocked or scared? You really are a silly girl. You don't understand your master's overwhelming power." She continued to comfort him. "No need to force yourself. It's reasonable to be outmatched. Right now, we should think of a way to avoid fighting like this." While they were arguing, Xiao Mei saw something flash by and exclaimed, "Oh, what just zipped past?" Xiao Mei panicked when she discovered Ruo Shui had run outside to face those brutal people. She ran outside. Zhang Ruoshui didn't want to implicate others. She spoke frankly, taking all the blame upon herself, wanting to settle the score herself. The red-haired man saw her and said happily, "Finally you've come out, junior sister Ruo." The male lead asked Xiao Mei, "Wait, you just told me to stay calm. Now why are you running out there?" She wanted to go rescue Ruo Shui. The male lead stopped her. "It's different now. She's already rushed out there." Xiao Mei explained further, "I'll dash out quickly. I can grab Ruo Shui and come back." The male lead quickly stepped forward and hugged Xiao Mei from behind, whispering in her ear, "Didn't you hear that some of them are targeting Zhang Ruoshui specifically? Why get involved in other people's business?" He added, "Moreover, how can I let a young lady be bullied in my own territory?" Xiao Mei stubbornly explained the situation to the male lead. lead. But another group is also here to seek revenge on us. She shook him while speaking. Come to your senses. We're surrounded, and you're still bragging. Let's grab her and run away together. At this point, the male lead felt even more helpless, sighing at Xiao Mei's underestimation of his strength and thought, how can her misunderstanding of my abilities still be so great? Those brats, what about them makes her so afraid? The male lead called his disciples over. Purple Hair asked the male lead, Master, are you going to assign tasks to us? The male lead said cheerfully, no need to complicate things. It's just that there are a few brats at the transformation and foundation stages, not much different from you guys. The muscular disciple said happily, Master really doesn't discriminate. Anyone can handle them. The male lead casually washed his hands of the matter, leaving everything to his disciples to deal with those people, leaving Xiao Mei bewildered about what they were thinking. She thought they had some other plan. You bastards, listen carefully to this old lady. I withdrew from the marriage myself. I hurt people myself. If you have issues, aim at me. Don't harm innocent people. The red-haired man saw his junior sister come out and said happily, Ruo Shui junior sister, no need to speak up for them. None of them will escape. As for you, come back and obediently marry me. I'll help you persuade the sect leader to waive your punishment. Return to satisfy your interests. Willingly become a vessel for the Hehe Gong technique. Zhang Ruoshui resolutely declared, with my life I swear, I'd rather die than return. The onlooking crowd was also very surprised by this hot news. The crowd discussed, wasn't the He Gong technique banned long ago? Someone said, no wonder Zhong Tianying is so young, yet has already quickly reached the transformation stage, so he used this method. Yet he still has traces of the former Emperor Wen on him, truly an insult to Emperor Wen. The dissenting voices, the bad reputation of Wu sect's facade had begun to reach their ears, making the red-haired man extremely bitter, clearly revealing his incompetence and arrogance. The male lead was stunned upon hearing this. Dark memories came flooding back. His senior sister died from the Huanggong technique. The male lead held his senior sister in indescribable rage. He hated those who knew but didn't report it. They were also deserving of death in his eyes. Hearing about the Hehe Gong technique, new grudges and old debts would be settled today. The male lead's angry eyes revealed everything. The red-haired man mocked Zhang Ruoshui. He said contemptuously, but from head to toe, everything about you belongs to Lei Wu sect. His face turned greedy. You must repay Wu sect. She gripped the precious sword tightly in her heart. Full of emotions, she raised the blade and cut off her own arm. She said resolutely, if that's the case, I'll return it to you. Blood splattered brilliantly across the area. The bald man stroked his beard, his face full of amusement, waiting to see the show from Wu sect. The outward appearance of an arrogant clan but full of grievances and secrets of heinous crimes. Zhang Ruoshui's act of not sparing her own life made the elders' faces turn pale. The red-haired scum had already shown signs of impatience. The onlookers also had to exclaim in shock and admire the girl's will for freedom. She bit down hard in pain, throwing back at them, your Lei Wu sect's magical weapon, her voice careless. This old lady doesn't care. The sword flew straight and embedded itself in the ground right in front of that scum. The domineering girl had drained all her cultivation, determined to leave the sect that had lost its humanity, only seeing her as something to be used. She cried out in pain, everything you taught me, I'm returning it all to you. Even passersby had to admire her. She had crippled her own cultivation. The man behind her angrily prepared to launch a killing blow, cursing her as a witch. Today you dare use words to bewitch the crowd, insulting our sect. I absolutely won't let you live. Suddenly his spiritual energy dissipated, his body immobilized, unable to make a sound. He didn't know why this was happening until the male lead's voice rang out, reminding him, hey, little friend, no fighting in front of the school gates. Otherwise, you'll face appropriate punishment. His words were a warning to all of them there. If they dared to act recklessly, the consequences would be severe. The male lead arrived just in time to use spiritual energy to heal the arm of Zhang Ruoshui. He pointed out the rude behavior, punishing him with temporary muteness. By now, Zhang Ruoshui had truly fainted. The male lead told Xiao Mei not to worry about her. Take her inside. It was time for the male lead to face this battle. He would definitely punish these troublemakers. In one fell swoop, deal with the remnants of the Hehe Gong technique. The muscular disciple behind asked, Master, didn't you tell us to go up earlier? Why are you charging in yourself? The male lead replied, your master is itching for action. Your practical lesson has become a field teaching session. For him, this was just a real-world scenario for the students to observe. There's nothing to worry about. Truly the demeanor of the strongest overlord. He also called to Xiao Mei, add some lightning here to make the battle more dramatic. She obeyed. Yes, master. Entrusting the severely injured girl to senior sister Yan Er, asking to use Xiao Mei's room. So the girl was handed over to the people from Yuntian Academy. Xiao Mei quickly prepared herself for the big battle. Anyway, I've been wanting to practice my skills. Like a foolish little girl, she struck lightning directly at her own courtyard gate. The male lead scolded her harshly. Do you know how expensive training grounds are? Do you know how tired I am from supervising the little gardener planting trees? Xiao Mei looked pitiful as she explained. Didn't you tell me to use lightning to add excitement? I'm only at the level of controlling lightning in my heart. Didn't you think about that? The male lead said helplessly. Well, can't you control the intensity when you act? Suddenly, Xiao Mei panicked, as if seeing something terrifying behind the male lead, shouting, Male lead, stop talking. Quickly look behind you. A giant magical dragon was preparing to engage in battle. Xiao Mei was extremely worried when she saw that enormous spirit beast dragon. Weren't they just talking about how to defeat all the opponents? At this moment, Xiao Mei was truly panicked. How can this be? But then she calmed down and thought, no, wait, think carefully. That bastard told me to trust him earlier. He's never failed before. This time should be the same. It must be. On the other side, the red-haired guy was very arrogant. He greatly praised and flattered the bald man, using only ordinary spirit-gathering talismans to merge everyone's spiritual energy into a 9-dragon formation with such power. He exclaimed, Heh, as expected of the elder's high-level skills. Your junior is truly impressed, making the bald man beam with pride. Haha, young people should be humble like you. He added, people like that will die without knowing who they've offended. The red-haired guy appeared happy on the surface, but was secretly thinking to himself, it seems tonight I can enjoy junior sister Ruo Shui. But suddenly the crowd shouted, look, something's wrong with the giant dragon. Something is pouncing on the giant dragon. The crowd yelled, what's this? Is it having indigestion? They never expected that the male lead had used this spiritual energy to stick to it more firmly than superglue. The male lead laughed at the display of stupidity and lack of self-awareness from the juniors. Are their abilities so poor now? Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and senior sister Yanxi cheered joyfully. Senior sister, did you hear? It's that bastard's voice. It really is. A loud bang, smoke billowing in the sky. The male lead landed on the ground. His chest caused the ground to form a crater when he landed. He mocked the incompetent fools, adding, flying in the clouds, I've experienced enough. I'm done playing with you. Laughing triumphantly, he threw some firecrackers and said, well, have you learned that move yet? Xiao Mei showed dissatisfaction, arguing, you were just hiding in that dragon's belly. Who knows what you were doing? Xiao Mei felt even more helpless, unable to be satisfied, and complained, kids are so dumb at learning. Down below, the muscular disciple began to analyze and explain the lesson. That was using spirit-gathering talismans with spiritual energy. It's actually very simple. Combined with the opponent's fusion strength, you just need to find the exact weak spot, put it in a small model bomb, and you're done. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Mei cried, saying, so that's how it is, but with my strength, even if I want to explode, the conditions won't allow it. Someone from the crowd rushed forward, shouting, this kid talks too much nonsense. Don't mind him. Let him use that move. Someone else said, how could Elder Ku possibly fail? That giant dragon was just a joke. The real thing is still being prepared. The flatterers could only stand and clap to save face. The entire group stepped back to let the 3 faction members exert their power. Meanwhile, the male lead had started to combine a nonsensical lecture. You juniors are truly unreasonable, coming to our door to cause trouble, kidnapping people, and being cruel. Clearly, you took my disciple's spirit root and deceived our second elder's beauty and talent. Now you're acting like you're the ones who are wronged. Well, let this teacher teach you from the beginning. The male lead turned and said to his students, little rabbits, online teaching continues. Open your eyes wide and watch. There was a crackling sound. As the male lead wondered where this sound came from, he saw his students quickly sneaking into the garden to sit and eat sunflower seeds. A whole group of people took out notebooks to take notes. One was cheering, another holding a banner saying, teacher, hang in there, while enjoying the show. Xiao Mei silently thanked everyone. Actually, they didn't need to learn any of that. The bastard and the senior brothers and sisters were all doing this because of me. The male lead could only helplessly say, you ran away so fast. Did you want me to demonstrate right here for you, or what? The faction members were setting up their formation. The male lead stood in the middle of the formation, watching to see what they were up to. He added, this formation is familiar to me. Do you want to demonstrate that? With a flash, the formation was established. 5 walls of magical artifacts were erected. They were 5 golden water flowers. The male lead said to the group, "You little darlings, why are you so excited?" "Right, I can't even remember who you are right now. Let's call you the 5 golden flowers." The male lead was amused as he examined this golden flower barrier. He said interestingly, "Well, your level of skill to create such a barrier isn't completely hopeless. It's quite similar to the model." Just as he finished speaking, 3 clean meteorites fell from the sky straight towards the male lead, but he casually tossed them aside with ease and disdain, saying, "5 golden flowers, is that all you've got?" The male lead said amusingly, "Come on, faster, stop hiding, come out and play online together." Suddenly, the meteorites stopped. The male lead kicked the meteorites towards each person. "Forget it. If you won't come out, then let my meteorite balls find you. I truly understand people's hearts." The male lead kicked once, and the meteorites hit the leaders of that faction. Those people were severely injured and revealed themselves. The barrier was consequently shattered and cracked. The red-haired, cold-hearted one thought, "Can't flatter anymore. This is a case of climbing high and falling hard." The red-haired one's face looked like a clown. The male lead went to comfort them. "Don't be afraid. A little song about compassion. Don't fear. I'm extremely compassionate. I don't usually take lives. However, I must extract your souls. Whether you'll live until I finish depends on your luck." Then he grabbed one of them by the head. The red-haired one cried out, "Elder, save me." This time the male lead was serious, leaning in to ask, "What did you say? Which elder?" The sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds rolled in ominously. Thunder and lightning erupted. Little May asked her senior, "Why do I smell in the wind such a strong scent of corpses?" At this moment, the male lead spoke up. "Has the one hiding in the mist come out on their own? Not bad. I won't need to send my soul to search anymore." Accepting the old yin sister of the Heihuan technique, the red-haired one saw the 9 elders as if seeing a ray of hope for survival, triumphantly shouting, "9 elders." The 9th elder was elderly. The stench of corpses emanating from him was disgustingly strong. He stepped forward with murderous intent. The old man angrily said, "Arrogant brat, you dare to touch the life of the Leiyu sect's sect leader." Then he cast the corpse soul lock technique. The red-haired one, lying on the ground, still unaware of the situation and fearless, laughed and said, "The 9th elder is the strongest crystallized cultivator in Huangtian City. Just wait for your soul to be paralyzed." The male lead was amused to tears and said, "Why are you both so ridiculous? Crystallized cultivator, soul paralysis. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying." The male lead looked down at his feet and said, "Look at these low-quality chains." The chains were wrapped around the male lead's feet. With just a stomp, they shattered completely. This time, the male lead was truly serious. "Who do you think you're underestimating?" The elder calmly said, "If you're so eager to die quickly, this old man will grant your wish." Suddenly, an earthquake occurred. Rocks of various sizes flew into the air. The smell of corpses grew stronger. A yin-yang 8-realm formation appeared. Chains from the 8 yin-yang realms flew out, pulling in the surrounding people to refine their souls. The male lead said to the elder, exasperated, "You're really being annoying like this. Why do you insist on playing with chains? I don't have that kind of hobby, you know." The chains continued to bind the male lead's hands and feet. The male lead kindly warned those around him, "Wait, don't come here. Your souls will die." The male lead inside said, "A bunch of ghost souls after fighting that old man outside, and now you encounter me. You guys are really unlucky, trapped in this pill-refining cauldron." The unfortunate ghosts didn't dare to touch the male lead because the power emanating from him was enough to terrify them. Even these weak ones know better. Why can't those with white hair understand this? The old elder, hearing the silence, thought he had succeeded. "So quickly there's no more movement. Young man, you're in trouble. Indeed, a fool with a strange treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, a bright punch landed straight on the elder's face. The male lead flew out and delivered a perfect kick, breaking the elder's leg, then followed with an uppercut that sent teeth flying. The white-haired man was so angry his eyes turned red, thinking to himself, "When did he get out? No, he's still alive. Finally found it." The male lead stepped on the elder. "Tell me who's in trouble now." This madman thought, "Great, this is really great. A brat who has cultivated to this level, able to resist my snake cauldron. Truly an extraordinary talent. I've been at the crystallization stage for many years, worrying about not finding materials for breakthrough. Unexpectedly, I found it today. Heaven helps me. Ha ha ha. Is this really brain damage?" The old scoundrel still had a teleportation artifact hidden on him. His quick reaction was indeed not bad. He teleported away from the male lead's grip, returning with all his madness and insanity, draining the low-level people to increase his spiritual power. Drain all these low-level nutrients. This is an honor for you low-level cultivators. Wait till I recover my strength. I'll catch that brat and refine him in one go. Break through to core formation. Ha! The number of people begging for mercy was quite noisy. They had piled up as high as a mountain. The scene was terrifying, a soul-refining furnace right before our eyes. The male lead, hearing this, found him quite interesting due to his madness. Refine me? What a great idea. It's hard to find someone as reasonable as you. The male lead added, compared to those chicks before who just wanted to slash and kill, I'm much smarter. The male lead still had time to joke around saying, however, a person with ethereal energy like me, how could I be compatible with this dirty technique? How could I be refined? I happen to know a beautiful and visible way. After saying this, the male lead cast a spell. Let me use you as a demonstration first. Wait until you've personally experienced it, then come to refine me. An illusion of him was created, making the old man bewildered by such a powerful spell. Unable to find a way to counter it, everything was ready for him. The illusion erected solid walls, swallowing both the old man's inhumane pill-refining furnace and himself, shattering even the vain hope of wanting to refine the male lead, bringing him to the male lead's private barrier to interrogate him for his heinous crimes. The stories of the past gradually came to light. All the crimes from past to present would have their time of reckoning. Perhaps the male lead himself didn't want to mention this matter. The commotion of these fools brought back painful memories for him to settle scores. He remembered that it was Heigong Huan who had killed his senior sister. This painful loss couldn't be compensated by just the old elder's life. He was determined to eradicate the remnants of this evil cultivation method, wiping it from sight. The old man asked, what about your senior sister? Are you also from the Shallow Thunder sect? Who are you? Didn't you just mention it? I am Wendy Tianlei. Tianlei. Hearing this name, the old man's pants began to wet. People only dare to call him Wendy, who would dare to directly call that great person's name. It's been too long since I've heard this name. Thinking back, he was severely injured and almost went to see naked chickens, but he was saved by the sect leader of the Shallow Thunder sect. Today, you've killed too many people. Continuing to kill will harm your own Dao heart. Hong Yue certainly wouldn't want to see this either. Yun Ping was then covered in fresh blood, his eyes full of hatred, rain soaking his body. He said, Master, I can temporarily agree. I'll spare his dog life for now, but if I encounter him again in the future, the consequences will be clear. Yun Ping's master also agreed to this. He would definitely drive that person out of his sight. The look in his eyes then and now was clearly from the same person. He cried out in terror, his face twisted as if seeing a ghost. Wendy should be dead. How can he still be alive now? Yun Ping coldly said, if it wasn't for my master back then, I wouldn't have let you live until now. But you've let me catch you again, still not abandoning your evil ways. So of course, I must take your dog life now. Snapping his fingers, Yun Ping said, go. Hundreds of Arhat statues appeared, each statue with bright red eyes. The aura was extremely intimidating. Those 5 statues each grabbed a chain, connected to a part of the vicious unfortunate's body. He screamed, no, no. That thing almost didn't harm his physical body, but it tore his soul into pieces. Yun Ping coldly said, you've come anyway. I'll give you a big gift. You people always talk about refining, wanting to bind souls. Now experience it yourself firsthand. You should enjoy it. It's really disappointing. Yun Ping raised his finger and coldly said, you offend my eyes. Right after that, an old, ugly corpse turned into a pool of pitch-black blood, as black as his own heart. Yun Ping murmured, senior sister. Yun Ping held a red cloth strip in his hand and muttered, 500 years. Your revenge has been taken today. The next day, no one was left around this place. Only something with a strange shape appeared in front of Yuntian Academy. Yun Ping stepped out from that strange place. Out of nowhere, he suddenly heard something strange. From somewhere, someone shouted, Yun Xiao Ping, where are you? Father is here to save you. Then, something with immense destructive power shot at that Buddha head. Yun Ping was shocked to the point of fainting. What the hell just happened here? He cried out loudly, who dares to blow up my territory? Are you tired of living? The person who arrived was none other than Duan Sheng. He poked his head out to look at Yun Ping, laughing and said, so you're all right, little brat. Your father here thought you had been destroyed. Yun Ping pointed the cannon at Duan Sheng, angrily shouting, you're the one who's going to be destroyed. Are you not taking me seriously at all? Daring to cause chaos in my territory. Watch how I beat you to death. Duan Sheng ran while laughing and saying, I've brought 2 very important things. Don't you want to know what they are? Yunping pressed the large cannon against Duansheng's head. Then, with a face as if he was about to kill someone, he threatened, "Isn't the good stuff just a magical artifact? Quickly bring it out for inspection. If it's not good." Duansheng took out a bow from his spatial storage and handed it to Yunping. "If this isn't good, I'll eat it right here on the spot." Yunping reached out to take the artifact that Duansheng had made. His mind was filled with question marks. How did he even make a heavenly artifact? Duansheng scratched his cheek, coughed, and explained, "Your disciple is like my junior, after all. I can't be too indifferent. However, whether this bow will accept her as its master depends on her own destiny." Yunping stepped forward, friendly put his arm around Duansheng's shoulder, and confidently said, "With me here, there's nothing that can't be tamed. Tell me, how much is left unpaid? I'll arrange it for you, brother." Duansheng said, "You know, it's a heavenly artifact after all, and moreover, it has special functions added. Now it's actually a sacred artifact, so 15 chests is the final price." One would think Yunping would continue to haggle, but unexpectedly, he used his bright, sparkling eyes to immediately agree on the price with Duansheng. It felt as if the one losing out wasn't Yunping, but rather Duansheng. Then, arm around Duansheng's shoulder, he dragged him into the academy while waving the bow and arrow in his hand. Yunping cheerfully called out, "Little Wu Chuan, come here quickly. I have something good for you." As soon as Ye Wuchuan heard Yunping's voice, she ran out, hugging him tightly and crying. She had been extremely worried about Yunping. Yunping happily embraced Ye Wuchuan. Then he showed her the bow and arrow. Ping grabbed Duansheng by the collar, bringing him forward, and said with a smile, "Human Duansheng, your two masters are still here. Quick, try it out." Ye Wuchuan was a bit confused. First, there were 7 masters, now 2 masters. Who were all these people? But in any case, it was best to take advantage of Duansheng's presence to test the power of this bow and arrow. Ye Wuchuan followed the order, holding the bow and arrow preparing to activate it, the arrow transforming from spiritual energy. Its power was guaranteed to be significant. One couldn't help but admire Ye Wuchuan's posture as she held the bow, which was quite impressive. Ye Wuchuan released her grip. The arrow shot straight out of the Yunqian Academy's gate, startling Yunping, who was frightened, quickly jumping to the side to dodge. Yunping, annoyed, gesticulated and said, "Little Wuchuan, why are you still shooting at your teacher? Don't think that just because your master favors you, you can get physical with me, understand?" Ye Wuchuan didn't argue back at Yunping as usual, but bit her lip, tears welling up, and said, "You old bastard, you're a real scoundrel." Seeing Ye Wuchuan cry like this, Yunping hurriedly ran over to awkwardly comfort her. Children really do cry easily. Ye Wuchuan said through her tears, "Since becoming your disciple, I've been like a fly following you everywhere. Encountering so many noisy situations, you never explained. And like yesterday, you often disappear with the enemy. No matter how strong you are, she still worries." Yunping felt a bit confused after hearing this. Then he immediately grasped the main point. Yunping turned towards the bushes where his 5 other disciples were hiding, watching the drama, and scolded, "You 5 rascals, why haven't you explained things to little Wu Chuan yet?" That being said, none of the 5 showed any intention of explaining, nor did they make excuses. They were completely avoiding the issue. Moreover, it's like a young couple's quarrel. Shouldn't Yunping be the one to explain himself? Yunping wiped away Ye Wuchuan's tears and said with a gentle smile, "All right, don't cry anymore. It was my fault for not thinking things through. Next time, I'll try to tell you in advance." Ye Wuchuan nodded and said, At your age, you should keep your word." Yunping hugged Ye Wuchuan and said with a smile, "Of course, have I ever failed to do what I promised you?" Ye Wuchuan showed a disbelieving expression. "Do you need to whitewash yourself to this extent?" As the master and disciple were being affectionate, Duansheng suddenly appeared from somewhere to disrupt the atmosphere. He was lying on the 15 boxes of instant noodles Yunping had given him, his appearance completely unlike that of a talented person. While daydreaming about the noodles, he also explained more about the artifact's other functions, but explaining would take too long, so Duansheng will directly demonstrate it himself. Duansheng approached Ye Wuchuan, took the bow, and said with a smile, "I'll show you how it's done. Press here, and it will turn into a hand cannon. It can only fire condensed spiritual energy, but in this form, the spiritual energy will be several times stronger. Simply put, it can." Duansheng once again aimed at Yunping to demonstrate its immense power. Yunping jumped into the air to evade. Duansheng said with a smile, "It can kill across levels. Its use is extremely practical. It can protect you against enemies not much higher in level than you." Duansheng cheerfully explained, "The artifact's power changes with the user's strength. I could only challenge your master with it. Don't think about that for now." Wuchuan nodded, diligently taking notes. Duansheng continued, "The stronger you actually are, the more power the artifact can unleash. Also, The user's character and affinity for the artifact are extremely important. After his instructions, Duansheng handed the bow to Wu Chuan. Then he pointed at Yun Ping and said, I won't beat around the bush. I have something to discuss with your master. Take this and go practice. At this moment, Duansheng in the little girl's eyes had become the model of a trustworthy adult. She happily replied, I understand. With that, she skipped away whistling. Yun Ping watched this scene with some annoyance. He snapped at Duansheng. You mentioned 2 good things earlier. Where's the other one? Duansheng then pulled out a mysterious box from his person and said, the other thing is this. It's the soul manifestation of Lan Yutianbing. As they looked at the object, they talked. What's this about? People from Lan Yutian Palace brought it. When repairing, they discovered it was caused by an external force impact. To injure 21 supreme intellects like this, Lan Yutian Palace must be in some trouble. Yun Ping nodded. I see. I'll quickly go to Extreme Heaven Realm to check. He worried silently. Earlier, Deep Abyss Ice Cloth suddenly appeared inside little Wu Chuan's body. An old 7 in the misty forest said someone broke 21 supreme intellects. Now it's Lan Yutianbing having internal issues. How are these connected? Duansheng interrupted. All right, I've said what needed to be said. I'm going back to continue repairing their soul manifestation. As he spoke, he pulled out a broom and released it. It hovered in the air, waiting like an aircraft. Yun Ping was startled. Huh, a flying broom. I was just joking before, but you actually made one. Duansheng gracefully sat on the broom with a smug expression. This trivial thing is no challenge for me. Yun Ping waved goodbye. Remember to tell me if anything comes up. Duansheng, already soaring into the blue sky, cheerfully replied, Got it, chatterbox. At this moment, in the training ground, Wu Chuan was diligently practicing. Yun Ping slowly approached. Little Wu Chuan, stop training. Your master will take you to broaden your horizons. While Wu Chuan was still confused, Yun Ping was already dragging her along. We can't delay. We're going to take a plane now, Wu Chuan asked, bewildered. Where did a plane come from? Wait, shouldn't we tell senior brothers and sisters first? It's fine. They're used to it, Yun Ping said while snapping his fingers. The ring on his middle finger began to glow. As for the plane, look at the ground. He squeezed Wu Chuan's cheeks to make her look. On the ground now were a pair of giant chickens. Even stranger was that these 2 chickens were actually flirting with each other. These 2 chickens began pointing their wings at Wu Chuan's face, saying, What are you looking at? Never seen flirting before. Cluck, cluck, you inexperienced thing. Wu Chuan was completely stunned. Plane, aircraft, flying chickens. Yun Ping immediately pulled Wu Chuan to jump onto the 2 chickens, 1 person per chicken. Diamond, baby, let's fly. Those were the names of these 2 chickens. Wu Chuan laughed bitterly. Are these names for real? There aren't even seatbelts. The safety system is terrible. A moment later, the 2 chickens had taken them soaring through the sky. To avoid boredom, Wu Chuan chatted with Diamond, the chicken she was riding. Is that your boyfriend? Diamond replied, No, that's my 3rd husband. Wu Chuan was speechless. Baby then seriously asked Yun Ping, Where do you want to go this time? Extreme Heaven Abyss, Yun Ping answered. Baby set a price. That's quite far. So did you bring us any Overlord flowers? Yun Ping fell silent, sweating profusely. Baby asked again. You didn't bring any. Yun Ping flustered. Who needs Overlord flowers? Eating too many will make your throat swell, and you won't be able to sing anymore. So how about that? Isn't the food in my spirit realm much better than those? Baby listened to Yun Ping's words until his head spun, his face full of black lines. Then Baby shouted, Queen, Your Highness. He didn't bring Overlord flowers, but wants us to fly across realms. Then, together with Diamond, they flew back, heading straight home. Yun Ping panicked and shouted, Wait, let's negotiate. Don't do this. Baby yelled back, I trust you as much as a monkey. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chuan screamed in fear. Ah! Ah! Back to where we started. Gu Wangjun was now gathering every bit of Overlord flour to pay the fee for those 2 chickens. Is this enough? Baby said, Cluck, go all out. Diamond added, More. You might add to the journey later. In the distance, Yun Ping was taking care of Wu Chuan due to motion sickness, who was vomiting profusely. Wu Chuan wiped her mouth clumsily. Know when it's enough. People here haven't even reached the destination yet. The dead on Earth don't get motion sickness. I didn't expect to get sick here. Suddenly a voice called out, Are you awake? Zhang Ruoshui rushed out of the room, looked at the 2 and asked, Are you 2 injured? I woke up, and it's quiet outside now. What happened? Despite her efforts, Zhang Ruoshui finished speaking and was covered in sweat before collapsing. Wu Chuan caught her, saying cheerfully, Don't worry, we're fine, just a bit motion sick. The people outside were driven away by the old bastard and the senior brothers and sisters. You can rest easy and recover here. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoshui was stunned, curiously asking, Motion sickness. Is that a new technique? Were those people driven away by motion sickness? Zhang Ruoshui continued to struggle to her feet, placing her hand on Wu Chuan's shoulder. Thank you all. Seeing this polite gesture, the two found it strange. Zhang Roche continued, once I've recovered, I'll leave immediately. I won't trouble you any further. Wu Chuan worried. Even after recovery, your cultivation is now ruined. With a severed arm, it's very dangerous outside. Master, don't you think so? Yunping and Wu Chuan exchanged glances. Master, I'd like to have a junior sister too. Master, take her in. I have nothing to gain from this. Master, please. Oh, all right. Take her in. Hurry up, we still have important matters to attend to. Yunping took out a small blue ring from his pocket, since little Wu Chuan has said so. With that, he flicked the ring into the air. The ring landed neatly in Zhang Ruoshui's hand. Yunping announced, Zhang Ruo has received the new student's grand gift. Consider yourself my 7th disciple now. From now on, Yuntian Academy will protect you. As soon as these words were spoken, a blue light beam shone directly onto her. Then in an instant, Zhang Ruoshui's outfit was transformed into a sexy female student uniform. The stockings had heart-shaped patterns, and there was a choker around her neck. Before she could recover from the shock, Yunping quickly pulled her away. I have something important for you. Come with me quickly. Wu Chuan was puzzled. What's so important that requires them to be alone in a room? Then, from inside the room, Zhang Ruoshui's cries could be heard. It hurts. Ah, Wu Chuan fumed. You old bastard, what are you doing now? The two chickens were lovey-dovey, covering each other's ears. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Wu Chuan rushed into the room. Sister Roche, are you all right? Then, Zhang Roche was seen showing Wu Chuan her new mechanical arm. Her eyes were teary. Ah, I have a new arm now. Wu Chuan joyfully hugged. That's great. This arm is so cool. Without wasting time, Yunping quickly pulled Wu Chuan away. All right, her issue has been resolved. Let's hurry and set off now. Wu Chuan hesitated a bit. Master, why don't we bring Ruoshui along with us? If we leave her behind, what if those people take advantage of her being alone and come back to attack? Yunping didn't refuse, immediately agreeing. Okay. Bring. Let's all go together to the extreme sky abyss and get her a new arm while we're at it. Wu Chuan happily grabbed Ruoshui's hand and pulled her along. All right, Ruoshui, come with me quickly. The three of them filed out of the room one after another. A moment later, another rooster named Taishan joined to carry Ruoshui along. 3 people and 3 chickens soared through the air. Wu Chuan stroked Jin Gang's feathers and asked cheerfully, Jin Gang, is Taishan your good sister? Cluck, she's my first wife. Master Wang Jun called out, riding a chicken as he flew over. Yunping asked, why are you here? Wu Chuan greeted happily, senior brother. The chicken carrying Wang Jun was named Ru Hua, looking extremely uncomfortable, probably because Wang Jun was heavier than the others. Master, DNR seems a bit strange. Hearing this, Yunping quickly said, Baby, turn back. Baby clucked a few times irritably. I knew we couldn't set off smoothly. Later, everyone returned to the academy. Yunping worriedly held DNR's hand. DNR, tell Master if you're feeling unwell anywhere. DNR's face was flushed red. Her body seemed to be feverish. She whispered, Big, Master. DNR struggled to open her eyes and said softly, My eyes feel uncomfortable. When DNR opened her eyes, there appeared to be an additional pupil. Seeing this, Yunping thought to himself, double pupils. Why has it awakened so early? Helping DNR sit up, Yunping said, Diner, you need to get up and come with Master to the extreme sky abyss. Diner whispered, Okay, Diner will listen to Master. Then the 3 of them set off again. This time, Yunping carried Dian Air in his arms. The remaining students watched the 3 leave, each with their own thoughts. Wang Jun said, Dian Air is with Master, we don't need to worry anymore. Yuetian also said, Yeah, I should set off too. Xiaoguang curiously asked, Huh? Yuetian confidently said, Going to find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. Xiaoguang immediately asked with a mischievous face, Are you going to find an opportunity or a partner? Yuetian snapped back irritably, Is that any of your business? Then Yuetian also began to leave. Her fellow disciples all wished her to take care. After everyone left, Wang Jun sighed regretfully. It was lively for just 2 days with great difficulty. Now it's quiet again. Xiaoguang chimed in, Isn't it? We finally got 2 new junior sisters, and before we could even get to know them, Master took them away. At this moment, at the extreme sky abyss, extreme eastern snow plain, and extremely cold land, the 4 of them had arrived. Ru Shui asked, Is this the legendary extreme eastern snow plain? Wu Chuan also exclaimed excitedly, Wow, it's my first time in the snow and ice. Yunping was still intently looking at something, just mumbling in response. Wu Chuan curiously asked, What are you looking at? Yunping replied, Well, looking at those little treasures below. Below the 4 of them was the Border Emperor Snow Mountain, a frozen lake surface. Looking closer, under the thin ice, countless bizarre fish were looking up, with jagged fangs. presumably not the kind of good fish you'd want to meet. Wu Chuan looked at this scene and got goosebumps, snapping, "You're calling those monster fish down there little treasures. You absolutely must not use this term of endearment again." Oh my god. Yunping didn't answer, still lost in thought. Years ago, a silver frost ice flower, silver frost snow ice gave, seems to still be. Go look for it. Perhaps it can help Xiaoxiang break through the bottleneck. Yunping ordered. Jingang, Barbie, Taishan land, at the foot of Snow Mountain. The three chickens immediately clucked and swooped down. At a place not far from there, three people, two men and one woman, were struggling through a snowstorm. The names of these three people were Liang Yu, Xiao Yu, and Fan Legui. Liang Yu, the only man, spoke up. "Team leader, are we really going to continue? We've been at it for so many days. We've searched everywhere, but found nothing." Fan Legui was a woman with long black hair, confident in demeanor, seemingly the leader of this team. She replied, "It's the palace master's order. We must quickly retrieve the silver frost ice flower, even at the cost of our lives. What's wrong with you today? You're being so timid." Liang Yu, pale-faced, explained, "I'm not. It's mainly because this desolate snow mountain has had a lot of evil spirits lately. They say there's a snow woman's restless soul very close by." Xiao Yu, standing nearby, chimed in, That's right. I heard she specifically targets our North Ice Palace. So this team of three belonged to the North Ice Palace. Legui reassured, "It's not like we haven't seen ghosts before. Don't scare yourselves. Focus on the journey." Long Yu anxiously called out, Team leader, you quickly look ahead." Looking in the direction Liang Yu pointed, Legui, still unclear, asked, "What?" Liang Yu said with a trembling voice, "Snow Woman." At this moment, in front of them, a strange jade-green figure gradually appeared. Liang Yu screamed in fear, "It's the Snow Woman." Scene changes to the four master and disciples. Wu Chuan was now jumping up, clinging to Yunping's neck, terrified. Yunping smiled bitterly. "Grandma, I'm begging you, stop jumping on my head and squirming around." Wu Chuan had her eyes tightly shut, crying, I won't. I absolutely won't walk on the ice anymore. Those monster beasts are too scary." Ruche was now hugging Yaner from behind, also at a loss for words. Yunping, sweating, was at his wit's end with this little girl. "Little Wu Chuan, you're such a scaredy cat." Wu Chuan snapped back, "I'm a scaredy cat. I'm scared to death here." The little girl pressed her two meaty fists on Yunping's head, saying, "Listen, my heart has already jumped out of my chest." Yunping coaxed, "How about this? You get down and I'll let you choose a few martial arts manuals. How's that?" Wu Chuan tremblingly said, "Well, you better keep your word." Yunping happily replied, "Of course." Suddenly, a flying dagger shot towards the two of them, with a faint blue aura flickering around it. In an instant, Wu Chuan had already leapt away. As for Yunping, he simply raised two fingers and caught the flying dagger, completely unscathed. He praised his disciple, little Wu Chuan, not a bad reaction. In the distance, three people were rushing towards them with murderous intent. Yunping was also surprised. "I don't have any enemies around here, do I?" It turned out these three were the group from the North Ice Palace from earlier. Legui shouted, "I'll go save that man. You two are in charge of stopping the Snow Woman." Xiao Yu and Liang Yu responded in unison, "Yes," then drew their hidden weapons, preparing to attack again. Hearing the shout, both Yunping and Wu Chuan were confused. "What Snow Woman? Save who?" Seeming to realize something, Wu Chuan's face contorted. "Oh no." In a flash, Legui used her lightness skill and rushed over, catching Yunping in her arms. She secretly assessed Yunping's energy. This person has no spiritual power. No wonder he was targeted by the Snow Woman. Their eyes met, and she confidently said, "Don't be afraid. Our Judgment Palace will protect you." Yunping trembled, perhaps because Legui was so beautiful that Yunping was stunned, his face beaming. "In all my years, I've never had a beauty say she wanted to protect me." As for Wu Chuan, the little girl was now at sword point by the three newcomers. What a mess. Legui continued to shout, "Snow Woman, don't even think about harming anyone in front of our Judgment Palace members." Xiao Yu added, "Tell us, how can someone as cute as you do such things? Running around eating people." Liang Yu was trembling, her hand unsteady on her sword. "You, don't cause trouble, or else I'll." Swords have no eyes. Seeing her master not stepping up to explain, Wu Chuan could only click her tongue and blame him silently. That old bastard must be daydreaming over there again. Then she began to draw out her own weapon. Sensing that the weapon Wu Chuan had just drawn was no ordinary one, Legui stood in front of the other two. "Xiao Yu, Liang Yu, you two protect that man while I deal with the Snow Woman." Yunping was still daydreaming at this point. In his imagination, Legui and Wu Chuan were fighting to compete for him. "I've definitely saved this man. Put down your weapon. Don't fight uselessly. You should let go of that man." That man belongs to me. Thinking this, Yunping grinned, his heart soaring. It's been a long time since I've seen two women fight over one man. How exciting. The bystander team was being completely ignored. Xiao Yu and Long Yu turned to ask Ruo Shui, who was now holding Yaner. Hey, beautiful lady, who are you? Are you with them? I'm not. I don't know them at all. Yunping started waving his hands, still grinning from ear to ear. Both misunderstandings are just misunderstandings. He rushed into the middle of the battle, repeatedly explaining, she's not a snow woman at all. I also don't need your help. We were just joking around, master and disciple. They were just trying to prevent something bad from happening. Little Wu Chuan, put away your weapon. Be good. Don't fight over me. Legui stopped her weapon and asked, your master and disciple, what are you doing in this remote snowy mountain? Yunping's eyes lit up, and he began speaking in the tone of an expert. Well, of course, we're here to find a secret realm. Legui repeated with a skeptical look. A secret realm. Dragon corpses everywhere. Why haven't I heard of any secret realm nearby? You people, one without spiritual energy, one with a severed hand and meridians, one unconscious, and the best one barely at the Mystic Gate stage. Where's your confidence coming from? Is this some noble family's children on a field trip? Legui was also very forthright, quickly stepping forward, bowing deeply to apologize to Wu Chuan, startling the girl. No need, really. It's not necessary. Legui continued assertively. No, I insist. As the leader of the judgment team, I must take responsibility for my actions. Wu Chuan broke into a cold sweat, waving her hands. You meant well. It's not a big deal at all. No need to be so formal. She thought to herself, why is this girl so stubborn? I've already said it's fine. This awkward conversation somehow continued. Legui spoke first. Please give me a chance to make amends. Make amends for what? It's really not necessary. Please give me a chance. Legui continued to insist firmly. Finally, Wu Chuan's face was covered in sweat. It's really not necessary. Please don't. Seeing that she couldn't convince Wu Chuan, Legui turned to Yunping to express her apology. Let us be your escorts. Otherwise, with your current strength, you won't be able to survive in this remote snowy mountain region. She thought to herself, the location of the ice flower bank is unclear. Finding it depends on luck. For now, let's just fill in the gaps. We can't tarnish the reputation of the North Ice Palace. Yunping, offered an escort by a beautiful girl, naturally agreed. We'll rely on everyone for the journey ahead. He felt elated. All right, this girl is very stubborn. Refusing is useless. Let her come along. Legui extended her hand, introducing herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Fan Legui. I'm Yunping. Yunping replied. Then he called out, leading the group forward. All right, let's continue on our way. After half a day, Yunping stopped, saying they had arrived. In front of the group was an abandoned building, buried in snow. The architectural style resembled ancient churches of modern humans. Legui asked curiously, is this the secret realm? Isn't this just an abandoned area? Wu Chuan and Yunping started whispering. Little treasure, you said it was here before. You weren't tricked by them, were you? There's no little treasure here. Ruche now felt uneasy. I really shouldn't have come here. I should have stayed at home. Liang Yu pulled Legui's sleeve and whispered, Captain, something doesn't feel right. How could a secret realm be so easy to find? We found it in less than a day. Moreover, they're too familiar with this snowy border region. Aren't they also here for the ice flower bank? Legui also whispered, her face expressionless. If that's the case, I absolutely won't let them have it. As she spoke, she gently touched her sword, a hidden killing intent rising. Is this the secret realm you were looking for? Legui asked. Xiao Yu innocently asked further. Isn't it possible they've randomly found an abandoned building to trap us here while they go do something bad? Yunping smiled slyly. Little girl, you're quite suspicious, aren't you? Look at my pure face. Does it look like I'm trying to deceive you? If you don't believe me, go ahead and try it yourself. Legui didn't hesitate to go first. Then, let me lead the way. After taking a few steps, Legui realized she was passing through a thin barrier. Inside the barrier, the space was pitch black. Hundreds of stone men were waiting, each one sturdy and nearly 2 meters tall, with terrifying red eyes. Yunping probably anticipated this, calling out, All right, let's begin. Legui coldly drew her sword, saying softly, This little mysterious gate of dead objects. The next moment, she moved with strange footwork, gliding east and west, effortlessly dodging all attacks from the stone men as if she knew their every move in advance. Jade green light from the sword tip flashed in the darkness, resembling an aurora in the snowy sky, graceful and elegant. Legui quickly slayed all the stone men, coldly announcing her technique, Frozen Snow Slash. We can enter now, she called to the others. In the space, the bodies of the stone men had turned into countless rocks scattered around. Yunping stopped them. Wait. Then he used a brush to draw a glowing circle around Ruo Shui and Yan Er, instructing, Be careful. You have no cultivation now, and you're bringing Yan Er, so you can't do much. Staying here is safer, Ruo Shui asked, confused. What are you doing? Yunping continued to sit and draw more. As long as you don't leave the circle, no ghosts or snakes can harm you. If you're bored, eat some seeds and read a Macho Man novel. When we're done, I'll come get you too. Yunping didn't forget to leave some bags of sunflower seeds and magazines for Ruo Shui. She didn't hesitate to sit down and started reading one of the magazines. Then the group continued to enter the ruins. Wait, everyone be careful, Legui shouted. This place is strange. It turned out in front of Legui was a huge red barrier shaped like a five-pointed star. At its center was a pool of blood. It was clear this wasn't anything good. Liang Yu was terrified. What is this? Looking closer, Xiao Yu trembled. In the blood pool at the center of the pattern are countless dry skeletons. Judging by the clothes, Xiao Yu realized the pit was full of people from the North Ice Palace. Legui immediately swung her sword back, pointing it at Yunping defensively. Since you found this place so easily, I've been suspicious of you. What's going on here? Explain yourself. Yunping calmly replied. Little miss, mind your attitude. When you speak to me, I'm not a criminal of your judge palace. Then he offered an analysis. The blood on the ground has dried and the bodies in the pit have rotted. It's clear they've been dead for many years. What more do you want me to explain to prove my innocence? Legui still worried silently. Something's not right. My instinct tells me he must be involved somehow. She said firmly, there's no evidence right now. Our judge palace has always been fair. With that, she lowered her sword, saying to everyone, let's continue on our way. She silently calculated, if I find evidence, I'll personally arrest you and bring you back to the judge palace for investigation. Liang Yu worried, but the path is blocked by a magic formation. Moreover, this formation is very strange. Forget about this useless thing. It's not something you girls can break. Just sit down. We'll use the space-taste transmission pillar. First space, then floor. Liang Yu whispered to Legui, which wealthy family is he from? To have a space transmission pillar capable of transporting so many people at once. Even our North Ice Palace might not have one. Legui replied with a blank expression. The Far East snowplains don't have such families. To avoid being overheard, Yunping and Wu Chuan used brainwaves to communicate. Old rascal, did you kill those people? Why did you kill them? Did they offend you? Yunping replied, I killed them. Who told them to break into the private room to kill the master? Wu Chuan questioned. Break into the private room. Aren't you from the Cloud Sky Academy? Could it be that you like to visit here? No wonder you're so familiar with the way. Yunping flicked Wu Chuan's forehead, laughing. What are you thinking all day? This is my former home. The girl was shocked. Oh my goodness. After the successful transmission, everyone faced a large stone door to an underground palace. Legui asked, behind this door is your destination. Xiao Yu worried. The aura here is terrifying. Yunping cheerfully confirmed. That's right. Let me introduce. Carved on the door is Xiao Ki. Inside is my home. On the left is Xiao Xing. On the right is Hai Gui. The baby didn't forget to add. Don't say it's the same, just say it's unrelated. Wu Chuan muttered, sweating. Yunping touched the two doors, giggling. I'll wake them up to draw a dragon for you. After a while, there was still no response. Wu Chuan then asked, are your two little treasures sleeping like the dead? Yunping worriedly lowered his voice. They're not sleeping. They're not in the secret realm. Wu Chuan concerned. Is everything okay? But if guardian beasts aren't in the secret realm, won't they die? Yunping replied, they would never leave the secret realm, unless they were killed. He frowned and said uneasily, after you finish your business, we'll investigate. I want to see which blind fool dared to break into my house and kill my guardian beasts. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds caught Wu Chuan and Yunping's attention. It turned out the other three were wildly swinging their weapons, striking the two stone doors. Wu Chuan had to ask, what are you doing? Legui answered confidently, we're preparing to break down the door. Don't worry. Then Yunping gently pushed the door open, saying softly, you can just open it directly. The three were immediately silenced. After a moment, they all entered the main hall. In the center was a sparkling glass box. It seemed to be the ice flower bank treasure. Legui exclaimed, inside the glass box was a flower shaped like a marigold, with all its petals made of crystal. It looked incredibly beautiful. It really is the ice flower bank, Captain. This is an unexpected joy. Liang Yu cheered. We've finally fulfilled the palace master's mission. Legui happily replied. Then the three shouted in shock. What are you doing? It turned out Yunping was licking each petal one by one, looking extremely perverted. Smacking his lips, Yunping said, after so many years, it turns out to be peach flavor. Then he turned around and provoked, what, are you looking for this too? The three, sensing trouble, took defensive stances and shouted, this is a lost item of the North Ice Palace. We ask you to return it. Yunping calmly asked, you were sent to find the silver ice flower, but the snow ice bank can easily produce this. Why bother with this complicated mission? Isn't your palace master playing you? Legui angrily said. Don't dare disrespect our palace master. The internal affairs of the North Ice Palace are none of your business. Just return the item to us. Yunping still calmly replied. This flower was given to me years ago by the Snow Ice Bank. Now it's mine. If you don't believe me, take me to see the Snow Ice Bank. Everything will be clarified. Legui snapped. The Snow Ice Bank master has been in seclusion for 100 years. How can we confront them directly? If you really knew that master, how could you not know this? Moreover, you're not an immortal cultivator, and you're so young. How could you have met the master 100 years ago? Lastly, Legui shouted, I think you're trying to fool me. She pointed her sword at Yunping. We can't argue anymore. Let's settle this with a duel to decide who it belongs to. Yunping sighed. This little girl is something, betting with my own possession. Either way, I'm at a disadvantage. As he spoke, he put the flower back in its place. Then he continued to bargain. Fine, let's encourage your bravery like this. If you can do anything to me within 3 moves, this will be yours. How about that? Wuchuan had already retreated far away at some point. Legui, without hesitation, lunged forward, saying, Keep your word. She leaped into the air and slashed downward. Yunping gently dodged, saying, That's one move. Too slow. In one motion, Legui slashed horizontally. Yunping continued to lean back, dodging the second move. He sprang back up, surprising Legui. You have one last chance. Legui spun her sword and thrust it at Yunping, but Yunping simply raised 2 fingers to block her sword. That was the third move. Yunping said gently, It's over. I can't give you the silver ice flower. With that, he used his 2 fingers to break the sword blade into pieces. Your cultivation is not bad, but to me, it's still too childish. Legui could only stare blankly and exclaim, My sword. Seeing this, Liang Yu and Xiao Yu shouted in unison, Captain, then rushed up to assist. Captain, are you all right? Are you hurt? Legui said sadly, I've lost. Yunping took out a scroll from his clothes, tossing it to Legui. This is for you. When I came in, I wanted to show my disciple the mechanisms ahead. We didn't need to use this scroll. Unlike the one that brought you here, this can take you directly outside. He explained further, Don't you still want to find the silver ice flower? Legui, seeing that the person she just attacked was even helping her, couldn't help but lower her head in shame. She said resolutely, After we return to the palace, we will report your situation to the palace master. Yunping smiled and said, I know. Now go quickly. The 3 immediately turned to leave. Legui said decisively, We'll face the consequences. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's find the silver ice flower first, then return to the palace. Ignoring Liang Yu's protests, Captain, we should now. Wuchuan hurriedly ran to hold Yunping's arm, asking, You said that silver ice flower has peach-flavored nectar. Is it tasty? Can I try it? Even just a little lick would be fine. Yunping laughed and said, Why do you want to eat everything? This is for your 2 senior brothers. Yunping put his arm around Wuchuan's waist and continued, If you want to try it, wait until we get back. The 2 happily left. Let's go. We can pick up your senior and junior sisters now. After a while, the 2 returned to where Roche was. Roche, we're back, Wuchuan called out cheerfully. Wuchuan worried. Senior sister Yaner. Yunping picked up the little girl. Let me take care of Yaner. Roche also didn't forget to ask. I saw the 3 people leave earlier. What happened? Yunping briefly explained. It's nothing. We found what we needed quite quickly. They finished their escort duty and left immediately. Seeing what Yunping was about to do, Wuchuan panicked. Wait, hold on. Why are you still planning to put senior sister in the storage ring? That's not a place for living beings. Yunping explained. Mine is different. Yaner isn't as stable now as when we first set out. You can think of her as being in hibernation right now. Putting her in the storage ring is safer. It's also more convenient for us to work. Wuchuan sarcastically said, A rooster raising chicks indeed can't be trusted. Ruche nodded in agreement. Half a day later, the 3 continued to travel on the backs of 3 chickens. Wuchuan asked, Where are we going next? Yunping calmly replied, Taking you 2 to a place with lots of girls. The chicken excitedly crowed. All right, sweet-smelling beauties. Hold on tight. The destination of the master and disciples was a magnificent and beautiful palace. North Ice Palace. Yunping looked at his 2 disciples and asked, Hey, why are you making those faces? North Ice Palace, the place you've been longing for. Crow away. At this moment, the 2 disciples looked exhausted. Wuchuan complained, Can you stop leading the way from now on? Why can't we just follow the flying chicken's directions? You turned a half-day journey into a 3-day roundabout trip. Heavy snow and strong winds. Look at the state we're in. Rushui chimed in. The confidence of a fool is truly terrifying. If I'd known, I would have stayed in the storage ring with 5th senior sister. Hearing this, Yunping still had the nerve to joke. Aya, didn't your master just want to give you a chance to experience the snowy landscape a bit? Wu Chuan sarcastically snapped. Thank you so much. After walking a few steps, Wu Chuan asked, didn't you say there were many girls here? Yunping stroked his chin and replied, don't rush, we're almost there. Then, a knocking sound came from the city gate. A woman's voice rang out. Ah, is that you, brother? Yunping also knocked back. Little sister, it's me. Wu Chuan and Rushui stood beside him, judging. Rushui asked, is he always like this? Wu Chuan replied with a snort. Ha ha, you'll get used to it. After a moment, the city gate opened. Rolling hills came into view. A group of stunningly beautiful women greeted them in unison. The woman at the front had thick hair and wore a red outfit. She rushed towards Yunping, happily exclaiming, my dear brother, I've missed you so much. Yunping also embraced her. Aya, my little sisters are going to crush me to death. Seeing this lovey-dovey scene, Wu Chuan angrily stomped her feet. Hey, what are you doing? No matter how close you are, you can't just hug and kiss as soon as you meet. Rushay had to hold the girl back. Sixth senior sister, calm down. You said it yourself. We should get used to it. After the warm greeting, the woman finally turned to look at the two unfamiliar girls. Then, she disappeared from Yunping's arms. In a flash, she had rushed between the two girls, nuzzling them affectionately. Beautiful little sisters, come and cuddle with your big sister. Ruoshui silently exchanged glances with Wu Chuan. What should we do now? I don't know. A hand suddenly appeared on Wu Chuan's waist. Come on, come play with your big sister in the palace. This group of people quickly swarmed around Wu Chuan and Ruo Shui, happily welcoming them. This is great. We finally have new little sisters. Our North Water Palace hasn't had any female guests in a long time. Everyone left Yunping skulking behind, who sighed wistfully. This is the loneliness of being powerful. A moment later, Ruo Shui and Wu Chuan were immersed in pleasure. The two girls moaned. It feels so good. My body feels light as a feather. At this time, they were massaging each other in a spacious bathroom. Steam rose in a haze. Wu Chuan mused, Ruo Shui, I feel like I've forgotten something. Ruo Shui, lying beside her, said relaxedly, it must not be anything important. At this moment, their teacher's voice rang out, reluctantly reminding from the sidelines, you forgot to be jealous. On a nearby long chair, a long-haired woman was swirling a glass of wine. After the bath, Big Sister will take you too for a delicious meal. The two girls responded with sparkling eyes. Then, they feasted with their big sister, their faces beaming as if they'd never eaten so well before. It's so delicious. I've never had such good food. Wu Chuan thought to herself, Ruo Shui is right. If you can't remember, don't think about it anymore. Eating is more important. The long-haired woman smiled and said, eat slowly, don't choke. Have whatever you like. By nightfall, the beauties cuddled together and went to sleep. Ruo Shui even sleep-talked. Delicious. One more plate, please. Snore. The long-haired woman saw this and chuckled. I really know how to take care of others. At this moment, in the Judgment Palace, a voice rang out. I've made arrangements for your two disciples. Now can you tell me, what special business brings you to the North Ice Palace? The speaker was a woman in red, seemingly the mistress of this place. Yunping, hands behind his back, replied, I have some matters for which I need the help of that Yin Hongshe Bing girl, but even extending my divine sense, I can't sense her presence anywhere. The woman clicked her tongue, removing a half-eaten lollipop to say, who? Lady Yin Hongshe Bing has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Yunping asked in surprise, what's the story? The woman stood on her tiptoes, jumped to the ground and said, well, it goes back to when I took over. That year, I passed the position of princess to my disciple Yang Xingui. Lady Yin Hongshe Bing had already left. She looked into the distance, recounting, someone took the opportunity to poison Yang Xingui's child. To save her child, Yang Xingui suffered a qi deviation and left this world. The lady rushed back, but couldn't resurrect Yang Xingui. At this point, her voice became a bit melancholic. Seeing this, Yunping stepped forward to pat her shoulder comfortingly. She continued, moreover, the lady was severely injured at that time, not in her right state. Afterwards, she announced her seclusion, confining herself in the Ice Palace. Too much trouble. I didn't have the heart to continue managing affairs, so I tacitly allowed Yang Xingui's husband, Fan Dongyin, to take over as palace master. For hundreds of years now, many issues couldn't be resolved thoroughly. The lady also refuses to see us. Yunping pondered for a moment, then suggested, perhaps I could try. Moreover, what you've said might be related to some information I've obtained. Start telling me about it. Do you know that the 7 dream trees, Lanyu and Tianbing, are all being hunted? The deep abyss ice has also been released by someone unknown. The woman was startled. What? Yunping stood close to the railing, the wind making his hair flutter. He continued, these events happening one after another, someone must be targeting the 21 supreme wisdoms. The woman then grabbed Yunping's hand. Originally, We didn't want to trouble you with North Ice Palace matters, but now it seems this isn't a trivial issue. Perhaps someone can give you some clues." Then she whispered into Yunping's ear, "This person's name is." Yunping nodded. I remember." After that, she took out an ice token from her body, instructing, "After you leave, the lady might agree to meet. Take this ice-cold token. With it, even the guards won't dare to stop you." Yunping found it strange. "Isn't this supposed to be with your palace master? Why do you have it?" She stuck out her tongue. "I'll explain later." After an unknown amount of time, Wuchuan suddenly opened a stone door. In the middle of the dark room, there was an ice coffin floating, extremely dim. She approached step by step, her mind unable to focus. Then she looked inside the coffin, immediately panicked, unable to scream. Inside the coffin was a white-haired girl, submerged in ice water. She possessed an otherworldly beauty. Looking closely, Wuchuan was shocked to see that the girl's face was her own. Suddenly, the girl submerged in water opened her eyes, looking up at Wuchuan. From inside the coffin, countless red tentacles shot out. Wuchuan only managed to cry out in panic. What's happening? The tentacles had already wrapped tightly around her, constricting her limbs so she couldn't move. Then, these tentacles lifted her up, bringing her closer to the girl lying in the coffin. Wuchuan cried uncontrollably. A voice called out from afar, "Sixth senior sister, little Wuchuan." Wuchuan finally woke up, drenched in sweat. Ru Shui was standing beside her, worried. "Sixth senior sister, you're finally awake." Yunping also added, "I just returned and heard screaming. What kind of dream scared you so badly?" Wuchuan recounted, one hand on her chest in fear. "I dreamt of a woman who looked exactly like me, lying in a bloody ice coffin. There was something like blood vessels wrapping around me, pulling me down. I couldn't break free." Yunping patted her head to comfort her. It's okay, don't worry. Dreams and reality are opposites." Wuchuan's face, still full of fear, insisted. "But that scene was too real. It didn't feel like a dream at all." Yunping patted Wuchuan's shoulder, comforting her. "Sometimes dreams can be like that. There can't be another person like you in this world, right?" Wuchuan gradually calmed down, reassuring herself. "You're right. There can't be anyone else like me in this world." After that, she lay down to sleep again. When Yunping finished tucking Wuchuan in, he said to Ruo Shui, "Since it's a full moon tonight, I'll teach little seventh the quiet moon technique. You can sleep peacefully. We'll be right outside the door." Wuchuan pulled the blanket over her face, nodding in agreement, her cheeks flushed. Ru Shui, still worried, suggested, "Master, sixth senior sister is emotionally unstable right now. She needs someone with her. I've basically memorized the technique you taught. I'll practice the rest on my own." Yunping, seeing Ruo Shui's concern for Wuchuan, happily agreed. "All right then, if you have any questions, ask me tomorrow." Wuchuan, touched by this, began to cry. "Boo-hoo-hoo, thank you, sister." Ru Shui just stuck out her tongue playfully. "Don't mention it. If I were capable enough, I'd go study myself." Then Yunping quickly took off his outer robes, gently lay down next to Wuchuan, and said with a smile, "All right, with me here, no demons or spirits will dare come. Go to sleep." Half an hour later, all three were still unable to sleep. Wuchuan tossed and turned. "I can't sleep. That strange feeling is still in my head. How about we play a game, truth or dare?" Yunping considered and said, "Let's skip the dare. It's the middle of the night. Let's not torture ourselves mentally. Let's just play truth." Wuchuan happily turned on her side. "Okay, then I'll ask you first." Yunping quickly answered, 24, 3 hours. It turned out he had predicted Wuchuan's question. Wuchuan was surprised, as she hadn't even asked her question yet. So she got angry and covered herself, then used her pillow to hit Yunping. "You rascal, you blabbermouth. I'll punish you in the name of the moon." Seizing the opportunity, Yunping grabbed Wuchuan's waist, pinning her down. "All right, it's my turn to ask." Yunping asked, "You're a time traveler, aren't you?" The girl blushed and looked away, shyly answering, "I guess so. It's just that before, my name was Ye Wuchuan. After coming to this world, my name is still Ye Wuchuan." Yunping, hearing her answer, happily lay back in his original spot. "Oh, so that's how it is." Wuchuan asked again, "You said before that you were the literary emperor, right? Is that true? You're not lying to me." Yunping simply replied, "I'd be a dog if I lied." Wuchuan lay on Yunping's chest, shyly asking further, "So in your life as the literary emperor, did you have many beautiful confidantes?" Yunping began to ponder and then answered, There were many, but I truly loved only one." Wuchuan looked puzzled. "Truly loved?" Then she said softly with a hint of sadness, "Oh, I see." After that, she turned away. "I'm sleepy now. Thank you for staying with me today. Let's stop playing." Yunping sighed. "Who's leaving?" "Go to sleep, child." Yunping lay down and began to analyze what had happened. Little Wuchuan isn't a mid-journey soul transmigrator. There's no trace of her soul in this body. Why did I dream about her? Looks like I should pay her a visit. Who knows how much time had passed? The moon shone brightly. Yunping opened his eyes. He was floating in front of a grave. The tombstone didn't show whose name shame it was. It had been a long time since he'd been here. He approached the tombstone, then directly passed through the grave, entering a strange barrier. This place was covered in water, with countless lotus flowers on the surface. The entrance to the barrier was a red wooden gate. Yunping assessed that everything seemed normal. He pondered even more. Am I overthinking this? Is little Wuchuan unrelated to her? Or should I take some time to visit little He and inquire about recent events before setting out to investigate the palace master of North Ice Palace? The scene changes to a magnificent ice castle. This must be an important location in the North Ice Palace. Yunping was being guided by a red-haired girl. She introduced, "My lord, we've arrived at Snow Shadow Palace." Luogi came out from inside, surprised to see. "Why are you here?" Yunping waved enthusiastically. "Hi! Have you finished your mission to find the silver frost flower?" The red-haired girl looked confused, quickly asking, "Vice Captain, do you also know our lord's sworn brother?" Luogui asked back, "Your Lord Fang Qingju's sworn brother." Yunping simply replied, "Nah." The other girl was then full of questions. Then, that girl quickly made a request. "Since you two know each other, could you trouble the vice captain to take him to meet the palace master?" Luogui asked again in surprise to confirm, "Meet the palace master." She immediately refused. "The palace master is currently in seclusion. To meet him, you'll have to wait and come back in 7 days. Yunping wasn't upset at all. "Is that so? All right then." He turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "In that case, I'll trouble the vice captain to guide me then." He thought to himself, this palace master really has impeccable timing for everything. Luogi was a bit curious. What kind of background does this person have? Recalling earlier, Luogi had an audience with the palace master, proactively reporting on the palace master's mission. The 5 silver frost flowers were complete. The palace master wore a blue robe with platinum white hair and handsome features. He looked just over 30. He praised, "Excellent. With these 5 silver frost flowers, we can avenge your mother." Hearing this, Luogui happily obeyed, secretly rejoicing. "Mother, this day has finally come. Stand up, child." The palace master helped her up. "Remember, it will be forged in 7 days. Come and get it for your father then." Luogi obeyed, then added, "Oh, father, Luogi has one more thing to report. A few days ago, when we were at the edge of Snow Mountain looking for the silver frost flower, we encountered a strange person." Then she recounted the story of Yunping's trio. After listening, the palace master's face showed some discomfort, dark clouds gathering. "Oh, regarding this matter, I will send someone to investigate." Then he ordered, "In the next few days, announce to everyone that I'll be in seclusion for 7 days and won't see anyone." Hearing this, Luogui sensed that something was not right. At the present moment in Snow Shadow Palace, the palace master's guard just reported, "Those 3 have left the palace." The palace master was leisurely feeding fish. With a smile he asked, "Has Bao Yuan sent people to follow them?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, they have." He looked at the fish. Small red clouds appeared on the bodies of the fish. He just grinned. "Very good. Now back to the trio." They were now riding chickens and flying away. Wuchuan complained, "We've only rested for a day. Where are you taking us now? I feel like I've gotten so thin lately." Yunping smiled. "Don't worry, it must be your imagination. This time I'm taking you to meet an old friend." Then Yunping said half jokingly, "I kindly remind you two to sit tight." Wuchuan curiously asked, "Huh, why?" Yunping answered, "Yesterday I expanded my divine sense and discovered that North Ice Palace hid some small but excellent things. Nothing happened. Maybe we're about to catch up." Then a loud boom sounded, causing the 3 chickens to fly in disarray. After an unknown period, the trio fell onto a snowy land. Wuchuan woke up, his whole body aching incessantly, coughing continuously without stopping. She silently assessed, "Is this the reincarnation of the Hongmen water ancestor? Even that old bastard's barrier could be blown up." After stabilizing, Wuchuan quickly stood up and looked around. Seeing Roshui still lying unconscious, she called out loudly, "Sister Roshui, are you okay?" The 2 chickens and 1 person just woke up and started vomiting profusely. Wuchuan panicked. "Why is everyone throwing up?" Roshui wiped her mouth and asked, "Even the flying chickens got sick. How come you're fine?" Wuchuan proudly patted her chest and laughed. "Haha, it's good to be used to it. No big deal. Where's that old bastard?" She ran around looking everywhere. "You old scoundrel, you old bastard, where are you?" While the 2 were catching their breath, from a nearby snow pile, a mound of snow was rising. It turned out to be Yunping and his chicken breaking through the snow, both their faces showing satisfaction. "This snow is great." Suddenly, a group of people appeared. A man's voice rang out mockingly, "Hello, hello." No one died at all. A group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared. The leader was a man with a mechanical arm, black hair, wearing a cloak. The other two were a young man with blonde hair dressed elegantly, and a woman wearing a sexy purple evening gown. The blonde young man said, "Oh, my dear Edward is washing." The sexy woman said, "Eso, how can you say men aren't allowed?" The blonde young man hugged the black-haired man affectionately and said, "Oh, ho, ho, then I'm really sorry. I meant no offense, my dear Edward. You won't be angry with us, will you?" The sexy girl, holding a watermelon, assessed the other two. "You two are very affectionate today, aren't you?" Ruo Shui and Wu Chuan had already hidden behind Yun Ping. Wu Chuan asked quietly, "You old scoundrel, is this the interesting little thing you mentioned?" Yun Ping was also at a loss. "I didn't expect such a stupid combination either." In a flash, the blonde young man's figure had shifted. The next second, a hand lifted Yun Ping's chin. It was the blonde young man. He asked in a threatening tone, "You know us." He then said flirtatiously, "Well, let's show our cards then. We are the three-person group representing love and peace, the Flower Warriors." As he spoke, all three of them started gesturing wildly, striking a magnificent Yokon pose like a Japanese superhero team. "Tremble, you little brats." Frowning, Yun Ping shouted, "Eliminate them quickly." Then he took out a bazooka and fired a shot at the three of them. A large explosion occurred, smoke and dust everywhere. This seemed to excite the three weirdos even more. The blonde guy continued, "It seems our fans on the road can't hold back anymore. So passionate." In that case, he somehow produced a microphone out of nowhere, his face becoming excited. "First, let's warmly welcome the dream girl of the Void Peak, expert in using blood to create illusions, the sweet-blooded beauty. Try it and you'll know." With this introduction, the sexy girl rushed out, posing and twisting, not forgetting to praise herself. "I'm the most beautiful," the blonde guy continued. "Next is Brother Du Shengqi, demanding speed, Edward." This Edward guy seemed cold and quiet, simply putting his hands in his pockets to pose, urging the other guy to hurry up. Wu Chuan commented briefly, "Really?" Finally, the blonde guy closed his eyes and raised his hand to stroke his hair, starting to fire off rapidly. "Lastly, I solemnly introduce the Void Peak expert, representing love and peace, adhering to gentlemanly principles, the Lost Prince." As he spoke, he twisted and posed, looking utterly nauseating. "The world's best person is this prince." Then he winked and blew kisses. The three disciples looked uncomfortable after watching this Yonko performance, feeling only nauseous. Seeing this, the blonde guy became angry. "You dare insult this prince's beauty." Then he pulled out a bow and shot a pink heart-shaped arrow. "This prince must make you suffer the punishment of love." The arrow looked ridiculous, yet its speed was terrifying. Luckily, Yun Ping managed to pull his two disciples down, dodging this attack. Yun Ping quickly asked, "So disgusting, I forgot to put up a barrier. Are you two all right?" Ruche replied, a bit shaken, but no major issues. Wu Chuan closed her eyes in fear, clutching Yun Ping's sleeve. The female teacher sobbed, "They're too strong. Later when we fight, I'll only be a burden to you. Why don't you put us in the ring?" she begged. Ru Shui just hugged her arm, self-assessing. "I can't fight right now either. If only we could recover quickly." Seeing this situation, Yun Ping cheerfully said, "You want to recover quickly. That's simple. Your teacher has a great treasure, you know. While replenishing energy for you two to recover quickly, it'll temporarily boost your cultivation." As he spoke, Yun Ping held his two disciples' hands. "However, this temporary dangerous action can only be done by me, your teacher. It's rare to have such good training abilities. A temporary experience. Take this chance for you two to feel what it's like to fight strong opponents." As he spoke, Yun Ping transferred celestial energy to his two disciples. In an instant, Rushui advanced from Qi gathering stage straight to void stage. Wu Chuan went from spirit platform stage directly to void stage. Feeling that everything was successful, Yun Ping said happily, "The opponents clearly came prepared. Be careful. Remember, the energy only lasts until midnight. Strike fast and win quickly." His two disciples replied in unison, "Understood." The energy of both had now reached its peak. Hearing all three speak clearly and loudly, the other three felt contemptuous. Dream Woman sneered, "Hey, why don't we give you a few more hours? Finish your discussion, then we'll fight." The Lost Prince pointed irritably and said, "Reactionary scum. We really came at such an inconvenient time." Yun Ping glared, whistled at the three, then stepped forward, leaving only the instruction, "Gather at midnight." In a flash, he appeared in front of the blonde guy, hand raised in a fighting stance, shouting, "You little blondie, for hitting my disciple, here's a punch in return." A devastating punch landed on his face. Taking the hit, he flew far away. Yun Ping coldly said, "Too weak. I'll leave you for my disciples to practice on." Next, Yun Ping struck the ice layer beneath his feet. Thunder and lightning erupted. The ice layer shattered. Cracks spread in all directions, the force unrelenting. The black-haired guy shouted, "Dream Woman, quickly stop him." Around Yunping, a blue barrier gradually formed, created from countless cracks in the ice. With his fist as the center, its power was immeasurable. Dream Woman broke into a sweat, cursing, "Damn it, this damn reactionary ham." The intelligence was accurate. This formation shouldn't be possible for someone at the void stage to create, right? I can't even do it. In an instant, that formation had enveloped everyone at the scene. Its pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down. That very formation divided the battlefield into two. One side was a 2-on-1 battle, Yunping's two disciples against the blonde guy. The other side was 1-on-2, with Yunping alone fighting the black-haired guy and that sexy woman. Yunping didn't feel any pressure at all, calmly gathering his energy. "It's been a while since I've played with little friends at the Saint stage. I'm quite itchy for it. Let me play with you slowly." The black-haired guy assessed Yunping's strength, visibly worried. "His power might not be below mine. You wait for the right moment before striking." Dream Woman hid behind, waiting for the opportunity to act. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-haired guy extended his mechanical arm forward. Energy gathered, seemingly preparing for a barrage. His eyes also turned completely black. With red in his eyes, he shouted, "Come on!" Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy bullets shot out at an unimaginable speed. Their power was undeniable. However, when these bullets approached Yunping's body, they just popped weakly, like duds, because around him now was a pale blue protective layer, incredibly sturdy. Then, Yunping spoke softly, "Come and hunt this." He then pulled out a Gatling gun to respond to the previous barrage. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, 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 boom. Both sides exchanged blows evenly. The black-haired guy was terrified. Where did he get this kind of weapon? After a few seconds of spiritual energy depletion, the Gatling gun's bullets penetrated the other guy's barrage, blasting him into a nearby ice wall. Lowering his gun, Yunping looked around. Seeing cracks on the protective wall, he remarked, "That attack could have shattered my barrier. Not bad weaponry." Suddenly, a whistling sound startled Yunping. Then, a burst of artillery fire struck him. It seemed this barrage hit his body directly, not giving him time to activate his protective layer. Yunping only managed to mutter, "Quick reaction indeed." It turned out this barrage came from the opposite shore, relentless and unending. That black-haired guy was now channeling all his spiritual energy into his mechanical arm, firing barrages continuously. He thought to himself, what background does this guy have? Not only does he make reactionary ham wary, but he also has such powerful mechanical weapons. After running out of ammo, he lowered his weapon, silently, regretting, but he could only make it this far. He closed his eyes, coolly stating, "Mission complete." Then he turned his back, leaving an explosion behind. He said wistfully, "It's a pity. I was quite interested in him." Smoke and dust filled the air. Suddenly, the black-haired guy had an uneasy feeling. A figure stepped out from the smoke. Kids fighting don't know how to strike decisively. Real men never look back when playing games. Yunping was still alive, completely unharmed. He arrogantly declared, "If you hadn't met someone as kind-hearted as me, someone like you would surely have suffered losses." As he finished speaking, Yunping's shadow blurred and vanished. Seeing this, the other guy jumped in fright. So fast. Then Yunping appeared behind the other guy, saying softly, "Over here." By the way, he launched a full-force kick. "Your physique seems decent. Try to endure it. Don't disappoint me." This powerful kick hit the other guy's spine directly, likely causing more harm than good. With just one kick, the black-haired guy flew back to the opposite shore. Yunping silently calculated, "These three don't seem like bad people. They're even too naive. With such power, why would they risk their lives for others?" He focused his energy. A lightning bolt flickered. Then he waved his hand. This lightning bolt began to spread. Could it be that we've just arrived and already blocked someone's path? Could it be? This lightning bolt aimed straight at where the black-haired guy had just landed. Countless explosions rang out. Finally, a large explosion illuminated an area. Yunping gently landed on a barrier that appeared under his feet. "Young friend, I'm coming." Using that as a springboard, he leapt forward. At this moment, the lightning bolt was still attacking relentlessly. The black-haired guy was nearing his limit. Such abundant spiritual energy, directly using a person to manifest attacks. After the assault, he lay motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain. Yunping had landed beside him at some point. He pulled out a cigar from his person, took a puff, then politely asked, "How many minutes do you need to rest?" From the other guy's body, a red electric current appeared. He slowly stood up, growling, You're very strong. I like that. After recovering, he shot up into the sky. Can you tell me your last words? Veins were popping on his forehead. Where did you get your weapons from? Hearing this, Yunping laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Then he turned around, licking his lips with excitement. You're quite interesting too. After all these years. As he spoke, the black-haired guy was gathering strength. It turned out his gloved arm was also mechanical. You're the only one who's made me use this move. As he said this, red lightning spread around him. His limbs also began to glow. Take this, he shouted loudly. His limbs had transformed into 4 mini-nuclear warheads and launched. Words were slow, but the missiles were fast. In the blink of an eye, they approached Yunping. Whoa! Yunping used his footwork to glide away, dodging all 4 warheads. There was an explosion at the scene. However, it wasn't from the 4 warheads colliding and exploding. It was just the sound of engines changing direction. The guy explained, my limb cannons can separate. They're precisely controlled by my brain. At this moment, Yunping was running for his life, but his face remained calm. The other guy was smug, thinking victory was in his grasp. You can't escape. Indeed, one warhead had cut off Yunping's path. Bang! A huge explosion occurred. A mushroom cloud rose up. From afar, Meng Nu complained, Aidehua, that blockhead is so boring. Using such a vicious attack, I didn't even get a chance to make my entrance. How annoying. Wait, something's not right. Meng Nu suddenly sensed something was off and shouted, Aidehua, run quickly. The black-haired guy Aidehua had just realized it too, when a blue lightning bolt flashed, piercing through his body. Here, a voice sounded behind him. This is the real ending. It was Yunping. He channeled his power and thrust his hand forward. This force struck Aidehua's spine directly. He collapsed to the ground. Let me teach you one more thing. Besides chopping, you must remember to destroy the soul. Yunping landed gently, reaching his hand towards Aidehua's head. Suddenly, a pale pink energy stream swirled in front of Yunping. This energy stream was persistent and unbreakable. The space around Yunping also suddenly darkened a bit. A barrier formed behind him. Meng Nu had unleashed her magical power. That energy stream was her ability. Blood. Obey me, you bastard. She had cut her hand. Blood flowed profusely from her palm. That purple energy stream spread everywhere. Turn around, she commanded. Yunping dazedly turned around. Use the move you just used to injure Aidehua. Aim at yourself. Her voice continued to ring out. Yunping's face remained dazed. He gathered his strength and thrust his palm towards his dantian. Yunping's palm, without hesitation, struck directly at his own dantian. No, I can't die. Yunping's weak voice sounded. His hand stopped an inch from his dantian. His body froze, his voice still whispering, I still have an unfulfilled wish. What wish? She asked, secretly worried. His cultivation level might be at the peak of sainthood. My blood magic can't completely control someone a level above me. Let's hear what he wants to do and then stabilize him. Hearing the question, Yunping's tears flowed freely. He sincerely said, I still don't have a girlfriend. I've never had one. Meng Nu was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Veins popping on her face, she angrily thought, ugh, why is this guy so troublesome? She silently pondered. Fine, I'll grant his wish. Only then can I completely control him. She reached out her hand towards Yunping's head, intending to read his thoughts. Let me see what kind of girlfriend you want. Meng Nu broke into a cold sweat. The next second, she felt as if her body was being split in two. What on earth is this? Yunping had grabbed her hand, his face completely alert. Not at all like someone under a spell, he asked, is it not okay? Then, in his left eye, a blue pattern appeared, extremely strange. Both of Meng Nu's eyes instantly displayed the same pattern. The spell was successful. Her face gradually became dazed, speaking lifelessly. Okay. Yunping gently sat on a luxurious chair, holding a rat and whip and smirking. Then let's begin, cat tail. Cat ears. Meng Nu had now transformed into an obedient kitten, her face flushed, acting adorable, smiling and saying, Yes, master. Yunping, displeased, waved his hand. Tsk, not good. Indeed, Xiao Wuchuan's cat ears are still the best. With that, he lashed the rattan whip at Meng Nu's legs, shouting, All right, stop jumping. He looked down at her, laughing heartily. Come here. How was my acting just now when I was controlled? Meng Nu crawled on the ground, her tone fawning. It was divine, perfect in every way, shocking and awe-inspiring, irresistible. Others couldn't bear it. It was magnificent. Yunping, hearing such excessive flattery, was scared to death, immediately ordered, Stop. Nonsense. Who taught you these idioms? Then getting to the point, Yunping asked, So tell me, why did Pan Donghan send you to kill us? We've only been here a few days. We haven't even touched him yet. Meng Nu hugged Yunping's legs, cooing. My lord, it's because he said your existence hinders that great person's plans. Yunping was surprised. Who is this great person? What plan are you talking about? At this point, Meng Nu's face suddenly darkened and showed fear. She trembled. I don't know. Part of our memories seems to have been erased. We only follow orders. Yunping lifted her chin, continuing to question. So tell me, what were the contents of the orders? She answered. Help Pan Donghan kill some extreme will. Monitor Pan Donghan. If he shows any signs of betrayal, eliminate him completely. Yunping worried. Kill some extreme will. Who exactly? He thought to himself, could Yin Hangshe-bing's seclusion be related to this? No, seclusion can be confirmed, but killing 21 extreme wills. What makes Pan Donghan so confident? Who's behind him? Changing to an easier question, Yunping said, when did you arrive at North Ice Palace? She continued to answer obediently. 3 years ago, after the previous palace master died. 3 years ago, North Ice Palace was in chaos. It was also when Yin Hangshe-bing was injured and returned to the palace. When Pan Donghan couldn't break through his seclusion, he went to see Yin Hangshe-bing for confirmation. What role did Xiao Juzi tell me to play in all this? He analyzed to himself, then continued asking, so do you know why Pan Donghan has recently gone into seclusion again? She bowed her head dejectedly. I don't know. Yunping walked away, bored. There's no point in asking any more questions. Then, he left angrily, his face full of murderous intent. I'll investigate myself. Who exactly is playing games right under my nose? Within an hour, Ida Hua had broken through the dream realm created by Yunping, rescuing Meng Nu. Yunping also laughed. Your recovery speed is very fast. Your superiors have indeed given you many life-saving treasures. He mocked. It seems I've been in seclusion for too long and didn't know when such powerful figures appeared in this world, competing for my position. Ida Hua was indeed a true hero, directly saying, Sir, after our battle, my brain has carefully calculated and sensed. Your strength is at least above the level of that great lord. The strong are respected, and I admire the powerful. Someone as strong as you must surely be a good person. We only ask for a peaceful death for the three of us. Yunping's face darkened as he replied, that sixth sense you speak of is quite complicated. Moreover, not all strong people are good. You should change your mindset. I'm not interested in you, but I am interested in those above you. Since your brain is so sharp, you understand my meaning, right? He said with a nod. Ida Hua immediately understood. I understand, sir. If there's any news, I'll certainly report it to you. Seeing this, Yunping tossed him a small silver ring. You're sensible. Take it. Inside are restoration pills and tribulation crossing pills. Divide them among yourselves. Receiving the treasure, Ida Hua joyfully thanked him. Thank you, sir. What about Milei over there? Yunping closed his eyes and left. My supervision is enough for them to continue fighting. Seeing Yunping leave, Dream Girl finally dared to speak. What kind of background does this lord have? Could he be a hidden immortal? Ida Hua, sweating in fear, whispered, I'm afraid it's more than that. Towards the end of the fight, my brain's precise calculations told me to run quickly. Otherwise, we'd face grave danger. Dream Girl now became frightened. Oh, you mean? A lightning bolt flashed across. Ida Hua raised one finger as a sign that he dared not speak further. On another battlefield, Wu Chuan and Ruo Shui lay collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. A foot crushed Wu Chuan's bow. This magical weapon of yours isn't bad, yet it didn't break. This prince's way of treating ladies, how do you two find it? A muscular man with a bald head stood there, showing off his might. Seeing her bow being trampled, Wu Chuan reached out, moaning, my bow. Going back an hour earlier, at the start of the battle of 1 against 2, Milei, the blonde guy, was laughing. Oh, are these the legendary 3 spring onions? He wiped his cheek and said confidently, I've only heard people talk about it before. Didn't expect it to happen to this prince. 3 spring onions, my ass. Ruo Shui angrily threw a punch. Watch your mouth for this old lady, you damn pervert. This punch somehow hit nothing but air. Milei had dodged it. Allo, why are you so angry? Milei calmly kept his hat on, indifferent to Ruo Shui's attack. 3 spring onions are just having fun with 2 ladies. As he spoke, he imagined his 2 teammates dancing with him in pure white ballet dresses. His body also performed it, looking utterly disgusting. Dance, virgin boys. Wu Chuan shouted, if you don't understand the words, don't use them recklessly. As she spoke, Wu Chuan gathered celestial energy into her bow. The bow's tip began to glow. Milei, who was dancing, immediately did a split to dodge that arrow. The arrow flew for a distance before exploding with terrifying power. Milei just laughed. Hey, this prince can do splits too. Didn't expect that, did you? You get the hell away from this old lady. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ruoshui charged forward, ready to deliver a fatal kick to this pervert. Hey, this prince still has one more move. His eyes flashed. Then, Milei curled up his body with unbelievable flexibility, dodging a fatal strike from Ruoshui. How about that? My flexibility is good, right? As he spoke, his body rolled around, avoiding 2 more arrows from Wu Chuan. These 2 arrows were meant to drive him towards Ruoshui. He still laughed cheerfully. Aha, trapped now. The 2 ladies worked together quite smoothly. Damn it, try dodging this. Ruoshui bent her thigh. Then, she leaped up and pounced on Milei. Take this from this old lady. Mount Tai pressing down. He still managed to dodge. Ruoshui could only sigh inwardly. Too fast. His void-level speed is too powerful. Seeing this, Wu Chuan shouted, Ruoshui, be careful. Her hand didn't forget to draw an arrow. Ruoshui turned back, gritting her teeth. Yeah, let's risk it. Though knowing direct attacks were futile, Ruoshui still gathered strength in her fist, preparing to face Milei one-on-one. As the 2 fists met, a muffled sound rang out. Wu Chuan's arrow also arrived just in time, but it was slightly off, hitting Milei's hat, revealing his bald head. The hat was shot off quite a distance. Then it fell to the ground with a thud. The wig was also pinned with the hat. Ruoshui gaped at the sight of his bald head. Wu Chuan, on the other hand, innocently said, This wig is quite good. We could get one for senior brother. Milei's face darkened at this moment, growling, You. He started removing the pins from his bald head one by one, muttering curses. You 2 bitches. Daring to expose this prince's secret, he shouted, his muscles also bulging up. Seeing this strange sight, Ruoshui worried, what's wrong with this guy? As the dust settled, a man with rippling muscles appeared beneath the bald head. Clearly, this was the same skinny blonde Milei from earlier. He was now going berserk, shouting angrily, This prince will kill you all. Stomping his foot, his entire body flickered with a blue chill. Ruoshui stood in front of Wu Chuan, saying decisively, Senior sister, leave the close combat to me. Wu Chuan agreed. All right, be careful. I'll provide range support. Milei just snorted. His whole body burst with power. A moment later, he charged forward, roaring, Die, you one-armed rat. The 2 also quickly accelerated forward. Ruoshui shouted, Go to hell. This old lady's name is Zhang Ruoshui. 2 fists, one blue and one yellow, were about to collide. Neither yielding, both fists struck the other's face. However, Milei was a beat faster. While Ruoshui was still off balance, he had already circled behind her, preparing to launch another kick. Ruoshui thought to herself, This is bad. Suddenly, he was thrown back, hit by several arrows in succession. It turned out Wu Chuan had provided timely support. Ruoshui exclaimed joyfully, Senior sister. Milei stumbled to his feet, snorting angrily. It seems these 2 ladies are quite serious. Throwing away all the arrows, he smiled maliciously. Then this prince must follow the gentlemanly way and have some real fun with you 2. Wu Chuan was frightened. He took several arrows and isn't even hurt. She panicked. You're all right. In a flash, he had closed in, grabbing Wu Chuan's ankle. His face flushed, teasing, My dear little swan, this prince has caught you. Then he spun and threw Wu Chuan to the ground. This prince hasn't even fully displayed his gentlemanly ways to you, ladies. How dare you doubt it? A dull thud rang out. Wu Chuan was thrown by Milei into an ice mountain block. Ruoshui could only helplessly watch this scene, calling out worriedly, Senior sister. Wu Chuan struggled to get up, coughing several times. Bam! In an instant, Milei had rushed to Wu Chuan. He continued to use one hand to lift Wu Chuan up, then slammed her down, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! After a while, he walked away, leaving Wu Chuan lying in a pool of her own blood. He glared at Ruoshui. Next, it's your turn, you one-armed rat who only knows how to run away. After an unknown amount of time, Ruoshui was now using her agile lightness skill to run on the ice walls. She calculated, what kind of monster is he to be unaffected at all? Dealing with this kind of abnormal physique, I can't be reckless. From behind, Milei was still in hot pursuit, laughing loudly. Ha ha, I'm about to catch you. Ruoshui looked at the reflection in the ice wall. Suddenly an idea struck her. Ice mountain. That's it, I've got a plan. Then she focused her power into her fist, shouting, Go to hell. She then threw 3 consecutive punches towards Milei. He simply needed to dodge to avoid them, mocking, One-armed rat, your move is too weak. Ruoshui just smiled slyly. These 3 force punches, after grazing past Milei, hit a mountain wall behind him. A loud explosion sounded. Countless ice shards crashed down onto Milei. Amidst the dust cloud, Ruoshui quickly turned back, punched a hole in the ice, silently calculating. I must quickly take senior sister to see the master. Then, from the hole, she swam down into the freezing water, her heart full of worry. Senior sister, wait for me. Suddenly, Milei was behind her without her noticing. He used one hand to stab straight into Ruoshui's stomach. Blood was everywhere. Ruoshui was terrified. How could he? Milei whispered, "This prince knows you're very curious. This is real fighting, you see. The power of a true peak-level expert." Ruoshui then fell into unconsciousness, her heart still worriedly calling, "Senior sister." "Master." Not far away, on a frozen tree branch, a figure was humming, singing, "I have a fairy who can grow big, shrink small, and become beautiful." This person was Yunping, observing the battle from afar. Unexpectedly, that man can even mutate. Interesting. Should I go help little Wuchuan and the others? Yunping looked at the full moon, startled. The moon is almost full. Yunping showed a strange expression. Then, surprisingly, he laid back and relaxed. "Well, I won't go then. Hack is ready, 2 against 1, and they still can't win. Also, don't expect to cultivate into immortals." Back to the battlefield. Blood was everywhere. Wuchuan was lying severely injured beside Ruoshui, who was also dying. "This prince is a gentleman. I've specially allowed you 2 sisters to reunite." Milei mocked the 2 girls. Then, he opened a bottle of wine, tilted his head back, and took a deep drink. Then he opened his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. His injured body glowed brightly, and his wounds quickly healed completely. Then, he threw away the wine bottle and turned to leave. Tired. Time to find Ida Hua and the others to sleep. Some spilled wine that landed on Ruoshui's shoe suddenly floated, flickering with a blue light. The blood moon was now at its peak. Ruoshui thought she was dead, when suddenly her body slightly moved. After taking a few steps, Milei felt something was wrong. He slowly turned back around. Ruoshui's body was floating in the air. Milei roared, "Oh, you little rat, what trick are you up to now?" On Ruoshui's left cheek, a glowing tattoo gradually appeared, its symbol or pattern unclear. Ruoshui glared. This power is called Jiyu. Thunder from the heavens descended in torrents around Ruoshui's body. She had fully recovered. Ruoshui shouted, "Damn it, little rat, you keep calling me that. My name is Zhang Ruoshui. You'd better remember my name well." Lightning struck down, also healing Wuchuan. She slowly stood up, picked up her bow and arrow, thinking, "Luckily, Ruoshui's Jiyue technique summoned the thunderclouds, giving me a chance. As for that damned pervert," Milei grinned. "Ah, the little wild duck has also fully recovered." Wuchuan was angry. Drawing her bow, she shouted, "For heaven's sake, damn you, I am Ye Wuchuan." Thunder roared continuously. The 2 sisters took their stances, their aura soaring. Wuchuan said, "How annoying. We'll have to kill you in a moment." The 2 exchanged words. Wuchuan reminded Ruoshui, "It's almost time for our appointment with Master. We don't have much time left." "Understood," Ruoshui replied. With that, the 2 immediately attacked. Each leapt to a strategic position to attack. Ruoshui let out a shout, then launched more than 10 consecutive punches. Unfortunately, Milei blocked them all. He sneered, "Ah, useless." Suddenly his eyes widened, his whole body jolted. Shui had apparently used a diversion tactic, an opportunity. Milei raised both hands to defend. She kicked straight at his lower body. This kick had more than enough force. Milei hurriedly used both hands to protect his privates, crying out, "My royal jewels." Something took this opportunity to slip behind him. 2 thighs clamped tightly. It was Ruoshui who had planned to lock Milei in place. She shouted, "Senior sister, now's the time." Milei was trapped tightly, his body stiff and unable to break free. He yelled in panic, "You little rat, let me go now." Wuchuan raised her bow to aim, worried. He's struggling too much. What if I miss the shot? After a moment, she steeled herself. "Yes, I can't hesitate." Ruoshui is almost exhausted. The arrow was released, aimed straight at Milei. He kept screaming, "Let me go. This is so annoying." Ruoshui strained with all her might, shouting, "Senior sister, hurry." Wuchuan fired a few more arrows with full force. This was the moment. She yelled, "Ruoshui, get out of the way." 2 more arrows were fired in succession, with enough lethal power. Milei thought to himself, "It's over." The 2 arrows pierced his chest and abdomen. Milei only managed to let out an tra. Wuchuan landed on the ground, shouting, "Ruoshui, be careful." Then, she leapt to catch Ruoshui and dashed away, leaving Milei standing paralyzed in place. The spiritual energy that old pervert gave us is completely depleted. Ruoshui's technique has reached its limit. Wuchuan assessed, turning back to wait. From the arrows, an electric current emerged, triggering an attack from the sky. A massive lightning bolt struck Milei. This lightning seemed like divine punishment, striking him until he was completely devastated, burnt to a crisp. Ruoshui asked anxiously, "Senior sister, have we really won this time?" Wuchuan reassured, "Probably. If not, I'll use that old pervert's explosives to blow him to pieces." Not bad, not bad. The ending was quite timely. Yunping finally appeared and praised them. Wuchuan, with tears in her eyes, "Master." She quickly rushed to hug Yunping, crying loudly. "You old pervert, you're here. He was so vicious. We thought we'd never see you again. He even wanted to extract my spirit root. My arm was almost broken. This old lady will eventually be able to cultivate to that level. Let's kill that bastard." Ruoshui finally got angry, rolling up her sleeves. Yunping kept praising his students. "All right, I know you two encountered this pervert and suffered greatly. Even with energy replenishment, persevering to that extent is quite good. You two worked together very well. If you want a reward, just say it." Hearing this, Wu Chuan's eyes lit up. "Great," Ruoshui also cheerfully said. "That's wonderful." Yunping saw Wu Chuan still clinging to his neck and quickly said, "All right, you can get down now. Is this any way to behave?" While at it, he squeezed Wu Chuan's fair thighs, teasing. Little Wu Chuan doesn't seem to have gotten thinner, but rather a bit plumper. "The meat on your thighs." Wu Chuan heard this and felt annoyed, hitting Yunping. "You're the fat one. Your whole family is fat." The master and his two disciples continued their journey. Ruoshui asked, "Master, so are we going to continue looking for that friend of yours now?" "That's right, to find him and ask some questions." The three left Milei still barely alive behind them. After a while, a freezing wind blew by, sweeping away the few remaining hairs on Milei's head. Placing a hand on Milei's body, Idehua checked to see if he was still alive. Mengnu worried, "How can we fix someone in this state? Milei's last few hairs couldn't even be saved. Let's bid him farewell," Idehua said. Mali had regained consciousness by now, crying over the loss of his hair. "I heard everything." Milei said sorrowfully, "I never thought in this battle I, the prince, would lose even my last few strands of hair. What's their background anyway? I've never seen anyone use people as direct conduits for spiritual energy, rapidly increasing their strength. And they're so resilient too." Mengnu pulled him up, and they walked while talking. Half a day later, after explaining everything, Mengnu concluded, "That's probably how it is." The three of them left hand in hand. Watching the master and his two disciples riding chickens in the sky, Milei said, "So, from now on, we're the junior brothers of that great person." Idehua replied, "That's the gist of it." In the sky, Wu Chuan curiously asked, "Master, is this friend of yours as powerful as you?" Yunping cheerfully replied, "Not at all. However, that little brat has hidden quite a fortune, enough to rival a nation." After an unknown amount of time, when dawn broke, the three had arrived at a new place. This place was still covered in ice and snow. On the hills, there seemed to be a faint outline of a giant skeleton. Yunping, standing in the wind, said, "We've arrived. This is our destination." The two girls exclaimed, "Ah, the scenery is so beautiful." The three talked loudly. "Is this the fortune that can rival a nation you mentioned? Indeed, it's so desolate, not even a ghost is here." Not far away, there were two people, a man and a woman, secretly observing. The black-haired man, who looked quite young, whispered, "Our master." The remaining red-haired woman wore glasses, looking mature, with a voluptuous chest that seemed no less impressive than Wu Chuan's. She raised her hand to signal, "Shh." The master and his two disciples stood close together. Yunping said, "There may be no human shadows, but there are plenty of ghost shadows. Look carefully." He waved his hand. From that giant skeleton, a stream of black energy rose up and enveloped it, as if it were a layer of flesh and blood. Yunping continued, "There must be thousands of deadly traps in this place. Plus, the eye technique here is like stepping on lightning. Every step hits a trap." As he spoke, he touched and felt the bright red spikes that had just grown from the ground. Then the ground rumbled loudly. Wu Chuan and Ruozhui barely managed to stay on their feet. Yunping seemed to have known in advance, calmly standing on several sharp spikes. "Hey, what's going on? We didn't trigger a trap, did we?" Wu Chuan asked worriedly. Yunping calmly replied, "Didn't you two want to meet my friend? He's coming right now." Ruozhui asked, "Huh, where?" Yunping simply said, "Look at the ground," leaving both girls confused. At their feet, they only saw several jagged, bright red horns. It seemed as if something very large was buried under the thick snow here. Boom, boom, boom. That thing emerged, revealing a giant jaw full of jagged, sharp teeth. A black giant dragon surfaced, breathing out a stream of fire. Its roar was deafening. This was the Black Dragon King, Yu Ying. The two girls, seeing this scene, turned pale, their mouths only able to utter fearful curses. The giant dragon circled in the air, then transformed into a human form. On his shoulders were wings over 2 meters long. "Oh," he chuckled, then immediately landed in front of Yunping. "My brother." He planted a quick kiss on Yunping's hand. Joying tilted his head back, saying softly, "Finally, you have come." The appearance of this black dragon was truly handsome and striking. A red tuft of hair on his forehead further accentuated his inherent good looks. Yunping immediately threw a punch at his face. "Yeah, I told you not to do these things anymore. You have so many wives, I can't handle it, brother." Contrary to his cool appearance, Joying actually cried and patted Yunping's shoulder. "Boo-hoo, we haven't met for so long, and you're so cold. I even had to appear in person to welcome you." "All right, Let me introduce you. These two are my disciples. Sixth disciple Ye Wuchuan, seventh disciple Zhang Ruoshui. Yunping quickly changed the subject to introduce the two girls. Jueying also politely introduced himself. Hello, I'm the Black Dragon King. You can call me Jueying. Suddenly Jueying found something strange. Wuchuan also went, not understanding why Jueying was staring at her so intently. Jueying suddenly shouted, no wonder I found it strange. Why are you playing this body double trick? Aren't you afraid of being exposed later? Yunping quickly covered Jueying's mouth. What the hell are you talking about? She's just someone I happened to pick up. You better not talk nonsense later, you hear me? He whispered. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. I won't let your harem catch fire. Yu Ying whispered back and forth, his tail wagging suspiciously. Wu Chuan was also curious, trying to eavesdrop. What mosquito net? What harem? Why did the Black Dragon King look so shocked when he saw me? Suddenly, Yunping's ring flashed. Ju Ying curiously asked, Hey, what's in this ring of yours? With a pop, Diener fell into Yunping's hands. He worriedly said, Diener, why did you come out on your own? Diener trembled. Master, Diener feels so uncomfortable. Help me. Seeing this, Ju Ying said, A puppet? Isn't this a fusion vessel? Why is she here? It's a long story. This form of mine can't be maintained for long outside. As he spoke, Yu Ying gradually transformed back into his dragon form. When we reach Blackwater Abyss, I'll explain everything to you. Yunping agreed, sitting on the dragon's back. Wu Chuan and Ruo Shui were too scared to move. Yunping didn't forget to call out, You two hiding behind the dragon bones have already followed us here. If you don't come out now, you'll miss your chance. The two people confidently stepped out. The red-haired woman was named Su Xin, and the black-haired man was Fang Yan. Su Xin said, So you've discovered us already. Aren't you afraid we might have ill intentions? Yunping chuckled. It's fine. What harm could people like you do anyway? Hearing this, the two whispered to each other. This person is strange. Not only does he know the Black Dragon King, but he also invites strangers along. But what he says is true. If we don't go with them now, we might never find Blackwater Abyss in this lifetime. Master Yunping repeated, Last chance. This young master's patience has its limits. The sound of flapping wings thundered, and a whirlwind arose. The Black Dragon King had taken flight. His enormous form cast a shadow over the sky. Ruo Shui curiously asked, Lord Jueying, aren't you supposed to be with the martial emperor? Why isn't he here yet? Jueying understood and replied, Well, I have a long lifespan. Don't think that just because I've lived for millions of years, from the ancient times until now, that I'm old. Actually, I've just passed my prime years. Wu Chuan heard this, and her head was spinning in confusion. Lord Jueying is supposed to be with the martial emperor, but why does he call that old rascal his brother? And that old rascal even claims to be the literary emperor. It's so confusing, so confusing. Su Xin, sitting in a corner, asked Yunping, Can you explain to us now? How did you know we came for Blackwater Abyss? And why do you want to help us? Yunping calmly said, It's not hard to guess. Who comes to Dragonbone Wasteland if not to find Blackwater Abyss? He added, Let me ask you, are you a descendant of Su Guangtian? Fang Yan was surprised. You're truly divine. My master's surname is Su, given name Xin, from the Imperial Su family. I'm Fang Yan, from the Imperial Fang family. Before he could finish, Su Xin covered his mouth. He worried. Oh no, why can't I control my mouth? Will master be angry and punish me? Su Xin anxiously asked, How do you know? Yunping replied, You carry the soul aura of an old friend of mine. Hearing this, even Su Xin was surprised. Soul aura, you knew my ancestor. That's right, Su Guangqian, he said calmly. He was my grandson. Remembering that day, Yunping and Su Guangqian were playing chess. Su Guangqian wore glasses and a black outfit. They were playing Go. Su Guangqian said, Listen, old Yun, if you're this reckless, be careful not to cut your life short. Yunping laughed heartily. Ha! I'm an immortal as old as heaven and earth. I'll become the second greatest immortal of all time. Yunping smiled confidently. Life and death mean nothing. If you don't believe it, let's see. Su Guangqian calmly said, I've calculated it. If you keep cultivating recklessly like this, you won't last more than 15 years before you die. Yunping angrily replied, Ah, you brat, are you cursing me? Let's make a bet. The loser becomes the grandson. They clinked their wine cups, agreeing to see which of them would die first. Su Guangqian, while drinking, smiled and added, But be careful. I've never lost to anyone in my life. Yunping replied fearlessly, Coincidentally, I've never lost either. I'll consider you as another grandson, you stinking fortune teller. I'm afraid that in the end, you won't be able to calculate your own fate. Perhaps he had already figured it out, but just didn't want to say it. Yunping said a bit sadly, Su Guangtan, he was my grandson, the descendants of my grandson. Of course, I must take care of them. The three youngsters Wu Chuan, Ruo Shui, and Fang Yan covered their mouths and laughed. Su Xin reluctantly replied, Thank you, Elder. Then they all started asking each other, Why are you looking for Blackwater Abyss, Elder? We are historians from the Empire. We came to investigate the cause of Dragonbone Wasteland's formation and the stories behind it. Historians, you say? Yes, that's right. We're the research team for the glorious history of Emperor Wen. Hearing this, Wu Chuan burst into laughter, researching Emperor Wen. Ha ha, sorry, it's just too funny. Yunping, who was actually Emperor Wen, frowned. A moment later, they all arrived at the underground palace. The place was dark and gloomy, truly living up to its name. The true form of the Black Dragon King lay there, looking very tired. Yunping sighed. Why are you so badly injured? No wonder even at your doorstep you still sent an avatar to greet me. Merging with his avatar, Jueying said softly, let me tell you slowly. Yunping turned back to introduce to the group. Young friends, do you see those caverns? Inside each one is a treasure trove. Whatever catches your eye, go in and take it. Wu Chuan and Ruo Shui were visibly delighted, saying in unison, thank you. Su Xin and Fang Yan also expressed their gratitude joyfully. Fang Yan had already bent over to study the place. Fang Yan even licked the black scales on the ground. Writing with one hand, he assessed, this is indeed the taste of black dragon scales, quite different from blue dragon scales. Quick, note this information down. Putting Diener down, Yunping asked the black dragon, please keep her in the black dragon water abyss for me. Observing Diener, Yunping said, she's much calmer here indeed. Then, Yunping turned to talk with Jueying. Now you can tell me. Well, it started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, in the underground palace. Jueying was talking to someone at that time. Behind him was Dion Air. Why did you suddenly come to find me in such a hurry? You want to transfer the insect pupil out. That's all of your power. Once it's transferred out, what will you do? The other person was a blue-haired girl. She said worriedly, some things are happening. I need to move it to a safer place. This woman was Yin Hong Shui Bing, one of the 21 extreme wisdoms. With an extremely hot figure, wearing a light blue outfit characteristic of the North Ice Palace, to avoid any unexpected issues later, minimizing losses. Jueying found it strange. What else is going on? You're one of the 21 extreme wisdoms. What could happen? Opening her eyes, she indeed possessed the insect pupil. She said coldly, even the 21 extreme wisdoms can't escape fate. Have you thought it through? Guoying asked again. With that, Yin Hang Shui Bing touched Dianer's eyes, seemingly transferring the insect pupil to the little girl. So Dian Air is that container. That's why she just reacted to the black water abyss. Yunping deduced. That's right. This little girl was just a normal child 3 years ago, without any spiritual roots. But she had a high compatibility with Yin Hong Shui Bing, so she was chosen to be the container for the insect pupil. Jueying answered. Yunping worried. The thing Yin Hong Shui Bing mentioned doesn't sound good. Do you know what it is? I don't know the details. She didn't say. Jueying answered honestly. To tell the truth, I've also encountered some coincidences lately. Little Black, help me analyze this a bit, Yunping confided. Jueying asked, is it also related to the 21 extreme wisdoms? Someone is hunting down the 21 extreme wisdoms. Since deep inside the bodies of my 6 disciples, Ye Wu Chuan feared ice. Then Lan Wu Tian's soul was frozen, breaking the dream tree, and was hunted down, and this time at the extreme sky realm. First, we met North Ice Palace disciples looking for Yin Hong Bing Hua. Then Xiao Juzi said something happened at North Ice Palace 3 years ago. Yin Hong Shui Bing went out and got injured, returned and immediately went into seclusion. And on the way, assassins from Shinren Palace and Fan Donghan sect came, saying I was blocking their way forward. Jueying found it strange and said, so there's also the demon sealing chain. Years ago, someone merged with an extreme wisdom, entered the black water abyss and cut the demon sealing chain, freeing my younger brother. Suddenly, Jueying realized, wait, that person said you were the one blocking their way forward, right? Could all of this be because of you? Hearing this, Yunping suddenly felt proud. Well, it's not impossible. After all, I'm the universe's unrivaled #1 handsome guy, plus the universe's unrivaled #1 great talent, plus the universe's unrivaled #1 genius powerhouse. There are quite a few crazy people who envy me. Joking aside, Yunping sighed. Could there really be someone in this world capable of cutting the demon sealing chain I created? Ah, it seems their strength is not inferior to mine. Jueying encouraged. But you're always the strongest in my heart. Jueying also said, after all, you spent 3 days and nights in a small room with a great beauty like Yin Han Bing Shui. It was just cultivation. Hearing this, Yunping felt uncomfortable, lightly punched Jueying's face and said, Brat, stop beating around the bush. Yin Hong Shui Bing and I were purely cultivating. We didn't do anything. Heaven and earth bear witness. By the way, Little Black, Yin Hong Shui Bing's matter involves too much. I don't have time to find medicine for your wounds, but looking at your wounds, soaking in the black water abyss should gradually heal them. Let's leave it to fate. See if I finish my business first, or if your wounds heal on their own first. Yunping said. Jueying groaned. Yunping suddenly discovered Far away, the two youngsters, Fang Yan and Su Xin, were doing something at Jue Ying's tail. It turned out Fang Yan was holding a small chisel, trying to pry off one of Jue Ying's scales to take back. The two whispered, "Master, is this okay for us to do? They probably won't hold it against us. With this dragon scale, our research will take a big step forward." With a swipe, Yunping caught both of them, lifted them up, and spanked them until their bottoms were red. "You've taken so many ancient books and secret manuals, and now you want to steal Little Black's dragon scales. Can't you see he's injured? Are you two even human?" Su Xin and Fang Yan cried, "Senior, we're sorry. Boo-hoo. Sorry, we were wrong." After lecturing them, Yunping threw the two kids in front of Zhu Ying's nose. Then, he picked up Diener. "If you two have questions for Little Black, ask quickly." Su Xin didn't waste any time, immediately pulling out a pile of documents and asked, "According to historical records, the Black Dragon clan and the Literary Emperor were mortal enemies. Were your wounds also caused by the Literary Emperor?" Zhu Ying explained, "No. My wounds were inflicted by my younger brother. He was infected with a strange disease, became so frenzied that even I couldn't stop him. The Literary Emperor and I, after discussion, decided to kill the crazed compatriots and create a demon-sealing chain used to bind the frenzied leader. My younger brother was fortunate that the Literary Emperor intervened, preventing the disaster from spreading." Recording these things, Fang Yan kept marveling. "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable." Yunping also said cheerfully, "You two doing historical research must tell the truth. Don't write nonsense, ruining the Literary Emperor's reputation." The two brightened up. "We understand, Senior. Don't worry, we will definitely record everything truthfully. Then you go ahead and write." With a snap of his fingers, Diener crawled into the ring. Yunping instructed softly, "Diener, go inside and sleep first." Before leaving, Yunping didn't forget to carefully instruct, "Little Black, Su Xin is the descendant of that kid Su Lan Tian. If the two of them want to do research, let them stay here for a few days. I'm leaving now. Be careful not to talk carelessly." Zhu Ying assured, "Don't worry. I guarantee I won't mention any of the old romantic stories." Watching Yunping's figure fade away, Zhu Ying sighed. No one knew when they would meet again. Yunping waved goodbye cheerfully, promising, "You still have to live for millions of years. We'll meet again sooner or later." Su Xin watched Yunping, silently admiring. "This person is the one great-grandfather spoke of back then. I remember when great-grandfather was about to pass away, he instructed, if one day the empire faces extinction, you must find that person. Only with him can the empire survive." Su Xin cried and asked, "Great-grandfather, who is that person?" Shiner doesn't understand. Boo-hoo-hoo. Her great-grandfather weakly said, "You'll know him when you meet him." Then he breathed his last. Su Xin could only cry loudly, "Great-grandfather, boo-hoo-hoo, great-grandfather, please wake up." Reflecting now, Su Xin understood her great-grandfather's words. "The person he said could save our empire. I think I've found him," she thought while watching Yunping leave. The scene changes to a snow-covered forest, where a man is being chased by a pack of snow tigers. This man is covered in wounds. His breathing has become rapid, seemingly about to exhaust. Puff, puff, the speed of the fierce tigers is truly too fast. Suddenly, this man trips over a stone and falls to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the tigers quickly surround him. Frantically getting up, he now realizes there's a cliff face ahead. He silently exclaims, "It's over." He looks back worriedly. Fierce tigers behind. "With my current strength, I basically can't win." Closing his eyes in pain, waiting for death, he sadly thinks, "Is today the day I die? That's fine. This way I can quickly meet my deceased wife." Suddenly, a stranger approaches. "Hey, old fellow, I have a question for you." The man looked up in surprise. It turned out it was Yunping, holding a gackling in his hand, asking, "Are you by any chance named Hu Shaolin?" He smiled and said, "If so, I'll shoot." The man replied, "I am Hu Shaolin." Yunping's two disciples watched from afar. Ru Shui said, "He said it like that. Who knows who he wants to shoot?" Wu Chuan added, "This might be a test of human nature." The tiger pack saw their prey weakened, suddenly with help, so they eagerly rushed forward. Each one was terrifyingly fierce. Yunping calmly said, "You're quite calm, fierce tiger. I'll show great compassion and help you beat them." Tash, tash, tash. Before Catling, all beings are equal as he fired a stream of bullets. The tigers were shot to pieces. After a moment, Yunping cheerfully made an E sound. The tigers were all lying on the ground, each one charred black. Shaolin struggled to his feet and thanked him. "Thank you, benefactor." Then he immediately fainted, falling into a coma. Ruche looked at the tigers with greedy eyes, mouth watering. Perfect. Teacher's firepower control is quite excellent. Crispy outside, tender inside. Add some chili powder, and it's perfect. Yunping also happily walked over. Du girl really knows how to eat. Wu Chuan poked at Shaolin. "He's passed out," Yunping instructed. "If he's passed out, put him in the ring then." Wu Chuan observed and saw a card with some writing on the man's waist. "Huh, what Wait, you old bastard, come here and take a look. There's writing on this. The three huddled together to read what was written on it. Half a day later, the three arrived at a building. The address matched the content written on the card found on that man's body. Yun Ping approached the guard, cheerfully saying, "Ah, my brothers and I are looking for Jade 100 Birds." The guard looked at the badge for a moment, then instructed, "You all wait here for me." A moment later, a busty woman in the prime of her youth came running out with her eyes squinted in excitement. Each step made her bounce up and down, her mouth joyfully calling out, "Uncle Hu." This woman rushed to embrace Yun Ping tightly, her voice still sweet. "Uncle Hu, you finally returned." Ruo Shui and Wu Chuan's faces went blank, their heads full of question marks. The girl, without any hesitation, pinned Yun Ping to the ground, crying, "Boo-hoo-hoo, Uncle Hu, Baiyao missed you so much." She didn't even mind using her enormous chest to press against Yun Ping's face, making him gasp for air, struggling to say, "Ah, not Uncle Hu. Let me go." Ru Shui whispered, "Senior sister, doesn't this seem familiar?" Wu Chuan's face darkened as she said, I think we've seen this somewhere before." Then, filled with rage, she stomped her foot and shouted, "Ah, this isn't right. How dare you steal a man in broad daylight?" Ru Shui had to quickly hold her back. "Senior sister, calm down." The girl only then opened her eyes to look again, letting out a "nah." This man's features seem a bit off. After reassessing the situation, she covered her face with her hands. Yun Ping had already given up struggling and was playing dead for some time. The girl panicked and thought to herself, "Oh no, I've mistaken the wrong person." The crowd had already gathered and began to gossip. "Wow, Bai Diao, why do you pounce on people like that? Yeah, we thought you had given up and followed Hu Lin alone. Sister Bai Diao is so naughty. How embarrassing." Bai Diao's face turned bright red, not knowing which hole to crawl into. "Ah, this. I should probably find another place to start over." Wu Chuan shouted, "Aren't you going to get off him already?" Ruo Shui continued to intervene. "Senior sister, calm down." Sweating profusely, Bai Diao hurriedly got up, ready to flee. Suddenly, a hand held her back. It was Ruo Shui. She said, "Why are you running? Don't you care about Hu Lin?" Bai Diao replied absent-mindedly, "Oh right, where's my Uncle Hu?" Meanwhile, Yun Ping was consoling Wu Chuan. "Little Wu Chuan, why are you angry? Who upset you? Your teacher will deal with them." As he spoke, Yun Ping poked Wu Chuan's chubby cheeks. "Your face looks like a pufferfish now." Wu Chuan angrily pulled Yun Ping's cheeks. "You're the pufferfish. Your whole family are pufferfish. You're making me so mad." Yun Ping said sheepishly, Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find a room first." Later that evening, after recounting everything, Yun Ping summarized, "That's basically what happened." In a room, the group was sitting and talking. Yun Ping continued, "Your actions were very dangerous. If we hadn't been looking for him to ask some questions and met him today, he'd probably be in bad shape by now." Bai Diao agreed. "Ah, I knew it. If this continues, something will happen to Uncle. But no matter how I advise him, he won't listen." Yun Ping was surprised. "Oh, how so?" Bai Diao began to explain. "Uncle Hu's daughter and wife were both killed by fierce tigers. He wants to kill all the fierce tigers to avenge his family, but there are too many fierce tigers. How can he kill them all by himself?" Yun Ping exclaimed, "Oh, so that's it?" Wu Chuan asked curiously. "So, are you actually Hu Lin's fiancé or not?" Bai Diao said sadly, "I'm not." She explained, "That badge was something I secretly put in his pocket. I was afraid something dangerous might happen to him, and there wouldn't be anyone to claim him. If he knew, he'd surely scold me. Anyway, the ones he loves most are only his deceased wife and child." Shaolin's hand twitched slightly, his voice weak. "Bai Diao." Then Shaolin slowly sat up. Bai Diao exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Hu, you're finally awake." He immediately asked, where are my saviors? Where are they?" Yun Ping quickly raised his hand. "I'm here." Shu Lin clasped his hands, saying earnestly, "Thank you for saving me. Old Hu has nothing to repay you with, but I'm willing to jump into a sea of fire for my benefactor." Yun Ping smiled and waved his hand. The ring on his finger sparkled. "No need to jump into a sea of fire, but I am indeed looking for you to help." Then, he pulled out a blue token and said, "Do you recognize this? Hu Ying Luan." Then, Yun Ping said a strange name. Hearing these three words, Shu Lin quickly got out of bed, angrily shouting, "How did the ice-cold token end up in your hands? How do you know my name is Hu Ying Luan?" Yun Ping explained, "Of course, the owner of the ice-cold token gave me the token, told me to find you, and also told me your real name." Shaolin analyzed. The owner of the ice-cold token, Pan Donghan. That guy couldn't possibly send someone with the ice-cold token to find me. Then it must be Lord Fang Qingju. Mentioning this name, Shaolin also showed excitement. Yun Ping noticed something unusual and questioned, why couldn't it be Pan Donghan? About working for the North Ice Palace Master, Captain Qian Shui Ying, It seems her relationship with the palace master isn't very good, right? That dog Pandong Han should die soon. As he spoke, Shaolin's hands clenched tightly, trembling. He gritted his teeth. How could he openly send someone with the ice-cold token to find me? He recounted. Back then, the Judgment Palace and the Snow Shadow Team were two powerful organizations, one overt and one covert, within the North Ice Palace. The Judgment Palace master managed palace affairs, punishments, and systems. The Snow Shadow Team only handled assassinations and eliminations. But 3 years ago, some things happened. Lord Yinhan Bing went into seclusion. After Pandong Han seized power, Shaolin's voice hesitated a bit. Recalling the scene of him being surrounded by a group in black, he shouted, I, Hu Xilin, only hope you'll clearly state today who sent you to capture our Snow Shadow Team. The leader of this group, wearing an iron mask, declared boldly, the Snow Shadow Team was disbanded long ago. You're not worthy of knowing now. Shaolin asked back, how do you know the Snow Shadow Team was disbanded? He thought to himself, the Snow Shadow Team's secret disbandment, currently only Snow Shadow Team members, Lord Fang Qingzhu, and the Palace Master know about. Could it be? That person raised his sword, coldly saying, stop wasting words. You deserve to die. Back then, thanks to the Shunyi Manor, I luckily escaped that disaster. But when I returned, I found only blood-stained cloths and personal magical artifacts. The team members' remains were scattered everywhere. I realized things weren't that simple. I thought I'd just lie low, waiting for Lord Yinhan Bing to come out of seclusion. As he spoke, Shaolin's whole body trembled with anger, emotion, and pain. Unexpectedly, before I could return to the city to arrange for my wife and child, they were brutally killed by a fierce tiger. From then on, I wanted to avenge my team members, but I couldn't get in touch with Lord Fang Qingzhu. Plus, my wife and child were killed by a fierce tiger, so I wanted to kill the tiger for revenge. Shaolin's voice became increasingly choked up. Bai Niao, heartbroken, took his hand and opened it. The palm was red and swollen because he had clenched it so tightly it bled. Benefactor, this old fox begs you for one thing. Shaolin knelt down, clasping his hands in respect. Lord Fang Qingzhu has given you the ice-cold token, which shows you are truly trustworthy. Pandong Han relied on the Lord to kill the Snow Shadow Team. I suspect he's up to something. Can you find a way to meet Lord Yinhan Bing? Yun Ping smiled cheerfully, then replied, you don't need to beg. I came here to find Yinhan Bing and got some information, so I came to you to inquire. Now that I've got the news, we'll return to North Ice Palace tomorrow to settle accounts. Then, Yunping pulled his 2 disciples away, waving goodbye. You rest now. I'll take my 2 disciples out for a walk. Wuchuan finally dared to ask. Old rogue, I didn't understand anything. What's going on? Yunping explained. Look, you two. The old fox suspects Pandong Han because Pandong Han relied on Yinhan Bing, concealed the truth from Fang Qingzhu, and assassinated the Snow Shadow Team, right? Rushui nodded in agreement. That's right. Yunping continued. So Pandong Han knows the old tiger isn't dead. Why didn't he continue to hunt him down? Instead, there's this story of a fierce tiger in the forest suddenly killing people. Wu Chuan started to think. That's true. Hu Xilin's wife and child were killed by the fierce tiger, making Hu Xilin certainly want revenge. But he couldn't defeat it. If he hadn't met you, he would have lost his life today. Ruoshe also found it strange. That's too much of a coincidence. Wu Chuan analyzed. Is there a possibility that the fierce tiger injuring people is also part of Pandong Han's plan? He doesn't want to kill Hu Xiaolin directly. The most secretive part is that through the death of his family, he's luring Hu Xiaolin to commit suicide. Yunping said happily. Not bad, very possible. Ruoshui admired. Senior sister is so cool. Yunping stretched. All right, we've figured out the troublesome matter. Now that we're here, let you two rest comfortably. Let's go for a walk. Yet both of your disciples didn't follow. They both said, I'm not going. I want to take this chance to practice more. I'm not going either. I'll stay and practice with Ruoshui. Yunping pulled Wuchuan. Ruoshui can practice, but little Wuchuan has to come with me. What if there are lustful people here? Can you use your lion's roar technique to scare them away from me? Wuchuan still clung to Ruoshui, shouting, get lost. In the end, Wuchuan had to obediently follow Yunping, pouting, I don't want to go. Don't push me, Yunping said cheerfully. Come on, I'll let you choose from those treasures of mine. How about that? Wuchuan hesitated. You're up to your tricks again. Don't regret it later. Ruoshui thought to herself, are these two enemies or what? Not long after they left, the two arrived at the market. There was a theater performance going on. Yunping's eyes lit up, excitedly pointing to the stage. Come on, little Wuchuan, let's go watch the show. It turned out not to be a theater performance. On the stage, a girl dressed sexily was blushing, choosing a husband. Two men knelt on either side, competing to flatter her. I truly like you. I'm the one who loves you the most. These two guys developed hostility, starting to show off to win the beauty. The guy in black opened his shirt to reveal rippling muscles. I have a six-pack. The other guy wasn't far behind, opening his shirt to show firm muscles. I have an eight-pack. The two started comparing other things. I can last for 2 hours. I can do it 7 times in a row. Wuchuan heard this and gave up. What idiots. Yunping probed. Why idiots? Seems you don't understand men at all. Wuchuan said with disdain. Those tricks of you men, I don't want to understand. What's there to be curious about? Suddenly she felt something strange on her hand. Her face turned red. Yunping had placed her hands on his chest, smiling mischievously. Well, it doesn't feel bad, does it? Wuchuan blushed. It's rock hard. I don't like it at all. Despite saying that, her hands took advantage, secretly counting. 1 pack, 2 packs, 3 packs, 6 packs. There's 8 packs. Amazing. Then she continued to feel around. Oh, not bad muscles. Yunping reminded. Wipe your drool. How much longer do you want to feel? Wuchuan quickly covered up. I'm not drooling. I'm just checking if your body is as good as those guys up there. A crowd of onlookers commented, "Tsk, tsk. Young people these days are so impatient. They're still on the street. Don't they have a private room somewhere?" That's right. If you want to do it, go back to your room. Wuchuan sat down in embarrassment. Ah, how mortifying. Yunping said, Is it my fault? You're the one who was feeling me up so intensely. Then, Yunping picked up Wuchuan and carried her away. Wuchuan covered her face. Don't say anymore. Hurry, let's go. Yunping smiled. All right, you're such a troublemaker. You old pervert. When do you think Roshui will be done? The two had returned home, sitting and watching Roshui practice. Almost done, Yunping replied. Suddenly, Bai Niao opened the door and entered, calling kindly. Master, Uncle Hu said he wants to give everyone a big gift before leaving. He's waiting for everyone upstairs. Yunping was delighted. Wuchuan's eyes lit up like headlights. Going upstairs, the three stood outside the room. Strange moaning sounds came from inside the room, extremely ambiguous. Hearing this, Yunping's eyes brightened. Ruoshui and Wuchuan were confused. Is this what he wants to give us? A big gift before leaving? Yunping drooled. Who knows? Let's push the door open and see. With an excited face, Yunping was about to push the door open. Unexpectedly, Shaolin had already opened the door. It turned out they had the wrong room. Shaolin called, Master, everyone went the wrong way. It's over here. Entering the room, Yunping saw that it was full of weapons, all kinds of swords and blades, big and small. He exclaimed, I didn't expect your place to be quite something. Shaolin replied, Master is too kind. I don't have any particular hobbies, just like to make some magical tools and weapons to accumulate. Wuchuan and Ruoshui looked around excitedly. Ruoshui thought to herself, this is so cool. In the future, I want to make a small warehouse of my own. Wuchuan exclaimed, Wow, this is what a magical tool warehouse should look like. Not all messy, like the one at Duansheng's place. Shaolin invited, the items here, if you like anything, feel free to take and use it. Yunping's eyes stopped on a strange magical tool. He asked, What's this? Shaolin put it on his hand. It looked like some kind of arm guard. He explained, This is an arm guard. When hunting sharp-clawed wolves, we wear this. It can be used for both offense and defense. Yunping assessed, This is not bad. Perhaps it can be used on Ruoshui's arm. Ruoshui stretched out her mechanical arm, repeating, My arm. Sao. But this thing is too heavy. Wuchuan struggled to lift the arm guard, hands shaking, barely managing to fit it onto Ruoi's arm. Wuchuan said, With this on, Ruoshui can't even lift her arm anymore. Wuchuan suddenly had an idea, placing Ruoshui's arm on her chest. It's fine. We can do it like this. Seeing this, Yunping's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. Happiness. Amazing. Then Yunping instructed, All right, quickly take it off. It'll crush her in a moment. He turned to ask Old Hu, Do you have its structural diagram? Shaolin replied, Yes, the diagram is inside the arm guard. Yunping happily gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, After this is over, I'll take this arm guard to find that old boy Duancheng Dao and make a high-end version. He excitedly said, Then I'll take it. Thanks. Shaolin said, Master, no need for formalities. The three then said, All right, we should set off now. Wuchuan and Ruoshui asked in unison, Are we going straight back to North Ice Palace? That's right, Yunping replied. Master, have a safe journey. I'll wait here for news from you. Shaolin bowed, clasping his hands to see them off. At this moment, at North Ice Palace, Fang Qingju was tossing and turning in bed. Her whole body was burning hot, rolling around several times, feeling uncomfortable. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. Quickly pulling out a short sword, she swiftly grabbed a man's neck. She immediately jumped up into a defensive stance, ready to stab the man to death, shouting, "You lecher! How dare you crawl into this old lady's bed?" The man used just 2 fingers to block Qingju's stab. Feeling the force, Qingju asked, "Is it you?" It turned out to be Yun Ping. He said, "It seems the technique I taught you before to ward off lecherous men has become quite skillful." Qingju sat on the edge of the bed, teasing. "Yeah, you're still the same as before, always liking to climb into other people's beds." Yun Ping grinned. "Hey now, you can't just say things like that. Others might think I'm some kind of lecher." Qingju smiled mischievously. "Oh, aren't you? Then who was it that always snuck under my blankets before and even ran to Silverfrost Snow's bed for 3 days and nights?" Yun Ping broke into a sweat. "Whoa, my dear sister, keep your voice down. If little Wu Chuan hears, she'll make trouble for me. Have some mercy on your big brother." At this moment, little Wu Chuan was outside the door, enjoying her treasure with Ruo Shui. Qingju covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, there's someone you're afraid of. How rare." Yun Ping laughed bitterly. "What do you mean? I'm not afraid of anyone. Just don't bring up those things anymore in the future. It was all made up by that blabbermouth little Hay anyway." Qingju smirked. "Look at my mood now. By the way, that thing I asked you to investigate, is it done yet?" Yun Ping cheerfully replied, "Pretty much. I came to settle things with you first, then I'll go find Fan Donghan." The next morning, in front of Snow Cold Palace, the 3 were already waiting. Yun Ping said, "Hi, I'm Fang Qingju's sworn brother, and also a friend of Silverfrost Snow. I'm sure someone has already introduced me to the palace master, right?" Fan Donghan sat arrogantly on the chair and said with a smile, "I heard from Little Gui that you wanted to see me when I came out of seclusion. We're also glad that Lady Fang Qingju has guests over there. May I ask what brings you all here to see me?" Yun Ping explained, "We've been traveling the 4 corners, passing through the Far East snow plains to visit them. But Silverfrost Snow is in seclusion. I'm afraid she's using it as an excuse to avoid coming out, and we'll be bored to death not seeing her for so long. It's a perfect time for her to meet my 2 new disciples." Then he held up the ice-cold token and said, "I hope the palace master will honor this ice-cold token and allow me to enter the deep ice cave to see her." Luo Gui was surprised. "How did you get the ice-cold token?" Fan Donghan's face began to show displeasure. "I suppose Fang Qingju gave it to you, right? It seems Lady Fang Qingju trusts you a great deal. Even so, the ice cave is a forbidden area of North Ice Palace. Even if you have the ice-cold token, we can't just let you enter as you please. Surely Lady Fang Qingju has told you that in recent years, Lady Silverfrost Snow has encountered some people with ill intentions. We know this, and are worried about her safety, so we use the excuse of seclusion to protect her." Yun Ping pressed, "Who would be so bold and powerful to dare covet the extreme wisdom? If you're gonna lie, at least make it believable. All right, stop beating around the bush with me. It's useless." He pointed at Fan Donghan's face and said, "Unless your North Ice Palace has changed its name, seeing the ice-cold token is like seeing Silverfrost Snow herself. You cannot refuse my request." Luo Gui was angry, but Fan Donghan quickly raised his hand to stop him. Then he covered his face and continued, "Well, we have no choice but to believe you. Since you put it that way, if I were to stop you further, wouldn't I be committing the crime of disrespect?" Then he waved his hand and ordered, "Old Fu and Little Guai, please escort these esteemed guests into the deep ice cave." The old man named Fu Lao bowed respectfully and obeyed. Then Fu Lao and Luo Gui approached the master and his 2 disciples. Luo Gui said coldly, "Hand over all the magical items you're carrying on your persons. Then follow me." After the 3 had gone far, Fan Donghan chuckled. "Ha, those 3 couldn't kill you, and now they've come all the way here to die." He took out a red blood pearl from his body, a blood-red pearl that looked extremely strange. "Well, I'll grant your wish to depart together." As he spoke, he held the pearl up to his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Yun Ping's group followed behind Fan Luo Wei Xin to where Silverfrost Snow was in seclusion. It was cold outside, but he still reminded Yun Ping's group to follow carefully. The place where Silverfrost Snow was in seclusion was no ordinary place. It had many forbidden areas. One careless step and you'd be done for. Ye Wuchuan walked while observing the surroundings. This place clearly had many winding and uneven paths, yet Fan Luogui could move smoothly, as if Fan Luogui was extremely familiar with this place. The old man following them explained, "What you don't know is, Miss Luogui once spent a period of time training in here constantly. Of course, she knows it like the back of her hand. Being able to train in a place like this is truly amazing." He continued, "For someone to be able to train here, there's only one possibility. Fan Luogui's teacher must be Silverfrost Snow herself." Ye Wuchuan nudged backwards with her elbow, exclaiming in surprise, "Old bastard, did you hear that? She said her teacher is Silverfrost Snow. Aren't you very close to Silverfrost Snow? You didn't know." But Yu Chuan didn't touch Yun Bing. instead touching empty air. She turned her head in shock. The person who should have been behind them had vanished. "Oh no," Ye Wuchuan exclaimed in surprise. "This old bastard has disappeared who knows when." Fan Luogui heard Ye Wuchuan's exclamation and turned back to inquire about the situation. The matter of Yunbing's disappearance couldn't be mentioned, so Ye Wuchuan just laughed awkwardly to brush it off. She didn't know what trick that old bastard was playing, but that person was the Emperor of Literature, so there wasn't much to worry about anyway. The important thing was that they had been walking for half an hour and still hadn't reached their destination. Just as she was feeling dejected, suddenly from behind Ye Wuchuan, a warm sensation as if something had just brushed past her ear. Then there was a feeling of touch on the skin of her abdomen, from the belly down to her plump thighs. Ye Wuchuan cried out in shock. "Lecherous ghost. Why are you here, heavens?" Unexpectedly, that lecherous ghost turned out to be Yunbing. Suddenly disappearing, and then suddenly appearing so brazenly, it really gave her a heart attack. Fan Luogui turned back again to ask about Ye Wuchuan's situation. This was already the second time. Ye Wuchuan couldn't reveal the real reason again. Continuing to play dumb, she said, "I accidentally stepped on my teacher just now. Let's keep going." Fan Luogui turned her head again and said coldly, "Be more careful. Touch a trap, and everyone will lose their lives." Ye Wuchuan, after seeing everyone focused on walking, turned to pinch Yunbing's cheek, whispering, "You scoundrel, what's suddenly gotten into you?" Yunbing pretended to cry, his mouth as sweet as if he'd just stolen honey and eaten it. Fan Luogui's group remained focused on walking, while Ye Wuchuan and Yunbing stayed far behind, out of their sight, whispering and playing around. Putting aside other trivial matters for now, Ye Wuchuan asked seriously, "Where did you run off to just now?" Yunbing smiled awkwardly and said, "I went ahead to find the way." Seeing that Ye Wuchuan still didn't seem to fully believe him, Yunbing put his hand on her shoulder, smiling cheerfully. "Little Wuchuan, don't be angry. Next time I'll tell you beforehand." While outwardly polite, Yunbing was actually thoroughly enjoying the feeling of rubbing against a girl, both fragrant and soft. Yunbing walked while clinging to Ye Wuchuan, displaying an attitude of inseparable affection. Seeing Yunbing like this, Ye Wuchuan's anger subsided. She only blushed and said, "Let go of me already. Stop rubbing against me." Zhang Roshui was walking closest to the master and disciple and happened to hear their commotion, feeling like she had become a third wheel without realizing it. Yunbing's group continued to follow Fan Luogui to where Silver Frost Snow was in seclusion. After that disappearance, Yunbing didn't leave again. A large cave entrance appeared before their eyes, along with a blinding light. "We've arrived." Ye Wuchuan suddenly felt cold. She unconsciously hugged her arms. The temperature had been normal just a moment ago. Fan Luogui coldly explained, "We're approaching the underground palace where Silver Frost Snow is in seclusion. The closer we get to her, the lower the temperature. In the past, people have been frozen solid, so it's best if you don't act foolishly later." Yunbing cheerfully grabbed his two disciples, smiling. "No worries, I'll transfer some spiritual energy to you two. You won't fear freezing anymore." Zhang Roshui and Ye Wuchuan felt much more comfortable. On the other side of the cave entrance was a large cavern. Inside was an enormous structure, made entirely of ice. This was where Silver Frost Snow was in seclusion. Fan Luogui once again warned Yunbing's group not to make any noise. Before she could finish her warning, a voice spoke up. "Fan Luogui, don't be rude." The owner of that voice was now pulling back a curtain and stepping out. This person was Silver Frost Snow. As soon as she saw Yunbing, she smiled gently and said, "Brother Yun, it's been a long time. What brings you here to see me?" Yunbing looked at Silver Frost Snow and smiled. "Nothing major. It's just been a while since I've had news of you, so I wanted to check if you were still alive." Silver Frost Snow laughed. "Brother Yun, you jest. I'm certainly still doing well." Just as she was about to approach Yunbing, Fan Luogui raised her hand to stop her. She said coldly, "My apologies, my lady. The palace master ordered us to ensure your safety. We must maintain a certain distance between these people and you." Silver Frost Snow was silent for a few seconds. For her safety, was it? She had some thoughts in her mind, but chose to compromise. She let Yunbing's group stay on the other side, while Fan Luogui came to her side. Silver Frost Snow raised her hand, intending to touch Fan Luogui, while also offering a few words of praise. Fan Luogui coldly avoided Silver Frost Snow's touch, but out of respect, responded with a few polite words. Silver Frost Snow wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was very gracious towards the rebellious behavior of her former disciple. The old man accompanying them arranged a suitable place for Yunbing's group. As Yunbing's group sat down at the guest table, the old man was pouring tea for them, when Yu Chuan curiously asked, "Why do I feel their master-disciple relationship seems odd, not very natural?" The old man sighed and said, "Our young miss used to be very close with Lady Silverfrost Snow. However, after the incident 3 years ago, the young miss just—" He paused mid-sentence. The gossip mode of Yunbing's two disciples immediately activated. They looked at the old man and urged in unison, "Just what? Tell us." The old man, as if reluctant to recall old memories, just sighed sadly and replied, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, Silverfrost Snow was sitting with Fan Luogui on an ice bed. Fan Luogui said, "Master, I have something to report to you first." With Silverfrost Snow's approval, Fan Luogui continued, "Master, do you remember what happened 3 years ago?" Silverfrost Snow nodded and said, "You mean when your mother returned?" Fan Luogui coldly glanced at Silverfrost Snow sitting in front of her. This look was certainly not one a disciple should give their master. Fan Luogui said, "My father and I have investigated the killer of my mother." Silverfrost Snow asked curiously, "Who is it?" As soon as the words were spoken, red blood spurted from her chest. In a completely unexpected turn, the attacker was none other than Fan Luogui herself. Filled with hatred, Fan Luogui coldly said, "It was you." The dagger in her hand pierced the chest, fresh blood spraying from the wound. Silverfrost Snow hadn't even realized what had just happened when she was stabbed. Fresh blood splattered on Fan Luogui's beautiful face. Fan Luogui was now overwhelmed with hatred. She said, "It was you who plotted to kill my mother. I want to avenge my mother's death from 3 years ago." After speaking, Fan Luogui held the dagger in her hand, pointing it directly at Silverfrost Snow's face, as if to emphasize her words. Yes, what Fan Luogui wanted was to avenge her mother, to kill the one who had harmed her mother. Silverfrost Snow's body was covered in red blood, but her eyes still looked at Fan Luogui with some calmness. Only her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "Why do you say I'm the one who killed your mother?" Fan Luogui, her pupils filled with hatred, resentment, and loathing, looked at her master lying on the ground, covered in her own blood, and shouted, "My father told me. 3 years ago, the only one who could cure my poison was you. The one who could poison without a trace was also only you. You used that as an excuse to force my mother to break through her cultivation immediately, causing her to die from chi deviation. You even staged leaving the North Ice Palace, pretending to be injured when you returned. It was all you. You killed my mother." Silverfrost Snow, wounded by Fan Luogui's special dagger, lay motionless on the ground. Fan Luogui raised the dagger again and repeatedly stabbed Silverfrost Snow's body. Each stab caused a spray of fresh blood, staining Fan Luogui's face red. With each knife thrust, Fan Luogui shouted, "Die! Die!" In that moment, she suddenly remembered some events from the past. Back then, she was still very young, meeting Silverfrost Snow with her mother for the first time. Her mother had said this person would become her master. A lifetime as a teacher, a lifetime as a mother. Her mother had instructed, Fan Luogui must respect Silverfrost Snow as she respects her own mother. Silverfrost Snow was incredibly gentle then, reaching out to her, calling, "Luogui." Just as now, Silverfrost Snow reached out to Fan Luogui with lifeless eyes, trembling as she called, "Luogui." The dagger Fan Luogui used to kill her master fell to the ground. She didn't understand why the one who killed her mother had to be Silverfrost Snow. Fan Luogui's entire body trembled uncontrollably, unclear if from grief or anger. She knelt on the ground mumbling, "Why? Why?" Yunping and the others had witnessed the scene of a disciple killing her master, yet Yunping's expression was both surprised and stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. Yu Chuan beside him asked with his sleeve, "Teacher, aren't you going to save her?" While Fan Luogui was in anguish, a voice called out her name. It was Fan Luogui's father, the mastermind behind everything. Now he put on an act of righteousness and smiled, saying, "Luogui, you finally did it. You finally avenged your mother." Fan Dongyin laughed and said, "Once at the pinnacle of power, now reduced to this state. 3 years ago, you poisoned my daughter, killed my wife. Did you ever think this day would come? Indeed, only those who rob while crying thief can play this game of turning black into white." Fan Dongyin is a prime example. Now he's saying he hasn't slept for 3 years, every day wishing he could skin you alive, refine your soul, erase your very existence. Now I've finally done it. Yu Chuan approached Silverfrost Snow to assess the situation. The blood-stained knife used by Fan Luogui, its aura was very similar to the Silverfrost ice flower from before. Yu Chuan couldn't help but think that they might have wanted to steal the flower in order to kill someone. But the more he thought about it, Yu Chuan realized something wasn't right. According to Fan Dongyin, he had planned to kill Silverfrost Snow long ago. How could he have let them into the forbidden area just because of the ice-cold order? It was too illogical. There must be a hidden reason behind this. Just as he thought this, Fan Dongyin revealed the hidden reason. He laughed and said, Old Fu made his move. Unexpectedly, that old man was also Fan Dongyin's henchman. He burst out with spiritual power behind Ye Wuchuan and Zhang Ruoshui, saying, "My apologies, everyone. Silverfrost Snow's death needs a scapegoat. Just as Silverfrost Snow was being hunted, now she suddenly dies. People will find it acceptable." Zhang Ruoshui said in panic, "Senior sister, this old man is a crystal formation powerhouse. Now we can't even activate our spiritual roots." It was then that Ye Wuchuan remembered Yunping's capabilities and reassured Zhang Ruoshui. Just as he said, "There's still teacher," he turned around and was startled. That teacher was still in meditation. Yunping remained with his back turned to them, showing no movement at all, as if he were resting with his eyes closed. The enemy was right in front of them, yet the teacher behind remained unmoved. This was truly a precarious situation. That old man looked decent enough, but people's hearts are truly treacherous. You can't fully trust anyone. Right, you can't trust anyone at all. For example, while Yunping was meditating behind Ye Wuchuan, another Yunping appeared, unbeknownst to anyone, behind that old man. Yunping never showed mercy to his enemies. His actions were decisive, cold, and ruthless. In an instant, while Ye Wuchuan was still stunned, Yunping had already smashed the old man's head into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Yunping's clothes looked a bit strange at this moment, but never mind that. What mattered was that in his hand there was now only a bit of blood. Yunping said with a proud smile, "My adorable female disciple can't be touched by an old man like you." After dealing with those people, Yunping laughed and said to his two disciples who were disconnected from their main server, "Why are you two staring at me in a daze?" Ye Wuchuan, shocked, pointed at the meditating Yunping standing over there, then looked at the naked Yunping smiling at him and asked, "Why are there two of you?" Yunping laughed, resting his hand on his hip. "What do you mean two? Someone as handsome as me is obviously one of a kind." His clothes changed back to normal, the ones he usually wore. The meditating Yunping on the side was also slowly transforming. Yinhan Bingshui, who was thought to have been killed by Pan Luogui, now appeared proudly. There were no wounds left on her body. To be fair, Yinhan Bingshui's beauty was indeed remarkable. Even her appearance was as gentle and beautiful as a fairy. Ye Wuchuan gazed at her, his cheeks turning slightly pink. While admiring the beauty, Yunping spoke up teasingly, drawing attention to himself. "Look over here. Isn't my acting worthy of an Oscar?" Yinhan Bingshui glanced at Yunping and said, "Even Luo Gui was fooled. You've won." Ye Wuchuan and Zhang Ruoshui were dumbfounded for a while, wondering what on earth had just happened. Only Ye Wuchuan remembered Yunping's earlier disappearance and finally understood what was going on. Zhang Ruoshui was still confused and clueless. Seeing Yunping happily laughing and talking meaningfully with Ye Wuchuan, Zhang Ruoshui suddenly felt that life was too hard to understand. Her mind was now in complete chaos. The more she heard these words, the less she understood what these people were talking about. The fact that Yinhan Bingshui was still alive, along with Yunping's disappearance, the situation was actually like this. At that time, as usual, Yinhan Bingshui was happily hiding in her bedchamber, lying on the ice bed, engrossed in reading an 18-plus novel. Reading about those beast-taming items, this was the turtle that old man mentioned. Just looking at it made her feel good. Yinhan Bingshui looked at her own voluminous chest, wondering if she resembled the beautiful sister in the book. Could she achieve that silky effect too? As she was touching her chest, suddenly a voice rang out from behind, startling her with fear. The person said, "Why don't you try it and find out?" Yinhan Bingshui's first reaction wasn't to attack the intruder, but to jump on the bed to hide the 18-plus novels she was reading. Yinhan Bingshui's supreme intelligence, stunning beauty, and unworldly pure aura were all fake. The truth was just a girl with an adorable expression thinking about how her precious collection was about to be exposed. The person laughed and said, "My dear sister, after so many years, why are you still so hasty?" This voice, this familiar way of addressing her, could only be one person. Yinhan Bingshui, still hugging her books, raised her head to look at the person who had just appeared, calling him Yunping. Yunping nodded with a grunt, seeming very pleased. Yinhan Bingshui exclaimed emotionally, "Yunping." It was about to be a touching moment of reunion. Unexpectedly, Yinhan Bingshui stood on the bed, ice-choked Yunping, and asked loudly, "I've been waiting for you until I went crazy. Why did it take you so long to come find me?" Yunping coughed a few times and hurriedly said, "Let go of me first. You're using too much force. Also, where did you learn to be so fierce?" Yinhan Bingshui gently touched the books, smiling. "Of course, I learned it from these books." She added, "The collection of 18-plus novels in my palace is quite extensive." Yinhan Bingshui patted Yunping's chest, pouting. "If you hadn't come, I would have memorized all these books by now." After saying that, Yinhan Bingshui licked her lips, looked at the book in her hand, and asked with an expectant look, "You've come to bring me new ones this time, right? All genders, Unlimited items, diverse types, the more the better. Yunping said with a heartache. I've come from afar to visit you, yet you treat me like a delivery tool. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let this person read 18+ novels for days on end in the first place. But more importantly, Yunping crossed his arms and looked around Yinhan Bingshui's residence, sighing. It seems you've been living comfortably here for 3 years without knowing that your North Ice Palace is about to face trouble. Yinhan Bingshui tilted her head curiously. Is he blaming her? But with all this beating around the bush, who could tell? Yunping continued. Pan Luogui and Pan Dongyin are coming to kill you today. It was indeed shocking news. So shocking that as soon as Yinhan Bingshui heard it, she immediately exclaimed, impossible, as if she had great trust in those two. Pan Luogui was the disciple she had personally trained, and Pan Dongyin was also a trustworthy person. Yunping smiled and said, well, before that, the one who killed Yang Xingi was Pan Dongyin. So what about that? Yinhan Bingshui didn't immediately believe it. She asked Yunping for evidence. If you dare to make such claims, you must have evidence for me to believe you. Yunping had anticipated that Yinhan Bingshui would ask him about this. If you want evidence, just let this little girl see it with her own eyes. Yinhan Bingshui's flashback ended. Back to the present, Yinhan Bingshui appeared. As soon as he saw Yinhan Bingshui, Pan Luogui was emotionally moved, suddenly breathing a sigh of relief. Master is actually not dead. She's still alive. That's wonderful. The joy didn't last long. Pan Luogui was soon tormented by guilt. She clenched her fist, trembling as she told herself, how can I be happy she's not dead? I must avenge my mother. But turning to his daughter, Pan Dongyin now put on an act of anger to the point of trembling, revealing his true despicable nature. He gritted his teeth and glared at Han Bingshui, shouting, why aren't you dead yet? Everything was planned perfectly, and yet, after speaking, he turned to look at his daughter. Although she was also useless, for now, he still needed to win her over as she had her uses. Therefore, Pan Dongyin didn't hesitate to point at Yunping's group and put the blame on them. So you had accomplices lying in wait here all along. Do you intend to kill me and Pan Luogui? Now Yinhan Bingshui completely believed. She coldly approached Pan Dongyin and said, I never thought that after all these years, North Ice Palace would raise an old dog that bites its master like you. Pan Dongyin spoke with increasing fervor, his internal energy rising. He continued, don't you dare insult me. For the past 3 years, without me, North Ice Palace would have been razed to the ground. Back then, you used the excuse of being hunted and injured. Who could have injured an extreme wisdom like you? At this point, it seems Pan Dongyin trusts the person behind the scenes who helped him kill the extreme wisdom that Meng Shu mentioned earlier. Yunping didn't hesitate to probe further. He then said, old man, the one who could injure Yinhan Bingshui, you and your daughter Pan Luogui, aren't you among them as well? The silver frost flower dagger created earlier could directly take Yinhan Bingshui's life. Back then, when Yinhan Bingshui secretly left, it wasn't supposed to be known, but the entrance to the ice pit had no restrictions. Someone could have known about her departure. Only those who knew Yinhan Bingshui had left would have had the best opportunity. Yang Hangui is dead, and Yinhan Bingshui wasn't there. Who benefited the most? Anyone with even a bit of brain could figure it out. The one who benefited the most is the current North Ice Palace master, Pan Dongyin. Upon hearing this, Pan Luogui's eyes immediately revealed a cold, hateful look. She stood up abruptly, pointing her sword at Yunping and shouted, impossible! My father wouldn't deceive me. Yunping calmly smiled and said, but you're shaken. Then Yunping's gaze suddenly changed. He commanded, kneel down. Pan Luogui immediately knelt on the ground. This was due to Yunping's pressure affecting her. She had no choice but to kneel. Because she suddenly dropped her knees on the ice surface, her legs were in pain. Combined with Yunping's pressure, her whole body wasn't much better. She couldn't move at all. Pan Dongyin knew the situation was getting tricky. An eye god had trapped Pan Luogui, a god transformation realm, and could even conceal his level and aura. His strength was unfathomable. He wondered if this person's strength might be at the Saint realm or not. But Saint realm or whatever realm, it didn't matter at all. From Pan Dongyin's hand, a blood pearl appeared. He smiled and said, you have some skill. Yunping smirked and asked, no more pretending. Pan Dongyin, facing Yunping's provocation, only said, young man, you'll pay for your arrogance. After saying that, he began to use the pearl in his hand. Pan Luogui immediately recognized the object floating in the air. That thing was the red blood pearl, and Yinhan Bingshui's group had already recognized what that pearl was. Speaking of which, years ago, according to historical records, Emperor Wen almost lost his life to this red blood pearl. Pan Dongyin, relying on this, arrogantly boasted, single-handedly matching Emperor Wen for years. This villain is a bit foolish, truly pitiful. Ye Wuchuan basically didn't know what the red blood pearl was. Fortunately, Zhang Ruoshui knew to explain. The red blood pearl is a blood spirit artifact essence, refined through cultivator sacrifices, demons, ordinary people, and other things. The method is extremely cruel and bloody, typically only used by demonic cultivators. Yet now it's in Pan Dongyin's hands. The more Pan Luogui looked, the more she doubted this father of hers. The red blood pearl emitted a dark aura that angered everyone, truly an item of evil and heresy. Pan Dongyin held the red blood pearl and smiled. So what if I killed them? You've unveiled the dusty secret, so prepare yourselves to be eliminated. Most villains die because they talk too much. Pan Dongyin is not only weak but also unwise. Before Yunping could interrogate, he confessed. Using the red blood pearl that Senior gave me, sending you all to your deaths is an honor. Yunping coldly said, I'll give you one chance. Tell me the name of the senior you mentioned, and I might consider giving you an easy death. Pan Dongyin laughed and said, since you're about to die, I might as well tell you. The senior who helped me is Emperor Wen Shanlei. Yes, Emperor Wen Shanlei himself. Yunping's group below heard this and were completely stunned. A long silence ensued, stretching on and on. Something seemed off here. Ye Wuchuan asked confusedly. Emperor Wen. Yinhan Bingshui asked bewilderedly. Shanlei. Even Emperor Wen Hangrian himself was equally confused. It felt as if the name that guy just mentioned was someone else, not him. Yunping cupped his hand to his ear, turned towards Pan Dongyin and asked again. Say that one more time. Who helped you? Emperor what? Xian what lay? Pan Dongyin didn't know that Yunping was Emperor Wen Hangrian. He arrogantly smiled and said, I knew you wouldn't believe what I said. After all, you fools wouldn't believe that Emperor Wen, that old man, could have survived the primordial ancestors' judgment 500 years ago. But that's the truth. Not only did he survive, he wants to take revenge on all 21 extreme wisdoms in the 3 immortal realms. Emperor Wen Shanlei Hangrian, that's who. Yunping was completely frozen. He felt as if something had just cracked inside him. He understood less the more he heard. Since when did he want to kill the 21 extreme wisdoms? Wait, he needed to sort this out. Yunping raised his hand to stop Pan Dongyin. Be quiet for a moment. He asked again. According to what you're saying, 3 years ago, Emperor Wen not only helped you plot, gave you the red blood pearl, but also forced Yinhan Bingshui to leave the North Ice Palace and poisoned her to buy you time. Someone brought an extreme wisdom to infiltrate Blackwater Abyss and cut the demon binding rope, and someone dared to use his reputation as Emperor Wen to hunt down the 21 extreme wisdoms. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it seemed. After the explanation, the red blood pearl in Pan Dongyin's hand caused a great disturbance again. From the sky, a pillar of light carrying terrifying power struck down. The time for conversation was over. Yinhan Bingshui hurriedly helped Ye Wuchuan's group to resist. That force going to help the weaker ones is fine. Pan Dongyin laughed arrogantly. Die, all of you. Ha 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 ha. Yinhan Bingshui was resisting while worrying inwardly. This madman has provoked the heavenly Tao. This heavenly palace could collapse at any moment. Ye Wuchuan suddenly remembered the moment he made a pact with the old scoundrel. This heavenly Tao isn't gentle at all. It's clearly raging. At the North Ice Palace, Fang Qingju also noticed the commotion near Yinhan Bingshui. After all, such a big disturbance couldn't go unnoticed. And in the nearby city, where Hu Xilin and Bai Niao were, they also saw the great commotion in the sky. The force it emitted was nothing good. Bai Niao fearfully nestled into Hu Xiaolin's chest, asking with teary eyes, Brother Hu, are we all going to die? If there's a next life, I'll surely meet you earlier. Everyone was worried. Only Yunping remained calm as ever. He looked up at the heavenly Tao and smiled. Big sis, take my 2 disciples far away. Yinhan Bingshui immediately followed his order. Now only he remained here. Yunping could fight to his heart's content. With one hand on his hip, he gave the middle finger to the heavenly Tao with the other. Yunping laughed proudly. Ha, heavenly Tao. I'm telling you, girl, you've been striking from the sky for half a day now. Can you take it easy a bit? You're not scared, are you? The heavenly Tao immediately unleashed even more terrifying power, frightening even Pan Dongyin, who had provoked the heavenly Tao in the first place. This disturbance was completely beyond his expectations. In contrast to Pan Dongyin's worried expression, Yunping continued to calmly provoke the heavenly Tao. Pan Dongyin turned to look at Yunping in horror, shouting, You're insane, daring to provoke the heavenly Tao. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. The heavenly Tao in the sky unleashed even more terrifying power, the surrounding sky distorting. An enormous pressure spread everywhere. Pan Dongyin hadn't even finished cursing Yunping when he had to turn his worried gaze towards the heavenly Tao. The disturbance grew increasingly intense, spreading across all areas around North Ice City, alarming even the Black Dragon brothers resting deep in the Black Dragon Abyss and others. They all sensed the anger and menace of the heavenly Tao. Pan Dongyin laughed maniacally. Serves you right. Angering the heavenly Tao can only end like this. You'll all die. Zhang Rosha and Ye Wuchuan, though aware of their master's extraordinary abilities, couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the heavenly Tao isn't something a single person can oppose, especially when it's this terrifying. Ye Wuchuan anxiously looked at Yunping before him. Yunping remained unchanged, not moving at all, standing proudly before the heavenly Tao. Then he smiled slightly and said, "Come to think of it, I'm a bit hungry now." Earth-shattering thunder and lightning, strike after strike came down, carrying the power of the heavenly Tao. And what about Yunping being hungry? If hungry, one must eat, and Yunping's food was none other than the heavenly Tao itself. He simply opened his mouth, and the power of the heavenly Tao was sucked in. No matter how vast the heavenly Tao was, it was nothing to Yunping, or more accurately, it was completely outmatched by him. In an instant, from an immense force, it gradually diminished and then vanished into nothingness. Now all that remained was a scene of desolation, with Yunping calmly standing amidst the ruins. After digesting the heavenly Tao, Yunping burped, patted his stomach, and said, "A bit bloated, but not bad." Zhang Roshui and Ye Wuchuan were completely shocked. It felt as if what had just happened before their eyes wasn't real at all. Yunping had just devoured the Lord of the Three Heavenly Taos, the supreme power of the three great heavenly realms, the heavenly punishment thunder. More precisely, he drank it like water. Yinhan Bingshui was quite used to such scenes, but couldn't help feeling troubled. This big brother Yun of hers still liked causing chaos as always. Pan Dongyin was left dumbfounded. When he activated the blood pearl, he hadn't anticipated this outcome at all. What kind of monster can eat the heavenly Tao? Pan Luogui was equally terrified. Who on earth was this person? Then Yunping noticed something quite interesting. Behind some clouds, a tiny lightning bolt was trembling and hiding. Yunping raised his hand and smiled, still trying to run. From thin air, a large hand appeared and grabbed something covered in lightning spikes. This was the heavenly thunder, the one responsible for the earlier commotion. Now the heavenly thunder was completely in Yunping's grasp, at his mercy, only able to cower in fear, utterly silent. Yunping put his hands on his hips, looking at the heavenly thunder in his hand, and said arrogantly, "Weren't you going crazy just now? Striking left and right, weren't you? Considering you're like Deep Abyss Putin, bullying the weak but fearing the strong." Heavenly Thunder could only think, this is Deep Abyss Cloth Ice. Don't ramble on. But it could only suffer without being able to express it in words. Bored with playing, Yunping threw Heavenly Thunder down in front of him, sternly warning, "Look closely at these people. Remember well, next time you see them, will you dare to strike?" Heavenly Thunder hurriedly shook its head vigorously. Only a fool would dare to strike. Yunping was quite satisfied with this response and took out a box of fireworks from his storage space. He casually pulled out a firework, using Heavenly Thunder's fire to light it for fun while demonstrating to it. Then he tossed the box of fireworks to Heavenly Thunder to play with. Yunping held the firework in his hand and said with a smile, "Now that you remember, get lost." Heavenly Thunder was just waiting for this. It immediately grabbed the box of fireworks and ran off without any hesitation. Pan Dongyin finally spoke up. "What the hell are you playing at?" Evidently, of all the things that had just happened from earlier until now, he couldn't believe a single one. After all, no one could capture Heavenly Thunder alive, let alone tame it. The blood pearl in Pan Dongyin's hand once again emitted an eerie, dark aura. Now he no longer wanted to control Heavenly Thunder, so he was preparing to try something new. Yunping raised an eyebrow. This guy's cultivation was a bit strange, likely enhanced by that blood pearl. The blood-red pearl carried a dark force, slowly seeping into Fan Dongyin's body. Fan Dongyin's facial muscles contorted, bulging with veins. He now looked even more hideous than a monster. As he transformed, he struggled to speak, gritting his teeth. "But it seems you have many treasures on you." Yinhan Bingshui immediately realized what Fan Dongyin intended to do. He wanted to merge with the blood-red pearl. Fan Dongyin's head split into two parts. Those two parts then transformed into two heads. One was Fan Dongyin, the other was Fan Ligui's mother. Fan Dongyin, now a two-headed monster, possessed an appearance that screamed evil and heartlessness at first glance. Now he wanted to kill Emperor Wen to seize his treasures. Truly an arrogant bastard deserving death. But since hell has its own standards, this guy only deserved to have his soul scattered. Yinhan Bingshui looked at Fan Dongyin with worry. This wasn't merging with the blood-red pearl, but forcibly devouring someone else's primordial spirit. Yunping frowned. He wanted to perish together with the entire North Ice Palace. Why was it only Fan Legui? She felt as if she had just fallen into the depths of despair. That face was the one she could never forget in this lifetime. The face of her dead mother now reappeared, wearing a soulless smile. Fan Legui writhed and said, "That's my mother, devouring the primordial spirit. Father, how could he? No matter how terrifying the reality might be, the truth was right before her eyes. How could one not believe what they see? The smell of blood permeated everywhere." Fan Dongyin laughed maniacally. He was truly evil beyond heaven's forgiveness. The primordial spirit of Fan Legui's mother remained as soulless as ever. Only Fan Dongyin's head was animated and talking. He said, "Today all of you will die here." At this moment in the Judgment Palace, Fang Qingju had eaten her second candy. She carefully reached out to receive something red that had just appeared there. After looking closely, Fang Qingshui realized it was the soul of the Snow Shadow team. Everything was now crystal clear. Even if it was heartbreaking, she had to deal with the situation at hand. The blood-colored rain spread widely. Fang Qingshui ordered loudly, "Judgment Palace, all disciples listen up. Immediately evacuate the civilians. Take them out of Snow-Cold Palace." Yinhan Bingshui could no longer sit still either. This guy was worse than a beast. Not only did he kill his wife, Xingui, but he also devoured her nascent soul. The Snow Shadow team wasn't spared either. Reasoning with an evildoer is extremely foolish. Fan Dongyin arrogantly said, "So what? What if I kill you too today?" Raising his finger, Fan Dongyin pointed at Yinhan Bingshui. His fingertip carried destructive power. He said, "You are all just stepping stones on my path to immortality. Die." Before Han Bingshui could counter, Yunping beside her waved his hand, dispelling the lethal attack that Fan Dongyin had launched at Han Bingshui. That fire could corrode ice. Fan Dongyin was now very evil. Yunping stood in front of Yinhan Bingshui, cautioning carefully, "Your spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet. Be careful." Yunping looked at Fan Dongyin. "Is he up to something?" Fan Dongyin shrugged nonchalantly, smiling. "So what? I'm now at the peak of semi-immortal, second to none. If you want to interfere, you'll have to be able to touch me before you speak." Yunping laughed. "What peak of semi-immortal? What do you mean can't be touched? How naive." Yunping's entire body was covered in cloud energy, not as exaggerated as a rumbling aura, but when he moved, one could almost see lightning around him. He kicked straight at the red blood stone pillars, utterly disdainful of these tricks. "Isn't bragging to me a bit too ridiculous? Supposedly second to none among 10,000, but unfortunately, Yunping happened to be the one above Fan Dongyin." Fan Dongyin was still in shock as he saw Yunping getting closer and closer, at a speed faster than an altar. Yunping appeared before Fan Dongyin, grabbing his neck. Fan Dongyin, terrified, stammered, "Impossible." Yunping poured all his anger into his punches. He repeatedly struck Fan Dongyin's face. "Keep flapping that mouth of yours. I hate morally corrupt trash like you the most, with your despicable words. As for being second to none among semi-immortals, I'll beat some sense into you, bastard." Fan Dongyin had no way to fight back. He had barely boasted before being beaten to a pulp. Yunping then quickly teleported behind Fan Dongyin. He grabbed both of his heads with his hands, his eyes expressing utter disgust and contempt. Fan Dongyin was certain to die. As Yunping prepared to strike, Fan Legui ran over shouting, "Wait," his body crawling on the ground, blood everywhere. Fan Legui knelt on the ground crying, trembling as he begged Yunping, "He is guilty, he deserves to die. But please don't kill my mother. I'm guilty too, kill me instead. Use me in exchange for my mother. I beg you, don't kill my mother." With Fan Legui's extremely moving and tragic performance, Yunping listened silently. He brought Fan Dongyin's two heads in front of Fan Legui, preparing to make this girl come to her senses. He held the head of Fan Legui's mother, brought it before her, and said coldly, "Look carefully. This is no longer your mother. Since Fan Dongyin devoured her soul, she has been completely dead. This is now just a puppet helping Fan Dongyin do evil deeds, a mere tool for his ambitions." Fan Legui fell silent. But then her eyes flashed with despair and horror when she saw what happened next. Yunping had finished explaining and had no time to say more. With both hands, he crushed the two heads. Fresh blood sprayed all around. Indeed, a strong person can kill villains in such a cruel way without even blinking and without any hesitation. Fan Legui watched in horror as blood sprayed towards her, then looked at the thing that was neither human nor ghost falling down dead. But from Fan Dongyin's body, a piece of flesh fell out. After killing Fan Dongyin, Yunping immediately turned away, not noticing the small piece of flesh transforming behind him. Until Fan Legi let out a scream, Yunping startled and looked back. Fan Legi was now being tightly wrapped by that piece of flesh. One look, and it was clear it had no good intentions. Fan Dongyin's voice rang out once again. Luckily, I nurtured you as a vessel early on. Now it's time for you to repay that nurturing. Don't worry, I'll take you and your mother to ascend together. Utterly disgusting. Disgusting. So disgusting that Yunping didn't want to look at this thing any longer. He coldly turned around and kicked towards that piece of flesh. A loud explosion rang out. The flesh piece dropped several blood-red tentacles. Yunping spat with all his might. What a disgusting thing. Ascend to heaven, my ass. A stage like this is only fit for me to stand on alone. Just imagine standing with that disgusting piece of flesh. The mere thought makes me furious. Yunping leapt into the air again, jumping even higher than that piece of flesh. Yunping attacked without any mercy. Thunder and lightning gathered in his hand. The last remnants of Fan Dongyin were completely extinguished. That's the price for foolishly emerging too soon. Truly a fool who likes to play the villain. Yunping frowned and said, "Even your own daughter you wanted to use as a vessel. That's just my feeling." Then, Yunping unleashed the technique in his hand. The lightning touched that piece of flesh, causing terrible pain. It was as if something powerful and burning was engulfing the trapped being. The flesh exploded in midair, followed by a spray of blood. Yunping erected a shield between himself and the blood. He raised an eyebrow and sighed. "You're truly so disgusting that human words can't adequately curse you. In that case, I'll send you to the demon realm of hell." Yunping chuckled and said, "After you arrive, remember to protect yourself well. The demons there love scum like you who kill their wives and harm their children." 3 days later, news of Fan Dongyin's death quickly spread throughout North Bangkok, and of course, all of his crimes were also brought to light. Fan Dongyin is dead, facing the wrath of humanity. It's truly a happy ending. Fang Qingju, as usual, was leisurely sucking on a lollipop prepared by Yunping, sitting and observing the situation. But there are still some unpleasant matters. Fang Qingju raised an eyebrow and complained. Although public opinion has now returned to the right path, those problematic big clans are taking this opportunity to act foolishly. Some even imitate Fang Gozhe, wanting to use connections to marry into the Fang Qingju family. Now Fang Qingju's head feels even bigger than usual, but they haven't considered Fan Legui yet. Logically speaking, given Fan Legi's situation, the appearance of inner demons is very normal. But after some time, perhaps she'll be able to break free. Yunping poured himself a cup of tea and waved his hand, smiling. "You don't need to be so heartbroken about it. It's easier said than done, though." Yinhan Bingshe sighed sadly. "We'll take it one step at a time." As they were discussing, Ye Wuchuan came in from outside, smiling happily. "This old rascal is back. The thing you asked me to get from the ice cave, I've brought it back." Yinhan Bingshe looked at the object Ye Wuchuan had just brought back. "This looks somewhat familiar, but isn't it always inside the Snow Shisa cave?" Ye Wuchuan recalled what she had seen when retrieving this item. She asked, "Snow Shisa, do you mean those big fish with sharp fangs that are extremely ugly?" Yinhan Bingshui was hurt by Ye Wuchuan's words. She clutched her chest, heartbroken, and said, "Sharp fangs are ugly. They're clearly very cute." Ye Wuchuan was confused, not understanding what Yinhan Bingshe was talking about when Yunping coughed twice. He glanced at Ye Wuchuan and explained, "The Snow Shiza are pets that Xiaobinger has raised for a long time." Then, he secretly transmitted to Ye Wuchuan, "Xiaobinger's tastes are a bit special. The things she likes are different from the norm." Ye Wuchuan signaled understanding to Yunping, and then looked at Yinhan Bingshui, displaying a genuinely surprised and interested face without any pretense, saying, "So those adorable fish are the ones you raised. No wonder I felt they were very different at first sight. They really match your temperament." Yinhan Bingshui was manipulated by Ye Wuchuan's psychology, her eyes sparkling upon hearing someone praise her fish. She happily said, "Right. Their eyes are big, round, and innocent, even brighter than lamps." Ye Wuchuan nodded in agreement. Yinhan Bingshui was so moved that she hugged Ye Wuchuan tightly, praising loudly, "Little sister really has good taste. Come to Big Sister's room tonight. I'll show you some more things." Ye Wuchuan immediately nodded in agreement. "I love seeing great treasures the most." Yinhan Bingshe rubbed her cheek against Ye Wuchuan's and asked with a smile, "So how did you manage to get this?" Ye Wuchuan was indeed an honest person, blurting out the entire process of retrieving the item. "First, I put my hand in the water, then used the small thunder sky body to shock the fish a bit." Yinhan Bingshui completely turned to stone, her soul seemingly leaving her body. Ye Wuchuan still hadn't stopped, continuing to deliver the final blow. She recalled the scene of the fish in her icy pond and said, "I discovered that this type of fish smells delicious when grilled." Fang Qingju and Yunping, who were drinking tea, spat it all out. Yinhan Bingshui's heart shattered, her ears ringing with the words, "Smells delicious when grilled, smells delicious when grilled." Yinhan Bingshui covered her face and cried loudly. Yunping looked at Yuchuan and said, "I think you should go comfort Xiaobinger and apologize to her while you're at it. What kind of person are you? More ignorant than ignorance itself." Yinhan Bingshui covered her face and cried, "My fish, my fish." Ye Wuchuan chased after her, calling, "Sister, sister." In no time, they had gone outside. Only Fang Qingju and Yun Ping remained in the room, looking at the item in the box that Ye Wuchuan had brought back. It was said this was to remake the arm for Yun Ping's disciple. But could it really be done? In the box that Ye Wuchuan brought back was a large block of ice. Yun Ping smiled and said, "This is so good. It would have been a waste to leave it with Xiao Binger." After hearing this, Fang Qingju put on a sly expression and tempted, "Yun Ping, so after this is done, you'll leave. Have you considered staying to be the master of North Ice Palace? Help your poor little sister out." Yun Ping immediately coldly refused. "I'm not the type who likes troublesome and boring things. Moreover, I still need to find the person behind this, the one who wants to kill the 21 Extreme Wisdom and impersonate the literary emperor." Fang Qingju silently looked at Yun Ping for a moment. Then she sighed and said, "Don't be so serious. I trust you very much." Having known Yun Ping for so long, Fang Qingju also understood Yun Ping's personality well. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Well, before you leave, you said you'd compensate me with plenty of lollipops, so bring them out." The character ring on Yun Ping's hand lit up, and then a mountain of lollipops fell out in front of Fang Qingju. Yun Ping gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Here, all kinds. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Fang Qingju reached out and took 2 lollipops from the pile, holding one in each hand, one shaped like a round buttock, the other like a 6-pack abs. They were indeed special. Fang Qingju looked at them somewhat mesmerized. Yun Ping added some spice to the conversation. "Yes, those 2 in your hands are the strawberry flavor you like." Fang Qingju's cheeks flushed red. She opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue to lick the 6-pack abs lollipop. The taste was indeed excellent, very much like strawberry. Yun Ping nodded smugly. "Of course, how could I deceive you?" After chatting with Fang Qingju, Yun Ping went off to find Yinhan Bingshui's group. Holding 2 sparklers in his hands, he sang as he walked, "I have a fairy, suddenly growing big and small, beautiful." Not knowing if his disciple and Yinhan Bingshui were sleeping in the ice cave all day, then from inside the ice cave, Ye Wuchuan let out a cry, her voice tinged with a hint of passion. "Sister, be gentle." Yun Ping's ears immediately perked up. Among those suggestive voices was also mixed in Zhang Ruoshui's slightly sultry tone. Even Ruoshui, who's devoted to cultivation, has joined in. It's really not simple. Zhang Ruoshui was now being pressed down by Ye Wuchuan's enormous chest. She struggled to say, "Senior sister, I can barely breathe. Senior sister, if you press any more, I'll be crushed to death." Yes, this is truly a beautiful earthly scene, one that ordinary people rarely get to see. This is the 3 Penglai Islands, where girls with perfect figures are huddled together, doing who knows what. That's incredibly exciting. Han Yunshui tightly embraced Zhang Ruoshui and Ye Wuchuan, their silhouettes visible through the thin curtain. Yun Ping, in his lecherous mode, scampered over, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. "Sisters, I'm here to join in the fun too." Yun Ping grabbed the curtain and pulled it open, his eyes wide open to take in the sight. "I've experienced all the beauty this world has to offer. From now on, I'll lie down here on this spot, where this beautiful earthly scene is right before my eyes." Blood gushed from his nose in an arc. Yun Ping was so excited that he fell down, sprawled out on the ground. His soul was satisfied and content. Now he could close his eyes and pass on peacefully. The 3 young ladies hurriedly ran to Yun Ping's side, worried about him. Yun Ping woke up to the sight of 2 more melons every hour. Was he still not dead? But oh my, what a heavenly sight is this! Yun Ping once again got so excited that his nose bled. Surrounding him were 6 large melons, each perfect in its own way. They were even worried about him. 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose. Yun Ping shakily raised his hand and said, "I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, blood gushed out like rain. Yun Ping, at this moment in your life, you've achieved perfection. If only time could stop at this moment, that would be great. After a long period of blissful unconsciousness, in a state of contentment, Yun Ping finally woke up. The 3 young ladies were still sitting there. Yun Ping propped himself up. He let out a troubled sigh. He asked Yuexia Bingshui curiously, "What were you ladies doing just now?" Yuexia Bingshui smiled calmly and said, We were conducting a physical experiment. Seeing that Yunping still didn't understand, Yuexia Bingshui explained further. It's about those comics you gave me earlier. There were many poses in them that I found unrealistic. I've always wanted to find someone to try them out. Just as little Wu Chuan and little Ruo Shui came by, we decided to give it a try. Yunping immediately put on a lecherous expression, giving Yuexia Bingshui a thumbs up and praising, "Your serious attitude is commendable, as expected of you." Then again, it's late, and Yunping came to find them, wondering if there was something important. Yunping immediately remembered his main purpose. He smiled and said, "The materials for the new arm are ready. We can start anytime." Unlike Zhang Rishe's excitement, Ye Wuchuan seemed a bit worried. The last time they attached the arm, her junior sister almost died from the pain. Responding to his beloved disciple, Ye Wuchuan's concern, Yunping smiled and said, "Your teacher is a man who has been through countless battles. This isn't the first time I've done this. Seeing a bit of blood is normal. Just endure it and it'll pass." Ye Wuchuan had nothing more to say. Zhang Roshui's eyes sparkled like stars. For the new arm, no matter how painful, she could bear it. Yunping patted her shoulder and nodded in approval. As expected of the toughest, most pain-resistant girl in Yuntian Academy, I can rest assured now, your teacher will be gentle. Yuexia Bingshui felt that Yunping's words were a bit off, but without evidence, she didn't know where to begin questioning. After saying that, Yunping turned back to look at Yuexia Bingshui and instructed, "Big sister, please take care of Duanyi for me." Yuexia Bingshui, being one of the 21 supreme intellects, was someone Yunping could trust. She now assumed the role of a respectable elder and assured him. That night in Beibang City, Yunping was still reattaching the arm for Zhang Ruoshui. After some back and forth, mainly due to fears of Zhang Ruoshui being in pain, Zhang Ruoshui, leaning against Ye Wuchuan's soft chest, firmly said, "It's all right, senior sister. I'm not afraid of pain." Yunping nodded and said, "Right, this is the correct posture. Hold it. I feel we're almost done." Yunping took a hammer and tapped on some magic array connected to Zhang Ruoshui's new arm. Ye Wuchuan watched Zhang Ruoshui trembling, feeling worried in her heart but unable to do anything else. Moreover, with such high-grade materials, Yunping was using such a crude method. Yunping, while hammering, smiled and said, "What do you know? This is the reverse law of truth." The painful process ended. Zhang Ruoshui's arm had been completely reattached. Yunping wiped the sweat from his face and instructed, "Ruoshui, rest well. The integration of this arm is perfect, but it still needs some time to fully recover. So during this period, don't use your spiritual energy." Zhang Ruoshui, after the process ended, fell asleep immediately. It seems the process was indeed very painful. While feeling sad and worried for her junior sister, Yunping approached and grabbed Ye Wuchuan's hand, pulling her away. He smiled and said, "Let her sleep. Come with me to the next room." Ye Wuchuan blushed as she looked at Yunping, wondering, what do we need to go to the next room for? Yunping smiled and said, "Of course it's for something good. When have I ever done anything that wasn't good?" Ye Wuchuan followed Yunping to the adjacent room. As soon as they entered, he tossed Ye Wuchuan onto the bed. Ye Wuchuan sat up and looked at the wolf-like Yunping in front of her, awkwardly asking, "You, what are you going to do?" It seemed like resistance at first, but a moment later, she obediently compromised. Embarrassed, she said, "What I mean is, isn't this too fast? Although I feel for you, but not this." Yunping reached out his hand. Ye Wuchuan became increasingly nervous. Her heart was pounding. The next moment, Yunping flicked her forehead quite hard and scolded, "What's always going on in that head of yours? And you call me a scoundrel. I think you're just as bad." Ye Wuchuan wouldn't accept this. She bristled and retorted, "You're lying. I don't think indecently. It's clearly you who always does things that make people think you're up to no good." Yunping was at a loss with this person. He pinched her cheek and smiled. "All right, stop talking. Open your mouth." Having just been scolded, Ye Wuchuan still had other improper thoughts in her mind. Yunping smiled and said, "All right, I've arranged things for others. Of course, you should get something too." Ye Wuchuan opened her mouth. Something like a lightning bolt from Yunping's mouth transferred into Ye Wuchuan's mouth. Ye Wuchuan chewed on whatever had just entered her mouth. It seemed to taste very good. As soon as she finished, her mind went blank and her face turned red. Ye Wuchuan covered her face and trembled, wondering if this wasn't a snake kiss. Contrary to Ye Wuchuan's delusional thoughts, Yunping was worried sick. He shook her and called out, "Listen, little Wuchuan, why are you covering your face? Has this child been shocked into stupidity? You need to quickly circulate your spirit energy and small thunder celestial body to absorb this heavenly thunder." Ye Wuchuan snapped back to reality. She looked at her stomach and asked, "Heavenly thunder? It's the heavenly punishment thunder you swallowed earlier. Yunping quickly said, that's right, you're only reacting now, but never mind. He helped Ye Wuchuan guide the heavenly thunder to her dantian first. If this silly girl were to do it herself, who knows when it would be done. Ye Wuchuan immediately fell silent and followed Yunping's instructions. The heavenly thunder was entering her dantian. She could feel it now. Yunping could also sense the changes in Ye Wuchuan's body. Inside was a lotus flower. This was a mutated spirit platform. Yunping never would have imagined that little Wuchuan could form such a rare mutated spirit platform. How interesting indeed. Inside Ye Wuchuan's body now were the heavenly punishment thunder, the green jade spirit root, and the small thunder celestial body, all interacting. Yunping immediately sensed something was wrong. The small thunder celestial body was about to be devoured by the heavenly thunder. If this continued, it would lead to a cultivation deviation. Ye Wuchuan's body temperature was rising steadily. Yunping slowly guided her. Little Wuchuan, now start circulating your heavenly endurance technique. Help the small thunder celestial body absorb it. Time slowly passed. After some time, Ye Wuchuan finally succeeded in absorbing the heavenly thunder. It was evident that she had grown much stronger. Ye Wuchuan felt herself lean back, slowly accepting the new positive changes. Small lightning bolts appeared in her eyes. Ye Wuchuan let out a deep breath. Spirit platform stage. As soon as she reached the spirit platform stage, Ye Wuchuan happily boasted to Yunping. She said with a smile, "Old rogue, I've reached the spirit platform stage." Yunping gave a thumbs up and praised. Not bad, pretty good, little Wuchuan. Ye Wuchuan bit her lip. Then she moved closer to Yunping and wrapped her arms around him. Ye Wuchuan's large breasts pressed against Yunping's body. Ye Wuchuan said with a smile, "Thank you." At some point, Ye Wuchuan's eyes had welled up with tears. These were tears of emotion and gratitude. Ye Wuchuan looked up at Yunping and said, "Thank you for always being by my side at times like this." Yunping gently patted Ye Wuchuan's head and said with a smile, "You don't need to thank me, you know." Just as they were happily enjoying the moment, a voice from outside the window interrupted their touching scene. Lord Yuexia Bingshui, one of the 21 extreme intellects, was now climbing through the window into someone else's room. With an embarrassed look on her face, she said, "Did I come at a bad time? Am I disturbing you two?" Yunping was speechless. He frowned and asked, "Listen, young lady, where did you learn this trick? Why not use the front door like a normal person, instead of climbing through windows?" As soon as Yuexia Bingshui entered the room, she ran to Ye Wuchuan and hugged her affectionately. Yuexia Bingshui said with a smile, "From you, senior brother." Ye Wuchuan was a bit puzzled. Such a beautiful older sister, yet her mind seemed a bit off. There are so many good people in the world. Why did she have to learn from her rogue master, I wonder? Yunping, putting on a righteous air, immediately retorted, "Don't blame this on me. I'm a gentleman. I would never do such things." Those who knew Yunping were aware that those words weren't sincere. Only a fool would believe that. She said with a smile, "Wasn't it you who, instead of using the front door properly, came to Xiaoju's and my place every night?" Just as she was about to continue bad-mouthing past events, Yunping quickly ran behind Yue Xiaobing and covered her mouth. How could an ordinary young lady be so talkative? While covering Yue Xiaobingshui's mouth, Yunping said with a smile, "Little Wuchuan, don't take it seriously. You know your master's character best." Ye Wuchuan crossed her arms, feeling increasingly annoyed. Because she knew Yunping best, she could tell right away that only Yunping would do such things. What a rogue indeed. Yue Xiaobingshui removed Yunping's hand and said, "All right, let's stop talking about the character everyone knows about. I came here to discuss something important. That disciple of yours has some issues. You should go check quickly." This time, Yunping only brought 3 disciples with him. Among them, only Dianair was entrusted to Yue Xiaobingshui's care. Could something have happened to Dianair? Yunping immediately instructed Ye Wuchuan to take care of Zhang Ruo Shui while he went to check on Dianair's situation. Yunping quickly arrived at Dianair's quarters. Dianair was now lying on an ice bed. Now, in Dianair's body, meridians had actually appeared. Yunping was well aware of this. Dianair's body harbored a bloodline from the ancient immortal era. When Yusha Bing Shui activated the insect copper power for Dianair, it stimulated that bloodline, using insect copper as a medium to construct the current meridians. Yunping had a different thought. Although the insect copper power is potent, it wouldn't affect that bloodline. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. While he was still pondering, Dianair slowly woke up. She tried to circulate the spiritual energy in her body. Is this really spiritual energy? Dianair had never been able to cultivate before, so she couldn't use spiritual energy. Yunping approached her with a smile and said, "That's right, Dianair. We now have meridians. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Deanna shook her head and said, "No," now her whole body was filled with happiness. "Does this mean that now that I have meridians, I can cultivate?" Yuesha Bingshui answered Deanna's question on behalf of Yunping. "You can cultivate, but from now on, you can only cultivate insect copper. You can't cultivate anything else." After saying this, Yuesha Bingshui stepped forward and picked up Deanna like a prince carrying a princess. Yuesha Bingshui winked at Deanna and said with a smile, "I've already put all the cultivation methods into your tattoos. Practice well from now on." Deanna's eyes lit up like headlights. She said loudly, "Deanna understands. Thank you, beautiful big sister." Yunping nodded and said, "That's thoughtful, thank you." Yuesha Bingshui caressed Deanna's adorable face and said, "Brother, if you really want to thank me, help me with something." The scene shifts to the judgment hall. Fang Qingju came out to greet Yunping's group, looking cautious. Yuesha Bingshui asked impatiently, "She still refuses to come out." Fang Qingju nodded. "If this continues, Pan Luogui will certainly suffer qi deviation." Yunping put his hands on his hips, feeling confused about what had just happened. Yuesha Bingshui sighed and explained, "After that day, Luogui locked herself in here. She won't come out or respond to anyone's calls." Hearing this, Yunping became even more puzzled. "You called me here to help get Pan Luogui out." Yuesha Bingshui shook her head. Her purpose wasn't to have Yunping call Pan Luogui out. Her purpose was for Yunping to take Pan Luogui as a disciple and then take her away from here. Yunping frowned and quickly waved his hands in refusal. Old Yun isn't the type to casually take any disciple. Please. Yuesha Bingshui put on a pitiful expression, pleading with Yunping. She really had no other choice. Faced with the request of an old acquaintance, Yunping could only sigh and agree. It seems Pan Luogui was also deceived and brainwashed. Helping Yuesha Bingshui isn't impossible, but if in the future Pan Luogui is exploited by others again and does something extremely unethical, Yunping will definitely, on behalf of Beibing Palace, eliminate her completely. Yunping's words were not a joke. Then, he went to where Pan Luogui was confined, kicked the door and asked, "Did you hear everything? If you heard, come out quickly. Hiding in there won't solve any problems. What's happened has happened. You can't go back and change it. Hurting yourself will only make your master pity you again. Those who make mistakes need to correct them. Now is the time to do that." What Pan Luogui needs to do is face Beibing Palace, Yuesha Bingshui, and the people Pan Luogui cares about. Wanting to protect Pan Luogui, she was finally convinced by Yunping's words. She opened the door and asked, "How can I face them?" Yunping immediately got to the point, suggesting Pan Luogui go with him to gain experience. After becoming stronger, return to protect them, to protect Beibing Palace. Yunping's strength, Pan Luogui was well aware of. Following him would certainly make her stronger. Pan Luogui gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and stepped out, agreeing to Yunping's proposal. She walked up to Yuesha Bingshui. Though her conscience still troubled her, she knew she had to face it directly and promised to return. Yuesha Bingshui hugged her emotionally, like a gentle mother saying she would wait for her to come home. This was the warmth of having an elder. Pan Luogui was moved by Yuesha Bingshui. Tears she had been holding back finally fell. She called out, "Master." Yuesha Bingshui put her hand on her shoulder, smiling. "All right, don't be sad anymore. Also, you're his disciple now. You can't call me master anymore." Pan Luogui asked sadly, "Then what should I?" Yuesha Bingshui, as if waiting for this moment, immediately threw away all shame and calmly said, "Call me foster mother." Fang Qingju and Yunping had known this person for a long time, but they didn't expect her to be so shameless. The next morning, Yunping's group immediately left the city. Yuesha Bingshui and the deputy prime minister came to the gate to see them off. Yuesha Bingshui looked at Pan Luogui, waving goodbye. Pan Luogui looked at Yuesha Bingshui sadly, half wanting to go, half reluctant to leave, but she still needed to atone for her sins. Yunping left with 3 people, but returned with 1 more. However, the teleportation array this time they used was somewhat crude, causing Yunping's 2 disciples to doubt the accuracy of this magical array. Although the deputy prime minister had assured them that nothing would go wrong, Pan Luogui still felt something wasn't quite right. And indeed, that something did go wrong. Instead of returning to Yuntian Academy, Yunping teleported them to Qi Mulin. Even more interestingly, Ye Chuan was hung upside down on a tree by red threads, her whole body suspended in midair, worrying about holding her skirt to avoid exposure. More importantly, what the hell were these damn threads? Wasn't it said nothing would go wrong? Yunping was also hanging from a tree, forcing a smile and saying, "What is it?" Seems there was a small error. But the small error in Yunping's words meant that all 5 of them, master and disciples, were all hung up on trees by strange red threads. "Master, this is karma. Too much karma. At this point, Pan Luogui also had some doubts. To be honest, she originally thought her teacher was someone she could rely on. Yunping smiled and said, "Mistake, mistake." Judging by his expression right now, there wasn't a hint of remorse at all. In fact, he seemed a bit amused. But that amusement was also quite strange. Because of a mistake, the whole group was teleported onto trees and even hung upside down. Only Ni was a bit more at ease. Being with Yunping for long, she was used to it. While holding her skirt, she cheerfully said, "Everyone, don't blame the teacher anymore. After all, the teacher is getting old." Just as she finished speaking, a small sound was heard. It was the sound of tree branches cracking. Yunping's group, hanging on the tree, now fell like ripe figs. Screams of surprise rang out. Then came a rather spectacular scene. 5 people piled on top of each other, with Yunping crushed at the very bottom. Surely he wasn't flattened, right? Logically, he shouldn't be flattened, but there's a good chance he's injured. Duyani laughed. Though the teacher is old, he's still a very powerful cultivator, right? That very powerful cultivator was now immersed in a state of blissful trance, utterly content, blood streaming from his nose. A few more crushes like that would be fine. After falling to the ground, Yunping's group began to look around and survey their surroundings. Although it seemed like some desolate place, it was likely not far from their courtyard residence. Dianni reached out to catch a falling leaf and said with a smile, "I know, it's Chimu Lin in Fengye City." Dianni came to Fengye City before for a zither skill assessment and happened to see it. Pan Luogi stepped forward and asked, "Senior sister, do you mean Fengye City has one of the 36 supreme zithers?" Dianni tilted her head and said, "That's right, but don't call me Senior Sister Lin anymore. It sounds odd. Just call me Senior Sister Dianni." Pan Luogi hesitated, saying, "Using given names is a breach of etiquette. Senior Sister Lin can call me Junior Sister Luoqui, but I can't call you Senior Sister Dianni." Hearing Pan Luoqui's explanation, Dianni became even more confused. When she didn't understand something, she turned to her master for help. Yunping, while activating a magic array, said, "It's okay if Dianni doesn't understand. Just do as your junior sister says for now." This magic array seems somewhat familiar. Ye Wuchuan forced a smile. "You old rogue, you're not planning to use a magic array to teleport them back to the academy, are you?" Yunping calmly admitted it and proudly activated the magic array. He added a guarantee. "This time, I'm absolutely sure. Only a fool would make the same mistake twice." The 4 disciples immediately refused. When they first teleported here, Yunping had said exactly the same thing. Words like "trust me" and such. Yunping sadly knelt on the ground, muttering, "All right, if you all don't want to use the array to return, then we'll ride my treasure steed back. If it's a horse, it can only seat 2 people though." Ye Wuchuan's mind started to wander again. She thought Yunping might say something like, "Sit on my lap, we'll ride together." Although it sounded a bit absurd, it did seem like something Yunping would do. Yunping leisurely smiled and said, "You don't understand. The treasure steed I'm talking about is no ordinary beast. It's as white as snow, with a strong, sturdy body, the most fashionable physique. It flies fast and has great endurance." Based on Yunping's description, Ye Wuchuan and the others had imagined a very beautiful war horse. After rambling for a while, Yunping brought out his treasure steed. In a cloud of smoke, the treasure steed appeared. Its shape was completely familiar to us. Incidentally, since CVT was also from Earth, she was very familiar with this treasure steed. She was so shocked that she turned pale, leaving her 3 senior and junior sisters confused. The treasure steed launched very quickly, entering Fengye City at an astonishing speed. The commotion was so great that everyone in the city noticed, and they thought it was a new type of flying magical device for land travel. Now, the speed of Yunping's treasure steed was incredibly fast. It felt almost as fast as a cultivator's teleportation. Generally speaking, most people would want one. Yunping wore sunglasses, casually riding as if flying. Beside him, Ye Wuchuan was screaming her lungs out. She cried and yelled, "You bastard, stop the vehicle now. I feel like I'm seeing stars already." Zhang Ruoshui was thoroughly enjoying herself. It feels quite thrilling, though it seems a bit dangerous. As for Ni, she was just as excited as Zhang Ruoshui. Only Fan Ligi, sitting in the middle, was trembling, realizing that even cultivators can get motion sickness. Fan Ligui endured to the point her face turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. Ye Wuchuan hurriedly shouted, "You bastard, stop the vehicle now. Little junior sister is about to throw up." As soon as the vehicle stopped, Fan Ligui rushed out and performed the classic vomiting scene of someone with motion sickness. Ye Wuchuan stood beside her, asking worriedly, while Yun Ping, still wearing sunglasses, was examining something. He looked at the monk who had fallen right in front of his vehicle and said, "What's this? Looks like we've had an accident. Don't know if the impact was severe or not, but that little monk is lying completely still, his shiny head gleaming in the sunlight." Yun Ping squatted down and called, "Little monk, are you alive?" Ye Wuchuan didn't miss this opportunity to nag. Driving at such a high speed, of course there would be an accident. Just watch. Yun Ping smirked and said, "He's faking it. His consciousness is still very clear." Just as he finished speaking, the little monk opened his eyes. He sat up and said, "Amitabha Buddha, you're all too noisy." This old monk was just feeling tired and wanted to lie down for a rest, not dying of old age. The monk stood up, clasped his hands towards Ye Wuchuan, and calmly said, "This female patron, this old monk is 76 this year, of the same generation as you. When you see this old monk, you should address me as grandfather." Ye Wuchuan was speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Ping then asked, "Little monk, where are you from? I remember that in our Huangtian realm, there basically aren't any temples." Given Yun Ping's age, calling him little monk was indeed not inappropriate. The monk smiled and said, "Patron, where this old monk is from is not important. What's important is that you've hit this old monk, so you must take responsibility." Ye Wuchuan immediately caught the key point. She had seen many such car accident scams on Earth. This guy was clearly trying to cause trouble. Yun Ping calmly smiled and said, "So how much compensation do you want?" The monk held up 5 fingers and said, "At least this much." Yun Ping said, 5 million. The monk calmly said, "I mean 50 million. Yun Ping found it somewhat amusing. No one had ever dared to quote such a price to him before. He asked, "And what if I don't pay?" The monk cracked his wrists, feigning danger, and smiled. "Then I'll blow your heads off. Then I'll take all your storage rings as compensation." Such arrogance was indeed eye-opening. Yun Ping laughed. "Blow our heads off. Are you sure?" Behind Yun Ping, the female disciples were already itching to rush forward and attack. The monk continued, "Monks don't lie. If I say I'll blow your heads off, then I'll blow your heads off." Suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere. The figure of a beautiful young lady with green hair flashed by. "This old lady wants to see whose head you little brat want to blow off." From the tone alone, it was clear this person had been provoked by that monk before and was now looking to settle the score. One could see long legs with tanned skin raised in the air, then coming down right in the middle of the monk's face, kicking him so hard he rolled on the ground, showing no mercy whatsoever. The monk lay sprawled on the ground. Although the earth around him was slightly cracked, he seemed unharmed. The young lady who had just attacked grabbed the monk by the neck and lifted him up. She said haughtily, "Finally, I've found you, little monk, still trying to run." Yun Ping's group was stunned. They had intended to deal with this monk, but this young lady appeared out of nowhere and handled it for them. Only Ni seemed familiar with this person. As soon as it was over, she waved and called out, "Sister Thi Thi." The girl named Thi Thi, tucking the monk under her arm, turned her head to look at who called. Upon seeing Dian Yi, Thi Thi's heart was filled with joy. She smiled and said, "Little Dian Yi, now that they've met, introductions were in order." Dian Yi looked at Thi Thi and smiled. "Teacher, Dian Yi was helped by Sister Thi Thi to check when I advanced to 7th grade beast tamer before." Yun Ping waved at Thi Thi and said, "So that's how it is. We troubled you last time." Thi Thi played with a strand of her hair and smiled. "It's nothing. It was my duty." During this touching reunion, the monk regained consciousness. Realizing he was tucked under Thi Thi's arm, his cheek against her soft chest, he blushed and shouted, "How can you behave like this? Put this monk down at once." At this point, Dian Yi was a bit curious. "Sister Thi Thi, why did you catch this little monk?" Thi Thi irritably knocked the monk's head a few times and said he had previously agreed with the city lord to participate in the Huayi Changlang and finish in the top 3, but he ran away just before the competition. Dian Yi curiously asked, "What's Huayi Changlang?" The little monk, though beaten, still refused to give in and shouted, "This monk was just talking nonsense. Everyone from Jinglin City has already arrived. It'd be a miracle if I could even make the top 3. Thi Thi paid no attention to this. Her only task was to bring this monk back. "Come on, you poor weak little monk, speak up. Don't make female Knight Chin angry. Big Sister Chin, please spare this monk. Once I calm down, I'll give you the Sarira." It was obvious he was lying again. Thi Thi knocked the little monk's head a few more times. Meanwhile, after hearing about Huayi Changlang, Dian Yi became interested. She turned her sparkling eyes towards Yun Ping. The prize for 2nd place is an ancient filter from the primordial era. Dian Yi certainly wants to have it. Yun Ping patted Dian Yi's head and asked with a smile, "Does Dian Yi want to take the 8th grade beast tamer test to get the filter?" Dian Yi nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, we must get it," Yun Ping declared with determination. "Then let's go to Huayi Changlang and see, and conveniently take 2nd place." As soon as she heard that Yunping's group wanted to go to Huayi Changlang, Thithi said, "You're Dianese teacher, so surely your finger techniques must be good. I have an extra spot for you to use." The monk was now completely under Thithi's control and could only obediently lie in Thithi's arms. But no matter what, the monk's mouth still couldn't stay quiet. He said, "Monk can't tell if you have any finger techniques. What level of painter are you?" Yunping touched his head and calmly said, "I've never been to the painting sect." The monk, upon hearing this, felt irritated. He simply didn't believe Yunping wanted to compete for second place. It seemed more like a joke. Thithi was a bit more accommodating. She pointed out, "You mean you've never undergone any painter's evaluation?" Fan Legui approached Yunping and said with a forced smile, "Master, if you've never been evaluated at the painting sect, it's better not to participate." Yunping turned and asked confidently, "Don't you trust your master?" Fan Legui replied honestly. After the upside-down teleportation before and riding the treasure horse into people, this disciple really has some doubts. "My disciple has hurt me. Just laugh it off. But the wind feels so strong and my heart feels cold." But since it had come to this, Yunping decided to go all in. He smiled and said, "Then I'll make a bet with you. If I win second place in Huayi Changlang, you have to wear the specialized Dao treasure as prescribed by the academy." Zhang Roche was still racking her brain, wondering how to tell Fan Legui that the specialized Dao treasure wasn't something good, but Fan Legui had already frankly agreed. While discussing master-disciple matters, the monk butted in. "This monk wants to bet too." Yunping asked, "What do you have to bet with me?" The monk smiled and said, "If you win, I'll give you a Buddhist artifact from Shaojinyu Temple. But if I win, not only do you have to compensate me 50 million for hitting people, but you also have to hand over all the items in those storage characters." Too mundane, Yunping wasn't interested at all. But today was a good day, so Yunping decided to give that old monk a chance. He smiled and said, "If you win against me, I'll tell you the contents of the latter half of the Divine Sea Golden Feather Sutra. How about that?" At the mention of the Divine Sea Golden Feather Sutra, the monk's demeanor changed completely. His whole body burst with energy. Just moments ago, he was still held by Thithi, but now he had broken free. The prayer beads in the monk's hand grew larger. The monk, with that aura, went to attack Yunping, seemingly angered by something unknown. But it wasn't easy to touch Yunping. In the blink of an eye, Fan Legui had already appeared in front of Yunping. Sword in hand, her aura was imposing. Unexpectedly, that little monk didn't care that the person in front of him was a woman and attacked with great ferocity. It seemed that sutra was very important. Yunping smirked, thinking how childish. Seeing this, Thithi hurriedly shouted, "Zhuanghai, what are you doing?" Ye Wuchuan frowned. "The spiritual energy fluctuations of this little monk are strange. Something seems off. I'm afraid it's not just strange." Reminded by Thithi, Zhuanghai halted his attack on Fan Legui. He hovered in the air, prayer beads floating before him. Zhuanghai angrily shouted, "Who are you? How do you know?" Yunping tilted his head and said coldly, "Everyone asks this question. I'm tired of hearing it. Besides, knowing is just knowing. Do I need a reason? Here, I'm just another participant in the Huayi Changlang competition." Zhuanghai seemed to still be angry with this answer from Yunping. But before he could continue, Thithi appeared and intervened. "The competition is about to start anyway. If we don't go to the hall now, we'll be late." Yunping cheerfully said, "Then please lead the way." Indeed, a strong person who knows everything and is as carefree as Yunping always has a smile on their face. As for Zhuanghai, after being provoked by Yunping, he was filled with hostility, as if he wanted to rush over and strangle Yunping at any moment. At the Huayi Changlang registration site, the line of people was still quite long, indicating that the competition hadn't started yet. Yunping also queued up with the crowd, and very soon it was his turn. The registrar, holding a mask, said with a smile, "Sir, please put on this mask. Our rules here are not to disclose the artist's information to avoid business poaching." Yunping looked at the mask with disgust, thinking he couldn't swallow this rule. So he suggested using his own mask. "As long as it's a mask, any will do, right?" The registrar smiled and said, "In that case, please give yourself a nickname." Yunping nodded, put on his own mask, a distinctive pink-colored mask, and then said his incredibly shocking nickname. The registrar was stunned for a moment, wondering who this was and where he came from. For a while, he couldn't regain his composure. Time slowly passed, and the Huayi Changlang competition was about to begin. The artist sitting on the chair said with a smile, "Next, let's welcome the artists to enter the arena." The men who came to watch showed infatuated expressions as soon as they saw the artists. In general, people in this city would wait as long as it takes to glimpse the fairy-like appearance of Huaxianzi. In contrast to the enthusiasm of the men and women in the building, Ye Wuchuan's group remained extremely calm and composed. Thithi found this strange and asked, Isn't Hua Xianzi, after all, a famous beauty of Fengye City, known far and wide? Ye Wuchuan shrugged and said, after meeting Sister Bing Ni, the beauty who can bend sisters, I've become immune. Pan Luogui immediately agreed. Two were obsessed with beauty, while the other two were obsessed with food, so they paid no attention at all. Down below, Hua Xianzi had begun introducing the artists entering the arena. The first one was Pink Rabbit Yun Ping. As soon as the pink rabbit mask appeared, it was indeed quite distinctive, causing laughter throughout the hall. Ye Wuchuan was so shocked that she spat out the tea in her mouth. Pan Luogui held his head and said, Senior sisters, may I ask, is it too late for me to withdraw from the academy now? Zhang Ruoshe wasn't doing any better. She somehow produced a cigarette, took a puff, and sighed. If you're withdrawing, take me with you. Ye Wuchuan tried to suppress the anger burning inside her, telling herself she must teach that old rascal a lesson later. This was too embarrassing. The artist finished the introductions. Everyone was now in place. Hua Xianzi then announced the start of the competition. She pulled a fan from her chest and declared, the theme this time is dragons. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks. Pink Rabbit still showed no intention of starting. At the Huayi Changlang art competition arena, after announcing the theme, the beautiful senior sister winked and announced, the competition will end after 5 incense sticks burn out. Artists, you must give it your all and fully demonstrate your abilities. While the competitors were diligently drawing dragons, the little brat wearing a mask, Pink Rabbit, just stared blankly. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks. Pink Rabbit still showed no intention of starting. The exam supervisor seemed to notice this unusual behavior. The kind-looking female supervisor, in a coquettish tone, reminded, Pink Rabbit artist, are you having any trouble? 2 incense sticks have burned out, and you haven't started yet. Pink Rabbit raised his hand and grabbed a red box. Could it be that he was finally starting? Perhaps I was mistaken. This little brat just grabbed a cup of instant noodles, gleefully poured hot water into the cup to cook the noodles. When the 3rd incense stick burned out, it was just when the noodles were ready. Pink Rabbit slightly opened his mask to reveal his mouth, smirking while picking up a mouthful, saying loudly, I'm a bit hungry. Let me eat something first. The entire hall suddenly became a buzz. What's this? How can he eat in such a serious place? The gray-haired judge angrily exclaimed, this is the Changlang art competition, the most prestigious and largest hall in Ye City. Today is when famous artists compete for the championship. Look, the other contestants are focused on eating instead, sniffing the aroma of instant noodles, they praised. But it does smell good. The kind-looking sister just fell silent, her face darkening, clearly shocked. Is the #1 artist's brain malfunctioning? Damn it, this Pink Rabbit must be here to cause trouble. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to knock him down. Hua Xianzi, how did you manage things to let such a ridiculous person sneak in here? While the teachers were whispering among themselves, Pink Rabbit continued to eat heartily, calmly slurping the noodles as if nothing was happening. At this point, Hua Xianzi seemed to lose patience and couldn't wait to step forward, frowning to warn. Our Changlang art competition is a serious contest. Would you please put that away? Looking up at Hua Xianzi's chest, Pink Rabbit calmly said, you didn't say we couldn't eat or drink during the competition. I need to eat well to have the energy to draw. Hua Xianzi sternly reminded, there's only half an incense stick left. If you don't use this time to finish, you'll end up with nothing. Pink Rabbit smirked and said, your 5 incense sticks time is too long. Although I haven't painted much recently, I can leisurely finish in about half an incense stick's time. Hearing this, the artists couldn't hold back anymore and started cursing. This guy must be here to cause trouble. Does he even know how to paint? Damn, I've never met anyone who boasts as much as him. Half an incense stick. Is he just going to pour ink on the canvas? Suddenly, an artist stopped painting and slammed his hand on the table. The artist with a mohawk wearing a huge string of beads, with a serious face, opened his eyes wide and said, don't let him mislead you. This guy is extremely cunning and treacherous. He's using the smell of food to distract everyone's attention and saying things that are purely nonsensical chatter. The impression and impact are certainly to make us make mistakes, affecting our performance. In other words, this guy is trying to use this method to lower our standards, so his mediocre work can sneak into the top rankings. Hearing this, Pink Rabbit clapped and praised. This little monk's ability to understand is truly admirable. Hua Xianzi right next to him glanced with a look of contempt. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Such scheming is truly frightening. Pink Rabbit shrugged nonchalantly and said, I don't care what you say. It's about time now. Saying this, he started to stretch, raising his hands to flex his muscles and said, I should get to work a bit. After a while, the 5 incense sticks finally burned to ash. Hua Xianzi announced time was up, tapping to signal everyone to put down their brushes. In this world, all the ladies have voluptuous figures. Good people are everywhere. If only I could be reborn into this world, that would be great. Back to the competition arena. Hua Xianzi smiled and invited the first artist, Pink Rabbit, to bring his painting for the master painters to judge. The three master painters sat like the three statues of Fu Lu Shou, stern-faced, waiting for the first artist to bring his work. Pink Rabbit unfurled his painting scroll, proudly introducing, "My painting is Dragon's sister. I named her Xiao Fang." Before the three master painters was a dragon girl with a fiery spirit. Her dragon claws were muscular, her face mischievous, and her head not unlike Medusa's. The bearded master painter turned red with anger and shouted, "This is preposterous. How can such an obscene work appear in a refined place like Changlang Art Academy?" The blonde master painter in the middle gritted his teeth and said, "No need to say more. A painting like this could be randomly drawn even by beginners. You clearly came here to cause trouble." Meanwhile, the third master painter turned and said, "Someone, drag him out so I can cripple him. This guy must only have etchy blood in his brain." Changlang Art Academy asked for a dragon painting, not an inside-out dragon. The three disciples could only sigh, covering their eyes to avoid seeing their master being beaten to disability. Amidst this chaotic scene, Pink Rabbit poured tea directly into his mouth, gulping it down and laughing. "Why so hasty, gentlemen? You haven't seen the final part yet." Saying this, he spat water all over the painting. The eyes of the girl in the painting lit up brightly. The master painter, as if not believing his eyes, sweating profusely, stammered, This is." In the black smoke, the girl in the painting transformed into a dragon with eyes shooting flames. The magical sketch moved the viewers as if a dragon god was truly appearing before their eyes. Hua Xianzi's eyes widened in silent admiration. This is the realm of true creation that the literary emperor achieved back then, causing those with low cultivation and unstable spirits to nearly go mad after seeing it. Weaker individuals would be scared stiff, their souls scattered. The three master painters now showed clear signs of terror, trembling as they said, "Terror, truly terrifying." From the moment we saw this painting, our bodies and souls seemed locked by it. This person hasn't even used spiritual energy. This defies common sense. The little monk from earlier could only gape in awe. The blue-haired sister thought to herself, "This is the dragon painting style the literary emperor loved most and was best at." Yunping now removed his pink rabbit mask, revealing his identity, and said with his hand on his hip, "Well, now you're all as quiet as clams. Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you just mocking my painting as worthless trash?" With that, he gleefully held up the painting, which now showed the original cute dragon girl, saying, "Now, shouldn't you apologize to my little Fang?" The painter could only bow his head and stammer, "Esteemed artist, your artwork is certainly beyond the realm that we can appreciate. We were blind to offend you. Please forgive us." Yunping smiled and asked, "So the ranking this time is?" Before he could finish his sentence, the old master with heart-shaped eyes excitedly replied, "With your exquisite skill, with your superhuman artistry, the championship surely belongs to you." Yunping quickly responded, "But I don't want to be the champion. I came for the second place prize. I'll fight to the death with anyone who gives me first place." The master painter eagerly brought out a scroll, saying, "Yes, yes, yes! This is the ancient genealogy you need." Right behind them, the little monk who had witnessed everything tensely furrowed his brow and thought to himself, who exactly is he that he can paint on par with the literary emperor? After obtaining the genealogy, Yunping and his disciple left the art gallery to continue their unfinished journey. Suddenly, the blue-haired sister and the little monk ran after them, shouting, Sir, please wait. May I be so bold as to ask a question?" Yunping turned back and replied, "Go ahead." Another voluptuous sister, dripping with sweat, asked, "Sir, are you one of the legendary 10th rank painters?" The little monk beside her remained silent, holding out a golden staff with both hands. The flower fairy from earlier also appeared from somewhere, covering her blushing face with a fan, saying, "That's exactly what I wanted to ask too." The blue-haired sister turned back with an exasperated look, explaining, "This flower fairy's secret technique, which could initially kill anyone who ogled her at will, is certainly not ordinary. What is she plotting now?" The flower fairy just smiled, her eyes clearly showing infatuation. Could it be that she has fallen for our male lead? Hearing the blue-haired sister's question about whether he was a 10th rank painter, Yunping laughed and replied, "10th rank painter? What does it matter whether I am or not? The flower fairy gently tucked her fan between her ample breasts, saying, "This humble girl is just here to confirm your identity and to convey a request from the city lord's mansion." As she spoke, she stepped closer to Yun Ping. Yun Ping coldly turned away, bluntly refusing. Not interested, not going. But it seemed the flower fairy was determined to persist, clinging to Yun Ping's arm coquettishly. "Don't refuse so quickly without noticing what's behind you. Your little white cat disciple is angry, her head steaming with fury." The flower fairy resorted to using her charms, pressing her breasts against Yun Ping's arm, batting her eyelashes seductively. "If you agree to come, this humble girl can share a few drinks with you." Yun Ping gazed thoughtfully at the flower fairy. Had he fallen for her charms? "I should go. Even if I cultivated for 1,000 years, it would be hard to resist in this situation." Suddenly, Yun Ping put on a cool act and said, "Don't think I don't know how you transformed. This little cultivation of yours, you should learn more from your masters." The flower fairy trembled involuntarily, panicking that her true identity had been exposed. But she still doubted. How could it be revealed? With that, Yun Ping cheerfully turned back and waved to his female disciples. "Harvest time. Let's head back to the courtyard." He immediately turned and embraced Wu Zhen's neck, sweet-talking her. Wu Zhen, with a proud face, said, "You old rogue, what did you say to the flower fairy? Why does she look so panicked?" "I didn't say anything. She's just a green tea bitch. How can she compare to my adorable disciples?" The next morning at the courtyard, just as the day began, Luogui's piercing scream was heard. "Master, can you explain what's the deal with this outfit?" The male lead must have a perverted streak. He had Luogui wear a sexy female assassin outfit, barely covering anything, showing off her ample bosom, wasp waist, and long, slender legs. While Luogui's face turned beet red, Yun Ping leisurely reclined in a hammock, wearing dark sunglasses and winking at Luogui. "Isn't it beautiful? It looks very appealing." Luogui blushed furiously, steam coming out of her ears as she said, "This kind of clothing is truly shameless." Yun Ping lowered his sunglasses and reminded her, "Don't forget you lost a bet to me earlier. If you dare to play, you should dare to face the consequences, right?" He really doesn't know how to cherish beauty. "Can't you give women a break, Mr. Male Lead?" The two female disciples behind laughed and compared. "I feel like my clothes aren't that hard to accept either." "True, true." The two girls' heads were full of red flags, as if waiting for Luogui's anger to turn into a bull and charge at them. Yun Ping continued to tease even more. "Even if you want to forcibly change it, you can't. It was stated in the admission notice, except for certain cases and necessary matters, the clothes specially provided by your master cannot be arbitrarily changed. You little brat, this demon is determined to add new female disciples to his harem now." Luogai looked down at her daringly cut outfit, saying, "You can't be serious. Do I have to wear this outfit for life, even during battles?" With that, Luogui fainted, her spirit leaving her body. As expected, "I'm doing this to make her drop that stubborn attitude. Your master has put a lot of thought into this." Yun Ping was delighted with his achievement. Wu Zhen seemed quite familiar with his sarcastic tone, glaring, "Only a dog would believe you. It's clearly because of your weird preferences." Yun Ping only gently stroked Wu Zhen's head, comforting her. "All right, your master has to go on a long journey. If you're going far, I'll go with you." Wu Zhen looked up with sparkling eyes at her master, insisting. But Yun Ping continued to pat her head, saying, "I'm just going to find Xiao Xiang to give him the silver cold ice flower. You all stay here and train diligently. If I return and find you haven't improved, I'll take you to my room for strict personal punishment." As he spoke, Yun Ping mischievously pinched Wu Zhen's cheek. "This guy really is living the good life." Wu Zhen playfully scolded, "You old scoundrel." Then Yun Ping cheerfully left the courtyard. As he left, he didn't forget to look back. "Goodbye, my female disciples. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. When I return, we'll have an activity." The pink-haired female disciple happily called out, "Master, have a safe journey. Dian Air will wait for you to return and teach me to play the zither." Ruofeng arrived there after saying goodbye. Yun Ping turned his face, his attitude changing 180 degrees, thinking seriously, "I still need to get something that can suppress the deep spring ice cloth. Otherwise, if this unstable bomb explodes, the consequences would be unimaginable." With that thought, Yun Ping clasped his hands behind his back, thinking, "This time I leave. I hope nothing happens to them while they're at home." What else could happen? Yun Ping slightly furrowed his brow. "Well, I'll have to rely on them anyway. I can't protect them forever." In the courtyard, after Yun Ping had just left, the sisters gathered to gossip. The old bastard's not here. It's so boring. A young disciple sighed. Wu Zhen mischievously came up with an idea. How about the four of us sleep together tonight? Then we can play something different, exciting until morning. What kind of exciting game could four girls play? I genuinely want to know. Diener cheered. Yes, yes. Diener loves playing games the most. Luogui innocently asked, can you be more specific? But the gloomy purple-haired disciple warned, I advise you, it's best not to ask. Slap, slap, slap. In the quiet of the night, sensitive sounds emanated from the courtyard. In the flickering lamplight, we see a scene of two girls, one bending over, the other raising her hand to strike, inevitably leading to many dark thoughts. Wu Zhen shyly shouted, Ah, junior sister Luogi, you're using too much force. It hurts. Sorry, senior sister Ye. But if you play, you must accept the consequences. Punishments and rewards must be seriously carried out. Senior sister, you'll have to endure it. With that, Luogui continued to slap Wu Zhen's bottom a few more times. The scene of new spring stirred people's hearts. The young women in sexy nightgowns, surely they weren't doing something sensitive, turning to see the two remaining female disciples hugging each other, with tears in their eyes saying, Diener, senior sister, don't move around too much. Otherwise, you'll be punished later, like senior sister Wu Chan. Boo-hoo. Diener is tired, doesn't want to play anymore. After finishing, Ligi put her hands on her hips and said, All right, the game continues. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Wu Chan said resentfully, I don't want to play anymore. I lose every time. That spot is all swollen now. Boo-hoo. Diener also chimed in. Junior sister Legi is too agile. She's almost caught every time. Diener doesn't want to play anymore either. Wu Chan tiptoed quietly to where Legui was counting 1, 2, 3, flashed a mischievous smile, then reached out to hug her junior sister. Junior sister Legui, Wu Chan said, We've played until midnight. Everyone's tired. None of us want to play anymore. Let's go to sleep. Wu Chan pressed her cheek against Legui's, coaxing, Can we? Who could refuse such a request? Legui blushed and agreed immediately. When the four young ladies were settled in bed, Wu Chan clasped her hands, looked at the ceiling, and asked, Legui, do we have to train forever? Legui mumbled, That's right. Teacher said we must cultivate. We have to work hard. Diener also chimed in. Diener wants to go find Sister Shi to research genealogy. As teacher said, we must stay inside. If the other disciples agree, I also want to go out for a trip. This afternoon, I just received a letter from family sent to the academy. All four fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Wu Chan sat up, her eyes sparkling with a brilliant idea. In that case, why don't we go down the mountain for a trip? As long as we return to the courtyard before he comes back, there won't be any problem anymore. Luogi's face was sweating, seeming hesitant. Wu Zhen continued. Moreover, doesn't senior sister Diener want to practice well to surprise that old rascal when he returns? Diener looked doubtful. Is it really okay? Only Ruo Shui agreed, excitedly chiming in. I think it's not impossible. Diener looked at Ruo Shui and asked, Ruo Shui junior sister wants to go to Jingyuan village outside the city, but Diener wants to go to Fengye city. How should we go about this? Wu Zhen quickly suggested, Let me go with Ruo Shui. I'm quite familiar with Jingyuan village. I've been there a few times on previous missions. Hearing this, Diener hugged Wu Zhen, saying, Wu Zhen junior sister will come with me. Luogui junior sister, go with Ruo Shui junior sister. If you encounter any problems outside the city, they can team up strongly together. Wu Zhen smiled and said, All right, is senior sister Diener implying that I'm weak in a roundabout way? Diener pressed her face against Wu Zhen's cheek, thinking to herself. Before leaving, Master transmitted a message, specifically instructing me to look after junior sister Wu Zhen. I can't fail this responsibility. If that old master knew about this, he would surely scold us for sneaking the junior sisters out of the academy. This is already failing the responsibility. Said and done, the next morning our girls set out to escape from the cultivation courtyard. Sneaking through treacherous mountain paths, Luo Gui and Ruo Shui departed for Jingyuan village outside the city. It's admittedly a feast for the eyes. The author always dresses the girls in the story in cosplay outfits, from school uniforms to maid outfits. Back to the story, as they walked, Luogui kept asking Ruo Shui, Is senior sister Zhang's sect the Sever Emotions and Desires sect? What a sensitive name. It made me read it over and over to see if I had misread it. Hearing Luogui's question, Ruo Shui replied, It's the kind of sect that uses methods to cut off cultivators' attachments to the mortal world, abandoning mortal ties, focusing solely on the path to immortality. Doesn't it sound quite foolish? Suddenly, from behind Ruo Shui, a strange-looking fly appeared, flying in from somewhere. Ruo Shui was unaware and continued, "Unlike Buddhism, which sees through the mortal world, don't you think this approach actually works? Perhaps its true nature isn't something good." Suddenly, that strange creature flew towards her, extending its sharp proboscis, lunging to attack Ruo Shui. Not letting the creature achieve its goal, Luo Gui raised one hand and gently caught it. Meanwhile, she continued their conversation. Senior Sister Zhang's words make sense. Suddenly, Luo Gui squinted. "Wait a moment," Luo Gui cautiously warned. A black miasma suddenly rose from somewhere. "Senior Sister Zhang, there's a strange energy fluctuation over there. It smells like rot. Can you smell it?" Luo Gui said. Luo clearly showed her concern, thinking to herself, "To be precise, it's more like the stench of death from demonic beasts' slaughter, mixed with the rotting aura of demonic cultivators' spiritual energy, plus some other strange elements." As if realizing something, Ruoshui exclaimed anxiously, "That strange energy is not good. It's coming from the direction of Jingyuan village." "Senior Sister Zhang," Luo Gui also said, watching Ruoshui as she flew into the air, revealing her full figure. Luo Gui reminded herself, "But the owner of that energy hasn't harmed the villagers yet. Wait, something seems off, doesn't it? The owner. Don't tell me that energy is someone's massive, stinky fart." Arriving at Jingyuan village, Luo Gui suddenly paused. This isn't right. What's going on? In Jingyuan village, everyone was going about their normal lives. Children were still playing innocently with their toys. Nothing's wrong, Luo Gui frowned slightly. Everything's normal. In the village, all 306 life forces seemed normal. People were still smoking pipes and enjoying the breeze, looking very relaxed. Luo Gui gritted her teeth. "My senses aren't wrong. Why has that oppressive evil energy disappeared?" Ruoshui stepped forward. "The energy I mentioned seems to have vanished." Luo Gui turned to Senior Sister Zhang. "Can you sense anything? Could it be some kind of special technique hiding that energy?" Ruoshui said. Luo Gui raised her eyebrows. "What should we do? Should we risk going in?" Luo Gui doubted, thinking, "This is too strange. Right now, returning directly to the courtyard to wait for the master's return would be the best decision. But Senior Sister Zhang definitely won't leave." As if understanding Luo Gui's thoughts, Ruoshui said, "I have family in the village. I can't ignore this." Ruoshui took a defensive stance, transformed, changing her outfit. She had weapons ready on her hands. "I can't do that sever emotions and desires thing." That said, Ruoshui turned to Luo Gui. "Junior sister, you should return to the courtyard first." Before Ruoshui could finish her sentence, Luo Gui interrupted. "You're my senior sister. Abandoning you to go alone would violate propriety." As she spoke, Luo Gui drew her precious sword. Ruoshui blushed, smiling as she turned to look at Luo Gui. "Propriety again, huh? Seeing this scene, I honestly just want to ship them." Looking towards Jingyuan village, Ruoshui said, "All right, let's go." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Little Snow, is that Little Snow?" Ruoshui was startled. Both of them turned to look in the direction of the voice. "Grandma Lin," Ruoshui exclaimed joyfully. "Ah, good girl, Snow." Before them was an old woman with snow-white hair, leaning on a cane, her kind face smiling at Senior Sister Zhang. The old woman cupped Ruoshui's face. 2 years without seeing you, still so lively. Being a cultivator is good, not like old Grandma Lin who's about to kick the bucket." "Grandma Lin, don't say that," Ruoshui said. Right. Let's not talk about this old woman anymore. You should quickly go home. Your parents and your little brother are still waiting for you at the same place." With that, Grandma Lin held Ruoshui's hand, patting it. "Good girl, go on now." Though she agreed verbally, Ruoshui's other hand clenched, trembling slightly. Noticing Ruoshui's unusual behavior, Luo Gui asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" "Everything here is exactly the same as 2 years ago," Ruoshui replied. Luo Gui was puzzled and continued asking, "Is there something wrong with that?" But Ruoshui's face darkened. "It's exactly the same. I just checked her pulse. 2 years ago, she only had half a year left to live. 2 years later, she still has half a year left." Luo Gui was shocked. "How is that possible?" Ruoshui replied, "It's not wrong. 2 years ago, after I discovered this, I even lowered my cultivation level out of grief. Moreover, the layout of the road, the people inside are exactly the same as 2 years ago." Luo Gui felt like lightning struck her spine. "This is Jingyuan village now. 2 years ago, there's still that nauseating evil aura. Can't see clearly. You, these two things, who has such profound inner strength? Farting for 2 years and it still smells." Ruoshui quickly grabbed Luo Gui's hand and ran. "Anyway, let's go to my house and figure it out." Upon reaching home, Ruoshui was greeted by her whole family. Her father said cheerfully, "Quick, come inside. The food has just been cooked. I'll bring it out. We can talk while we eat." Ruoshui's mother showed clear signs of fatigue on her face. "It's good that you're back, dear. I'll go prepare some dishes." Her younger sister also chimed in. "I'll help too." Ruoshui hugged her parents and sister tightly, saying, "Mom, Dad, Xiaohan, thank you all." Suddenly, Ruoshui fell into deep thought, as if realizing something unusual. Ruoshui turned and whispered, "Junior sister Luo Gui, the situation has changed. I remember clearly the last day I came back 2 years ago. My father had changed into a clean white outfit, but this outfit now is full of patches, very worn out. Luogui replied with a serious face. It could also mean your parents have actually spent 2 years waiting. Xiaohan brought over a plate of food. Ruoshui took it and said, I haven't been back for 2 years. Any news in the village? Xiaohan happily recounted. Nothing new, really. But some time ago, an immortal came to our village. Father also brought a pot of soup. Oh, that's right, that happened. Mother brought a plate of chicken. That's right, indeed. The immortal had great magical powers, and when he came, he helped us solve our water source problem. Sitting at the dining table, Ruosui continued to ask, how many days did that immortal stay in the village? Did he do anything strange? Luogui also wondered. An immortal, Xiaohan replied while eating. Nothing strange happened. That immortal always performed magic in the village, and didn't charge any money. He even found his own place to stay, a cave that he discovered himself, and stayed there for a few days. A cave. He even said he was the Monkey King, you know. Luogi suddenly slapped the table and stood up, asking, where is that cave? Xiaohan, seeing Luogi staring at her intently, blushed and stammered. It's to the north of our village, actually. I wonder why the immortal sister is looking for that cave. Surely this young lady has been mesmerized by Luogi's beauty. Ruoshui reached out to comfort Xiaohan. Don't be afraid, Xiaohan. It's just some sect business. As she spoke, Ruoshui casually flicked away a strange insect that had landed on Xiaohan's shoulder. Then, Ruoshui turned to Luogui and signaled, Mom, Dad, Xiaohan, I'm sorry. We need to go to that cave now. Once I've dealt with the sect's matters, I'll come back to have dinner with you. The two stood up to say goodbye. Father advised, if it's sect business, Shuer, you should go quickly. Go early and return early. We'll wait for you at home. Mother agreed. All right, we'll wait for you. Xiaohan looked disappointed, her face very suspicious. Oh, it's really too bad. A while later, at the cave entrance, Ruoshui said, Junior Sister Luogui, do you sense anyone? Luogui readied her weapon cautiously. Very similar, but it feels more like a part of that aura we sensed earlier. Ruoshui, hands on her hips, asked, a part? Suddenly, Luogui seemed to notice something unusual and exclaimed, Senior Sister Zhang, up ahead is. Inside the cave, thousands of insects suddenly flew out from the darkness. Luogi was frozen in fear, and before she could react, Ruoshui shouted, Junior Sister Luogi, be careful. Ruoshui took a defensive stance, the weapon in her hand emitting light. Let's see how the divine ice arm combined with the Kai artifact will teach these guys a lesson. As she thought this, Ruoshui raised her hand and called out, Kamehameha, unleashing the flame dragon fist. Truly the successor of Brother Son Goku. With just one small technique, she defeated the swarm of insects, each one falling to the ground in droves. Luogui was stunned. So many insects. Surprised by the destructive power of her move, Ruoshui exclaimed in admiration, so powerful. The Hanbang arm combined with the Kai artifact, the might of this flame dragon fist directly reaches the small success stage of the Mystic Gate. The insects panicked, fleeing chaotically out of the cave entrance. Don't let them escape. Luogui raised her sword and slashed a few times. Several insects were cut into pieces. Senior Sister Zhang, I was stunned earlier. I'm sorry. It's all right. Let's continue. After speaking, Ruoshui squatted down and picked up the carcass of an insect. Luogui cast a judgmental look at the drooling Ruoshui, covering her mouth and thinking to herself, without separating her spiritual energy, she dares to touch the insects directly with her hands. Moreover, there are so many insects. Ruoshui, confused, turned to look. Luogui, why are you standing still? Luogui, sweating, stammered, No, it's nothing. Luogui silently marveled. A hero, absolutely a hero. Ruoshui smiled and thought to herself, so Junior Sister Luogui is afraid of insects. Not just Luogui, even I would be terrified of these creatures. Sister Ruoshui is truly a heroic, fly-slaying expert. After a moment, Luogui turned and asked suspiciously, Senior Sister Zhang, are you very familiar with these demon insects? You could say that. Before I met that perverted master, I had gone down the mountain a few times for experience. I'm somewhat knowledgeable about the demon creatures around Jingyuan village. Ruoshui replied. Struck right in the heart, the perverted master in a faraway place suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me? Yunping muttered as he dipped his foot in lava, mumbling to himself. Perhaps it's your junior sister cursing you again. Looking towards the source of the voice, Yunping asked, Which junior sister are you talking about? Before him was the back of a nude girl with purple hair soaking in a lava pool. These two were clearly not ordinary people. How could they soak in a lava pool like that? Besides junior sister Wu Chuan, who else would badmouth you? The girl turned back with a mischievous smile, rubbing lava on her shoulders. Yunping stepped forward and pinched her cheek teasingly. Little girl, that's not necessarily true. When we return, I'll introduce you to a new junior sister. Though this new junior sister isn't as beautiful as you when you're dressed up. The girl covered her chest with her hand. Please shut up. Yunping deserved to be called a perverted master. He wouldn't even let the girl bathe in peace. Back in the mountain cave, the corpses of the insects killed earlier suddenly emitted a purple smoke. Ruoshe was too frightened to speak. Why are there so many corpses? The scene before the two was beyond imagination. In the mountain cave, skulls and human bones were scattered everywhere. It's the villagers. I thought when we returned to the village, we'd find some people missing. They hadn't left, but now we see, Ruoshui said. From the completeness of the bones and the dust, we can see the time of death wasn't too long ago. It seems this happened not too long before. Luo Gui reached out to touch the skeleton, using magic to assess it, then said, moreover, from the shape of the skull, we can see it seems their legs were broken. Ruoshui's hand clenched tightly, trembling. You mean someone broke these villagers' legs, then dragged them here? Possibly. Also, their skeletonization was too fast, Luogui replied. For the star-eyed black insects, flesh is the best food. Could it be? Hearing Ruoshui say this, Luogui turned worriedly and asked, Senior Sister Zhang, do star black insects eat human flesh? That's right. These villagers were probably food for those insects. Before they could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. It's coming this way. Be careful. Both turned vigilantly to look. Ruoshui looked at the thing before her in horror. What? What is this thing? Before them was a monster with an upper body of a woman with oversized breasts and a lower body resembling that of a larva. Its tail emitted a green color. So this is what a three-headed monster looks like. They both shouted, a magically transformed demon insect. Luogi rushed forward. Ruoshui shouted, Senior sister, you're no match for it. Get behind me. But before Ruoshui could finish her sentence, Luogui continued, I can do it. The monster extended its long tongue, opened its 4 eyes wide, and shot a beam of yellow light towards Luogui. Fortunately, Luogi managed to jump up in time, avoiding its attack. Luogi looked at Ruoshui and said, Senior Sister Zhang, quickly find a place to take cover. With that, Luogui charged towards the monster, swinging her precious sword to attack it. Luogui used all her power to make the force of the attack reach its maximum potential. After landing, she looked towards the beast. Surprisingly, the monster seemed unaffected by Luogui's previous attack. Luogui was shocked. How is this possible? Suddenly, it extended a tentacle and tightly wrapped around Luogui's ankle. Luogui was caught by its tentacle, lifted high into the air. This is bad. This slime seems to be able to make people lose consciousness. I thought this was a queen bee. How did it suddenly sprout tentacles like this? What's more, these tentacles were caressing Luogi's plump breasts. This scene looks familiar. Is the author heavily influenced by hentai? I must find a weak point to turn the situation around. Damn it, if it weren't for the physiological aspect, this kind of creature would be unacceptable. I didn't expect Luogui to be so weak. She can't even handle a few tentacles. While Luogui was trying to escape, from behind a rock, Ruoshui shouted, Junior Sister Luogui, can you find a way to open its mouth? Like someone struggling to solve a final exam question suddenly receiving help from a friend, Luogui's eyes widened as she discovered a weakness. So that's where its mouth is. Luogui swung her sword, cutting off the monster's tentacles. Luogui turned to look at the now enraged monster. There's an opening. I absolutely cannot fail Senior Sister Zhang's expectations. Thinking this, Luogui swung a fatal blow aimed directly at the demon's head. What a beauty. This scene of undulating mountains is truly magnificent. Raising her sword, she swung it straight at the center of the beast's face, giving it no time to block with its hand. Luogui shouted, Senior Sister Zhang, now's the time. While Luogui was distracting the demon, Ruoshui charged forward with her spear, delivering a fatal blow to its body. Go to hell, you bastard. With that, both of them landed and watched the demon being destroyed. Their coordinated attack was a perfect success. The monster exploded, splattering green slime everywhere. The two looked at each other and smiled. Mission complete. Purple smoke began to emanate from the creature again. Luogui coughed and asked, Senior Sister Ruoshui, what did you just use? A magical weapon near the Kaiyuan level that I obtained from Blackwater Abyss. It's compatible with my Moon Palace technique. Master said it's a one-time use item, but it's fortunate we had it. Luogui looked around curiously. What is this place anyway? A lair of demon insects. The insects in this mountain cave might be related to that cultivator, but if these insects were raised by him, what was his purpose? Where did he go? Ruoi said as she sat down to examine the situation carefully. As if suddenly remembering something, Ruoshui said, Wait, it was Xiao Han who initially told us that a cultivator came to this mountain cave. Luogui also realized something unusual. Senior Sister Zhang, do you know about ancient insects? What are they? They're a type of artificial demon, originating from a celestial demon in ancient times. They suddenly disappeared during the Hundred Saints era. Those who have ancient insects inserted into their souls will be controlled at will by the insect's master. They become like puppets of the insect controller. Luo Gui continued to explain, this could explain it. The villagers haven't changed in 2 years because ancient insects have entered their souls. Under the control of the ancient insects, everyone in the entire mountain village could survive. But the controller didn't care about their clothes. The villagers in the cave were probably not just food, but also failed experimental subjects. Rui's face turned serious with worry. Luo Gui continued, your brother led us here, intending to use this demon to kill us. He might have. Before Luo Gui could finish, a voice called out from outside the cave. Sister, fairy sister, is everyone inside? Recognizing the familiar voice, Ruo Shui said, it's Xiao Han. Luo Gui grabbed Ruo Shui's hand reassuringly. Senior sister Zhang. Ruo Shui turned to look at Luo Gui. As if to prevent Ruo Shui from being swayed by emotions, Luo Gui shook her head slightly. Ruo Shui's face darkened, killing intent clearly visible in her eyes. Exiting the cave, the two of them saw that Ruo Shui's parents and brother were already waiting. Xiao Han stepped forward. Sister, there was such a commotion in the cave earlier. Did you two go in to exorcise demons? Are you hurt? Swear, are you two all right? Ruo Shui's mother also chimed in. Ruo Shui lowered her head and replied, we're fine. Luo Gui also answered, we're okay. Xiao Han innocently exclaimed, sister and fairy sister are so amazing. Suddenly, her face revealed clear malice. At this moment, Xiao Han showed her true colors and said with a smile, if you're fine, then we'll just have to kill you both again. With that, Ruo Shui's mother charged forward with a knife, shouting, die. She lunged forward with the knife, attacking Luo Gui directly. This is bad. All attention was focused on Zhang Xiaohan. Ruo Shui shouted, Luo Gui, be careful. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in front of Luo Gui, protecting her from Ruo Shui's mother's attack. Luo Gui remembered. This magic formation was a life-saving array that her master had added to the magical treasure. Luo Gui waved her hand, knocking Ruo Shui's mother down. Xiao Han exclaimed in shock, ancient fairy formation. Who are you? Luo Gui swung her sword and said, compared to this, who I am doesn't matter. Instead, insect controller, what exactly are you trying to do? Xiao Han still feigned innocence, covering her face. Who? Me. You figured it out. How impressive. But Ruo Shui responded to Xiao Han. Why? Xiao Han smiled smugly and said, of course, to continue living. Do you know how much I've suffered these years? Oh, right. You still don't know, do you, sister? I was brought back by these two weak mortals. I'm not your real brother. I have no blood relation to you weak mortals at all. As Xiao Han spoke, he raised both hands, drawing life force from the ground. I've been in deep slumber since ancient times in this forest. But after awakening, my spirit was too weak. I could only temporarily seal my memories to avoid exploding this fragile soul. Unwittingly being a mortal's relative for so long, how miserable. Luo Gui and Ruo Shui felt uneasy, realizing the terrifying nature of this insect controller. Existing since ancient times, it's possible. Luo Gui brandished her sword. So 2 years after you awakened, you inserted ancient insects into the villagers' souls to restore your power. Luo Gui thought to herself, given the current situation, if the opponent hasn't fully recovered their power, considering Luo Gui's current miraculous cultivation level, she might still be able to fight. Xiao Han laughed. That's right, but they're too weak, and so are you. Do you think cultivation level is the key to victory? In my era, it was just useless. Besides, have you asked my dear sister? Would she dare to kill her own family like me? Bastard, Luo Gui shouted. With that, she snapped her fingers. A whole army of zombies appeared behind her. This zombie army was made up of innocent villagers who had ancient insects implanted in their brains. They looked soulless, having lost their human consciousness. The leader, Xiao Han, continued to threaten. Moreover, even if you kill me, can you face these dead villagers standing before me with determination? Luo Gui broke into a sweat, gripping her sword tightly for defense. Looking at the villagers' lifeless eyes, Luo Gui said, you dare use the villagers as shields. Such a small crime has made you back down already. Luo Gui quietly instructed Ruo Shui, if there's a chance later, you must find an opportunity to leave. Then, she sheathed her sword, deciding to use the sheathed blade to knock out the villagers, determined not to kill them with the blade. Thinking and acting, Luo Gui took large steps forward, swinging the sheath to hit the villagers' napes. One by one they fell, and only then did Luo Gui stop. Suddenly, the insect controller chuckled and said, listen, child, you're greatly underestimating the ancient insects. Luo Gui turned back and said, what, you've only hurt the villagers' bodies, but not my ancient insects. You think this is enough to cut off my puppets? You're truly too naive. The zombies that were just knocked out pushed themselves up. Xiao Han frowned as she looked at Luo Gui, controlling the villagers to surround them on all sides. How do you plan to escape now? Luogui looked around, seeing zombies everywhere. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she thought, stay calm. I must buy time for Senior Zhang. With that, Luogui exhaled, sat down to create a magic array, and assessed the situation. Realizing the source of power came from Xiaohan's direction, Luogui drew her sword, using the rending skyblade technique to charge straight at Xiaohan. The clean strike sliced off one of the insect controller's arms. Ah! I screamed in terror, eyes filled with hatred, growling, you dare kill me! Kill you! Kill you! Important things must be said thrice. Planting her treasured sword in the ground, Luogui coughed up blood after using too much energy for that last technique. I've been tricked. I should have directly sliced through space-time, chopping off her head. Only by opening the origin period could I fully execute the rending skyblade. It was indeed too forced. Luogui used her hand to support herself on the sword as she knelt down. The insect controller shouted, I must kill you. I'll have your body devoured by my adorable little insects. Kill her for me. As soon as the insect controller finished speaking, the zombies immediately charged forward, rushing towards Luogui. Luogui leaned on her sword, intending to stand up and continue fighting, but it seemed her strength wouldn't allow it. That previous attack had depleted the spiritual energy in her body, like a lamp running out of oil. Though still coughing blood, Luogui stood up, raised her sword into position, ready to continue fighting. She had to buy more time for Senior Zhang. Under the blood moon, Luogui seemed to utter her final words. But it seems I can no longer duel with Yinhan's snow ice anymore. I still wanted to build good relationships with the senior sisters, and there were a few senior brothers I hadn't met yet. It's over. Could it be that perverted old master is about to lose one little disciple from his harem? Whoosh! Suddenly, a purple force tore through the dark atmosphere. Luogui was startled, looking towards the purple light, as if realizing something. The insect controller screamed, who dares to interfere? From the purple light, Rushui appeared coolly, grabbing Luogui's hand tightly. I'm back. The insect controller held her arm and sneered. Ha ha! Didn't you run away? Quick as the flash, Rushui stepped forward, clenching her fist like a boxer, aiming straight at the insect controller, determined to take down this demon bitch with just one punch this time. Rushui sent the insect controller flying 9 miles into the air. Before it could regain its senses, Rushui rushed forward again. She grabbed its ankle. The insect controller, punched with a bloody nose, hadn't even turned around when Rushui grabbed its leg and spun it around like a propeller. Then she threw it down hard, so forcefully that the ground was deeply dented. The insect controller lay on the ground with a dazed look, terrified to the extreme. She coughed up fresh blood, her energy greatly diminished. Rushui now treated this larva like a punching bag. Raising her fist, she said, Sister Xiaohan is back. This scene was incredibly cool, just like watching the Avengers fight each other in a Marvel movie. As she finished speaking, Rushui swung her fist directly at the insect controller. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Ruoshui pinned Zhang Han down, her fist firmly pressed against the ground. The air around Zhang Ruoshui seemed to sink. Zhang Han laughed brokenly. He looked at Zhang Ruoshui with hazy eyes full of pity and said, You still can't bring yourself to kill me after all. Killing your own family isn't easy. Zhang Ruoshui burst into tears, streams running down her face. She looked at Zhang Han and said, Ruwenliang, Xiaohan, stop this. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhang Han's mouth. He looked at Zhang Ruoshui, revealing the anger in his heart. Don't look at me like that. You're not my family. I'm not your little brother either. More than a decade has passed. For me, it's just the wave of a hand. Zhang Ruoshui called out again. Xiaohan. Zhang Han seemed to despise this name. Or perhaps deep down, he was trying to deny that he had feelings for these people. Not only did he stubbornly refuse to acknowledge it, Zhang Han even threatened to use Fan Luogi as a stepping stone for his recovery. Zhang Ruoshui became angry again, spiritual energy gathering in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Ruoshui said, You will not touch junior sister Luogui. If you do, I will kill you. Faced with Zhang Ruoshui's expression, Zhang Han remained incredibly calm. Finally, he turned his head to one side, sighed and asked, If I spare that child, will you spare me as well? How about it? Fan Luogui, upon hearing this, frantically shouted, Zhang Ruoshui, don't listen to him. Releasing an ancient demon, this is a sin enough to make Zhang Ruoshui's soul suffer endless judgment. Zhang Ruoshui indeed still couldn't bring herself to kill Zhang Han. Even if she had to bear the consequences, she still wanted to give this person a chance to live. Not only that, Zhang Ruoshui also wanted Zhang Han to spare Fan Luogui's life. The ancient insects in the villagers must also be withdrawn completely. Then, take the insects and leave Jingyuan village forever. As soon as Zhang Ruoshui finished speaking, the ancient insects possessing the Jingyuan villagers disappeared. Zhang Han sat up, folding his arms, and said, "I won't go back on my word." After leaving a not-so-threatening warning, Zhang Han teleported away to an unknown location. At this moment, on a nearby tree, a large owl was observing the situation. Its legs were crossed, with several rings on each toe. This was none other than Yun Ping, who had come to check on his disciples out of concern. This journey of his two disciples could be considered fruitful, especially Zhang Ruoshui's mental state, which had been elevated. He just didn't expect that young man to actually be an ancient demon from the Earth-Heaven era. However, Yun Ping didn't understand. That young man could have let the ancient insects drain the villagers' souls, reaching the transformation deity stage. Or he could have used some villagers to hold back Zhang Ruoshui and then go kill Fan Luogui. If he wasn't a fool, then he must be someone cold on the outside, but warm inside. There were things left unexplained. Instead, he seemed to harbor grudges everywhere he went. After Zhang Ruoshui had taken care of everything, she went to check on her parents, but they had no memory whatsoever of having someone named Xiao Han in their family. Zhang Ruoshui's mother tilted her head and said, "Shuer, are you feeling unwell? I've told you 3 times already. Our family only has you as a child." Fan Luogi stepped forward, put his hand on Zhang Ruoshui's shoulder and asked, "Then, do you remember a cultivator who once came to the village at all?" Zhang Ruoshui's father clapped his hands in realization. That immortal master not only instantly cleared the village of the plague, but also helped us deal with bandits who came to rob the village. Fan Luogui and Zhang Ruoshui were both bewildered. This story was the first time they had heard of it. Zhang Ruoshui's father nodded and said, "That immortal came like a divine light sweeping through. All the corpses disappeared. The plague vanished, and those bandits had their legs broken." At this point, Fan Luogui and Zhang Ruoshui simultaneously turned to look at each other. Were the corpses in the cave just the bandits whose legs Zhang Xiaohan had broken, along with villagers who had died from the plague, after all? Zhang Ruoshui smiled slightly. This wasn't hard to understand. If Zhang Xiaohan was truly a cruel and vicious demon, the entire Jingyuan village would have perished 2 years ago already. Meanwhile, in Fengye City, at the underground arena, Ye Wuchuan's group and Lin Yan had arrived to participate in the competition. The Thi was also with them. However, it seemed that now Ye Wuchuan was in a disadvantageous situation. Just as they were about to rush down to intervene, a voice rang out, stopping Xiaoyan and Thi. The speaker was a young man with silver hair, holding a gourd in his hand and wearing 3-toed sandals. Lin Yan was very impressed. She frowned and puffed her cheeks, looking at the white-haired man who had just appeared. The white-haired man was observing the arena, feeling somewhat worried. That little monk only practiced half of the Divine Sea Golden Feather scripture, falling into a mental demon state. As for that girl Ye Wuchuan, her aura was terrifyingly intimidating. It was a horrible despair and extreme oppression. He didn't know why those things were inside that young girl. Zhuang Hai had gone berserk. He gritted his teeth, his whole body full of demonic and killing intent, determined to kill Ye Wuchuan. The reason was to use Ye Wuchuan to force Fen Bing to hand over the other half of the Divine Feather Golden Sea scripture. What a disgustingly obsessed cultivator. Ye Wuchuan felt a bit scared inside, but her gaze remained determined, unwilling to surrender. Suddenly, Ye Wuchuan's entire body began to convulse inexplicably. Her whole body exuded an erotic aura. Ye Wuchuan's body became hot all over, itchy and uncomfortable. Her face flushed red to the point where she could barely control her actions anymore. Ye Wuchuan's entire body went through another wave of convulsions. She stuck out her tongue, eyes brimming with tears. Her whole body trembled, feeling both hot and uncomfortable. Ye Wuchuan understood that she had lost control of herself now. At this moment, a voice echoed in her head. "Isn't it very uncomfortable? Hand yourself over to me, and you can be free." That bewitching voice kept ringing in her ears. It seemed Ye Wuchuan wouldn't be able to control herself much longer. But who was Ye Wuchuan? She was Yun Bing's beloved disciple. How could Yun Bing allow Ye Wuchuan to be in danger? In this perilous situation, Ye Wuchuan's head rang with the familiar voice of her master again. Hearing that familiar voice, Ye Wuchuan quickly regained her composure. To explain how this situation came about, a few hours earlier at the Qin sect in Yewu City, the following events occurred. A tall, muscular, bald man was grabbing 2 individuals. It seemed they didn't have invitations to enter this place, nor any proof of being Qin masters. So that person threw them out. Ye Wuchuan was startled by this person's actions. The person gently dusted off his hands. What Ye Wuchuan noticed most was that this miraculous cultivator in the Qin sect was merely working as a doorkeeper. Now Ye Wuchuan remembered that they also didn't have invitations. Sweat poured down her face. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was eating a candy gourd while cheerfully asking the person to inform Thithi. The person stared at Lin Yan with a solemn face. In an instant, the group of guards gathered around Lin Yan, frightening Ye Wuchuan even more. But right after that, those guards all knelt down and bowed to Lin Yan. Ye Wuchuan was completely shocked. As she followed Diener, hearing the sound of welcome, Lord Lin Yan ringing in her ears, Ye Wuchuan felt extremely envious of Lin Yan. The bald guy was still jealous of Yun Bing, and now he was also jealous of Lin Yan's group of people. He didn't know just how high Lin Yan's status was. As soon as Lin Yan saw Zhuang Hai, he ran over like a puppy to ask this and that. When Lin Yan asked, it was normal, but when Ye Wuchuan asked, Zhuang Hai clearly showed hostility on his face. It must be because he knew Ye Wuchuan was Yun Bing's favorite disciple. Seeing that hostile attitude, Zhuang just smiled and said, "Impressive, impressive indeed." She let it go, as she couldn't beat this person anyway and didn't know what this master and Yun Bing had said. Now they always seemed to have hostility towards them. Ignoring these trivial matters, Lin Yan directly asked Zhuang Hai about Thithai's whereabouts. Zhuang Hai snorted and said, "That old hag is inside talking nonsense with the Qin sect people." Hearing Zhuang Hai call Thithi an old hag, Lin Yan puffed his cheeks angrily. Sister Thithai is clearly very beautiful. As soon as Zhuang Hai heard this, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, not noticing the figure approaching from behind. Her, an old hag with a violent tendency. How can she be considered beautiful? Not only did he mock, Zhuang Hai also added fuel to the fire, saying a few more provocative words that made Thithi's face darken with anger. Her whole body was filled with rage. Ye Wuchuan and Lin Yan instinctively stepped back, silently praying for that guy. He really had eaten a bear's gallbladder. The tea bent down, leaning close to the face of the now terrified Zhuang Hai, and growled, "An old hag with a violent tendency." Zhuang Hai was bold when no one was around, but now that he was face to face, he was trembling with fear. Thithi was far from letting this guy off the hook. She grabbed Zhuang Hai tightly, then slammed him down onto the ground with a thud. It looked painful just watching it. After dealing with Zhuang Hai, Thithi began chatting with Lin Yan and Ye Wuchuan about Ruo Feng Yan. Zhuang Hai, who was serving as Thithi's chair, heard this, and seeing that Yun Bing wasn't around, began to play a dirty trick. He pretended to be knowledgeable and said seriously, "The martial emperor isn't just a purely rigid person. Everyone knows that. The literary emperor's thunder, the literary empress's son. One step, one blink becomes a sentence. 3 steps and 5 breaths become a poem. His mastery of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting shook heaven and earth, unparalleled in 4 arts. Some even gave up lifelong zither practice after hearing the literary emperor play. Not to mention opening the great path, the martial emperor stands at the peak of the 3 great realms and is also proficient in zither arts. After all, if he were really just a crude old man, then the Moon Knight Saint wouldn't worship him so much." Thithi grabbed Zhuang Hai's collar and said, "You know the martial emperor that well." Zhuang Hai replied, "I wouldn't say I know him. It's just that in the Buddhist sect, I had a period of time when I was close to nature. That's all." After Zhuang Hai finished speaking, he ran towards Ye Wuchuan and started to suggest, "In short, if you ladies want to learn, this old monk can recommend a place for you to go." As soon as Thithi saw Zhuang Hai trying to play his dirty trick, she kicked straight at his bald head, leaving Ye Wuchuan and Lin Yan confused on the side. Ye Wuchuan was an outsider, and the more she looked, the more confused she became. What exactly were these people trying to do? What Zhuang Hai wanted to do was to fight in the underground arena. Basically, the owner of this arena was a 9th grade zither master who had deeply researched ancient melodies. Thithi also knew this. However, that zither master had an extremely eccentric personality. The zither sect had invited him many times, but he always refused. It was very difficult to meet him. Zhuang Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, that zither master has set a rule. Anyone who can win 5 consecutive battles in the underground arena can meet him and make one request." When saying this, Zhuang Hai must have been plotting to cause trouble. Thithi and Lin Yan were delighted upon hearing this. Winning 5 consecutive battles for them wasn't a big problem. While they were happy, Thi, Zhuang Hai poured cold water on their excitement. Lin Yan and Thi were both transformation marvels, but this arena had a rule that only those at Transformation Wonder or below could participate in the competition. The only one left was Ye Wuchuan. As soon as Lin Yan heard this, she pulled Ye Wuchuan's hand to leave. She didn't want her junior sister to get hurt because of this. As soon as Thi heard this, she knew Zhuang Hai did it on purpose, but no matter how much she questioned him, he still wouldn't admit it. This guy really never had a moment of being a decent person. Ye Wuchuan thought for a moment and then pulled Lin Yan's hand back. Zhuang Hai's words weren't wrong. Knowing it was dangerous, she still wanted to try. Lin Yan hugged Ye Wuchuan tightly, resting her head on her large, soft chest, and said, "Although Yana really wants to learn Ruofeng Yan to surprise master, I don't want Wuchuan junior sister to get hurt." Ye Wuchuan nodded and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. If I can't win, I'll surrender." The spirit before falling into danger was indeed full of confidence and enthusiasm. Suddenly, a white-haired man, without wearing a gourd, walked by and bumped into Ye Wuchuan. Ye Wuchuan turned around quickly, stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." After saying that, she left unaware that the man was watching her. It was unclear who this man was, or where he came from, or what his abilities were. Just by touching Ye Wuchuan, he could tell she had quite an interesting elemental physique. The first match began. Ye Wuchuan went up to the arena to fight with Huoju. She won. In the second match, Ye Wuchuan fought against Huoji. With a swift kick, she sent Huoji flying into the air. Another victory. She continued to win the third match, and then the fourth. At this point, with Ye Wuchuan's consecutive victories, that white-haired young man was excitedly collecting a pile of gold coins. It was all thanks to betting on Ye Wuchuan that he was now making a fortune. As he was leisurely collecting his money, suddenly the announcement rang out again. The final match, Ye Wuchuan versus Zhuang Hai. Ye Wuchuan could never have imagined that Zhuang Hai would also compete here. Moreover, his whole body was in a demonic state. He smirked and said, "This monk is originally at the peak of Transformation Wonder. Of course, I'm qualified to participate in the competition. Besides, you've all come to my doorstep. How could this monk not take advantage of it?" From beginning to end, Zhuang Hai had always intended to capture Ye Wuchuan to threaten Yunping and obtain half of the Zhuang Hai scripture. Zhuang Hai lived up to his reputation as a peak transformation wonder. In a blink of an eye, before Ye Wuchuan could react, he had already teleported behind her. Ye Wuchuan couldn't dodge in time, taking a full hit from his staff and falling down. Lin Yan and Thi grew increasingly worried as they watched. Just as they were about to run down, the white-haired young man stopped them. Thi gritted her teeth in frustration. The transformation realm of Zhuang Hai was no ordinary feat, especially since he was so many levels ahead of Ye Wuchuan in terms of cultivation. The referee started the countdown. Meanwhile, Ye Wuchuan, lying on the ground, began to change. Zhuang Hai thought, nothing new. But Ye Wuchuan's current state was extremely unstable. The match commentary resumed. The contestant has stood up. The match continues. Zhuang Hai, who had gone berserk, was already underestimating Ye Wuchuan and didn't notice her strange state. He was solely focused on attacking Ye Wuchuan, intending to severely injure her and then capture her. The dark aura emanating from Ye Wuchuan grew stronger and stronger. It wasn't an aura from the modern era. It was something coming from within Ye Wuchuan herself. Although suppressed by Yunping, it was always trying to break free, so this was its opportunity. It chuckled and whispered into Ye Wuchuan's ear, "Sleep, sleep." Just as it was getting comfortable, suddenly out of nowhere something appeared and slapped that demon hard. "Sleep my ass." The demon was sent rolling on the ground several times. Yunping crossed his arms, looked at the demon, and said arrogantly, "I've only been gone for a short while, and you're already asking for trouble." As soon as the demon saw Yunping, it ran over, hugged his leg, and cried, "Great Yun, please understand. I didn't mean to run away. I just wanted to test the seal you set earlier to see if it was strong enough." Yunping was far from believing these words, 100% lies. The demon, with tears in its eyes, pointed at Zhuang Hai and started blaming him. "It's all because that bald guy went berserk first. Otherwise, it wouldn't have followed his words. It even wanted Yunping to release it so it could beat the bald Zhuang Hai to death." Yunping didn't believe a single word coming from that evil being's mouth. He grabbed its head and walked towards a hot furnace. This furnace was something he casually took from his two disciples. It was just the right time to test it on this evil demon. After Yunping's intervention, Ye Wuchuan's body felt much better, but she suddenly became powerless and knelt on the ground. In front of her was still Zhuang Hai, ready to attack at any moment. The more Ye Wuchuan thought about it, the stranger it felt. Was she now having hallucinations because she was thinking about that old rogue? Just as she thought this, Yunping, inside Yewuchuan's body, retorted, "Hallucination my ass. I'm right here inside your body." Yewuchuan startled and looked at her own belly, her face turning red. Yunping, inside Yewuchuan's body, explained, "I've temporarily transferred part of my soul into your body. This is telepathic communication with you. That bald guy has been possessed by a heart demon. He can no longer be considered human. You basically can't deal with him." Hearing this, Yewuchuan became a bit worried. Was Yunping trying to help her from afar? Yunping had already heard all of Zhuang Hai's thoughts, so of course he had to personally teach him a lesson. To do that, he needed to borrow Yewuchuan's body for a moment. Yewuchuan was confused and didn't understand what Yunping was trying to say. What did he mean by borrowing her body? Suddenly, Yewuchuan's body fell backward, as if something had just entered it. That bald guy not only wanted to cut off all 4 limbs of Yewuchuan, but also wanted to destroy her meridians, shatter her spiritual root, and erase all of Yunping's disciples' cultivation. Did he think anyone could mess with him? This guy seemed to have a death wish. Lin Yan saw Yewuchuan's transformation and breathed a sigh of relief. The master had arrived. Everything would be fine now. Thi didn't know Yunping was inside Yewuchuan's body, so she kept looking around for him. That white-haired youth had also noticed something strange about Yewuchuan. It turned out to be a soul exchange. Yewuchuan, now Yunping, stood up, hands on hips, calmly proposing a bet to Zhuang Hai. Zhuang Hai felt a bit scared inside. Another bet, and the desperate aura around Yewuchuan had disappeared. Instead, there was now a very strong pressure that he couldn't help but fear. Yunping said with a smile, "Let's bet that with 3 slaps, I can beat you until even your mother won't recognize you. If I lose, I'll ask my master to give you the other half of the divine sea golden feather scripture. But if I win, you kneel down and kowtow 100 times." Sure enough, Zhuang Hai was provoked by Yunping's words, veins popping on his forehead. He laughed loudly in excitement, unaware that he was about to get beaten, so he seemed quite happy. His staff pointed towards Yunping, carrying an evil aura. In an instant, Zhuang Hai was almost touching Yunping, but Yunping stood still. Then Yunping slightly shifted, gently dodging Zhuang Hai's move. Just as Zhuang Hai was about to fly past him, Yunping moved his hand to the side, slapping Zhuang Hai right in the face. This was the first hit. Yunping flicked his hand, sending Zhuang Hai flying backward in pain. Blood gushed from his nose in an arc, and several beads fell to the ground without anyone controlling them. This single slap was enough for Zhuang Hai to understand everything. Yewuchuan couldn't possibly have injured him to this extent. After his face hit the ground, Zhuang Hai's soul seemed to be pulled out. Yunping coldly approached Zhuang Hai step by step. As for Zhuang Hai, he seemed extremely excited to know that it was Yunping who had arrived, but he was too frenzied to understand the difference in their abilities. A glint of killing intent flashed in Yunping's eyes. His hand slightly waved, striking out a palm, killing Zhuang Hai, who was lying on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, the onlookers immediately fell silent, all feeling more or less afraid. Yewuchuan had also witnessed this. She sighed and said, "Old scoundrel." Yunping had lived long enough, seen all kinds of people and countless events. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Being haunted by inner demons was due to Zhuang Hai's wicked heart. Moreover, he always wanted to target his disciple. It would be strange if he didn't kill him. Now that it was over, Yunping took the opportunity to check if the body had any issues. First, he adjusted the stockings. Yewuchuan's protests had no effect and didn't stop Yunping's actions. After adjusting the stockings, he moved on to the bra. Yewuchuan blushed furiously. Once that was done, Yunping used his hand to brush off dust from Yewuchuan's skirt, which was actually just an excuse to touch her bottom. Yewuchuan cried out loudly, "Let me do it myself." Yunping smiled and caressed Yewuchuan's face, praising, "That's more like it." While they were caught up in the moment, Yunping poured cold water on Yewuchuan, leaving without permission and causing such a commotion. "When we get back, you'll definitely need to be punished." After saying this, Yunping's soul disappeared. At this moment, a certain man approached Yewuchuan and bowed, saying, "Lady Ye, our boss hopes to meet you and your friends." Yewuchuan then went with Lin Yan and Shi to meet the owner of the fighting arena, but they never could have imagined that it would be someone they vaguely knew. Indeed, the owner of the underground fighting arena was that white-haired youth, and the place they went to was his private music room. He was also the 9th grade zither master they were looking for. Wei Deng, Lin Yan's eyes lit up as soon as she heard this. She asked excitedly, "So can you teach Dianer to play the Ruofeng Dian?" Wei Deng smiled and said, "Ruofeng Dian is what I gifted to the Zither sect. If I can't teach it, I'm afraid no one in Lin City can teach it. Come on, play it once so I can check your skill level." Lin Yan pouted shyly and said, "Dianer only remembers the notes and Zither techniques, but can't understand their meaning. Every time I'm about to reach a new level, I feel like everything falls apart." Wei Deng's mouth twitched. Lin Yan probably only had the Zither score for 2 or 3 days, yet she could remember all the notes and techniques. Just because ordinary people can't do it doesn't mean Lin Yan can't do it. She sighed and said, "It took Dianer over a day to memorize this piece. It's so difficult, especially the Zither techniques. The previous pieces only took half a day." Wei Deng felt as if a rock had just hit him on the head. How could such a bizarre thing be possible? Lin Yan held a scroll in her hand, put her hand on her hip, and said, "I know. You certainly don't believe Dianer. If you don't believe me, then I'll have to prove it." Lin Yan then unrolled the scroll in her hand and began writing the musical score. 7 minutes later, the score was complete. Wei Deng opened it to examine. After looking, Wei Deng felt his worldview had just changed again. Sweat covered his face. His heart was filled with fear and confusion. Yet there wasn't a single mistake. It was perfect. Lin Yan stood confidently, hands on hips. "See, told you." The talent that Lin Yan possessed, the only one who could compare, was that legendary figure. Wei Deng excitedly ran to grab Lin Yan's hand, asking urgently, "Little girl, you're not the disciple of the Emperor of Literature, are you?" Ye Wuchuan, who was standing there, choked on her saliva when she heard this. Damn, how did he ask such an accurate question out of nowhere? It seemed that among Yunping's disciples, only a few knew his true identity. Dianer was among those who didn't know. Hearing Wei Deng's question, she was confused. She tilted her head and asked, "Isn't the Emperor of Literature dead? How could Dianer be his disciple?" Wei Deng nodded and sighed. To nurture such extraordinary talents, only the Emperor of Literature could do it in this world. But the Emperor of Literature is indeed dead. Ye Wuchuan breathed a sigh of relief. This guy had scared her to death. She thought they'd been exposed, but he was spot on with his guess. Wei Deng rummaged through his belongings and asked, "Little girl, you said your zither playing is only lacking in understanding the piece's meaning, right?" Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Wei Deng took out a black pearl and explained, "It's normal not to understand. Without personally witnessing the history, one cannot play the true meaning of Yuefeng Dian." The black pearl Wei Deng gave to Lin Yan contained partial memories and a bit of Yue Yesheng's soul. Just by looking at the memories within, one could understand why Yue Yesheng played this piece on the day of Ascension. Lin Yan took the pearl and immediately asked, Shi, was Yue Yesheng a woman?" Shi rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "I don't think so. According to the records, Yue Yesheng was one of the martial emperor's capable assistants. They were inseparable, calling each other brothers. Well, everything is settled now. Now that this black pearl has been given to Lin Yan, soon enough she'll be able to understand the meaning of Yefeng Dian." The goal had been achieved. Lin Yan's group bowed to thank Wei Deng and then left. After they had gone, Wei Deng returned to his seat and gently touched the zither. He finally revealed to others about that bygone era. Even until death, Yue Yesheng never revealed their true feelings to the martial emperor. If there really was a day of madness for the sake of the ruler, I'm afraid the young lady wouldn't have such an ending. After speaking, Wei Deng vanished as if dissolving into the air. Only the zither strings quivered slightly. Ye Wuchuan's group, who had left with such enthusiasm, now back at Cloud Sky Academy, were accepting their punishment quite dramatically. Each of them wore extremely sexy outfits. They had cat ears on their heads and cat tails attached. Around their necks were rather suggestive chains. Then, standing on one leg, they lifted weights as punishment. Lin Yan was the only one who escaped this punishment. She was playing the zither next to Yunping. Yunping leisurely sipped his tea and asked with a smile why they couldn't endure such a mild punishment. Among the three, Ye Wuchuan was indeed struggling the most. The punishments for Luo Gui and Zhang Ruoshui were slightly lighter. Perhaps that's why Ye Wuchuan was pleading so much. Ye Wuchuan winked, stuck out her tongue, and looked at Yunping coyly. "I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive us." Yunping took a sip of tea, glanced at Ye Wuchuan's group, and announced the end of the punishment. Ye Wuchuan felt as if a heavy burden had been completely lifted off her shoulders. Yunping snorted. "When you snuck out, why didn't you think about the punishment I mentioned?" Ye Wuchuan voluntarily ran to Yunping's side and placed his hand on her head. Indeed, the disciple thoroughly understood her master's intentions. Yunping was almost captivated by Ye Wuchuan. He sighed, "You girls always making people worry." Suddenly, Lin Yan, who had been playing something on the zither, snorted and shouted, "Dianer is so angry Heimer. Yunping hurriedly went over to inquire about the situation. Lin Yan said, "This foolish martial emperor, such a big fool, he's really making Dianer angry." Ye Wuchuan also came over to ask what the martial emperor had done to offend their senior sister, and why she called the martial emperor a fool. Lin Yan held the black pearl in her hand, half wanting to explain and half not knowing how to explain properly. Moonlight like silk, water reflects like a gentle breeze. Traveling south for 1,000,000 miles, a woman's love stops the snow. As twilight fades, the soul expands like an old man's thoughts. Before the saint, love is cut off. Fallen zither enters willing hands. That was Ruo Feng Dian. Moonshot Saint chose to disguise herself as a man to follow Martial Emperor. Surely she didn't want the world to know about her love for Martial Emperor. Lin Yan also wanted to keep this secret for her. Lin Yan hugged her zither, saying irritably, "Anyway, Martial Emperor is a fool." Yunping silently looked at Lin Yan. Could this child possibly know something? Just then, the academy doors opened again. Xiang Yuntian, after a long period of training, had now returned. He asked with a smile, "Why is everyone still in the courtyard, admiring the moon?" If comparing Xiang Yuetian's beauty with Yunping's other female disciples, undoubtedly Xiang Yuetian would win. Beautiful face and figure. Every gesture exuded a noble and elegant aura, like a young lady from a prestigious family. The male lead cheerfully brought along a young lad disguised as an extremely pretty girl and introduced to Luo Gui. "This is the new junior sister I mentioned to you before. Luo Gui, this is your second senior brother, Xiang Yuetian." She was very surprised, thinking to herself, "Second senior brother, it's unbelievable." The male lead, seeing Luo Gui's doubtful expression, joked, "Want to lift little Shang's skirt? Don't believe it. Let me prove it to you." The pervert slapped little Shang's bottom. His perverted hand was about to lift the skirt while saying he had a great treasure. Little Shang couldn't tolerate it, advising the male lead, "Teacher, please mind your image." Little Shang's female disguise was indeed beautiful, making Luo Gui dazed as she extended her hand in greeting. Luo Gui greets everyone. As the teacher said, "I am indeed your second senior brother." She shyly greeted her senior brothers, thinking to herself, "Are all men this pretty nowadays?" The male lead gathered everyone and made a new announcement. "Everyone's here now, more or less. So I want to announce something. Today, I'll take you all to a beautiful place for a trip." The male lead brought his little treasures to the destination. This is the place, the famous revolving street. Someone asked, "What kind of fun place is this?" Luo Gui explained, "In legend, Demon Street was famous during the 100 Saints era." The male lead agreed, "That's right. However, the demons who came to Revolving Street later seem to have been forced back to the demon realm due to some disaster. Since then, Revolving Street has rarely appeared in the eyes of mortals." The male lead further explained, "Now look at this. Armor of the 1,000-Year Mountain Spirit, only 50 game coins. Would this gentleman like to try a relaxing massage? One time is just 20 game coins. Extremely large head made from the brains of 500 snow demons, guaranteed to be delightfully cold, only 30 game coins." The male lead said happily, "See, I didn't lie to you, did I? This place is very fun. Even though it's been turned into an amusement park, it's still full of demons. You might suddenly be attacked at any moment. The demons here are indeed not simple. The strongest ones can't even be detected, at least at the crystallization stage." The male lead comforted his worried disciples. "Don't worry, they're all good vegetarian demons. Even if they really attack, you won't be in any real danger." The teacher further explained, "This place is quite similar to a secret realm. No creature can die here. If injured, you'll only lose game coins. Upon entry, you'll be given 20 game coins. Once you run out of coins, you'll be kicked out of the realm." He summarized, "This is a safe amusement park." Little May silently thought, "This is just an online game after all." The male lead began explaining the rules. The first training mission, earn game coins. The two with the lowest coin count, I'll prepare a super punishment for them. You have 1 incense stick's time. Training starts now. A demon invited Little May, making her head ache with choices. Some easy games to play. Miss Human, come try shooting. Little May shook her head in refusal. "No, thanks." Then she thought, "I wonder which game earns the most. Maybe I should try some snake charming." At the game spot, she saw her 2 senior brothers already playing and doing quite well. Going this way, the game coin icon had already increased to 382. Boo-hoo, I'm a step too late. The good ones have been snatched by my 2 senior brothers. At other game spots, she encountered similar scenes. Wow, this person is amazing. They've broken the record. Ruoshui's game points had also increased to 280. Are people this strong nowadays? This made Little May cry in defeat. Boo-hoo, Damn it, Ruoshui got there first again. Let's go see the others. The fruit slicing game was also being played skillfully by Luo Gui. The game points had skyrocketed to 320. The vendor exclaimed, "Am I going to be bankrupted by this little girl today?" Little May cried, "Boo-hoo, am I only fit to be a street performer?" Yanxi's game points also increased to 269. Is this what a successful person integrating into the game looks like? I'm the worst now. Wasn't it supposed to happen once in 10,000 years? It came so quickly and brought a bunch of kids along. There's a little girl I need you to look after. Yeah, I knew there was no way nothing would happen. At the Three Treasures Hall. How's the investigation I asked Yinbao Gu to conduct last time going? We have some leads. Follow me, I'll tell you as we go. The male lead said to the little demon investigating Yanxi's background. Tell me, Yanxi not only inherited the celestial demon bloodline from the ancient era, the saint bloodline from the 100 Saints period, but also has dormant elemental physique and even a hint of dragon. The little demon sipped tea and agreed. That's right, it's exactly that complicated. Who knows what our ancestors have been through? However, we trace the bloodline imprint to the void abyss. Hearing this, the male lead's face tensed. That's not a good place at all. An incense stick's time has passed. It's time. Summary. Q is leading with 666 points. Rushui has 555, Xiaoxiang has 488, Yanxi has 488, and Little May is last with 15 points. Little May felt utterly defeated, no longer caring about worldly matters. You could say I was the most miserable in that game. I have no more worldly desires. Just give me whatever punishment. Little May lost and must face punishment. This was also what the male lead wanted to tell her. Since you haven't learned your lesson, for the next month you'll be my personal maid. He thought to himself, perfect. I'll find a chance to keep her close to Minok. Otherwise, if the deep abyss ice in her body causes trouble again, it'll be too late. On the way back, everyone saw a familiar-looking woman standing in front of Yuntian Academy. The male lead asked, "Excuse me, miss, who are you waiting for?" The woman with the familiar face was Xiaoxiang's mother. No wonder they looked so similar. "I'm here to withdraw Xiaoxiang from school," she replied. "I'm looking for a student here, Xiang Yuetian." The male lead invited her inside to talk. He asked, "So you're Xiaoxiang's mother. May I ask why you've come from Tianyu?" At this, the woman tensed up and said, "I'm taking her home, withdrawing her from your Yuntian Academy to train at Shangra." Hearing this, the male lead calmly peeled some peanuts to eat, feigning surprise. "Oh, may I ask the reason for this? Xiaoxiang is my student after all. I need a convincing explanation." Meanwhile, the other four girls sat eating watermelon, listening in, whispering among themselves. "Withdraw from school. What's going on?" Xiaoxiang's mother stood up angrily and said, "The reason? My child may be stupid, but not to the point where after 6 years she's only advanced from Lingtai to Bian Shen's stage. If she were at Shangra, she'd at least be at Kaiyuan entry level by now. And her appearance, she's lost all her manly aura. What has she become?" Xiaoxiang trembled anxiously and said, "Mom, please stop." Xiaoxiang's mother angrily scolded him. "Shut your mouth. If you hadn't left Shangra 6 years ago to fool around, how could you be a whole realm behind your older brother?" Hearing this, the male lead said, "Is the current clan leader of the Xiang family still at the peak of the Tongshu realm?" Xiaoxiang's mother asked, "What if he is?" The male lead said, "Your clan leader hasn't made any progress in so many years. It only proves that your Shangra is inadequate." At this, Xiaoxiang's mother became extremely angry, releasing her spiritual power. "What did you say?" This made Xiaoxiang very anxious. "Mom, please calm down." The male lead didn't remain seated either. He stood up and slammed the table. Xiaoxiang's mother said angrily, "You're challenging the Xiang family." The male lead asked, "Do you want to fight?" Then he asked, "Do you think I'm not teaching well?" Xiaoxiang's mother thought, "He's underestimating my pressure, even though there's not a bit of spiritual energy in his body." The male lead said disdainfully, "Your Shangra's forced cultivation method and realm system, no matter how profound, is just like paper. In my opinion, it's all garbage." Hearing this, Xiaoxiang's mother became furious, as if about to start a fight right there, slamming the table and standing up to yell, "Arrogant talk." The male lead left with a challenge. "Then I have a proposition for you. 2 months from now is the 15th Wantai competition. If Xiaoxiang can make it to the blue board, then I alone will decide the direction for my disciple." Xiaoxiang's mother looked at Xiaoxiang helplessly. "Since you're so certain, let's do it." Xiaoxiang bowed her head and apologized to everyone. "I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you trouble." The male lead comforted, "It's okay. There's nothing troublesome between us." Yanxi also asked, "Teacher, are you really letting Senior Xiang participate in the all-sex competition?" The male lead happily patted Yanxi's head and said, "Not just Xiaoxiang, You all have to go too. The three girls were surprised and asked the male lead. We have to go too. The male lead said firmly but gently to Yanxi. Chongtong, your yana is not yet stable. It shouldn't be revealed. Just focus on practicing Jin Mi. Okay. Then he turned to ask Luo Q. By the way, have you ever participated in the all-sex competition before? Luo Q seriously replied. I participated 10 years ago. Had pretty good luck. Ranked third on the blue board. Hearing this, the other girls exclaimed in admiration. That's so strong. The male lead announced boldly, this training session will be very interesting. In the next 2 months, I'll show you what a 360-degree, no blind spot, hell training is like. Is this the random training you mentioned? The disciples appeared one by one in sexy outfits. In front were several female models of the male lead. He blushed, embarrassed. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong ones. Ahem. The male lead continued. According to you, what we need is practical combat training. The targets for practical combat training are these 4 puppets. That's me, Xiao Mei said irritatedly. Seeing this smile, I feel like punching it. She raised her hand to punch the puppet, but surprisingly, the puppet blocked it. It even kicked her away. The male lead caught Xiao Mei and explained, there's a bit of my soul inside. Don't treat it like a toy. The male lead carried her on his shoulder, adding, these dummies can not only guide you but also monitor you, to prevent you from sneaking down the mountain when I'm not around. Xiao Mei asked the male lead, where are you taking me now? The scene changes to the weapon maker's house. Xiao Mei said helplessly, so why bring me along? Don't I need training too? The male lead replied, you're now my personal maid. Of course you have to follow me wherever I go. He also answered Xiao Mei's concern. Being by my side won't interfere with your training. The male lead thought to himself, if I don't keep her close, who knows what that deep and cunning guy might do? Oh, you're here, the blacksmith said while slurping instant noodles. Just finished it, take it. Then he tossed out a flying dagger. The male lead caught it happily, praising, good brother, that was fast. Beside him, Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh, is this the new dagger sheath prepared for junior sister Luo Kui? It looks impressive. The male lead handed a blade to the blacksmith. Please help finish this one too. The weapon maker looked at the material and smiled smugly. Though the craftsmanship is a bit rough, the innovative thinking can be considered a new style magical weapon. The two looked at each other and smiled challengingly, implicitly understanding it was still the old rule. This time, the male lead happily agreed. No problem. I'll get you a new flavor. The weapon maker shouted in extreme joy. The male lead scratched his head and asked, by the way, I went around Jinglin City today, but didn't see anyone. The blacksmith turned and said, don't you two know anything? Xiao Mei and the male lead both asked blankly, know what? The blacksmith said, are you two living under a rock? There's been such a big commotion in Jinglin City lately. You don't know anything about it. The male lead asked him, what exactly happened? The blacksmith seriously recounted. The Thunder Martial sect, the biggest in Jinglin City, has collapsed and disbanded completely. The sect dissolved on the spot. The sect leader withdrew. All disciples have moved to other sects. Now, within 100 miles around the Thunder Martial sect, everything is covered in thunder and lightning. It's become a thunder pool, he continued. Moreover, an ancient city emerged from underground called the Shallow Thunder sect. Xiao Mei realized, that's the first sect the literary emperor joined when he appeared in this world. It's also one of the most glorious sects in the desolate sky realm. The weapon maker seemed to have realized something. He asked the male lead, listen, old man, this wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? The male lead showed a bit of helplessness on his face. He said reluctantly, well, it might have a tiny bit to do with me. Xiao Mei said, you said you wanted to take me to the Thunder Martial sect. Were you actually aiming for the Shallow Thunder sect ruins? But how is it related to all those missing people? Are there treasures in the ruins? The blacksmith said, don't know. I heard the city lord's office summoned all the city's cultivators to the Thunder sect ruins to catch a beast. The male lead seemed to realize something. He said hesitantly, what beast? Has Little Thunder woken up? If I said this beast is at the peak of void movement, an ancient thunder demon that at full power could fight a few rounds with Saint Xiao Wuchuan's group, you definitely wouldn't come with me. Xiao Mei leaned forward and asked the male lead, hey, old Lu Mai, you're very suspicious. The male lead could only laugh awkwardly, thinking to himself, I initially told Little Thunder if he woke up, absolutely don't involve the Shallow Thunder sect. Given his personality, he would surely listen. This is extremely unusual. At the Shallow Thunder sect ruins, a crowd of people gathered around, holding weapons and shouting, kill the beast. Kill the beast. A white-haired woman and a young senior brother stepped forward. The young senior brother asked, "Why aren't we catching the beast? Instead, we must find the seventh underground tomb of the Shallow Thunder sect first," said the white-haired woman, "because there's likely someone buried there." The young senior brother asked, "Who?" She replied, "The ancient emperor Tu, literary emperor Xianlei." Meanwhile, as if sensing someone was bad-mouthing him, the male lead sneezed repeatedly, causing him to exclaim, "Who's talking about me behind my back?" Xiaomei teased, "You've offended so many people, don't you know in your heart?" Then she leaned close, whispering into the male lead's ear, "By the way, old rogue, I've been wanting to ask you, how was the Shallow Thunder sect destroyed? It wasn't you, was it?" The male lead calmly said, "I only almost destroyed the Shallow Thunder sect. Get it? Just almost." Then, the male lead explained further. The Shallow Thunder sect was destroyed by the evil sect. I only learned about this news around the time I left the Shallow Thunder sect. Xiao Mei looked at the male lead's expression and thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen the old rogue show such a disappointed expression." Then she suddenly looked ahead. Wow, so many people. She looked around and said, "From the outside, it's basically impossible to see what's going on inside." The male lead extended his divine sense to scan. Then, as if realizing something, the male lead said, "This time we're in trouble." Xiao Mei naively asked, "What trouble?" A young white-haired girl approached and asked, "Excuse me, miss, are you also here to hunt the beast? You look a bit unfamiliar." Xiao Mei replied, "Yes." She added a few courteous words. "That's right, besides hunting the beast, no one would voluntarily come here to socialize. I'm Hua Yurong." Xiao Mei also introduced herself. Hua Yurong turned her gaze to the male lead. "May I ask who this is?" The male lead said smugly, "I'm her master." Hua Yurong introduced herself again. "Oh, we're descendants of a sect who came here for experience, wanting to get acquainted with everyone. If we can't defeat the beast, we could help each other out." The male lead pondered. "Whose family is this?" "Never mind, we'll need these two for what comes next anyway." The male lead replied, "All right, it's perfect timing. I wanted to recruit a few junior disciples." They all went in together. Xiao Mei asked, "These people clearly don't have good intentions. Why are you letting them follow?" The male lead replied, "Them following doesn't affect us at all." Xiao Mei said, "I saw you kept looking at that man just now. Is there something wrong with him?" The male lead turned his head, glanced, and said, "If he's a woman in disguise, he looks like your senior brother." Meanwhile, the man accompanying Hua Yuerong was feeling nervous, thinking, "These two keep looking at me. Have I been exposed?" Outside, someone standing in the middle of the crowd shouted, "Fellow cultivators, join me in destroying evil." The crowd chanted, "Kill the beast, kill the beast." As the two were about to enter, Hua Yurong stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment, you two. The beast inside isn't at the Kaiyuan stage as rumored. It's likely at the core formation stage. Rushing in recklessly would be suicide." Hua Yue grabbed Xiao Mei's hand to hold her back. Then she showed some kind of treasure in her hand. "Actually, we're here for the Shanlei sect ruins this time." She added, "This spirit compass can lead us to the secret path." Then she moved closer to the male lead, holding his arm and saying, "In the Shanlei sect ruins, there's a high chance that many heavenly extinction-era powerhouses are buried." Xiao Mei felt uncomfortable. "Just say what you need to. Don't get handsy." The male lead said, "If you want us to join, fine, but we want 40% of the treasures in the tomb." Hua Yue said, 40% it is, but you two better not take the money and run when the time comes." The man behind her hesitated, not knowing what else to say. The male lead agreed, saying cheerfully, "All right, then you lead the way." Hua Yue took the lead, pointing the way. She thought to herself, 40%. We'll see if you live to enjoy it. Hua Yue's treasure had indicated the location. "We're here. Behind this door is the secret passage." Xiao Mei asked, "Are you sure we have to go down there? To be precise, you go down first." Xiao Mei said, "You want us to clear the way. What if we refuse?" Hua Yue drew a knife, threatening, "Don't say no," putting the knife to the male lead's throat. "As a servant, you probably don't want to see your master die, right?" The male lead pretended to shout, "Woman, you dare deceive me." Miss Yi hesitated, undecided. "Your master's precious body might not remain intact." The male lead pretended to be scared and said to Xiao Mei, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and clear the way. Do you really want to see my young master die here?" Xiao Mei reluctantly said, "I advise you to let him go. Don't play with fire." She thought to herself, "This is Oscar-level acting. I can't keep up with this performance." The male lead sent a secret message to Xiao Mei. "Just do as they say. I want to see what they're planning to do next. Besides, there's something I need to find in here." Xiao Mei wondered, "Next, aren't they all working together? Could there be a mole?" The male lead winked and said, "Who knows how many snakes are in the grass?" Xiao Mei reluctantly said, Fine, I agree to clear the way. A beast suddenly appeared, terrifying Xiao Mei. Why is there a beast in here? Hua Yue tensed up, a tomb-guarding beast. And there are two of them, transformed into strange beasts. Xiao Mei thought running away was the best option. Why are they chasing me? The male lead comforted her. Relax, it's fine. Hearing this, Xiao Mei felt relieved. You old rascal, I believe you can handle this. Xiao Mei turned around and delivered a powerful blow to the beast. The silver-haired girl secretly praised. How impressive. The male lead smiled. Well done, Xiao Mei. Just as she was about to break through, suddenly two beasts caught Xiao Mei. You old bastard, you tricked me again. It seems Miss Ye eliminated the final obstacle for us before her death. Thanks to the young master, you can put your knife away now. The scheming woman said, Don't be so harsh, sir. Everyone has their own agenda. It's lucky you decided quickly, or we all might have died. I should thank the young master. I can't accept gratitude from someone who took me hostage, she exclaimed with a flushed face. I'll soon be the only person in the world to find the Emperor Wen's relic. What are you doing? She stabbed the male lead, saying, Go down with the female servant. The tomb-guarding beasts are the last line of defense for the tomb. Once we break through the tomb-guarding beasts, all the treasures in the tomb will be mine. She rushed inside. Her treasure emitted a signal. It's here. It must be here. To cause such a strong reaction from the soul compass, it must be Emperor Wen's tomb inside. She pushed open the door, dreaming. The first to find Emperor Wen's tomb, becoming Emperor Wen's successor, becoming an immortal. Meanwhile, the three young girls finished their performance, all tired. We played too hard yesterday. Now everything hurts. Where's that old rascal? Can't see him anywhere. Old rascal, where did you go? Is this also a puppet made by that old rascal? It feels so real that even the body temperature feels right. That old rascal is too soft. I was planning to play a prank, but now should I stop? It turned out there was no Emperor Wen's tomb in the cave, only vengeful spirits. Hua Yue's scream echoed as she met her ancestors due to her excessive greed. That man sighed and said, This is the consequence of greed. Then he drew his weapon and said, Nisuk, come out. A small void beast appeared. The man was about to attack the beast. The male lead grabbed the man's leg. Listen, buddy, there's a rare species protection association. Got it. The man looked bewildered and in disbelief. He scanned the male lead with his divine sense, but his divine sense couldn't detect anything. The man analyzed. He clearly has no cultivation, no spiritual roots either, just a waste who can't cultivate. The male lead called Xiaolezi over. Xiaolezi happily jumped on the male lead like a puppy. The male lead jokingly said, Haven't seen me for hundreds of years. Do you really need to miss me that much? I've brought you some dragon bones this time. Don't worry, you can chew on them all you want, enough for hundreds of years. The man wondered. The void beast likes blood and killing, but now it treats him as its master, even wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. The male lead turned and asked that man, Oh right, to the point. Can you spare Xiaolezi? The man still insisted on eliminating it. That beast intends to defy the heavenly way. If we don't kill it to prevent its ascension, it would be against heaven's will. His mission is to prevent its ascension. The male lead said, Are all you supervisors so virtuous now? The man asked surprisingly, How do you know about supervisors? Note, supervisors are supporters and enforcers of the heavenly way, with status equal to the three great heavenly ways. The male lead said, Have you forgotten the name of the one who last defied the heavenly way? Do I need to remind you a bit? The man was confused, thinking, It can't be that person. That person is dead, completely dead. The male lead continued, Do I need to give you a hint? Remember Gu Ling Tang Tu. The man stepped back, asking, Why? Why do you know that place? You can't possibly be him. He's already dead. He calmed down and scanned again with his calm ability. Nothing can be hidden from Maul, the Judgment Sword. This pit was left by another judge different from the Judgment Sword. Such a large number, it must have reached at least the million level. A soul judged by a million ancient spirit supervisors yet still exists in the world flawlessly. The man fearfully fell to his knees. Historically, after being judged by a million supervisors, only one person survived. That was after opposing the heavenly way, resisting a million judges, and killing hundreds of thousands of ancient spirit assassins, creating the Guling Tangtu incident. Emperor Wen Shanlei. The male lead heard this and proudly said, All right, I'm not that scary. The past is the past. I'm a peace-loving person now. Anyway, I'm protecting Xiaolezi. You don't have any objections, right? The male lead turned back and said, If your superiors ask, just say I've taken care of it. No need to worry about revealing my identity. Heaven already knows of my existence, and perhaps those two also know. The man was surprised. He ultimately survived. Hongmeng ancestor, Kunchuan ancestor. Is he really the one they're looking for? Xiao Mei worriedly thought, If this continues, it won't be good. She thought, Xiao Tianlei is basically a hungry ghost, frantically absorbing lightning. My body can't digest it anymore. Suddenly realizing something. Wait, the great sword techniques penetrating thunder and lightning are somewhat similar to the heavenly sword technique. They might even be the same. Outside, beasts and humans were fighting, but those people didn't seem to be a match for it. There were voices shouting, kill them all. Damn this guy. The beast in the cave had escaped outside and intended to kill all the troublemakers outside. Someone saw the beast motionless, thinking it had stopped attacking. What now? The leader said it wasn't so and explained further. It's gathering strength for the next attack, wanting to catch us all in one swoop. Then he presented some kind of technique, saying, 7 killing formation. Chen Feng wants to transfer cultivation to kill the beast with all our might. Someone stopped him. Are you crazy? You're selling your lifespan. Moreover, depleting essence blood will reduce your cultivation. The leader bravely said, it's just cultivation. This is much lighter than life itself. This beast must be slain. Suddenly a woman's hand appeared. He surprisingly called out, Miss Du. She said, it's just cultivation, right, master? Seeing this, Chen Feng shouted, 7 killing formation. Immediately, a huge formation appeared. Thousands of ancient characters surrounded the beast. Then, a lethal amount of damage concentrated on its massive body. Although the beast took a powerful hit, it still wasn't dead, leaving the leader completely drained. He cried out in anguish, what a formidable beast. Heaven wants to end me, Chen Feng, to end our Lin Cheng. He knelt down, crying out to the heavens. The male lead saw this scene. He suddenly remembered he almost forgot to tell Xiao Leizi, withdraw your transformation. Xiao Leizi obeyed, signaling the beast to return. At this moment, Xiao Mei rushed out to attack, just as the beast was returning, making those people think that she had defeated the formidable beast with just one strike. Those who were saved came to the gates of Yun Tian Academy to express their gratitude for saving their lives. Although the male lead had explained it was just a misunderstanding, those people stubbornly thought he was being modest, making the male lead helplessly say, anyone using their brain would know she couldn't kill such a formidable beast with one strike. The scarred man and his sister knelt, offering gold to become disciples. He said, Yun Academy head, I know you all act modestly like the academy. You've saved our Jinglin city. Please accept these gifts of gratitude. The male lead, at a loss for words, thought he might as well accept the gifts to end the matter. Then those people bowed and left. The male lead sighed in relief. They're finally gone. I really can't understand what these people are thinking. Then he closed the door and went back inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei was daydreaming about herself. They actually saw me as a hero who vanquished evil. It's so unreal, like Canada. The male lead saw the unstable electromagnetic waves from Xiao Mei and suddenly asked, how come after so many days you're still not stabilized? Xiao Mei sighed helplessly and replied, the sparking discharge function is uncontrollable. The male lead had to say, wait until you've expelled all the absorbed lightning from your body, then it'll be fine. Xiao Mei responded dejectedly, that's right. Even though I've completed one round of Heavenly Mei's drunkenness, about to break through to the calm writing level, almost falling into a crippled free-falling state, I still haven't cleared it completely. The male lead said, I'll find a treasure for you to use temporarily later to expel what's being secreted. Then he asked curiously, where are the others? Xiao Mei answered, I thought senior brother was in his room consolidating his cultivation. As for senior sister Yan Shi, she went to take the 8th grade embroidery master examination. Junior sister Luogi and Ruo Shui went to get the magical tools you planned to make for them. Then there was a sound of a door opening. It was Ruo Shui and Luogui, but they brought along a red-haired little girl. The male lead asked, Luogui, why did you hide such an important matter from your master? Look at how grown your child is already. Is the child's father as handsome as me? The little girl complained as she entered. Why does it look so shabby? It doesn't look like an academy at all. It's more like the capital's garbage dump, the little girl said. So even a genius like Sister Luogui has to endure such a rundown place. The male lead angrily asked, listen, where did this kid with the cat ears on her head come from? The little girl angrily said to the male lead, who are you calling brain damaged? This young lady's status is quite noble, I'll have you know. You'd better watch your tone when speaking. Ruo Shui explained, actually, she's a child we found on the street. It seems she was kidnapped by someone of unknown identity with very high cultivation, and we rescued her. The male lead was confused. An unknown person with high cultivation kidnapped her. Little Luo said, teacher, how do you plan to handle this? The male lead didn't know how to deal with it either. He thought to himself that he really didn't want to bring more trouble upon himself. The male lead cheerfully and friendly knelt down and asked, hey, little girl. The little girl seemed very angry. This young lady is not some little girl. Mind your words. The male lead patiently said, "Then what should I call you? You should call me Lady Shen Shi. Shen Shi is your name." The little girl confidently introduced herself. "That's right. Are you surprised by this young lady's magnificent name?" The male lead unintentionally touched the little girl's head and asked, "Shenshi, where is your home? Do you need your sister Luo Gui to take you home?" As if sensing a surge of power, the little girl, after mentioning home, hid behind Luo Gui, looking pitiful as she said, "I can't go home. I can never go home in this life. Being next to Sister Luo Gui feels much better. Besides, Sister Luo Gui speaks nicely and is incredibly powerful." The male lead was at a loss for what to do. She wouldn't say where her home was. "We can't take her back, so let her stay. In that case, you'll have to be responsible for her food and lodging." The little girl looked pitiful. Her eyes sparkled, pleading for help, making it impossible for Luo Gui to refuse. The male lead reminded, "All right, you and Ruoshui should quickly return to the training team." The little girl happily said to Luo Gui, "Sister, I want to watch you train." Meanwhile, the male lead was stunned, not understanding why she had that thing inside her body. Scene change. A group of people were bowing, begging for mercy. The masked figure said, "I thought you wouldn't make any mistakes." The others bowed their heads, showing panic as they begged for mercy. The masked figure said, "As a result, 4 transformation realm cultivators acted together to capture a girl who had just reached the spirit platform realm and still failed." He showed an angry expression and said, "I need an explanation." One of the henchmen explained, "Your Highness, we did find that girl, but on the way, we encountered a female cultivator at the transformation realm, and we couldn't match her." The masked figure pondered, "A female transformation realm cultivator. Then what kind of Taoist robe was she wearing? Did she have the imperial emblem?" The henchman said there was no emblem. Her clothes were a red and white dress, a bit less formal than a Taoist robe, more like the attire of an ordinary girl. The masked figure waved his hand. "Forget it. She's a transformation realm cultivator. That's indeed not your fault. Now, tell your subordinates to get lost." Then, he summoned a strange scroll. The scroll unexpectedly spoke. "Shah, your highness, how did it go?" He replied, "A transformation realm cultivator appeared out of nowhere and interfered. What should we do now?" The mysterious person said, "Never mind. I've placed a Blood Emperor worm inside her body." The masked figure laughed, placing a Blood Emperor worm inside a little girl. "Your empire is truly ruthless." The voice from the ancient book gave an evil smile. "Because she must die. Before dying, she must serve her purpose." Half a month passed. Looking at the mountain of broken wooden posts and the soul-infused puppets scattered across the training ground, one could see the girl's determination and hard work. The male lead happily announced, "Congratulations on safely completing your training. We should set out now." Shen Hiwu asked, "Are you going to the imperial capital?" Senior Sister Yan Shi wondered, "What's wrong? Shen Hiwu, don't you want to go?" The little girl hesitantly replied, "Well, it's not that I don't want to go. If you want to go participate in the all-sects competition, then you should go. You don't need to take me along." Sister Yan Shi worriedly said to the little girl, "But we're all going. Won't Shen He be lonely by herself?" The little girl tremblingly replied, "No, it's fine. This young lady is perfectly fine by herself." The male lead, who had seen everything, thought to himself, "She's trembling so much. Doesn't look fine at all." Then he stood in front of her with his arms crossed and asked, "Shen Hai, let me ask you, you're so resistant to the imperial capital. Could it be that your home is there?" This made the little girl uneasy, and she said, "How could this young lady's home be in the imperial capital? It must be somewhere else." The male lead crossed his arms and deduced, "Shen He might be afraid of someone in the imperial capital. That's why she's dead set against going home. Although the courtyard is very safe, it's hard to guarantee that those hunting the little girl won't use some method to trick her. Taking her along is the safest choice. Moreover, she might have been implanted with a Blood Emperor worm. This little girl's identity isn't simple. Connected to the Empire, she might be from the royal family, so her real name could be Su Shen He. If she's a descendant of the Su family, then this matter can't be ignored." The male lead patted the little girl's head and comforted her. "I'm not comfortable leaving you alone at home. You should come with us." Shen Hiwu showed indifference. "Why should this young lady listen to you? This young lady won't go." "Absolutely not." The male lead tried to coax the little girl. "You won't go no matter what." But the little girl still firmly insisted. "No matter what, this young lady won't go to the imperial capital. This young lady doesn't want to go there." The male lead leaned close to Shen Hiwu's ear, speaking intimately. "In the imperial capital, you can eat, sleep, sleep and bathe with your sister Luogi. At night, you might even be able to kiss her. Do you really not want to go?" As soon as he said this, Shenhe imagined a whole scene of intimacy between herself and Luogi. Thinking of this, the little girl seized the opportunity. The young lady thought for a moment. "Going with you to the imperial capital to watch your terrible performance isn't impossible." Then she added, "But you all must guarantee this young lady's safety. I've heard there are many bad people in the imperial capital." The male lead achieved his goal and happily announced, "All right, everyone has no more objections. So let's depart now." Xiaomei asked the male lead, "Depart how?" "First, we had flying chickens leading the way, then treasure horses bumping around. What's next?" The male lead playfully patted Xiaomei's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. This time we're not taking a car, nor riding flying chickens. We're riding an electric vehicle." Then the male lead called out, "Little Thunder, time to work." The male lead's pet was also ready to transform into a giant beast. Xiaomei trembled in fear, saying, "I'm not riding this thing to the imperial capital." The magnificent sight of the imperial capital delighted everyone immensely. Xiaomei exclaimed happily, "Wow, as expected of the imperial capital, even the shop carvings are made of gold and silver." Ruo Shui added, "Cool. I've never seen such a tall tower before." Yanxi's sister said, "These candies are so beautiful. It's Yanxi's dream sugarland." The young lad said, "These ingredients smell amazing, perfect for making soup." The little girl Shenhe said, "Luogui's sister, do you like this? Can Shenhe give it to you?" Luogui seemed helpless, saying, "Really, there's no need." Xiaomei suddenly pulled the male lead and said to everyone, "Ah, there's a shop here. Everyone, come on." It was an American-style changing room. It was an innovative design inspired by wedding dresses, but with less fabric, mainly in white, very cute, making the 4 female disciples look very beautiful when wearing them. Xiaomei asked the male lead, "These are clearly modern wedding dresses that you made, right?" The male lead had a nosebleed and gave a thumbs up. "Definitely, but that's not important." Yanxi mischievously pushed Xiaomei into the male lead, playfully saying, "Sorry, Wuchuan Jr. sister, we'll go play elsewhere, not to disturb you two." This made Xiaomei extremely embarrassed. Who made senior sister Yanxi so naughty? The male lead seized the opportunity to support Xiaomei, constantly praising her beauty. At the climax, suddenly a messenger bird appeared. Its name was Little Spirit Pigeon. Everyone immediately sat down to discuss. "So you mean your brother sent a letter?" "I've confirmed it. The handwriting on the letter is indeed Kakata's." Xiaomei whispered to the male lead, "Old rascal, old scoundrel, are you worried this is a trap?" The male lead replied to Xiaomei using sound transmission, "A person's handwriting won't deceive me. This guy's writing is all twisted, mixed with some pretense, wriggling unnaturally." Xiaomei replied, "You can even see that." The male lead added, "Don't forget I'm the emperor of literature. No one can fool me when it comes to writing." The male lead asked Shenhe, "Listen, little one, do you mean you want to reunite with your 3 sisters now?" The girl answered anxiously, "My 3 sisters will protect me. Besides, I've been missing for so long, my family must be very worried. Luogui, can you go back with this girl?" Luogui agreed. "I'll fight those who captured her. The opponent's strength isn't that great. Moreover, in the imperial capital, those people probably won't dare to act recklessly." The male lead added, "If you encounter an ambush, don't panic. The magic formation on your talisman is linked to my divine soul. I'll step in if anything happens." Luogui nodded. "Understood." The male lead continued, "However, you two still need to be careful. If it really doesn't work out, you must run. I just feel that this imperial capital isn't as simple as it appears on the surface." Luogui replied obediently, "Disciple remembers." The male lead turned back to the others and said, "All right, the others will follow me to register for the all-sex competition. Luogi, you take this kid home. We've arrived at the arena of the all-sex competition. Indeed, this architecture is truly surprising and shocking to others." Xiaomei excitedly said, "Great Yellow Palace, Jade Sea Pavilion, and Hidden Wind Valley are all big names that everyone knows." Ruo Yi added, "People from the 3 celestial libraries seem to have arrived too." The male lead calmly said from behind, "All right, stop looking. We'll definitely meet them during the competition anyway." In front of the hall of the all-sex competition tower, a crowd had gathered to register. There were so many people that they formed a line. The silly boy was making an announcement to everyone. "Those who want to register next, please line up over here." Everyone recognized that the guy guiding people was the silly boy from before. The male lead also asked in surprise, "Isn't that the silly boy who licked the tiles at Blackwater Abyss? Aren't you from the Historical and Literary Research Organization?" Ru Shui and Xiaomei added, "He's the one who initially wanted to pluck Lord Kuan Ying's dragon scales." The silly boy helplessly stammered, "What are you all here for?" The male lead replied, "We've come all this way. What do you think we're here for?" The silly boy answered, "Oh, sorry. My my mind is a bit muddled. What's the name of your sect? The male lead replied, Cloud Sky Academy. The boy finished writing the competition sign, handed it to the male lead. It's done, senior. The male lead further requested, I have another disciple who hasn't arrived yet. Get me one more, please. Yes. He further instructed everyone. Each participant takes a spirit energy token to complete the binding process. When the all-sex competition officially begins, cultivators with corresponding numbers will be selected to be your opponents. Please keep it safe. This is the most important item for participation. The male lead turned to leave, saying thanks. But the boy waved and called out, Senior, please wait. Senior, if you don't mind, why don't you all stay at the Imperial Palace? My teacher, she's the third princess of the 3 celestial empires. They looked at each other and asked. The boy explained, she's been wanting to meet you for a long time. The male lead asked the boy guiding them, us staying here, won't it cause you any trouble? The silly boy replied, I'm also considered part of the royal family. I'm inviting you to the palace in my personal capacity. It won't be a problem. A group of people approached. That's right. After all, you are part of the royal family. This action startled the silly boy. It's you guys. Didn't expect to meet you here, second brother. Still the same as before. Whether facing me or facing big brother, you don't dare say even half a word. I heard that teacher of yours made a bet with mother. Leaving the Xiang family was your stupidest decision. You really shouldn't be so stubborn. Little Xiang, though angry, his fists clenched tightly, stammered and couldn't speak, causing his sister to deliberately shrug and say mockingly, what a waste. It made him recall those dark memories from before. His friends all teased him about having a genius older brother and a sister with exceptional talent. Only he was a waste. He had always felt inferior since childhood, being compared to others, cursed as a fool. He couldn't even sense spirit energy. It's truly embarrassing for the Xiang family. I think he'd be better off dead. Roche stepped forward to defend Senior Xiang. Who the hell are you talking about? Senior Xiang is stronger than all of you. The faces and mouths of your Xiang family really irritate me. Is mocking your own family member that fun? Xiao Mei added, you can leave if you want, but apologize first. The result of the bet between our teacher and the Xiang family will be decided after the competition. Though we don't know why Senior Xiang doesn't care about you, we can assure you, if it comes to a real fight, you might not be a match for Senior Xiang. Small divine transformation. He's at the peak of divine transformation. This trash is no match for me at all. Listen to that barking, you plastic pig. Suddenly, someone intervened. Qinghua, this is the royal palace. Don't get excited. Calm down. This is not a place for fighting. Little Xiang's junior sister looked at them with disdain and replied, I'm really looking forward to seeing your Senior Xiang's performance. This statement directly caused Xiao Mei's group to shout loudly, Teacher, why aren't you saying anything? And Roche swore that if she didn't beat this bitch, she'd be damned. The male lead had to step in to mediate. You two, stop causing trouble. After all, this is Xiang's personal grudge. Let little Xiang use his own strength on the arena to slap her face. After saying that, he turned to look at little Xiang and asked, Right, little Xiang. His face clearly showed helplessness and fear, stammering, Teacher. However, the 3 female disciples kept encouraging him. Yanqi even said, Senior Xiang's spear technique is definitely stronger than those people who only have cultivation realm. Ruche also said confidently, Senior Xiang will definitely win. Yanqi was very confident in Senior Xiang. Xiao Mei also encouraged. That's right, Senior Xiang. Use the same force to fight back as when the teacher played tricks on you. Hit them really hard. The male lead also explained, Little Xiang, the past is just the past. You must see that the future is further ahead, and that future doesn't just belong to you. It also belongs to those who believe in you. These words deeply moved Little Xiang. The male lead reminded him not to disappoint his junior sisters. Little Xiang understood everyone's feelings, then simply replied, Yes. On the other side, Little Xiang's junior sister said, You royal family, perhaps you have the right to adjust the battle order of the 10,000 sex competition, right? That person asked, What do you want me to do? She replied maliciously, I want the first match to make that brother of mine fail completely. The foolish young man asked, But what relationship do you have with the royal family? My master, she's the 3rd princess of the empire. The male lead then said, I figured as much. After all, she's a direct bloodline of that kid Suo Lan Tian. So where's your master? Lan Tian said, I've already sent her a message. She should be here soon. Just as he mentioned it, she arrived, saying, Kid, you've done well. I just got back, and you've already given me such a big surprise. She hugged the foolish boy so tightly he almost suffocated, causing him to cry out, I'm dying. Let go quickly. Meanwhile, the male lead, as if savoring a delicacy, thought to himself, at this age, she's indeed quite feisty. She's become quite a handful. The third princess suddenly knelt before the male lead, saying, Suoshin pays respects to the great ancestor. Sorry to have kept you waiting, ancestor. This frightened the male lead, who asked, what did you just call me? Great ancestor. Since when did I become your ancestor? Isn't your ancestor that kid Suolan Tian? Little Yun and I just had our first night together. The princess then explained, as you said last time, isn't Suonan Tian your grandson? That means you're the ancestor of my ancestor. Of course, I should call you great ancestor. Suddenly, the ring on the male lead's hand started glowing, causing him to worry. The life-saving formation on Luogui's robe has been activated. It turns out that half an hour ago, the third princess had encountered Luogui and Shen Wuxi. The third princess said joyfully, finally caught up with you. Luogui suspiciously said, Miss Suo, can you provide some evidence? After all, I can't let someone unclear take my sister away. Shenxi explained, Sister Luogui, that's my third sister. Why are you asking her to prove her identity? The third princess also added, why should I prove my identity to someone who doesn't have a clear identity like you? I even suspect that you might be a spy from Yinsha, trying to infiltrate the royal family. Shenxi found herself in a dilemma. As the two were about to confront each other, Shenxi said, Third sister, Sister Luogui isn't a bad person. I trust her, Sister Luogui. You should trust her too. Having you three sisters, she can't be a bad person. Shenxi tried her best to explain. The impersonating third princess, not wanting to say much, said, let's not talk about identity for now. Let's leave this place first. Luogui sensed a death aura nearby. The fake third princess was surprised by Luogui's attitude. What are you smiling at? Luogui, preparing to draw her sword, said, I'm laughing at Yinsha, as expected of Yinsha. Then, she drew her sword and said, even if it's an act, it's quite impressive. I must thank my teacher. This sword is a magical weapon capable of detecting enemies. With this weapon's ability, I can see that including you, there are 3 people targeting my blind spots, ready to attack when I'm off guard. Am I right? The third princess said, Yinsha, then laughed loudly. I didn't expect that with just a little skill, we'd be discovered. Well then, prepare to die. The fake Suoshin, after being exposed, no longer followed the rules and stopped pretending. She grabbed her sword and charged at Luogui, attacking fiercely. Although Luogui was strong, she had just reached the transformation stage. Dealing with a group of people at higher levels than her like this was quite difficult. Not to mention, she had to protect Suo Shenxi as well. Suddenly, Suoshin was about to do something else. Luogui held her sword. She was originally exchanging blows with the person in front, but that person had now disappeared. Luogui thought to herself, it's over. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the fake Suoshin appeared behind her. They had killed so many people. Many transformation stage cultivators like Luogui had died. The spiritual energy in Luogui's body couldn't move anymore, and those who were lying in ambush nearby also rushed forward, preparing to kill Luogui. The fake Suoshin gleefully shouted, ha ha ha, go and die. Suo Shenxi, seeing this scene, could only cry out, Sister Luogui. The situation was extremely dangerous. Just as death seemed certain, those who were about to strike Luogui were suddenly blocked by something. The fake Suoshin looked at the scene before her in horror. Luogui didn't know why, but a formation appeared in front of her, blocking the attacks from those people. In an instant, Luogui's aura changed. Suoshin sensed something was wrong. She quickly ordered her companions to retreat. But before she could retreat herself, she took a full punch to the face. This blow carried an extremely powerful aura. The commotion it caused in the city was not small. Suoshin was sent flying dozens of meters, her face bruised and bloody. She immediately realized that the blow she just received wasn't the power of a transformation stage cultivator. Even if she wanted to know the reason, she needed to stay alive to find out. Suoshin's face contorted. The makeup on her face disappeared. The most important thing to do now was to retreat. Suo Shenxi was amazed at the scene unfolding before her eyes. Those 2 assassins no longer seemed intent on capturing and taking her away, and Sister Luogui had suddenly become so powerful. While she was still confused about what was happening, those 2 assassins were grabbed by some invisible hand. There was no escape for them. Those 2 assassins were lifted into the air. Luogui drew her sword from its sheath. The assassin disguised as Suoshin was now cursing 7,749 times in his heart. Damn it, we've encountered a ghost. With his consciousness entering, Yunping transformed into Luogui. He smiled gently and asked, "Since you're here, why leave?" His hand lifted slightly. With just one finger, he could mobilize an astonishing force. The powerful aura made others fearful. In just a moment, the other two were beaten until their bones shattered, their bodies bruised and bloody. They lay on the rubble. Two peak transformation stage cultivators were thus crippled. The one disguised as Suoshin grew more terrified as he looked on. Before he could think of anything else, Luoguai aka Yunping stepped on him and coldly asked, "What's your purpose? Who sent you?" The one disguised as Suoshin didn't answer, but just laughed loudly. Veins bulged on his forehead. It seemed that those about to die and fond of recklessness often rambled madly like this. Not only were they unreasonable, but they also opened their mouths to threaten others, not knowing if their threats would work or not. After finishing his words, the one disguised as Suoshin suddenly self-detonated. Fresh blood splattered around, a scene unsuitable for those with weak hearts, especially children and pregnant women. Yunping frowned and sighed. These cultivators always like to play the self-detonation game, who knows why. It seemed he needed to act from another angle. Suoshenshi behind Luogi trembled and called, "Sister Gui." Then, the little girl reached out to grasp Luogui's skirt. Yunping instructed Luogui to quickly take Suoshenshi to gather with them at the royal palace, and then he left. Luogui turned to look at Suoshenshi. Then she bent down, patted the little girl's head and smiled. "Let's go, Shenshi. We're going home." Luogi's words indeed had a significant soothing effect on the little girl. In a moment, she calmed down. Meanwhile, at the Yinsha Palace, they had also received news that Whiteface, the one impersonating Suoshin, was dead. Whiteface was one of the 10 killers. His disguise technique in the 3 great realms was top-notch. He was usually so cautious, yet he could die. There must be someone secretly at work. It seemed that these Yinsha people, for all their calculations, hadn't considered the possibility that Whiteface had provoked someone he shouldn't have, leading to his death. The master of Yinsha coldly said, "Enough. That female transformation stage cultivator must have immense power behind her." Then he began assigning tasks to his subordinates. He sent 3 of them, Sha, Blood Coldblade, and Black Mist, to capture the child. The high official in the capital needs her. Just ensure her body is unharmed. The second task was to take Luogui's life. She must die. At this point, I want to sigh that the villain's fate is truly pitiful. At the royal palace, Suoshenshi finally returned successfully to Suoshin. The little girl buried her head in Suoshin's chest, crying, "Third sister." Suoshin smiled gently and said, "Shenshi, be good. This little girl has truly suffered too much." Yunping didn't pay attention to the reunion of the 2 Suo sisters and directly continued their unfinished conversation. "You mean your second brother was infected by a parasite, forced to write a letter, then imprisoned by Yin Sha until you rescued him?" Suoshin nodded and said, "That's right, senior." Yunping frowned and asked, "So what do you want from me? To help you eliminate Yin Sha?" Suoshin nodded and said, "Yes, but not just that. Senior, do you know about the tomb of my ancestor Suolantian? Suolantian was the founder of the Lantian Empire. Before he died, he buried all his wealth under the royal palace. But this tomb wasn't opened for the royal family. Instead, it was set up with countless restrictions. It's said that only those with bloodlines matching Suolantian's can enter. But until now, even his own daughter couldn't enter the tomb. It wasn't until Shenshi was born that someone could enter the tomb, and moreover, she wasn't affected by the restrictions. In the royal family, only Suo Shenshi can pass through the restrictions, but due to insufficient cultivation, she basically can't open the door that Suolantian set up. So the items inside, of course, can't be taken out either. After hearing this, Yunping understood to some extent that Suoshin meant Yinsha was hired by someone, wanting to capture Suoshenshi to enter the royal tomb and retrieve the treasures left behind by Suolantian. Suoshin didn't respond, confirming that what Yunping said was correct. Then she stepped forward and called out, "Senior," intending to kneel down. Before Suoshin could kneel, Yunping used one finger to lift her chin and commanded, "Don't kneel. Yunping will help with this, both the tomb matter and the Yinsha issue. Anyway, for now, there hasn't appeared anything he can't handle yet." As soon as Suoshin heard Yunping agree to help, she became emotional with tears in her eyes and said, "Thank you, sir." Yunping smiled slightly. "I owe that little Suolantian many things. Therefore, I don't mind helping Suolantian's descendants." Yi Wuchuan smiled and said, "If you want to help them, do you need me?" Yunping smiled and said, "I'll personally handle the Yinsha and royal tomb matters. I'll take care of them myself. You just need to focus on the competition. If you can't make it into the Lan ranking and Lin level, then just be prepared for the punishment." Yunping gleefully imagined in his head the scene of Ye Wuchuan and the others being punished. The punishment system of Yuntian Academy, his female disciples surely understood better than anyone else. At the myriad sex competition, the number of people was increasing daily and showed no signs of stopping. After all, it was a once-in-15 years myriad sex competition, not many new faces. Sects from all over gathered at this place. As soon as the royal family members appeared, the crowd immediately stirred. After all, the royal family of the Lantian Empire was always famous. Leading the group was the crown prince of the Lantian Empire, radiating an impressive aura. The second prince, who was recently severely injured in a border attack, had also arrived. There was also the third princess, Suoshin, both beautiful and powerful. Overall, this was a team that attracted the gazes of others. The crown prince of the Lantian Empire stepped onto the main platform with an imposing aura, looked down at the participants, and gave a welcoming speech. The myriad sex competition is a major event held once every 15 years in the imperial capital. And because of this, I'm sure everyone who came to participate is very aware. Suo Aotian immediately announced that the myriad sex competition officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light, carrying the aura of the Suo royal family, shot straight into the sky. This was the bell, signaling the start of the competition. The tokens in the hands of each participant began to glow. Ye Wuchuan's group, Zhang Ruoshui and Xiang Yuetian, all felt a bit anxious. After all, this was a normal feeling for people participating for the first time. Yunping patted Ye Wuchuan's bottom, then placed his hands on the shoulders of Xiang Yuetian and Ye Wuchuan, advising, "None of you need to worry, but remember to be careful." Lin Yan was also participating in this competition. So before the competition, she handed Xiao Lei over to Yunping first. Yunping held Xiao Lei in his arms and instructed Lin Yan. Now, Lin Yan's insect affinity had been fully unleashed, and her personal cultivation technology was also very important. Lin Yan's current strength was equivalent to an entry-level transformation god stage. After instructing his disciples, they were teleported to the arena. Only Yunping was left standing there. Usually, there were many people around, but now there was no one. He couldn't immediately adapt to this loneliness. Looking at Xiao Lei sleeping soundly in his arms, Yunping decided to go watch Xiang Yuetian first. Yunping had long predicted that the Xiang family would use underhanded tactics, and unexpectedly, in the very first match, Xiang Yuetian encountered his younger sister. As soon as she saw Xiang Yuetian, she put on airs, gleefully thinking that she was about to crush her brother. But anyway, everyone could probably guess the outcome. Facing his sister's taunting and sarcasm, Xiang Yuetian coldly said, "What a coincidence, third sister." As soon as the third young lady heard Xiang Yuetian call her third sister, her expression twisted and changed. She seemed to lose her composure and shouted, "Don't call me third sister. Since you left the Xiang family, you're no longer part of it. I call you second brother out of respect for our blood ties." Xiang Yuetian calmly asked, "Do you hate me that much?" The third young lady held a sword in her hand, then shouted loudly, "Admit it." Xiao Yuetian was the latest to awaken his spirit root among them all. He should have been the weakest. Yet after turning 10, he awakened a celestial grade 6 spirit root. Someone who was bullied for years suddenly surpassed them by a level. It's natural to feel some resentment and hatred. The Xiang family's third young lady coldly said, "A waste should remain a waste for life. Don't suddenly awaken anything." Indeed, in life there's nothing more unpleasant than siblings fighting and hating each other just because one is stronger than the other. Even their fighting was blind, hatred clearly visible on their faces. Xiang Yuetian remained consistent, his face still calm. Perhaps he understood his family situation too well and had no hope left. Xiang Yuetian turned to dodge, nearly causing his sister to fly off the arena. But the matter wasn't settled yet. Losing like this would be too embarrassing. She turned around again, attacking towards Xiang Yuetian. But Xiang Yuetian remained consistent, dodging skillfully. Not only could he avoid his sister's attacks, but he could also counterattack without expending much energy. The third young lady took a full kick from Xiang Yuetian to her chest. Xiang Yuetian turned around, standing balanced on the ground. The third young lady also retreated, spinning in midair. Then she landed, holding a sword in each hand. Her face clearly showed contempt as she said loudly, "Is that all you've got?" Crouching to gain momentum, the third young lady lunged at Xiang Yuetian, shouting, "Go to hell." Villains like this are obviously not long for this world. As his sister's foot came down, Xiang Yuetian raised his hand to block it. His expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't hold out for long. Xiang Yuetian coughed up a mouthful of blood. The third young lady saw Xiang Yuetian trembling before her and sneered, "What's wrong with you?" you. Can't use your magic." Xiang Yuetian frowned, looking at his former family member. This look from Xiang Yuetian once again angered the Xiang family's third young lady. It's hard to imagine what kind of jealousy could lead to such hatred. The Xiang family's third young lady once again channeled spiritual energy into her legs, fiercely attacking Xiang Yuetian. Under this powerful pressure, Xiang Yuetian's feet plowed up quite a bit of the ground beneath him. The Xiang family's third young lady took a breath and used the two swords in her hands to repeatedly stab at Xiang Yuetian. In an instant, the arena was filled with billowing dust, and the ground was torn up everywhere. Thinking that Xiang Yuetian had been defeated, she gleefully rejoiced in her heart and mocked. Couldn't even withstand one attack, exhausted to death, yet still trying to act tough. Well, now she's about to face a setback. Our Xiang Yuetian, from within the dust cloud, began to use his own spiritual energy. An ice block was condensed. Following that, a bunch of other ice blocks formed around Xiang Yuetian. This greatly confused the Xiang family's third young lady, who said, "How can this guy have ice skills? This doesn't make sense." Facing his former sister, who had attacked him so ruthlessly, Xiang Yuetian coldly wiped the corner of his mouth. "I said I'd give you 3 moves. Now it's my turn." Hearing Xiang Yuetian say this, she was extremely displeased, immediately shouting in protest. Xiang Yuetian calmly replied, "The Xiang family rules are hierarchical. I wanted to give you 3 moves. I'm still your second brother, and you're still a Xiang." The calmer Xiang Yuetian was, the more aggressive his third sister became. Anger had risen to her head. She didn't think anymore, immediately rushing towards Xiang Yuetian to attack, shouting, "My cultivation is higher than yours." Seeing his third sister charge at him, Xiang Yuetian stood still without moving. The ice blocks around him continued to float. When the Xiang family's third young lady's sword was about to touch Xiang Yuetian's body, it was blocked by one of the ice blocks. Immediately after, both her hands were frozen, unable to move anymore. This was Xiang Yuetian's true strength. Xiang Yuetian coldly said, "I gave you a chance, but that doesn't mean I'll lose." Xiang Yuetian calmly held an ice spear in his hand, ready to face off against his third sister. Speaking of a face-off, in reality, the only one exhausted was the opponent. Xiang Yuetian slightly moved his hand, using his spear to gently push the Xiang family's third young lady back. Several steps. She stood on the ground, coughing a few times. It was clear that her stamina was nearly depleted, and her injuries were not few. Xiang Yuetian held the spear in his hand. The spiritual energy in his body gathered even more intensely there. He coldly said, "Playtime is over." Xiang Yuetian threw the ice spear in his hand towards the Xiang family's third young lady. The ice spear was thrown with an incredibly oppressive aura. This was his true strength. The Xiang family's third young lady still didn't understand the gravity of the situation, trying to defend against that move. The twin swords in her hands formed a shield to block those spears. Seeing the ice spears about to penetrate her shield, the Xiang family's third young lady began to feel fear in her heart. If she couldn't block it, she'd have to dodge. Such a high-level skill must have consumed a lot of Xiang Yuetian's spiritual energy. Even if she was nearly exhausted, she could still easily deal with him. This was the highly imaginative thinking of a younger sister who rarely experienced the real world. Xiang Yuetian's spear technique was not something to be underestimated. She quickly realized something was wrong. The ice spears she thought she had dodged now circled back around, attacking her from behind. This was the warning bell for the arrogant members of the Xiang family, putting an end to their underestimation of others. Xiang Qinghua only had time to let out a scream. Then the battle ended. The ice crystals on the arena had not yet disappeared. When the host announced the result of the first round, Xiang Qinghua was eliminated. Yuntian Academy's Xiang Yuetian won. Xiang Yuetian was exhausted. He knelt on the ground, his face showing complete relief. Finally, he hadn't disappointed his master. After dealing with everything, Xiang Yuetian collapsed. Yunping had already appeared beside him. He looked at his disciple lying on the ground, happily praising, "Well done." The severely injured Xiang Yuetian was carried on Xiao Leilei's back by Yunping. Ye Wuchuan had also finished her match by now, and quickly found them. She waved at Yunping and said cheerfully, "I thought you'd probably come to watch Senior Xiang compete." Yunping turned to look at Ye Wuchuan. It was obvious this girl hadn't even used 40% of her spiritual power. He asked, "What level opponent did you face in the first round?" Ye Wuchuan happily boasted about her battle achievements. Right after boasting, Ye Wuchuan ran over to check on Xiang Yuetian, who was sleeping soundly on Xiao Leilei. Is he exhausted? Yunping smiled and said, he won. His opponent was Xiang Qinghua. Upon hearing this, Ye Wuchuan felt much more elated in her heart. She threw her head back and laughed loudly. Xiang Qinghua must have bribed the organizers to come and cause trouble for our senior Xiang, but she ended up getting beaten instead. Ye Wuchuan happily let Yunping take her hand and lead her away. This Xiang Qinghua was really asking for it. Now it's time to go watch the other disciples compete. Lin Yan quickly finished her match on the arena. Her opponent from Huafeng Qi couldn't withstand her mysterious sound at all. Yunping nodded and said, Yanner's Chongtong can unleash power comparable to peak transformation realm. Ye Wuchuan continued to boast, Xiaoshe is incredibly powerful, easily defeating an opponent one major realm above her. Yunping was somewhat surprised to hear this. This girl doesn't have high innate talent, and she once restrained her cultivation and techniques. To be able to win is truly beautiful. So now they were heading to where Pan Luoqiu, Yunping's last disciple, was still competing. It seemed that now Pan Luoqiu was in a difficult situation. Yunping said, indeed, as expected, Pan Luoqiu was now extremely tired. She had to use her sword as support on the ground, panting incessantly. Her opponent was a mysterious robed cultivator who seemed incredibly powerful, and Pan Luoqiu from start to finish couldn't weaken that person much at all. But this girl's personality was somewhat competitive, absolutely unwilling to admit defeat like this. So, Pan Luoqiu continued to use her sword to attack the other person. Naturally, she was trying to use up her last bit of strength. Even her hair tie had come loose. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, along with sword chi crisscrossing the arena. However, that person still remained completely at ease, as if nothing had happened. You should know Pan Luoqiu is a peak transformation realm cultivator. What exactly is that person's background? Yunping smiled and said, nothing special. Luoqiu will never be able to defeat him. Ye Wuchuan became more confused the more she heard. Yunping shrugged and said, look down there and you'll see. Pan Luoqiu was now getting increasingly tired. Her breathing became more and more rapid. That person seemed able to accurately predict the opponent's strikes, using skillful techniques to neutralize the attack force. Facing such a formidable opponent, Pan Luoqiu had absolutely no chance to resist. Calming herself, Pan Luoqiu frowned, trying to find a breakthrough point. The sword in her hand was drawn once again. Within the sword chi, there was a hint of a dragon-like aura coiling. This was her exhausted yet determined attempt to win. That mysterious person remained as before, calmly facing the technique Pan Luoqiu unleashed. That technique seemed to carry all of Pan Luoqiu's spiritual energy and unleashed an astonishing aura. Ye Wuchuan saw this and excitedly said, Junior sister is so powerful. Do you think she can win? Yunping silently watched the arena. The person in the arena now became a bit more serious. The sword in hand slightly moved. The aura around them also changed. A smile appeared on their lips. Under their feet was the Taiji yin-yang symbol. With an imposing stance, they effortlessly broke Pan Luoqiu's technique. Pan Luoqiu was knocked backwards. She fell to the ground. Her whole body trembled in pain. That person smiled and said, beautiful sword technique. At first, I thought you were just blindly charging forward, but I didn't expect you had comprehended such a level. It's truly beyond my expectations. Not bad. Pan Luoqiu frowned. Her face clearly showed unwillingness to accept defeat. Although that person said so, they remained completely unharmed. After speaking to Pan Luoqiu, that person turned towards Yunping. Yunping looked at the mysterious person and smiled. That person also looked at Yunping and smiled. Even at such a distance, they could sense each other. Then that mysterious person raised their competition card, making an unexpected move. That person smiled gently and said, I concede. As soon as the words were spoken, an announcement rang out. Yuntian Academy. Pan Luoqiu wins. It was a victory without any glory. Pan Luoqiu punched the ground hard. Her whole body exuded indifference. She gritted her teeth. She'd rather lose than win in such a humiliating way. Pan Luoqiu left the arena with a heavy heart. As she walked, she tied up her hair, feeling dejected. Yunping offered some words of comfort. Pan Luoqiu said dejectedly, I'm sorry. Yunping put his hand on her shoulder and smiled. No need to apologize. Calm down. Ye Wuchuan finally caught on to the main point. Earlier, she saw how close Yunping seemed with that man. So, this little girl's dark mind started to think all sorts of things, and even believed Yunping was interested in men. That mysterious person must be Yunping's ex-lover. Yunping looked at the irritated girl in front of him, wondering what on earth was going on in that head of hers to come up with such wild ideas. Then Yunping slowly approached Ye Wuchuan. Ye Wuchuan's small, dark mind started thinking nonsense again, believing Yunping was about to kiss her. But right after that, Yunping headbutted her quite painfully. Ye Wuchuan Chuan cried out, holding her forehead. Was Yunping's head made of stone or what? It hurt like hell. The culprit of her pain calmly said, "This master is helping you clear your mind a bit. I can only tell you that his surname is Jiang, and you'll meet him soon." The match ended. Ye Wuchuan and the others returned to the royal palace to rest. Pan Luoqiu was still dwelling on the afternoon's match. Even at bath time, she was still muttering, "Next time, for sure." She had been mumbling like this since then. That Jiang fellow had become a ghost haunting her mind. To be fair, though, if one lost in such a humiliating way, this reaction would be normal. But they couldn't let Pan Luoqiu remain so gloomy. Ye Wuchuan's mind started to come up with some kind of seemingly improper scheme. Ye Wuchuan approached Pan Luoqiu, put a hand on her shoulder, and said, "If it feels good, just yell it out. No need to hold back." Some massaged her shoulders, others massaged Pan Luoqiu's smooth white thighs. Ye Wuchuan glanced at Zhang Ruoshui, signaling that the message was received. This group was trying their best to make Pan Luoqiu comfortable, yet she blushed with embarrassment. Pan Luoqiu finally couldn't hold back anymore. She really felt so good, she wanted to scream, her whole body twitching. Ye Wuchuan's massage technique was indeed quite skilled. A certain scoundrel who just passed by the door heard those noisy sounds from the bathroom. These female disciples were quite mischievous. Who knows who taught them these things? Before he could peek in, Ye Wuchuan rushed out and declared, "The old pervert is here to peep again." Yunping smiled awkwardly and said, "I was just passing by. Do you believe me? Besides, how did you know I was here?" Ye Wuchuan smiled confidently. "I sensed it. I must have a special talent." Yunbing was at a loss for words. Could this strange talent possibly not be awakened? Yunbing silently stared at Ye Wuchuan, while Ye Wuchuan also silently flashed a beautiful smile at Yunbing. Who knows what this old lecher saw this time? In Yunbing's mind, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. That person looked like Ye Wuchuan, but was covered in wounds, with tears streaming down endlessly. Yunbing closed his eyes, telling himself he needed to calm down. Then he went to pat Ye Wuchuan's head and called her name. One moment he was serious. The next, Yunbing pinched Ye Wuchuan's cheek and said cheerfully, "I really know how to raise disciples. Look at this angry little face." As he was speaking, Ye Wuchuan suddenly remembered Xiang Yuetian. "This senior brother of mine has been in a coma since that match. Is he really all right? After all, Xiang Qinghua is his family." Yunbing smiled and said, "It's fine. He just exhausted his spiritual energy. He'll be okay after some rest." After instructing Ye Wuchuan and others to comfort Pan Luoqiu and casually giving Ye Wuchuan's bottom a squeeze, Yunbing cheerfully went off to find Xiang Yuetian. Xiang Yuetian had been unconscious since the end of the match, and now he was even having nightmares. In the first round of the all-sex competition, he had encountered his most unwanted opponent, so it was understandable he felt uneasy. Xiang Yuetian mumbled, "Father, you promised to watch fireworks with me. Please don't go." The more Yunbing heard, the more he felt heartbroken. Xiang Yuetian's father, according to him, was the previous head of the Xiang family, who died in an accident when he was 6 years old. There are many unfortunate lives in this world, and this child has suffered too much. Yunbing reached out to help Xiang Yuetian regulate the energy in his body. Finally, he seemed to be feeling a bit better. Yunbing said, "Sleep. You'll feel better after sleeping." Just as he finished dealing with this matter, another issue arose. Yunbing suddenly sensed 3 demonic auras appearing. Yunbing rushed towards the source of those auras, which was Luo Guai's room. But before he could get very far, Yunbing stopped. Now he sensed a 4th aura. It seemed that Little Mouse had beaten him to it. At this moment, Fan Luoguai was still in her room, cultivating to recover. The Yin Sha group had finally found this place, preparing to kill her. At first glance, these people were not opponents Luo Yuqi could handle. These people were at least at the Kaiyuan realm. Their strength was not insignificant, and not to mention the hidden forces behind Fan Luo Gui. They could even leave a king-grade magic weapon on that person's body. Ti Shui clenched his fists. It seemed that those on the dark side were always in a hurry. He loudly declared, "I just want to twist this woman's head off now. Chop off her limbs and offer by me on her blood." As he was speaking happily, suddenly a yin-yang circle appeared behind the group. Zhang Shaoguang appeared and said, "I'm sorry, gentlemen. I can't let you touch her." The group immediately noticed that the newcomer was distorting space. The scene shifted to outside the imperial city, in a deserted area. The Yin Sha group, thanks to Zhang Shaoguang's spatial displacement, landed in front of him. After all, they wanted to verify everything to see what this place was really like. Zhang Xiaoguang held a sword in his hand and took off his hooded cloak. Then he showed a smiling face to the group, offering them a very friendly good evening greeting. Being invited to this deserted place by a stranger interrupting their mission, the Yinsha group was furious. Zhang Xiaoguang rested his hand on his sword, smiling and said, "If you Yinsha are evil cultivators who specialize in killing, then there's no problem with me being a sword cultivator who specializes in protecting people, right?" Shashui glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaoguang, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Then the aura around Shashui changed. He grew twice the size of a normal person, muscles bulging, hair standing up like Son Goku. Shashui gritted his teeth and said, "Protect people. You mean that woman?" Zhang Xiaoguang smiled and said, "That's right. Let's just say she's very important to me. You wanting to touch her puts me in a difficult position." Shashui shouted loudly, spoke arrogantly, and charged forward, preparing to attack Zhang Xiaoguang. Only He remained calm, quickly stopping Shashui. He had recognized this person was Idol, golden-haired, black-robed sword cultivator, plus the bizarre formation. "It seems you are the one who single-handedly established Yinsha, the first to infiltrate the alliance alone, killed over 100 Yinsha members and more than a dozen elites, and still managed to escape unscathed." The famous black-robed swordsman of the capital, Zhang Xiaoguang. Zhang Xiaoguang seemed a bit embarrassed hearing this. He scratched his head and smiled, saying, "I didn't know I was so famous." Shashui, already enraged, ignored everything He had said. After all, he now only wanted to kill Zhang Xiaoguang, who was blocking their way, then go kill Fan Legui to avenge Bai Mian. Although He tried to stop Shashui, it was already too late. Shashui had already attacked Zhang Xiaoguang. Zhang Xiaoguang, of course, wasn't kind to those who wanted to harm him and others, like the Yinsha. In just one move, he dealt with Shashui. In the cloud of dust, nothing could be seen clearly, so the Yinsha group didn't know their comrade had been defeated, which was understandable. After all, with Shashui's extreme physical form, a full power strike could defeat even a peak Kaiyuan stage cultivator. But when the dust settled, the one standing was Zhang Xiaoguang, terrifying the Yinsha group. Zhang Xiaoguang was completely unharmed, while Shashui lay defeated on the ground, severely injured and unable to move. Zhang Xiaoguang held his sword, flashed a very friendly smile at He's group, and said, "Who told you I was just at the divine transformation stage?" Leng Dao and He were simultaneously shocked. How could someone so young possess such high-level skills and defeat Shashui so effortlessly? Zhang Xiaoguang shrugged and smiled. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Scared already?" Shashui somehow still had the strength to stand up and attack Zhang Xiaoguang. He let out a shout and used all his remaining strength to attack Zhang Xiaoguang. But Shashui was now like a strong crossbow with no more power. Zhang Xiaoguang, with less than one move, effortlessly sent him flying. He sighed and lamented. "We could have talked it out slowly. Resorting to violence just ruins the atmosphere." Then, Zhang Xiaoguang glanced towards Leng Dao and He, along with the now distant Shashui. He smiled gently and asked, "Don't you agree?" Zhang Xiaoguang said to the Yinsha group, "The demon force on the other side has been dealt with. Let's have a nice chat, shall we?" Zhang Guang added, "I'm really not in the mood to fight with you today. I just hope you won't harm her." The mummy asked Zhang Guang, "Her, that divine transformation stage female cultivator." He added, "Sir, you should think carefully. That female cultivator is our Yinsha's target." Zhang Guang laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Let me tell you something. The one who needs to know isn't me, but your Yinsha. I'm sure you don't know who you're up against." The Yinsha group, upon hearing this, took up fighting stances. The mummy, eager to attack, threw a flying dagger at Zhang Guang, shouting, trying to be mysterious. The mummy struck a powerful blow at Zhang Xiao, but Zhang Xiao calmly said, "Your techniques are far inferior to that girl's." As soon as he finished speaking, the long-haired one attacked from behind, wounding Zhang Xiao on the neck. He gloated, thinking, "It's done." Suddenly he shouted as if he had discovered something. "Not good, it's an illusion." With just a snap of his fingers, Zhang Xiao had nearly sent the two Yinsha members to meet their ancestors. One of them, realizing he was outmatched, tried to find an escape route, saying, "It's better to run first." Then the long-haired one shouted with resentment and challenge, "Zhang Xiaoguang, we Yinsha will remember you well. The next time we meet will be the day you and that female cultivator die." Zhang Xiaoguang didn't seem surprised at all, cheerfully saying, "Interesting. I'm afraid we won't have a next time." From behind the two Yinsha members, the male lead flew in and kicked them both to the ground. The male lead said to Zhang Xiao, "Oh, So in the end, kid, you still need me to clean up after you. The male lead added, next time before you act, can you think of a way to block your opponent's escape route? The master's rebuke made Zhang Xiao nod apologetically. I've troubled you again this time. The mummy didn't understand why he couldn't do anything or move. He asked the male lead, what have you done? The male lead said cheerfully, don't worry, I've just sealed your spirit souls. The male lead added to the Yin Sha group. Well, anyway, that guy who liked to disguise himself was eliminated last time, so this time I won't let you two escape either. The mummy was very surprised to hear this. Baiye was killed by you. The male lead also asked in surprise, oh, so that guy who liked to disguise himself was called Baiye. The long-haired one said resentfully, sir, do you really want to oppose our Yin Sha? The strength and background of that highness you absolutely cannot imagine. Hearing this, the male lead laughed and immediately crippled the cultivation of the long-haired one who spoke too much. The male lead added, so that's how it is. The mummy showed clear fear, thinking, different situation but still crippled. This person, could he be the reincarnation of the ancient celestial demon? Before he could say anything more, the male lead sent him to meet his ancestors with one kick. Zhang Xiaohuang asked the male lead, why did you knock him out? The male lead said, the way he looked at me was too disgusting. I suspect he was lusting after my beauty and had improper intentions towards me. At this point, the male lead was still delusional about himself, which was truly beyond words, leaving Zhang Xiao utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. The male lead, delusional about his power, said with a sigh, your liking for this master is not just limited to women. I'm telling you, kid, don't you intend to come back with me to meet your junior sisters? Zhang Xiaohuang hurriedly covered his face with a hood and said, didn't we already meet once at the all-sex competition? That one should be my junior sister. The male lead turned back and suddenly added, that's right, that was your 8th junior sister. At this point, Zhang Xiao was completely surprised and turned to ask, 8th junior sister, how is it that in just a few months I already have 8 junior sisters? The male lead pretended to ponder and said, that's right, a lot has happened in these few months. You've missed out on a lot. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao helplessly turned away. I mean, I won't meet the junior sisters. After I finish my business in the imperial capital, I'll come back to get acquainted. It's not too late. The male lead immediately reminded, don't you even want to see your senior brother Xiang? Zhang Xiao panicked and flew up into the sky in frustration. Goodbye, master. It seems that behind this reminder lies an embarrassing secret of Zhang Xiao's past. Night falls. Shen Shiwu rushes into the male lead's room and says arrogantly, hey, this princess has something to tell you. Put down your things and listen carefully. The male lead gently reminds her, little girl, mind your attitude. After all, one word from me could make your sister Luogi sleep in another room. At this moment, Shen Shiwu recalls the beautiful memories of the morning with her little deity and sister Luogui. Worried by the warning, she immediately changes her attitude and speaks more politely. Uncle, let's talk slowly. The male lead turns his head and says, who's your uncle? Call me Big Brother. The girl explains her reason for visiting. I'm here to talk about Yin Sha. I'm only telling you this. Not even my 3 sisters know. Then she recalls the kidnapping scene and recounts. At that time, Yin Sha's people handed me over to a group of strange people. They thought I was unconscious, but I could still see everything around me. I saw that those people were wearing royal family brooches. These are brooches worn by royal family members, which can only be worn by those with pure bloodlines. The male lead asks, Shen Shiwu, who do you suspect? The girl leans in close and whispers, it's my eldest brother, So Aotian. She further explains, my eldest brother has long coveted the throne. As the only heir, he has waited for over 100 years, but father still hasn't handed over the throne to him. I think he must be very angry, so he wants to send me into the tomb to obtain treasures for him. As she spoke, Shenshi imagined. In Shen Shiwu's mind, her brother looked very fierce. The male lead listened calmly and only responded with one word, oh. This made her very angry, and she asked, what kind of reaction is that? The male lead said, so you're not a fool after all. I thought you were just a little flower vase who only knew how to cry and be a ghost. This made the girl angry, and she shouted, you're the flower vase. Your Yuntian Academy are all flower vases, except for Sister Luogui. The male lead stepped forward and said, so how can you be sure that the one who wants the throne isn't your Three Bang? So Shin's sisters or second brother, So Qing Qiao. Hearing this, the The girl became uncertain and didn't know what to say. She herself had never considered these possibilities, but the chances were indeed not zero. The male lead picked up the girl and comforted her. "All right, you're just a little kid after all. You don't need to worry about these things." He added, "No matter who is behind this, colluding with Yinsha to seize the tomb, I will investigate and find out. So don't worry." The girl was happy and thought to herself. In her memory, there seemed to be someone as warm as this, but it wasn't her father. Then who could it be? As they were talking, Princess Bai entered. The girl ran away embarrassed, not forgetting to wish her three sisters good night. Princess Bai asked the male lead, "What's wrong with little sister Shen Shi?" The male lead poured tea and calmly said, "It's nothing. There's just been more going on lately. The little girl is quite sensitive, so I let her relax a bit. How are things going?" Princess Bai said, "Those two you brought back have revealed several bases in Yinfa. What should we do next?" The male lead sipped his tea and said, "Let's wait." Princess Bai asked him, confused, "Wait for what?" The male lead said, "Wait for the myriad sex competition. The final match of the myriad sex competition is the best opportunity for them to make their move. At that time, the royal family will dispatch many guard teams around the secret realm to ensure the safety and fairness of the matches. By then, the imperial capital will be like an empty city. But I, as a master, can't let my precious disciples go and cause trouble, so we must deal with those rats first." Today was the day to continue the second round of the myriad sex competition. The male lead's disciples won consecutive matches. Xiao Xiang's moves were very decisive, making even his opponents mesmerized by his beauty. As for Ruo Shui, although her cultivation was crippled and she was once severely injured, her ability to progress was very fast, and she quickly eliminated her next opponent with ease. After the shock of battling Jiang Shao last time, Luo Guai had regained her composure today and returned to her usual demeanor. The result was as expected, earning praise even from the watching male lead. Sister Yanxi also maintained a very good state, continuously making opponents flee before they could even engage in battle. Although Xiaomei was still clumsy, she also managed to win smoothly. The male lead's gaze as he watched her seemed proud and somewhat ambiguous, which Ed guessed might be the poetic, doting look of love. There, the match has ended. The male lead happily announced to everyone, "Well, today is indeed a good day, so let's have a small celebration tonight." The young lady Nan replied, "All right." The male lead added, "There are 2 days left until the final competition. You can all use these 2 days to relax properly." Back in the room, the junior sisters toasted and celebrated. Rui said, "This is great. Right now, I suddenly don't want to go home at all." Xiaomei replied, adding, "What's a courtyard house? I'll visit later." While everyone was happily celebrating, the male lead was deep in thought about something. Yanxi approached and asked the male lead, "This place is nice, but Yanxi still likes our 4 schools academy the best," which deeply moved the male lead. He patted her head, praising, "You're still the good one." But then she added, "Anyway, the 4 schools academy is quite small, so Yanxi won't get lost there," leaving the male lead at a loss, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Meanwhile, Shenxi was intoxicated, gazing at Luogui with hopelessly infatuated eyes, causing Luogui to ask worriedly, "Shenxi, did you mix drinks again?" Seeing this scene, the male lead was also at a loss for words. Just then, Xiaomei came over, drunk, and said to the male lead, "Come and drink." The male lead said today, "Only a graceful and handsome person like me can accept this burdensome life." Then suddenly, Xiaomei passed out drunk. The male lead was also at a loss for words. "You can't hold your liquor yet, you drag others to drink. Now look, you've drunk yourself under the table." The male lead held Xiaomei in his arms and said, "You all continue drinking. I'll take Xiaomei back to her room first." Meanwhile, the foolish young lad was under no less pressure. "Kid, you did well today. It wasn't in vain that I trained you." He had to plead, "Master, I'm about to choke." The male lead took Xiaomei back to her room and asked himself, why does she look so much like her? Her name was. The male lead spoke softly in the darkness, "Different from Yorye." Then he realized it, holding Xiaomei close and saying, "That's right, you're different from her." Xiaomei, in her hazy state, muttered, "Old scoundrel," which startled the male lead, who asked, "What?" But she had fallen back asleep. The foolish young lad rushed in to report to the male lead, saying, "Senior, it's bad news. Yinsha has made their move. The Imperial City's guard team was ambushed." The male lead calmly reminded the foolish lad, "Easy now, speak slowly." The foolish lad reported, "Yinsha seems to know the hiding spots of the guard team. The 2 young masters and their teacher, along with other young masters' guard teams, were all targeted. The eldest young master's guard team was hit the hardest." The male lead asked, Where are Suoshin and Suoshenshi now? The foolish lad replied, Teacher, they've gone to guard the royal mausoleum. The little princess is in her own palace, with over a dozen Kaiyuan stage cultivators guarding her. There shouldn't be any problems. Suddenly, the male lead seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, why has that Zhang Xiaoguang kid gone too? It seems the mastermind behind this has finally decided to make the first move. A group of Yinsha members were watching from the rooftops. The leader said, Are you doubting my decision? A subordinate replied, We wouldn't dare. I'm just concerned that official is using us. This direct conflict with the imperial city, for us, is a heavy blow. The leader said, Of course he's using us, but we can't avoid being used by him. Anyway, he's given us access to some things that we couldn't have obtained otherwise. He's authorized Blood 01. Someone exclaimed, That's a forbidden secret technique. Lord Wei, that's for His Highness. Your Highness, those two blood spirits are searching for someone familiar, someone who won't make Yinsha bleed. Also, be careful not to leave your blood with Yinsha. The young emperor leading the royal guard team sensed something strange. How odd, assassins are openly attacking, and they chose a time that's disadvantageous for them. I really don't understand. The male lead appeared from somewhere, speaking quickly. You'll know soon. Zhang Xiaohuang responded, Teacher, why are you here? The male lead said, Yinsha dares to directly confront the imperial city, and I can't come. The male lead had brought the foolish young lad, who had to explain. It's my aunt who's afraid of Shin. The three imperial city princesses asked the senior to come help deal with Yinsha. Suddenly, the male lead moved to attack a blood spirit that was close to Zhang Xiaohuang, crushing it to death. This made Zhang Xiao wonder, what is this? The male lead calmly said, It's nothing. Everything is just like a fly. The Yinsha people have arrived, causing the young lad to say in fear, Yinsha has so many people. This made Zhang Xiao feel helpless. This time we're in trouble. A group of Yinsha members rushed into the city from all directions. The male lead stretched and said, Don't worry. After all, it was the little girl who called for help. Of course, I won't just stand by and watch. Then he said to Zhang Xiao, You lead them. Just sit tight. I've got this covered. Zhang Xiao obeyed. The male lead said to the Yinsha members, Please stop right there. A Yinsha subordinate shouted a warning to everyone. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's not hiding any magical weapons. He's relying on his powerful body. He added, If it's a magical weapon, we can just take it. But if it's a strong body, then it's perfect material for us to cultivate blood spirits. The whole group chanted in unison, Kill him, to cultivate blood spirits. Hearing about blood spirits made the male lead very serious and angry. Lan Trin said, You like killing people, like using blood for sacrifices, souls and bones to cultivate bodies, killing innocent people, fighting to kill other cultivators just to create a blood spirit. Then with just a wave of his hand, the male lead sent the Yinsha members to their doom. The male lead angrily lectured, There are so many good things to cultivate. Why must you cultivate evil ways? This terrified the group. Is he a demon? The Yinsha members fled in fear. I don't want to die. I don't want to be crippled. Run quickly. But there was no escape from the male lead. With just a snap of his fingers, all of them had their souls sucked out. The male lead added, I don't remember giving you a third option. I said, I know who commissioned you Yinsha to do this job. These people said, We don't know. We've always just followed orders from above. We only know he's the leader of the 10 killers, the sect leader of Yinsha, with terrifyingly high cultivation. And several of the 10 killers begged, You're far beyond our cultivation level. You've truly shown your power. The leader finally revealed himself. He added, You dare treat my Yinsha people like this. The male lead said, It's you who wants to take my disciple's life. The leader said, I wondered who destroyed my blood spirit, so it was Kat Halam. At this moment, Song Thiuhong realized, so the fly that his master mentioned earlier was actually the blood spirit. The male lead impatiently said, I don't have that much patience. Tell me, who exactly ordered Yinsha to cause trouble in the capital? The leader was speaking when he suddenly burst with power. It's better if you don't know. The blood spirits transformed into a giant demon. He ordered the demon to kill the male lead. A punch came down on the male lead, but was dissipated, shocking the leader. The blood spirit I was so proud of, that 100-meter monster, made from the flesh and blood of 100,000 people, comparable to the Void Realm, just disappeared like that. The male lead crossed his arms and said, Bring out all your blood spirits, or you won't have another chance. The man angrily said, You'll pay for this. Die. Continuous attacks were launched at the male lead, but no matter how many attacks were made, they couldn't touch even a hair on the male lead's head, causing him to realize that with one final punch, he would ultimately die. The male lead lost all patience toying with him and said, Are you done? Now it's my turn. The male lead added, The blood spirit technique, the way of killing, Do you know that this way was completely eradicated by Laozi during the Taoist emperor era? Now you want to use this to prove your way. The leader trembled in fear, struck by a blow that made him cough blood. Then he was hit again on the right cheek, another blow to the other cheek for balance. Finally, an uppercut to the chin. The male lead said, "You didn't cultivate martial arts. You didn't study spells. You didn't practice literature. Instead, you cultivated the way of killing. Now, in your next life, review what you've done." Then another punch sent the leader flying 10 meters away, causing his subordinates to cry out. The man refused to give up, stood up, and gathered all the blood spirits from his subordinates, forming the blood spirit technique. His body transformed into a demon with a horn on his forehead like a unicorn. His teeth and skin also changed. He shouted, "This is the power of a saint." The foolish young boy shouted Tian Che. Jia Huang analyzed, after sacrificing all the Yinsha disciples, he has reached a level close to ascending to the saint realm. The male lead also became serious, launched an attack, and shouted at him, "Get lost." The horned man kept rambling arrogantly. "That's the heavenly way, the master of the three great ways. It's heaven. Stop dreaming." But not satisfied with his power for long, shortly after, the leader suddenly discovered something wrong. "Damn, my chance to become a saint is gone." The power he was so proud of vanished in an instant. After losing the opportunity to become a saint, the Yinsha master gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot. His anger rose to the heavens, saying, "You dare ruin my chance to become a saint. I'll tear Yunbing into 100 pieces, then eat his flesh and drink his blood." Mysterious dark shadows appeared from within the tower. Blood spirits, thousands upon thousands of them. "I don't want to die. Help." As soon as the shadows left the tower, they turned into frenzied ghosts rushing towards Yunbing. With a wave of his hand, the protagonist sent them all to the void. "What?" The Yinsha master gaped in astonishment. Yunbing's eyes turned towards him, his mouth curving into a confident smile as he said, "Forget about ruining your chance to become a saint. Even if I kill you, no one would dare to utter half a word about it." With that, Yunbing flew into the air. Then, his legs began to glow. He was preparing to use the skill Dragon's Rage Kick of the blind monk. He kicked straight at the blood tower, causing this mass-produced villain to suffer internal injuries, spewing fresh blood. The blood tower collapsed. The prince fell to his knees, propping himself up, his face helpless, as if he had just witnessed his father being gangbanged. Yun Emperor slammed his head hard on the ground, causing him to scream in pain. "Arr!" The disheveled white-haired man glanced at Yunbing, thinking to himself, "You're too terrifying. Only by detonating the divine soul can I take you and this entire imperial capital down to hell together." The villain entered a self-destruct state. This is the primal force that can resist those damned saints. If he really self-destructs, the entire imperial capital will be blown to pieces. Yunbing raised his hand and suppressed the primal force within Yinsha. He said they only had two choices. 1, reveal the name behind this, or 2, watch chickens strip naked. The villain said, "It's too late now. That great lord has already achieved his goal. The mastermind only wanted us to cause chaos in the imperial capital, while he would have the chance to reach the royal tomb." Hearing this news, Xiao Guang lost his composure and asked the villain who the mastermind going to the tomb was. Yinsha replied, "It doesn't matter who it is. Besides, that mastermind never told me his name, only that he's a young master of the royal family." At this point, both Yunbing and Jiang Shaoguang secretly suspected that it was the prince of the Chuaotian Empire. Yunbing turned to Fang Yan and said, "Have the royal family's people clean up this mess. My blonde disciple and I will go to the tomb to find Chu Xin." Meanwhile, a battle had just taken place at the tomb. Chu Xin had been killed by a flute, her eyes wide open. "Sorry, little sister. Who told you to trust that man and to guard the tomb alone like this? I didn't really want to kill you." The black-cloaked figure turned around. "Oh, you finally arrived, sister. Shen Shi, come to your brother. It's time to get to work." Suddenly, he sensed something was off. "Oh, I didn't expect my dear little sister to bring a friend along." La Qiu charged at him with his sword, but the man only realized he had been exposed. La Qiu drew his sword and shouted, "Release Shen Shi now." She struck, but he easily blocked it. He used 2 fingers to crack the blade. With just a wave of his hand, the blade shattered, and La Qi's arm became like a rubber band. The girl sat trembling on the ground in pain. Suddenly, she saw Chu Xin pierced by a spear, lying motionless on the floor. That's Lady Chu Xin. She was a sky-moving realm expert, the top powerhouse of the wilderness. How could she die like this? I had no choice with her. Who told her to foolishly guard the tomb alone? I just made her quiet for a bit. Next, I'll send you to join her." As he spoke, the cloaked man concentrated evil power in his palm. He struck down, but was blocked by Laki's protective formation. As he tried to forcefully break through, a sound came from behind. The tomb was suddenly pierced with a hole. Try touching her again. Before he could react, the cloaked man was one-shot by Yun Bing into the wall. The protagonist slowly descended, his body emanating killing intent. Master, you finally arrived. The man clutched his wound and replied, I thought you'd die at Yinsha's hands. It seems I underestimated you. Yinsha is no more from now on. As for you, I underestimated you too. The two young masters of the Chujingqiao Empire. He faced his gaunt face and spoke to Yun Bing. Since when did you know it was me? The protagonist. At first, I only suspected someone from the royal family wanted to harm the Chu family, but Chu Jingqiao was unfortunately attacked. From what little Shen Shi once mentioned, before she completely lost consciousness, she saw the kidnapper wearing a royal family medal. But I know that you deliberately showed it for the little girl to see. The main purpose was to make her suspicious of people in the royal family. How could outsiders know where the Chu family lives? You pretended to be attacked, acting weak in front of others to be in the same boat as Chu Xin. Then you shifted the suspicion onto your older brother, Chuao Tian. As he spoke, Yun Bing pulled out the spear from Chu Xin's body. Both Chu Jingqiao and Laki were shocked by Yun Bing's words. You even exchanged your sister Chu Shenshi's bloodline with your own to gain the opportunity to enter the tomb. He spoke while creating a formation to save Chu Xin. Tell me, who gave you the Blood Emperor Ancient and Blood Exchange technique? The villain, not knowing how Yun Bing knew about these techniques, prepared to attack. I not only know the Blood Exchange technique, but I also know another secret. The two young masters of the Empire are actually already dead. Yun Bing snapped his fingers, blowing off one of Chu Jingqiao's fake hands. Who used the corpse puppet technique to revive you? Chu Jingqiao, now in despair, only replied, It's useless. I know you're very strong, but if you face that demon, you might not survive. I've been experiencing death every day since I made the deal with that demon. Today, before I die, I just want to enjoy the feeling of holding the royal family's treasure. Before he could finish speaking, Yun Bing used the grasping hand technique to force him to reveal the identity of that person. Cough. I don't know. I only know he calls himself the Master of Ultimate Will. Yun Bing was shocked upon hearing this name. He decisively made Chu Jingqiao's body explode like 2024 fireworks. Master, what should we do next? The girl holding baby Shenxi waited for her master's next instructions. Little devil, keep an eye on them. I'll go deal with the mess Chu Lantian left behind. After saying this, Yun Bing placed his hand on the tomb's seal and broke it. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Good nephew, are you so bored that you're itching to talk? The man wearing glasses replied confidently. Who are you calling nephew? Have you forgotten who cooked meals, boiled water, and raised you to be strong? This person is Chu Lantian, the founding emperor of the Chu kingdom. Don't think that just because I'm now only a remnant soul that I can't do anything to you. Be careful, or I'll jump up and crack your skull. There's a lot of blood here. If you've got the skills, come and hit me. Hearing this, Chu Lantian was so irritated that he lunged at Yun Bing for a fist fight. After a while, both men were lying down with bumps on their heads, both wearing satisfied smiles. I didn't expect meeting an old friend would be this much fun, Yun Bing said as he sat up. Kid, you've been here for hundreds of years, yet your soul hasn't faded away. That's quite resilient of you. It's almost time. If no one comes, I should probably dissipate. In Chu Lantian's hand was Doraemon's magical box. He had been waiting for someone to come and take this toy. Is this thing so important? Yun Bing wondered. A sense of fulfillment filled Chu Lantian's eyes as he looked down at this mysterious box. There's one more thing. The soul of Chu Tian and the Lantian Empire are connected, so he can see clearly everything happening in the Empire. So what do you see? A monster. This monster is even more terrifying than the ancient spirit and the three heavenly paths. You mean, could it be Kunshuan and Hongmeng Yuanzhu coming to give me a taste of suffering? No. Chu Lantian felt that the monster was too obscure. It seemed to be probing, but he didn't know what it was probing for. It's just that his time seemed to be running out. Chu Lantian squinted as he watched himself gradually fade into nothingness. Yun Bing said that as long as his remnant soul hadn't been destroyed, he could still help him. No, that's not necessary. I've lived long enough, and I'm tired. Chu Lantian placed his hand on Yun Bing's shoulder, pretending to tell him to take care. For Chu Lantian, sometimes dying is truly the meaningful way home. Yun Bing's face was tinged with sadness, reluctant to let his precious friend leave, but he had to agree with Chu Lantian's viewpoint. Damn Wen Emperor, remember to burn incense for me every year. Don't you dare forget, not even once. In his final moments, Chu Lantian was still worried that the monster might attack Yun Bing, worried that the fall of Wen Emperor might repeat itself. Chu Lantian didn't want his brother to follow in his footsteps. As the Chu emperor departed, a piece of paper flew out of the wooden box. Yunbing immediately caught it to see what it was. Upon inspection, he realized it was an IOU that Yunbing had written with his sworn brother hundreds of years ago. The IOU clearly stated that Yunbing owed 200,000 gold coins and 3 favors. After reading it, a slight smile appeared on his face, filled with nostalgia and sadness as his sworn brother had vanished. Outside, Chushin had also come back to life. The 3 princesses, you've finally woken up. Oh, why are you here? And where are my wounds? This isn't good. Where has second brother gone? Yunbing appeared and told Chu Xin that he was already dead. Chu Jingqiao was resurrected using corpse puppetry, trading his life for the Blood Emperor's relic and the blood exchange technique. He used the Blood Emperor's relic to control Chu Shenxi, then used the blood exchange technique to gain a chance to enter the tomb. Regarding Chu Jingqiao's death, Chu Xin will tell Chu Aotian after getting out, but she wondered who could have taught him so many evil techniques. Even little Luo Gui wanted to know who that person was. Ye Ning told the girls they didn't need to worry about this matter. He could handle it himself. But the Chu girl seems not to have the bloodline of that Chu Lantian kid. Could it be that this girl isn't from the Chu family? Shenxi indeed isn't, but the other members of the royal family don't know about this, so that's how it is. Moreover, the barrier here isn't actually preventing those with bloodlines incompatible with Chu Lantian, but rather to prevent creatures with bloodlines similar to Chu Lantian from entering. As Yunbing was still speaking, Shenxi just woke up and started vomiting violently, throwing up profusely. Senior, what's wrong with her? Yunbing said it wasn't anything serious. She just needed to vomit out the ancient worm and she'd be fine. After Shenxi finished vomiting, she hugged Luogui tightly and started crying. Boo-hoo, Sister Luogui. Shenxi was so scared. Don't be afraid, Shenxi. I'm here for you. As for Chu Lantian's legacy, it's this. Chushin took it and read it, shocked. The supposed treasure turned out to be just an IOU. What's more, the debtor was the Emperor Wen. Damn, Emperor Wen has long been dead. How are we supposed to collect this debt? This damn IOU is truly a burden. Yunbing casually whistled, playing dumb as he had been hiding from them that he was Emperor Wen. As long as they don't know, he won't be asked to repay the debt. This way, he won't have to do free labor. Quickly, 10 days passed. The all-sex competition had reached its final round. Yunbing was now full of excitement, clapping his hands non-stop. So thrilling. The competition for the top ranking has begun. Everyone, let's applaud to boost morale. Except for the 4 people, Xiang Yuetian, Wu Chan, Luo Gui, and Ru Shui who looked glum. Only Yan Er was enthusiastic and excited. Alright, the competition has finally begun. All contestants, please enter the secret realm. Yunbing, holding popcorn in one hand and a drink in the other, gulped and said, You kids, remember not to lose face for our Yunqian Academy. Remember, if you can't win, you must run. The referee further instructed, after entering the secret realm, if you encounter life-threatening danger, you can crush this identity jade tablet. When that happens, a master will guide you out. Soon, everyone had entered the secret realm. Xiang Yutian was teleported into a lake. Who chose this spawn point? It's too easy to expose my position. I need to quickly find another spot. Just as Xiang Yuetian was about to leave, he was ambushed. Immediately, he dodged and realized he had been discovered. The person who arrived terrified Xiang Yutian. It was Xiang Shengshan, Xiang Yuetian's older brother. Xiang Shengshan advised Yuetian, follow him back to the Xiang family. At least then you can still live as a member of the Xiang family. Xiang Yuetian firmly replied to his brother, What would I go back for? To be a slave for the Xiang family. That's cowardly. Are you trying to run away again? Little you, don't be afraid. Face it with all your might. Thinking of Yunbing's words of encouragement, Xiang Yuetian's power burst forth. Streaks of fire spread across his body. I won't run away this time. Oh, is it an elemental physique? Too bad your cultivation is too weak. With that, both sides transformed and charged at each other, clashing. Their 2 strikes created a massive explosion. After the explosion, Shang Tian was quite injured. Aya, this kid is indeed causing me some worry. If you want to reach the sky, you must overcome this barrier. After that single clash, it wasn't long before Shang Yetian collapsed. How about that? Did your useless teacher only teach you this much skill? Big brother, you can say anything you want, but I won't allow you to disrespect my teacher. With that, Yutian raised his spear to attack. Haha, too slow. Oh no, I must dodge quickly. Shengshan wielded his spear to strike Yuetian, but she managed to dodge. Oh, he taught you very well in running away, didn't he? When Shengshan looked again, he saw his feet and spear were frozen. Cold spear technique, 3rd form. Frost binding. She was now suffering the side effects of the lava body. If she forces it any further, she'll be burned to ashes. Xiangshan just smiled lightly, terrifying Yuetian. Mere ice dares to challenge strange fire. You're still just a small, peculiar god. Shang Shengxian erupted with strange fire, blasting Yue Tian away. Do you really think you're a match for me? It's over. He's too strong. At this moment, Shang Shengxian teleported behind Yue Tian to attack. What can an elemental physique do against me? He launched a violent strike directly at Yue Tian. Smashing him into the ground, this hit made Yue Tian cough up blood. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Tian suddenly erupted with lava body. Shang Yue Tian groggily stood up amidst the flames. A little more, and I'd be burned to a crisp. If I hadn't erupted with lava to reveal my true physique, this would have been the end. Continuing like this, there's no chance of winning. What should I do now? Running out of ideas, he was once again provoked by his brother, making his eyes red with anger. What? Don't dare to attack anymore. Or are you thinking of ways to run away? Shang Yue Tian, today you must return to the Shang family with me to face punishment. You're a stain on the Shang family. A stain must be erased. Hearing this made me as angry as if someone had called me trash, my friends. Face punishment. A stain. Haha, my friend, you speak so ridiculously. Ha ha ha. Before I was 10, I was isolated and bullied. After 10, I was even more shunned and mocked. Not allowed to talk to others. Not allowed to go out and play. When beaten, not allowed to fight back. Not allowed to see the light. My beloved pet was also heartlessly killed by you all. Then my father died, and the clan abandoned me. I've never uttered a word of complaint about all these things. I thought I'd live like that for the rest of my life, until my teacher appeared, and my life truly began. So Yue Tian began to recall the past. That little boy from back then had tears in his eyes when he met real teammates, friends, senior and junior disciples. At this moment, the protagonist's seal was broken by the power of friendship. The hair tie burned to ashes. The blue spear in his hand transformed into the fire phoenix, Emperor's spear. I was born innocent. What crime do I have to admit? His aura changed dramatically, continuously breaking through. In an instant, he reached the Emperor founding stage. The elder brother couldn't stay calm in the face of his younger brother's mad transformation. Second brother, have you gone mad? I'd rather be burned to death by the sun than willingly return to that dark place. It's time I end the grudge between myself and the Shang family. Like a true man, he finished his words and launched a powerful attack. He jumped into the air, transforming into the shadow of an angry dragon. The elder Shang still thought he was weak and powerless. He also activated his armament haki, firmly resisting this extremely powerful strike. Is this the meteor strike? A spear strike with extremely high temperature colliding with the cold ice of low temperature created a massive explosion, blasting the two of them far away. Shang Yue Tian had won, but also suffered many wounds, falling into a semi-conscious state. The fierce battle between the two Shang brothers was watched by Yun Ping and two others through a crystal ball. Suo Shin saw how miserable Shang looked and was very worried, asking Yun Ping if they needed to send someone. He crossed his arms, looking very confident. No need. He's doing very well now. He's just unconscious. He'll wake up soon. Seeing Yue Tian in such a miserable state, how can that be considered doing very well? Princess Suo thought to herself, Senior, I have a question I'd like to ask. Since ancient times, elemental physiques have always been innate, but it seems that's not the case for Senior Shang, right? I excavated his elemental physique. What? Elemental physiques can be excavated. Yunbing's words made them all feel incredulous. Yunbing sipped his tea and said once they reach his level, they'll understand. In this world, many things aren't as they originally were, but rather what people say they are, however they say it is. After finishing with Yue Tian's matter, Yunbing switched to Little Wu Zhen's channel. The two girls were now in the lava vein territory. Little Wu Zhen and Ruo Shui, under the heat of the magma, had revealed their sexy side. Damn, the attack power of the cosplay outfit and their sensual appearance is no joke, brothers. It's really too alluring. Too alluring. In such high temperatures, Wu Zhen felt it was time to set out. The sooner they reach the peak, the sooner it ends. However, neither of them knew how to get up there. Suddenly, Wu Zhen sensed a hint of danger from behind. She picked up Ruo Shui and skillfully avoided that attack. After the strike, the stranger revealed himself. Finally, I've found you two. It was quite troublesome. This young man's name is Han Mo, a disciple of the 3000 Library, a descendant of the 6 Extreme Han family, a celestial clan from the Extreme Heaven realm. The boy's background is certainly not ordinary. Strong cultivators from the 3000 Library are as numerous as clouds. Students there all have monstrous level talents. Even Yun Bing came from there. Are you here to cause trouble for us? That's right. The boy Han Mo cheerfully replied that originally he only intended to target people from the Extreme Heaven realm, but after seeing Little Wu and Ruo Shui's duel, he changed his mind. In Han Mo's eyes now, the only targets were them. Now that Moer has found you two, tell me, who wants to die first? Seeing his arrogant attitude, she couldn't hold back anymore. Zhenwu told little Shui to run far away while she would deal with this impudent brat. The lightning bolt shot at Hanmo was blocked by him. The Han family youngster used a technique to jump backward, intending to strike Ruo Shui's head. Quick as lightning, a flying kick came. The maid had saved Ruo Shui, kicking the guy straight into a stone platform. After taking that hit head-on, this young lad was severely injured. Sister Wu Zhen, you're indeed as the master said. Very impressive. Moa really wants to delve deeper into understanding you two. There must be very interesting secrets, heh? This kid really doesn't know when to quit. Deep Wu Zhen stomped on him until he coughed up blood and interrogated. What kind of person are you exactly? Why are you after us? This guy is actually a madman. He said he's a student from the Three Books Academy, and he really loves the blood of strong people. So even though Han Mo was severely injured, he seemed excited and unafraid. Wu Zhen found it hard to understand. Just a brat at the spirit platform stage, yet acting so carefree. Looks like you don't have any more chances. Han Mo didn't feel that way. He licked his lips and said he didn't come here alone. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshui was struck and sent flying towards Wu Zhen. Little Zhen quickly released Han Mo, catching Ruoshui to prevent her from getting hurt. It's true, can't you even handle this small task? Every time it has to be your big brother. The person who arrived this time was Hanju Quan. He was Han Mo's older brother. Big brother indeed came to help Moer. He ran to hug him, but was pushed away by Ju Quan. Ju Quan said, I came here specifically for Deep Wu Zhen. He introduced himself. I'm Hanju Quan, a disciple of Yi Men Temple of the 3000 Academy, also one of the 6 extremes of the extreme heaven realm, the 9th son of the Han family. Ruoshui struggled to her feet, saying, the 6 extremes of the Han family are no less than Xiang, disciples of Yi Men Temple. Their cultivation levels are all above spirit platform stage. She feared that if they didn't compete, these madmen would definitely not let them go. The older brother saw Ruoshui as slightly weaker than expected, so he let Hanmo handle her. The younger brother was as happy as getting a new toy, immediately calling for the 2 girls to start playing with him. Hearing this, the 2 girls were enraged, rushing forward to teach the 2 a lesson. A fist and a spear, both sides clashed. Sister Ruo Shui, why are you so weak now? Are you hiding your strength? The 2 Wang Lian pills were quite effective. Was there only 1 pill? You freeloaders know nothing, so don't say it's none of your business. Fighting with Ruo Shui made Hanmo feel bored. The boy still thought this girl was hiding her true strength, so he increased his attacks, forcing her to use her trump card. Not giving Ruo Shui a chance to escape, Hanmo took advantage of her loss of balance and flew towards her. Strange, this bizarre place prevented Zhang Ruoshui from using her Quiet Moon technique, forcing her to stand still and take the hit. A full-force kick from Mohan sent Ruoshui flying to the ground. The pushing force from Little Mo plus Gravity G exerted on Ruoshui's body an enormous force, combined with the reaction force N, overloaded her body, causing severe injuries. It's a pity, Sister Ruoshui. You're weaker than I thought. Not satisfying at all. Goodbye. For me, your blood isn't even precious enough. Ruoshui's body was now powerless, no strength left to resist. Hanmo thrust his spear down, but was blocked by Ruoshui's protective formation. However, this was only a matter of time. Little Shui tried desperately to grab the spear and struggle. Hanmo looked at her with a sneer. It's useless. Seeing that face, Ruoshui couldn't stand it. Damn it, today I'll risk my life to die together with this bastard. The formation was slowly breaking. Her life was now counting down in seconds. Ruoshui. A loud shout came from Wu Ruoshui's direction. Ruoshui, remember what that old bastard said. Quickly admit defeat. In the moment between life and death, Zhang Ruoshui recalled her master's words. In the secret realm, if your life is in danger, you must learn to give up. This is a lesson to be learned on the path of cultivation. Don't try too hard. Think it through. Ruoshui decided to choose surrender. Better late than never. Don't fear losing face. Right now, staying alive is the only chance to teach this pervert a lesson later. The 3 words I admit defeat were spoken. The sound of the tower announced that the girl had lost her qualification for the tower ranking. In Old Wen Emperor's chamber, little Shay was now safe. Her master personally treated her wounds and cared for her. A moment later, Zhang Ruoshui regained consciousness. Master, Yunbing placed his hand on her to examine. Your words are no longer falling on deaf ears. This made Master Yun very happy. Everyone showed pride in little Shui, praising her endlessly. Suddenly, Sushin looked at the crystal ball, discovering that Ye Wu-chan's situation was truly not good. At this moment, the evil spirit was infecting Wu-chan with hatred. While the 2 Han brothers were arguing over their family's toy, little Chan had to grit her teeth and endure, not letting it take over her reason. A shout of "Get out" rang out. All the black chi was pushed outwards. After a while, the black chi gradually dissipated, Phew, it's so hot. Hanmo saw the eerie atmosphere emanating from Wu Chan and asked his brother, "Brother, why does Sister Wu Chan suddenly seem like a different person?" "Moer, it's so cold. I don't know what those black mists are either." Di Wu Chan clenched her palm, accumulating dark power. "I must avenge Ruo Shui." Di Wu Chan was now empowered, a powerful punch aimed at the young Hanmo. "You reap what you sow. If you intended to kill, you must pay the price." Mohan trembled, begging his brother, "Brother, save me." Soon the spear was broken. Wu Chan's punch sent Hanmo flying. Hanju Quan quickly appeared behind with the intention of killing Wu Chan Chi. Ye Wu Chan swiftly turned around. She raised her hand to block Ju Quan's sword, causing him to be astonished. Wu Chan gently exerted her power, causing young Master Han's sword blade to shatter into pieces. Ju Quan realized how dangerous she was and immediately jumped backwards. "Not only did she block my attack with her body, but even my sword is broken." Han Ju Quan couldn't win with his sword, so he used his martial arts technique. He summoned the kingless sword to attack Wu Chan. She fearlessly countered with extreme thunder arrow. The two powers collided with each other, creating shockwaves. After a while, Ye Wu Chan lost ground and collapsed, while Han Ju Quan seemed unharmed. "What's wrong? Can't take it anymore. You're about to die." "Haha, who dies is yet to be seen." Wu Chan smiled mischievously, pointing to shoot a lightning bolt. Instantly, under Han Ju Quan's feet, a formation formed from the electric arrows she had shot earlier. Martial skill, Thunder Net Archery. Han Ju Quan only now realized these arrows were the 6 arrows that had blocked the kingless sword earlier. After blocking the attack without disappearing, while Han Ju Quan was still standing dumbfounded, a massive lightning bolt struck him. He was quickly roasted in the smoke and dust. "I'm telling you, you've angered me now." It turned out Han Ju Quan had relied on a protective formation to save his life and luckily escaped danger. Rewinding to earlier, while undergoing archery skill training, Wu Chan was distracted, eyeing some chickens waiting for a chance to catch them. Suddenly, Master Yun appeared behind her, calling her name, startling her. "Yeah!" Wu Chan quickly changed her attitude 180 degrees, putting on a flattering face. Yunping, Yunping." Knowing the girl was acting, Yunping said, "Is one puppet not enough to satisfy you, is it? Release them and behave like a human." "Oh, all right." Little Wu raised her hand to dispel the magic, but unfortunately it backfired. Lightning struck from the sky, turning them into charred roast chickens. "That's amazing. Old scoundrel." "Teacher, wait, let me explain. It's not what you think." "All right, have I spoiled you too much, making you misbehave, little Wu Chan? Today, if you don't copy the Academy's rules 10,000 times, don't even think about having dinner." "Boo-hoo, I really didn't mean to, teacher." "And now, let me briefly introduce the Deep Abyss Ice Cloth, one of the 21 ultimates. In history, 3 individuals have been parasitized by it. The first 2 were corroded to death, becoming its nutrients. Their souls weren't destroyed, but eternally became slaves of the Deep Abyss Ice Cloth. The third creature could harmonize with it as one for a short time. This brought ultimate power, helping that creature become a semi-immortal level powerhouse. But due to its negative emotional influence on humans, this person completely transformed into a desperate madman, slaughtering in Kuntian realm. Finally, he died at the hands of Lanwu Tiangong and the Emperor. It can be said that any cultivator would be extremely unlucky to be possessed by it. I mean, except for little Wu Chan. She's the female lead after all. Back to the battle between Ye Wu Chan and Han Ju Quan. Ju Quan, hiding in the protective formation, was only slightly injured, but that attack made Ju Quan thoroughly angry. "Oh, so what? What do you plan to do to me?" Little Wu Chan was still feeling smug when a hidden weapon flew towards her, grazing her face. The newcomers were all from Extreme Heaven Realm. She licked her small knife while taunting Han Ju Quan. "I say, Han Ju Quan, you also have moments like this. How ridiculous. Is this our most talented person who can't even beat an unknown little girl? Are you here to help me or mock me?" "Of course we're here to help. Why else would we be here?" Nah. Losers who can't win call for backup. But if you want to fight, then I have no choice left." Wu Chan's lightning aura at her feet alone made Han Ju Quan's group wary. Then the girl lifted her skirt and ran away, losing her slippers, leaving the other 3 stunned. Heavens, she's running away. Why aren't you chasing her? Still a bit more to go. Though Ye Wu Chan was speed-focused, she was still caught up by those 3. Wu Chan just smiled lightly. She immediately used the Black Rain skill, second form, Black Light. The other 3 were once again left dumbfounded. It seems the male and female leads in Manhwa have all followed their careers to the end, my friends. Nah, You've been tricked. You three cowards, you've already lost to me. The battle for the tower ranking in Lingu has also ended, and the winner is Yewu-chan. This news spread throughout the streets. Why are there two couples in two stories? Good disciples, please spare your master and also the Vol spy. All the sisters in the cultivation world want to catch me here. Huh, is this following Marvel's script? Little Xiang, ranked 3rd on the Lin list. Little Wu Chan, ranked 1st on the Lin list. Luo Gui, ranked 7th on the Lin list. Yan Shi, ranked 2nd on the Lin list. And Ruo Shui's mental state has also improved. Your master is very happy. We've hit the jackpot this year. Yun Ping happily praised his disciples, then politely shooed them away to play elsewhere. He would go collect the rewards on behalf of these kids. Yewu-chan looked suspicious, doubting that her teacher was hiding something from them. Master Yun pinched her cheek and said, "Little Wu-chan, your expression shows you're doubting me. Are you afraid I'll swallow up this small reward all by myself?" Wu-chan began to put on a pitiful face to flatter her teacher. "Then can we go out to buy something for senior brother Xiang? The business street outside the Imperial Palace has many good things. No, you're all famous now. Going out will cause a riot. I really want to go out and play." Little Wu hugged Yun Ping tightly, insisting on going with him. "Let go, little Wu-chan. Wait until I collect the rewards and come back to you. Actually, I bet money on Xiang Yuetian losing. Now you all go back to the library. They probably won't look for you there right away." Scene changes to outside the imperial capital. All 4 people are discussing who should drive. Only Little Gu raises her hand to volunteer. She says she's learned horseback riding before. Her skills shouldn't be bad enough to flip the carriage. Anyone else? Yewu-chan feels a bit worried about her navigation skills, but there's no other choice. After some deliberation, they realized only Luo Gui knew how to ride, so she was given the important task of horseback riding, while Xiang Yuetian was responsible for navigation. Letting Luo Gui ride the horse while inside, Wu Chan, Yan Shi, and Ruo Shui screamed as the carriage bounced around even more than the horse. Yan Shi felt full after eating 4 boxes of milk. "Where's that old rascal? Come quickly and save us." As if sensing something was wrong with his 6th sense, Yun Ping suddenly froze. "What's wrong, senior?" "It's nothing. I just thought I heard our little Wu Chan calling for me. I must have misheard." Before leaving, Master Yun had strengthened the defensive formation for them, so he felt quite at ease. He followed Suo Shin to Wei Baoge. At this moment, 3 people came out from inside. "Welcome, esteemed Gongming. We are the guides of this Yi Baoje." The female representative of Wei Baoje tucked a paper fan into her chest and said, "Our pavilion master has been waiting for you for a long time." "Oh, we meet again, little Song Niang. It's been a while. Your attitude towards me has changed quite a bit." She immediately put on a demure appearance before Yun Ping. "Previously at the Tenli Hua Lang, I didn't know your identity, so I offended you. I hope you can forgive me generously. Don't flirt with me. You all look cuter in your original forms." The girls looked at each other for a moment, then transformed back into radishes and onions. "We are indeed the guides of this Yi Baoge. Our pavilion master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come upstairs to talk." "Okay, let's go then." Meanwhile, on the other side in Xiangra, a woman holding a cup of tea was discussing Xiang Yutian's current strength. The man then said, "Little Xiang can already return to Xiangra, but to bring this kid back, we'll need to use some tactics." The man speaking was one of the branch family heads of the Xiang family. Hearing this, Xiangong showed arrogance. "Humph, just some worthless cats and dogs from the academy dare to oppose the Xiang family, rulers of Jitianyu and our celestial rank clan." After speaking, Xiangra Xiang stood up, personally taking action to bring Xiang Yutian back. Moreover, he boasted that if Yun Ping dared to interfere, he would definitely let him taste the power of a peak core formation expert, making him wish he were dead. At this moment, Yun Ping had been teleported to the top of Yi Baoge, looking around but seeing no one. Suddenly, a long unheard voice emerged from within the smoke. It was the image of an old man leaning on a cane, scolding why it took Yun Ping so long to come. "Well, it's just you and me now. What are you still glaring at?" The old man looked embarrassed and transformed back into his beautiful female form. "This is Hai Xuan Jin. She's also one of the 21 extremes." Seeing her appearance, Yun Ping recounted how in the past she had pretended to be both male and female simultaneously, making Xuan Jin uneasy. She put her finger on Yun Ping's lips. "That's in the past. Please let it go. Besides, she's not interested in married men. You don't know, but I've changed my way of thinking. How about I ambush you tonight? As it turns out, her strength is equivalent to yours. I barely escaped death in quotation marks, you know. Wendy didn't think that person would have strength equal to his own. How could it be otherwise? Except for the primal ancestor, her and Yunping, there's not a single person Hai Xuanjin can't defeat. Hearing Xuanjin mention the primal ancestor reminded him of something. Do you know who created the 21 extremes? Besides Hongmeng and Kunshuan primal ancestor, are there other masters? Xuanjin herself wasn't clear about this. The 21 extremes can't know each other's founding primal ancestors. Even whether both sides are creations of primal ancestors or not, can't be certain. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Compared to you, no one is more familiar with primal ancestors than you are. Familiarity doesn't mean complete knowledge. Yunping said that recently he met someone called the Extreme Master, feeling it's closely related to the person hunting the 21 extremes. Xuanjin moved to the reception table and invited him to sit down. While pouring water, Xuanjin recalled some things. Years ago, Yunping and the two great primal ancestors went to war. His blood and the primal ancestors flowed throughout the three great realms, nourishing all living beings. The depleted primordial energy of heaven and earth was instantly filled with spiritual energy, giving birth to this era of spiritual abundance. If we say our protagonist is the third existence on par with the two great primal ancestors, it would be redundant. Perhaps, as Yunping said, that power doesn't call itself a primal ancestor. Maybe it's like the Extreme Master or other forces. It's not even certain if they know they're a primal ancestor. Yunping sipped his tea and guessed Xuanjin's meaning. Monsters like Kunshuan, could there be one or more still existing? Come on, spit it out, darling. They're great world-creating figures who split the three great realms with bare hands, transformed Meng Chen into extremes, turned spirit energy into ancient spirits. No matter how brave you are, you'd still be afraid. Miss Hai found this amusing. A being that used a mortal body to reach the immortal realm twice and could ignore the primal ancestor's pressure. Who's really more frightening? Xuanjin thought that the only thing in this world that could scare this old man was that Miss Ye. Time is almost up. Choose your reward and you can leave. Who knows? Next time we meet, I might have. Before she could finish, Yunping comforted the girl. As long as Hai Xuanjin isn't just a container, I can always save her. This touched Xuanjin. All right then, we'll see if that Extreme Master shows any respect. Don't worry about me. I'll make them respect us. Yunping left the exotic treasure pavilion and headed to the secret realm. As soon as he arrived, Suoshin respectfully greeted. Brother, Yunping sensed danger. The secret realm had blocked all outside signals. Knowing that Xiao Wuchan was under attack by the Xiang family, he lost his composure, his eyes filled with killing intent. Half an hour ago, all 4 female disciples of old Yun indeed fell into an ambush. They were all lying on the ground. Xiang Fen, the family head, was behind this. Long time no see. Xiang Yutian turned to see who it was. He opened his eyes, suddenly realizing the man standing before him was his third uncle. Third uncle, what are you doing here? Of course, to take you back. Xiang Ra, you now qualify to return. Ye Wuchan thought about the previous bet. The Xiang family had promised that when Yue Tian entered Lin Bang, they wouldn't forcibly take him away. Now they want to go back on their word again. Rushe couldn't stand this behavior and sneered. The Xiang Ra are shameless. Xiang Ra truly has a disgusting face. Jia Xiang raised his hand and suppressed Ruo Shui and the other 3, warning the little girl to watch her words. He said Yuntian Academy is about to be destroyed, so why keep promises made to dead people? That's insane. Why would our academy be destroyed? What's it to you? Jia Xiang explained. Xiao Wuchan and others injured people from the Xiang family, crippled 2 young masters of the Han family, and severed the meridians of several academy strategists during the 3 heavens of the myriad sects competition. Those reasons are enough for the heavenly families to take action. What you're saying is ridiculous. You couldn't win in the myriad sects competition, so you gang up on us. If not that, then you use despicable means. So what? In this branch family head's eyes, those already dead, any method used against them is useless. It's like giving a function with 10 empty sets. Jia Shang said it was out of respect for Yuntian Academy's nurturing of Yotian that they came seeking death. Oh, I mean, that Shang Ra and others gave Yuntian enough time to prepare for their funeral. Huh. Xiang Jiashang, quick as lightning, used 2 fingers to pinch Luogui's sword blade, shocking her. He gently applied force and shattered it. Then with one palm strike, he sent Luogui flying. Oh no, it's Ghost Junior's sister, Ruo Shui shouted. The next moment, Ruo Shui was again suppressed by Shang Branch Master's aura, pressing her head to the ground. Noisy. Looks like we need to teach these little girls about the ways of the world. You can't. You're not allowed to bully Dianair's junior sisters. The girl's words contained anger and the explosive energy of flames. He found this amusing and suppressed Shang Yuetian as well, then took action himself. Dian Shi used copper insect technique to forcefully resist the family head's aura. So this branch master gave the little girl a punch. The two forces collided, but only little she was injured. Blood and tears from the girl mixed in the air. Seeing the situation was truly dire, Wu Chan could only send a message to Yun Ping. Before she could do anything, she saw her senior sister being struck by Xiang Rashiang and sent flying like a ghost. He quickly appeared, grabbing the hand she was using to send the message. With one hand, he lifted Wu Chan up and sneered, "Their teacher Yun, what difference does it make if that useless person comes or not? Know your place and respect your elders. That's how to live long." I'm just kidding, folks. Actually, here's what he really said. If you know what's good for you, quickly leave this mixed-up academy. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope to keep your little lives. After saying this, he broke Ye Wuchan's arm, throwing her to the ground. Ziyue Tian, from beginning to end, witnessed the painful scene of his fellow disciples. But because he was suppressed by his third uncle's aura, losing the ability to act, he could only hate himself. Little Wuchan was now completely desperate. The blood from her body spilled all over the ground. Wuchan recalled the image of her weak self when betrayed by her senior fellow disciples, just like the scene now. Suddenly, the voice of Deep Abyss Ice once again appeared in her mind, the dark soul guiding her towards darkness word by word. "I can give you power. You can do anything you want. Do you want to kill him?" Sadly, the words of the evil soul now became Ye Wuchan's hope. A dark purple flame burned fiercely in her palm. The atmosphere began to change. Feeling threatened, Xiang turned to check. Sword ceremony, he swung down his sword, but little Wuchan easily dissolved it. That dark energy spread throughout little Wuchan's right arm, taking over her consciousness. What kind of devil is this? It can even swallow my attack. Could it be that your Yuntian Academy is an evil sect? Little Wuchan didn't respond. She just raised her hand and released a powerful and violent force in the form of dark flames. Although Xiang managed to block the attack, the force was so fierce that he was pushed back several steps. This is bad. The branch master showed fear when he saw his powerful weapon being corroded. The black energy was not something he could stop. Xiang Jiang took Xiang Yue Tian and quickly used a talisman to escape from the secret realm. No, Wuchan frantically chased after them, but she was still a step too late. He had successfully escaped under Wuchan's pursuit. Letting Xiang take Yue Tian away, she exploded with hatred. Damn it, just a little more, just a little bit more. The shadow took this opportunity to devour her body. Fortunately, Teacher Yun arrived just in time, using his hand to pull out that dark soul. The scene now looked desolate. All 4 disciples were severely injured, especially the little girl Xiao Ye, who had been devoured by Deep Abyss Ice. Half of her body was corroded, no longer a human body. Yun Ping blamed himself for not being cautious enough, even in the past and this time as well, allowing tragedy to occur. Yun Ping painfully hugged little Wu Chan. "I'm sorry, let's go home. Then we'll go kill people. This time it's definitely the Xiang family." A while later, at the Xiang family, the sky-clearing halberd flew in from somewhere, piercing through countless protective formations and planting itself in the ground. What is this? It can break through our Xiang family's great protective formation. How is that possible? Yue Tian looked closely at this sky-clearing halberd, suddenly finding it somewhat familiar. "Ha ha ha, you've come on business. The martial emperor kills without extermination. The sky halberd gives 3 days grace." Xiang Yue Tian recounted the martial emperor's glorious feats. He said that person once believed, no matter how evil a sect was, there were always innocent people. So every time before the martial emperor came to destroy a sect, he would leave the martial emperor's sky halberd at that sect, meaning to allow the innocent to leave within 3 days. After 3 days, the martial emperor would arrive. Xiang Yuan told his clan, "Quickly go inform young and old, men and women to leave quickly." As for his uncles, they either listen to him and run, or lose their legs and freeze. Both his aunt and the 3rd clan leader naturally didn't believe this. They thought the martial emperor had died long ago. Where would another martial emperor come from? They even boasted that teacher may come but won't leave. Moreover, even if the martial emperor came, their Xiang family wouldn't fear him. As one of the 6 supreme overlords of the extreme heaven realm, this Xiang family is very crazy, not to be messed with. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At the Xiang family, a large crowd had gathered. Both the Xiang and Han families were waiting for Yun Ping to arrive for the final battle. Even the Han family leader, Han Qingying, said if he doesn't come, they would attack Cloud Heaven Pavilion. They'd surely make his life worse than death. A hazy mist appeared, obscuring the faces of the Xiang and Han families. From within the mist, a young man appeared. Xiang Jingzhong. The Xiang family leader stroked his beard cautiously, asking for the identity of the opponent. The young man stepped closer. His eyes made the atmosphere turn cold. He opened his mouth and said, "I am the principal of Cloud Heaven Academy, Cat Yunping." The Xiang disciples looked at Yunping and burst into laughter. Ah ha ha ha! A waste who doesn't even have a spirit root. As long as someone has no talent, any advantage can make them become a martial emperor wielding the sky halberd. Ah ha ha ha! Even Xiang Jingzhong mocked him by asking in return, "So what if it's true?" Yunping had given them 3 days to leave. Now, even those who deserved to live would become sacrifices for their Xiang family. The family leader, though outwardly claiming the opponent was just an ignorant person showing off, was actually a bit worried inside. Those who dare to touch their Xiang family haven't been born yet. Well, now there is one. In this world, there's nothing that I, the martial emperor, dare not do. After saying this, Yunping pointed at the Xiang family leader. A lightning bolt struck, obliterating him on the spot. Blood splattered onto everyone's faces. At this moment, the Xiang family realized they had kicked an iron plate. When the tiger doesn't roar, do dogs think the forest has no master? Witnessing a scene that shocked them to their core, they began to flee in panic. "Senior, please spare our lives." Seeing his brother die on the spot, the younger brother was scared out of his wits. He knelt down, begging Yunping to spare his life. Moreover, he blamed his sister, saying everything was her fault. Suddenly, blood spewed from Ziyue's mouth. It turned out she had been stabbed several times by those desperate to survive. "Senior, we've killed this evil woman. Please be merciful and spare the Xiang family. We beg you to spare our lives. The family leader and we are all innocent. Please spare our lives." Yue Tian, who now looked like a lost soul, was called by Yunping. "Little Xiang, come here." Yue Tian approached her master, hugging herself in distress. Master Yun patted Yue Tian's head to comfort her. "Let's go home. Little Wu Zhen, they're waiting for you at home. Your master will take care of things here for you." Xiang Yue Tian shed tears, relieved to obey her master's words. Seeing Yunping seemingly distracted, the Xiang family thought they could find a way to leave this place. But as soon as they moved, the protagonist used a secret technique to bind the family leader's soul tightly. He intended to imprison and torment him for eternity. "Dare to touch my wife, you'll pay 100,000 times the price." Suddenly, from within the Xiang family, a voice appeared cursing Yunping as a beast. The 3 elders of the Xiang family had emerged. "How dare you be insolent at our Xiang family? Today, we'll make your soul scatter, renowned in the mortal world." Having said that, the 3 elders combined to transform into a giant deity. They prepared to strike Van Bin with a powerful blow. The giant deity's right hand cast a spell, transforming into a large brush. "Killing" poem was heard from the Tuong family disciples. This was the Emperor Wen's sacrificial killing poem, the killing poem that severed the mandate of heaven years ago. One of Emperor Wen's killing poems directly killed the Kaiyuan patriarch, shocking the sect. The power of the blood-killing poem was created from Emperor Wen's great Tao. Even a half-immortal expert would struggle to survive it. The sky and earth darkened. Black clouds mixed with the color of blood. The killing poem condensed. This elder didn't believe Van Bing was strong enough to resist it. "Boy, accept your death." With just one sentence, it transformed into tens of thousands of blood characters like an ocean. The sea of blood rushed furiously towards Van Bin. His face remained unchanged, a smile playing on his lips. He launched a move that instantly vaporized the vast sea of blood characters. "Ha! Is this really the strength of you country bumpkins?" Witnessing such an unbelievable scene, the group of elders frowned in astonishment. They still couldn't believe that Emperor Wen's Tao had no effect on him, so they mustered all their strength for a stronger attack. Watching the 2 powerful figures fight was like witnessing a battle between gods. The Tuong family disciples immediately knelt down and bowed repeatedly. Each move was stronger than the last. The entire sky began to bleed. "Destroy. Take this character, destroy." The elder came at dizzying speed, but then Van Bin imitated the saint, Shrimp, with one punch bringing peace to the world. Unable to defeat the young, they called out, "Bigger, bigger. If you can't beat them, bring the old ones." Even the old ones couldn't win, so this time it's Sehonara. With Tuong, they dared to use Van Bin's Tao against him. They were truly beyond saving. Hearing this, the elder began to consider his identity. Only Emperor Wen could command the literary Tao. Heavens above, the old truly have no manners. Upon realizing Van Bin's true identity, they acted like grandchildren, kneeling and begging him for mercy. The Tuong family members now were completely sunk in the quagmire, trembling in despair. Even the Han family patriarch, Han Qingying, bled from 7 orifices, giving birth to heart demons. Van Bin slowly rose into the air. his hand channeling power directly at the Tuong family elder's head. I've said it before, I only target Tuong family members. No matter who comes, they cannot save the Tuong family. With that, Van Bin unleashed his ultimate move. The impact force destroyed the entire Tuong family compound. From the ruins emerged 3 stone tablets. Van Bin said, "Is this their fundamental source of life?" He struck again with another blow. The elders could only scream in despair. Heavenly lightning struck down, disintegrating their bodies. All 3 stone tablets exploded into pieces. From now on, the extreme heavenly realm will only have 5 extremes. The Tuong family no longer exists in this world. As Van Bin finished speaking, a destructive force from the universe struck the earth, sending the remaining ones to meet their maker. After the Tuong family's demise, news of this reached the 3 celestial libraries. The Tuong family was annihilated, and the 6 extreme clans became 5. Even the Han family patriarch was said to be afflicted by heart demons upon hearing the news. The one who brought the Tuong family to extinction, could it be a great demon from ancient times descending to the mortal world? I think they must have offended some mysterious hidden organization to end up like this. Voices echoed throughout the extreme heavenly realm at that time. Could Emperor Wen have truly been resurrected? Probably not. He's been dead for a long time. On the principal's side, he had also received news from his disciple. Cao Qing Luo reminded his disciple, "To live long in this world, you must know yourself and others. Only then can you live a long life." The disciple replied, "Honorable principal, looking across the 3 great realms, those who could kill me can be counted on one hand." "How, my child? In front of that person, your life and death depend on only one thing. That is whether he wants to kill you or not." The old man stroked his beard pensively. "Master, are you really still alive?" In the extreme heavenly realm, Han family, the patriarch Han Qing Ying, after witnessing Van Bin's terrifying power, developed heart demons, becoming a madman. Even the renowned divine doctor was helpless in the face of his condition. Only knowing the news of the Tuong family's annihilation, after the patriarch returned, he gave only one clear instruction. From now on, do not act arrogantly towards the Cloud Heaven Academy. Those who disobey will have their veins severed, their spirit root removed, and be expelled from the Han family. Hearing this, Han Mo turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Returning to Van Bin and his group, Van Bin took out the reward from the all-sex competition to give to Tuong Wet Tien. He said that the essence of the great wilderness celestial flame only blooms once every 500,000 years. His lava-like body is an elemental constitution derived from the great wilderness celestial flame. The wilderness origin flower can help Nguyen Tien progress much further. Little Tuong, not letting his teacher finish, Nguyen Tien interrupted, knowing that teacher Van was trying to console him about the Tuong family's fate. For Nguyen Tien, the Tuong family was more like hell. If the Tuong family is destroyed, it just means one less hell in this world. Van Bin sighed, thinking to himself about the complexity of human emotions. The Tuong family's annihilation still had an impact on the boy. He only hoped that this wouldn't affect the life and cultivation of Nguyen Tien. Van Bin went to Nguyen Tien and patted his shoulder, advising him to rest well. He added, "This Heaven Academy will always be your home." Hearing these words from Van Bin, Nguyen Tien's heart felt a bit warmer. After comforting Nguyen Tien, teacher Van went outside. He stood behind a wooden wall, seeing his little disciples Phuong Viem and little Vu Tien playing enthusiastically, regardless of how severe their injuries were. Senior sister Dien, "Push me one more time." Oh, the little girl didn't understand why the wheel suddenly stopped. It turned out the old rascal had been standing behind her for some time. "Teacher, listen to me." Vu Tien tried to explain to Van Bin, but was scolded thoroughly. As for Phuong Viem, seeing the situation wasn't good, he found an excuse to go play music for Tuong Wet Tien to cheer him up and left the scene. Little Diep said that she was actually looking for you. This statement from Vu Tien made Van Bin unable to be angry. He could only let out a sigh. Shortly after, teacher Van took Vu Tien to the bedroom. The little girl started whining, complaining about half of her body, just pretending to be pitiful. "Weren't you playing happily just now? Outside the academy, if they knew you were having such fun, they would resent you greatly." Scolded by Van Bin, Vu Tien immediately acted weak and cried, "But I want to recover from deep inside with just Pantene." "Hehe, I'm just kidding." Actually, she wanted to recover and be healthy again. Deep Vu Thien cried, begging the old teacher to find a way to heal her. And so the two of them were treating her wounds while making strange sounds, causing Nuoc Tuyet and the others to think inappropriately. Because of the Tianhu attack incident, little Diep was affected the most. The teacher therefore watched over Vu Tien for 3 days and 3 nights, making I almost sounds. This also caused little Tuyet to lose sleep for 3 days. Little Vu Thien's body jerked with pleasure. Under her teacher's skillful technique, her limbs curled up. Old rascal, why don't you directly eliminate all the remaining Deep Abyss ice power? It's not that simple, kid. Its power isn't that straightforward. Van Bin felt very fortunate that he had rescued her in time. Otherwise, the little girl would have returned to Mother Earth by now. Extracting everything at once, your current body probably couldn't handle. That's enough for now. After a period of treatment, little Vu Tien had recovered quite well. The corrosion marks on her body were no longer visible. Currently, formation techniques can be used to maintain a normal appearance, but there's still no solution for little Diep's body damage. So before fully recovering, it needs to be patched up daily. Little Vu Tien joyfully hugged Van Bin, saying thank you. Van Bin also smiled. He patted the little girl's head, reminding his disciple to be careful. Just don't be clumsy. When Sotam arrives, they will depart for the edge of the new Con Thien Abyss. Little Phuong Viem informed his teacher that Jiang Tiaoquang and little Loli Than He had arrived. Lakui, upon meeting Tiaoquang again, immediately recognized him as her opponent from the previous all-sex competition. She immediately demanded a one-on-one Yasuo duel with him right away. Tiaoquang scratched his head and asked, "What is Lakui trying to do? Is the battle-hungry girl demanding another duel with me to be satisfied? Didn't you win last time? Last time you deliberately let me win. This time we must have a serious fight." While Lakui was focused on the duel, little Than Hai took the opportunity to cling to Lakui and touch her. "Sister Lakui, do you remember me? Little Hai misses you so much." Little Than Hai smiled mischievously, looking at Tiaoquang with eyes seemingly declaring ownership. "Sister Lakui's attention belongs to me." Van Teacher waved his hand and said, "Wait for Lakui to heal her wounds, then you can duel if you want." "Teacher, do you really want me to fight with junior sister?" "Of course. From now on, you'll be Lakui's punching bag for practice. You understand my meaning, right?" Jiang Tiaoquang could only helplessly nod to his teacher. "Teacher," little Phuong Vim wondered, why did Sotam and the others come here? The old teacher said, "It's about Deep Vu Thien's physical condition. I can only find a way to recover by going to Con Thien Abyss. It will take at least half a year. So during this time, their cultivation will all be helped by Sotam on behalf of Van Bin." Seeing the teacher paying attention to her, Nuoc Tuyet felt something bad was about to happen. Indeed, it was so. She was the lucky one Van Bin wanted to bring along. The rest of them all had faces beaming with joy. "All right, now that everyone's here, we can prepare to depart. That's to ensure safety. How are we getting to Con Thien Abyss this time? Oh my, the scene before us is too dazzling, brothers. How rude." For this trip to Con Thien Abyss, Van Bin has actually made preparations. In the direction Van Bin pointed, suddenly a girl with an indifferent face stepped out from thin air. "Hello everyone, I'm Namwai Mon." Van Teacher explained that she was a type of demon creature. They could also consider her a kind of being similar to their flying chickens. That's right, previously Nama Mon was cared for quite a bit by the flying chicken seniors. Little Vu Thien thought using realm talismans would be much more convenient. As the old teacher said, those talismans can't be used. Realm talismans can only cross one realm level, but Con Thien Abyss is 2 realm levels away from them. Realm talismans can't be used consecutively, so they can't go to Cook Thien Realm and then to Con Thien Abyss. Little Deep hugged her teacher and asked, "How do we use Namwai Mon?" "This isn't simple at all." Namwai Mon then unbuttoned her coat, making little Thien and little Tuyet shyly cover their faces. Deep Vu Thien's eyes widened, mouth forming an O as she peeked at what was before her eyes. Namwai Mon's chest was emitting a mysterious light. "See that, kids? The door is open. Can we go directly through this, teacher?" "It's so magical, teacher. One try, and you can tell she's experienced." Van Bin then took little Vu Thien's hand and placed it on Namwai Mon's chest. An ah sound was heard. The face of this space-flying creature was also quite magical. One by one, Van Bin threw them into Namai Mon's chest. She trembled, unable to contain this pleasurable feeling. "Master, are you ready?" "Okay, let's depart, girl." "Yes, master, at Con Thien Abyss." At this moment, disciples of a certain sect were struggling against the attack of night wolf monsters. When the red-haired guy was in a precarious situation, a golden light suddenly pierced through, sending the little wolf to reunite with its grandparents. Our sacred martial sect exorcises demons and protects the way. How can we lose our direction because of these beasts? It turns out the newcomer is named Doan Tin Tan, the holy maiden of the sacred martial sect, and also the senior sister of these fools. Disciples of the sacred martial sect, heed my command. Form the 9 heavenly purity formation. The disciples followed the holy maiden's order, standing in a 4-pointed star shape to create a solid defensive formation. The night wolves, seeing the light, became frightened and retreated. The disciples felt relieved, seeing the beasts scared away by the holy aura of the holy maiden. But they didn't know that she was gritting her teeth in endurance. Hang in there, just a little more. We must ensure everyone returns alive. Disciples, don't get distracted. Keep maintaining the formation. All the disciples shouted yes and clasped their hands to cast spells. Behind Doan Tinthan's back, a strange object suddenly flew in. Little Vu Thien and Little Tuyet fell from the sky, breaking the formation. Seeing 2 strangers fall made the disciples even more confused. Doan Tinthan felt angry because these troublemakers from who knows where had ruined their only hope of survival. Tinthan thought if they could just hold on for a few more minutes, they could illuminate the ruins, allowing everyone to escape from here. But now that things have turned out like this, what should they do? The formation gradually lost its effect. The monsters began to attack again. Even Doan Tinthan had to defend herself quite a bit. She ordered the sacred martial sect disciples to leave the ruins, return to the sect, and report what happened. As for her, she would stay behind to buy some more time for everyone. Doan Tinthan also advised Vu Tien and Nuoc Tuyet to leave this place. Again, from the sky, another unidentified object appeared. Before they could assess the situation, Van Bin landed by kicking Tintan in the face. Oh my goodness, she really is always in trouble. The main character scratched his head, asking his disciples to explain what just happened, but he didn't realize that he was still stepping on Edison's life-changing invention. Oh, sorry. Although Doan Tinthan was a holy maiden, in this situation, she couldn't help but feel annoyed and think, if it were me, I'd hit back even harder. Never mind, no need to apologize. She thought that since she was about to die anyway, what was the point of getting angry? Doan Tinthan closed her eyes peacefully. After all, everyone was about to see naked chickens soon. Why are they running away now? Van Bin was certain that he had set the coordinates for Nyame Mon in Duong Tuok Fire Realm, so it shouldn't be possible to encounter these kinds of monsters. Master, are you familiar with them? You can think of it as the realm creator, when inexperienced, created a bunch of monsters like these. But why do they have the aura of purple evil spirit ice? Van Bin still remembered purple evil spirit ice was imprisoned by Con Huyen in the demon realm. With just a Thanos-like snap of his fingers, Master Van made the monsters vanish in the blink of an eye. Seeing the evil demons that even sacred martial sect and imperial palace dared not provoke, being eliminated by this seemingly ordinary man, thinking about this, Tintan felt a sense of admiration for Van Bin. She bowed her head and thanked him profusely. She introduced herself as Doan Tinthan. If there's anything she can do for him in the future, she would do it without hesitation, even at the cost of her life. Sacred Martial Sect. Van Bin had never heard of this name before. He then asked Doan Tinthan if she had any connection to Thang Kiet Huyen Kim. You know, our sect leader. Master Van stroked his chin and said, I just want to know if he's aware of the existence of Duong Tuok Fire Realm. Because she didn't know the identity of the 3 people, although grateful for Van Bin and his disciples saving their lives, she couldn't risk the safety of the sacred martial sect leader to repay their kindness. Van Bin then suggested that she use a magical item to bind them, so she could feel at ease. Well, that's going to be offensive. After some fumbling, Doan Tinthan managed to tie up Van Bin in a sensual way. You know what kind of way I mean, guys. Doan Tinthan proudly thrust out her chest and said her skills were taught by her master. Tying like this was both beautiful and practical. Seeing their master tied up like that, the 2 disciples laughed with satisfaction. Your master is truly talented. Little Wu Chan teased. Brother disciple On, the teacher with the strange spiritual root, isn't allowed to talk about others. Their smiles lasted the entire journey without fading. Little Wu Chan, you've been laughing for a while now. Can you take a break? Don't blame me. It's because our old rascal teacher finally got what he deserved. After saying this, the 2 disciples continued to roll with laughter. If you laugh one more time, I'll let you try being tied up. As he said this, Van Bin's mind was filled with lewd thoughts about little Wu Chan. Right, Master Van turned to ask Doan Tinthan if she knew where Duong Tuok Fire Realm was nearby. She replied that she had never heard of it and had never been there. The area they were currently in was the Great La Flame realm of the Celestial realm, so they must have made a mistake. Van Bin suddenly realized something was wrong, meaning it was incorrect. The Duong Tuok fire realm only had the fire flame cloud as its distinctive area. Perhaps something had happened in the past few hundred years. After a while, Van Bin and his disciples arrived at the sacred martial sect. Looking from the outside, they could see how magnificent and grand it was. Doan Tin Than led the three of them to the main hall. Suddenly, she heard a commotion coming from inside the main hall. "Don't try to stop me. I'm going to the demon realm's abyss to slash those disgusting things. Tindio, please calm down a bit. Stop trash talking and demanding 20 GG. You might end up fixing your friend's network, losing badly. If I have nothing to avenge my beloved sister, even if it means self-destruction, I'll do it." Tindio waved his sword, pointing at everyone. "I'm determined to go to the demon realm abyss. Who dares stop me? I'll live forever with whoever does." Little Tin Than stepped up from behind, challenging. "Brother, dare to cripple yourself and see what happens." Tin Diu, hearing his sister's voice, joyfully ran to hug her, even tossing his sword to the elders. "Sister, you're back. Didn't I tell you? Don't call me sister in public, okay? All right, good disciple. You're back. That's wonderful." Then, Doan Tin Than's master emotionally asked her, "What happened while you were away? Why did the disciples report that you had passed away?" Tin Than said, "It's very complicated. I'll explain it to you later, master. In short, nothing major happened." "Oh, master." She glanced at Van Bin. Tin Dio showed jealousy when he saw his disciple bringing home a strange man, young and handsome at that. Clearly, the role of the hero saving the beauty should have been his to play. Damn it. Seeing her master looking tense, Doan Tin Than quickly introduced both sides. "These three are young Master Van, Miss Deep, and Miss Truong, and these are the three elders of the sacred martial sect. Doan Tin Dio is Doan Tin Than's master and also her beloved older brother." All three of the master and disciples silently exclaimed, "Oh." One thought, these masters are all pretending to be proper, but they're actually cut from the same cloth as the old rascal. Another realized this was the one who taught Doan Tin Than how to tie people up. As for Van Bin, he saw him as a sister-complex maniac. Tin Dio led Van Bin's group into the hall, while walking and talking. "You say you're here to seek an audience with our sect leader. If it weren't for the fact that you saved my sister, my disciple, suspicious elements like you wouldn't be allowed to enter our sect. I hope you don't push your luck. This matter concerns the injuries of your disciple and the safety of your friend." So Van Bin hoped Tin Dio could make an exception for them. Tin Dio remained adamant about not letting this group meet the sect leader. "The sect leader's safety is our responsibility. Begging here is just a waste of time. You might as well go back." Silence. A loud shout cut off Doan Tin Dio's words. Specks of light flew towards the throne, transforming into an old man with a head emitting golden light. This old man sitting on the golden throne was the leader of the sacred martial sect, and he himself hadn't expressed any unwillingness to meet people. Seeing the sect leader appear, both Tin Dio and Tin Than bowed their heads in respect. The sect leader stood up, slowly approached, and with a word or two placated Van Bin to prevent his anger. Then the old man ordered Doan Tin Than to show old Van's disciples around, while he would discuss important matters with Van Bin inside. Seeing their sect leader being so cautious made little Tin Than also grow somewhat curious about the protagonist's background. The sacred sect's leader poured tea, inquiring why Van Bin had returned to this place, as he knew that he disliked the Konthian realm. Although he didn't like this strange place, Van Bin had to come. Actually, the sect leader already knew the situation, so he teased Van Bin. "You came here to treat your little lover." This joke made him spit out his tea. "Watch your words, old man. That's my disciple you're talking about." After informing the sacred martial sect leader of the reason for his visit, Van Bin decided not to beat around the bush anymore. He wanted to know why the Yangkui Fire Realm had disappeared. 200 years ago, this place was still the Yangkui Fire Realm, under the management of Yangke Yinghuo. Why has it now become the territory of your sacred sect? The old sect leader replied, "The Yangkui Fire Realm disappeared 155 years ago. It was a black rain. That event was very bizarre. The raindrops weren't liquid, they were more like fragments, and these fragments extinguished the raging fire of the Yangkui Fire Realm. At that time, the old sect leader had just awakened from a deep sleep. He sensed that Yang Qinghuo seemed to be severely wounded to its core. So afterwards, it led its Yangque fire realm away from this place. Van Bin found this somewhat suspicious. Being one of the 21 ultimates, each was an existence on par with heaven and earth. The heavenly way shouldn't be able to easily affect them. That black rain couldn't have been a natural disaster. Someone must have interfered. The sect leader wasn't certain about this either. It's just that the demonic creatures left behind in this area all carried the aura of purple evil spirit ice. If it was truly done by purple evil spirit ice, then the person who released it is related to the one hunting the 21 ultimates. Van Bin wanted to know what the old sect leader thought about the identity of the hunter. He silently dipped his finger in the tea and wrote the character Ye. Then he spoke aloud, Yaquan Chu. The protagonist's face changed upon hearing this name, his mood slightly dampened. His spirits sank a little. Although it was just a suspicion, this was something Van Bin would have to investigate later. And to search for Yinghuo's whereabouts, he would have to go to the Fat and Thin betting house in Chao City. It had reopened a few days ago. It had been a while since Van Bin had seen a betting house reopen. The last time one opened was in the early Tianjui era. The old sect leader kept persuading him, saying he would provide mounts for the group from the sacred martial sect. Hearing this, anyone could tell he had a favor to ask. The sect leader wanted him to take young Tingshen along, which could satisfy her curiosity. Van Bin had to put on a resigned face and agree to take that burden along. Then he saw Wu Chan open her eyes wide, looking at two fat ducks, oh no, wild ducks of the sacred sect. The two girls ran over to touch their soft feathers. Then Tingshen had her head patted by the old sect leader. He gave Tingshen various instructions, saying that she was grown up now, fully fledged, and should mature on her own. Moreover, she had the sect leader's martial arts and the sacred pure body. Therefore, she must not slack off in her cultivation. Tingshen outwardly obeyed the sect leader, but inwardly felt his words were a bit strange. After saying this, he felt at ease in trusting Tingshen to Van Bin. The three elders stood aside, crying earnestly. Next time, I'll invite you for a drink. If anything happens, remember to use the sound-transmitting stone to call me. Although he was happy to drink with Van Bin, the sect leader knew he had reached his limit. That black rain had depleted his primordial energy. He closed his eyes, hoping he could endure for a while longer. Otherwise, it would be too late. Old Van's sixth sense warned him that his old friend was hiding something. He thought his nerves were being overly sensitive. Lost in thought, little Wu Chan poked his cheek. She asked, "Old rogue, what are you worried about?" "Nothing, just thinking about a few things." "On the contrary, the formation concealing the dark transformation on you has worn off. We need to find a way to patch it up." All right. The group flew for a while. Then little Tingshen curiously asked about the Fat and Thin betting house. Meanwhile, Zhang Roche was in an awkward situation because Tingshen's hair kept hitting her face. Van Bin pointed out the wonder of the betting house. This betting house had been open for a very long time, once in the early Tianjui era, and once before that at the end of the Hundred Saints era, tens of thousands of years ago. The more Duan Tingshen heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. Little Wu Chan also agreed and wanted to know how old the betting house owner was. The teacher explained their concept to Ye Wu Chan. It was too profound. They might die, but they certainly weren't faking death. Little Tingshen started asking Van Bin all sorts of questions about those two owners, but no matter what she asked, he always answered that he didn't know. What's the cultivation level of those two owners? Don't know. Then what's their identity? If they're not faking death, they must at least have a heavenly status, right? No clue. So what's their purpose for opening the betting house? No idea either. Why do you say you don't know to every question I ask? Stop teasing me, or I'll shoot you. The things you're asking are all things I truly don't know, so of course I can't answer them. Then what do you know? Van Bin said he only knew that they knew a lot. The kids thought the old teacher was teasing them, so they got angry and frowned. Fine. So what happens if we lose at that betting house? What then? Oh, heavens, is this kid possessed or something? Why so many questions? Are you a 3-year-old or what? Scolded by old Van, the little girl came to her senses, looking sulky. But since it wasn't just her, but also Ruo Shui who was curious about this, the young man explained that to know the consequences, you'd have to see what's being bet, as anything could be wagered, as long as they possessed it, even their soul. All four had set foot in the city of chaos. Little Wu Chan was a bit scared, hiding behind Van Bin. She said, "So betting your soul is equivalent to betting your life." Van Bin added, "Even betting your life has conditions." Suddenly, a beautiful woman with 2 devil horns on her head approached Van Bin. "This young master looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Little Ye looked bewildered, not knowing what kind of creature she was. This demon rubbed her chest against Van Bin, saying she wanted his name. "Can I have your info?" Van Bin replied awkwardly, "My surname is Yun, given name Chi Bin." Hehe, never heard of Van Bin before. Have you met Emperor Wen Shanlei? I'm just a nameless 20-year-old cultivator. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't possibly meet the old master. Ye Wuchan saw that female demon clinging to her master and got angry. Wasn't it Hung? Could I have been mistaken? Entangling with this demon seemed unwise, so Van Bin quickly took his disciples and fled. As the group was walking, little Ye suddenly tugged on her teacher's sleeve to stop, stammering, "Old scoundrel, are you, teacher? Are you? What are you saying, little Ye? I can't hear you clearly." The girl's next question made him reel. "Teacher, are you Liang Zi? Because I've seen many beautiful women who seem to know you, but you don't seem to care at all." Little Ye's innocent words unintentionally embarrassed Van Bin in front of his disciples. "Little Wu Chan, you're speaking nonsense. If you keep talking, I'll have you taste the Academy's stricter punishments." Suddenly, a man ran out and shouted, "I don't want to die. I quit." But a second later, his soul was sucked away by someone else. Tough luck, young friend. Next life, remember to check the odds carefully. Little Wu Chan felt scared and clung tightly to Van Bin. "What just happened, teacher?" A cultivator used his soul to place a bet. Of course, he lost. The fat man who seemed cold-blooded a moment ago now put on a cheerful face to greet customers. Van Bin's group of 4 followed him into the casino. As soon as they entered the hall, a waiter came to greet them. But that's not the main point, folks. What I'm concerned about is seeing a familiar figure in this place again. What would you like to play? Big or small, everyone. It's easy to play. Agreed. Duan Xingchen, being a first-time player, didn't understand the rules. "Should we ask a question first?" The white hat hacker spoke up. "What questions and answers do you want? From the first time I met you all, I already knew in my heart. Your question is simple, and yours too. I'll charge you 40 points. What about mine?" Von Bin questioned. "Boss, you don't need to play me like this. You're bullying ordinary people here. Young man, don't make things up. Your boastful lies, if used to deceive children, they'd punch you for it. Your question must be at least 100 points. All right, whatever you say, boss. Hey, Edison's light bulb kid, you go first." "Okay, sure." Little Xing Shen said she had never played before. Moreover, she didn't bring any money. "Oh, don't worry. Let Dore Van Bin handle this." He pulled out a 400-year-old pure ginseng root from his magical pocket. Its value is equivalent to 8 points. Van Bin guided Xing Shen, but unexpectedly, on her first try, she won big. Gamblers watching from outside were abuzz, jealously claiming he had cheated. "I was just lucky, that's all." The next turn came to Xing Shen. She eagerly played big. On her first round, she bet all 30 points on small, but the result came up big. Following the saying, "While there's breath, there's hope," the little girl went all in with her remaining 2 points. The result was a complete loss. Having gone bankrupt, Xing Shen cried loudly, "Wah, I feel like I'm not cut out for this sport. I'm sorry, I lost all the money. Oh dear, gambling is the uncle of poverty. Next time you go out, remember not to get involved in these things again. Now, let our household expert win it back for you. One bet on big or small, one game to decide win or lose." The white hat hacker gave Van Bin a chance to think carefully before making a decision. But Van Bin, drunk out of his mind, added his own life to the bet to make the wager more intense. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down beside the counter. Everyone in the shop started whispering among themselves. "Ah, that familiar couple is back in their own world again, huh? Why is there a sound of shivering? Oh my, another madman wants to bet his life. Let it go. Today, who knows how many have already done this? The skinny boss's strength is deep and hard to fathom. This time, that guy is done for." Little Wu Chan also felt worried for him. "Little Leaf, don't worry. Our household expert is amazing. He doesn't know the concept of losing." The skinny boss then flashed a dangerous smile. "Haha, this life of yours at most is only worth 1 point to me. 1 point is fine. All in for me, little brother." The skinny man waved his hand, immediately forming a barrier to block all disturbances. Inside, the skinny boss raised the bell and shook it violently. Van Bin also rested his arm on the chair, relaxing. "Oh, you want to take my life that badly? You know that I don't want to kill you in such a simple way, right? Is there some deep grudge between us? Have you forgotten about the ancient tomb of Ling? Well, did you all remember her either? That was her fate. This person of mine has never believed in destiny from the beginning." After a tense battle of wits for a while, the sound of the bell mixed with dice finally stopped. The The white hat hacker quickly slammed the bell hard on the floor. Van Bin's confident face made him tense. "Listen, boss, I'm the one betting here, not you. Why are you so nervous?" The barrier was also opened. Everyone's eyes were met with an astonishing sight. Van Bin had won big. He won. He really won. The odds were 1 in 46,656. It seems that with luck, playing this game could be more profitable than the lottery. Van Bin immediately gave his winnings to Duan Xing, giving her a chance to resolve her doubts. Task done, Van Bin looked at the skinny boss and asked, "It's time for you to answer our questions." "Fine, it's heaven's will. Follow me." On Xing Shen's side, she was also led away by the fat man to answer her question. The young girl clasped her hands and thought, "This truth that appeared countless times in my dreams, can I finally know it?" Van Bin, along with Zhang Rohan and Ye Wuchuan, followed the skinny boss. They fell into some dark place, scaring Ye Wuchuan so much that she screamed. She hugged Van Bin tightly and yelled, "You scoundrel, this place is terrifying. I feel like I'm about to fall." Van Bin said, "Don't be afraid. This is like a special movie effect. It's not real." The skinny boss adjusted his hat and asked, "The question you want to ask is related to the Yangque Fire Realm, isn't it?" Van Bin honestly replied, "That's right. You see, my disciple's wound can only be healed by Yangque Ember Fire, but the Yangque Fire Realm has disappeared. The Yangque Fire Realm is no longer in the Kuntian Realm. The Yangque Ember Fire and its clan members have gone to a very special place, which is the underworld." Mentioning this name made Van Bin feel uneasy. Of all places, why did they go to the underworld? The skinny boss looked at Van Bin and smiled, saying, "After all these years, you're still afraid of her. The truth is, even after tens of thousands of years, the space in your heart won't change." In the middle of speaking, Ye Wuchuan, still in Van Bin's arms, pouted and said, "Could it be some ex-lover of yours, teacher?" Van Bin coughed twice and said, "Let's not talk about that now. I still have 260 left. Can I ask more questions?" The skinny boss nodded. "As long as you have enough money to pay for the answers. That's good then. The first thing I want to ask is, who is the one hunting down the 21 supreme sovereigns?" The skinny boss fell silent, perhaps deep in thought. His expression gradually became serious. Then he glanced towards Ye Wuchuan. The skinny boss said, "You can't afford this price." Van Bin held out his hand and said, "Hey, how do you know I can't afford it if you haven't given a price?" The skinny boss didn't speak, but just dispelled the illusory space. "No matter how much, you can't afford it." Van Bin's group was teleported outside. Van Bin's mood became increasingly complex. At the same time, Duan Xing was also teleported outside. But judging from her expression, Duan Xing's result wasn't very good. Ignoring Van Bin's group standing there, she ran away in panic. Was this some life-altering answer she received? That demoness, as soon as she saw Van Bin, ran over and pressed her terrifyingly large chest against him, saying, "You're finally out." Van Bin awkwardly said, "Miss, I really don't think I have this kind of charm to deserve such persistence from you." The woman replied, "I won't be mistaken. You have his scent on you. I'll never forget his scent for my entire life." Ye Wuchuan looked at Van Bin with cautious eyes and then asked, "Who is that person?" The beautiful woman cupped her cheeks, displaying an infatuated look as she said, "That man named Wendy." As soon as she said that, Ye Wuchuan's face immediately turned into an expression as if she was ready to kill someone. She grabbed Van Bin. Van Bin, with two women holding on to him, was at a loss for what to do. Only Zhang Roshui remained clueless, not knowing what was happening. Wasn't Wendy Shanlei long dead? This young lady must have mistaken him for someone else. Van Bin seized this like a drowning man grasping at straws. He weakly said, "That's right, that's right. Wendy's death is acknowledged by the three great realms. This beautiful lady must be mistaken." However, the woman didn't back down and continued to cling to Van Bin. Moreover, Ye Wuchuan had a scent that she really disliked. The beautiful woman pointed directly at Ye Wuchuan and said, "You look very much like her." Ye Wuchuan looked at the beautiful woman in surprise. Who exactly was she talking about? Van Bin felt that he couldn't let this situation go any further. He took out a scroll and handed it to the beautiful woman, saying, "The scent of Wendy on me is probably from this Wendy's authentic scroll." The beautiful woman looked at the scroll in Van Bin's hand with fascination, her tail wagging continuously. Her face showed a look of adoration, as if she wanted to take the scroll and hold it close immediately. Is this really a trace of Wendy? After concocting an unrealistic story to deceive that female ghost, Van Bin also left, leaving the melancholic beauty behind. So many years have passed. I wonder if he's still alive. Having escaped one person, now Van Bin's group had to cross the bridge of life and death over the Nai-He River. This wasn't the path to the underworld. The first matter was reincarnation. Then Van Bin's group approached the bridge's end, where Meng Po was brewing soup. Mengpo said, "You know the price of a bowl of soup is 55 years of life." Van Bin nodded and extended his hand to Mengpo, saying, "Go ahead and take it. I have plenty of lifespan anyway." After taking Van Bin's lifespan, Mengpo ladled out a bowl of soup for each person. After drinking, they could continue their journey. Whether this soup was actually drinkable or not, only heaven knew. Looking at the purple soup with floating toppings, exuding a strange appearance before them, Ming, Zhang Ruoshui, and even Ye Wuchuan were extremely hesitant. Could this really be drunk? Seeing them hesitate for so long, Van Bin urged, "Drink quickly. If you don't drink, then you too will really have to depart." Moreover, the effects of this soup are very good, but the two of them really couldn't accept this at all. So Van Bin had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He took 2 bowls of soup and pointed to the distance, saying, "Wait, what's that?" The two of them looked over, and then Van Bin seized the opportunity to throw the 2 bowls of soup towards them. The strange flavor rushed straight into their brains. Ye Wuchuan was startled, her expression somewhat dazed, and she even made some strange sounds. Zhang Ruoshui wasn't much different, as the soup slowly poured into their mouths. "I seriously doubt that this thing isn't ordinary soup, but something very sinister." After Zhang Ruoshui and Ye Wuchuan drank the soup, their entire bodies trembled as if stimulated by something. Soup dripped from their mouths, looking extremely questionable. Van Bin snapped his fingers, and the two of them suddenly came to their senses. Zhang Ruoshui awkwardly said, I feel like I just took a trip to the underworld." Ye Wuchuan also nodded in agreement. "I think I saw some things I shouldn't have seen just now." Meanwhile, Van Bin drank a bowl of soup himself, but of course he didn't fall into the extremely problematic state of his 2 female disciples. After Van Bin finished drinking the soup, Ye Wuchuan came over and asked persistently, "So what exactly is the effect of that thing?" Van Bin put his hands on his hips and replied, "Of course, it's to cross the river of forgetfulness." Ye Wuchuan asked in confusion, "What's the connection between drinking soup and crossing the river?" But in the next moment, Ye Wuchuan completely understood. The Naihei Bridge, which was originally empty, was now bustling with souls going back and forth. There were even some ghosts looking in their direction. Van Bin said, "After drinking the soup, we'll be like them and able to cross the river." Van Bin approached Mengpo with a smile and said, "Well, we've drunk the soup. Shouldn't you give us our ferry tickets now?" Mengpo snorted and said, "I thought this time you were planning to cross by yourself again. 75 years of lifespan, traveling with disciples this time. Of course, Van Bin couldn't pull that trick like before." Fair exchange, Van Bin took the ferry tickets and said with a smile, "Thank you." Suddenly, Mengpo looked at him sadly and asked, "Is he still around?" Van Bin fell silent. Suolantian, it's a pity he's no longer here." Some old memories resurfaced in Van Bin's mind. However, the fact that Suolantian was no longer around was unnecessary for her to know. So Van Bin nodded and said, "He's still around." Mengpo asked again, "Are his descendants doing well?" Van Bin put his hand behind his head, walking and smiling. "They're doing well. His descendants are now the overlords of Huangtian realm, rulers of the empire. You don't need to worry." Mengpo nodded. "Such a prosperous empire, it's just as he wished. What about him then?" Van Bin still didn't turn back, just slowly said, "He's their ancestor, of course. His life is decent, very comfortable." Mengpo smiled, her face relieved as she said, "That's good enough." Then the two of them turned around, each going their separate ways. The so-called past no longer exists. Before, when Mengpo was still alive in the mortal world, she was a very beautiful girl. Now that girl sat beside her 2 friends, looking at the man she liked and asked, "Suolantian, what do you want to do?" Suolantian tugged on his fishing line, pulling up the fish that had just bitten, and said, "Of course, to build a prosperous empire." Meng Bao sighed. "All right then. I just want to retire to a quiet life, sitting in a chair every day, daydreaming in the sun." Van Bin, sitting nearby, still hadn't caught anything. Hearing them talk, he chimed in, "Hey, isn't anyone going to ask me?" recalling that time which has long passed. Van Bin approached the river. Countless lanterns floated on the water's surface. The ticket in his hand gradually dissolved. A boat docked at the shore. On the boat was the silhouette of an old man. Van Bin sighed inwardly. Remembering the past is enough. He looked at the newly arrived old man and said, "Let's go. We should get going too. Boatman to the underworld. You know the way, right?" At this moment, in the hall of St. Wuzong, darkness enveloped everything. A deep voice resonated. "Old friend, you've lived long enough. It's time to find a resting place." Saint Xuanxin said. I don't feel that place is a resting place at all. The ultimate master extended his long, bright green tree roots towards him, slowly saying, no matter how you deny it, he is still the primordial ancestor, our master. Saint Xuanxijin frowned. You should have thought earlier that all such existences have manifested, so he has no reason not to have that ambition, the ambition of that legendary primordial ancestor. Saint Xuanxijin let the roots nearly cover his body. He asked, you accept him as master to act freely. I see you've been in the abyss for too long. Your mind isn't right. No wonder Kunshuan ancestor threw you into the demon tribe abyss. It was indeed a wise decision. The other person angrily shouted, shut up. Don't mention Kunshuan to me. Saint Xuanxijin said, his voice gradually fading. Such behavior of selling oneself, betraying the ancestor for freedom, will eventually have its day. The other angrily shouted, shut up. You will sooner or later make the same choice as me. I believe that day will come. Saint Xuanxijin gradually faded away. In this moment, he could only think to himself, I'm sorry, children, my brilliant disciples. You must bring the spirit to that place. After that, everything is up to you. Saint Xuanxijin died, golden dust falling to the netherworld. At this very moment, Van Bin and his group were also there. Therefore, Van Bin immediately sensed bad news. His expression changed. The boat docked, and Depfu Thuyen ran over to ask, old rascal, what's wrong with you? Van Bin shook his head and said, it's nothing. I think after we return from the underworld, we should visit Saint Wuzong. Truong Nuoc Tuet curiously asked, to find that lamp girl. Van Bin replied, probably. Just then, a group of people came running, shouting loudly, there's a demon. Die. A small brown fluffy dog was running towards them with all its might, its eyes looking extremely pitiful. It seemed that a group of cultivators was chasing this little dog. Their leader formed a hand seal and arrogantly asked, trying to run. Several spiritual energy ropes appeared in midair, binding the little dog's limbs. The little dog angrily shouted, damn it, I'm not killing anyone, not practicing evil arts, and not provoking you. You stinking Taoists, why are you chasing me? The Taoist showed no mercy and just threw a sentence at it. Being a demon is your crime. That's worthy of death. A sword sliced the dog in half. Seeing the dog dead, the cultivators rushed to the side of the one who killed it, excitedly saying, congratulations to senior brother for successfully slaying the demon. Although this demon looked ugly, its cultivation was terrifyingly high. Thanks to senior brother. That cultivator sheathed his sword and turned to leave. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. And Van Bin's group was now hiding nearby, observing. Because of a protective barrier, no one noticed their presence. Deepfu Thuyen worriedly said, old rascal, that dog. It hadn't finished speaking. From the dog's body, blood flowed, reconnecting its head and body at the neck, intact as if nothing had happened. After reattaching its head, it angrily stood there and barked fiercely a few times. Translated, it roughly meant, a bunch of lunatics. Luckily, I have a secret technique to resurrect. Otherwise, I would have died at their hands today. Depfu Thuyen was so shocked that she blurted out, it's alive again. The dog, hearing a human voice, immediately turned its head, its eyes threatening as it barked once. Then Van Bin's group dispelled their barrier. Depfu Thuyen curiously asked, old rascal, why does this teddy look like it's seen a ghost? Van Bin pretended to know nothing and said, it just played dead, and now suddenly a few people appear. It's startled. He said this, but in reality, Van Bin actually knew this dog. As for the dog, it was startled and scared upon seeing Van Bin. Then, the dog excitedly darted forward, jumping onto Truong Nuoc Tuet, very friendly, sticking out its tongue to lick her. Truong Nuoc Tuet, unaware of its true identity, happily played with it. Deepfu Thuyen stood beside Van Bin, hands on her hips, thinking, why does this dog feel strange? She asked again. Just now, why did those people want to kill it? Did it really kill someone? Or does it have a grudge against those people? The dog understood human speech very well. As soon as Deepfu Thuyen finished asking, it started thrashing about, barking angrily several times. Van Bin smiled and said, it says it didn't kill anyone. Those cultivators attack it on sight, saying they want to kill it for credit, and there's no grudge either. Those people are from the exterminate demon sect, claiming to be the embodiment of justice, wanting to judge demon and devil races. After Van Bin finished explaining, who would have thought the two disciples paid no attention to his explanation at all, but focused on his ability to understand dog language. It barked a few times, and he could explain such a long story. Somehow Van Bin felt strange, being praised by his two disciples. In his heart, he looked at the dog again and said, this dog has a good affinity with you. The dog was startled and frightened upon hearing this. Could it be that this guy has discovered its true identity? Probably not. After all, I am a celestial demon from ancient times. This person shouldn't have such terrifying abilities. It must be an illusion, an illusion. While it was still lost in thought, Van Bin had already performed a technique. A strand of pure spiritual energy flew out from his body, wrapping around the dog's neck. He said, "If Nutuet likes it, take it along. But to avoid trouble, we need to put a sturdy collar on it." The dog thought dissatisfiedly, "Do they really take me for a dog? I only transformed into this form to blend into human society." After putting on the collar, Van Bin nodded and said, "This collar can conceal the demonic aura on your body. Once it's removed, all of the underworld will know there's a demon dog here." Truong Nuok Tuet lifted the dog that was clinging to her and said with a smile, "Then let's give it a name. The name. Let's call you Xiao Han." At this name, the dog was extremely angry and painfully desperate. Van Bin, on the other hand, laughed inwardly. Having lingered here long enough, they proceeded to the next location to gather intelligence. It was a city where, after walking a short distance, they saw a green tower with several beautiful girls standing on it, waving handkerchiefs to invite customers. Truong Nuok Tuet openly criticized, "Is this really the place to gather intelligence? Something seems off about this." Dep Vu Thuyen beside her also said, "You old scoundrel, you're just using public office for private gain, wanting to go in for some fun and entertainment." Van Bin said with full righteousness, "What do you know? Is there any place more convenient for gathering intelligence than a brothel?" Dep Vu Thuyen stroked her chin and asked curiously, "But why are there no men in this brothel?" Looking at a beautiful couple being intimate in front, Truong Nuok Tuet couldn't help but sigh. The yin energy here seems quite heavy. Van Bin laughed and said, "This is a brothel, but it's a lesbian brothel." Upon hearing this, Dep Vu Thuyen's eyes lit up like headlights. This word had so many implications. Meanwhile, Truong Nuok Tuet beside her was still confused, not understanding anything. Dep Vu Thuyen then approached her, leaned close to Truong Nuok Tuet's ear to enlighten her thoughts. Their soft breasts touched each other. Van Bin led the two of them inside. He said, "Let's go. I happen to know the owner here." Dep Vu Thuyen pointed at a nearby sign and said, "Oh, the rules at the entrance can be ignored. This place, you see, forbids men and even male dogs." Van Bin said discontentedly, "Last time I came here, this wasn't the case." The two of them looked at Van Bin and asked, "So what should we do?" Seeing that Van Bin still didn't understand, Dep Vu Thuyen disregarded her embarrassment. She approached him and said loudly, "You old lecher, I'm warning you. If you want me to sell my body to sneak in and gather intelligence for you, that's absolutely impossible." Van Bin sighed upon hearing this. This time, it's a bit difficult. Using sound transmission technique to call the madam might alert that woman. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. The corner of Van Bin's mouth curled up mischievously. He said, "You two stay here. I'll be back in a moment." Time passed slowly. The two beautiful girls, Truong Nuok Tuet and Dep Vu Thuyen, stood at the entrance. Naturally, the ladies in the brothel noticed them, calling and trying to entice them. Dep Vu Thuyen awkwardly said, "We don't need any services, thank you." Being able to resist the attraction of these beautiful women was truly remarkable. Suddenly, a flowing long hair passed by. Dep Vu Thuyen looked back, staring a bit longer. A lady dressed in very revealing clothes approached. Long legs, ample bosom, curved hips, two ponytails fluttered in the wind. That lady looked at them and asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Dep Vu Thuyen and Truong Nuok Tuet were shocked into a daze, with a hint of embarrassment and fascination. Dep Vu Thuyen asked in surprise, "Are you the old lecher?" Van Bin raised his hand, twirling a few strands of his hanging hair, and asked coquettishly, "Well, am I beautiful?" Dep Vu Thuyen couldn't take her eyes off, so you went to change clothes. But looking at the voluptuous chest of Van Bin, they became even more confused. How was this even possible? Van Bin thrust out his chest and said with a smile, "Don't misunderstand. These aren't considered women's accessories." The two of them didn't quite understand. Van Bin reached out, slightly lifting the front of his skirt, and said, "I am now a real woman, a genuine woman." This sentence struck like lightning, echoing in their minds. The two of them turned to stone. Did the old lecher's thing down there disappear? Van Bin saw their expressions and was extremely pleased. He pressed on and asked, "What? Don't believe me. Should I lift my skirt to show you?" Dep Vu Thuyen, still mesmerized by Van Bin's appearance, reached out to touch his thigh and asked, "So, old lecher, you're actually a woman. These heads are always full of nonsense." Van Bin, annoyed, smacked both of them and said, "It's just a temporary change of character." Dep Vu Thuyen exclaimed in shock, "Gender can be changed so casually." Truong Nuok Tuet, holding the small dog in her arms, was completely confused. Why was she caught up in this mess? Then Truong Nuok Tuet looked at Xiao Han in her arms, petting its head while asking, So what about Xiao Han now? It's mail, right? Xiao Han was sweating profusely as Van Bin picked it up. He smirked with a mischievous smile, saying, I have my ways. Although unable to see Van Bin's face at that moment, Xiao Han was so scared that its whole body trembled, a chill running down its spine. Van Bin hummed as he carried Xiao Han to the side. Dep Vu Thuyen and the other curiously looked on, not knowing what he was doing. Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a miserable cry. He held the shocked, trembling, and frozen dog in his hand, returned it to Truong Yok Tuyet, and said with a smile, It's done. Both Truong Yok Tuyet and Dep Vu Thuyen simultaneously asked curiously, What did you do to it? Van Bin replied without hesitation, I neutered it. Once we get out of this hellhole, then we can change it back. Truong Yok Tuyet was a bit skeptical. She looked at the trembling dog and asked, Is that really all you did? I feel like it seems very depressed. Van Bin laughed and said, It's probably a bit sad because the stick it's had for years has disappeared. Now it's done. Temporarily, no one is male anymore. Van Bin then led everyone into the brothel. He said cheerfully, Let me show you too what a place of pleasure is like. As soon as they entered, they saw countless women of all types, sitting inside in various poses. Charming beauties, pure as ice and jade, stunning looks, unparalleled beauties. Truong Yok Tuyet took a deep breath, her eyes lighting up. Her calm exterior completely disappeared. Stammering, she said, This is too. Van Bin looked at her sympathetically, wondering if this girl Nok Tuyet had awakened some strange attribute. As they arrived, a young lady approached and asked with a smile, Are you here to listen to songs or to find company? Van Bin replied, We're here for company, 3 people together. As soon as he finished speaking, in the young lady's mind appeared an extremely hot image. If not controlled well, she'd have a nosebleed right away. Only her mind was as pure as a snowbank. 3 people means all 4 of you. The young lady's breathing became a bit hurried, her face flushed. She smiled and said, A total of 300,000. On the 3rd floor, you can choose based on your preferences. After going up to the 3rd floor, Van Bin kicked open someone's room door. Without hesitation, he said, Female scoundrel, I'm here for you. Unexpectedly, what met their eyes was the image of a lady in the midst of an act, and it was a very stimulating type. Hands and feet tied, gagged on the bed, and there was even a whip out. The woman, startled, asked, Oh, together. Van Bin's mouth twitched and he forced a smile, saying, Sorry, we've disturbed you. He closed the door and went out. He couldn't help but sigh. Dep Vu Thuyen, watching the commotion from behind, saw his melancholy and laughed, saying, What now, Miss Van Bin? Van Bin frowned and asked, Can't you call me something else? It's disgusting. Dep Vu Thuyen smiled gently and said, With you looking like this, calling you this name feels very friendly to me. Van Bin was now quite annoyed. If he could use his divine sense, he would surely be discovered by that troublesome woman. Van Bin grumbled, Forget it. That female scoundrel can't be expected for now. Let's go downstairs and ask someone else. That young lady seemed very interested in Van Bin's group's affairs and was already waiting for them at the stairs. As soon as she saw them coming down, she couldn't hide her excited, gossipy expression and exclaimed, Ah, you're really quick. Esteemed guests, tonight it seems a famous beauty who can topple kingdoms will be coming. Would you be willing to stay a bit longer? Van Bin sat down and asked, Who? She replied, We're not sure either. We only know that her status in this Uminquivuk is absolutely not low. Van Bin asked, Since when does your Fiohuangkak also entertain nameless female courtesans? Mentioning this, the young lady suddenly remembered, her eyes lighting up. Not hiding her admiration and reverence, she said it was approved by the proprietor. At the same time, she was allowed to be a dancer at our Fiohuangkak. Her dance moves are truly world-shaking. Many seasoned regular customers have been captivated by her. Hearing this, Dep Vu Thuyen also felt a bit intrigued and expectant. She asked, Is she that impressive? Another woman sitting behind holding a gourd loudly confirmed, Of course it's true. You've never met that courtesan before, so naturally you feel this maid's words are exaggerated. When you see her, I'm afraid you won't be able to help but have indecent thoughts about her. As she spoke, she moved behind Van Bin, looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Then, feigning innocence, she said, Since meeting her, I've added another item to my life's dreams, to have her experience my divine finger skills in bed. Dep Vu Thuyen curiously asked, By the way, who are you? The girl winked and said, My name is Hua Yen Liu, yen as in swallow. Before they could exchange greetings for long, a commotion arose from outside. The famous courtesan has arrived. At the door, a young lady slowly entered. She was accompanied by several beautiful maids. They were dressed in white, which next to the famous courtesan further accentuated her beauty. She was a vision of red from head to toe. The beauty wore a red flower in her hair, with graceful curves, and as she was entering the brothel, she suddenly looked towards Van Bin. Van Bin was startled and fell to the ground, his face turning visibly pale. Oh heavens, she was the second person on the list of people he least wanted to meet. Since coming to Yumin, he had always been careful, but this time, he was done for. Absolutely done for. He really didn't want to encounter that woman, but that woman had already started walking towards him as soon as she saw him. She gently played with a few strands of red hair falling on her cheek, her lips curling into a smile as she said, "This humble girl is Teothwan Kiet. Pleased to meet you, esteemed guests." She removed the veil covering her face. Her exquisite beauty exploded across the screen. Depfu Thien couldn't help but exclaim, "If Lady Nganhang Tuet Bang is an otherworldly ice flower like snow, then this famous courtesan is truly a gorgeous rose." Truong Yuok Tiet also nodded in agreement. Life has no more regrets now. Teothwan Kiet turned to look at the two people accompanying Van Bin and asked with a smile, "This humble girl dares to ask, are you from Huanhian realm?" Van Bin, having escaped danger, let out a sigh of relief beside them, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat pouring down his face. Deep Fu Thien was still bewildered, not knowing how she knew this, when Teothwan Kiet lifted her chin and said with a laugh, "Ha ha, don't be nervous. I noticed the guest's outstanding aura, carrying a secret treasure, which reminded me of a certain sect from Huang Thien realm." Hua Yenlo behind them raised her hand and interjected, "Miss Teo, do you mean the North Ice Palace?" As soon as this name was mentioned, Teothwan Kiet displayed a look of disgust and gloom, saying, "North Ice Palace. The North Ice Palace couldn't nurture such talent. I'm referring to the recently famous Cloud Sky Academy." Hua Yenlo stroked her chin and remarked, "Is it the academy that overwhelmed North Ice Palace and Blue Sky Empire in the all-sex competition right after its debut? I heard they have several formidable geniuses." Hearing the praise, Teothwan Kiet seemed to share in the joy. She nodded and smiled. "Indeed, they are geniuses. Of course, their principal remains the most mysterious of all." After saying this, she moved closer to Van Bin, reaching out to touch him while saying, "This makes me irresistibly curious about his true identity." But before she could touch him, Van Bin swatted her hand away in one swift motion. Hua Yenlo exclaimed in shock, "How could you treat Miss Teo like that?" Though rebuffed, Teothwan Kiet's eyes still brimmed with infatuation as she said, "It's all right. This young lady is naturally beautiful. She must be very pretty." Van Bin frowned and said, "Oh," but before Van Bin could protest further, Teothwan Kiet had already moved closer, caressing his face while transmitting a message. "I advise you not to get agitated. If I reveal your male identity, making a big fuss, those people you don't want to meet might appear one by one, you know." As she spoke, Teothwan Kiet's hand slid down Van Bin's body, causing Deep Fu Thuyen beside them to frown, feeling jealous, wanting to scold but having to hold back. Teothwan Kiet smiled again and asked, "I wonder if this young lady could play a tune for this humble girl." Van Bin coldly replied, "I haven't played in a long time. I'm out of practice, not worthy of your dance." However, Teothwan Kiet kept clinging to him and said, "Your zither skills are unparalleled in all of Konthian realm, truly the best under heaven. This humble girl's dance is indeed not worthy of you." The two of them were clearly acquainted from their conversation, yet some fool stuck his head out and stood up dissatisfied. "Lord Dan Lin, you've said enough. Though I don't know how good her zither skills are, but to say unparalleled under heaven, isn't that a bit too much? Jealous women are truly frightening, attacking each other out of the blue." Only Xiaohan was pitiful, nestling against Zhang Roche. "This place even has cultivators from the End of Demons Dao Alliance. Oh heavens." She angrily shouted, "May I ask who this fellow cultivator's master is? Have you ever been evaluated for your level?" Van Bin smiled frankly and said, "I have no master, nor have I been evaluated for my level." That woman shouted again, "Then how are you worthy to play music for Lord Dan Ling?" Van Bin laughed heartily, full of brightness, saying, "Ah, that's exactly the point. My skills are not refined enough. It's better not to embarrass myself." He had been worrying about not finding a reason to refuse. Then he stood up, pulled Deep Fu Thuyen's hand, and hurriedly left. Staying here any longer would indeed be unwise. Van Bin now just wanted to quickly get away from the troublesome woman, Teothwan Kiet. But having met her already, how could it be easy to escape her attention? Teothwan Kiet smiled and said, "This friend is being modest. That's why she spoke like that. To be frank, even if it were your masters or the zither experts you know, they absolutely wouldn't be her match." As soon as she finished, the women who admired her all angrily scolded Van Bin in unison. This newcomer, where did she come from to to seduce Lord Dan Lin. This woman has no cultivation. She's just a bit pretty. How could she be stronger than our masters and experts in zither? Seeing Van Bin in a disadvantageous position, she gave a sly smile and transmitted a message to him. Things have escalated. Still want to run? Or do you really want to lure those enemies here? Van Bin glanced at her. When it comes to making a fuss or causing trouble, Teotihuan Kiet ranks second, and perhaps in the three great realms, no one could claim to be first. That's why Van Bin didn't want to meet her in the first place. She was truly his nemesis. Although those enemies could be blown away with just a slap, it was too troublesome. Besides, who knows if those stubborn and problematic people would target little Vu Thien's group or not. Troublesome. It was truly too troublesome. Van Bin sighed, then turned around and said, "Well, you two find a place to sit for a while. I'll play a piece on the zither, and then we'll leave." Dip Vu Thien and Zhang Ruoshui quickly found a place to sit. As for Van Bin, he had no choice but to obediently play for her. He looked at her and asked, "What do you want me to play?" Teotihuan Kiet rested her hand on the table, looked at him with a cheerful smile and said, "Anything will do. Whatever piece you play, I'll be happy to dance to it." Not only troublesome, but also demanding. He truly couldn't match her. The cultivator who initially attacked Van Bin was already upset and became even more displeased. Hearing this, he shouted loudly, "Then play the immortal heartbreak piece, you great zither master." Su Yan Lu heard this and said, "This piece I'm afraid even the masters in the zither sect can't play. From the looks on your faces, you don't seem worried at all. But be careful. Jealousy is very frightening. You've already caught the attention of most people in Fiohuang Pavilion." Diputhian nodded and said, I've noticed." Su Yanliu seized the opportunity to leave her seat, moving behind Deputhian, hugging her shoulders and asking with a smile, "What's wrong? Do you need Big Sister to protect you two for a while?" Diputhian awkwardly replied, "That's not necessary." Meanwhile, on the other side, Von Bin had started playing the zither. The music alternated between fast and slow, perfectly rhythmic, stirring people's hearts, and Teotihuan Kiet, behind Von Bin, began to dance. Each movement carried an alluring grace, seeming both distant and near, appearing and disappearing, captivating the audience even more. It was incredibly beautiful. Only Von Bin paid no attention at all, focusing entirely on his playing. Suddenly, the music changed, the atmosphere becoming both heroic and sorrowful, like the sounds of a battlefield. Those who were initially jealous and dismissive were now utterly amazed. This was the pinnacle of the immortal heartbreak, and Van Bin was currently composing this piece on the spot. This level of skill, what kind of sorcery was it? But if they knew who this person really was, they probably wouldn't be surprised that he could play like this at all. The dance ended. Van Bin stood up. Tuan Kiet approached him, her smile as radiant as a flower. Van Bin awkwardly asked, "It was just one dance. Is there a need to be so happy?" Teotihuan Kiet smiled, her eyes filled with adoration as she said, "That's because this time I danced with you. Finally, like that person, I was able to dance to the music you played too." As the music ended, others in the room were full of praise and admiration. After all, this level of skill was extraordinary. It was as if the literary emperor had been reborn. In fact, this title of literary emperor was quite fitting. Only that female cultivator grew increasingly jealous. She brought this upon herself, yet still considered herself the victim. She anxiously bit her nails, glaring hatefully at Van Bin's group. "You made me lose face in front of Lord Dan Lin. I absolutely cannot let this go. You deserve to die." After the performance, Van Bin and his group were allowed to leave. Teotihuan Kiet saw them to the door and asked Van Bin privately, "Your disciple seems to be affected by the deep abyss ice. Are you here looking for the Yang Sparrow Ember Fire?" Van Bin nodded and asked if she knew where it was. Teotihuan Kiet leaned against the door, playing with her hair as she smiled and said, "Whose territory is this part of the Netherworld Ghost Realm? You came to ask the owners of Fiohuang Pavilion. Why not ask me instead? Just spend one night with me." Upon hearing this, Van Bin, without hesitation, turned to leave. Teotihuan Kiet hurriedly ran after him, saying, "Wait, I'll just tell you. You really can't take a joke." Van Bin stopped and looked at her. Teotihuan Kiet said with dissatisfaction, "As far as I know, years ago, the Yang Sparrow Ember Fire fled to the bottom of the Dogland, taking root there." Van Bin frowned and asked, "Isn't that at the edge of the unmanaged scholars area in the Netherworld Ghost Realm? All right, thank you for this information. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be going now." Teotihuan Kiet looked at him with pitiful eyes, like an abandoned puppy, and asked, "Wait, can't you really stay a bit longer? It was so difficult for me to meet you." Van Bin paused in silence. Then he turned back to look at her and said with a smile, "We'll find a chance to meet again in the future. I have more important matters to attend to." Teothwan Kiet looked at him sadly, thinking to herself, "Is she that important to you?" Madep Vuthien had now moved closer, clinging to Van Bin and asking coyly, "You old rascal, when will you come back?" Van Bin lifted her chin and asked with a smile, "Ha! Are you women already tired of me so quickly?" This caused Trong Ngoc Tuet and Teo Han nearby to feel nauseated. Such misleading words, once spoken, nearly made the young ladies nearby unable to hold back their laughter. Deep Vu Thuyen became flustered, her face turning red with embarrassment. Then she helplessly hit Van Bin and exclaimed, "Ah, aren't you supposed to be modest?" Van Bin laughed and said, all right. I'll come back after we leave this place." Deep Vu Thuyen asked, "So where are we going next to find the Yang Sparrow Ember Fire?" Van Bin replied, "Down to the Dogland." Suddenly, Trong Ngoc Tuet stopped and said, "Master, I want to stay in the Netherworld Ghost Realm." Both Van Bin and Diep Vu Thuyen turned to look at her. Trong Ngoc Tuet said sadly, "Although following you broadens my horizons, my cultivation level is now too low. If this continues, I'll only be a burden to everyone. It's better if I stay in this eternal night land to cultivate the silent moon technique." Diep Vu Thuyen asked worriedly, "But how dangerous is this place, Ngoc Tuet?" As for Van Bin, he agreed without hesitation. If his disciple wanted it, he had no intention of forcing her otherwise. Then he took out a purple necklace, gave it to Trong Ngoc Tuet, and instructed, "Take this token and find the owner of the medicine shop in the southwest corner of the Netherworld Ghost Realm. He will arrange everything for you." Trong Ngoc Tuet obediently replied, "Thank you, master." Van Bin went over, patted her head and said, "Well, you stay here and cultivate. When we finish our business, we'll come back for you." Trong Ngoc Tuet nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Please don't be concerned." After saying this, she turned to leave and find the shop owner Van Bin had mentioned. Diep Vu Thuyen let Van Bin pull her hand as they walked, while looking at Trong Ngoc Tuet in the distance with concern. "You old rascal, are you really comfortable leaving Ngoc Tuet alone here to cultivate?" Van Bin laughed and said, "Of course I am. After all, this is Umin Ghostfire's territory. I've already asked her to help take care of Ngoc Tuet. Don't worry about it. You've already met her. Teothwan Kiet is the Umin Ghostfire." Meanwhile, Umin Ghostfire had received Van Bin's mental message and was lying on the bed feeling utterly dejected. What did he mean by "don't intervene unless absolutely necessary"? Does that mean she should only help when the girl is about to die? She really couldn't understand this guy. Teothwan Kiet lay on the bed, puffing her cheeks in dissatisfaction. She inadvertently recalled the person accompanying Van Bin. To be fair, that girl's aura was very similar to that woman's. As for that girl, she was now walking with Van Bin in the scorching desert, nearly dying. Deep Vu Thuyen was walking and panting, then she collapsed onto the ground. Pulling down her upper chest, she said, "It's too hot. I can barely breathe. It's so hot. How is this any different from Fireflame Mountain?" Van Bin clasped his hands and said, "A calm mind brings coolness. We're almost there." Deep Vu Thuyen complained loudly, "You said the same thing half an hour ago." Van Bin bent down, stooped to lift Deep Vu Thuyen up, making the young girl tremble. "Oh my, master, why are you suddenly doing this?" Van Bin smiled and asked, "Are you still hot now?" Deep Vu Thuyen touched Van Bin's face, exclaiming, You old rascal, your body is so cool." Van Bin chuckled twice and warned, "If you keep touching, it might heat up. We need to fly from here." Then he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. A massive, sturdy structure appeared before their eyes, golden in the sunlight. Deep Vu Thuyen was a bit incredulous, her wind-blown hair still not settled. "We've arrived so quickly." Van Bin smirked and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to stay in your master's arms a bit longer?" Deep Vu Thuyen embarrassedly hit him. "Hush! Who wants to be held by you?" Van Bin laughed and asked, "Oh, is that so? Then I've troubled you." Deep Vu Thuyen, from an angle Van Bin couldn't see, had a slightly hurt expression. This old rascal is really a fool, not understanding people's feelings. Hearing voices outside, those inside also discussed something. Looking out, it seemed there were two people. Diep Vu Thuyen startled and hid behind Van Bin. At this moment, the door opened, revealing claws, bird feet, and sharp eyes. Then 4 huge, colorful birds appeared, staring at them with evaluating and judging gazes. "Indeed, outsiders have come, and ones we've never seen before. How exciting! We have new friends." Deep Fu Thuyen silently and expressionlessly looked at these birds. She couldn't believe she was afraid of them just now. The red bird seemed to be the leader, waving its stubby wings, and asked, "Outsiders, have you come to be friends with us?" Deep Fu Thuyen reached out her hand to touch the wing of that bird and said, "No, we're here to find someone." Hearing this, that bird widened its eyes and shouted, "What? You're not here to be friends with us?" Then that large bird transformed into a giant fire phoenix, with flames dancing wildly in the air. "If you're not friends, then die. Kill, kill, kill." Deep Fu Thuyen was startled, her brain momentarily receiving information without processing it. Van Bin quickly went to embrace her from behind, covering her mouth while smiling at them, saying, "Everyone, please stay calm. Of course we're here to be friends with you. These candies are all gifts for you upon meeting." The red bird stretched out its wing to take the candies, not forgetting to praise. Such beautiful candies. They all transformed back to their original forms, happily saying, "Symbols of friendship must be kept in the friendship box. We can be friends with humans. Hee hee." Deep Fu Thuyen saw this and whispered, "You old scoundrel, what's wrong with them?" Van Bin whispered back, "Are they human? They're birds with extreme friendship ideology. We must be friends with them, or they'll fight until you agree to be their friend." Deep Fu Thuyen took a deep breath and sighed. The creator of these magical creatures is truly a genius. Those birds, having received the candies, became friendly immediately, even personally opening the door for the two to enter. As soon as they entered, others came forward and asked, "Are you outsiders who have come here?" Van Bin nodded. The horned old man then said, "The god wants to see you. Please follow me." Van Bin and Deep Fu Thuyen followed that elder together. They arrived at a place with a rather peculiar formation, as if they were about to meet a card game leader rather than a god. The light from the formation below shone upwards, somewhat dazzling. Deep Fu Thuyen squinted, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the light. By the time she opened her eyes, they had already arrived. Agrafi stared intently at them. Its entire body radiated an incredibly brilliant fire. "It's been a long time. This bird must also be an acquaintance of Van Bin." Van Bin nodded in response. "Indeed, it's been a while." Deep Fu Thuyen looked up, staring at it. "This thing is really too big. It's like getting close to the sun." Van Bin laughed and said, "A bit more and your eyes will pop out. This is the Yang Sparrow Flame." Deep Fu Thuyen curiously asked, "But why is it different from the ultimate we met before?" The Yang Sparrow Flame laughed and said, "This is my true form. Some others have forgotten their original appearance and now use human or other forms to exist. I'm not like them." Van Bin took out 2 chairs. He sat down himself and waved at Deep Fu Thuyen to signal her. He then looked at the Yang Sparrow Flame and said, "Given our relationship, there's no need for small talk. You probably know why I'm here." The Yang Sparrow Flame looked at Deep Fu Thuyen and nodded, saying, "I know. I didn't expect you to live 3 human lifetimes. Your wives in all 3 lives have faced such calamities. Perhaps this is the price to pay for going against the will of heaven." Suddenly, Van Bin stood up. In a deep voice, he looked at the Yang Sparrow Flame and said, "She is my disciple." Compared to this, the corrosion of the 3 great celestial realms by the deep abyss ice can only be cured by you. The Yang Sparrow Flame stared at Deep Fu Thuyen and said, "Those 2 from back then were merely chance encounters for you." Deep Fu Thuyen was stared at intently. Her heart was filled with confusion and worry. Why was he looking at her like that? Who was that person? Van Bin frowned and asked, "You talk too much. Will you cure her or not?" The Yang Sparrow Flame sighed and said, "All right, no more joking. To get to the point, I can't cure her." Van Bin stood up abruptly. Killing intent emanated from his body. He looked at the Yang Sparrow Flame and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean you can't cure her?" The Yang Sparrow Flame shook its head and said, "Half of her body has been corroded. To be honest, she isn't even human anymore. I'm powerless now. That black rain severely damaged my essence. Though I've recovered a bit, some fundamental aspects can no longer be restored." The assassin released the evil spirit ice that was supposed to be locked in the demon tribe's knowledge abyss. Van Bin's face darkened. Since meeting the 7 dream trees, the assassin has been constantly surrounding us. Everything is related to it, but the opponent seems not to exist in this world. There's no way to investigate. The Yang Sparrow Flame lowered its head and said, "I'm very sorry. I can no longer save your disciple now." Van Bin frowned. If we're talking about the whole world, who could completely heal the Yang Sparrow Flame, then only the primordial profound element could do it. But that old man, even if I were to kneel and beg, I'm afraid he still wouldn't help. Moreover, they are the culprits who killed her. But if we were to beg— Suddenly, Deep Fu Thuyen reached out her hand. She touched his arm and smiled, saying, "It's okay. Don't make that expression, teacher. You old rascal, being so serious right now actually makes me feel uncomfortable. If it can't be cured, then so be it." Anyway, I've already lived 2 lifetimes from modern times to here. No loss. Instead of this, let's find a place to have fun someday. Finding a place with beautiful scenery would be nice too. However, Van Bin's expression didn't change at all. It remained as gloomy and silent as before. He touched the hand that Diep Vu Thuyen had placed on his cheek. Then he said, I won't let you die. Absolutely, absolutely won't let you die. I swear. Van Bin uttered these words. Diep Vu Thuyen couldn't help but be moved. Her heart trembled even more. I absolutely won't let you die. I swear. Van Bin emphasized again. Diep Vu Thuyen looked at him emotionally, then shyly turned her face away, saying softly, Of course I believe you, but isn't there no way to cure it anymore? Van Bin patted Diep Vu Thuyen's shoulder and smiled. If the body has been corroded beyond recovery, then we can abandon treatment altogether. The Yang Sparrow Flame heard this and understood. It frowned and asked, You want to get the soul release lock. Even if you preserve her soul, finding a suitable body will be very difficult. If the soul's compatibility isn't enough, she'll become a cripple. Van Bin replied, Then we'll find a body with perfect compatibility. The Yang Sparrow Flame answered, A body with perfect compatibility isn't easy to find. Van Bin was stubborn, pointing directly at the Yang Sparrow Flame's face, and declared, Then we'll create one. I absolutely won't let her die. Absolutely. Diep Vu Thuyen looked at him with tears of emotion in her eyes. The Yang Sparrow Flame, having known Van Bin for a long time, was well aware of how stubborn this guy was, so it didn't try to persuade him anymore. It sighed and said, Forget it. Once this person has made up his mind, even fighting against 2 primordial ancestors wouldn't stop him. So what do you plan to do? Van Bin patted Diep Vu Thuyen's head and smiled. Our little Vu Thuyen here, of course we have to make a perfect body for her, guaranteed to be sexier than now. Diep Vu Thuyen, already addicted, heard him say this and grumbled, Do you have any complaints about my current body? Van Bin laughed. How could I? It's great. Seductive curves. Flesh where it should be. Diep Vu Thuyen frowned and asked, Really? Van Bin reached out to pinch her cheek and said, Your master is preparing to get materials soon. The Earth of Cho should be qualified enough to recreate your body. Diep Vu Thuyen asked blankly. The Earth of Cho from the 21 extremes. The Yang Sparrow Flame approached them, its red feathers blazing like fire. For now, let's not talk about whether the Earth of Cho will agree to help. If you really want to use the soul release lock, hurry up. A human body corroded by the deep abyss ice cloth cannot survive. Even if it's you can't protect her for too long. Van Bin bit his lip, hesitating for a long time before daring to ask, Can you tell how long she can last? The Yang Sparrow Flame replied, At most, another month. This is already the limit. Despite being cheerful, who wouldn't fear death when hearing about it? Diep Vu Thuyen trembled with tears in her eyes. 1 month later, Van Bin was far from accepting that. He raised his hand to pat her head and smiled, saying, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Your old Van's most important disciple. DTV quickly regained her cheerful mood. The Yang Sparrow Flame spoke again. Don't rejoice too soon. There's still an issue. The soul release lock you're looking for might have been taken by a girl in white already. Van Bin asked, Who is it? The Yang Sparrow Flame pondered for a moment before saying, It's someone you're very familiar with. This person's name is Ye Quan Chu. Diep Vu Thuyen looked up at Van Bin. Again, it's this name, Ye Quan Chu. Indeed, Van Bin's expression immediately changed. It seemed to be someone very important to him. Van Bin frowned and said, Jokes should be timed properly. Don't joke about her matters. The Yang Sparrow Flame replied, I'm not joking. Let's not say no one in the 3 great realms can do it yet. Even my disciples have said that in Ghost Valley, someone has seen her face under the thin veil. The very person who fought alongside you in the Tianjui era. Van Bin's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed. He closed his eyes, shaking his head in denial. I've confirmed before. Ye Quan Chu is already dead. That woman can't possibly be her. Where did the person who took the soul release lock take it? The Yang Sparrow Flame answered, It's the self-proclaimed successor of the martial emperor era, Emperor Ash, in the northern Kun Heaven realm of the Yang Sparrow Fire realm, the Ashland, the World Bone Life Forbidden Zone. Diep Vu Thuyen, held in Van Bin's arms, said, Old rascal, I'm feeling a bit cold. Van Bin gently comforted her. The center of the Earth of Cho is very close. Hold on a little longer. We'll go find the Earth of Cho to recreate your body first. Then we'll go get the soul release lock. Diep Vu Thuyen nodded and said, The two continued on for a while longer. Diep Vu Thuyen hesitated for a while before saying, Old rascal, Ye Quan Chu, is she very important to you? Van Bin fell silent, then said softly, Very important. DTV asked again, So she is. Van Bin stopped, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. She is my wife. So it was indeed like that. Diep Thuyen was quiet for a moment, then asked, How long have you known each other? Van Bin walked as he spoke. From when we met until she died, it was 205 years. At first, she was the successor of a major sect in the Kun Heaven realm, We met in some secret realm. Back then, she even wanted to snatch a treasure from me. It was like we didn't fight, we didn't know each other, but later on, I often saw or heard about her exploits. Our reputations grew larger day by day. Later, some malicious people started comparing us to each other. But because of that, we interacted more frequently. In the end, it just happened naturally. By the time we realized it, we couldn't be separated anymore. Depvu Thuyen asked dejectedly, "How can you get to know each other like that? I thought it would be a grand love story." Van Bin paused slightly. He looked at Depvu Thuyen, smiled inwardly, and said gently, "These kinds of romantic stories that are grand and dramatic are mostly hot-headed. A calm, long-lasting love is the real deal." Suddenly, Van Bin sensed something wasn't quite right. Then, he put Depvu Thuyen down on the ground and set up a barrier to protect her. Depvu Thuyen reached out her hand, wanting to run towards Van Bin, but couldn't. Watching Van Bin leave before her eyes, she wanted to hold him back, but somehow didn't dare to step forward, just standing in one place, sadly saying, "Don't leave me alone, you old scoundrel." But he had already left. At this moment, someone broke through the barrier surrounding Yewoo-chan and stepped in. That person was a girl. Seeing Yewoo-chan sitting sadly on the ground, she asked softly, "Excuse me, have you seen a young man with dead fish eyes?" Yewoo-chan sniffled and shook her head. "I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't ask me." The other person said, "I know he just left, went to find someone he knows. Already sad, and now someone came to irritate her." Yewoo-chan stood up angrily and scolded. "What's wrong with you? Are you messing with me? I don't have time for this now." But as soon as she turned around, Yewoo-chan was shocked to the point of disbelief. Except for those black eyes, this girl's face was completely identical to Yewoo-chan's. That girl smiled, her expression somewhat mysterious. "Nice to meet you. My name is Ye Quan-chu." Yewoo-chan stared blankly at the person in front of her. Ye Quan-chu seemed to be the girl she had encountered more than once in her dreams. But it wasn't right. Wasn't Ye Quan-chu supposed to be dead? The girl who called herself Ye Quan-chu smiled and asked, "Well, wasn't Wendy Shanlei also rumored to be dead?" After saying that, she moved close to Yewoo-chan, touched her, and said, "Although this body is quite ordinary, you really look exactly like me." Yewoo-chan trembled slightly, afraid of what the person in front of her might actually be. Ye Quan-chu smiled and said, "You'll know, but not now. You're still too young now. Forced separation would instead harm my spirit. I know you're like him, not from here. I really admire you." Depvu Thuyen asked with wide eyes, "Admire me?" Ye Quan-chu nodded and smiled. "Yes, unlike me. Though we should be the same. Don't worry, there will be a day when we'll see." At that moment, a beam of light shot from afar. Ye Quan-chu, who was close to Depvu Thuyen, was suddenly bound by a chain, but she managed to dodge to the side in time, so she was unharmed. Van Bin seemed to sense the barrier was broken and hurriedly returned. He was at a distance, chains surrounding him. Van Bin grabbed the chain, looked at Ye Quan-chu and shouted, "Stay away from her." Ye Quan-chu said coldly, "I was almost bound by your chain. How heartless. Clearly, I was the target." Van Bin frowned and said coldly, "I'm not interested in cosplayers like you. I've seen her grave. She's dead. If you continue this disguise, I'll send you straight to hell." Ye Quan-chu looked at Van Bin, then at Depvu Thuyen, who was scared and hiding behind Van Bin, and sighed, "You really show no mercy. Or do you prefer her now?" Van Bin slightly moved the chain in his hand, shielding Depvu Thuyen, and said, "You don't want me to twist your head off, do you?" Ye Quan-chu said confidently, "You can't do it. You know that. You can't do it. Whether you believe my identity or not, you can't do it. Come on, do it." Van Bin frowned, sweat dripping down his face. His heart pounded in his chest. His hand gripped the chain tightly, veins almost popping out. It was clear he was exercising extreme restraint. Ye Quan-chu seemed to understand Van Bin's infatuation with her very well. More precisely, with Ye Quan-chu's face. Even if he suspected it was fake, he wouldn't dare to kill. Ye Quan-chu said proudly, "You know you can't do it. To be honest, you're no different from before. You've already broken that formation so quickly. Otherwise, I might have been able to say a few more words to her. Who knows?" Van Bin said coldly, "You underestimated that old man. Even without me, that formation wouldn't have held him for long." The person Van Bin referred to was Earth Ash, one of the 21 Ultimates. He emerged from the ground wearing a large shackle on his hand. Ye Quan-chu squinted and smiled. "I suppose so. I didn't intend to do that anyway. If he had agreed to come with me, I wouldn't have needed to go this far." Van Bin asked coldly, "Are you the enemy rampaging in the three great realms? Why are you targeting the 21 Ultimates?" Ye Quan-chu looked at him and smiled. "If you like to use those words to describe me, I'll accept it. But I'm not targeting the Ultimates. My targets have never been the Ultimates. Dep Vuthian unconsciously tightened her grip on Van Bin's arm. Ye Quan-Chu chuckled, her cheeks flushing with excitement, looked at Van Bin and said with a smile, "The one I want to target is you. The 21 ultimates are just stepping stones to me." Van Bin asked in shock, "Me? What are you talking about?" But Ye Quan-Chu had no intention of telling him right away. She came and went like a ghost. As Van Bin was about to chase after Ye Quan-Chu, Con Huyen placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't chase her anymore. She's already left this place. Rather than that, it's better if you check on your disciple's condition." Van Bin startled and looked towards Dep Vuthian. It seemed the place was too cold for her to endure for long. She was also wearing such thin clothes, and after encountering that incident, it's normal that she couldn't handle it. Con Huyen shook his head and said, "She inhaled too much miasma. Take her to where we were earlier." Van Bin carried her in his arms, grunting in agreement. But as he started walking, he suddenly stopped. His eyes glanced towards where Ye Quan-Chu had disappeared, filled with doubt. Was that Ye Quan-Chu really her? Then who exactly is little Vuthuyan? In some world of deep Vuthuyans, her soul seemed to leave her body and enter a strange empty space. It looked like a vast, chaotic universe. That light seemed to be observing this world, but couldn't observe its own existence. Deep Vuthian looked puzzledly at the distant light, wondering what it was trying to do. What it separated out seemed to have its own consciousness. But why were the other two lights motionless? From within that ball of light, something gradually appeared, as if it had just vomited out a piece of land. And this piece of land, Deep Vuthian seemed very familiar with. It was the three great realms. At this point, Deep Vuthian suddenly woke up with a start. Half of her body had developed marks from being eroded by the abyss. Con Huyen sighed, "You're awake." Deep Vuthian opened her eyes wide, looked up and asked, "Where is this place?" Van Bin replied, "You inhaled too much miasma and have been unconscious for days. We're now in the middle of the Ashland underground. This is the only place unaffected by the miasma." At this moment, Deep Vuthian recalled everything. She looked at Van Bin and asked, "That's right. What about the person who claimed to be Ye Quan-Chu?" Van Bin answered, "She ran away. Did she say anything to you?" Deep Vuthian shook her head sadly and replied, "She said many strange things. I didn't understand." Con Huyen stroked his white beard and said, "That's right. That person wouldn't be so generous as to reveal all their intentions." At this time, Van Bin finally had the chance to properly introduce the old man to Deep Vuthian. "This is Ashland," Deep Vuthian exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this one of the 21 extremes?" Con Huyen laughed heartily. "It's just an empty title. If you really think about it, I'm just an old man with some skills." Van Bin looked at him and asked, "Speaking of which, have you made up your mind?" Con Huyen sighed and said, "You're really robbing me. Recreating your body, asking me for 3 bushels of gray sand. It's truly unlucky." As he spoke, Con Huyen raised his hand. Sand flowed from his hand, gradually piling up. Dep Vuthian asked curiously, 3 bushels. "Then what are those things on the ground?" Con Huyen said, "That's ashland, not gray sand. Gray sand is the essence within my body. If ashland is the skin, then gray sand is my internal organs. To recreate a body, you need to obtain it." Deep Vuthian nodded. "I understand. So this gray sand is very precious, and this gray sand is also essential for recreating my body." Van Bin nodded. "That's correct." Dep Vuthian froze, her eyes widening like a cat's. "Does this mean I'm about to turn into sand?" Van Bin awkwardly said, Let's not talk about that now. You're awake now, and we've obtained the gray sand. We can prepare to go to the Emperor's Pavilion." Deep Vuthian still remembered. "Isn't that Buddha Soul Lock also at the Emperor's Pavilion?" Van Bin nodded and smiled. "Yes. Besides, we need to hurry. Diani sent a plea for help regarding your senior brother. The situation with Nuoc Tuyet isn't good either. To explain this, we need to go back in time a few days ago at the ghostly abyss. Truong Nuoc Tuyet didn't take long to find that medicine shop. The owner recognized the token immediately. He looked at Truong Nuoc Tuyet's beaming face, inwardly delighted at the prospect of free labor. He smiled and said, "If he told you to find me, then regarding cultivation, I'll naturally take care of it. Feel free to stay here." Truong Nuoc Tuyet was happy, then went into the room the old man arranged. She sat down on the bed, only now feeling a bit strange. Truong Nuoc Tuyet was feeding buns to Xiao Han and asked, "Why do I feel that old man is odd?" Xiao Han, "What do you think?" Xiao Han barked once, as if to say, "How would I know?" Truong Nuoc Tuyet asked again, "You feel the same way. Indeed, it's incomprehensible." Xiao Han chewed the food in his mouth and barked again as if to say, "I didn't say that at all." Truong Nuoc Tuyet understood it differently. Then she smiled gently and said, "The way you eat is very similar to my little brother. When he eats, he also likes to squint his eyes, then smile foolishly. I wonder if he's doing well now. The dog frowned and thought to himself, it seems she misses me a lot. As he chewed the bun in his mouth, he silently resolved, should I be evil? I'm the demon lord. I must restore the demonic path. How can I be moved by this little romantic sentiment? He thought this while finishing the bun in his mouth. Trung Nyuk Tuyet sat on the bed and said, be a good boy and sleep. I'll cultivate first. But Xiao Han took this opportunity to go outside. Luckily, that man wasn't here. When she cultivates, she has to shut off her 5 senses. This collar can also conceal his demonic aura. This was the perfect chance to regain his freedom. As he walked, Xiao Han suddenly felt something was very wrong. That long thing had come back. It was then that he realized, in that place where men and male dogs weren't allowed, that person hadn't removed the transformation spell on him. He was still in female form. Xiao Han was stunned. He transformed into human form and carefully examined his lower body. Surprisingly, he had really turned into a girl. After pondering for a while, Han suddenly came to his senses. He slapped himself and sternly said, no, no, no. Now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing here is freedom. As the ancient celestial demon, how can I be content being her loyal dog? My foolish sister, goodbye. Xiao Han happily hummed as he walked towards the door. But suddenly, the door was kicked open, scaring the demon so much that he transformed back into a dog. It scared the hell out of him. The person outside staggered in. It was Shu in a drunken state. Still holding a gourd in hand, she slurred, I heard father took in a very beautiful girl today. Let me come and see for myself. Even with her 5 senses shut off, she still heard that door-kicking sound. Zhang Roche startled awake. Seeing the person who just entered, she reflexively greeted, oh, Miss Shu. Good evening. Xiao Han inwardly cried at the sight. It was that woman with strong lesbian tendencies. Shu approached Zhang Roche. Giggling, she said, I didn't expect your master to know my father. What a coincidence. Zhang Roche was still wary of Shu, that weird lesbian attribute or whatever. She awkwardly asked, Miss Shu, what did you come to see me for? Shu reached out her hand, gently caressing Zhang Ro's chest and said, oh, you know, to bond, of course. See, this is fate. Fate is truly wonderful. Shu was completely drunk. Reeking of alcohol, she pounced on Zhang Roche. Zhang Roche quickly stood up and said, no, that's just bonding. Surely we don't need to be this close, right? Shu raised her head, looking pitifully at Zhang Roche and said, aw, little Roche is being naughty. Let sister hug you. Just one hug won't hurt. Zhang Roche startled and quickly backed towards the door. Xiao Han instinctively stood up in front of her and barked once, meaning to scold this girl for being a real pervert. Shu showed no signs of embarrassment at all. She winked, trying to look cute, and said with a smile, how could sister do anything excessive? I just want little Roche to feel comfortable too. Just relax. After saying that, she lunged towards Zhang Roche again. Zhang Roche blushed and parted her lips, calling softly, Miss Shu, please have some self-respect. Then she kicked out, and Shu fell backwards, rolling on the floor. When she finally stopped, she was fast asleep, snoring loudly. This person really had no decency at all. Zhang Roche cried out helplessly. This place, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem like a respectable place at all. The next day, in a gloomy-looking cave, there was something red above that looked like dripping blood. Zhang Roche, holding Xiao Han, stepped inside. Before setting out for this place, that doctor had said that what Zhang Roche lacked most now was physical strength. Finding medicine that could increase strength and train her mortal body would be sufficient. The herb to start with was the 100-year-old blood orchid root. Zhang Roche, holding Xiao Han, walked in dejectedly saying, can't find it. No matter how I look, I can't find it. Looking at the piles of demon beasts lying there, Zhang Roche couldn't help but sigh. These demon beasts, could they be food stored by some other demon beast or not? Suddenly, a beautiful red flower emitting light caught Zhang Roche's eye. It was right next to the carcasses of those demon beasts. Luckily, it wasn't crushed. Zhang Roche put Xiao Han down and happily went over. She reached out to take the 100-year-old blood orchid root. At that moment, a dark shadow darted towards Zhang Roche from behind. Xiao Han quickly barked once to warn her. Then there was a loud boom, and dust filled the air. Zhang Roche had quickly picked the blood orchid root and hurriedly ran away with Xiao Han. The thing that had just attacked was a devouring demon. Perhaps those demon beasts were all its food. Xiao Han barked while running. The demonic aura on this one is like those from the Triuyan demon clan. Zhang Roshui shouted, "Xiao Han, run faster." Xiao Han, who was slightly dazed, ran even faster. This thing had transformed miraculously. There's no way to fight it. Behind them, the devouring demon summoned lightning bolts, intending to attack them. Both of them ran faster and faster, but it didn't seem very effective. Zhang Roshui hurriedly shouted, "Heavens! These demon beasts are chasing so closely. If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation, I'd definitely roast it for dinner." Zhang Roshui had become so reckless. Xiao Han had no choice but to take on the role of being smart for his sister. Zhang Roshui kept running straight ahead. Xiao Han turned back, transforming into a divine soul ray. Then, exuding an imposing aura, he shouted, "Scram for this lord." At this moment, Xiao Han looked extremely cool. That waste demon beast stopped, turned around and fled, with blood flowing from its body. But Xiao Han was also injured, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had overexerted himself. After dealing with it, putting his injuries aside for now, Xiao Han continued to run after Zhang Roshui. Zhang Roshui, completely unaware of what happened, kept running with her head down. Xiao Han felt helpless, but also amused seeing this. At least this foolish sister of his had survived and escaped from here. After getting far away from the cave, Zhang Roshui picked up Xiao Han, sighed in relief, and said, "That was really dangerous. Luckily, we got the blood orchid root. Surprisingly, that demon creature didn't come out. It seems it can't leave that cave." Xiao Han barked once in dissatisfaction, meaning this lord doesn't think a pile of meat scraps could crawl out of the cave. Just then, a familiar malicious voice rang out. "I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. I am Ding Rong from the Kong Yao Dao Ming. I suspect this dog of yours is a demon. Please come with me to Yao Dao Ming for a visit." As she spoke, she took out a command token. Behind her were two other disciples. Their arrogant attitude was impeccable. This kind of behavior would surely lead to their demise sooner or later. Zhang Roshui frowned and shouted, "What if I refuse to go with you?" "Then what?" The spiritual energy in her body burst forth as she took a fighting stance. Dingrong smirked with satisfaction and said, "In that case, I'll have no choice but to use forceful measures." Xiao Han, behind Zhang Roshui, frowned and thought, "I just released demonic energy in the mountain cave. Doing it again now might be a bit too much. But right now, these lunatics might harm her." Just after being filled with concern for his relative, he reminded himself that it was for his own sake too. Zhang Roshui shouted, "Xiao Han, you run first, I'll hold them off." Then she leaped towards the group. Dingrong also moved forward to attack. A sword stroke flashed across, cutting off Zhang Roshui's attack. Zhang Roshui retreated slightly to dodge, but seemed to have been slightly injured. After all, the strength of these people was not ordinary. Xiao Han sighed, silently cursing Zhang Roshui in his heart. This foolish sister can only resort to recklessness. He stepped forward, preparing to release his demonic energy. Suddenly, Dingrong, who was fighting the ignorant girl Zhang Roshui, sensed another energy coming towards her. She hurriedly raised her sword to block, but was still sent flying several meters away. The attacker's strike was extremely vicious. By the time Dingrong was knocked against the wall, sticking to it, she still couldn't break free from the attack. Yet the attacker didn't use anything sophisticated, just a simple stone. Dingrong gritted her teeth and shouted, "Why are you here? This is not something you should interfere with." Fortunately, before Xiao Han could release his demonic energy, the savior named Shu had appeared. She winked playfully and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, don't even think about competing with me for Xiao Ruo Shui." The other disciples hurriedly went to help her up. Dingrong stood up, grinding her teeth as she said, "I'm here on orders to investigate the devouring demon. Miss Zhang and her pet are highly suspicious. Our Zhen Yao Dao Ming has the authority to investigate them." These words were truly ridiculous. From the first meeting, I knew that sooner or later, this kind of thinking would be eradicated. Shu stood in front of Zhang Ro and said, "They have no connection with the demon race. If you continue to harass them, don't blame me for being merciless." Dingrong understood that she had no way of defeating Shu, trembling with anger. Finally, she lowered the weapon in her hand and with a sarcastic smile said, "Fine. Even if the 5 cultivators at the Huafeng stage behind me joined forces, they would be no match for you. After all, we were all trained by you. As a former senior sister, your achievements and position in Zhenyao Daoming were almost at the leadership level. But I sincerely advise you, you know the consequences of protecting the demon race. Have you forgotten that the head of that fox demon is still in Zhenyao Daoming? Indeed, unable to win physically, they resort to verbal provocation to anger others. In a flash, Shu burst with killing intent, shouting, 'Shut up. All the disciples of Zhenyao Daoming simultaneously received a cut on their shoulders, blood flowing from the wounds. Shu coldly warned, "Say one more word and don't blame me for not showing mercy." She then turned to Leng Roche, smiling. "Let's go home." Zhang Roche, still processing everything, dazedly nodded. After returning home, she showed the blood blue root to the pharmacy owner. The owner nodded and smiled. "Your luck is quite good. These blood blue roots are at least 300 years old." Zhang Roche excitedly said, "Today is indeed my lucky day." Her eyes suddenly lit up like stars, sparkling as she looked at the owner and asked, "So can I undergo body separation now?" The owner was about to send Zhang Ruoshui on an errand when he caught the intense gaze of his daughter and felt uneasy. Finally, he could only sigh and honestly give in. "Go upstairs and wait in room number 3. I'll gather some more medicine and come up." Zhang Ruoshui happily smiled and said, "Getting to experience the owner's body separation, I won't forget this." Then she hugged Xiao Han and left, but the owner suddenly called her back and said, "Oh right, leave that dog here. Later you'll need to undress and soak in water, requiring focus and concentration. It will disturb you." Both Xiao Han and Shu suddenly had slightly unusual reactions. Outside, the crescent moon shone brightly. In the room, Zhang Ruoshui began to remove her peculiar clothing. Then she carefully stepped into the tub of medicinal water that had been prepared. This medicinal water was heated, and soaking in it was extremely comfortable. As steam rose hazily, Zhang Ruoshui slid down slightly, revealing a relaxed and dreamy appearance. This bath is really comfortable. Meanwhile, outside the room where Zhang Ruoshui was bathing, the shop owner had set up a formation intended to prevent Zhang Ruoshui from being disturbed. Essentially, there was trouble coming from outside. Then he held the gloomy Xiao Han in his hands, sighing, "It's because of this, isn't it?" Sure enough, it's those persistent people from Zhenyao Daoming clinging like hungry leeches. They came to someone's door at midnight shouting, "The demon we're chasing disguised as a dog is hiding in your medicine shop. Hand it over quickly. If not, this time we won't deal with it like the fox demon from years ago." Indeed, playing the villain, yet still actively seeking death. Shu's face had already darkened to the point it couldn't get any darker. She drew the sword in her hand and said coldly, "Shut up." The group involuntarily fell silent. This was a natural reflex. At this moment, an old man approached, using 2 fingers to pinch Shu's sword. Shu frowned and asked, "Buddhist sect, why are people from the Buddhist sect accompanying Zhenyao Daoming?" The old monk said, "Female benefactor, don't act rashly. If you ruin your life over this matter, you'll surely regret it in the future." Amitabha. It's quite a coincidence. More than 10 years ago, this old monk discovered that the ancient celestial demon had awakened. Years of searching yielded no results. Recently, knowing the celestial demon came here, I invited Zhenyao Daoming to help capture it. Shu recalled the seemingly innocent dog, fond of chewing steamed buns. So adorable. Could that be the ancient celestial demon? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The bald donkey said, "Amitabha, it must be the dog behind you." Shu was startled, lifted Xiao Han into her arms and said stiffly, "This is my pet dog. The demon dog you want to catch has nothing to do with us." Ding Rong, feeling backed up, became louder. "Don't think you can escape by showing off." The bald donkey remained calm and said, "Whether it's real or fake, this old monk can tell." Shu looked at the old monk's eyes, her heart filled with worry. Could this old man see through everything? No good. Must think of another way. But the old monk indeed couldn't see through it. After all, Yunping's technique wasn't something ordinary people could see through. The old monk clasped his hands and said, "This is indeed just an ordinary dog, not a demon." Suddenly, the old monk's expression changed. The dog in Shu's arms stared at him with round eyes, looking extremely adorable and cute. The old monk turned and said, "Let's go." Ding Rong hurriedly exclaimed, "Master Ru, we haven't yet." The old monk coldly interrupted, "Don't ask anymore. Let's go back." After they left, Shu still felt somewhat disbelieving. Did they really just leave like that? The owner clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. "After all, what you're holding is a real dog. How could they not leave?" Shu was surprised. She put down the dog in her arms, letting it run away, then asked, "A real dog? Where's Xiao Han?" The owner then opened a spatial rift. He pulled Xiao Han out by the scruff. This space was extremely uncomfortable for the dog. As soon as it came out, it dry heaved. At this moment, the door to Zhang Ruoshui's room also opened. Zhang Ruoshui had put on that strange outfit again and stepped out, her skin glowing with a rosy hue. Her body was still emanating warmth. As she was drying her hair, she asked, "Uncle, did something happen outside just now?" The owner, seeing Zhang Ruoshui appear, exclaimed in shock, "Why are you out already? Didn't I tell you to soak until your meridians expanded?" Your body reversed its flow, and 1/3 of the bathwater turned black before coming out. Zhang Ruoshui, looking radiant, attracting Shu Choibai's attention, replied, "That's right. I did exactly as you said." The old man couldn't quite believe it. He asked again, You really never practiced body cultivation before. Zhang Roche shook her head and answered honestly, no, I just felt very comfortable soaking. The owner was going crazy. He sternly lectured, body severing is forcibly removing parts suitable for spiritual energy circulation in the body. Only then do we use medicinal bathwater to guide, pouring it into suitable meridian parts. When spiritual energy flows through, very few people can endure it. Are you some kind of masochist? Zhang Roche deflated and said, did I do something wrong? The owner could only sigh helplessly and mutter, clearly, you have no experience in body cultivation, but your body seems to have gone through countless destructions and reconstructions. Although this made you lose some of your original qualities, it also made your physical constitution purer. Zhang Ro mumbled, destruction and reconstruction. Some old memories flashed through her mind. Leaving the sect could be considered destruction, and that time, when she destroyed her hand to grab the horn of that monster, and when she used her hands to catch those huge wooden beams. Were all these the destruction and reconstruction the owner mentioned? Zhang Roche hesitantly asked, a purer physical constitution, so this is considered a good thing, right? The owner nodded and said, for now, yes. But in the future, if you suffer severe physical injuries again, your body might directly shatter. If it shatters too many times, it won't be able to piece back together. In a flash, Xiaohan felt a bit of loss. Zhang Roche was stunned for a moment, then scratched her head and said with a silly smile, oh, right now I just feel full of strength all over. Hearing this, the owner gave a thumbs up, looked at her with a smile and asked, full of strength with nowhere to use it, right? Then go pick some more medicinal herbs and bring them back. Xiaohan, standing nearby, could only sigh helplessly at his simple-minded sister. The owner was laughing happily for getting free labor. Somewhere, something like a small ginseng root was happily lying underground, enjoying the moonlight. Suddenly, a hand reached out, startling it. Zhang Roche reached out to pick it, holding the fainted ginseng root in her hand. Zhang Roche looked at Shu and asked, how many more do we need? Shu, checking the notes his father had written, replied, there are a few more herbs deep in the forest, quite close to the Jinyudao Ming sect, but it's a special period right now, so probably no one will be there. Zhang Roche asked curiously, a special period? At this, Shu's eyes lit up with excitement. The Emperor's Pavilion, the ruler of Kuntian realm. The descendants of martial Emperor Gu Tianran are about to change the leader of the Emperor's Pavilion. After all, for the Emperor's coronation ceremony, people from the three great realms, whether it's the Lan Tian Empire, the North Ice Palace, the Tianji family of the Extreme Heaven realm, and even some from the 21 Extremes, will all come in person. As he spoke, Shu leaned close to Zhang Roche and put his arm around her neck. This girl always misses out on opportunities, doesn't she? Suddenly, Xiaohan let out a bark. Shu immediately reacted, covering Zhang Roche's mouth and pulling her behind a tree trunk. It turned out to be the group of the Old Trickster, along with Ding Rong coming here again. The Old Trickster said as he walked, recently, there are signs of someone damaging the spirit fields. The demon-slaying board shows that celestial demon is nearby. Wait for this old monk to search. Shu frowned. The demon-slaying board is that old monk. That old guy indeed has some skills. All of them combined are no match for him. Once he probes around, our position will also be exposed. However, Xiaohan had already run out at some point. Taking off the collar in his hand, he transformed into human form and walked under the moonlight. Stop playing that game. If you want to find me, just say it directly. You came from the wilderness realm, following this master all the way to this netherworld ghost realm. It must have been quite troublesome for you. I must say, Xiaohan is exceptionally beautiful. The old trickster said, for the sake of saving all beings, there's no trouble at all. Shu, standing nearby, was somewhat doubtful. Was this guy's suicidal action meant to buy time for them to escape? Xiaohan outside was still anxiously worried. He hoped those two idiots would understand his intention now that he had jumped out and quickly run away. However, Zhang Roche, upon realizing that Xiaohan was actually her brother, was completely stunned. After all, she never expected Xiaohan to be by her side like this. The old bald man asked again, this monk is very curious. You yourself are a demon. Why are you interested in these spirit fields? Xiaohan coldly replied, it's none of your bald-headed business. I haven't done anything yet, and you're already falsely accusing me of being stubborn. Then he started to clasp his hands and chant a spell. That compass lit up. Golden text appeared in the air, flying towards Xiaohan. Xiaohan gritted his teeth to block it, his eyes full of anger. As soon as that move dissipated, he charged forward to attack that bald donkey. The bald donkey watched him charge and sighed. A demon clone wearing its own skin, huh? After speaking enchanted a spell, the prayer beads he wore flew up from his body, spiritual energy surging out in waves. Text spells also appeared, all of them striking towards Xiaohan. Boom! A thunderous sound, dust everywhere. That old man stood before Xiaohan. Gongquanzhang, putting on a hypocritical air, said, Amitabha, in your next life, remember not to be a demon again. Xiaohan indeed couldn't match this old bald man. One hit was enough to knock him down, his whole body aching. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He mocked himself inwardly. So this is how it ends for me, huh? After buying so much time, those two idiots must have. Just as he was thinking, one of the two idiots, Zhang Roshui, seeing her brother injured and about to be killed, rushed out. She shouted, if being human means being like you, then what's wrong with being a demon? Get away from Xiaohan. Zhang Roshui spoke while attacking that old monk. She launched a kick filled with ferocity and anger, blocking the old monk from Xiaohan. The old monk looked at Zhang Roshui, clasped his hands in prayer, and asked, Amitabha, why protect a demon? The wind rose, blowing leaves about. Zhang Roshui stood in front of Xiaohan and without hesitation replied, because I'm his sister. He's my brother. We're family forever. Xiaohan sat up, helplessly looking at his foolish sister as the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Perhaps he didn't even realize that he was smiling. He unconsciously recalled their childhood. The two siblings were extremely poor. Xiaohan was bullied by others. It was always Zhang Roshui who stood in front of him to protect him. Want to bully my brother? You'll have to get through me first, she'd say. After chasing those people away, Zhang Roshui would hold a torn sack in her hand, buy gourd candy to comfort Xiaohan, pat his head and smile, saying, it's okay, I can handle these things. After growing up, Zhang Roshui left home. She said, Xiaohan, I'm leaving first. Take good care of mom and dad. When I return from cultivation, I'll take you to see the world. If anyone in the village dares to bully you, just mention my name. And the Zhang Roshui of this moment was still the same as before. Strong, standing in front of her brother to protect him. Still that small but resilient person. Xiaohan frowned and clicked his tongue. Humans are really troublesome. Human emotions are even more complicated. But somehow, it's not so hateful. Shu also stood in front of Xiaohan, shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Roshui. Zhang Roshui shouted, enough talk. Xiaohan, we'll protect you. That old monk again put on an air of superiority, shaking his head and sighing. Such stubbornness. Then don't blame me for being merciless. The old man chanted scriptures again. From his body, the image of Buddha seemed to manifest, standing in the void. Being able to use such high-level power meant he was a saint. But Zhang Roshui knew that she wouldn't die, because the protective array on this strange outfit could withstand 3 attacks from a saint. But for Xiaohan and Shu, they might not be so safe. So Zhang Roshui proactively stepped forward. She shouted, I can take 3 hits. You two run away. Shu and Xiaohan didn't know the context behind these words, so they were both very hesitant. Everyone knew what level Zhang Roshui's strength was, but it was too late. The attack arrived, and the protective array was activated. Although it could block the attack, it cost a lot of energy. Moreover, she was injured. Xiaohan cried out in anguish and ran towards Zhang Roshui. A blinding explosion occurred. Dust and sand filled the air around them. When it cleared, the people had vanished. Dingrong, from behind, wondered, did they turn into dust? The old man shook his head and said, no, they escaped. Someone came to rescue them at the last moment. Indeed, the one who came to their rescue was Xiao Chengqi, one of the 21 extremes. Saving people from that old bald fraud wasn't much of a challenge for her, but she was furious. How foolish does one have to be to dare fight a saint? Once touched by that Buddha's light, the Buddhist interrogation mark would be directly imprinted on the body. Even soul protection couldn't prevent it. Zhang Roshui was now unconscious, her body covered in Buddhist scriptures, emitting a faint light. Xiaohan knelt beside her worriedly, in a terrible mood. Xiao Chengqi sighed and said, if this continues, her body might disappear. With such severe damage to body and soul, she might be bedridden for half her life, unable to cultivate anymore. All those words Xiaohan heard clearly, but he understood Zhang Roshui even better. If she couldn't cultivate, lying helpless like this, who would want that? Xiao Chengqi was extremely troubled, also because of that fool, who knew how to create problems for her. Xiao Chengqi went outside and said to the shopkeeper, I'm going back to find a solution. Please take care of her first. The shopkeeper nodded, then went into the room with his daughter. He looked at Zhang Roshui lying on the bed and sighed with emotion. Fortunately, she has enough spiritual energy to reach the transformation stage, but she still can't regain consciousness. Suddenly, Xiaohan said, I can save her. Shu curiously asked, you're still injured yourself. How can you save someone? Shu didn't know the method, but the shopkeeper did. That intention of Xiaohan, could it be that he wants to? Xiaohan didn't explain further. He just turned to look at the shopkeeper and said, "Go prepare the medicinal bath. I'll have my way. But afterwards, you must help her recover. I just want to do what needs to be done." The medicinal water was quickly prepared. Zhang Ruoshui was in the tub, and now Xiao Han also took off his clothes. He looked at the one who was his sister before him, coldly self-mocking, a demon being family with humans. "I'm still the same celestial demon as before. Thinking about it, it's really ridiculous." He stepped forward, touched Zhang Ruoshui's face, and said softly, "Your master is very powerful. He will protect you from the troubles of the end of demon sect." Miraculously, the Buddhist scriptures on Zhang Ruoshui's body were all absorbed by Xiao Han. Xiao Han gave a sad smile and said gently, "Sleep well, goodbye." The Buddhist scriptures were transferred from Zhang Ruoshui's body to his, and for demons, this might be even more harmful than for humans. Even demons would cry. This was so powerful that Xiao Han could no longer maintain that form and transformed back into a small dog. Xiao Chungi sighed, entered the room, and picked up the small dog covered in Buddhist scriptures, then said, "Hey, you're going to die like this. When she wakes up, if she's overwhelmed with grief and something happens, her master, who loves her like his own life, might just overturn my netherworld ghost realm. So I'll take you away first. Now that she's stable, her master will surely find a way later." Zhang Ruoshui slowly regained consciousness in the bathtub. It seemed that she had heard those words from Xiao Han and what he had done. She couldn't help but shed tears. Xiao Chungchi carried Xiao Han in her arms, but suddenly she felt something extremely strange was about to approach. She stopped, then took out a scroll, put Xiao Han inside, telling him to cultivate in there for now. After storing him away, Xiao Chunqi returned to her own room. The door opened, and the person inside was none other than Ye Quanchu. She looked at the face she hated so much sitting in front of her, muttering, "I didn't expect you to come find me now." Ye Quanchu smiled slightly and said, "I just feel that you're really redundant. Wouldn't it be better to let them die at that old monk's hands? Why did you have to save them? Could it be because he asked you to? He really cares about those disciples. Inviting 21 ultimate beings as bodyguards is quite extravagant." As she spoke, long tendrils stretched out, binding Xiao Chengqi's body. Xiao Chengqi gritted her teeth and asked, "You're targeting him?" Ye Quanchu stood up, coldly nodding. "That's right. I don't like the way he begged you. He has been mine for a long time. He is mine. He was mine when he was in Martial Emperor. He was mine during the Wen Emperor era. Now he will also be mine." It seems this Ye Quanchu sister has a severe case of yandere, but a bloodthirsty person like Yunping probably enjoys it very much. Back to the present, in the Ashland scene, Ye Wuchuan heard Yunping finish speaking and anxiously asked the old rogue, "How is Rosway now?" Yunping smiled and said, "She's temporarily safe, but her body is quite damaged. When we get to the Imperial Palace, I'll vent my anger for her. Don't worry." Ye Wuchuan heard this and sighed in relief. "That's good then. Now that we've obtained the Ashland, if we go to the Imperial Palace to get the soul restoration lock, can we recreate the body?" Yunping grunted and nodded, saying, "Let's go meet everyone at the Imperial Palace first. Then we'll go rescue your senior brother." The two of them were at Yunxian Academy earlier. Early in the morning, they heard the noisy voices of Zhang Shaoguang and Fan Luogi. "Eighth junior sister, can't you let me rest for 2 days? Playing this game so early in the morning. Didn't the master say not to use swords? You're not listening to him. Be careful. I'll tell on you." Fan Luogi held a sword, her face gloomy, chasing after Zhang Shaoguang and saying, "Master said as long as I absorb that ancient ice piece, I can talk to him about sword training. That means I'm allowed to use it." Zhang Shaoguang ran while shouting, "Wait a minute, can't we not fight? Senior brother will buy you candy another day." Fan Luogi said, "I refuse. This excuse has been used many times. The back garden has become a flower shop already." She didn't slow down her pace at all. Zhang Shaoguang hurriedly said, "Oh right, senior brother still needs to go to Jinglam City to bring back some herbs." Then he stopped and said in a low, serious voice, "Actually, there's a reason why I've been refusing junior sister's request all this time. My body isn't in a condition to spar with you right now." Fan Luogi also stopped and asked, "Why?" Zhang Shaoguang tilted his head up, closing his eyes. The wind blew his robe. He spoke softly, his words blending with the wind. "Because I'm pregnant." Fan Luogi refused to understand. A man getting pregnant. Don't you have a more convincing reason? Her blood boiled. Zhang Shaoguang was kicked by Fan Luogi and flew out of the academy gate. Fan Luogi stomped in angrily. Gu Hongzhuo held a cup of tea in his hand, took a sip and sighed with emotion. Today is another peaceful day. Beside him, Xu Xin and Su Shenxi were also sitting and drinking tea. Su Shenxi saw that Fan Luogi wasn't by his side, but was chasing after Zhang Shaoguang all day, so he complained. "Doesn't everyone notice that Sister Luogi has been very close to that Zhang Shaoguang lately? Last night when I was sleeping in her room, I even heard her talking in her sleep. mentioning Zhang Shaoguang. Sushin sipped tea and asked, "What did she say?" Su Shenshi pouted and said, "Things like, I must defeat you, you're still releasing pigeons, tonight I'll drink pigeon soup," stuff like that. Clearly she's my ghost. But that guy came out of nowhere. How interesting. I need to chase Sister Luogi back. As he spoke, Su Shenshi ran out of the academy. But halfway through, he bumped into Gu Wangjun, who had just returned from outside. But Su Shenshi didn't know Gu Wangjun. He just felt that the person who just entered had a scary aura. And indeed, Gu Wangjun's large physique was truly very intimidating. As soon as Su Shin saw this, she quickly ran over to pick up Su Shenshi, smiling and asking, "Who might you be? What brings you here?" She was being extremely cautious inside. This person's cultivation clearly didn't surpass hers, but she felt that if they were to actually fight, her chances of winning would be very low, if not non-existent. Before Gu Wangjun could answer, Lin Yan, who had just woken up, still holding a teddy bear, ran out looking adorable. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the person who just entered. Senior brother. It's really senior brother. Gu Wangjun walked over, bent down, and lifted Lin Yan into the air. She happily waved her hands, excitedly asking, "Senior brother, why are you back? Yaner missed you so much." Gu Wangjun laughed heartily and said, "Senior brother missed you all too." Fan Luogi had just returned from outside at this moment. Seeing Gu Wangjun, she felt a bit scared. After all, it was their first meeting. Gu Wangjun saw her and immediately knew she was his 8th junior sister. He smiled and said, "You must be 8th junior sister, right? I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Gu Wangjun. I'm the first disciple of Yuntian Academy, and also your senior brother." As soon as these words were spoken, the person with the most dramatic reaction was actually Su Shin. Su Shin asked in shock, "Your name is Gu Wangjun. Wang as in emperor, Jun as in gentleman. Could you be the successor of the Imperial Pavilion?" Gu Wangjun laughed heartily when asked. "That's right, that's correct." Su Shin and Gu Hongzhe exchanged glances. Gu Wangjun, this figure had been very famous recently. He was the successor of the Imperial Pavilion, a hegemon-level sect in the Void Sky realm. He was a big shot. With just a few strides, the 3 great celestial realms would tremble. However, Gu Wangjun didn't have any of that ambition at all. His whole being exuded gentleness. Patting Lin Yan's head, he smiled and said, "But if I have to say, the one who first accepted me was still the teacher. I joined the Imperial Pavilion later." Su Shin frowned and pressed. "So you were originally surnamed Gu. After all, the Imperial Pavilion is a sect founded by the Martial Emperor in later generations. They almost never accept outsiders as disciples. They only believe in the Martial Emperor's bloodline, and among them, their people are all surnamed Gu." Gu Wangjun scratched his head and honestly said, "I was accepted as an exception. At that time, the teacher was very supportive of me joining the Imperial Pavilion. Before meeting the teacher, I didn't have a name. The teacher named me. I only got my surname after joining the Imperial Pavilion." Both Su Shin and Gu Hongzhe fell silent. Especially Su Shin, she realized Gu Wangjun was actually a nameless person, but she still believed the senior wouldn't act recklessly. It seemed that Gu Wangjun's background might have quite a few untold stories. Gu Wangjun didn't care about any of that at all. Looking around and not seeing he asked. Fan Luogi answered, "Teacher went out with 2 senior sisters. We thought senior brother was still in town buying food. 3rd senior brother also just went out." Gu Wangjun took out a letter from his chest. Then he handed it to Fan Luogi and instructed, "Please, 8th junior sister, give this letter to the teacher. I'm returning to the Imperial Pavilion first." Fan Luogi held the letter in her hand, nodding and saying, "All right, I understand." Only Lin Yan, who was very close to her senior brothers, became visibly sad upon hearing that Gu Wangjun had to leave again. She approached and asked in a low, sorrowful voice, "First senior brother, you've just managed to come back after such difficulty. Why do you have to leave again?" Gu Wangjun replied solemnly, "You'll understand in the future. By the way, there are quite a few more flowers and plants in the courtyard. That's nice. There's a scent of freedom." Gu Wangjun happily sighed. Indeed, his nature was still that of a person who craved freedom more than that position. But there was no other choice. Gu Wangjun could only bid farewell to everyone and leave. It was quite overwhelming. From afar, Lin Yan kept watching his retreating figure, and Gu Wangjun felt a bit lonely as he left. A strong gust of wind blew. Lin Yan sadly watched her first senior brother's back, feeling that he seemed to be in great pain. At a place far from the academy, Gu Wangjun returned to someone who appeared to be from the Imperial Pavilion. That person asked, "Is it over?" "What was written in that letter?" Gu Wangjun coldly said, "Just some farewell words. Can't I say goodbye to my mentor?" The girl laughed and said, "Of course you can. I'm just following official business. After all, I can't let anything happen to you. You're the one who's supposed to become the man of legend, holding the future of the Imperial Pavilion in your hands." Gu Wangjun fell silent. He was clearly not as happy and relaxed as when he was with his junior sisters. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes turning icy. "Ah, the future, huh?" That night at the Cloud Sky Academy, Fan Luogi looked at everyone and said with a smile, "We've finally managed to contact the teacher. I've told him. It seems we can go to the Imperial Pavilion tomorrow. All the disciples have gathered here." Lin Yan said cheerfully, "That's great, Yanner. We'll finally get to see the teacher." Wen Bing is also ready to depart now. He held Ye Wuchuan's hand and said with a smile, "Let's go. If we don't act now, all the disciples will be bullied. Where would I put my face then?" At this moment, in the Imperial Pavilion of the Void Realm, in the Grand Hall, people from major clans and sects had all gathered here. Every few steps, one could see a Kaiyuan cultivator. There were over 300 core formation cultivators in the hall alone, and more than 30 Void Realm experts. With just this much, destroying a dozen countries wouldn't even be a challenge. Jiang Shaoguang heard this and said, "Not to mention, there's also sect leader Jue Wu of Tianhua sect leader Shu Bi of Qingshan sect, and Valley Master Wu Buwu of the Four Ghost Valley. People from the 3 celestial academies have also arrived, led by Cao Qingla, followed by that arrogant brat John Mo." Jiang Shaoguang looked towards them. One is the 3 celestial libraries founded by the literary emperor. The other is the Imperial Pavilion founded by the martial emperor's descendants. Unexpectedly, the descendants of both immortals are here. If these people knew that their masters were actually those 2 immortals who will be attending later, they'd probably die of shock. Just then, Su Shenshi also ran over, smiling happily. "Sister is a ghost. 3 days without you all. Shenshi missed you so much." She hugged Fan Luogi and said, "Oh right, Shenshi just saw people from the North Ice Palace earlier." As soon as she finished speaking, the Vice Prime Minister also entered, holding a lollipop in her hand. She walked in while smiling and saying, "Long time no see, little Luogi." She continued, "A few days ago, I received a letter from Fan Luogi. Now she's getting more and more excited. Perhaps she could even help the Imperial Pavilion, mainly to help them clean up the bodies." In her letter, she said, "On the day of the Imperial Banquet, if things go as expected, there might be some unexpected situations. At that time, there's no need to try to build connections with the Emperor, because the teacher knows about this and is very angry. I dare not imagine what it would be like when he gets angry." A moment later, a group of people also walked towards where they were standing. Xiang Yueqian pondered. In the south, there's the Emperor's 3 absolute realms. In the north, there's Lan Wu controlling the 9 provinces. Now we've met them all. This group included Principal Han Guangying, along with that young Lan Tianyi, who had godlike prediction abilities. Also, before we left today, Old C mentioned that we might meet the only person who could save Lan Wu Celestial Palace. The prophecy said that Lan Wu Celestial Palace is now very peaceful. That day will truly come later. The group from Cloud Sky Academy naturally didn't pay much attention to them. Fan Luogi asked, "Earlier, when we arrived through the teleportation array, did anyone hear any sounds?" Most people didn't hear anything. However, Fan Luogi clearly felt that there was a sound, saying, "Found you." But since everyone denied it, she didn't think much more about it. A moment later, the Emperor also arrived. He walked majestically to the throne. The cultivators below, including those from Cloud Sky Academy, all clasped their hands and shouted in unison, "Greetings to the Pavilion Master." As soon as everyone saw the Emperor, they felt something was strange. Clearly, this Pavilion Master Emperor Gu Tianwang is still so young. Why is he in such a hurry to pass on the throne? Fan Luogi pondered. He is the current Pavilion Master of the Imperial Pavilion. Suoshin nodded in agreement beside her. That's right. Except for those 2 ancestors, he is the true emperor ruling over the 3 great realms. He's the emperor recognized by the Heavenly Way, the one protected by 3,000 great ways. He doesn't even need to use any techniques to suppress the vast majority of cultivators below him. It's due to his imperial authority, or heavenly authority. Lin Yan, hearing this, rested his chin on his hand and asked boredly, "Is heaven giving the Imperial Pavilion a backdoor here?" Xiang Yutian shook his head and said, "Not necessarily." Jiang Shaoguang also nodded in agreement. After all, no one really knows. How long the Heavenly Way can still protect the Imperial Pavilion. The Emperor sat on the throne, looking arrogant and righteous, looking down as he spoke. Today, I sincerely thank you all for coming to support us. Today is the day I pass the throne to my most beloved disciple, the one I cherish the most, the one with the highest talent in the Imperial Pavilion. He will inherit my legacy, becoming the new generation Pavilion Master of the Imperial Pavilion, the future Master of the Imperial Pavilion. Wang Jun, come forward. Gu Wangjun stepped forward, his face gloomy and displeased. As soon as Lan Tianyi saw Gu Wangjun, he was startled and shocked. Is that the successor of the Imperial Pavilion? Old Han Guangying immediately asked Tianyi, you've seen it too. This person will definitely die, Lan Tianyi said, looking at Gu Wangjun. My divine eyes have seen that this Gu Wangjun will die, and in the not-too-distant future. But this is too frightening. This is the Imperial Pavilion, after all. It's one thing for Lan Tianyi to say it, but when even Shu Guangang says the same, it becomes a different matter entirely. The old man stroked his beard and said, Tianyi isn't wrong. My celestial calculation technique has also determined Gu Wangjun's day of death. Within a few hours, he will certainly die. Rather than being killed by someone, he seems more likely to be robbed of something. And strangely enough, while celestial calculations are usually set in stone, this time I've detected a slight variation. I can't quite make out what that variation is. The Emperor, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly stood up and said, My apologies, everyone. Someone is causing trouble in our Imperial Pavilion. I'm afraid I'll have to go and deal with it. Those who didn't know might think some fool had come to the Imperial Pavilion seeking death, while those who knew smiled mischievously, full of anticipation, to watch the show. But before the Emperor could leave, a girl entered through the door. Yes, it was our sister Ye Wuchuan, acting as a messenger pigeon. Standing at the entrance, she shouted, My old rascal. No, that's not right. My teacher told me to tell you all, don't be in a hurry to look for him. He'll be here right away. Sure enough, as soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Hearing the cultivators question her, Ye Wuchuan scratched her cheek and smiled awkwardly. I'm a disciple of the Cloud Sky Academy. Those people didn't know much about the name Cloud Sky Academy, which was understandable. After all, Yunping didn't care much about fame. A few people had some impression of it, though. Ye Wuchuan didn't pay much attention to their gossip. Up there, Gu Wangjun stood behind the Emperor. Meanwhile, Ye Wuchuan calmly walked forward. She scratched her cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed to say such bold words in front of so many people, but she had to say it anyway. Basically, my teacher told me to tell you all, don't rush. I'll deal with those soldiers outside first, then I'll come up to deal with you. Wash your necks and wait for death. Fan Luogi asked with a smile, has the teacher arrived? Shang Yuetian shook his head and said, more precisely, he's already started causing trouble. Fan Luogi asked curiously, is he planning to fight his way up here? Zhang Xiaoguang shrugged and said with a smile, if so, that would be quite in his style. After all, the strongest master in the three realms has arrived. They had nothing to worry about, especially Gu Wangjun, who was visibly delighted. A moment ago, at the gate of the Imperial Pavilion, the people from the Demon Extermination, whatever alliance, had a clash with Zhang Ruoshui's group. Ding Rong, their leader, shouted, it's you lot. I can't believe you dare to come. You've got some nerve. That dead dog escaped last time. This time you must hand over that demon. Xu Yanlu said coldly, whether it's Huer or Xiao Han, they are all innocent. It's your demon extermination sect that's truly guilty. Ding Rong, still unaware of the price she'd soon pay, continued to act arrogantly, laughing as she said, innocent. Killing demons can increase our demon extermination Dao. Their spirit souls can aid cultivation. Innocent. In today's world, who cares if you're innocent or not? You can continue to watch the people around you die before your eyes. Senior Sister Shu. Then she attacked Zhang Ruoshui. But at that very moment, Yunping's confident voice rang out. I understand the general situation now. Don't worry, your teacher has arrived. As he spoke, he effortlessly broke the swords of those arrogant individuals. Zhang Ruoshui was moved, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Indeed, just seeing her teacher made her feel that even if the sky fell, someone would be there to shoulder it. The disciples of the Demon Extermination Alliance were sent flying several meters away. Ding Rong shouted angrily, who are you? Why are you interfering in this matter? Yunping looked at her coldly and said, me. I'm the one who restores justice for demons and spirits. When beating a dog, one should look at its owner, but the owner isn't much better either. You're asking for death again. The sect leader of those people stepped forward, speaking sarcastically. sarcastically, "You certainly seem impressive. May I ask where such talent comes from?" Until death, Xu Yanlu could never forget that face. It was him, the one who personally killed Hu Er, the leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance, Qianshang Luo. Qianshang Luo stood in front of his disciples. Looking at Ding Rong, who seemed as proud as a toad, he said, "Don't forget this is the Imperial Pavilion. Causing trouble here will have consequences. Later, he'll come to wring each of your necks, and you're here making threats." He said, "The Imperial Pavilion. Don't worry, after dealing with you, it'll be their turn. Demon Extermination Alliance, right? You like killing spirits, slaying demons, and taking the spirit pills of demons to advance your cultivation, don't you?" Yunping stomped hard on the ground, cracking the earth. Lightning-like streaks shot up from beneath the ground. Yunping angrily shouted, "I invite you to reincarnate and cultivate your powers again in the next life." Lightning struck their bodies, severely injuring countless people. Several of them fell to the ground, blood spilling everywhere, crying out in fear, "Leader, save us." Yunping maintained a cold expression throughout. "Those who deserve death shouldn't live." Qianluo shouted ignorantly, "You dare touch the disciples of our Demon Extermination Alliance. Today, I'll make sure you don't leave here alive." Before Yunping could even respond, old Qianluo hadn't even gotten close, when Yunping raised his hand and slapped him across the face, making his face twist to one side. For every "you dare" he uttered, Yunping slapped his face dozens more times. He slapped their leader's face until it resembled a pig's head. Xu Yanlu, witnessing this scene, felt extremely satisfied. "Ha, Huer, do you see this? This damned old man is finally getting what he deserves. The Demon Extermination Alliance is getting its comeuppance." Yunping stepped forward and placed his foot on the man's chest, pressing his shoe tip lightly, and coldly said, "Did you really think I wouldn't see through you? Your current level of cultivation is all thanks to demon and spirit pills. At least 100,000 of them. Do you dare say all these 100,000 demons and spirits deserve to die? If you enjoy befriending demons and spirits so much, then I'll give you a grand gift. More precisely, I'll give your Demon Extermination Alliance a grand gift." From the sky above, a thick demonic aura swirled around the space. Chains descended, binding the bodies of the Demon Extermination Alliance members. This formation is from the Demon Realm's Triuan. Yunping smirked coldly. If the Demon Extermination Alliance likes demons so much, the ancient demons and celestial demons inside should be able to satisfy your desires. Indeed, the time has come for women like Ding Rong to pay the price. Death was inevitable anyway. That's what happens when you have a nasty personality and aren't even a main character. She crawled on the ground, moving towards Yunping, trembling as she said, I can be your woman." Crying, she tore open her shirt and begged, "Can't you at least spare my life?" Ugly and still trying to seduce. Yunping showed obvious disgust. He kicked her away with one swift move. "Sorry, our little Wu-chan is much prettier than you." A storm of blood and gore cleansed the Demon Extermination Alliance. After that, the old bald donkey approached, clasped his hands and said, "Amitabha." Yunping coldly asked, "Buddhist sect, right?" The bald donkey's eyes were full of disdain as he looked at Yunping and asked, "This benefactor, you're not a demon. How can you open the demon realm's Triuan?" Yunping coldly said, "In this world, there's still much you don't know. Since ancient times, through all these years, how long have you even lived?" The bald donkey saw Yunping approaching and said, "It seems the benefactor insists on fighting this old monk, Amitabha." The bald donkey raised the staff in his hand, intending to invoke Buddha, but Yunping calmly walked into the formation. Then, he punched straight into the bald donkey's chest. This punch carried soul-shaking power. The bald donkey coughed up blood, his entire body racked with pain, feeling as if his internal organs had been shattered. But what terrified him the most was that Buddha didn't come to his aid. Yunping coldly said, "He doesn't have the guts. Isn't that right, Buddha?" Silence seemed to agree. Fundamentally, Yunping always respected Buddhism. Your Buddha has profound thoughts. His life can be called legendary. But you, as a Buddhist practitioner, have long lost your Buddha heart. Since you stopped distinguishing right from wrong, killing innocent demons, viewing all demons as impure and evil, this Buddha heart of yours has rotted. Spend the rest of your life repenting before Buddha's statue. Just as he was about to throw the bald donkey away, two more arrogant fools came seeking death. Yunping looked up. It was those who claimed to be his juniors. They dared to walk by, asking him why he dared to cause trouble at the Imperial Palace. Yunping smiled slightly and asked, "The Imperial Palace, you say?" At this moment, the Emperor was preparing to step out to seek death with Yunping. He even said, "Everyone, this king will go deal with that ignorant junior," but it was far too late. Yunping had already finished the slaughter. He approached, holding 2 heads of Imperial Palace members, and threw them inside. He came through a trail of slaughter, his eyes filled with fury and killing intent. "No need to search. I'm here." Yunping walked in from outside, his robe fluttering in the wind, looking extremely imposing. Lan Tianyi exclaimed in shock, "Uncle, that person. That person is the one I met before in the desolate realm, the one from the prophecy." But Xu Guangying no longer paid attention to his words. He fearfully instructed in a low voice, "If that person conflicts with others later, even if the opponent is the Imperial Palace, you must do 3 things. Don't ask, don't look, don't move." Ignorant Junior the Emperor, unaware of the impending doom, still had the mood to question Yunping. Yunping completely ignored him. He turned to Ye Wuchuan and said with a smile, "Little Wuchuan, take Ruo Shui and the others to find senior brother Xiang." Ye Wuchuan nodded and left. The emperor grew even angrier at being ignored. He shouted, "This king is asking you." Yunping found it somewhat amusing. He looked at the person above and laughed mockingly. "Don't tell me you really see yourself as the king of this world." The juniors, who didn't know Yunping's true strength, took turns shouting, cursing, "Our great master is the emperor, recognized by heaven and earth's great Tao. You dare doubt the ancient heavenly king. Doubt the heavenly Tao." The people from the 3 celestial academies, especially John Mo, also arrogantly scolded. "In front of the emperor, not only do you not kneel, but you also speak disrespectfully. You truly don't know how death is written. Great master, this small matter doesn't require your personal action. John Mo is willing to act on your behalf." The emperor, still sitting comfortably, said, "Then I'll trouble the members of the 3 celestial academies." It was truly laughable. The 3 celestial academies were founded by him personally, not like this place of self-proclaimed false fame. Yunping smiled slightly. "People from the 3 celestial academies, I truly don't know how death is written. Why don't you teach me?" Jean Mo, enraged, charged forward with his fan, using the literary Tao wondrous seal. As soon as he used it, people could sense that this was the embodiment of myriad Taos. Heaven's chosen one, the literary Tao wondrous seal, was so profound. In the 3 great celestial realms, even among the saints, those favored by the great Tao, granted wondrous seals, can be counted on 2 hands. This person will definitely become a saint. Carrying the literary Tao, John Mo waved his fan, literary Tao within, flying towards Yunping. This is how the word death is written. Yunping calmly looked at those characters. "One must know that he is the literary emperor," Yunping said coldly. "I'm not familiar with this character." Then, he struck out with a very ordinary character, but easily neutralized John Mo's great move. John Mo still held the fan in his hand, but his expression changed, momentarily not knowing what to do. This person didn't circulate spiritual energy, didn't invoke the great Tao. He clearly just stood there and made the literary Tao incarnation vanish without a trace. Yunping also didn't want to quibble with such weak and ignorant individuals. He looked at those cultivators and said, "No more fighting. My goal has always been the Emperor's pavilion. It has nothing to do with you. Among you are many with good relations to the Emperor's pavilion, but it doesn't matter. To me, it's all the same. I'll still give you a chance to choose. Either sit quietly in your places, or I'll deal with you along with the Emperor's pavilion." The Emperor angrily shouted, "Your words are truly grand, though your methods are mysterious. If you want to fight many alone, that's still just talk." The unreasonable cultivators all drew their swords, but those who knew the inside story didn't. The North Ice Palace remained motionless. The Blue Sky Empire followed their hearts, also remaining still. As for the Blue Pavilion side, don't ask, don't look, don't move. Ye Wuchuan stood behind, looking up. Although she knew Yunping would win, she couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. It's unclear who was the first to charge forward with a sword. A group of others also rushed towards Yunping simultaneously. He didn't even bother to move a step. Spiritual energy was seen emanating from his body. It seems those who don't know how to write death aren't just limited to him. Literary language emerged from within. Time stood still. Those cultivators had no idea how they died. Yunping coldly mocked. This world truly is a place with many fools, and few wise ones. He stood there, bare-waisted, his long hair gently flowing, watching the charging crowd. Then he slightly raised his arm and said coldly, "This time I'll let that old literary Tao master help broaden your horizons, to see how the word death is actually written." A character for death was written. This character was just one word, but its power compared to what John Mo displayed was truly heaven and earth apart. Dragon aura flickered around the Emperor's pavilion. Dragon roars echoed. The artifacts of the 4 literary emperors instinctively returned to their master's side, stirring people's hearts. They flew towards Yunping, circling around him, as if they had found their true owner. Those old men became even more certain. This person's identity was now confirmed. The people from Lan Wutian Palace knelt down. Shu Guangying bowed his head to the ground, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Your Excellency." And from the Three Heavenly Books Academy, Cao Qingluo also knelt down respectfully. Three Books Academy, Cao Qingluo pays respects to Your Excellency. This person must be his teacher. Yunping walked up to him and sighed. Cao Qingluo, I didn't expect you to have become a saint already. It seems I didn't misjudge your potential. Cao Qingluo said joyfully, thank you, Your Excellency." If Lan Wutian Palace and Three Heavenly Books Academy knelt because they knew who Yunping was, then the other cultivators now kneeling before him were doing so because they saw those two major powers kneel. Yunping, annoyed, looked at them and said, Stop. Don't kneel anymore." As for the emperor, he was now extremely anxious and worried. He had even arrogantly thought this person must die. One who could make the literary emperor's artifacts resonate and the literary emperor's great Tao personally manifest. The leaders of the four schools of poetry, chess, calligraphy, and painting knelt, making the saint Cao Qingluo bow his head, causing the half-immortal Shu Guangying to kneel in respect. Half-immortals were already the strongest existence in this world, even comparable to the 21 ultimates, a status higher than half-immortals. Doesn't that mean? Yunping remained utterly indifferent. He scratched his ear, coldly saying, "All right, stop bowing. Step back." Then, he looked towards the martial emperor and asked, "Do you know why I picked a fight with the emperor's pavilion?" The emperor shook his head and said, "I don't understand. What has my pavilion done to offend you?" Yunping said, "Soul-trapping lock." The emperor's face changed color. Indeed, it was closely related after all. He stepped towards the emperor while saying, "You never had the intention of passing the position of pavilion master to Wang Jun. Did you really think I couldn't see through it? Your body is nearly ruined due to excessive training in the past. In less than 15 years, your body will be destroyed. By then, your cultivation will also regress. You plan to use the soul-trapping lock to extract Wang Jun's soul, using his perfect body as a new vessel for your soul. That's why you wanted Wang Jun to take over as pavilion master, because after your soul merges with Wang Jun's body, your current body would be completely useless." He placed his arm on Gu Wangjun's shoulder, his voice growing colder. "Using your beloved disciple as a tool for your power grab while depriving him of his freedom and even intending to bind his soul. This is why you've angered me, and it's the reason for your death." Hearing this, the emperor suddenly laughed. At this moment, he finally left his seat, flying into the air. His robes fluttered in the wind, his voice filled with arrogance. "Gu Wangjun is indeed just a newcomer who joined later, but that body technique is close to the legendary indestructible body of the martial emperor in the legends. If I could obtain this body, I might break through the ancient half-immortal restriction and then reach the level of true immortal." The sky changed. Dark clouds rolled in, cold winds swirled everywhere. The emperor floated in midair. Behind him was a red eye. He looked at Yunping and said, "That's a true immortal. That would be the third true immortal since ancient times. What an immense glory." Yunping laughed. "In reality, there's only been one." He looked up at the sky, as if reminiscing. "Do you really think the long path to true immortality is that easy to walk? Don't underestimate immortal cultivation." The emperor was already very angry. Every sentence he said was refuted by a real expert. Veins popping, the emperor roared, "How ridiculous! I am protected by the heavenly way. How can ants like you dare to criticize me? Indeed, you've rested on your laurels for too long, forgetting how to spell the word death. You don't even know how to be humble or think carefully." He rushed towards Yunping, grabbed his neck, and smashed him through several walls. The stone walls shattered. The emperor shouted, "Even if the heavens themselves came down today, they couldn't stop me." Yunping let him rampage, so arrogant over such a small thing. He just coldly hummed, asking, "Is that so?" Then he raised his hand, grabbing the emperor's arm that was holding his neck. Spiritual energy surged out. He smiled and said, "I don't care if you're an immortal, a sage, or an emperor. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me." The emperor's arm was torn off with incredible ease. Fresh blood poured from it like rain. Everyone was silent, momentarily frozen in shock. The difference in strength was truly enormous. It was done so effortlessly. At this moment, Sushin also sensed it. She felt that if anyone dared to interfere, they would be seeking their own death. The emperor's arm was torn off. Fresh blood flowed onto the ground, forming large pools. However, at the spot where the arm was torn off, it seemed as if a new arm was growing. Sushin was shocked, thinking to herself, "That layer of blood energy is a sign of the martial way manifesting. It invokes the martial way within the great universal Tao. The martial way knowledge will cleanse bones, refine flesh, skeleton, and finally reach the cultivator's soul. Its power of the great Tao can even enhance the body and soul to a higher realm." After the emperor received power from the great Tao, his body became much more robust. He looked at Yunping and asked sternly, "Who exactly are you? How can you damage my body that I've refined for nearly 1,000 years? Of course, I'm the one you all consider an ancestor." Yunping gave a mocking smile. "This body of yours, to me, is far too weak. You've just become a bit smarter, yet you lose all reason when provoked." He angrily rushed forward, shouting, "I'll show you arrogance," then repeatedly punched Yunping. Yunping didn't bother to dodge. He blocked every blow that came. After all, it didn't harm him at all. No pain, no itch, his expression unchanged. From the sky, a pillar of light descended. Below, the explosions also stopped. Yunping just reached out gently, catching the emperor's arm. The emperor panicked, his face contorting. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Then, Yunping gently swung his hand again. He tore off another arm from him. Fresh blood sprayed out, not a drop touching Yunping's body. He coldly looked at his opponent, his eyes contemptuous as if looking at an insect. "Is this all you've got?" The martial way founded by the martial emperor isn't just at this level. The heavenly emperor was once again injured before he could recover. His face showed clear anger, wishing he could chop the other into 100 pieces. His furious gaze shot towards Yunping like arrows. Once again, the heavenly emperor regenerated his flesh. A new arm grew immediately. Strengthening his bones, the heavenly emperor's body transformed into a half-human, half-demon form, unrecognizable from his original appearance, becoming a snake-like monster. Each of his movements seemed to be enhanced 10,000 times, his speed like an arrow as he rushed towards Yunping. Yunping didn't dodge at all, standing still to face his opponent directly. Thunder and lightning crashed. A world-shaking explosion occurred, making everyone around unable to blink. All the elders and disciples exerted themselves to defend. They had witnessed the martial way firsthand. Just the aftershocks were already this terrifyingly powerful. If this punch from the heavenly emperor actually hit, they feared their souls would scatter on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Everyone patiently observed the outcome. Would their majestic heavenly emperor win, or would it be that mysterious troublemaker? From the ruins, a robe fluttered without a speck of dirt. A gentle smile appeared, the figure unmistakable. The heavenly emperor knelt before that person. The heavenly emperor couldn't remember how many years had passed. He couldn't recall clearly when he last transformed like this. His head was gone, but sound could still be produced. The heavenly emperor slowly rose. "Now my flesh, my bones, my soul have all been refined by martial knowledge." The heavenly emperor once again faced Yunping. His large, muscular body was the only imposing aspect he had left. He believed that at this moment he was the incarnation of the martial way. With his strengthened body and soul, naturally his power had increased significantly. As the emperor of heaven and earth, the strongest overlord of the era in the spirit marsh, without true immortals ruling, the heavenly emperor wanted to enjoy a bit more of this glory for the moment. Yunping refused. "You won't have time to enjoy it." Before he could finish speaking, one of the heavenly emperor's arms flew off in the wind, like a slice of pork belly being cut off. Yunping mocked. "This strange fellow, each time he transforms, it's like a superhero changing form." The proud heavenly emperor couldn't accept defeat. He roared like a fierce tiger, only to have his remaining arm torn off. This was an insult or a lack of respect. Faced with this humiliation, the heavenly emperor immediately jumped 100 miles away from that disrespectful person. He had barely made 3 leaps when that person flew towards him at godly speed, rushing at him. For that person, there was nothing he didn't dare to do. A kick was launched, another palm strike was thrown. The heavenly emperor flew through the air like a kite. Seeing their emperor soaring through the air, everyone was shocked beyond words, their faces devoid of expression. The heavenly emperor fell from the sky with his body naked. His body, now without arms, was no different from a wreck. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in resonating pain. Yunping tightened his grip on the heavenly emperor's neck. He said loudly that he had once said he would come to kill them. The heavenly emperor, breathing with difficulty, defiantly declared that Yunping couldn't kill him. He was the emperor of this world, the master of Martial Emperor Castle, descendant of the Martial Emperor. How could Yunping alone possibly end him? From his mouth, a light shone out, like an explosion. From that explosion, an object appeared in the air. The early Martial Emperor Castle, still wild and hazy, the image of the Martial Emperor appeared, incredibly valiant. The elders' jaws dropped. That was the image of the Martial Emperor, divine and majestic, reaching to the heavens. The heavenly emperor laughed loudly. "This is the supreme treasure of Emperor Qatar, a treasure left behind by my ancestor, the Martial Emperor," Yunping said forcefully. How ridiculous. Looking at the eyes of the person opposite him, the Heavenly Emperor realized they somewhat resembled those of the martial emperor in the painting. No, not just somewhat, but exactly like the martial emperors in the painting. The supreme treasure fell from the air into Yunping's hands. He caught it, and the Heavenly Emperor couldn't understand why the Emperor Qatar's treasure was taken by this person so easily, as if it were returning to its rightful owner. Yunping said coldly, "Do you, Emperor Qatar, really believe that you are the descendants of the Emperor? If that's true, why hasn't the martial emperor's indestructible golden body ever been passed down? Why hasn't the martial emperor's supreme body cultivation technique ever been passed down? Why haven't the martial emperor's techniques, martial arts skills been passed down at all? You claim to be the martial emperor's descendants, so who was the martial emperor's wife?" The Heavenly Emperor said that the ancestor had passed away long ago. Losing techniques after 7 generations was normal. As for the ancestor's wife, he had 3 wives in total. Yunping laughed loudly. What a lie. Martial Emperor Gu Tianren only had 1 wife in his life, and it was a posthumous marriage. They don't know, but Yunping knows very well. The technique Gu Tianren cultivated, the supreme body cultivation scripture, was a technique for virgin boys. Gu Huang died as a virgin, never having touched a woman. With just a painting, you dare to claim to be descendants of Martial Emperor Gu Tianren, using the Martial Emperor's title to deceive everywhere. Years ago, Yunping didn't bother with you, out of respect that you didn't use the Martial Emperor's title to cause trouble. You practiced evil methods, so I was reluctant to interfere. Now you've become quite capable. Those old kings have been lying for 8 years. They even believe they're true immortal descendants, acting arrogant and overbearing. They've even gone as far as seizing people's bodies and destroying others' souls. Not to mention, the Heavenly Emperor isn't a descendant of the Martial Emperor. Even if he were, he would only be disgracing his ancestors' reputation. The Heavenly Emperor refused to believe the truth. We emperors are descendants of the Martial Emperor. This truth can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Yunping, don't spew false accusations. Yunping sneered. Witnessed by heaven and earth, you say. He pointed to the sky with one hand, and the sky became bright. Yunping commanded the Heavenly Emperor, "Go, ask the heavens. Ask if they dare say the emperors are descendants of Gu Tianren or not." The Heavenly Emperor struggled forcefully, declaring that he was indeed the Emperor, confirmed by the leaders of the 3 great celestial ways as the Emperor, recognized by the Heavenly Way. The Heavenly Way would absolutely protect him. The Heavenly Way did not respond. There was only a bright, silent scene. Where was the Heavenly Way? The Heavenly Way did not bear witness for the Heavenly Emperor and his arrogant words. The Heavenly Way does not favor liars. The Heavenly Emperor felt he had been abandoned, or that everything Yunping said was true. The Heavenly Way manifested, proving that his doubts were all true. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes became empty, tears of resentment flowing. This phenomenon was the 21 extremes. The Xuanyuan Emperor's sword and the 10-cross King's sword appeared, their soulless eyes floating in the air. Those were the 2 extremes protecting Emperor Qatar. The Heavenly Emperor thought the Heavenly Way had come to save him. Yunping is surely dead now. The Heavenly Way descended, shattering the ground. Yunping's eyes became unfathomably deep. The Xuanyuan Emperor's sword spoke to Yunping discontentedly. "Old friend, can you really kill this person? After all, he's the emperor acknowledged by that little Heavenly Way himself, and also the future human emperor." The 10-cross King's sword also spoke to him in a lowered voice. Yunping, displeased, asked if they wanted him to respect the Heavenly Way. The 2 extremes said it wasn't about respecting the Heavenly Way, but respecting the 2 old ancestors. Yunping laughed coldly, a laugh that chilled to the bone. The Heavenly Emperor was released, and the 2 extremes sighed in relief. The Heavenly Emperor laughed loudly. "Indeed, I am protected by the Heavenly Way." Suddenly, Yunping stepped on him with 1 foot. He said he had promised that today he would die by his hand. The 2 extremes, looking somewhat panicked, said, "Yunping, wait a moment." Yunping stomped on the person below. "Even if the Heavenly Way tries to stop me, it can't prevent me from doing what I want." A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth. The Heavenly Emperor's soul shattered, leaving only fragments behind. The 2 extremes were shocked. Yunping had actually killed the emperor acknowledged by the Heavenly Way and the ancestors. Yunping dismissed them. 2 extremes. Go back to your resting places. The person has already been killed. The 2 extremes looked at each other, unsure what to do. This one step had changed the balance of heaven and earth, and the future had deviated from its planned course. The Heavenly Emperor's soul dissipated into space. The Xuanyuan Emperor's sword called Yunping by another name, but quickly corrected itself. "Are you trying to start a war with the ancestors by doing this? The incident 500 years ago was just a warning from the ancestors to you. The fact that you've lived lived until today is because the ancestors never made a move against you. If you kill the future human emperor, aren't you just going down the old path again? Yunping didn't respond. His silence proved nothing. The Xuanyuan emperor's sword advised him to think carefully. With the future human emperor dead, in the future, if the demon clan rises again, this shaky world will have no one to lead it. How will this vast world find stability? If you're only acting for personal gain, committing such a rebellious act, do you really want to anger the two ancestors to death? Yunping's footsteps halted. He turned sharply and glared at the Xuanyuan emperor's sword. Say one more word, and I'll kill you too. The 10-cross king's sword advised the Xuanyuan emperor's sword not to act rashly. Even if they are protected by the ancestors, Yunping's abilities are such that before the two ancestors arrive, he could kill us dozens of times over. The heavenly emperor's soul has been destroyed beyond any hope of salvation. Reporting to the heavenly way is the only thing they can do. The two extremes quickly returned. Before leaving, the Xuanyuan emperor's sword sighed. This world must change after all. With mortal qualities appearing in the emperor's sand, speaking up this time must resolve the emperor's sand issue as well. People said his attitude was too arrogant and proud, too self-important to know his place. His guts were as big as the sky, the emperor's stake seeking its own death. Then there was the literary ways, miraculous seal asserting its power, sect leaders and elders all surrounded and killed. Some said the imperial palace was vast, not a place for ants to enter. Others said the emperor's authority was not something ordinary people could challenge. He led the literary way to destroy many, cutting down the emperor's supreme authority. When they arrived, everyone was full of criticism. When they left, no one had anything to say. Yunping and his disciples departed in glory. The woman in the moon spoke softly. Is he angry? To be able to provoke such a strong reaction from him, indeed, none of these disciples can be spared. Her eyes sharp as the crescent moon's shadow, her voice floating, became even more beautiful as she spoke of killing. 10 days later, the imperial palace announced to the outside. The former master of the imperial palace, Gu Tianwang, had retired. The new master would be replaced by the former grand elder of the imperial palace. As for the truth within the palace, the leaders of the major powers agreed that some things should be kept to oneself, safer than telling the world. Huangtian City, Jinglin City. Student Yun Tianfan Luogi thought that after being away from the empire for so long, would everything still be all right? Suoxin said the empire was currently stable, and besides, with them here, the monarch would be at ease. Ren Yimen also agreed with them. Zhang Roche was outside, worried that it had been over 10 days, and the master was still in the room, refusing to come out. With difficulty, Wu Chuan finally woke up. Why weren't they allowed in? Zhang Yufen seemed to have thought of something. Inside, Wu Chuan said, Yunbing is bent. Can you aim properly before doing it? In and out like this is uncomfortable. Yunbing said softly, Wu Chuan, don't move. This conversation, everyone had to think about what everyone else was thinking. Suoxin had a bad feeling. It was starting again. Wu Chuan, blindfolded, said, Yunbing, you rascal. So now I'm just a pure sand sculpture. This outfit is really suitable for exciting people. Yunbing said, Wu Chuan, don't worry. Even if you're a sand sculpture, you're still the most beautiful one. When you count down, you can open your eyes and admire. Wu Chuan eagerly counted to 1 and removed the blindfold. Her expectant gaze gradually appeared. The expectant look turned into a frozen stare. Wu Chuan couldn't believe her eyes anymore. Her full, round breasts were gone, leaving only 2 small peaches. Wu Chuan cried, Where are my breasts? Yunbing was a bit embarrassed. At that time, I thought there was enough sand. Creating your long legs took quite some effort. As a result, when creating the breasts, the sand was all used up. So from the original C cup, it became an A cup. Wu Chuan couldn't bear to hear the master's words. You know how many years they took to grow, how hard I tried to make them bigger. Not only did you forget to consider them, but they've gone from C to A. No, that's not right. As they are now, it's no different from a TV screen. You can't even see 2 buttons anymore. It's brutal. Wu Chuan ordered Yunbing, apologized to the 2 small peaches. Yunbing complied, bowing to the 2 small peaches. Wu Chuan still couldn't shake off her frustration. Before coming here, they were like a tablet. After arriving, they suddenly grew a size, maturing until now. But now they've gone back to square one. Yunbing approached Wu Chuan to comfort her. A flat chest is a rare resource. The rarer something is, the more valuable it becomes, so your value has actually increased. It's not all bad. The master's words are indeed correct. Wu Chuan burst into tears. I don't care if you're a rascal. Quickly think of a way to return my chest to its normal state. Yunbing had no other choice. If you want them bigger, why don't I massage them for you? Maybe that will make them grow. Wu Chuan felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She really couldn't take it anymore. She attacked Yunbing. Today I must kill you. Give them back to me. Give them back to me. Yunbing also wanted to do so. Didn't you suggest I massage your chest? With my technique, who knows? Maybe I could turn A into E. Wu Chuan thought Yunbing's suggestion wasn't bad, but then realized she'd be the one at a disadvantage. Who gave you permission to touch my chest? In the room, their conversation seemed to have been overheard. Those who heard thought it was romantic. Meanwhile, Wu Chuan pleaded with Yunbing. Master, please, can you negotiate with the Sand Elder? Get some more sand for me. Yunbing said earnestly to Wu Chuan. Actually, overall, I'm very satisfied with your current body. After all, I molded it myself, so my fondness has increased greatly. Wu Chuan told Yunbing, don't use sweet words to buy my trust. She muttered. Clearly, Yunbing likes them big. Yunbing flatly denied. I like them all. Big ones, small ones, I like them all. If Wu Chuan really wanted to restore them, then it wasn't completely impossible. Yunbing's words gave Wu Chuan hope. Originally, Yunbing had kept some sand in reserve, just in case of unexpected situations. Wu Chuan's eyes lit up. But don't I have you by my side? Wu Chuan hugged Yunbing. Yunbing agreed with her sweet words. Eventually, they had a rather steamy conversation, even if the actual actions were indeed like that. In the end, Wu Chuan's chest was fully restored, feeling no different from before. Yunbing wiped his sweat. Wu Chuan happily thanked her master, even though he was the one at fault initially. A few days later, Gu Wangjun was watering flowers in the garden, while Wu Chuan and Ruo Shui were doing something. Yunbing was sprawled out on a chair, seemingly fast asleep. Ruo Shui wondered about earlier when Wu Chuan was at the Xuanmen realm, how she could break through to Ling Tai. Wu Chuan hesitated a bit, saying she didn't know herself. She cultivated based on fate. It felt a bit strange, like a blocked mouth suddenly opening. From Ling Tai Peak to entering Huafeng realm, Wu Chuan thought when fate arrives, breakthrough usually happens. Ruo Shui was extremely shocked by Wu Chuan's casual mention of 2 breakthroughs. Yunbing told Wu Chuan there was a white pigeon flying behind her. Wu Chuan didn't believe it, telling Yunbing not to tease her. Suddenly, a pigeon flew right into her face, catching Wu Chuan off guard. Lin Yan recognized it as Sister Su's pigeon. Wu Chuan was hurt by the pigeon. Yunbing patted her head, saying she should trust his words a bit more. Wu Chuan didn't know who Sister Su was. Yunbing said it must be Old Three's spirit pigeon. His eyes changed, showing a somewhat bad premonition, an old friend of his. In the wind, voices of a man and woman talking were heard. I say, little sister living in such a poor house, aren't you sad? Your mother said it's noisy outside, it would disturb your cultivation path. The house is spacious, fewer eyesores make it more suitable for cultivation. Hey Tanghulu, I didn't expect you'd like eating this. By the way, have you heard about the fireworks festival? You mean the kind that goes boom boom? I understand now. Is it like thunder magic weapons? Something like that, but much safer. So would you like me to take you to see it? My mother doesn't allow me to go out. Come on. You again, why aren't you welcoming? Remember when I told you about the fireworks festival last time? Knowing you can't go out, I thought of a way for you. The girl asked, what way? The boy said, I'll bring fireworks to light here. Though fewer than at the festival, the quality will definitely be the best. The girl asked, do I have to leave the house? The boy said, just sit on the wall, okay? That doesn't count as going out. Fireworks exploded in the sky. The girl said she had to go. The boy didn't know where she was going. The girl said her mother wanted to take her away. Apparently, they've allied with some big power. Once she's there, the boy probably won't be able to see her daily anymore. The boy asked if she would return. The reply was just a farewell. The girl had a request for the boy. After hearing it, the boy agreed to her request. He promised to let her see the most beautiful fireworks. The girl was willing to wait for the day he fulfilled his promise. Wu Chuan's eyes sparkled at the love story of third senior brother. Yunbing told Wu Chuan that this letter seemed to arrive later than usual. This time, it was almost a month late. Suddenly, they saw a figure rushing towards them from afar. Indeed, nothing beats receiving a love letter from your sweetheart. After all, they've been in love for 10 years, and in a long-distance relationship for 5 years. Zhang Xiaoguang happily read the letter brought by the pigeon. His day was brightened. Wu Chuan seemed to like this kind of romance too. Yunbing immediately asked for the communication stone he had given her. Zhang Xiaoguang read the letter, his expression not looking good, making the other 3 curious about what was written. Zhang Xiaoguang suddenly put on his hood. His eyes filled with seriousness, sharp and intense. He seemed to be planning to leave. Seeing Zhang Xiaoguang leave, Yunbing blinked. Something's wrong. A few days later, Ruo Shui was practicing. Yunbing felt that this time the Yaoming Ghost Realm segment was quite successful. Her meridians were much smoother. The quality of her body and soul containing spiritual essence had also been strengthened already. Her cultivation had also reached the peak of the Xuanmen stage, borrowing the existence of the great way of martial arts to break through her innate limitations. This dead-end personality that Ruo Shui had to break through was exactly what the martial way loved most. Yunbing advised her to try a bit harder. The barriers at the Lingtai and Huafeng stages shouldn't be a problem for her. Ruo Shui listened to Yunbing's words. In her heart, she had thought she was destined to be just an ordinary cultivator. Since meeting the master, everything had become incredibly magical. Ruo Shui asked, "Is Yunbing really the literary emperor?" Yunbing didn't understand why she asked that. Ruo Shui just said, "Thank you. It's really unbelievable." Yunbing smiled and replied, "There are too many unbelievable things in this world. Whether I am or not isn't really a big deal." Suddenly, Wu Chuan and others rushed in from outside, saying that something bad had happened. Wu Chuan handed over a piece of paper, saying, "Jiang Shaoguang is about to be cuckolded." This statement is so confusing that even I don't understand what it means. Faced with a group of people questioning him, Jiang Shaoguang was a bit puzzled. He remembered that he hadn't done anything wrong, so why was everyone looking at him like that? Jiang Shaoguang thought to himself, could it be that after mumbling for so long, the master finally wants to connect with the other disciples to kill Bo Gong and prove the way? Yunbing said that Jiang Shaoguang's state wasn't good, questioning him about what had happened. Jiang Shaoguang waved his hand, saying he had a nightmare and couldn't sleep well. Yunbing still couldn't see through this disciple, so he called Wu Chuan to quickly bring out the evidence for comparison. Regarding the impropriety of curiously looking at others' belongings, Yunbing and his disciples only wanted to show more concern for Jiang Shaoguang. Jiang Shaoguang finally said, "She's about to get married. She's obeying her parents' orders to marry, and the other party is also talented and powerful. Thinking from her future perspective, it's good for her and her family. Their feelings, this means nothing to her and her family at all, especially since she must follow her parents' arrangements." Yunbing thought Shaoguang shouldn't be afraid. Shaoguang said he wasn't afraid at all, just that if he could see the one he loves happy. According to this future, if he were to go and win her back, it would only bring shame to her family and her. It would be useless. She told Shaoguang not to come looking for her. She wouldn't go with him. She has her own family, her parents, she has many things. If he came for her, it would only destroy everything she has. Shaoguang sadly wanted to return to his room. Wu Chuan felt that everything was so troublesome. Ruo Shui also sympathized. The love between men and women is indeed hard to understand. Shaoguang had his own thoughts. Of course, everything was too complicated. Yunbing told Ming Yan that tonight they would have to stay up a bit later now. Faced with the master's puzzling words and the insider's question, "Which of you can sing?" each disciple understood the reason. In the dark night on the rooftop, Shaoguang immersed himself in difficulty, silently listening to the rustling of leaves. Fan Ligui approached from behind, wanting to sit beside him. Shaoguang said she could make herself comfortable. He would leave first. Ligui had no intention of letting him go. She didn't come to find him for a duel, just to talk. Shaoguang was curious. Q surely didn't come to find him just to chat. Q admitted she wanted to mention the morning's events. She just felt that leaving things as they were and letting her follow the predetermined future might not necessarily be a good thing. Yunbing said the relationship between Shaoguang and Suwu was long-distance love, while also being separated by family. Shaoguang thought, "Is everything all right like this?" Shaoguang said that if Suwu herself had accepted such a future, then how could he force a change in her mind? Even his own future, he couldn't be certain about, so how could he decide someone else's future? Miss Wang Jun suddenly started singing. Her voice was soft and captivating. Ligui didn't understand why Shaoguang was so certain that he couldn't give Suwu a better life. Shaoguang said he was just an ordinary cultivator, without family background, without authority. His parents were gone, and the only ones he could call family were his master and fellow disciples. Ligui looked at Shaoguang. "Your future cultivation level will undoubtedly reach the void-shaking realm. At the very least, a saint can reach the crystallization stage." Shaoguang shook his head. Cultivation realm isn't everything. There's also family and influence. For Suwu's family, this marriage is an important matter. Moreover, Suwu doesn't regret it. Perhaps her husband will treat her very well. The family might not mistreat her. Ligui felt melancholic. Perhaps she had once been in a similar situation, controlled by her father. If it weren't for Yunbing, it seems it would have been a disaster. Suddenly, she stood up, exclaiming to Shaoguang, You know Suwu won't be happy living like that. Are you just going to watch her walk down the path of your idealistic thoughts like this? Xiaoguang suddenly felt that, in the lyrics of Gu Wangjun's song, his emotions were being stirred. As for the urge from the lyrics, the singing voice is for everyone to judge themselves. The next day, Xiaoguang returned with a normal demeanor. Have you finally agreed to come out and get some sun today? Xiaoguang said he suddenly had an idea and wanted to inform the master. Yunbing was curious to hear it. Xiaoguang had been without parents for over a decade. If he really wanted to say it, it was like his parents were reborn. What he thought of last night, he could only trouble his parents with. He wanted Yunbing to take him to the Su family to propose marriage. A month later, in Shangqin City of the Extreme Heaven region, the wedding of two major dark-level families shook the entire street. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. It's said that the three Heavenly Book Institutes have close ties with the Duan family, and they're also attending the wedding of these two great families this time. Inside the Su family, Su Wu was preparing her makeup for the wedding ceremony. With tears in her eyes, she tightly gripped the unhappy wedding dress. For the Su family, for the clan, she had to take this path. Her mother advised Su Wu about the Duan family. Don't let the Duan family members dislike you. Su Wu is the bridge between the Su and Duan families. In the future, if the two families ally, they might become a new celestial level family. You must also bear several children for both the Duan and Su families. Outside, at the Duan family, everyone congratulated the groom on marrying the beautiful Miss Su Wu, as lovely as flowers and as bright as the moon. They were all very envious. Duan Yu's expression remained unchanged. One could only tell that this marriage was against his will. Shouts of wedding preparations rang out everywhere. Both sides of the couple were ready. Lord Duansheng appeared. He didn't really want to show up, but for the sake of instant noodles, and because some old person wanted to come, he reluctantly attended this wedding. Even the Crown Prince Lan Tian was invited by the Duan family. Could it be that he was invited by friends from the three Heavenly Book Institutes? Lord Duansheng was welcomed with great enthusiasm, but he didn't seem excited about this wedding at all. As for Lan Si, who was next to Duan Yu, he had a previous relationship with him, but later went to Kun Tianwu, so they lost contact. Today he also came to attend his wedding. How precious. Isn't this Lan Tianyi, the loyal eye of Lan Wutian Palace? Lan Shi was asked if he came alone, or if he was invited by Duan Yu or someone else. Lan Shi said he came with his martial uncle. When someone also came to this Xiangren city, remembering an old friend of young Master Duan, so Lan Shi came to attend his wedding. Lord Duansheng was eagerly sleepy, not knowing when the wedding would start. Immediately, the auspicious hour struck and the wedding ceremony began. Today, the Duan and Su families are joining in marriage. Two elders representing them thanked everyone for coming to share in the joy. They thanked Lord Duansheng and Emperor Lan Tian for gracing the occasion, expressing their deep gratitude. Before the ceremony, as per custom, a question must be asked. For the marriage between Duan Yu of the Duan family and Miss Su of the Su family, does anyone object? Everyone thought the Duan family was joking. How could anyone possibly object? Miss Su and Duan Yu remained silent. Both felt extremely uncomfortable in this arranged setting. The Duan elder said, if there are no objections, then the wedding will proceed. Suddenly, a voice rang out saying, I object, coming from outside. A figure gradually appeared outside the hall. Everyone was surprised by this unexpected appearance. Zhang Xiaoguang, with an extremely valiant aura, stepped into the ceremony hall. He uttered 3 words, I object. Su Wu didn't expect Zhang Xiaoguang to come here. She removed her veil to see the person standing before her. Their eyes met. In their eyes, only the image of each other remained. Su Wu didn't understand why Zhang Xiaoguang had come. Her gaze became weaker than ever before. Clearly, she was the one who told him not to look for her, but at this moment, she was the happiest person. After Zhang Xiaoguang's objection, everyone began to discuss noisily, wondering where this young man before them came from and why he was so boldly disrupting the ceremony. Whoever he belongs to, claim him quickly. Slowly stepping behind Zhang Xiaoguang, Yunping spoke up. He's from our household, my disciple. We're here to propose marriage. Su Wu and Duan Yu were both extremely surprised by this dual appearance. Yunping spoke. Our Yuntian Academy is just a small force. We don't have any powerful alliances, nor any special connections. We only have a little money to offer. Hearing these words, Lan Shi, Duansheng, and Emperor Lan Tian Renlin felt something was amiss. Outside, the disciples had prepared a full dowry, waiting for Yunping's signal to bring it in. Yunping said that if the wedding hadn't been completed, given Xiaoguang's excellent qualities and his compatibility with Miss Su, why not give it a try? The Duan family became extremely angry. Rich people like you, go back where you came from and don't cause trouble. Are you suggesting that Duan Yu of our family is not as good as you? Yunping only requested a duel between the two, which could clearly settle the matter. Duan Yu agreed. Duan asked him to stay calm, not to act recklessly. Such disrespectful people shouldn't be bothered with. Duan Yu said to Su's father and his own father, "This matter concerns a man's dignity and the face of both the Duan and Su families." Duan Yu couldn't back down from the challenge. If there truly was someone compatible, he also believed that fulfillment would be the best outcome. Glancing at Xiaoguang, Duan Yu realized this person, like himself, was at the Kaiyuan Qi entry level. If Xiaoguang could truly win, then he could escape the family's arranged marriage. Old Master Duan said sternly. He knew exactly what Duan Yu was planning in his mind, so he shouldn't try to pull any tricks. If he deliberately loses, he'll take his anger out on someone. He shouldn't regret it. Duan Yu's eyes became deep and unfathomable, telling Old Master Duan, "Rest assured, he'll give it his all." Looking at Xiaoguang, he could only give his all. "Please, you must win. You must stop this arranged marriage." Duan Yu and Xiaoguang stepped into the courtyard. Duan Yu said, "Let's begin the duel quickly." Duan Yu's fan moved with spirited indifference. The Duan family is the origin of the body here. An attack was launched and blocked by Xiaoguang's weapon. A determined look appeared in Xiaoguang's eyes. This was a battle he couldn't lose. Xiaoguang praised, "Duan Yu truly has an impressive demeanor." In an instant, sand and rocks flew, sparks scattered. Both had closed in, contending with each other. Duan Yu launched another move. "My name is my inner source." The immense pressure of the literary way's mystic seal. Xiaoguang knew this battle wouldn't be easy. He was looking for a chance to break this situation. His attack enveloped the literary way's mystic stance. Xiaoguang's eyes, full of spirit and valor, grew even brighter. Both had managed to wound each other as rivals. Xiaoguang still considered Duan Yu a respectable opponent. Duan Yu also praised the agility in Xiaoguang's swordsmanship. The battle continued without end. They separated from each other, giving their opponent a chance to prepare for the next attack. Xiaoguang launched his final move, body and spirit, great fire as one. Duan Yu, transforming his essence, didn't back down either. A loud explosion rang out, as if the city was breaking apart. Everyone eagerly awaited the result. Old Master Duan's face showed utter shock. Miss Su didn't expect to witness the result with her own eyes. The group from Wuchuan, especially Luo Gui, looked extremely worried about the current outcome. In the smoke, Wuchuan's group rushed in to see the battle, constantly worried about Xiaoguang. In the battlefield, Duan Yu and Xiaoguang were in a space of ash and ruins, dust swirling everywhere. The landscape painting and the white mountains and rivers had long since exhausted all of Duan Yu's spiritual essence. Even the chance to activate the literary way's mystic seal was spent. Duan Yu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He had waited for this moment for so long, and finally, it had arrived. Xiaoguang's sword had touched the Great Way, one sword breaking 10,000 techniques. Duan Yu accepted defeat. Old Master Duan angrily flew over. Emperor Lan Tianrenlin also accepted this duel. The result was clear. Although Tianyun Academy disrupted the wedding, Miss Su and young Master Zhang were indeed of one heart and mind. He thought they should ask the opinion of those involved. Saint Duan also agreed with the emperor. When asked for her opinion, Miss Su remained silent and pensive. Old Master Su told her she should know what to do, that she should decide for herself. Su Wu stepped towards Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang advised her to follow her own choice. Su Wu called out Xiaozhang's name, then stabbed him in the chest with a sword, sudden and merciless. Old Master Su's voice echoed in Su Wu's mind. The marriage between the two families of Duan and Su can consolidate our power. You must obey. You are the daughter of the Su family. It's natural to think for the clan. Su Wu, you won't even listen to your parents' words. Wu, think of the clan. Among them, a warm voice rang out. I came to fulfill our promise. Don't you want to see me? Xiaoguang gently reminded her of their relationship. Su Wu held her head and cried, Why? Why does everyone have to pressure her? Why must they force her to make a choice? Why her? Su Wu trembled all over, feeling extremely oppressed. For that reason, Su Wu summoned her weapon. Isn't it good to live a peaceful life? Xiaoguang reached out to Su Wu, wanting her to follow him. Su Wu slowly approached the man before her, her eyes revealing deep contemplation. The Su family members stood far away, repeatedly reminding Su Wu of her origins. Indeed, how could she forget? With eyes full of killing intent, somewhat dazed, Su Wu called out Zhang Xiaoguang's name. Suddenly, she thrust a sword towards him. All of this wasn't an impulsive action, but Suwu's reasoned rebellion against oppression. This sword strike, Zhang Xiaoguang felt more surprised than hurt. From afar, Luo Gui hurriedly ran over. The Su family members ordered to capture all the Yuntian disciples. The commotion was unceasing. Luo Gui pointed his sword at Suwu. Quickly subdue this woman. Suwu didn't resist, directly accepting a sword to her chest. Yun Ping supported Xiaoguang. All Yuntian disciples surrounded the front. At the slightest movement, they wouldn't hesitate to wipe out this place. Holding the rotten woman in his hand, Luo Gui frowned. I can't believe the person third senior brother longed for is just like this. I truly feel it's not worth it for him. You really don't deserve it. The Su family members still arrogantly drove away the Yuntian cultivators. Suwu's future is bright. Compared to them, Xiaoguang is not worthy of her. As soon as these words were uttered, a strike came stunning all the Su family members. Yun Bing was angry. Why are there always people who use power and status as the standard to measure a person? If that's really the case, then the Su family are truly the unworthy ones. For Yun Bing, now he could talk about the issue of power. Duan Sheng and Lan Tianren Lin remained silent. The Su family and Duan family were both surprised. Could it be that Duan Sheng and the Prince of So were actually invited by the Yuntian Academy? Yun Bing originally didn't want to go this far, but Suwu and his disciples' relationship, whether it continues or ends, needs to be clearly addressed. For him, using power to pressure was only to make Miss Su make a decision from her heart. Yun Bing's punch tightly bound the Su patriarch. Old Su struggled to break free, but in vain. He could only squirm like a jumping dog. If we really go by the Su family's standards, to be honest, when it comes to them, they are not worthy of Zhang Xiaoguang. Looking at Miss Su, even if we disregard family conditions, she still falls a bit short. The Su patriarch collapsed to the ground. Madame Su immediately ran to his side. They begged Yun Bing, saying they were willing to marry off their daughter, and after Suwu rests for a few days, she will be brought to him. If that's really not possible, they'd let her be a concubine to Yun Bing's top disciple. No need for ceremonies. They would bring betrothal gifts to Yun Bing, just hoping he would calm his anger. Zhang Xiaoguang spoke up to refuse. Now, he no longer needed any of those things. Finally, he understood, perhaps from the beginning, what he longed for was just a fireworks display. It was both regretful and painful. Xiaoguang's smile further proved this point. Xiaoguang wanted to return. Following his wish, everyone returned in silence, without noise, without discussion. But how could Yun Bing let these people off so easily? His disciple had been seriously injured. A stomp on the ground shattered the earth. The city collapsed. Yun Bing promised not to kill anyone today, but to not touch them at all was something he couldn't do. The building crumbled. The cultivation of both the Duan and Su patriarchs was crippled. In the thick smoke, the person holding the hat slowly looked into the distance. Duan Yu's eyes gazed thoughtfully ahead. He wondered if Yun Bing was the one mentioned in the rumors. Back at Dihuangge, Duan Yu's expression changed. After that day, more than half a month later, Duan Yu left the Duan family alone to travel. With Lan Shi's help, he reunited with his loved one. At Yuntian Academy, Xiaoguang was recuperating. Luo Gui was taking care of him. His face looked terrible, no different from a corpse. Xiaoguang nodded, agreeing to take the medicine. Luo Gui inquired about his condition. This prescription came from Yun Bing. It calms the nerves and is beneficial for physical recovery. She also asked if Xiaojiang slept well at night. Xiaoguang assured her he was fine. He had thought about it. What he truly liked and missed was perhaps just that fireworks display. It's just that the person is no longer the same as before, and the fireworks have changed too. Luo Gui approached Xiaojiang, telling him not to move. The warmth of her body on him, Xiaoguang was confused, not understanding her intention. Luo Gui called Xiaojiang's name, senior brother. Her soft finger touched the dark circles under Zhang Xiaoguang's eyes, wiping away the fake ink. Zhang Xiaoguang remained silent. Exposed. Luo Gui smiled brightly and called out again, third senior brother. She wondered what was on her hand. Xiaojiang mumbled that it was just black water-based powder. How ironic. Meanwhile, Wu Chuan asked Yun Bing if Luo Gui's pursuit of Xiaoguang was so obvious, wondering if he was aware of it. Yun Bing felt that Luo Gui's way of pursuing others was no different from a challenge. Xiaoguang couldn't possibly know. Wu Chuan suggestively raised her hand to her lips, asking Yun Bing what approach he preferred. Yun Bing said he liked things to happen naturally. Wu Chuan doubted this statement. Yunbing turned his head, pressing his face close to Wu Chuan's, their eyes meeting very clearly. He was surprised himself. Their emotions resonated as one. They both moved closer to each other. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated, just a little more. Suddenly, Xiaozhang ran outside. Luogi inside angrily called his name, breaking the romantic atmosphere between the two outside. Luogi swung her sword. It was indeed a way of pursuit that made it impossible for one to stop. Wu Chuan felt a bit regretful. Yunbing gently patted her head. The space seemed to contain only the two of them. Surrounding voices became like music. The exchange of gazes was the real truth. Wu Chuan leaned on Yunbing. The Yunqian Academy was as peaceful as before today. A few days later, shouts were heard once again. Wu Chuan wore tight-fitting clothes, struggling to breathe. She said to Yunbing, "Slow down a bit," constantly calling him an old rascal. The more she tried to breathe, the harder it became. It felt a bit uncomfortable. Yunbing advised her, "Bear with it a little longer." Almost there. As the pain surged, Wu Chuan begged Yunbing, "Insert it slower, it hurts." Yunbing said he also wanted to go slower, but Wu Chuan's body was now a new body. "It's really too tight. Going slow won't work." Wu Chuan cried out, begging Yunbing, "Slow down. Don't go so fast. Don't use so much force." This conversation was truly too suggestive. Everyone outside fell silent. Finally, Yunbing sighed in relief. "It's done. Next, we should use the treasure reward obtained after the flourishing 10,000 sex competition ended." Yunbing picked up Wu Chuan and tossed her into the bathtub. He took out a blood ancient essence pill, a high-grade nourishing medicine that could strengthen Wu Chuan's spirit. The blood ancient essence soaked into the bathwater, gradually blending into the water. Wu Chuan felt like she was about to explode. The sensation coursing through her body made it impossible for her not to make sounds of comfort. Outside, everyone was driven crazy by the conversation happening inside. Suddenly, the door opened. Yunbing's eyes were very pensive, not understanding what these disciples were doing here. With a casual explanation, they said they were just visiting. Xiaozhang thought that, perhaps from now on, they should call Wu Chuan's senior sister-in-law. Yunbing didn't understand what they were talking about. Yunbing lightly tapped Xiaozhang's forehead. "You're just opening the meridians for Wu Chuan. This new body of hers isn't suitable for the Tianren technique she practiced before." Xiaozhang laughed awkwardly. So that's what it was. Wu Chuan had already fallen asleep inside. Yunbing got to the main point, becoming serious. After Luogui absorbed all the extreme ice, he reached the entry level of the Kaiyuan stage and can now adapt to that new heavenly grade blade. If Xiao Guang doesn't go on monster hunting missions, he'll be turned into pigeon soup. Ruo Shui has reached the threshold of the Lingtai Jing Peak realm. A Niue elder should hurry up and train. Xiao Shang absorbed the twin phoenix flame flower and reached the Kaiyuan realm. Once her elemental constitution adapts, she should practice channeling energy into weapons. As for the remaining two, Mingyan dragged her senior brother off to practice music, hurriedly leaving. At night, the academy was immersed in a sea of stars. Sipping tea, Yunbing's eyes showed a hint of depth. "Coming to find me at night. Tell me, what trouble has the Sanqian Academy encountered?" Fan Mutong, the vice principal of Sanqian Academy, brought a bottle of good wine, saying, "Yunbing always understands them best. Only the soldier knows me." This saying is very apt. Moreover, it's what you're thinking. Yunbing started discussing the main issue. Beneath the Sanqian Academy, it seems they've discovered a gate connected to the demon realm of Triyuan. Principal Chao led several new believers to investigate, but they haven't returned. Until now, there's been no news of them. Yunbing was a bit confused when he heard about the demon realm of Triyuan. The suppression seal that was set up years ago was supposed to seal Shama and his followers for 5 million years, but recently it has felt a bit loose. But now, it's clearly not time for that yet. Fan Mufeng quoted Principal Cao's words, "That gate is extremely unusual. It's not like breaking the seal of the demon realm of Triyuan, but it conceals demonic energy in a very strange way. That's why he led his trusted followers there, and as a result, he never returned." Yunbing decided to go to Sanqian Academy to clarify the issue. Fan Mutong asked, "Will the disciples go with you?" Yunbing said it wasn't necessary. Seeing the eager eyes behind him light up, they looked at him with sincere gazes, wanting to go. Yunbing had no choice but to let them come along. In the following days, Zhang Ruoshui requested Duan Sheng's help to modify the ice reformation armor. Luo Gui and Xiao Guang continued to train their stamina through chasing games. Luo Gui even touched upon a new realm of blade techniques during the pursuit. The elemental constitution of Shang Yutian's lava body channeled spiritual energy into the spear platform. Meanwhile, relying on the ice flower bank given by Yun Bing, her technique advanced further. As for Ye Wuchuan, her new body of 21 Extreme Glories pure origin sand, bathed in the heterogeneous placenta of 21 extreme wounds, Haisuan Jingu's ancient blood essence cultivation method reopened meridians to cultivate the Tianren technique. With innate, terrifying, and strange martial arts talent, she could also make breakthroughs. Everyone set off for Tianyu. The senior brother was nominated by Yun Bing to stay at home. Yun Bing said that for this journey across Tianyu, they would still use their sister as a transport medium. Ren Yimen appeared, embarrassedly greeting everyone. Recognizing so many people, she blushed incessantly. Her whole body trembled, as if using a stimulant. Yun Bing invited everyone in. Ruo Shui volunteered to go first. Ren Yimen opened her chest with one move, absorbing much snow into the inner space. Ren Yimen also felt ecstasy. Before she could recover, the next person had already entered. Gradually, her body was filled with many people, making Ren Yimen breathless. Ren Yimen looked at Yun Bing. Yun Bing said entering one by one was too slow, so the remaining 3 people should all enter at once. Ren Yimen cried out loudly, "Don't treat me so cruelly." Yun Bing thought that he should seal Ren Yimen's mouth. Extreme Tianyu, Sanqian Academy. A statue of Yun Bing was carved, giving him goosebumps. What a gimmick. This is a sculpture of Wen Emperor, looking no different from Yun Bing for hundreds of meters. Wu Chuan greatly admired it. Fan Mutong directly welcomed everyone. "Greetings, honored teacher. Next, the disciple will guide you." Following Fan Mufeng, everyone went to Sanqian Academy. Arriving at the academy's training ground, Wu Chuan was very curious. Hua Feng, along with lower-level cultivators, trained at Yi Zimen. Above Hua Feng, disciples reaching Kaiyuan realm would go to Zimen to cultivate. San Zimen was for teachers. Under Fan Mutong's explanation, Wu Chuan finally understood. Wu Chuan figured out, second senior brother and third senior brother, Luo Q, are all Kaiyuan realm cultivators. They should go to Zimen. She and Ruo Shui belong to Yi Zimen. DNR can go too. Yun Bing asked if he should go to San Zimen and what position was prepared for him. Fan Mutong told Yun Bing not to worry. The position of executive elder is a leisurely one, managing some students who cause excessive trouble. Using your current words, when there's nothing to do, just let the bird out to play, sunbathe, and that's it. Yun Bing felt this was very good. He instructed the students to be careful not to cause trouble. Everyone was very excited. Yun Bing especially reminded Wu Chuan to be careful. Wu Chuan said she was originally well-behaved, there would be no problems. As Duan Xing figure flashed by, Wu Chuan immediately noticed. Isn't that the holy maiden of the Holy Wu sect? Why is she at Sanqian Academy? Duan Xing was immeasurably beautiful. Her stern and sharp gaze made others look up to her. Fan Mutong smiled brightly and distributed uniforms to all Yunqian students. Because everyone will study at Sanqian Academy for a while, the students at the academy already knew new students were coming. Finally, after they said goodbye to each other, they should depart for their respective areas. Yun Bing waved goodbye to his disciples. His expectant gaze, hoping little Wu Chuan could really behave herself. Yun Bing closed his eyes. The surrounding space appeared like a schematic overview. Everything appeared in his mind. The demon race abyss appeared at Sanqian Academy. Yun Bing realized it. So that's it. Yun Bing finally understood the reason. Fan Mutong asked if Yun Bing had seen anything. That door still has the demon race abyss. Did Yun Bing find any trace of Principal Cao? Is there anything else? Yun Bing said he could see a few things, but he had never met this Cao Qingla kid before. He must have gone deeper inside. He didn't explore the deeper areas. There was some existence temporarily blocking his divine sense from outside. Fan Mutong couldn't believe it. Someone who could block Yun Bing's divine sense, isn't that a reappeared ancestor? Yun Bing didn't think so. The opponent currently wasn't directly acting against Sanqian Academy. Besides an ancestor, only one person could have such ability, Ye Quan Chu. Yun Bing said that the so-called door was nothing else but the Ap Yuan seal he created years ago. This time, even Shu Yuan has been pulled out. Going back 1,000,000 years, heavenly disasters, blood flowing like seas, corpses piled like mountains, remnant demons fleeing, the great Tao in chaos. Fan Yutong said, Shama didn't even regard the heavenly Tao. Now even the great Tao itself wants to be destroyed. Is it really about to manifest again? Yun Bing said, Shama's divine soul was long ago shattered by him, so don't worry. Even if it emerges, it would only be at half-saint level. Nothing to fear. Fan Yutong asked, what will you do now? Yun Bing smiled and said, They must wait. This time, the appearance of the Ap Yuan seal looks like it's trying to awaken something. The opponent wants to use its shattering to awaken that thing. He's not clear about the purpose yet. If they act recklessly now, it might lead to chaos. On the contrary, it would help the opponent achieve their goal. They can only wait for the opponent to reveal their true intentions. If Ye Quan-chu really wants to do this, Yun Bing doesn't understand the real reason why. What exactly does Ye Quan-chu want to do? At Sanqian Academy, Hanju Quan handed everyone the command tokens of Sanqian Academy. Zhu Menju told them to keep these safe. After speaking, Hanju Quan and Han Mo quickly left. Ru Shui felt somewhat surprised, thinking these two would confront them. Wu Chuan looked at this classroom, which resembled those on Earth. Liu Kai-ge immediately recognized Ye Wu Chuan. He thought she had followed him to Sanqian Academy. Ru Shui didn't know who this person was. Wu Chuan didn't remember either, thinking it might be that strange guy who acted arrogantly from Sanqian Academy at the previous all-sex competition. Liu Kai-ge said that after that time, Wu Chuan had successfully attracted his attention. This, he said, was a good thing for her. Wu Chuan cursed him as a lunatic, truly idle and delusional. The appearance of these two new students caught everyone's attention. The two young masters of the Han family personally delivered the tokens. Liu Kai-ge was also very interested in them. Feeling somewhat competitive, Ru Shui felt a bit uncomfortable about the gossip. Wu Chuan ignored them, focusing on finding a seat first. Wu Chuan noticed the empty seats in the classroom. Liu Kai-ge immediately sat down, saying she should sit next to him. He said she was just his type. Wu Chuan instantly recalled Yun Bing's words. This world lacks many things, but it never lacks fools and idiots. Ru Shui pointed to the seat beside her. It's convenient after class. Liu Kai-ge sneered. As Wu Chuan passed by, he mocked her for pretending to invite him. He said women always obediently sit next to him, knowing she was already smitten with him. Young Master Liu's type was unbearable. The teacher entered. Yun Bing said, "Well, your teacher Liang Shi had some family matters and went home temporarily. So for this class, I will be substituting." Wu Chuan's fist was about to land on Liu Kai-ge's head but stopped. Liu Kai-ge asked who Yun Bing was, saying he had never seen him before. Yun Bing put his books on the desk, introducing himself as the newly arrived executive elder. Wu Chuan was delighted to see her master, stopping her attack. Liu Kai-ge scoffed that Yun Bing held a useless position in the academy. Ordinary appearance, no charisma, just a title without any real power, used to make up numbers. Don't interfere with his plan to woo girls. Ye Wu Chuan started wanting to assassinate this guy. Already, Liu Kai-ge turned to ask Ye Wu Chuan if she wanted to be his woman or not. Wu Chuan couldn't be bothered with him. Truly an idiot. Yun Bing smiled. Insulting classmate Liu Kai-ge. Are we not keeping quiet during class? You'll be punished, you know. Yun Bing's smile might be his end. Yun Bing kindly reminded Liu Kai-ge that not keeping quiet in class would result in punishment. Contrary to obedience, Liu Kai-ge shouted back at him, "Who do you think you are to dare speak to me like that? I am from the noble Liu family of the heavenly realm, the secluded disciple of sect leader Zhu Hao of Yizi Men. Which teacher doesn't give me special treatment?" Just as he finished boasting, Liu Kai-ge was hung up by Yun Bing, unable to say another word. The tight rope tore his clothes, revealing a very unsightly scene. Disrespecting the teacher, go out and run 3 laps around the square before coming back. Whether he agreed or not, Liu Kai-ge's body jerked and ran off. Truly a disobedient body. With his meager abilities, how could he possibly woo my disciple Wu Chuan? Yun Bing reminded, all students must study properly. Otherwise, you'll end up like that guy just now. Now I'll choose someone to answer a homework question. All the students panicked, frantically flipping through their books. Ru Shui and Wu Chuan were both very pleased with their master's disciplining of the troublesome student. Finally, there was someone else like them, enduring the teacher's terrifying lessons. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Gui stood dazed for a moment. In front of her was a solid wall. She was now lost. She had clearly made a special effort to remember how to get to class yesterday. Luo Gui decided to go back and check. It was still early. She wouldn't be late. After 10 minutes, it was still the same wall. Luo Gui was a bit confused. Why does this place look so familiar? She didn't understand what exactly was wrong. Suddenly, Luo Gui noticed something on the ground. Candy wrappers scattered on the ground caught the attention of someone as lost as her. These were candy wrappers, Luo Gui realized. She picked up a wrapper and examined it. Looking around, there were many such candy wrappers. She thought someone must have been eating candy on their way to class, leaving a trail. Luo Gui decided to follow the trail of wrappers. After all, she could get lost again if she continued randomly, so she might as well try following the candy wrappers to see if she could find her way to the classroom. After just a few minutes, 2 disciples, Lin Yan and Yue Tian, were already standing there waiting, waving to Luogi. Luogi cheerfully greeted the two siblings. Yesterday she was alone, and the two were worried if she could find her way to class this morning. Yue Tian praised Luogui. Her ability to navigate has improved a bit. Luogui just scratched her head and smiled it off. She couldn't recount what had just happened. Luogui wondered where the third senior brother was now. Perhaps he had already skipped class. Then a voice appeared from behind. I'll still come for the first day of school, okay? After all, Yunbing is now an elder in charge. I don't have the guts to skip class. Luogui asked Xiaozhang where he had been earlier. He said he had been wandering around everywhere, urging her to hurry to class or they'd be late. So it was Xiaozhang who had eaten a lot of candy and left the wrappers for Luogi to find her way to class. His throat was now very uncomfortable. Who told Luogi to be like a child, getting lost at her age? Students of the Three Heavens two-character sect. Everyone marveled at the new students arriving. Yue Tian and Luogui received countless attention due to their striking appearances. Lin Yan was noticed for his cuteness and energy. Looking at Yue Tian, Luogui felt a bit unfortunate for her senior brother. Yue Tian felt that as a man, not being accused of secretly going out with a group of men was even more painful. He had no interest in male companionship. The female students nearby didn't like Luogui. Just with her beautiful appearance, voluptuous figure, she might be secretly involved with men. Playing the field, it wasn't impossible. The atmosphere became extremely bright. Zhang Chaoguang entered. His golden hair was impossible to look away from. With delicate features, it would be a great pity not to gaze upon him in this lifetime. All the female students were captivated by Zhang Chaoguang, unable to take their eyes off him. During lunch break, everyone bustled to eat. The tables were packed with people. Lin Yan exclaimed in praise that the food here was very much to his taste. It's so delicious. Everyone was very gentle, treating Lin Yan extremely well. Ming Yan, on the other hand, had a very healthy appetite. Eating 18 leaves at once, he praised Lin Yan for eating well. But is that okay? Yue Tian mentioned this. Yunbing had confirmed it was normal. A plate of food was suddenly thrown down next to the three people's food. A female student approached Luogui, her chest blocking the view. She approached Luogui with a hint of killing intent. Everyone around felt sorry for Luogui. Bai Yun is at it again. A new student arrived so beautiful. Her strong jealousy, how could she let this girl off? Those junior sisters before were probably all secretly dealt with by her. Bai Yun is one of the three evils in the academy. What a pity for Luogui. No one dares to confront someone from a prestigious family like Bai Yun. Kai Yuan realm. Junior Luogui not knowing what this person wanted with her, so she asked what she wanted. Bai Yun stated her name, her eyes crazily fixed on Luogui. Suddenly from behind, young Master Zhan appeared, causing everyone to turn their attention. The path young Master Zhan walked was cleared. No one dared to block him, also one of the three evils. Young Master Zhan asked Bai Yun what she was doing with a very angry expression. In the Three Heavens Academy, except for the martial arts arena, fighting is not allowed. Are you trying to burn down the academy? Bai Yun doubted young Master Zhan's words. You yourself have also caused trouble outside the martial arts arena before. Moreover, what business is it of yours what I do? Young Master Zhan advised Bai Yun not to give Luogui a hard time, as it would disgrace the Three Heavens Academy. He also said Luogui belongs to the Cloud Heaven Academy, so naturally she can't be touched. Young Master Zhan was trying to save his teammate. Bai Yun couldn't stand this arrogant guy. Could it be that he also has his eye on Luogui? Zhan Mo was furious, saying she's just a teammate, not related to you at all. You're not allowed to act here either. Bai Yun implied she never intended to fight anyone. Zhan Mo's words made her feel uneasy. She turned away. Luogui didn't understand this person's purpose in approaching her. Zhan Mo was still silently cursing Bai Yun, saying if they provoke that person, everyone's life would be over. Bai Yun had already left, but her eyes were still sharply focused on Luogui. Beautiful figure, intoxicating smile. How could she possibly ignore it? Bai Yun smiled sinisterly, truly beautiful indeed. In a cool setting, Bai Yun sat alone in a pavilion enjoying the breeze. She held a handkerchief, gazing at it intently, still thinking of Luogui. That day, when she first met Luogui, everyone was buzzing about how outstanding they were, which caught her attention a bit. Suddenly, Luogui approached her, picking up the handkerchief she had dropped. Those sharp eyes called her to turn. At that moment, Bai Yun seemed to understand what unrequited love meant. Those eyes, that smile, those hands. Luogui was an angel, a goddess in her heart. The handkerchief still carried the fragrance of that person's hand. Bai Yun kept sniffing it, unable to quell her surging love. The female students around who saw Bai Yun thought she was extremely angry with Luogui. They also disliked Luogui's prominence and found reasons to be jealous. They believed Bai Yun Yun's gaze would make Luogui's life miserable. They approached Bai Yun saying that Luogui is too disrespectful to you. Earlier in the cafeteria, John Mo even stood up for her. She's truly a seductress. Let us teach her a lesson for you. Bai Yun angrily dismissed these arrogant words. A look of displeasure clearly appeared. Bai Yun ordered these people to be silent immediately. Then Bai Yun seemed to leave angrily to everyone's surprise. They thought Bai Yun was too angry at Luogui and was taking it out on them. Today Luogui had angered her. Just mentioning Luogui once had made her this angry. Tonight, they would deal with Luogui for her, maybe even earn some merit. They agreed to act together tonight. Luogui was cultivating in her room. In the quiet night, she suddenly sensed the presence of uninvited guests. Luogui quickly drew her sword, leaping straight out to search for the intruders. She pointed her sword directly at the suspicious figure. Surprisingly, it was Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang, scary. Is Luogui trying to assassinate you? If you hadn't reacted so quickly, it might have been a bloody scene already. Luogui surprised. Third senior brother, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Xiaozhang looked at the sword in Luogui's hand, as expected of the holy sword specially forged by Yun Ping. Xiaozhang said he was out for a stroll. The moonlight tonight is exceptionally beautiful. Luogui was suspicious. It was indeed a bit suspicious for someone like Xiaozhang to be out for a walk. Xiaozhang pointed to a spot in the sky for her to look at. Luogui instinctively looked in that direction. Xiaozhang immediately ran away, waiting for little sister's trust. Farewell, little sister. Keep practicing slowly. Outside, it turned out that Xiaozhang had secretly dealt with a group of female students who had planned to teach Luogui a lesson this morning. The female students fell from the magic formation, with no chance to resist at all. Xiaozhang interrogated the female students. The female students, heads spinning, fell on top of each other, looking extremely pitiful. Zhang Xiaoguang, in the moonlight, radiated an extremely valiant aura. He asked this group of people who ordered them to come and ambush his adorable little sister. Bai Yun received the news and was extremely angry. She used a cane to deal with these foolish subordinates. The subordinates fled in chaos. Only Bai Yun was left facing Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, I see now. The mastermind could be none other than Bai Yun. I didn't expect you to resort to such underhanded tactics. Bai Yun was angry with Xiaoguang. She extremely disliked this person, always hovering around the one she liked. Those words should be said by someone else. If you don't protect Luogui, should I just stand by and watch Luogui being bullied by Bai Yun's people? How can Bai Yun blame me instead? Bai Yun angrily drew out her cane. It's that blonde brat, Xiaoguang. Bai Yun's eyes became extremely bloodthirsty. Still want to protect Luogui. I alone am enough. Xiaoguang said to Bai Yun, as humans, we should be reasonable. You can't speak so recklessly. Xiaoguang's eyes widened. Could it be that Bai Yun is? Xiaoguang thought that Bai Yun had her eye on his junior sister. Indeed, these words made Bai Yun increasingly angry because they hit the mark. Bai Yun shouted. She immediately charged to fight with all her might against that blonde guy. That night, Luogui had some trouble sleeping. It was a bit noisier outside than usual, forcing her to wear noise-canceling earplugs. The next day, the space around the battlefield was in ruins. Bai Yun cursed. Damn man. Bai Yun lay angrily sprawled on the ground. Losing the battle was a form of humiliation, reflecting her loss in love. She would definitely win Luogui back. She would definitely get revenge on this blonde man. In the classroom, Luogui seemed to have a rather uncomfortable expression. Lin Yan praised Yuo Tian as extremely formidable. People around started discussing them. With just one glance from Luogui, all the commotion disappeared. Everyone vanished like smoke, no trace to be seen. Luogui didn't understand what was happening. Yue Tian believed that the events of last night implicitly confirmed that Luogui had done it. Luogui was a bit confused, not understanding what incident Yue Tian was referring to. Yue Tian said, last night, the three evils of the two sects almost became two evils. Bai Yun's room was blown up by someone. It seems Bai Yun was seriously injured, not seeing anyone, probably recovering. This morning, she had just had a conflict with Luogui. Now you're safe and sound. Bai Yun got into trouble again. Someone could have almost eliminated the dark force. How can people like them not be afraid? Luogui thought that everything might have been done by Zhan Mo. Yue Tian didn't think so. Last night Zhan Mo came to see you to talk about Bai Yun, but it probably wasn't him. Luogui pondered and guessed, not knowing who the mastermind was when Xiaoguang came yawning from behind. Junior sisters, senior brother, good morning. Gathering early for breakfast. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Am I being ostracized? Lin Yan called you 2-3 times, but you didn't wake up. So they came here first. Xiaoguang sat next to Luogui. Xiaoguang picked up a piece of bread, grinning. Can't help it. I'm just someone with extremely good sleep quality. It's usually very hard to wake me up. Luogui stared at Xiaoguang until he had to notice her. He asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Luogui blushed, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, she reached out and put her hand on Xiaoguang's leg, pinching his thigh very hard. The painful pinch made Xiaoguang jump and couldn't sit still. He didn't know what he had done wrong for Luogui to treat him like this. Luogui was very angry right now. Lin Yan asked how Luogui and Xiaoguang were doing. These two didn't know the atmosphere here was very tense. Luogui leaned close to Xiaoguang's ear and whispered, "Next time for that kind of thing, you must take me along. Understand?" It turns out Luogui had figured out who was behind last night's incident. Xiaoguang quickly nodded. The two of them pretended everything was fine to Lin Yan and Yue Tian. Smiles began to appear. Both seemed to have some changes in their emotions, or something else. Luogui said sternly, "So Xiaoguang probably won't skip class this morning, right? If so, we have a practical combat class today. You'll accompany me, won't you?" Xiaoguang turned pale, wanting to refuse this invitation. Xiaoguang immediately stood up, suddenly remembering he had something very important to do. "Please tell the teacher at Sanqian Library on my behalf." After saying this, Xiaoguang quickly ran off. This morning he didn't want to come anymore. Luogui also stood up, saying a word to Lin Yan and Yue Tian. A sword was swiftly drawn. Luogui needed to catch a pigeon immediately. She wanted to see what important business this pigeon actually had to attend to. A few days later, Sanqian Library once had 3 villains. They had power and influence to act unreasonably. Erzi men had 2 villains. The first was Tiansong Chi-Chai, who could control elements, the person capable of breaking the record for the youngest saint in history set by Duan Sheng, the person capable of succeeding to become the dean of Sanqian Library, Yi Jian Mo. The other came from a noble family with strong abilities. Her clan had close ties with Sanqian Library, vicious and jealous. All female disciples more outstanding than her were purged from the academy. People called her the White-Robed Woman Reaper because she was ultimately a disciple personally accepted by the dean, the new big shot of Yi Zi Men, the mysterious new star no one dared to provoke, Duan Shen. But along with the mystery, the appearance of a new student of Yi Zi Men was born. A voice full of provocation began. The performance surpasses the new student of Erzi Men. That new villain is none other than the boss of Jinchan Empire, our Ye Wuchuan, Big Sister Wuchuan. At this Big Sister call, Wuchuan felt a bit embarrassed. Rushe, acting as her bodyguard beside her, had a face full of challenge. Rue felt the cheering wasn't loud enough, quickly ordering, "Raise your voices." Wuchuan found it somewhat interesting, but mostly felt a bit embarrassed. The top villain, clearly she was very obedient. Rushe was extremely proud, worthy of being her senior sister. The students thought to themselves, this time they've followed the right boss. They were extremely excited and secretly delighted. They found their boss extremely handsome. Something wasn't quite right here. At the martial arts arena, everyone was cheering for Lu Xiao and Wu Chuan. This competition hadn't determined a winner yet. On one side was the Golden Money Empire's Ye Wu Chuan. On the other was the undefeated battle team. Win or lose, it was undecided. Liu Kaige glared. If Wu Chuan really wanted to fight him, then if she lost, she'd become his woman. Ye Wu Chuan's eyes turned cold. She loudly pointed at him and set her condition. "If you lose, you're not allowed to appear within my sight for life. And don't talk to me either." The people around started cheering. "Big sis." Liu Kaige heard this and happily agreed. "Fine." Feet shoulder width apart. Liu Kaige gathered his strength, frowning as he replied, "You'll be the first woman to defeat me. For you, I'll pine day and night." As he spoke, the shirt on his body was torn apart. Zhang Roche disdainfully judged, showing off. The bearded girl also followed the momentum and shouted, "Big sis, teach him a lesson." Liu Kaige stylishly charged at Ye Wuchang. "Take this." However, she quickly dodged him. Below the platform, the cheering continued. Liu Xiao is so cool, truly worthy of being the peak of Hua Feng Qi. Suddenly, Liu Kaige's face darkened. What the hell, his punch at Ye Wuchan was like an egg hitting a rock. Ye Wuchan calmly said, "Is this all you've got?" Liu Kaige now painfully clutched his arm and cried out, "My left arm." Ye Wuchan continued to provoke. "You want to hit a body made by the old rascal himself with one punch." She had now switched to flight mode. "It's my turn now." Ye Wuchan launched a devastating attack on him. Liu Kaige instantly flew like a kite in the wind and then fell down. He plunged straight into Mother Earth. The scene instantly became eerily quiet. Liu Kaige struggled to crawl out from the dust cloud. "Looks like you've gotten strong too." He lay down inside. "You've also become stronger." His face was bruised from the beating. His face, covered in sweat, still managed a love-struck smile, worthy of being the woman this young master has his eye on. Yewoo-chan had already left the arena by now, ignoring him. She thought back, and still shuddered. He had to say such disgusting words before passing out. By now, the Liu family disciples were rushing over. "Liu Xiao, someone come quickly. Master, are you all right?" In contrast, the disciples of the two schools cheered. "Big sis." Only now did Yewoo-chan notice the crowd coming. She curiously asked, "Where's Ru Shui?" At this moment, a voice rang out. Wu-chan." Zhang Ruo Shui came along with Yun Ping. She said with a wry face, "I'm here." Her inner heart was also screaming, "It's over," caught red-handed. Wu-chan is in danger. Yun Ping just raised his hand and gestured, "Come, Wu-chan." His expression was very friendly as he said to her, "Your master has a few words to say to you." Yewoo-chan saw this and panicked. I'm in trouble. Under the clear sky with a gentle breeze in the executive office. Yun Ping sat casually in the executive's chair, lazily asking, "Now tell me about what you've been up to recently, Wu-chan." Yewoo-chan finally replied awkwardly, "I just wanted to deal with that Liu Kai-ge. Who knew I'd accidentally make such a big fuss?" Yun Ping raised an eyebrow and continued, "I thought you might cause some trouble, but I didn't expect you to go this big. Were you planning to turn the Three Heavens Academy students into passionate followers? After beating the first character school, you went for the second, finally becoming the peak of the Three Heavens Academy." Thinking about the prospect of herself with followers behind her, Yewoo-chan felt a bit excited. Hearing you say it like that, it doesn't sound too bad. Yun Ping then lightly flicked her forehead to wake Yewoo-chan from her daydream. He sternly lectured her. "This action of yours will provoke how many disciples from the Three Heavens Academy and the family forces behind them? What if they come to our house one day? Wouldn't that be troublesome?" Yewoo-chan, looking weak and innocent with pitiful sparkling eyes, said, "I didn't expect it would develop like this either." Yun Ping looked down at her and coldly continued, "Wait, that name of yours, Yewoo-chan's Golden Money Empire. Don't tell me you're planning to expand your influence and conveniently collect protection fees." Yewoo-chan was shocked and stammered, Am I that kind of person?" Yewoo-chan sadly explained, "Although they did say they wanted to show filial respect or something, but I righteously refused them all." Yun Ping suddenly sat down. Yewoo-chan asked awkwardly, Master, what are you doing?" Yun Ping then extended his hand. He gently patted her head and comforted. "Those words earlier were from the executive elder of the Three Books Academy, disciplining a problematic student. But as the principal of the Three Heavens Academy, seeing you pin that brat to the ground and beat him, I was quite pleased." As he spoke, Yun Ping gave her a thumbs up. Yewoo-chan's eyes immediately sparkled with happiness. Yun Ping continued proudly, "Daring to provoke people from our Cloud Heaven Academy like that, we certainly had to strike back. You did well this time. Keep up the good work next time." Hearing this, Yewoo-chan became cheerful and laughed loudly. "Isn't this you playing tricks with me, master?" From below the building, Yun Ping's student also teased her. "Is that how you talk to your master?" A month later, while Yewoo-chan was sitting properly in class, her new followers whispered among themselves, "Ever since the boss defeated Liu Kai-ge from the Celestial Level family, those who were bullied by him have been dreaming about and worshipping her, all joining our ranks. After a month of expansion, she has now officially changed to become one of the four evils of the Three Heavens Academy." Hearing this, Yewoo-chan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Four evils. I really thank you all for that." The girl with a mustache then pointed out, "Now the first character school has two superpowers and one strong one. The strong one is the Han family's force. Above the two Han brothers is a mysterious and powerful figure who is their sister, Han Yu-hei, and beside her are two demonic women bound to her by a blood contract." Little Chen also added, "As for the two superpowers, one of them is our big sister, and the other is the one who once spoke to our big sister, Duan Shen." In front of everyone, he continued, "The Han family is currently holding their position, but if we want to continue expanding our influence, besides provoking the Han family, we'll also encroach on Duan Shen's territory." Hearing this name, Yewoo-chan immediately sat up. She urgently asked, "Where is Duan Shen now? Do you know?" The others were startled by her sudden movement. They started cheering. "Big sis, are we finally going to war with Duan Shen now?" The girl with a mustache and dark lips smiled and said, "We've finally waited for this day." The people below were also exploding with excitement. "I knew it. We'll finally become the legend of the first character school, ruling over all student factions in the first character school. Before, we were humiliated by Duan Shen's faction. Today, it's finally our turn for revenge. Let them know how formidable our big sis is." Zhang Ruo Shui, with sparkling eyes, casually prepared to put on her sunglasses. She looked towards Yewoo-chan and excitedly asked, "Sister Wu-chan, Are you planning to reach the top of the first character school? Seeing her expression, Ye-Wu-chan couldn't help but weep inwardly. She hugged herself, her inner self screaming, "What the hell are you talking about?" At this moment, Ye-Wu-chan gestured for everyone to calm down. She cleared her throat and reminded everyone, "I didn't say we're starting anything now. I just want to meet Duan Xingchen privately once. Don't read too much into it." As she spoke, she slammed her hand on the table to add authority to her words. The followers hearing this all had the same question. Meet privately. The girl with a mustache and dark lips was now lost in her imagination. Two long-legged beauties meeting, with misty smoke appearing to enhance the effect. The two face each other, then they start massaging each other non-stop. Everyone let their imagination run wild, brainwashing each other for a moment. Tears and snot were flowing everywhere. The girl with a mustache, moved to tears, clenched her fist and said, "That's right, just like when we faced Liu Kege before. It can both avoid a group fight and successfully unify the forces of Duan Xingchen. How great, kind, and loving of her subordinates she is." Ye-Wu-chan was petrified upon hearing this. She didn't know how to properly assess this situation. Ye-Wu-chan, dumbfounded, hesitantly asked, "Anyway, can anyone tell me where Duan Xingchen is right now?" At this moment, one of them put their hands together and said seriously, "Big sis, Duan Xingchen went down the mountain on a mission half a month ago. She just returned a few days ago. Now she's probably still in the back garden, taking care of her precious spirit herbs." At this time, in a garden, Duan Xingchen was humming a tune while immersing herself in nature, watering the flower pots. Her whole face was glowing, both beautiful and charming. Ye-Wu-chan suddenly appeared at this moment. She looked at the blooming flowers with wide-eyed amazement, exclaiming, "These spirit herbs are so beautiful." Hearing this, Duan Xingchen blushed in surprise. Ye-Wu-chan, with her little tail, praised generously. "Aren't spirit herbs very precious? Did you take care of all these yourself? That's amazing." Duan Xingchen glanced at Ye-Wu-chan, hesitantly said, "Actually, spirit herbs." Before Duan Xingchen could finish her sentence, Ye-Wu-chan gave her a weird smile. "Hey, lightbulb girl." Ye-Wu-chan hugged Duan Xingchen tightly, saying happily, "Long time no see." Duan Xingchen was still confused. Her eyes became dazed. After a while, Duan Xingchen finally reacted. Her face darkened, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, her heart full of confusion. Duan Xingchen directly pushed Ye-Wu-chan away. She looked cautiously at the two, asking seriously, "Who are you?" Both Ye-Wu-chan and Zhang Ruoshui were surprised. They asked in unison, "Don't you recognize us anymore?" Seeing this, Duan Xingchen didn't answer. Her mood was extremely confused. Zhang Ruoshui and Ye-Wu-chan began to recount, with descriptions as detailed as possible. When the demon beasts surrounded you all before, we and the teacher appeared. There's also the story about fat and thin Quan Kadu and the events at Shengwuzong. Have you forgotten everything? Duan Xingchen then vaguely remembered. She softly repeated the name she just heard, Shengwuzong. Ye-Wu-chan hugged Zhang Ruoshui. Seeing this situation, she exclaimed in panic, "I'm telling you, Lightbulb, could it be that you've lost your memory?" Duan Xingchen replied in confusion, "In my impression, I seem to have no memories before coming to the 3000 Academy." Duan Xingchen helplessly continued, "Even the current method of cultivating was taught to me by the principal himself." She then looked pitifully at the two, pleading, "If possible, please tell me about the things related to my past. Those forgotten things, I must remember them no matter what." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoshui hesitated in thought. She put her hand on her chin, pondering. "Well, Ye-Wu-chan also hesitated about this matter. Actually, we don't know much either, but we know who might have a solution." At this moment, a five-fingered hand with 3 colorful rings gently patted Duan Xingchen's shoulder. Yunping cheerfully greeted her. "Long time no see, Lightbulb. The first time we met, I stepped on your face. Thinking about it now, I still feel embarrassed." Duan Xingchen, having lost her memories, completely couldn't remember who he was, so she asked puzzled, "Have I met the elder before?" Yunping, seeing this situation, frowned and sighed. She really has lost her memory. Ye-Wu-chan behind them also worriedly added, "Isn't that obvious?" Duan Xingchen was stunned. For a moment she felt pressured, her mind filled with countless questions and doubts. Duan Xingchen and Yunping faced each other. Both remained silent. Past memories were stirred up. The image of Duan Xingchen in front of Sheng Jie appeared. Yunping thought to himself, back then on the way to Yaoming Giyu, the instructions from Sheng Jie. Now Duan Xingchen suddenly lost her memory and appeared at the 3000 Academy. What has happened here? Nevertheless, Yunping maintained a facade of normalcy. He switched to a gentlemanly mode and said, "It's all right. A bit of memory loss, for your teacher, is just a small matter." All three of them fell silent without comment. Then, Yunping raised both hands towards Duan Xingchen's forehead to examine. The two behind watched in bewilderment. After checking for a while, Yunping awkwardly said, her condition is a bit unusual. I don't have a solution at the moment. Perhaps you should go back first." Duanxing Shen looked bewildered. She couldn't help but start tearing up, looking extremely pitiful. Duanxing Shen had now reached the depths of her pain. She began crying uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, the three of them were at a loss. Yewuchan hurriedly said, "Ah, wait for us." Duanxing ran away crying, covering her face. Yewuchan quickly chased after her. She shouted to comfort her, "It's okay. It's really not that bad. We made it up." The elder said, "Listen to what happened before." Zhang Ruo heard this and was also at a loss. Yunping behind them now began to ponder. He frowned and thought, Duanxing Shen's soul had been damaged before. What kind of attack had she experienced? At this moment, in the executive office, a cup of hot tea had been prepared. The young disciple carefully entered at this time. He clasped his hands respectfully in greeting before reporting, "Master, just now that was." Yunping leisurely savored the tea in his hand. He calmly inquired, "Do you know about Duanxing Shen's situation? How did she come to the 3000 Academy?" Hearing this, the young disciple put his hand on his chin, frowning in thought. He hesitantly replied, "Duanxing Shen. Years ago, it was handled personally by the principal. I'm not very clear about it. I only know that back then she seemed to have been attacked by demons. Fortunately, thanks to the immaculate holy body, she avoided being corroded, but her soul was severely damaged, causing her to lose her memory." Hearing this, Yunping frowned. Demons again. He thought to himself, the pressure seal is getting looser. The formation eye centered on the demon abyss, using the world's demonic energy as a foundation to form a summoning formation. What they truly want to summon is the demon lord's 6th demon star. The young disciple hesitantly said, "Well, master, may I ask you for a favor?" Seeing this, Yunping raised an eyebrow and asked, "Young man, what are you up to now?" He blushed and replied sheepishly, "After some time, it will be our 3000 Academy's grand ceremony. At that time, the principal needs to personally come and give a speech. And the matter of the principal's disappearance, we've been keeping it a secret until now." Yunping immediately understood and said bluntly, "Let me get this straight. You want me to impersonate that kid Cao Qing Luo and give a speech for an hour, don't you?" Hit right on the mark, the young disciple laughed awkwardly and suggested, "If an hour is not possible." Suddenly, Yunping had a new idea. He said cunningly, "All right, I'll do it." Then Yunping vaguely said, "I remember the academy seems to store some pretty good food, doesn't it?" Hearing this, the young disciple could only obediently agree, yes. At this moment, Duanxing Shen was dazed, trying to piece together what she had just heard. She hesitantly said, "So you and I are that close?" Yewuchan enthusiastically educated Duanxing Shen. She proudly said, "Of course. Back when you first met me." Yewuchan recalled the process of her and Zhang Ruoshui searching for items. She recounted, "We were in an extremely dangerous secret realm. Before that, a bunch of people were following us, wanting to snatch the treasures in our hands." Yewuchan also described Duanxing Shen as she continued, "You were quite kind-hearted. Seeing us being chased and attacked, you wanted to help us. As a result, you got beaten up with us." The three of them were flattened on the ground like that. Yewuchan slowly took a sip of tea and said, "But we still managed to escape later, didn't we? That's how we became acquainted afterwards." Zhang Ruoshui, who was busy eating, also chimed in. "That's right." Duanxing Shen let out an O sound. Then Duanxing Shen curiously asked the two, "But I remember you told me before that you didn't know much about me either." Hearing this, Yewuchan immediately choked on her water. Even Zhang Ruoshui had to stop eating. Then a long and wide screen of excuses was set up for Duanxing Shen. Yewuchan quickly put her arm around her shoulder as if they were very close and said, "Oh, I meant I knew little about you. That was later. What I told you was about several years ago." Hearing this, Duanxing Shen asked confusedly, "Is that so?" Zhang Ruoshui, of course, also tried her best to agree. That's right." Duanxing Shen thought to herself, "Although I know you're luring me, listening to your stories is still meaningful." Yewuchan and Zhang Ruoshui continued to play off each other, making up stories seamlessly. Under the small pavilion, the three chatted happily. However, they didn't know that someone was secretly watching them from afar. The bearded girl with dark lips was hiding, whispering to her companion, "I Lao Chen, what do you think our big sister is saying to Duanxing Shen right now?" They seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation. Lao Chen heard this and whispered back, Let me see. It's hard to hear from this distance. If we carelessly use spiritual energy to act, we might be discovered by Big Sister." Little Chen then gestured dramatically and said confidently, "Don't worry, I can read lips. Let me take a look." The bearded girl's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she praised admiringly, "You even know how to read lips. Lao Chen, I didn't know you were so skilled before." Little Chen, emboldened, replied arrogantly, "Nonsense. If even you could tell how amazing I am, how could I have survived in the 3 heavenly libraries?" Through a rice-powered telescope, Little Chen saw the scene of Ji Dai putting her arm around Duanxing Chen. From afar, it looked very much like school bullying. Little Chen broke out in a cold sweat and reported, "Big Sis seems to be warning Duan Xingchen, telling her to leave her territory and give up her position to her." The bearded girl excitedly said, "Oh, as expected of Big Sis, she goes straight for the kill." Meanwhile, Duan Xingchen was blushing from Ye Wuchan's teasing. The atmosphere was very harmonious. However, through Little Chen's words, the scene became extremely violent. Duan Xingchen seemed very dissatisfied. She apparently even talked about allying with the Han family to stand against us together. The bearded girl immediately put on a serious face and said in an angry, shrill voice, "What, an alliance? Does she want to rule over the entire Yizi men?" At this moment, Ye Wuchan was smiling brightly. In the eyes of the lovesick, boastful Little Chen, Big Sis said that her visit to the three heavenly libraries this time was specifically to confront Duan Xingchen. Big Sis has been smiling the whole time, which shows that she doesn't take Duan Xingchen or her forces seriously at all. The bearded girl whispered excitedly again, "Big Sis is so amazing." Suddenly, Ye Wuchan seemed to notice something. She pointed in a direction and said, "Hey, look over there. It seems there's someone in the spirit herb garden." Duan Xingchen, hearing this, also curiously glanced over. In an instant, Duan Xingchen's face became distorted and her eyes showed traces of blood. Duan Xingchen directly flew into a rage. She shouted, "How dare they pick my spirit herbs?" Duan Xingchen slammed her hand on the table with great force, causing the tea to spill out. Duan Xingchen rushed out of the pavilion, yelling, "You're dead for sure." Ye Wuchan, seeing this, could only laugh awkwardly. "It seems we've witnessed senior brother being picked on." Zhang Roche also chuckled and added, "Ha, a volume about a flower-picking thief." On this side, the two parties continued to eavesdrop. Duan Xingchen said she had been at the three heavenly libraries for so long and had never regarded anyone highly. Big Sis directly gave her a slap, extinguishing her flame right away. Duan Xingchen angrily left, threatening to fight against Big Sis to the end. Big Sis laughed mockingly. The bearded girl was now bursting with energy, a flame surrounding the bearded girl with dark lips. "Ho, it's too hot. Big Sis is my role model." Suddenly, Little Chen seemed to realize something was off. A flash of insight crossed his mind. Ye Wuchan and Zhang Roche were now approaching step by step. Little Chen hurriedly reminded the bearded girl, "Quick, stand properly. Jidai and the others are coming." Out. They frantically shouted after the two, "Big Sis is my idol. Such courage, such magnanimity, such enthusiasm. Truly a role model for us. We'll follow Big Sis. That's right, worthy of being Big Sis. Big Sis is awesome." Ye Wuchan frowned upon hearing this. She thought to herself, "What are they talking about? Why are there so many flattering words every day?" Ye Wuchan immediately drew a clear line with them. "No need to follow us. Go do whatever you need to do." Little Chen had now come up with many ideas. He said to the bearded girl beside him, "Quickly go back and tell everyone to prepare well." Under the blue sky with white clouds and bright sunshine, Little Chen excitedly shouted, "We're about to go to war with Duan Xingchen and her group." The other two ran off in one go. The four of them split into two directions. Ye Wuchan was now deep in thought, wondering, what story should I make up for Xingchen next time? The Grand Sacrifice of the Three Heavenly Libraries is a major festival held once every 5 years at the Three Heavenly Libraries. It honors the founder of the Academy, true immortal Wen Emperor Shan Lei, and also pays tribute to the literary Great Tao, which is extremely mysterious among the 3,000 heaven and earth Great Taos. As time passed, more gimmicks were added. Now it has become a day of relaxation and entertainment, enjoying the holiday. Duan Xingchen was now seriously making a suggestion to the two of them. At that time, both the one-character gate and two-character gate must put on some performances. Ye Wuchan had already come up with an idea. In her mind, she thought about making her two junior brothers dance. Her eyes lit up. Ye Wuchan smiled mischievously and asked, "Performances. So dancing would count too, right?" Suddenly, Ye Wuchan remembered something and curiously asked the person behind Duan Xingchen, "By the way, who is this?" Xiao Mi then introduced herself. "This little one is Xiao Mi. Pleased to meet you both." Duan Xingchen added, "Xiao Mi can be considered my first friend at the Three Heavenly Libraries. Although she's a demon, she's very friendly." Ye Wuchan was surprised when she heard the words demon race and asked, "Demon race?" Looking at Zi Xiaomi's harmless smile, Ye Wuchan thought to herself, Duan Xingchen is the holy maiden of the Holy Martial Sect. The Holy Martial Sect slays monsters and eliminates demons, always having a bad relationship with the demon race, let alone becoming friends. Duan Xingchen must have lost her mind. But this Xiaomi seems a bit off. Duan Xingchen affectionately patted Xiaomi's head, and said, "As you know, many disciples of the three heavenly libraries know how to tame demon beasts, turning them into humanoid demon beasts with a blood connection to themselves." Ye Wu-chan lightly interlaced her fingers, lowering her voice to reply, "Is that so?" She was somewhat puzzled and immediately asked Xiaomi, "To be honest, Miss Xiaomi, you seem very familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before?" Xiaomi gently pushed up her glasses, pretending to be innocent as she replied, "I'm not sure about that. This little one doesn't remember meeting Miss Ye before." Then, Xiaomi made an excuse to turn and leave. "This little one has some business to attend to. I'll be going now. I won't disturb you three." Duan Xingchen saw this and waved goodbye to her. "All right, be careful on your way." Ye Wu-chan frowned, her heart unconsciously growing more suspicious of Xiaomi. Ye Wu-chan thought to herself, "A woman's intuition tells me that I've definitely met Xiaomi somewhere before. Things aren't as simple as they seem." By now, the sky had turned to night. A crescent moon hung silently high in the sky. It was a starry night. Zhang Roche brought a gourd of wine, excitedly saying, "I'm going to the canteen to get some wine. I'll be right back." She then hurried away. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed past Zhang Roche. Then an unexpected explosion occurred, causing Ye Wu-chan to run over worriedly. She hurriedly called out, "Ruo Shui." As the dust gradually cleared, a hand tightly gripping a hazy arrow appeared. Zhang Roche was covered in dirt, one hand holding the arrow, the other clutching the gourd tightly. She angrily shouted, "My wine gourd! Whoever shot that arrow, come out and face me." Ye Wu-chan also quickly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, she seemed to spot someone. "There's someone over there." The silhouette of a mysterious person was standing on the rooftop, aiming an arrow towards them. As she released her arrow, Ye Wu-chan simultaneously drew her own bow to counterattack. She loudly warned, "Roshui, be careful." The two forces quickly collided, creating a massive shockwave in the sky. Ye Wu-chan carefully assessed. No spiritual energy was used. She immediately questioned the opponent. "Who exactly are you?" The mysterious person suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Then she quickly vanished before their eyes. Zhang Roshui bitterly shouted, "Running away so fast." Ye Wu-chan couldn't help but frown at this point. She thought to herself, "That chest belongs to a woman." The next day, under clear skies and gentle breeze, in a small pavilion, Duan Xingchen looked at the wound on Zhang Roshui's face and hesitantly asked, "So you suspect Xiaomi?" Ye Wu-chan didn't confirm. She only said, "It's just a speculation. Last night's attacker didn't use spiritual energy. I've been thinking they might fear releasing demonic aura, which could be detected by the three heavenly libraries' teachers." Then, Ye Wu-chan turned to ask Duan Xingchen for more details. "By the way, who does Xiaomi have a blood contract with?" Duan Xingchen didn't try to hide anything. She answered somewhat awkwardly, "It's the eldest daughter of the Han family, Han Wu-huo." Ye Wu-chan immediately made a decision. "It seems we need to go meet her." Seeing this, Duan Xingchen hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Xiaomi wouldn't do that kind of thing. Besides, Han Wu-huo's strength is not ordinary. You absolutely shouldn't go looking for Han Wu-huo. Duan Xingchen continued, "I'll help you find that sneak attacker. Don't go looking for Han Wu-huo. It's too risky." Hearing this, Ye Wu-chan laughed. She cheerfully agreed. "All right then, if you say so, I definitely won't go to Han Wu-huo." By this time, night had fallen. Ye Wu-chan laughed happily and sighed. Believing such words, little sister Lamplight is too naive. The moon was high. Standing before the Han family's power base, Yeezy Men, Ye Wu-chan appeared boldly. The disciples there recognized her and exclaimed in shock, "Ye Wu-chan." They immediately put on uncomfortable expressions, thinking, coming alone to Han family territory, could it be? Ye Wu-chan winked mischievously and said to them, "If I say I'm here to bring warmth to the area, would you believe me?" After a while, those people, now with darkened faces, led Ye Wu-chan inside. "The young mistress is inside. Please follow me." Meanwhile, two of them were secretly exchanging words. "I'm your brother, your only brother. Let me sneak away. I'm scared." But the other immediately scolded. "Don't even think about sneaking away. Do you know what it means when the leader of one faction actively seeks out the leader of another faction? Don't you understand what this implies? This is a declaration of war against our Han family." Behind her are the Yuntian students. After walking for a while, they arrived at a wooden door. The young disciple respectfully guided, "Miss Ye, please." Seeing this, Ye Wu-chan switched to alert mode. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. Ye Wu-chan thought to herself, during the all-factions competition, these two brats were so arrogant. Why are they being so respectful to me now? It's too strange. Are they planning a sneak attack? Ye Wu-chan gently pushed the door open. Facing her was Han Wuo sitting in the center, with several girls in her arms. She said arrogantly, "Miss Ye, I wonder why Miss Ye has suddenly come to visit today. What's the matter?" Ye Wu-chan was momentarily at a loss for words. She sheepishly scratched her head. Nothing." But she thought to herself, how can I indirectly ask about Xiaomi's situation. Outside, the two brothers were also eavesdropping. Suddenly, Han Wuhuo's voice came from inside. As it happens, there's something I want to ask Miss Ye. Han Wuhuo asked lazily. Don't you feel that, for our three celestial academies, you and your faction are somewhat redundant? As Han Wuhuo spoke, she didn't even consider Ye Wuchan worthy of her attention. In the quiet of the night, every word Han Wuhuo said echoed particularly clearly. Don't you feel that, for our three celestial academies, you and your faction are somewhat redundant? Ye Wuchan immediately frowned and asked, What do you mean by that, Miss Han? Han Huo replied very calmly. Yi Zimen was originally a faction led jointly by the Han family and Duan Xingchen. Duan Xingchen doesn't understand this, but her junior disciples have long had close ties with the Han family. Your appearance disrupts the existing structure and order. Your presence breaks the original layout and order. I'm very curious. Why do you have to forcibly interfere? Hearing this, Ye Wuchan immediately understood her meaning. She lowered her voice and asked grimly, So last night, you sent Xiaomi to cause trouble for me. Aren't you afraid that I'll reveal her identity as a demon who ambushed the disciples of the three celestial academies? Xiaomi covered her mouth and chuckled. She glanced at Ye Wuchan with contempt. So what if it's true? What if you tell them? Do you think they'll believe you or the Han family? Han Wuhuo suddenly spoke up, her lips curling into a smile. But now I've changed my mind. Right after that, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up. Ye Wuchan stared intently into her eyes. However, Xiaohua quickly let out a cry, startling Xiaomi and Han Wuhuo beside her. Xiaohua then burst into tears like a child. The two couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Ye Wuchan asked with concern, What's wrong? Xiaomi quickly interrupted, It's nothing, she's just a bit tired. By then, Han Wuhuo had already stood up. She smiled warmly and said, Miss Ye, don't worry about it. As I said earlier, I've changed my mind. Last night was actually just meant to be a warning to you two. I only hope that Miss Ye won't expand her influence further and won't have any more involvement with my Han family. She continued to set conditions that caught Ye Wuchan off guard. As long as you agree to this point, I voluntarily won't become Miss Ye's enemy. We'll also apologize to you for yesterday's incident. Ye Wuchan thought to herself. Just now, she had an attitude of, what can you do to me? But now she's suddenly taking a step back. She hesitantly replied, All right then. Having achieved her temporary goal, Han Wuhuo replied cheerfully, That's great then. In that case, Miss Ye, please take your leave. We need to take care of Xiaohua now. After Ye Wuchan left, Xiaomi asked worriedly, Is Xiaohua all right? At this moment, Xiaohua was still covering her face, muttering, Damn it. Long streaks of blood flowed from the corners of Xiaohua's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said bitterly, That bastard Ye Wuchan, she's hiding a high-level formation on her body. My damn eyes. A special formation has been secretly protecting Ye Wuchan. Xiaomi carefully helped Xiaohua leave. She said attentively, I'll take you back to treat your wounds. In her heart, Xiaomi was also harboring a deep hatred for Ye Wuchan. She thought to herself, if it weren't for that high-level formation, Ye Wuchan should have been under our control by now. Her forces would have been unified. Indeed, Xiaomi's eyes turned cold as she thought, that great lord was right. The Cloud Sky Academy is indeed the biggest threat in this operation. A mysterious spatial gate opened. Xiaomi thought, but time is almost up. They probably won't catch up in time. She smugly smiled a cunning smile. In a pitch-black space, Duan Xingchen was lost in his own thoughts. Think for a moment about who you are. A name is just a nickname, convenient for others to use when addressing you. So after taking away that nickname, who are you? Wrapped in a layer of skin covering flesh, relying on bones to move about in the world. In that case, there's no difference between people. But the truth is, everyone is born different. So there exists a foundation that cannot be discarded. It always exists even if you forget everything, lose everything, deny everything yourself. The foundation remains unchanged. Remember it. A tear slowly fell down Duan Xingchen's face. A tear slowly fell down Duan Xingchen's face. Who are you, after all? At this moment, in front of the Xianlei statue, the principal officially announced, I invite all students of the three celestial academies to gather at the Wendy platform. Ye Wuchan asked curiously, What's that old rascal up to now? I want to talk to him. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoshui smiled mischievously and teased, Wuchan, you've just left your teacher, and you're already missing him. Ye Wuchan blushed immediately upon hearing this. Others also started to tease her. Missing your teacher already? Ye Wuchan embarrassedly retorted, No, not at all. Just then, a pair of hairy legs appeared, startling everyone. Do you believe that the first thing the principal will say when he opens his mouth will be, Today, you all who have come here are disciples of our three celestial academies. If Wendy were still alive to see such a grand scene, he would surely be very comforted. Then he'll stroke his beard and laugh loudly. Ha ha! Little Chen said proudly while putting on his socks. The bearded girl heard this and glanced at him, asking, "Are you sure about that?" Little Chen, adding mountains made of 2 types of fruit for dramatic effect, continued with great confidence. "Well, you see, I've been a Easy Men for 10 years now. I've attended 2 consecutive grand ceremonies. How could I not know this?" Others pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, so you've been at Easy Men for 10 years. Little Chen, without any shame, took pride in it. "What, can't I be loyal to the academy?" The people around once again had a chance to discuss. "If the principal doesn't start like that later, you'll be in a difficult position, won't you?" What if the principal doesn't say that? Little Chen completely ignored this, continuing to apply makeup confidently, and replied, "Impossible. The principal is very careful with his words. He always says it like that. If he doesn't say it that way, when I go up to dance later, I'll perform a banana tree planting on the spot." At this moment, before the numerous academy students, the principal cleared his throat a few times. The little disciple behind was also silently chanting twice in his heart, "Absolutely don't let any mistakes happen." He thought to himself, "The script is ready. My master should have learned it by now." On the other side, Yun Ping, who was now impersonating the principal, was thinking differently. "What should I say?" His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yun Ping opened his mouth awkwardly and said, "Well." In front of all the students, Yun Ping awkwardly asked, "Have you all eaten yet?" The entire hall immediately fell silent. Clouds gradually covered the sky. Yun Ping blurted out, "Ah, you haven't eaten. Then you must all be hungry, right? If you're hungry, then disperse. If you should eat a bit, then eat a bit. If you should drink tea or wine, then drink tea or wine. In short, do whatever you should do." After saying this, Yun Ping, in the principal's form, shuffled away, leaving the little disciple bewildered, his whole body drenched in sweat. The little disciple's face turned black at this moment. He thought to himself, "It's over, it's over." Little Chen on the other side was equally panicked. He anxiously thought, "Where's the solemn opening that usually stirs people's hearts? Principal, why have you betrayed me?" Yiwu Chan also noticed this difference. She thought to herself, it would be terrible if the person on stage is that perverted old rascal. The little disciple lamented through voice transmission, "Didn't you read the script I gave you? You should at least announce that the grand ceremony is starting." Hearing this, Yun Ping sighed and replied, "Is it that troublesome?" Then Yun Ping returned to the main podium. He cleared his throat and said, "Well then, I declare, the grand ceremony of the 3 Heavenly Book Academies officially begins." Elsewhere, Duan Xingsheng's entire body was in chains. The performance began. People played instruments, danced, and sang enthusiastically. The host announced, "Let's give them a round of warm applause." Long, slender legs, a breathtaking sight. Another announcement rang out, "Next performance, please." A group of beauties took the stage to perform. Little Chen continuously exuded charm. The group of disciples below cheered enthusiastically. "Ah, Mom, my darling, I want to marry her. Who is this junior sister? I'll only marry her in this life." "Ah, it's a goddess, I'm dying." Yewu Chan looked at their performance with some admiration. "I didn't expect his serious female appearance to be so beautiful." Yewu Chan recalled the perfect transformation from male to female, her eyes shining. Others also looked at the stage with loving eyes. She thought to herself, "This Pure Land dance is really good. Indeed, in this world, cute men still have a big market." Yewu Chan imagined the scene she had seen before, thinking, "But speaking of which, one can both play and eat meat. That's only possible with senior sister Lin Yan." Zhang Ruoshui lazily leaned on Yewu Chan's shoulder. She suddenly said, "I didn't expect this kid to dance the Pure Land so well. By the way, where are senior brother Xiao Qing and Luo Gui? What are they doing?" Yewu Chan was surprised and replied, "Oh, you're back. They seem to have gone to watch fireworks." Although they chased and fought each other all day, this could also be seen as a side manifestation of their good relationship. While the two were talking, another person suddenly appeared. He arrogantly shouted, "Yewu Chan." Liu Kai-ge, with his arm in a cast, along with several followers behind him. He said arrogantly, "Woman, we meet again." Yewu Chan looked at him with contempt, mocking, "Tsk, what's wrong? Want to get beaten up by me again?" Liu Kai-ge, however, still stubbornly argued back, "Haha, I admit you're stronger than I thought, woman. In terms of cultivation strength, I'm no match for you, so I'm not here to fight you. I just want to tell you, I want to change my approach to pursuing you." Hearing this, Yewu Chan frowned angrily. "What?" Liu Kai-ge continued, "Don't worry, I won't use any coercive measures. I just hope you can give me a chance." Yewu Chan firmly refused. "You're a good person, but we're not suitable." Hearing this, he still didn't give up and argued, "Why aren't we suitable? After spending some time together, you'll know my strengths." Zhang Ruoshui finally spoke up. "I'll speak for Wu Chan. We're lesbians." As she spoke, she casually fondled Yewu Chan. Seeing this, he was stunned. "What do you mean? Zhang Ruoshui lifted Ye Wuchan's chin, saying smugly, "I mean this." Then came a passionate kiss. Ye Wuchan blushed. Zhang Ruoshui continued to kiss deeply, making it hard for Ye Wuchan to resist. They rubbed against each other continuously, the kiss extremely alluring. Liu Kaige finally couldn't bear it and quickly ran away. He shouted to his followers, "Let's go." Tears were continuously falling from Liu Kaige's face. His inner self was frantically cursing. "Damn it, I lost because of gender again." The whole group witnessing this scene also blushed and looked away. "The weather is really nice today. Damn it, this moon is so stimulating. No, that's not right. These stars are too intense." After half a minute, the two pairs of lips finally separated. Ye Wuchan, blushing, stammered, Ruo, Shui, oh. Zhang Ruoshui, on the contrary, said very calmly, "This is the quickest way to solve the problem, isn't it?" Then she patted Ye Wuchan's head to comfort her. "All right, I'll go for a walk over there. You go ahead." Ye Wuchan was now extremely confused, covering her face and thinking, what's going on? Her whole face was flushed, her mind racing. That was my first kiss. Could it be that this girl Ruoshui really has feelings she shouldn't have for me? Indeed, going to that lesbian bar before must have awakened Ruoshui's other nature. At this moment, the person in question was still happily calling her Wuchan. Ye Wuchan looked around, puzzled, and asked, Didn't you just say you were going for a walk, not going anymore?" Zhang Ruoshui calmly replied, "What are you talking about? I just got back." She continued, "I saw Liu Kaige came to find you. Then, you seemed to space out for a while." Hearing this, Ye Wuchan still couldn't make sense of it. She thought to herself, is Zhang Ruoshui playing dumb? Impossible. This girl Ruoshui isn't that smart. Ye Wuchan recalled her words from earlier. "I didn't expect this guy to jump to the Pure Land so easily." Wait, how did Ruoshui know about the Pure Land just now? I've never mentioned it before. Could it be that old rascal? That Pure Land thing was copied from the tea. It's clearly that old rascal pretending. A volcano immediately erupted in Ye Wuchan's heart. The more she thought, the angrier she became. That excellent tongue technique. How many times has he done it? Why is he so skilled at it? Ye Wuchan, embarrassed, forcefully punched a nearby tree, breaking it in half. She blushed and shouted, "This old rascal really needs a beating." Zhang Ruoshui, seeing this, was puzzled. "What, Wuchan, what are you saying?" Ye Wuchan, embarrassed, ran over and said, "It's nothing." "Oh right, when you arrived, did you see the spirit lamp girl?" Zhang Ruoshui then replied, "Didn't I see her? She didn't come to find you." Ye Wuchan, hearing this, became worried and answered vaguely, "She said yesterday we'd meet here today. Let's go look for her." Ye Wuchan looked at the blooming spirit herbs and said dejectedly, "She didn't come to water the flowers yesterday. In that old rascal's previous lecture, he said these 27 colorful flowers need to be watered 3 times a day, and it must be with specially prepared cold spring water for them to grow properly. Jing Shen cares so much about this back garden, she couldn't possibly forget." Zhang Ruoshui, hearing this, smiled mischievously and asked Wuchan, "How do you know so much? Didn't you usually sleep during classes?" Ye Wuchan blushed and replied, "Because it was that old rascal's class, so I listened seriously for a bit." After saying this, she turned around and reminded, "Back to the main topic. Let's go to Jing Shen's living quarters and take a look. I've always had a bad feeling." At this moment, in the inner sect, inside Duan Jing Shen's room, Ye Wuchan and Zhang Ruoshui were continuously rummaging through things to find any trace of her whereabouts. Not here, not in the back garden, and didn't come to the appointment. Where on earth did she go? Ye Wuchan paused for a moment, then speculated, "Could it be Xiaomi? Ruoshui, let's go to the Han family and check." She, hearing this, asked with doubt. At this moment, a group of people had also opened the door. They shouted, "Ye Wuchan." She quickly stopped. Those people rushed over to question her. "Release Sister Jing Shen now. If not, we'll definitely tear you apart." Ye Wuchan then frantically denied, "I'm not a pervert who steals underwear." As soon as she said this, she was also stunned. Ye Wuchan quickly explained to the crowd surrounding her, "We are also looking for Jing Shen's whereabouts. Besides, why couldn't it be the Han family's doing?" Hearing this, they angrily questioned, "Nonsense. Miss Xiaomi and Sister Jing Shen have a deep friendship. Han Wu he certainly knows. Moreover, the Han family and Sister Jing Shen have always minded their own business. How could they harm her?" Ye Wuchan, hearing this, stammered and couldn't form a sentence. But at this moment, another group of people approached. The leader on that side loudly accused Ye Wuchan, "How long do you intend to pressure our Han family before giving up?" Ye Wuchan was a bit stunned. The 2 Han family brothers, bringing their people, aggressively pointed swords at her. They angrily interrogated, "Where did you take our sister?" Ye Wuchan then shifted to a defensive stance, immediately frowning and retorting, "It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, why would I do such a thing? A flash of light passed by. The Han brothers arrogantly said, "The entire Yizi men knows you declared war on the Han family and Ji Jingshen. What more excuses do you have? Besides you, there's no one else." The two sides continued to clash with each other. He continued to say, "The Han family doesn't dare to provoke Yuntian Academy, but if you push us too far, we'll fight anyone to the death." Zhang Ruoshui, seeing this, loudly replied, "Why are you all being so unreasonable?" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" The Han brothers immediately retreated. Who had arrived? At this moment, two people introduced themselves in turn. Yuntian Academy student Zhang Xiaoguang, Yuntian Academy student Fan Luogi. Seeing that someone had come to her rescue, Ye Wuchan became emotional. "Luogai, third senior brother, why are you two here?" Zhang Xiaoguang replied softly, "Aren't we just playing around with junior sister Luogui? We happened to pass by and saw you two." Fan Luogui, hearing this, defiantly retorted, "He asked me to use bone kneeling to dry wine for him. He even said he wanted to eat the snow ice cream that senior sister Lin ate last time." The other two were momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Xiaoguang cleared his throat and reminded, "Let's talk about the main issue." He boldly made a reassuring statement to them. Han Wu and Duan Jingshen disappeared at the same time. "I understand your feelings, but it's absolutely not my junior sister's doing. If you insist on blaming her, then don't blame our ghost junior sister for showing no mercy." Luogi didn't speak up, but was secretly despising him in her heart. The Han brothers then spoke directly. If it really wasn't Ye Wuchan's doing, then where did their sister and Duan Jingshen go? The Yimen group also added, "It's the same for Sister Jingshen. How do you intend to explain this?" At that moment, purple lightning suddenly descended from the sky. The whole group was stunned. Ye Wuchan looked up cautiously. "What's happening?" The lightning continued to flash. The sky instantly turned gloomy. Emperor Wen's square also experienced this strange phenomenon. At this moment, a pair of feet approached. Ye Wuchan looked up cautiously and said slowly, "I think we all know now. A secret realm has opened. Those 4 missing people, where did they go?" At this time, on a rock floating in midair, the silhouettes of 4 people gradually appeared. Han Wu, He Xiaohua, and Xiao Mi had successfully captured Duan Jingshen. The scene instantly became chaotic. An announcement was immediately made. "All disciples of the 3 celestial libraries, leave the library immediately. Don't go near that door. Nobody come close. All disciples of the 3 celestial libraries, leave quickly." The edict clearly stated the announcement. "Everyone, stay away from this place. Run now." The students, hearing this, were confused. They frantically ran away. "What's going on? Run first." "Oh heavens, what is that?" A spatial rift had been created. In the chaotic situation, Ye Wuchan anxiously asked, "Jingshen, why? What exactly happened?" Others were still running headlong. "Help!" In the urgent situation, a beam of light flashed by. A familiar urgent voice rang out. "Junior sister, junior brother, it's terrible. She's rushing towards that door." Hearing this, the 3 of them, without prior agreement, said in unison, "Oh no, quick, after her." The group, including Xiang Yuetian, Ru Shui, Ye Wuchan, the black-haired girl, and Zhang Xiaoguang, anxiously stood before the cave entrance filled with demonic energy. Ru Shui frowned. "It's the Han family's demonic energy. It's too strong." Xiang Yuetian called out in panic, "DNR." Suddenly, DNR's voice rang out. "Senior brother Xiang, DNR is here." Xiang Yuetian rushed to the cave entrance. "DNR." Ye Wuchan also ran after. "Senior sister DNR." The old rogue Yunping was holding DNR tightly. "Your master is talking to you. Do you hear me? Stop jumping. If I hadn't grabbed you, you'd have rushed in by now. Do you know how dangerous it is in there?" DNR, still with a cheerful face, called out, "Senior brother Xiang." Xiang Yuetian wiped his sweat. "Phew, good thing the master is here." Ye Wuchan asked, "Old rogue, what's going on?" Yunping scratched his head. "It's not a big deal, just that the 3 celestial libraries are about to be destroyed." Ye Wuchan couldn't help but be startled. No way. The 6 extremes and mower slashed away the black hidden weapons. He angrily said, "These things are like black mud. And that door, what exactly is it?" The black masses began to gather more strongly. Ye Wuchan became even more worried. The old rogue Yunping frowned. "Has it started already? Demonic fierce gate, dark sky blood drinking, 6 chin star pillars, ancient demon mirror birth. I never thought what they wanted to summon was this demonic fierce gate." He called out loudly, "Fatty, come out and work." The fat guy swung his bright sword. "Bring it on." He slashed at those dark smoke clouds. A pillar of light flashed from the sword. Moer and the 6 extremes hurriedly dodged to avoid the sword's power. Fatty shouted, "Thigh." Then he respectfully bowed to Yunping. "Master, I'll trouble you with the rest." Van Bin looked serious. "Disciples, come with me." He put one arm around Ye Wuchan. DNR excitedly said, "All right, let's hurry inside, master." She hesitated. "Oh, we also." Van Bin said firmly, Don't worry, I will protect you all completely. Then, he used his power to shine towards the sky near the dark energy cave entrance. Van Bin thought, if I really leave little Wu Chan and the others here, if the enemy takes advantage of the situation, even I might not be able to react in time. Lu Ji wondered. Deputy Headmaster, since you called him Master earlier, what's his identity? The Deputy Headmaster asked, do you know the statue carved on Emperor Wen's platform? If I tell you, the person you just met is the subject of that carved statue, would you believe it? Hearing this, both Lu Ji and Mo Er collapsed in fear. Inside that dark energy gate were full of strange tentacles. Finally, Van Bin's group landed. Someone had been waiting for them beforehand. Ye Wu-chan worried. The smell of blood is so strong. It's as if I'm in the blood of a pile of corpses. This is such a brutal and bloody aura. Van Bin frowned. Has the 6 Chin Star pillars manifested to the final stage? And the appearance of Mata Lei Men leads to the great dark sky. The blood energy is boiling. Why are there 8 6-star pillars manifesting? All the steps have been completed here. Only the final step of ancient demon birth remains. 10,000 ancient demons are born from a drop of blood from the heart of 6 demons. Each one can at least reach the peak of the void realm, and among these 10,000 ancient demons, no less than 3 can rival the saints. There are even 8 ancient demons at the semi-immortal level. Even in the ancient era where the weak perished, few could resist 8 ancient demons at the semi-immortal level, let alone the 6 demons themselves. If this ritual is completed, it might ensure the safety of Yuntian Academy's disciples, but these 3 celestial academies may not be preserved. Might not be preserved. Han Wuhi sneered, you finally arrived. Stand still. Don't make any sudden moves. My soul is linked to Duan Xingxen's life. With just a thought from me, this girl will perish. Moreover, even if you don't care about her, the headmaster of these 3 celestial academies is your disciple. You should care about that, right? Van Bin thought. Cao Qingluo's body is on the brink of death, but still alive. However, it's just barely hanging on. Han Wuhe challenged. Just in case, Han Wuhe's soul is also linked to the life of this headmaster. Even for you, I'm afraid you can't simultaneously save both Duan Xingxen and the headmaster. Ye Wuchan angrily said, Han Wuhe, why are you doing this? If it's just for unnecessary faction rivalry. Van Bin interrupted. Don't ask her anymore. It's useless. From beginning to end, this has nothing to do with Han Wuhe. Han Wuhe is just a puppet for their convenience. With a demon body, it's hard to infiltrate the 3 celestial academies, so they bewitched Han Wuhe and the disciples of these 3 celestial academies, pretending to be blood contract demon pets. But in reality, Han Wuhe isn't their master. On the contrary, she's their slave. Ye Wuchan felt very confused. But why do they have to do this? Van Bin explained. Because in Duan Xingxen's body flows the blood of ancient demons. Van Bin recalled. Some time ago, at the Fat and Thin betting house, I asked Duan Xingxen what she had inquired about when she went there with us. Previously, Xingxen did go with them. Her question was simple. She wanted to know about her origins. After leaving that betting house, Xingxen didn't seem very calm. It's likely no one expected that Duan Xingxen of the Holy Martial Sect, formerly a holy maiden with a sacred pure body, in her body, when she learned the truth that ancient demon blood flowed within her. Duan Xingxen was very confused and depressed. Wu Chan, hearing this, was also shocked. Covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, Xingxen, she's a descendant of ancient demons. Now, Xingxen's entire body was bound tightly by chains. There were also eerie tentacles wrapped around her. They surrounded her relentlessly. The woman Duan Mi turned to look at Xingxen, sneering. A few months ago, I was in the betting house and learned that the only ancient demon descendant still existing in the mortal world was the Holy Maiden with the sacred pure body from the Holy Martial Sect. However, the Holy Maiden was just one of her identities. She laughed triumphantly. In her body also flows ancient demon blood. As long as this fact remains unchanged, Duan Mi threw her head back, laughing grotesquely, spreading her arms wide and shouting, she will always be a demon. She can never become human. Van Bin was a bit worried. It's said that the 8 ancient demon immortals are comparable to semi-immortals. Even 1,000,000 years ago, they were a major problem. He said, ancient demon blood is necessary for ancient demons to be born. You want to summon those 8 ancient demon immortals. Hearing him speak, Duan Mi admitted, that great person was indeed correct. Your identity is truly beyond what juniors like us could guess. Hearing this, Van Bin's face darkened, his voice turning cold. Who is this person you're talking about? She replied fearfully but stubbornly. That great person already said. Her name, You know best. As soon as she finished speaking, he erupted with a murderous aura. Even standing still, one could feel the energy emanating from him. Duanmi fearfully stepped back. He turned red, glaring. Ah, how dare you! That woman who calls herself Ye Quan Chu, where is she now? She froze under his gaze, her whole body trembling. Those eyes are looking at me. Suddenly, Xingshen's face turned red. She softly cried, Ung! The tentacles surrounding her body tightened. She groaned in pain. Hoo-hoo. Seeing this, Duanmi became more excited, muttering, Soon, soon. She stood below looking up at Xingshen, shouting, The martial emperor is gone. The literary emperor is dead. Even if a semi-immortal from the Blue Feather Celestial Palace came, they'd struggle to protect themselves. Van Bin stood there, still very calm. The tentacles grew larger. They emitted an eerie light. No one in this world can stop the ancient demon's people. Obey. Ha ha ha. She impatiently urged, Quickly, become a demon. The tentacles increasingly entangled Xingshen's naked body. Duanmi kept shouting, Quickly, become a demon. She seemed to go mad watching Xingshen's trembling body. Quickly, become a demon. Her face flushed. She kept saying, Quickly, become a demon. Quickly, become a demon. Xingshen's body was tormented to the point of discomfort. Finally, unable to bear it, she collapsed. Duanmi excitedly shouted, The last ray of sacred purity is about to be suppressed. She said with great satisfaction, She will forever fall into the demonic path, transforming into a demon. Ha ha ha. Xingshen slightly opened her eyes. Her eyes had darkened, turning blood red. Her whole body was covered in sweat. Her two eyes, one remained pure, while the other was tainted by demonic energy. Duanmi shouted, Finally, it's time for the demon race to regain its former glory. Van Bin slightly raised his hand. He pointed directly at Xingshen. A beam of light forming a rectangular shape shot straight at her. Duanmi and her group gritted their teeth as they watched, unable to do anything. Xingshen also opened her two-colored eyes wide to look at him. She kept staring. In her inner world now, she was walking in a pitch-black space. She wandered aimlessly, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, a rectangular mirror appeared before her. Van Bin's voice rang out. This is the heart-questioning mirror. She closed her eyes to listen. Do you remember who you are? Look into the mirror carefully, he told her. You will know. She then touched the mirror. She moved closer and closer to the mirror. Finally, her whole body passed through it. Before her appeared a scene on a hill, under a green tree on a starry night. The old man's sacred pure mystic gold held a baby in his arms. Since I found you on a night of shooting stars, let's give you a name that's a bit interesting. He looked at the tiny baby. Her big, innocent, sparkling eyes were wrapped in a cloth stained with blood. From now on, your name will be Xingshen, okay? The next day, the old man brought the baby home. Xingyao, from now on, she is your little sister. Xingyao held the baby in his arms, delighted. His face flushed. He exclaimed joyfully, She's so cute. He quickly asked, What's her name? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Her name is Xingshen. The old man's eyes flashed. Duan Xingshen. Xingyao cherished this new little sister, constantly hugging and kissing her. Since Xingshen's arrival, he had changed 180 degrees. Some old men said to the old sacred pure mystic gold, Speaking of him, that little demon king Xingyao, why has he suddenly changed his personality recently? Another old man chimed in, It's not right. Could it be that the little brat is secretly plotting something again? The old man laughed happily, answering ambiguously, Xingyao, you never know with him. He's just growing up. In the children's room, he was busy taking care of Xingshen, fanning her and using toys to lull her to sleep. Time passed, and the little girl grew up. That day in the prison cell, Xingyao's body was covered in wounds. Blood also stained his sword. Xingshen stood by crying in fear. Brother, brother. Looking at the dead bodies scattered on the ground, the little girl clung tightly to him. Brother, you're hurt? Let's fly away. The two siblings leaned against each other in the corner. Xingyao comforted the little girl. Xingshen, don't cry. As long as you're okay, I'm not in pain. He looked affectionately at his sister sleeping in his arms, thinking, This life is not for immortality, not for invincibility, but for my little sister. Even if I die, I must protect my sister completely. Then there were days of them playing together. From the time she was learning to walk, he was there to teach her. As she grew up, he was always by her side. Through her arduous years of cultivation, until she could single-handedly defeat demons. To him, she was always the child who needed protection. He worried and cried endlessly. The two, old sacred pure and mystic gold, along with him were always by her side. Witnessing all this, her inner demon seemed to shatter. They had always been there to protect her. Yunping's voice rang out. Do you remember who you are now? She moved away from the mirror, her mind somewhat recovered. I am the holy martial sect. But another hand reached out from the mirror and grabbed her hand. No, that inner demon reached out to pull her in. You are a demon. You are a demon. You are an ancient demon, not some holy maiden, not a human being, not Duan Xingyao's sister or anything like that. The demon inside her looked terrifying. It stuck out its tongue, stretching its whole body to bewitch her mind. In your body flows the blood of an ancient demon. Your life is the life of an ancient demon. Your soul is the soul of an ancient demon. It reached out its filthy hand to touch Xing Shen. Its hands tightly gripped her neck. Everything about you, from the moment you were born. She was choked by it, unable to resist. Her face pale, sweat breaking out, she was about to be choked to death, was destined to inherit this most noble bloodline. Gradually, her spirit was shaken. I am a demon. It laughed with pleasure, taking her to a world of only red, looking gloomy and frightening. Look, this is where you were born. Its hands embraced her head. Your skin was formed from the essence of 3,600 demons. It touched her chest. Your hands were forged from the spirit roots of 7,000 demons. Touching her stomach, this body of yours was created from the organs of 21,000 demons. It touched her legs. These legs of yours were bound from the meridians of 13,000 demons. And this spirit root of yours was made from the essence blood of 46,000 demons. These meridians of yours were transformed from the dried corpses of 55,000 demons. These ghosts surrounded Xing Shen's body, boasting, "This soul of yours was evolved from the souls of 100,000 demons." This demon was actually Ye Quan Chu. She embraced Xing Shen tightly, brainwashing her. To inherit the blood of the ancient demon, your birth sacrificed countless existences of your kin. Your parents also sacrificed everything for this reason. Yet you care about that holy maiden's body. How truly ridiculous. This sea of blood and mountain of corpses exist because of you. If it weren't for that holy martial sect leader's extraordinary powers suppressing your innate demon body, you would have become a demon from the day you were born. She continued, "You are a demon. You are an ancient demon. Once awakened, you will return to your roots, fulfilling your mission." Xing Shen had been brainwashed by her. Her whole body was numb and confused. She looked at her and asked, "Now tell me, who are you?" Xing Shen, as if hypnotized, stammered, "I am a demon." But at this moment, the mirror shattered completely. Xing Yao's voice roared, "Shut up." He broke through the mirror and shouted, "I've been your brother for so many years. Even if I'm not your blood brother, you still have to listen to me. Go quickly." His face covered in blood, he said warily, "Sister Xing Shen must live. The scene must return to that day." At the castle where she grew up, Xing Yao's urgent shouts, "Follow me quickly." Xing Shen obeyed. Xing Yao pulled her hand as they ran, shouting, "Even if you stay, the sect leader won't be happy. Now that evil demons are attacking, your safety must be ensured." He gritted his teeth until they bled. Though struck by demonic magic, he still used all his strength to protect her. "Step forward, even if it exhausts all the strength in his body, even if it drains his soul dry." The sword in his hand was shattered by the dark power, but he didn't care. He only had one thought: use fresh blood to pave the way, use bones to build the steps, let flesh and skin forge hope. Xing Shen had fainted, but his arms still held her tight, using his body to protect her. Xing Yao carried Xing Shen and fled, with his will nearly exhausted, pushing the girl to the peak of darkness, grasping at that tiny glimmer of light. His legs trembled, but as long as there was hope. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, unable to go on, but would not be swallowed by the darkness called despair. His hands shook because of this. Half of his body had been corroded by dark magic. He began to lose consciousness, but even as his eyes closed, he still thought, he must dedicate everything he had. It's unknown how long after he died that someone discovered them. "Hey, someone, come here. Hey, quickly carry this person. Wait, put this one down. Everyone, get away from here quickly. This person has been corroded. He's no longer human. Wait, pull that girl out. She hasn't been corroded yet. This person has been corroded. He's no longer human." Fortunately, the group managed to save Xing Shen, but Xing Yao was already dead. He protected her until his last breath. Damn it, such an ancient evil demon. How did it suddenly appear here? Seeing her rescued, he could die in peace, smiling as he passed away. The last image that lingered was her radiant smile. "Sister Xing Shen, you must live." He smiled gently, reaching out to touch that image, but forever unable to do so. At this moment, outside the demon realm gate, Duanmi opened her eyes wide in horror, trembling and stammering. "Has the demon possession stopped? How is that possible?" The group led by Yunping frowned as they looked at Xing Shen and spoke softly. "I am." She spread her arms. A halo appeared above her head, radiating light. The holy maiden of the holy martial sect, the direct disciple of the holy martial sect's leader. Her whole body glowed, dispelling those ancient demon tentacles. A human cultivator, the sister of Elder Duan Xingyao of the holy martial sect. Her legs also began to glow. The tentacles had to let go, unable to cling to this body anymore. She clenched her fists, tilted her head back, and shouted, "I am Duan Xingchen." She had successfully escaped the grip of dark magic, standing firmly in front of Duan Mi. The latter screamed in fear, "No, you are a demon. Becoming a demon is your mission. That is the purpose you were born for." Xingchen angrily shouted, "You're too much." Duan Mi gritted her teeth, sweating, silently glaring. Xingchen shed tears. "How could I degrade myself to befriend evil demons, those who killed my brother? If that's my destiny, then it has even less meaning than the perverted words of that perverted brother of mine." The magic door behind her opened wide. Duan Mi blushed, her eyes glistening with anger as she replied, "The demon is Lemen. So that's it. So that's it." She still delightfully believed that even if not fully possessed, her ancient demon blood would still activate the demon Lemen. Ha ha ha! The ancient demon will still awaken. Even if it's just one, it's still an ancient demon with semi-immortal powers. Ha ha ha. That fat guy is now startled to sense it. He looked up nervously and said, "This is semi-immortal level demon energy." The demon gate didn't close, but grew larger and larger. Xingchen knelt on the ground. "It's over. It's over. A semi-immortal. If I had remembered earlier about the sect leader grandfather and my brother, things wouldn't have turned out like this." While she was still in anguish, blaming herself, a hand grabbed her shoulder, pulling her up. "Run quickly. This place is very dangerous. Go to the old rascal." Luo Wuchan suddenly lifted Xingchen onto her shoulder, confidently encouraging, "Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Even if it really does collapse, the old rascal will bear it." Her eyes were full of trust, shining brightly with pride. The person who could protect them was still here, so what was there to be afraid of? Seeing everyone standing behind him, Ping An Van Bin tilted his head back to look at that demon gate. "Hey, are you done yet? Hurry up." A strange creature had appeared inside the demon gate. It had many legs. The legs had many spikes clinging to the edge of the gate. It seemed to be a gigantic creature. He looked at it without any fear, even threatening. "If you don't come out, I'll perform a C-section on you." He smiled. Come on, come on, come on, push. The baby's head is out." The monster's shape became clearer. Its eyes were blood red, its head sharp and pointed. It also had wings, and half of its body was already out. Finally, it emerged in its enormous form. In the middle of its chest was a bright red fireball. He looked at it coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "What a troublesome little thing," looking particularly weird. After saying that, he crouched down to gather momentum, his whole body leaping up, kicking straight at its face. "Go back to your mother's womb. Come out again when you've thought of a name." It was kicked back into the demon gate by his move, no longer having a chance to come out. The disciples of the fat guy watched in shock and exclaimed, "Ancient immortal demon, a semi-immortal level demon, one of the 8 great demon kings, a subordinate of Shama from back then, just got kicked back like that." He quickly dodged backwards, raising his hands to shield his face in fear. Just the aftershock was this intense. How terrifying must the power of that kick have been? Van Bin's group stood there watching as the demon was kicked out of sight. Duan Mi collapsed to the ground in fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, stammering, "7 primal heavenly formation." It's not that a saint's body can't establish formations. She was on the verge of fainting, mouth agape, unable to utter another word. In her mind, she thought in horror. In the era of 100 saints, the formation techniques were founded by saints. The rank is 10th grade grand perfection. This person uses his body as the formation eye, spiritual origin as the formation base, and soul as the formation body. This formation technique, I'm afraid even the formation saints would be so scared they'd jump out of their coffins if they saw it. Van Bin, brimming with killing intent, approached her. "Now, can we have a chat about that woman's matter?" She trembled even more violently, her whole body drenched in sweat, only able to say, stranger." Then she fainted on the spot. Seeing this, he irritatedly put his hands on his hips. Is the Psy Demon clan's mental fortitude so weak nowadays? Forget it. "Hey, Ruoshui, help carry these 2 demons back. Their souls are unstable right now. Take them back and wait until their souls stabilize before questioning them." Demons with angelic hearts, so fragile and delicate. Ruoshui immediately responded, "Ah, yes. Then she grabbed the 2, carrying Xiaohua on her shoulder and dragging Duan Mi. Wu Chan supported the weakened Xingchen and asked, "What about Miss Han and Dean Cao? What should we do?" He crossed his arms and smiled. "That's easy." He then looked down and called out loudly, "Fatty!" The 2 below quickly looked up. He lifted the 2 figures he was holding. "Here, take your disciples. By the way, there's also little Cow. catch him too. The two below watched with wide eyes, shouting in panic. Heavens! Dean, wait! Before they could prepare, he'd already thrown the two people down like sandbags, causing the two below great distress. Cough, cough, Dean. The other one shouted, Vice Dean Ao, you're crushing me. Wu Chan looked at him and asked, what about this door? He replied, this still needs to be destroyed. But before they could do anything, a fierce lightning bolt shot out from the demonic gate. Ruoshe paled and exclaimed, even the 7 primal heavenly formation can't stop the demonic energy. Wu Chan also said in surprise, this must be a demon beyond the semi-immortal level to have such power, right? Van Bin calmly observed the scene. Demons above semi-immortals, ancient demons. From ancient times, there's only been one Shama, but his true form is in the void abyss, without any movement. Suddenly, a girl just walked over, without any hesitation. It was a familiar girl. It was Dian Air. The little girl had grown a pair of black wings, and just like that, she stepped onto the stairs leading to the demonic gate. The little girl seemed soulless, walking up step by step, ignoring the crowd standing below. Yue Tian called out worriedly, Dianer. Wu Chan looked up at the girl and asked in confusion, what's going on? Xing Shen beside her also spoke with difficulty. This feeling, the feeling of bloodline suppression. Van Bin sighed deeply. Don't intervene. Doing so now will only harm her. We can't save her. Xiao Guang and Luo Gui quickly stopped. Dian Air walked straight up to the demon realm's throne. He smiled lightly and explained, in fact, within Dian Air's body there are extremely complex, chaotic bloodlines. It's a mix of many different creatures. Among them, there's even the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts. Ruo Shui trembled as she replied, multiple mixed bloodlines. Was it the devouring demon before? He continued, do you know who the ancestor of the devouring demon is? Xing Shen's face turned pale, stuttering in fear. Is it Shama himself? At this moment, Dian Air looked extremely satisfied. She lifted her skirt and walked happily. It's been so long, this feeling. So those 3 drops of blood from before have evolved into a person over millions of years. A battle from millions of years ago. Although Shama was sealed in the demon realm abyss, 3 drops of Shama's true blood in the heart of the blood-extracting demon were secretly left in the mortal world. Looking at the girl sitting smugly with her legs crossed on the throne, and little Dian Air was the incarnation of those 3 drops of Shama's true blood. Now she has become demonized. Shang Yue Tian's face darkened with anger. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, rushing up to give her a lesson. Dian Air, senior brother, is here to save you. Seeing this, Dian Air looked down. Upon seeing Yue Tian, the demon in Dian Air's form angrily shouted, a mere human dares to speak to me like that. Then it attacked towards Yue Tian. He closed his eyes tightly, bracing for impact. The attack was too powerful. He couldn't fight against it. But he wasn't harmed at all. He opened his eyes in surprise. It turned out to be Van Bin. He had blocked the attack, saving his life. Master, that Dian Air also looked at him in surprise. Just a lowly creature. Yet in an instant, he could neutralize the attack. Van Bin looked at Dian Air and asked, well, don't you recognize me anymore? It sat still on the chair, defiantly replying, if you say you're the principal of Cloud Sky Academy, of course I remember, but the memories of that foolish girl, I have no interest in viewing. He smiled and replied, it seems you're sharing a body with my little girl. This demon rudely said she's nothing but a freebie. When forging this body, to avoid the pursuit of heaven and earth's great Tao, I temporarily captured the soul of a little girl as a cover. That's all. I am the true master of this body. So who are you? You give me a somewhat familiar feeling. He smiled with squinted eyes. I'm just an ordinary principal, that's all. Hearing this, it became even more contemptuous. Oh, I find you very displeasing. Saying this, it left the chair, stood before the crowd, spread its arms, and laughed wickedly. I can mercifully grant you death. The destruction of the world will start with you. Be grateful for your luck, insect. Van Bin sighed again, cracking his wrists. I'm about to enter my epileptic age. He also became angry and said, Little Dian this rebellious phase of yours has come at a really bad time. Van Bin stepped up the stairs. He clenched his fist and walked straight up to where Dian sat. Seeing him approach, the girl became a bit worried, gritting her teeth and breaking out in a cold sweat. Then angrily waving her hand at him, she shouted, how arrogant. It unleashed several streams of power straight at him. Go die. Its attack transformed into blood-red tentacles surrounding his face. But he stood there calmly. With just a little force, the tentacles shattered. He smiled smugly and mocked it. Is this all the skill you have? Diana gritted her teeth, turned pale, and couldn't say a word. Wu Chan rejoiced inwardly. You old rogue, the demon inside Diana's body is truly confused now. It shouted in astonishment. What kind of bizarre body is this? Even in the ancient era, there has never been a phenomenon that could withstand attacks from several celestial demons of sage level without the body being damaged. He coldly replied, "Now you've emerged. But not only has the ancient spirit not appeared, even the old heavenly Tao hasn't shown any reaction." His words made it even more panicked. "Don't you find it strange?" It stood still, sweating profusely as it looked up at the sky. "Everything now is so different from before." It thought uneasily. "That's right. The demon-slaying true blood has appeared, yet the heavenly Tao that manages cosmic order hasn't come. Even the old heavenly Tao hasn't shown any reaction. Why?" It opened its eyes wide in horror as he continued. "The answer is very simple." He stomped hard on the ground, approaching step by step. All dark powers were swept away. His whole body exuded a killing intent, even stronger than ancient demons like it. "Because they know." He frowned, staring intently at Dion-er. Unnecessarily, it stood high looking down, he thought. How could this person ascend the Blood Shadow platform? Its face turned pale, grinding its teeth in anger. The Blood Shadow platform is the path. The Demon Bone Throne is where one becomes a demon. It slumped down onto the chair, unable to stand steady. Watching him approach step by step, suppressing it, he had already reached where it was sitting. "The Blood Shadow platform is determined by me. Those who can ascend the Blood Shadow platform are the demon lords that I acknowledge." It silently opened its eyes wide, looking at this person. Yunping stood before it. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Just looking at him made its heart race and legs tremble. Having obtained the qualification to become a demon lord, it was still panicking, thinking this couldn't be possible. He had already reached out his hand, gently calling, "Dion-er." He smiled with eyes narrowed. "Come here and take your punishment." As he spoke, he lifted her entire body up. She had no time to resist. He sat on the chair, laying her face down across his lap. He slapped her bottom hard. She could only cry out in pain. Wah, wah. With just one spank, it felt its own power being locked away. Dion-er's face flushed red as she turned back and shouted, "You dare to do such a thing to me." But before she could finish speaking, she was spanked again and cried out, "Wah, wah." But still not afraid, she defiantly shouted, "You just wait and see. I, Emo, have been transported to another space." Looking at this scene of raging sea waves, it guessed this must be his consciousness space. Suddenly, there was something behind. It turned to look. Wait, this is... Behind it was a vast, boundless ocean. The waves were crashing violently. Was it being tossed by the sea waves? It was even submerged underwater. Never had it seen such a terrifying soul. Even the most fearsome consciousness among immortals and ancient demons could only cover half the sky. The heavenly realm's consciousness now seen was what? Formless and intangible, also boundless. It was utterly confused, holding its head in thought. Just touching a corner of it, it felt its own consciousness as if entering a chaotic region of nothingness. Damn, it's really met a ghost. Even ancient demons fear him like they fear ghosts. Knowing it was very scared, but still shouted, refusing to surrender. "I was just testing you earlier. You still dare to touch me. I'll definitely make you die on the spot." Seeing this, he looked at it with a smirk. Haha. Oh, she was still creating a magic ball in her hand, intending to attack him. "Your blood, your flesh, your soul, your meridians, I've torn them all apart." To him, her threatening words now sounded no different from jokes. He laughed cheerfully, pointing his finger challengingly. "All right, then let's see if I can spank you 100 times first, or if you can kill me first." Seeing him loosen his grip a bit, she quickly seized the opportunity. A chance. Run quickly. But before she could fly away, Yunping grabbed her wing and pulled her back. Still wanna run. She helplessly gave up completely. Yunping called gently, yet it still sounded scary. "Dion-er." He carried her body to the gate. "If you think you can escape because of the demon gate," he didn't say much, just raised a fist. "Then your master will demonstrate a small magic trick for you. How about that?" As he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch at the gate. Instantly, the demon gate was shattered, cracking all over, gradually turning into dust. She watched, sweating profusely, terrified. "It's over. It's all over." He smiled triumphantly. "Well, the magic trick is done. Now we can start punishing the little girl in her rebellious phase, right? 100 spanks, not one less, okay?" Afterwards, Yuntian's disciples stood in silence. Speechless, they watched the master disciplining his student. Smack, 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 smack. In the Three Heavens Academy, only the crisp sound of spanking remained. Very strict indeed. 3 days later, several people were sitting and talking. That's how it happened. Basically, two pale-faced old men sat listening to Yunping speak. This Three Heavens Academy was turned upside down like this. He patted the head of Yan-er, who stood obediently beside him. To put it bluntly, it was all this girl's doing. The girl even winked mischievously at the two old men, but Yan-er had no recollection of it at all. The white-bearded old man frowned, looking at him with some concern. So, Master, will this little junior sister turn into that state again in the future? He stroked his chin, perplexed. About that, who knows? Seeing this, the old man hurriedly said, Well, Master, if we don't address the junior sister's condition, it's hard for us to feel at ease. The fat one also chimed in with goosebumps. That's right. This time we lost over $1 billion in gold, not to mention the precious treasures and spiritual herbs. He leaned back in his chair, looking at Yaner. I understand your concerns, but I feel this girl probably won't cause trouble again. Come on, Yaner. Tell that self-proclaimed queen to come see your master. The little girl closed her eyes, agreeing with a hum. The other two frowned silently, anxiously waiting in great tension. After a moment, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Yaner smiled happily. No can do, Master. She said she never wants to see you again in this life. If you insist on meeting her, she'll die right here for you to see. He replied with satisfaction. Oh, such a strong personality. The little girl teared up, feeling wronged, because you've done too many outrageous things to her. Not just her. Yaner's bottom still hurts until now. Seeing that everything was settled, he crossed his arms and calmly decided, all right then. Actually, they were originally one person. If we really want to explain it, it's just another personality of Yaner. She now has two personalities coexisting in parallel, a sweet girl and a devilish woman. Her personality and memories are now separated, missing a part, so it's like a split personality. He patted her head. If we really want to erase that part, then our Yaner might have to die along with it. He smiled gently at the little girl, affirming, I absolutely won't allow that to happen. Having decided everything, he looked at the other two and asked, all right, that matter is settled. What about those two demon clan members we caught earlier? If there's anything, speak up. The white-haired old man hesitated. Well, about that. The old man stroked his beard and said, well, those two demon clan members suddenly died. The fat one continued, we don't know the reason. Their souls completely dissipated, and though their bodies had no wounds, their spirit roots and internal meridians all necrosed as if they had rotted. Hearing this, his face darkened frighteningly. Did they have a black butterfly mark on their chests? The fat one replied, yes, they did. Damn it. It's really like we've seen a ghost. Soul dissipation, internal decay, a black butterfly blood seal on the chest. This is the phenomenon when a soul lock is activated and triggered. This secret technique was only known to Cloud Emperor Xianlei before, who later taught it to his closest person, and the one he trusted most. The image of that woman appeared immediately in his mind. Yunping tried to stay calm, gripping the water cup tightly, his face dark with anger. Ye Kuan-Chu. The water cup reflected his momentary sadness. In this world, only I and Ye Kuan-Chu know this technique. Unless Ye Kuan-Chu has taught this technique to others, could it be that she really... He calmed himself down and listened as the old man continued. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Master. Xing Shen wasn't originally from our 3 celestial libraries. We took her in before because she had no memories. Now that the holy martial sect has been destroyed and she has regained her memories, with nowhere else to go, she wants to become your disciple. He drank from his cup and agreed. That's fine, considering her exquisite figure. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly corrected himself. Out of respect for my old friend's wishes, I'll accept this disciple of the holy pure mystic gold. Finally, the trip to the 3 celestial libraries came to an end. They were able to return to Cloud Heaven. Wu Chan and Ruo Shui lay comfortably on the grass. Ah, it's still most comfortable to be back home, one girl said. That's right. Although the 3 celestial libraries were well equipped and spacious, it's still most comfortable here. Both were in high spirits. Wu Chan, remembering the fools over there, said, I wonder after we left if those juniors in our Golden Coin Empire. Ruo Shui smiled brightly, interrupting, I'm sure when we left, they cried miserably. As the two were chatting animatedly, they suddenly noticed Xing Shen standing shyly, watching them. Wu Chen quickly pulled her down to lie on the grass with them. The 3 lay there, their heads together on the lush green grass, thoroughly enjoying themselves. What's wrong? You're not saying anything, Xing Shen replied shyly. No, it's just that I feel this place is more ordinary than I imagined. Ruo Shui admitted, when I first arrived, I had the same thought. But don't say it looks ordinary. It actually feels safer than anywhere else. Wu Chan agreed. That's right. You should just consider this place your home. Xing Shen closed her eyes to feel it, then smiled gently. How? Suddenly, Ruo Shui remembered something and sat up exclaiming, Ah, heavens, I almost forgot. Xing Shen, you haven't signed the selection letter yet, have you? She opened her eyes, confused, and asked, Selection letter. Just then, Yun Ping brought over a piece of paper, smiling as he said, You can think of it as an initiation ceremony of sorts. You just need to write your name at the bottom, and you'll become a member of our Cloud Heaven Academy. Xingchen took the paper and read, "Is that so? What a strange ceremony." Wu Chan quickly tried to stop her. "Wait, Xingchen, after you sign this, you'll be dressed in strange clothes." But before she could finish, her bottom was smacked hard. Yunping hoisted her over his shoulder, her bottom red from his slap. Seeing this, the other students didn't dare to say anything more. He smiled and said, "It's all right. Little Wu Chan is just messing around with me right now. Don't listen to her nonsense. Just sign it directly." Xingchen, without any doubt, picked up the pen and signed. Okay. As soon as she signed, a large bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Yue Tian panicked. She signed it. Luo Gui smiled lightly. She still signed it. Xiao Guang sighed. In the end, she still signed it. The smoke gradually dissipated. Xingchen, pale-faced, looked down at her body. Now her entire outfit had been changed. She looked bewildered, her face flushing. "Is this a specially made Taoist robe for me?" Yunping grinned. "That's right, this new outfit." She placed her hand on her chest, embarrassed. "The bust is so large, and what's this? And the thighs too, the wrappings look very seductive." Yunping still tried to explain confidently. "This is very normal underwear. No need to pay attention to so many details. After you put on this outer robe, even if you wear black stockings, you won't feel cold anymore." This old teacher is getting more and more lecherous. Xingchen's face turned red, sweat breaking out. "So that's, but I still feel." She took off her outer robe. Looking behind, she saw a bunny tail attached to her bottom, which looked very provocative. "Isn't this Taoist robe a bit inappropriate?" But in the eyes of Yunping, Wu Chan, and Ru Shui, they really liked it, their eyes wide with admiration. He frowned and replied, "I think it's very suitable." Xingchen turned away in frustration. "This Taoist robe isn't very appropriate. I'm going back to change." But before she could leave, a cold breeze came from behind her. Wu Chan held one of her shoulders. "You've already signed. When you signed the selection letter, you boarded the pirate ship." Ruoshe held her other shoulder. "Accept your fate, Xingchen." She now realized she had been tricked. She cried out in pain. "What the?" Not stopping there, Yunping rummaged through his magical bag again. "Oh right, there's also your magical artifact." Unexpectedly, what he pulled out was a huge coffin. This coffin, this artifact isn't just a simple coffin. This used to be where Chengje Xuanjin slept. That old man was very lazy during the human emperor era. He basically slept in his cave every day. Later, someone found him unpleasant to look at, so they sealed him in this coffin. Wu Chan asked curiously. "Someone found him unpleasant to look at. Who was it?" He smiled and replied, "The martial emperor Gu Tianren. Every time he went to find that old man to talk, he'd be there pretending to be dead out of laziness." He put his arm around her shoulder and continued, "So he just sealed him in the coffin. Seems he only came out of the coffin every 300 years. Wu Chan crossed her arms and glanced at him, thinking, "Isn't that martial emperor a person too?" Xingchen reached out to touch the coffin lightly. She asked in confusion, "But how do you use this artifact? You don't just hit people directly with the coffin, do you?" This question was the perfect opportunity for Yunping to show off. He happily boasted, "I've made some special modifications, infusing it with spiritual energy." "Shout loudly," he demonstrated. "Maiden warrior, transform. Faith becomes light. Go." As soon as he finished, the coffin immediately transformed. It changed into the shape of a long sword. "This artifact will be yours from now on. Give it a name." She held the sword in amazement, suddenly feeling a bit sad. In her heart, she remembered her brother, Xing Yao. "Let's call it that." Yunping suddenly asked her seriously, "So, what's your purpose for cultivating immortality?" She stared at him blankly, unable to think of an answer right away. She recalled that before, when she was at the Holy Martial Sect, it was to become a holy maiden, leading the Holy Martial Sect to slay demons and evil spirits, protecting the light of this world. When she was at the 3 heavenly libraries, it was to regain her memories, to know her past, and understand who she really was. But now, the Holy Martial Sect was gone, and her memories had been recovered. She thought for a moment and asked, "Master, do you know where the sect leader grandfather went?" He stepped closer to her. "He's no longer in this world." He patted her shoulder gently to comfort her, "But he's not dead. If I had to say, he's probably in the void abyss right now." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in her heart. She clenched her fists and asked him, "He's not gone, and the living still have a chance to be saved. My cultivation is so that one day I can save sect leader grandfather and rebuild the Holy Martial Sect." He seemed very satisfied with this answer, smiling lightly. "I understand. Follow me." Yunping went ahead. your master will impart to you the 6th level of the pure demon wilderness dust technique. Under a tree with bright red flowers, the two sat facing each other. Pure demon wilderness dust 6 is the only technique capable of completely eradicating evil in this world. This broken sword is its vessel. He took out the broken sword and handed it to her. If you master this technique, you might even be able to accomplish things that previously even the martial emperor Gu Tianren couldn't do. She stared wide-eyed at the demon-slaying sword. Years ago, when the demon slayer was rampaging across the 3 great realms, the pure mystic gold of the 21 extremes sought out martial emperor Gu Tianren, entrusting him with this pure demon wilderness dust 6 manual, instructing him to fully decipher it and ultimately master the technique. He crossed his arms and said seriously, but back then, Gu Tianren only managed half of it, and the other half remained unlearnable. She asked in surprise. The martial emperor was a supreme cultivator. Any martial art or technique should have been instantly mastered by him. How could he fail to learn it? He sat cross-legged and replied, because this pure demon wilderness dust 6, from the beginning, was a technique derived through speculation. It was inherently incomplete. Pure mystic gold deduced the first half, but for the second half, even he couldn't figure it out completely, only providing a few hypotheses. He held up 3 fingers and explained. More precisely, one needs to complete the cultivation of the first half to achieve the 3 purifications. First, sever the spirit to purify the heart. Second, sever the soul to purify the mind. Third, sever the body to purify the form. Once the 3 purifications are complete, pure demon wilderness dust 6 can summon a great saint. He said, purifying the heart and body is easy, but when it comes to purifying the mind, though the ritual was initiated, the martial emperor's soul showed no response. He recalled that at the time, even pure mystic gold couldn't understand why. Therefore, even the martial emperor couldn't cultivate it to the grand perfection stage. He encouraged her. Even pure mystic gold couldn't understand it. Thus, even the martial emperor couldn't cultivate it to the grand perfection stage. To wield pure demon wilderness dust 6, one should at least reach the peak of the origin realm cultivation. She clasped her hands and bowed obediently. This disciple will remember your teachings. She even docilely called him Master. It startled him. His life felt elevated. No, it's nothing, just too touching, he thought. It's the first time he'd heard a disciple so obedient. Probably because he'd been with Wu Chan's group. Always being called an old scoundrel, he wasn't used to this. Finally finishing the lesson, he happily told her, it's getting late. Prepare a bit to attend the party. It's a welcome party for you. That evening, everyone gathered in the courtyard for a feast. Yunping worriedly asked the little girl, Diener, you're eating too much. Yuetian brought another pot, looking concerned as the girl continued eating. Ba Dao said, nothing we can do. Suddenly, the girl used her finger to lift Yuetian's chin. Lin Dian has now turned dark. This lord's appetite is quite large, but it helps accelerate the development of this body. Your culinary skills are not bad. When the demon race unifies the world, this lord might allow you to become my personal chef. How does that sound? He spoke without paying attention. Yunping was standing with arms crossed, glaring at him. Ah! Instantly, the dark Dianer disappeared, leaving the gentle Dianer behind, scratching her head in confusion. At a distant table were Luogui and Xiao Guang. She held a wine jug drunk, saying, Third senior brother Yu, when will you agree to a duel with me? Last time I lost to you, I'm not satisfied. He was at a loss for words, trying to bear it as he waved his hand. No, junior sister Luogui, you're drunk. Go rest for a while. Then he turned to scold. Ruo Shui, junior sister Ruo Shui, look at what you've done. What's the matter? Why did you have to make her drink? She laughed smugly. Ha ha! Everyone's having fun. Yun Bing also raised a glass of wine to Wu Chan. Why not have a couple of drinks? She crossed her arms and glanced at him. You must want to take advantage of me when I'm drunk, then do something weird to me. He didn't hide his beastly nature, admitting, you know your master so well. Maybe I'll really get you drunk later. Then the image of her blushing, sitting on the bed with her skirt lifted appeared. Wu Chan, embarrassed and angry, shouted, Old lecher, you big pervert. The two continued to tease each other. Ha 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 ha! If I wasn't perverted, would I still be me? Jingshen sat watching everyone eating, drinking, and playing, unconsciously feeling a warmth that was unexpected. This place can be considered a new home. The next morning, Wu Chan suddenly appeared before him asking, Actually, do you accept disciples based on a certain order? Right. He took off his sunglasses. Order. What kind of order? Yun Bing lay stretched out on the lounge chair resting. Wu Chan stood in front of him. Is it based on hair color? I've noticed that the hair of people in our Yuntian Academy are all different. Right. Although, strictly speaking, the senior brother has no hair. Before she could finish, he flicked her forehead hard, scolding. All day long, you only think about nonsense. Can't you spend some time cultivating? She cried in pain. Don't look at me like that. I try very hard usually. She knelt on the ground, rubbing her forehead, looking at him resentfully. When you're not around, I practice cultivation for 5 hours every day. The sound of their conversation outside the academy could also be heard. 5. She had to admit. Okay, only half. He flicked her forehead again, causing pain. Ouch. Her forehead turned red and swollen. She trembled with dissatisfaction. You're so unappreciative of beauty. I really don't understand how so many female cultivators chased after you before. He rested his head on his hand, looking at her. Wait a minute. Wasn't your idol the literary emperor? Weren't you chasing after the literary emperors behind too? She crossed her arms, refusing. That was before. Now I've seen through the literary emperor's true nature. He smiled lightly. So according to you, unexpectedly, he leaned in close to her face, saying flirtatiously, now you don't like me anymore. Her face turned red, eyes wide with embarrassment. Too close. Just then, Jing Shen ran over. Master, I have a few questions about the first page of Pure Demon Wilderness Dust. From her perspective, it clearly looked like the two were kissing. The broken sword in her hand fell to the ground. Jing Shen's face turned red, and she exclaimed in panic. Then she quickly picked up the sword and ran away. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb. Wu Chan knew she had misunderstood something and hurriedly called after her. Wait, Jing Shen, you misunderstood. As Jing Shen ran, she thought excitedly. So master and senior sister Wu Chan have that kind of relationship. This is forbidden love. It's so impure. In the courtyard now, besides them, there was also the senior brother watering plants and DNR with UHN eating. How could they dare to do anything? Wu Chan frantically chased after her, calling, Jing Shen, listen to my explanation. Van Bin lay comfortably on the chair, adding, this is the most troublesome part of the quadrangle. There's not even a private spot. Private for what? Hey, are you implicitly admitting you want to do something? In the dead of night, a pair of feet was swiftly running on the rooftop, jumping quickly from one side to the other. Just then, Jing Shen caught sight of it. It turned out to be Yue Tian. Jing Shen saw him climbing on the roof and asked in surprise, Senior brother, what are you doing here? He turned back awkwardly. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Do you believe me? After speaking, he had to jump down and explain. The annual horse racing event in Linjing Shen. He scratched his cheek, sweating, and admitted, I didn't really want to go, but I'm a bit short on money lately. Also, I'm feeling a bit itchy for action, so I wanted to give it a try. Speaking of which, Jing Shen, could you possibly dim this light a bit? The light from the moon halo above Jing Shen's head had been getting brighter lately. It was really eye-catching in the darkness. She replied shyly, actually, that's the reason I'm here. Yue Tian didn't understand. Wu Tianzi appeared behind and explained, it's fine during the day when there's light, but at night, when it's dark, her light is too bright. It can shine through to my room. She had to wear sunglasses when standing near Jing Shen, so she called Jing Shen out to see if there's any solution. Jing Shen also explained embarrassedly, this physique I've been cultivating since childhood. Actually, it wasn't this bright before. After cultivating the starry wilderness dust technique master gave me, this light seems to have suddenly brightened quite a bit. Wu Chan was speechless. So this is all because of that old rascal. She took out a pair of sunglasses and handed them to Yue Tian. Senior brother, wear these and you won't be dazzled. The three of them stood looking at each other pensively. Wu Chan said, now it seems we can only go find that old rascal. He's probably still sleeping at this hour, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow to ask him. She playfully pulled the other two closer. So since we're free anyway, senior brother, why don't we follow you to the horse racing event and check it out? With that, they set off together. As they walked, chatting animatedly, she asked again, by the way, Jing Shen, that holy body of yours, theoretically speaking, it can't be polluted by anything, right? The girl replied, that's right. The holy body is the purest physique among all physiques. All pollution, including internal pollution, is cleansed by the holy body. Wu Chan mischievously covered her mouth and laughed, asking, so Jing Shen, if you force yourself to vomit, would it come out as a rainbow? And what about when you go to the bathroom? This girl was truly idle and full of nonsense. With nothing to do, she'd think of all sorts of things. Jing Shen replied shyly, since I started cultivating the holy body, I've never experienced symptoms of vomiting. Besides, the holy maiden of the holy martial sect doesn't need to use the bathroom. That sounds convenient. Wu Chan still didn't let up and asked, is this the legendary principle of beautiful women not vomiting or using the bathroom? Yue Tian, who had been listening, couldn't hold back anymore. Are you a pervert? At this time, at the Extreme Godview Inn, it was already very crowded, bustling with activity. Groups of people on horseback were riding out. Yue Tian looked at the scene happily and shouted, "It's about to start." He gripped the betting slip tightly. Wu Chan curiously asked, "Senior brother, you bet on number 4. It looks pretty good. You've accidentally picked the right one again." Looking at the noble-looking horse, he exclaimed, truly worthy of being called the king of emperors. But strangely, when the rider pulled the reins, the horse didn't run, but turned its head back irritably. Then it didn't hesitate to throw the rider off its back. The annoyed horse sniffed and even spat in its owner's face. Yue Tian, holding the betting slip, turned purple, speechless, unable to utter a word. Wu Chan naively poked at his pain. Lost already. Jing Shen added another jab. He lost. He held his head and cried miserably. "I lost before it even started." Wu Chan looked at him teasingly. "Could it be because you bet on number 4? He wailed. "Boo-hoo, I hate this." Chen Wuchan was startled by something she saw. She cried out in panic, "Oh my God!" The other two turned to look at her, not believing their eyes, and asked, "Is this real?" Yue Tian, sitting nearby, choked on his water. Down below was Yun Ping. He was leaning against a white car. The old rascal, how did he suddenly appear in this strange place? He looked quite cool, standing with his arms crossed, leaning on the car. Just then, he also looked up at the group of people. Not seeming surprised at all, he waved his hand. Wu Chan's group now turned pale, frightened, and said in unison, We've been discovered." He immediately transmitted his voice to his disciples. "Hello, hello, can you hear me?" Wu Chan replied, "Old rascal, why did you suddenly appear here?" He leaned against the car with his hand. "Isn't it because there's nothing to do in the 4 academies? The city lord personally came to invite me to contribute to the horse racing event or something. Contributing is so boring, so I decided to join the horse race for fun." Looking at that fancy car, she replied, "More like racing demons." Even the event organizer was sweating as he asked him, "Is this really your mount? It doesn't look like a horse at all, does it?" He confidently asserted, "It is indeed a horse. This is my Han Blood Treasure horse. Though it doesn't look like a horse, it truly is one." He patted the car's hood. The car made a vroom vroom engine sound. He smiled. "Listen, doesn't it sound nice?" The old manager found it absurd, but couldn't do anything about it, so he reluctantly agreed. "If you say so, then it must be. But actually, it's because you were invited by the city lord. Can't mess with that." Just then, the loudspeaker announced, "Attention, the race is about to begin. Please get ready." Yue Tian gripped the betting slip tightly, nervously breaking into a sweat. The countdown began. 3 counts were called out. 3, 2, 1. The riders took their positions. Start. Everyone charged forward. Yun Ping quickly started the car and turned the steering wheel. The race began. As soon as the signal was given, all the other participants galloped away. Only his car remained stationary. Instead of moving forward, it even started to reverse. Reversing, please be careful. Reversing, please be careful. It turned out he had forgotten to shift gears. How could he forget at such a crucial moment? Wu Chan angrily shouted, "Don't make mistakes at a time like this. My heart is about to stop from anxiety. The others are almost at the finish line." He calmly smiled. "Don't worry, it's fine. This small distance is not a big deal. Let me choose a battle song first. Racing needs music for the atmosphere." Finally, the car started to rev up and emit smoke. Then it flew forward. The car sped very fast. In no time, it caught up with those ahead. Wu Zhen watched excitedly, admiring. "Fast, it's so fast." Only he and Wu Zhen knew what this was. Yue Tian and Xing Shen looked at the car in confusion and asked, "What exactly is this thing?" The car sped past each opponent. It even played music very loudly. He smiled lightly, glancing provocatively at the racing horse. The horse also frowned angrily, looking back at him. In the blink of an eye, it was left far behind by him. After the race, people had to go home. Every fun event must come to an end. Wu Zhen lay on the ground, sighing. So, in the end, that old rascal was disqualified for not following the race rules, and his results were nullified. The champion title went to Red Rabbit Fierce Horse. The 2 senior brothers won 300,000 taels of gold. Xing Shen was surprised. The 2 senior brothers must be happy now. Wu Zhen rested her head on her hand and looked up at her. "Not really. The old rascal has dragged them into a room. The lesson hasn't ended yet. Something terrifying must be happening." Xing Shen, being new, didn't understand and innocently asked, "Like what?" Wu Zhen smiled mischievously. "For example, when the 2 senior brothers come out, remember how weak and defeated he looks after each lesson. They've already become 2 senior sisters." Xing Shen trembled upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Gosh." Wu Zhen said, "Let's go to sleep first." But Xing Shen hadn't resolved the light above her head. "Senior sister Ye, you go ahead. I'll wait here for the teacher for a while, to see if there's a way to solve this glowing problem. Otherwise, if I go back, you all won't be able to sleep." Hearing this, Wu Zhen went to sleep right away. "All right then, I'll sleep first." Xing Shen waited for too long and fell asleep. She dozed off sitting at a table in the courtyard. Tonight was indeed a long night. After Yuetian, it was Dianer's turn. She was sneaking around in the courtyard, stepping from one spot to another, deceitfully thinking, this shabby place wants to confine this king. That man is truly delusional. She jumped onto a mushroom to climb onto the roof. Isn't it just a wall? Watch this king overcome it. When her hand was about to touch the roof, almost there. Then she realized she could only touch it, but climbing up at this height was just a dream. What kind of devilish material is this? The demon king inside wants to climb out, but can't. Dianer, who gained some control over the body, thought, we should go back first. Dianer still has many music scores to review, but the evil spirit refused. He could only vent his anger on the mushrooms, punching and cursing. What's so great about those music scores? This king must leave here today. Unable to climb out, she thought about leaving through the gate. Looking over, she saw his beast sleeping there. It seems that's the only way out. She approached, looking at the deeply sleeping beast, sat down and teased it. This king warns you, you low-level demon beast. If you dare make a sound, this king will. But before she could finish her sentence, a bolt of lightning struck. The angry beast instantly transformed into a giant monster, many times larger than Dianer's body. Even the demon was terrified at the sight, legs shaking, and quickly said, sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Then she screamed loudly, ah, help! Xing Shen, who was sleeping, was awakened by the scream. She quickly shouted, Master, come quick. Senior sister is in trouble. Senior sister has been bitten by a dog. Yun Ping, who was sleeping, couldn't get any peace with these disciples. The morning of the second day, the academy was different. The young man felt a bit embarrassed. Well, asking like that seems a bit disrespectful. What's wrong with them? Yun Ping looked at the disciples being punished in front of him. The bottoms of both Dianer and Yuetian were red and swollen. It's fine. Don't worry. They're just being punished a little. Tell me, why have you come here today? He sat down, placing his hands on his thighs, and replied, recently, a semi-immortal tomb was discovered in the Lantian Empire. It's been verified to be related to a saint who died 3,000 years ago. This semi-immortal likely used demonic cultivation, using their body to bear the semi-immortal tribulation. It's considered demonic cultivation. So a few days ago, when demonic energy surged, it triggered this semi-immortal demonic cultivators. He looked at him pensively, a semi-immortal who's also a demonic cultivator. He replied, sweating, moreover, there's the aura of two extremes in that tomb. Your Majesty, it's likely that. After finishing, the guest left. He also told his disciples about this matter. Wu Zhen exclaimed in surprise, a semi-immortal tomb. Luogi replied, a semi-immortal tomb can be considered a kind of secret realm full of opportunities. Xing Shen also said, so the content of our meeting is to discuss this semi-immortal tomb. Yun Ping spoke up. To be precise, there's an extreme within this semi-immortal tomb. Wu Zhen and Ruo Shui, both surprised, said in unison, an extreme? What kind of extreme? He replied, life and death impermanence. It has another identity. It's also the fourth student of the Yuntian Academy. The image of a handsome young man appeared. He is Guhang Zhuo. This morning at Yuntian Academy, the blue sky and white clouds were beautiful. Early in the morning, they had already seen off a guest. Yun Ping, hands clasped behind his back, walked and said, fourth brother, he actually died over 10 years ago. The disciples exclaimed in unison, a dead person. Xiao Guangyu, trembling with fear, stammered. Then what we saw was... Yun Ping also sweated at these cowardly students. He was resurrected due to the power of life and death impermanence. Wu Zhen also sighed in relief. Xiao Guang closed his eyes and shouted, no, it's not right. I still don't believe it. Junior brother spends all day staring at the sky, the ground, and ants, yet he's two extremes. He never mentioned it, and besides, his cultivation level is even lower than mine. He calmly explained to the students, he didn't tell you. It's because he has never been willing to acknowledge his identity. He rubbed his chin and continued, as for cultivation, life and death impermanence is different from other extremes. Half a month ago, fourth brother sent me a message saying he wanted to enter the secret realm of extreme heaven domain to find a way to break through. Then he cut off contact with me. Now in the semi-immortal tomb, using demonic cultivation, the aura of life and death impermanence was detected. They talked late into the night. Finally, he concluded that for this trip to the semi-immortal tomb, everyone would set out. In Yun Ping, he smiled teasingly and said, so what should we do with the master tonight? He looked at Wu Zhen sitting on the bed. He looked up a bit shyly. He wanted to tease her more. Could it be that on this lonely, dark night you want someone to warm you up? She got so teased that she became angry, punching him. Go away. I didn't say that. His face twisted from the punch. He asked, then why did you come to see your master? Isn't it to solve some physiological issues? Her eyes suddenly showed a hint of sadness. Her voice lowered. I wanted to ask why this time everyone has to go to the semi-immortal tomb. Her hand gripped tightly on the bedsheet. Is it because? He was surprised to hear her mention Ye Quan Chu unclearly. She understood him very well. He sighed deeply and answered seriously. Yes, it's because of her. He sat down beside her, putting his arm around her shoulder. She continued, I've always felt that the recent events seem to be related to her somehow. He sat beside her, talking. If fourth brother is life and death impermanence, then Ye Quan Chu is the assassin. She could indeed make a move against fourth brother. This could be a ploy to lure the tiger from the mountain. She added, Master fears that if we stay, we'll become their targets. He hugged her shoulder, admitting, rather than leaving you here, it's better to keep everyone close and safe. She still had a question lingering in her mind. Today she decided to ask the old rascal, do I have any relationship with Ye Quan Chu? Thinking of the girl who looked like her, she said, I've always felt that I'm very similar to Ye Quan Chu, as if we were originally the same person. Yunping patted her head, answering seriously, your name is Ye Wu Zhen, so you are Ye Wu Zhen. You're not named Ye Quan Chu, so you're not Ye Quan Chu. It's as simple as that. She blushed, fidgeting with her hands, unsatisfied with the answer, but finding it somewhat reasonable, she reluctantly said, Master, that's like saying nothing at all. She stood up to leave. All right, I'll go to sleep then. Tomorrow morning, I have to set off for that semi-immortal tomb place. He smiled, teasing her further. So you're leaving already? No other plans? Before she could jump down, she asked, other plans? In her mind, sensitive images of herself appeared again. Angrily, she shouted, Master, 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 what nonsense are you talking about again? She said, then left embarrassedly. Aya. Anyway, I'm leaving first. Good night. He gently watched her leave, softly saying, good night. The next morning, in the Blue Sky Empire, Shangyu City, a group of people stood in front of a shop. The purple-haired girl in a purple dress was Mo Wu Hai. She was the owner of Bihai Tower, standing with her head bowed, talking to a white-haired man. He was Ye Wen Tian, the Ye Immortal. You've come in person. He stood in front of her, leaning on his cane, replying, Owner of Bihai Tower, don't be so formal. Besides him, there was also the sect leader of Dahuang, Zhongwei Bushao. He looked at the two with displeasure, saying nothing. He only thought, I thought this immortal capital would rise in the Kunlun realm, but it's just a fleeting glory. Today, seeing this Ye Immortal, I feel afraid again. At this moment, the Ye Immortal was smiling and saying, this young man is from the Empire. The black-haired man looked a bit flustered and panicked, stuttering, I am. Ye Wentian's expression changed, looking somewhat malicious. He said, your empire is quite interesting. You've kept us waiting here for too long. I wonder what your intention is. Seeing his demeanor, the man was frightened and trembled. This, silently praying in his heart, help. Why hasn't the senior arrived yet? Boo-hoo-hoo. He looked at the group in front of him as if they wanted to eat him alive, his heart pounding, legs shaking, barely able to stand. He felt like he was about to die. Just then, a voice rang out. Wow, this place is like a furnace. Why are there so many people? Is this a night meeting? It was Yun Bing. He was holding a red flag. Behind him, his disciples were approaching. All right, now, our destination is Shangyu City. I invite all the tourists in my army to act as if you're on a sightseeing trip. Wu Chan followed behind, holding a cup of cold ice cream. The ice frost blade of Luo Gui had shaved it as fine as snow. Mu was mumbling with a popsicle in his mouth. I can eat a few more. Shang. Yue Tian was holding a cup of strawberry ice cream. Dianair was looking at him, asking for more. Dianair's two senior brothers wanted to try the strawberry flavor, but she had already eaten too much. He couldn't agree anymore. You've had too much ice already. Xiao Guang was still sleepy, yawning. Luo Gui stood beside him with his sword, satisfied. Good job. Yunbing saw the young boy dressed all in black from yesterday, coming to Yuntian and waved to greet him. Sorry, I'm late. He raised his hand and said to Wu Chan's group, the ultimate goal of our trip this time is only one. All the disciples fell silent and listened attentively to him. He crossed his arms and smiled smugly. Find old 4D, then bring him back safely from that hellish place. The group on the other side also saw them coming and shouted, look over there. Looking at each of them as they approached, everyone silently assessed them. About Dianair, that small girl over there seems to be the 8th-ranked Great Zither Master, ranked 2nd in the blue faction. Looking at Yutian, look at that tall beauty with purple hair, ranked 39th in the blue faction. That demeanor, that face, if only I could sleep with her once. Looking at Lugi, that girl in white Taoist robe holding a blade is the famous ice beauty everyone's been talking about. Her blade technique is truly exceptional. Looking at Roshui and that purple-robed cultivator with the wine gourd, though eliminated on the ice tower, her fist technique is truly formidable, especially about Wu Chan, the one in black and white dress-style Taoist robe with white hair and blue eyes. Isn't she the top-ranked zero-level cultivator in the all-sects competition? The purple-haired woman turned pale with fear, trembling. Yuntian Academy. It's him. He's here. Yunbing casually and cheerfully put his arm around Wu Chan's shoulder and walked up to them. What a lively gathering. The woman in Wu-Hai clothes was still shaking. He's here. It's him. The man named Ye Wentian immediately approached him, clasped his hands and said, I am Ye Wentian, one of the 3 sect leaders of Xiandu. May I know your esteemed name? He scratched his ear, smiling and said, Are you hitting on me? Wu Chan was speechless, turning to look at his antics. Let me tell you first, although I'm quite charming, handsome enough to turn straight men gay, I'm not interested in men. The man's face changed color, but he still replied with a fake smile. You misunderstand. I'm just curious about the person the Lantian Empire has been waiting for so long, who exactly he is. Was he blaming him for being late? He didn't bother to care about the man, saying, Oh, then you can continue being curious. The man was momentarily speechless. Then he raised his hand, placing it on his shoulder in a friendly gesture. He looked at the hand on his shoulder with discomfort. Hey, I'm asking, what's wrong with you? If you keep this up, I'll sue you for harassment. He feigned friendliness. You misunderstand, sir. I just wanted to ask, do you plan to visit Xiandu in the future? We'll certainly welcome you then, he said and turned to leave. He stood with his hands on his hips, annoyed. It's been Xiandu this, Xiandu that. Where is that place anyway? Wu Chan, standing nearby, replied, I don't know. I only know about clams. Speaking of which, does the old rogue have a clam recipe? Master, do you think we could make money from it? I think we could. Let me analyze it for you. Ye Wentian walked past the Mo Wuhai woman and said, Higher, you're overthinking. When I patted his shoulder earlier, I could see his true cultivation level. He's probably just entered the semi-immortal realm. She was still uneasy, about to say something, but before she could speak, he frowned and interrupted. Haha, I know what you're worried about. Gu Tianwang a few years ago went mad from cultivation gone wrong. His body deteriorated. Against that Yuntian Academy's principle, both being semi-immortal powerhouses, of course one side would fall. Seeing his confidence, she stared at him, sweating. What about the matter of those two extremes, and forcing back the heavenly Tao? How do you explain that? She had made a connection between Yuanshan Dejin and Yun Bing. He replied nonchalantly, because he's probably like me, a direct inheritor of the heavenly Tao. He glanced at Yun Bing, teasing Wu Chan, a figure appointed by the heavenly Tao, able to control this world. The immortal Wei doesn't believe Gu Tianwang is dead. Another direct inheritor of the heavenly Tao must go die together with those two extremes. Of course, one can't oppose the master of the Great Way, thinking back to what happened before. So the reason the semi-immortal knelt down was because the heavenly algorithm revealed his identity. He recalled past events and continued, that's right, and this person might have inherited Emperor Wen Shanlei's legacy. Otherwise, the 4 treasures of the study wouldn't have been activated for him. This arrogant fellow, if he knew you were Emperor Wen Shanlei, he probably wouldn't have this attitude. He looked at her with a smile. He thinks he's the best. Imperial heir, direct inheritor of the heavenly Tao. This kid's luck is truly extraordinary. Even I'm a bit envious. He's very arrogant, thinking he can defeat you. Now he only has 2 choices, either submit to Xiandu, or, he emphasized, kneel and await death. His malicious ambition, Yun Bing immediately sensed it. Only children have to choose. This guy would be dead in a minute if you fought him, but you still put on the act of a weak lady, hiding behind Wu Chan. Hey, that disgusting man. He really does lust after my body. How vile. Xingxi Bianyan stood before you and said, Senior, there's something you don't know. Xiandu's influence today is no less than our Lantian Empire. He said, using unknown methods, they can not only rapidly increase one's cultivation realm, but also grant unimaginable benefits. Even the 3 great celestial realms are wary of this newly risen Xiandu power. Hearing this, you smiled and replied, Oh, interesting. Seeing everyone had arrived, he looked at the crowd. Well then, are you all ready to open the barrier? Yet, after saying this, he raised his hand and touched the large, round, golden barrier in front of him. The group, including old man Wei Bushao, watched intently. Yun Bing waited very comfortably. Mo Wuhai looked at the opening barrier with some surprise, trembling as she said, This is the tomb of someone who used dark magic to become a semi-immortal. Looking at the gate before them, you turned to the disciples. Let's go. Let's go. Time to visit Yuntian Academy. Let's enter. This gate seemed to suck people in. They slid from the air and fell with a thud. Wu Chan and Ruo Shui landed in the same place. The two girls sat on the ground looking at their surroundings. Wu Chan said, "How is this possible? After entering the secret realm, it seems we've all been randomly teleported. That scoundrel, they're not here." The two girls turned abruptly to look at the temple behind them. Could this temple hold some mystery? Before them was a dilapidated, abandoned-looking temple. The two decided to enter the temple. Wu Chan knelt before the altar. She thought, "It's like in the movies. Kneel on the cushion, bow 7, 7, 4, 9 times. Then heaven will bestow a legacy technique." Ruosha stood with her hands on her hips, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Wu Chan called out to Ruosha, "Come look at this quickly." On a wooden box were carved several lines. "Destroy demons, destroy immortals, destroy evil, destroy good, destroy truth, destroy falsehood. Flesh becomes Buddha, heart like a demon, beheaded and blood-stained, never fall." The two girls finished reading, not understanding, and asked each other, "What does this mean?" Wu Chan guessed, it must be related to the owner of this secret realm. She stood up and looked at the Buddha statue in front of her, analyzing the lines. "Destroy demons, destroy immortals. Flesh becomes Buddha, heart like a demon," must be referring to the owner of this secret realm. "Beheaded and blood-stained, never fall. Whose head? Whose blood?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ruoshui jumped up and broke the neck of the Buddha statue. Unexpectedly, the statue began to spurt blood. The two girls screamed in fear. "Whoa! How can this Buddha statue spurt blood?" The streams of blood kept coagulating. The entire temple emitted a red beam of light shooting straight into the sky. The girls' screams echoed, "Ah! Ah! Ha!" In another location, Xing Shen and the senior disciple landed in the same place. She suddenly turned and said, "Why do I feel like I heard Senior Sister Ye's voice?" The senior disciple replied, "I didn't hear anything." The senior disciple sheepishly looked at Xing Shen's radiant light and suggested, "But junior sister, could you possibly adjust your light to be a bit brighter? It would be easier to see our surroundings." Talk about asking for the moon. "In Yuntian, you're the only one who gets to go with a small light source," she replied, flustered. "This light can't be made brighter, nor can it be dimmed." Only then did he realize. "My apologies." The two continued walking inside. Xing Shen said, "Logically speaking, we should be underground. Huck, but what's in front of us is clearly a tower. How strange." Before them stood a tower, but it seemed that besides going in to check, there was no other option. The senior disciple agreed to enter. "All right, let's follow your lead." As soon as they entered, they were startled. Inside were many formations. Xing Shen exclaimed in surprise, "So many ancient formations." The senior disciple also looked around, hands on his hips. "It seems this tower doesn't want to let us out." Suddenly, he noticed something, bent down and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. This must be a corner of some painting. Xing Shen looked closely and saw, it looks like a chest and chin. The chest armor looks very imposing. The senior disciple guessed, judging by the figure in the painting, it must be related to this tower. She looked at him questioningly. "But this is the secret realm of a demonic half-immortal. They probably wouldn't be kind enough to leave a way out here, right?" The senior disciple analyzed seriously. "Everything in this setting is formed from the remnant soul and body of the half-immortal. The reason this tower appears here is because this half-immortal visited this tower while alive and had an unusual experience with this tower. After death, in his tattered soul, the memories related to this tower became this strange tower." Hearing him speak, Xing Shen understood. Her eyes sparkled and she clapped happily, saying, "So that's it. So as long as when he was alive, he once left this tower, we also have a chance to leave here." She admired him, praising, "Senior brother looks simple, but in reality, seems to know a lot." He scratched his head sheepishly. "Really, I feel there's still so much I don't know." Xing Shen smiled at him, thinking, this senior brother gives off a great wisdom appears foolish vibe. Suddenly, red bloodstains rose from the ground. They surrounded them. Xing Shen shouted, "Senior brother, this is." He quickly blocked in front of her. "Xing Shen, get behind me." Those bloodstains merged into a human shape that looked very frightening. She trembled at the sight, stammering, "This is a blood spirit." She cried out in panic. "Senior brother, this is the blood spirit Evil 7, passed down from the Northern Saint era. Each blood spirit is extremely dangerous." The senior disciple didn't seem worried at all, even smiling. "Though I haven't read much, I do know a bit about blood spirits." Just then, the blood spirit lunged to attack, making her scream in fear. "Ah! It's coming," he smiled confidently. Then with just one punch, he shattered the blood spirit. It was resolved quickly and efficiently. Seeing it dissipate, he said, "It's just a Kaiyuan realm blood spirit. No problem at all." A hero saving a beauty, the senior brother became even more handsome in Xing Shen's eyes. She admired him greatly. Indeed, this seemingly simple and kind senior brother, with his seemingly foolish smile, had the strength of the Void Realm. It turns out that all this time in her eyes, the senior brother had been associated with who knows how many words for looking foolish. But now in her eyes, he looked incredibly cool. His body was full of rippling muscles. He looked at her and said, "This blood flows from the ancient text of that ancient forbidden formation. If the formation isn't broken, blood spirits will keep appearing." The blood drops on the ground were gathering again, preparing to form the next blood spirit. Seeing this, she hurriedly pulled him to run. "Senior brother, this way." The two quickly climbed up the stairs. Luckily, it didn't chase them. She panted, exhausted. "That blood doesn't seem to be chasing us." In front of them was a room with a bed in the middle. On the bed was a book. She asked curiously, "What's this?" Looking at the book, she guessed it was an autobiography. They opened it to read. Inside was someone's diary, writing about the process of how he had massacred to save someone. Xing Shen finished reading and said, "Using blood to refine the body. Most of these are evil demonic techniques. This book might be the autobiography of a demonic half-immortal. Is there more in the back?" But before she could turn to the next page to continue reading, the book started oozing blood. Terrified, she threw it back onto the bed. She panicked, fearing another blood spirit would appear. Not again. The senior brother then pulled her hand to leave. The blood flowed out quickly and abundantly, so he had to pick up Xing Shen and run swiftly, causing her to scream in embarrassment. They finally reached a safe place. He still didn't put her down, looking back behind them. Indeed, it wasn't chasing them. Xing Shen, being held in his arms, was already weak in her limbs, blushing furiously, and said weakly, Sen, senior brother." Only then did he look down at her, quickly letting go and putting her down. "Sorry, I forgot." Holding a beauty, he didn't want to let go. Xing Shen was extremely embarrassed, feeling dazed for a while, thinking that since she became aware of such matters, she hadn't let any other man touch her. Just now was really. While she was still in utter confusion, she heard him call, "Xing Shen, come look at this." She quickly composed herself, calmed down, and called out, Yes, senior brother, what did you see?" In front of them hung a painting of a young woman. Looking at the painting, she was startled. The senior brother also looked at it seriously. The two were surprised. The person in the painting was actually senior sister Ruo Shui. The girl in the painting indeed looked very similar to Ruo Shui. The person in the painting looked exactly like senior sister Ruo Shui, but the expression and aura were completely different. Xing Shen was a bit surprised. Could it be a relative of senior sister Ruo Shui? The senior brother replied seriously, "Impossible. Junior sister Ruo Shui comes from an ordinary family, a bloodline without any special inheritance. Her cultivation talent is also quite low level, proving that there are no high-level cultivators in her family." At that moment, the book from earlier appeared in front of them again. "Senior brother, look, this is the ancient book from the 6th floor. It turned into blood, disappeared, and reappeared here." The two picked up the book and read it. Inside were Lu Sunkong's diary entries, writing about a girl called Xuer. She was also the person in the painting. Xuer's body was unbalanced. The essence blood of 3,000 Kaiwan swordsmen was impure. They needed to find spirit blood to recreate a complete body for Xuer. This process was extremely difficult, requiring many rare items, even the lives of others, and it could only prolong life, not achieve rebirth. Lu Shungkong had even killed his disciples, fellow cultivators, and taken blood from friends. Reading these lines, they began to understand some of the previous events. "Why is this place here?" The senior brother said, "It seems the owner of this memoir is Lu Shungkong, and the place we're in now is the 5-flowing spiritual tower." Xing Shen read the book attentively and replied, "Lu Shungkong in the book also mentioned a way of rebirth. It seems to require recreating the body to safely house Ku Wenchui's soul. For this, he killed many people." Her voice trembled. "Kaiyuan realm, core formation realm, even killing his master and fellow disciples. To resurrect Qi Wenshui, Lu Shunкong did so many things, his hands stained with countless lives." Her voice trembled with fear. Could it be that the people Lu Shunкong killed are all in this 5-flowing spiritual tower, appearing as blood spirits? Just then, behind them, the blood stains on the floor began to gather. The senior brother tensely warned, "Xing Shen, be careful." She screamed in fear. The pools of blood began to take human form. The senior brother, angered, frowned seriously as he looked at the blood spirits. "These are the disciples, fellow cultivators, and old friends mentioned in the diary. It seems we must solve the tower's puzzle to uncover the truth." With that, he began attacking them. In just a few moves, the blood spirits were defeated. After defeating them, he continued reading the book. Xing Shen beside him, eyes bright with admiration. "Senior brother is so amazing. Snow Spirit of the Void Record, 2 volumes. The senior brother's face suddenly changed, becoming worried, sweating as he read, Enter the tower. Let demonic energy enter the body. Use the chance of demonic possession for Shue's rebirth. But fate mocked us. Shue refused the demonic body, choosing to end her life on the spot. I attained the Qin Gun rank, only to have Shue pierce my heart with a sword. Inside it wrote, "When I woke up, there was no trace of anyone else." Did I do something wrong, Shue? I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I don't understand why. These lines were repeated many times, feeling utterly helpless, having done so much but in the end gaining nothing. The senior brother said, Lu Shunkong was pierced through the heart by Kewen Shui, dying in the five-flowing spiritual tower. But the dead cannot write. Big brother looked at Xing Shen in confusion. Lu Shunkong didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also obtained a legacy that ordinary people could never hope to achieve in their lifetime. The legacy of life and death's impermanence. The two continued to ascend, climbing the next set of stairs together. Suddenly, Xing Shen sighed. Lu Shunkong and Qu Wenshui, one killed his fellow disciples for love. His Buddha nature and heart fell from grace from then on. Reading about their love story, she was deeply moved. One was of righteous path, preferring death over demonic possession. It's truly a tragic tale. She turned her head back. Don't you agree, senior brother? She realized there was no one around her, only layers of mist enveloping everything. She became extremely worried, turning around searching, shouting, Senior brother, senior brother. She was terrified. Suddenly alone, she cried and screamed, Where are you, senior brother? Senior brother. She ran around searching for her senior brother. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, and a voice spoke. I'm sorry, but I'm not your senior brother. She stared at the person before her in shock. Who are you? Before her now stood a young man, his body transparent, looking more like a ghost. My name is Lu Shunkong, the very Lu Shunkong from the book you just read. This place is my tomb, a secret realm created by my soul and body. Now, I'm only left with a trace of consciousness. She looked at him and asked, Then where has my senior brother gone? He replied, This mist is formed by demonic energy. Space is chaotic here. Getting lost is common. He even had the nerve to reassure her, Don't worry, this tower is formed from my painful memories of the past. You shouldn't have been involved in the first place. He threw a talisman towards Xing Shen. I can't leave this place, but you can. Lu Shunkong enticed her. This is the only way to leave here. Channel your energy to stick this talisman on me, then kill me. She looked at him confused and asked, Why? He explained, Lying here for so long, it's time for an ending. He threw the talisman towards her again. But now I'm just a remnant consciousness. I can't make it effective, can't use this talisman. Just destroy this consciousness. Everything here will vanish into thin air. He coaxed her. Miss, please. Xing Shen, knowing nothing, reached out to take it. Just as she was about to touch the talisman, she suddenly withdrew her hand and said, Though this might be a bit rude to ask, but may I ask? She moved closer to him, shyly. After you woke up, what happened between you and Quen Shui? This was truly top-tier gossip-seeking. Lu Shunkong fell silent upon hearing this. He closed his eyes, trying to stay calm. Then he said, After I received the inheritance of life and death, one extreme of the two extremes, I became a huge threat to the three great realms. I was resurrected from death. The price was falling into the demonic path. I didn't have time to search for Shue'er's whereabouts. The three great realms had already started a demon-slaying assembly against me. At that time, Shue'er appeared. She had become the holy maiden of a renowned righteous sect, so she had to eliminate demons, had to protect the righteous path. That day, she approached me as if she didn't know me. He pointed to his left chest. Then, she thrust a spear right here. After that came this tomb, this pagoda, along with me. That's how things are now. Xing Shen felt very sympathetic after hearing this. She thought Qu Wenshui had killed Lu Shunkong for the second time. She felt very sorry for him, so she reached out to take the talisman. His voice coaxed, Don't hesitate, this is liberation. But just then, something flew by quickly, burning the talisman instantly before Xing Shen could touch it. A smug laugh rang out. Ha ha ha! It was Dianer who arrived, seeming to have turned evil. Looking mischievous, she sneered at Lu Shunkong, saying, Indeed, humans are stupid, inferior creatures. Xing Shen turned in surprise. She was delighted to recognize senior sister Lin Dian. She still didn't know that she had been tricked by Lu Shunkong, and worriedly said, That talisman was our only chance to get out of here. What should we do now? At this moment, Dianer was in the Demon King's personality. He angrily put his hands on his hips and scolded, You're so stupid. The senior brother had also appeared. Little Dianer smiled wickedly at Lu Shunkong, revealing his plot. He had his eye on your ancient demon body, wanting to use evil magic to steal your body. Lu Shunkong, his dark intentions exposed, knew his plan had been revealed. He silently glared at Diana, his entire body emitting a faint, gloomy purple light. He targeted Xing Shen with an attack. Only now did she realize, hurriedly dodging while exclaiming in surprise, "Steal my body." The gloomy purple energy was immediately suppressed by Diana, dissipating into nothingness. He asked in astonishment, "Who are you? Why do you have such strong demonic energy?" Little Diana, now in the Demon King's persona, crossed her arms and smirked. "A minor demon like you isn't worthy of knowing my name. Big guy, he's all yours now." The senior brother smiled. "Diana, aren't you joining in?" The little girl boasted, "I wouldn't bother to fight with such a weak little demon. He's just a mongrel. You can handle him." The good personality inside Diana teased the Demon King. "It's clearly because you can't beat him." The evil demon personality angrily scolded her. "So annoying. Shut up." The senior brother, burning with killing intent, stepped up to face Lu Shunkong. His entire body tensed up, muscles rippling, lightning coiling around him, displaying a formidable aura. Lu Shunkong, seeing the difficulty, decided to retreat. He snorted and then disappeared. He knew staying would mean fighting 3-on-1, a losing battle. He was no match for them. Diana, seeing him vanish, put her hands on her hips and scolded. What? He ran away. How disappointing. Looks like all that talk about being bound was just a lie. Xing Shen looked at him and mumbled, "Senior brother, I." The senior brother was very kind-hearted. He didn't blame her, just gently patted her head to comfort her. "It's all right. It's fine. Everything's okay." This action touched Xing Shen. She liked it a lot. She enjoyed his head pat, thinking contentedly, "Senior brother's hand is warm, just like before." Back then, the old man Sheng Chuanjin used to pat her head like this too. The feeling senior brother gave her was very familiar. She was still immersed in happiness when Diana's voice interrupted. "Hey, don't play lovey-dovey here. Quickly explain this thing." What Diana was holding was a drawing of a girl who looked exactly like Ruo Shui. She looked at the object in the girl's hand in the picture and said, "This blood pearl. I seem to have some impression of it." Suddenly, the roof above them cracked open. All three curiously looked up, when suddenly, Wu Chun and Ruo Shui fell from above, crashing through the roof and landing on top of the three of them. Ruo Shui fell onto the table, while Wu Chun fell straight to the ground. The two girls cried out in pain. "Ouch, it hurts." On the other side, Yun Ping looked at the scene before him and chuckled. So that's how it is. He and Yue Tian were standing in an area that looked like a cemetery. In front of them were many swords stuck straight into the ground like tombstones. Yun Ping said, "Shouldn't we call it a sword graveyard instead? It's truly a wonder." Yue Tian asked hesitantly, "Are these sword spirits?" He glanced over and replied, "To be precise, this is for burying people. Each sword here is demonic, created using countless amounts of blood and human bodies. They look like sword spirits, but they're actually human bone burials." The place was very gloomy and desolate. Suddenly, Yue Tian remembered the others. "Master, do we really not need to go look for Wu Chan and the others? What if they're in trouble?" But he didn't seem too concerned and said, "It's good enough if they don't cause trouble for us." Then he walked straight ahead, continuing to investigate this place. "Don't worry, I've been watching them. If there's any harm, I'll rush out immediately." So he was warm inside but cold outside, saying that, but still caring about his disciples a lot. Yue Tian looked at the swords in front of him. "So these sword spirits," he replied. "This demonic cultivator's grave is formed by its soul and body, transforming into these evil swords. They contain parts of the demonic cultivator's memories." He pointed at a sword, telling Yue Tian, "Stand on that sword and you'll be able to see." Yue Tian immediately did as told. He stood straight on the sword, one foot on the blade, the other leg bent, his posture looking quite alluring. Slowly closing his eyes, he shut them tightly, breaking into a cold sweat, somewhat doubtful. What's going on? In this sword's memories, why are there so many junior sister Shay? Yunping heard this and looked at him in surprise. He stood on a tall boulder, looking ahead. "I've observed before, Ruo Shui's soul has no issues. Only her body shows signs of multiple reconstructions." Yue Tian ran to him and replied, "Isn't that because junior sister Ruo Shui used to cultivate recklessly, damaging her body?" He frowned seriously. "That's only part of the reason, but the root cause is not that." He recalled her background. A girl born into a mortal family. Before entering the academy, she only spent some time in Lei sect for a while with Di Yun of Lei sect. Evil techniques for reconstructing the body to cultivate are certainly impossible. In the early period of the 100 Saints era, there were fanatics who, in pursuit of the supreme refinement of the martial emperor, invented a method of constantly breaking one's own bones, meridians, and flesh, then using others' souls and bones bones to nourish themselves to pursue the ultimate evil technique of martial arts. Yunping and Yue Tian walked and talked. He asked, "So what's the relationship between the girl I saw and junior sister Ruo Shui?" He replied, "The most likely reason is this life and past lives." He tensed up a bit. Since Ruo Shui doesn't have the aura of transmigration, she's not a reincarnated person. Speaking of the wilderness, they finally found a dilapidated house. It looks very old now. The master and disciple stood outside looking for a while. Suddenly, the house exploded with a loud bang. The explosion blasted out for miles. The two quickly dodged to the side. He angrily looked towards the house, silent, but had already guessed everything. Inside that house, Xiao Guang and Luo Gui were fighting together against a group of people surrounding them. The two of them thought, "Looks like we've been mistaken." A purple-haired girl stood with her hands on her hips in front of Luo Gui and Xiao Guang. Yao Yao Yao, she looked very provocative. "Isn't this the cultivator from Yunqian Academy, ranked 7th on the blue list of the all-sex competition back then?" Wan Luogui didn't expect to meet her here. She smiled smugly and introduced herself. "My name is Tao Yao Yao, Tower Master of Bihai Tower, disciple of Mo Wu Hai. The leader of Bihai Tower in the previous all-sex competition, I ranked 5th on the blue list. I didn't get to meet you. Unexpectedly, the famous Ice Beauty has even found her match already." The two of them frowned as they listened to her, neither bothering to reply. She became even more emboldened, laughing deviously with the people around her. "What a coincidence. The male cultivators of Bihai Tower have admired you for a long time. Why don't you accompany them?" She truly had the tone of a brothel girl, unable to be decent. Luo Gui was so angry she gritted her teeth, trembling as she replied, "I advise you not to speak nonsense." Xiao Guang also spoke up immediately. "Although I'm not Luo Gui's partner." He raised his sword, frowning angrily. "As her senior, your words just now I cannot pretend I didn't hear." But she covered her mouth and laughed, challenging. "Senior brother, I'm so scared. Ha ha!" She spread her arms, acting like the mother of the world. "Relying on numbers, even with faster swords, you still can't deal with so many people. I really want to see how pathetic you'll look, Miss Pham." At that moment, Yunping appeared right behind her. His entire body emanated a terrifying killing intent, making her instantly turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. He said coldly, "There are indeed many people." As soon as he finished speaking, all the surrounding men immediately spat blood and died on the spot. The woman Dao Yao's eyes widened in terror, unable to say another word. "Ah." Her whole body trembled like a leaf. He continued, smiling as he touched her shoulder. "Look, now there aren't so many people anymore." She trembled even more violently, her face turning purple. Unable to stand steady, she collapsed to the ground. He calmly walked past her, looking at his two disciples and greeting, "You're both here at the right time." Laki cheerfully exclaimed, "Master!" That woman's daughter knelt on the ground, blood gushing from her nose, thinking in fear. It's the principal of the Vanthian Divine Dragon Academy, the legendary figure whose beginning and end are unseen. But now it's too late to realize. Death comes before she can even yawn. Yunping acted as if nothing had happened, not even bothering to look at them, smiling as he asked his disciples, "Have you found anything?" Laqui replied, "This ancient book was found in the ruins of Bichtong Min. It must be related to this half-immortal." Then they opened the book and read, "In this world, if there's any way to save him, I would be willing to pay any price, including this life that shouldn't belong to me. He is good. He is the best person in this world. He doesn't know that I've always been awake, always watching him. This can't continue. He will die. I must find a way. I have no choice but to find a way. The only thing in this world that can save him is me." It seems this is the diary of the girl who looks exactly like Roshui. After reading these lines, Yunping became very serious. "Take me to see that relic." The two went to a place, surrounded by thick walls. Laqui looked at him and said, "Master, can you see anything?" He raised his hand and tapped on the wall. "Not yet." But Xiaoguang sat tiredly on a stone step, yawning repeatedly. While yawning, suddenly something red appeared beside him. The entire room suddenly shook violently. Xiao Guang exclaimed in surprise, "Is this time travel?" It actually transformed into a different room, with bright red decorations all over. Yo Tian looked at the room and guessed, "This room, could it be the memory of that demonic half-immortal?" Yunping replied, "Possibly. Perhaps we need to perform some special ritual to see something extraordinary." La Kui asked in confusion, "Ritual? You don't mean something like a living blood sacrifice?" She didn't notice behind her. Yunping was smiling mischievously. "Not that kind of ritual, heh." His face showed a clearly enjoyable, slightly perverted expression. La Kui looked at him and shuddered. "Master, you." He covered his mouth and laughed. "Don't show such a frightened expression. I'm your teacher. I won't harm you." In that newlywed room, La Kuei sat on the bed. She blushed shyly. Are we really doing this? Isn't it inappropriate? This isn't right, considering our positions. Yun Ping, meanwhile, looked like he was enjoying the show, wearing glasses, eating popcorn, and drinking. It's just pretend. Just remember, not to make it too real. Yue Qian stood silently beside, also eagerly waiting for the show to begin. Xiaoguang's face also turned red as he looked down in confusion. Pretend it's real. Hearing this, La Kui said, Senior, you're not going to do anything weird, are you? He quickly explained. No, of course not. Finally, the two had to follow Yun Ping's instructions, lying on the newlywed bed but with their backs to each other. This situation made everyone blush. Well, that'll do. Yue Tian stood behind and asked him skeptically, what kind of experiment is this? Will it really work? He sat calmly, shaking his leg, and replied, if it works, that's great. Even if it doesn't, we can consider it as promoting the relationship between senior and junior disciples. The two just stood watching the two lying on the bed. 10 minutes passed without any movement. Yue Tian grew impatient. Why isn't there any sign at all? Yun Ping, watching, also felt something was off and said, could it be that the two on the bed need to be deeply in love? Do they need to do it for real to have an effect? Then he called out, that's the old devil's trick. You two, get closer to each other, hold hands or hug or something. Hearing this, both of them jumped up in panic, shouting, hold hands. Xiao Guang also asked in confusion, Master, are you serious? He smiled. It's an experiment. If it still doesn't work, later I'll try with little Xiang. Hearing this, Yu Tian got scared and quickly cheered them on. Third junior, eighth junior sister, you can do it. The other two lay back down on the bed. Both spoke shyly at the same time. Xiao Guang smiled gently and turned to look at her. He put his hand under his head and looked up at the ceiling. I never thought there'd be a day like this. I thought the day of entering the bridal chamber was still far away from me. Luo Kui also lay on her back, looking at the ceiling. The two were now less shy than before. She said, third senior brother, have you ever imagined that the person sleeping with you would be Su Wu? His face showed little expression when that name was mentioned. If I say no, I haven't. Would that sound too fake? There's no other way. Matters of the heart aren't as easy to forget as one might think. Moreover, after so many years, the two of them now were like two friends lying down and sharing their thoughts. She turned to look at him. She guessed that even now, senior brother probably still hopes the person lying beside him is Su Wu, right? He calmly replied, that's not wrong to say, but if it's not her, it's not a problem either. His answer surprised Luoqi. What do you mean now? They turned to face each other, quite close. It means that now the person lying beside me is you, and that's not a problem at all. These sweet words from Xiao Guang made Luoqi shy and blush. What do you mean by saying this now, senior brother? He quickly turned over, facing the ceiling, teasing her. I mean what I said. Even without her, I still have everyone in the Four Harmonies courtyard. Luo Kuai, you are one of them. She also became more natural and teased him back. Third senior brother, are you sure that I will accompany you in the future? He replied, of course. Even if you want to run away, I will stop you. The two lay talking very happily. Yue Tian, seeing this scene, brightened up and admired the young couple. Yunping smiled with satisfaction. Luo Kui said seriously, so we. The two put their arms around each other's shoulders and high-fived, saying in unison, brothers forever. How did it end up like this? Yunping quickly raised a megaphone and shouted, cut. This script is wrong. Now in the bridal chamber, Luo Kui placed her hand on Xiao Guang's. He was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Their hands intertwined, she said. The master just said we should be more intimate, right? He also smiled happily and agreed. Okay. Let's hold hands first then. Their hands clasped tightly together. As they waited, the surroundings changed. It turned out that pieces of mirror were falling. Luo Kui opened her eyes wide and looked. In those mirror fragments was the image of Liu Shinkong. He was wearing a red wedding outfit, the image of bride and groom on their wedding night. He called out, Shuer. Then he lifted the veil covering her face. The girl had a face identical to Ruo Shui, smiling as she heard him say, I love you. The broken mirror pieces fell, finally forming a ring on Luo Kui's ring finger. She asked in surprise, what's this ring about? Xiao Guang looked at the ring and said, it seems this is what was hidden in this bridal chamber. The two kept holding hands, not wanting to let go. Suddenly, there was a noise above their heads. They both looked up. Unexpectedly, Wu Chan, Ru She, Yaner, the senior brother, and Jing Shen fell from the sky right onto them. The girls fell to the ground in pain. Wu Chan held her head in frustration. Ugh, hit my head again. She propped herself up and looked around. Oh, in front of them was the image of Luo Qi and Xiao Guang kneeling on the bridal bed, hands tightly clasped. She exclaimed in surprise. You two are progressing quite fast. Yunping and Ruo Shui stood facing each other. On the table between them was the image of a girl who looked just like Ruo Shui. She tilted her face to look at the picture. This Qi Wenshui. Why does she look exactly like me? Wu Chan asked the old rogue. What do you think, master? He replied. In this Quenshui's hand is a blood pearl carrying blood. He pointed to the red blood pearl in the painting. It's a demonic relic formed from the body of a demonic half-immortal after death. It's the same one in your hand, Ruohui. He smiled lightly. Look at the ring in the girl's hand in the painting and try. Look at the blood pearl too. Let's see what will happen. The painting emitted a strong red light. At the same time, outside the path leading to this barrier was blocked by a large rock. The group looked around in panic. The ground they stood on suddenly shook violently. Yunping guessed the demon grinding cauldron. He thought, how could this destroyed thing appear here? Something appeared before them. On it was a large golden dragon with red eyes. Yunping looked at this scene and said, this is some demonic saint who, to overcome the half-immortal tribulation, used the great knowledge of the demonic way, combined with evil magic, to refine and create this. Originally intended to overcome the tribulation, but ended up being swallowed by it. This cauldron led to a struggle between the righteous and evil factions. He recalled the horrific scenes of slaughter from that year. In the end, I destroyed it with my own hands, but today it appears here again. He said seriously, could it be? He placed his hands on his hips and shouted at it, come down here. That thing immediately shrank and flew down in front of him. He looked at it trembling and said, so that's how it is. It turns out it was forged from fragments of the demon grinding cauldron. Seeing how scared it was, he threatened even more. This place is Lu Shunkong's secret realm, so this demon grinding cauldron must be related to Lu Shunkong. Tell me everything you know. His large shadow loomed over it, pressing for answers, making it even more frightened. These are Lu Shunkong's memories. From this thing, his memories gradually revealed themselves. That day, he held Quenshui's body, wailing. Ku Wenshui died in the war against the evil sect of the righteous faction Bichkongming, and the cause of all this was that ancient demonic energy. When Lu Shunkong was trying to resurrect the corpse, he met a girl in white. She gave Lu Shun a book on corpse resurrection techniques. That woman was Ye Quanchu. She took out the book and said to him, I admire your courage, willing to sacrifice everything for your lover. From then on, Lu Shunkong killed his former master, killed countless people, and became a demon cultivator by letting demons possess him. Finally, he brought Ku Wenshui to the 5 flowing spirit pagodas, using corpse resurrection techniques and demonic knowledge to revive Ku Wenshui. In fact, before Ku Wenshui's death, she received the love of life and death impermanence, becoming the direct disciple of life and death impermanence. In reality, even if Lu Shunkong had done nothing for 15 more years, Ku Wenshui would have been resurrected by life and death impermanence anyway. Everything Lu Shunkong did was meaningless. That day, Ku Wenshui took the life and death impermanence blood pearl and gave it to Lu Shunkong. He held her tightly and asked in pain, why? She said gently, this is the only thing I can do for you. Through death, she gave the direct inheritance of life and death impermanence to Lu Shunkong. Due to the disappearance of life and death impermanence, Ku Wenshui kept weakening, constantly being eroded, becoming a child, and finally, an infant. Since then, how long has it been? Lu Shunkong looked at the little girl dozing off by the tree. I've finally found you, sister. You once said before, you'd rather be an ordinary person. He carried the little girl through a cave. In the cave, there's a formation I set up. This way, whoever finds you should be immortal, right? Just as you once told me, this is the only thing I can do for you. Shuer. Quenshui knew nothing at that time, but this place is very desolate. Will it take 15 or hundreds of years until then? But it doesn't matter. For you, it's just like taking a nap. He was injured. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, I must depart now. After all, the peace you sought for the world is not yet achieved. Afterwards, the world only knew of a semi-immortal expert who fought his way into the demon clan's Tri-Yuan. He killed heavenly demons and ancient demons, shaking the foundation of evil demons. But he never emerged again. No one knew who he was, only that this semi-immortal was a hero. 100 years later, an old man entered the cave. He met Ku Wenshui in the form of a newborn baby in a cave in Jinglin village. The sound of a baby crying could be heard. After seeing all those memories, Yunping said, so it was indeed like that. He stepped on that thing. Qu Wenshui gave the inheritance of life and death impermanence to Lu Kong, killing him. Lu Kong received the inheritance, continued the demon's path, and ultimately died in the demon clan's Triuan. With a melancholic spirit, he thought, so this is the complete story. Yunping called out, let's go, leave this place first. As they were about to leave, Ying looked ahead in surprise, smiling with disgust. Oh, in front of them now was Ye Wentian's group. He had brought a crowd of people to surround them. Such a grand formation. He frowned. It seems Dean Yun has taken a step ahead and already taken the treasure from this peak. Ying glanced at the object in hand, replying, it's you. If I tell you all, what was hidden in this peak was just a boring love story but pitiful. Would you believe it? He provocatively replied, what does Dean Yun think? Ying guessed from his attitude. Oh, I see. You want to kill for the treasure, right? Yeah. Mo Wuhai stood behind him, covering her mouth with a fan. She thought she had a solid backing. Ye Wenqin said, everyone here is indeed interested in that treasure, but I'm different. His eyes, full of malice and ambition, looked straight at Yunping. I'm more interested in you. Hearing this, Yunping's face turned purple, losing all composure. Oh, ugh. Not enough. Wu Chan was also angry and wanted to rush forward. Hey, this hot-tempered energy of mine. Fortunately, Ruo Shui hugged and held her back, or she would have been jealous enough to hit someone. Ye Wenqin extended his hand. I, one of the 3 Immortal Capital Elders, Ye Wenqin, now formally invite the Dean of Yunqian Academy, Yunping, to join the Immortal Capital. Mo Wuhai glanced at Ying, thinking, what power does the Immortal Capital have? It's said that the Immortal Capital's leader claims to be from the Emperor Immortal, received the Great Tao's blessing for 3 days, transforming immensely, with unfathomably deep cultivation. In today's 3 great realms, joining the Immortal Capital has become the major trend. That guy posed with his hand, looking very imposing. The Immortal Capital needs talent, and you're the one I've set my eyes on. Yunping didn't care at all. He even joked, don't tell me you really have some special preference. That's right, I'll say it again. I really like women. I'm truly not interested in men. He angrily said, this lord is not joking with you. He still mocked him. I heard you. Why are you shouting so loudly? Wu Chan was really annoyed. She clenched her fists, trying to suppress her anger. Seeing this, Ying patted her head, looked at that guy and said, what benefits do I get from joining the Immortal Capital? He seriously replied, the possibility of becoming a true immortal, that's the benefit. Ying smiled. Oh, but I refuse. You probably need these titles more. He saw that Ying refused without even thinking, truly not valuing his so-called true immortal at all. Ye Wentian stomped his foot on the ground, cursing at Ying. Foolish, ignorant. Do you really think this lord doesn't know your cultivation realm is that of a half-immortal? He seemed to be having a fit. Think you're the best. Carrying the heavenly Tao's direct transmission, along with the literary Tao's direct transmission, inheritances of 2 great Taos. There are several extreme auras in your body. Although you hide it well, this lord knows exactly what you're capable of. This lord respects you as a talent, giving you a righteous path. He frowned and glared at Ying threateningly. If you insist on being this way, then this lord can make an exception to teach you a lesson. What is called innate arrogance. He went on a long tirade. After he finished, the Yun Tian group looked at him like he was crazy, barely holding back their laughter. They had no idea what nonsense he was babbling about. The foolish Mo Wuhai girl chose the wrong side and spoke up. What about the others from Yuntian Academy? I think you should know the consequences of opposing your future. Wu Chan smirked contemptuously. Ah, she looked at them honestly. We've encountered this situation many times. The others showed no fear or respect for them either, saying spiritedly, anyway, our teacher isn't him. Who else can we trust? The senior brother also said, anyway, these troublesome matters can be left to the teacher. Xiaoguang didn't even care. I'm so sleepy. Dianair laughed happily. Dianair wants ice cream now. The 2 Yuetian senior brothers replied. Then we need to get junior sister Luo Gui's knife. She agreed. Rushui emptied her wine bottle with a hiss. It's an important moment to watch the show. Why is the wine gone? None of them took Ye Wentian seriously. He was openly despised and very angry. Your disciples are as stupid as you. He took out a small tower and held it up. Do you know what this is? This is called the Ancient Soul Refining Tower, a tower that absorbs the souls of the dead. Any soul captured in this tower will suffer the eternal burning pain of demon flames, without end. He thought this was cool and continued threatening. This lord gives you one last chance. He didn't notice Yunping's face had already darkened with anger and kept talking. If you continue to refuse, prepare for your coffin. At this point, he stopped joking with him. He smiled lightly. Ah! Suddenly, the surrounding space changed, with colored streaks shooting down from the sky. He exclaimed in shock, "What's this?" A giant sword emitting blue light struck the ground. Yunbing crossed his arms and looked at him. Are you ready? Then a series of blue swords from the sky plunged down like a rain of swords. He gestured to direct the swords, shouting, "Prepare for your coffin." The swords filled the sky densely, pointing straight down to the ground. He laughed excitedly. "Ha ha! I still respect life. Considering it's your first offense, this is just a small warning." After saying that, a barrage of swords plunged towards that guy's group. He became a bit worried, breaking into a sweat. He angrily cursed, "You're an evil demon. Absolutely an evil demon." He spread his legs, clenched his fists, preparing his stance. Then he leaped up to attack him, shouting, "This is demonic inheritance. No wonder you're so arrogant." His entire body was surrounded by a golden light. Heaven's way, literary way, demonic way, jade transmission. One person, you have the creation of 3 great ways transmitted. This Lord has decided today, whether you live or die, you must follow this Lord back to the immortal capital. He laughed cunningly, raising his hands to the sky, laughing loudly. Heaven's way, flame way, martial way, the direct power of this Lord's 3 ways, no less than yours. Yunbing stood below looking at him, sighing, "Ha, well, if you're this serious, then I'm out of options." Seeing his confidence, the other guy became a bit confused, thinking, could it be this person has other direct great way transmissions? He stared at him in astonishment with wide eyes. Yunbing just stood still with his arms crossed, but around him, golden light began to radiate along with clear lightning, immensely powerful. Ye Wentian's jaw dropped, sweat pouring like a bath, looking fearfully. Great way imprints. Damn it, all great way imprints. His golden light enveloped everywhere, forming a swirling vortex advancing towards him. Now he looked truly small. Demonic way, heavenly way, beast way, ghost way, life way, spirit way, martial way, literary way, formation way, talisman way, and even more overlapping. 3,000 great ways. All 3,000 great ways were chasing Yunbing, constantly stuffing direct creations onto his body. Sweat poured out even more, soaking him completely. He was extremely tense, terrified, thinking, this is truly meeting a ghost. Yunbing smiled as he looked at him. He stood still, revealing just a bit of power, which was enough to make Ye Wentian so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound anymore. Looking at Yunbing's giant silhouette in the sky, he turned pale and thought, how is this possible? His whole body stiffened, frozen in place, thinking, it's terrifying. I've met a ghost. Thinking this, he quickly turned to flee. Run immediately. Must quickly escape from here. But how could Yunbing let him off so easily? Earlier he was cursing as he pleased, and now he thinks he can just run away. He coldly said, "Did I allow you to leave?" Then he raised his hand, and a giant hand of his appeared in the sky, emitting blue light, grasping that guy completely in its palm, catching him instantly, then threw him to the ground. Your feathers haven't even fully grown, yet you're learning to call yourself an immortal. It's embarrassing to hear. His giant hand repeatedly slammed down on him like swatting a mosquito, hitting and scolding at the same time. I've warned you once. You carry the direct transmission of the Great Way, yet you don't properly act as its heir. Instead, you come here to show off to me. Arrogance requires ability. Pride must have substance. Arrogance without ability, that's called seeking death. After saying this, he hit him a few more times very quickly and decisively. He coldly and seriously raised his hand, lightning surrounding him. This is the second warning. I won't kill you, but things don't happen more than 3 times. The 3rd time, I'll destroy both you and your immortal. After warning him, he turned and left, cheerfully telling his disciples, let's go. The group, including Wuchan, looked at him nervously. Usually spanking was the lightest punishment he gave. Where that guy lay was a deep crater, smoke and dust rising, unclear if he was still alive. The woman Mo Wu Hai, who witnessed everything, couldn't stand steadily, smeared on the ground, terrified looking at that guy. All meridians broken, spiritual roots turned to bone and blood, soul cracked. The 3 Great Way imprints that should have existed there were erased. It was beyond her endurance. All who witnessed were scared out of their wits. A powerhouse from the immortal capital, an invincible expert at the semi-immortal realm, became a cripple, half dead already. Ru Shui gripped the wine bottle tightly in her hand. She calmly said, so I am indeed Qu Wen Shui. She said sadly, I'm not my parents' biological daughter. Wu Chan turned and walked towards her. The 2 girls hugged each other. Wu Chan stroked her hair comfortingly. Don't overthink it. I don't know about others, but you absolutely must not overthink this. Ru Shui looked at her, touched and blushing. Wu Chan, but that moment of being touched quickly turned cold. Unexpectedly, Wu Chan changed her tone to teasing right away. Because if you overthink, with that brain of yours, not only will you not figure anything out, your head might even burn out. saying these words with a very sincere attitude, no less. Ru Shui angrily shouted, "You're calling me stupid again." Wu Chan laughed delightedly. Hey, then turned to chase each other. Yue Tian turned to ask Yun Ping. That's right, Master Xingzhuo. He knew what they were worried about, so he replied, Don't worry, we have a lead now. He took out the cauldron from earlier. The old man has been sleeping in this cauldron. Wu Chan and Ruo Shui, who were chasing each other, were also surprised and turned back. He called out, Come on, Ru Shui, give me some blood. Then he took her blood and dropped it into that cauldron. Immediately, the cauldron emitted a deep red light, along with some black smoke. They placed the cauldron in midair. It emitted a red light that shot straight up into the sky. The red energy swirled around Wu Chan's feet. Everyone was transported to a different space. She asked in surprise, Where is this? He answered, This is Old Fourth Space. It's also a secret realm within a secret realm. Any secret realm needs a foundation. This semi-immortal tomb uses Lu Xun Kong's soul and body. It didn't form naturally. He said seriously, The demonic secret realm we're in now exists based on the semi-immortal tomb. Wu Chan asked further, Then who created this secret realm? Could it also be Lu Xun Kong? He sighed. The creator of this secret realm is none other than Knife. It seems her many questions were so foolish that he had to sigh. In front of them, a black vortex suddenly appeared, looking very eerie. He said, It's our old fourth, Gu Xingzhuo. This time it wasn't Wu Chan asking but Yue Tian. But why does Xingzhuo have to? He became serious and said, To overcome the tribulation of the previous life. Gu Xingzhuo's figure appeared. Old Fourth's previous life was Lu Xun Kong. The previous owner of life and death uncertainty was Lu Xun Kong. In this life, it's Old Fourth. Each generation of life and death uncertainty must overcome the previous life's tribulation once. Moreover, before completing the tribulation, memories of the previous life will remain in the mind of life and death uncertainty. The memories during the tribulation of the previous life will conflict with one's own memories. If not overcome, this life's personality will be distorted by the previous life. The best outcome is for the two personalities to merge, while the worst is being taken over by the previous life. Ru Shui asked nervously, What does that mean? What does it mean to be taken over? Xing Shen also looked at him in confusion. He turned back, his voice lowering. It means from now on, the world will only have Lu Xun Kong and no more Gu Xingzhuo. Wu Chan widened her eyes in shock. You mean fourth senior brother will die? He agreed. Yes, he will be erased fundamentally. A death purer than any other method. She asked further, Then for the previous life's tribulation, is there any way we can help him overcome it? Everyone listened attentively as he said, The previous life's tribulation is Lu Xun Kong's previous life. If anything appears that's not in Lu Xun Kong's memories, life and death uncertainty will judge it as an intruder. For Old Fourth, this is very dangerous, but coincidentally, we actually have something. Ru Shui pointed at herself. Ah, she sighed and thought, That's right, I am Ko Wenshe. She was still troubled about the family that raised her. I don't belong to Jinglin village. I'm not my parents' child. Even Xiao Han has no relation to me. Who am I really? What should I do? Thinking this, she opened her eyes wide with determination. In short, she looked at what was in front of her and then ran very fast. She rushed into it, shouting, I just need to charge in, right? Yunbing instructed her. Ru Shui, remember, after entering, find Old Fourth at the center. She had successfully entered. Yunbing's voice echoed there. You'll likely encounter Lu Xun Kong's remnant soul. She had already seen Gu Xingzhuo find a way to pull that remnant soul out of Old Fourth's body. Indeed, as soon as she entered, she saw Old Fourth unconscious. While Lu Xun Kong was reaching his hand through his body, he was delighted to see her, calling out loudly, Shuer. She looked at him in confusion, sweating, and asked fearfully, Are you Lu Xun Kong? Looking at the scene before her, she could clearly see he was even stronger than Old Fourth, having the upper hand over Old Fourth. He looked at her and smiled, saying, It seems you don't recognize me anymore. That's fine. You seem to have changed a bit. Less of that previous imposing manner, as if you've regained some of a young girl's demeanor. He looked at her in front of him. I suppose you've lived quite well as a mortal for some time, haven't you? He applied even more force, causing Gu Xingzhuo to bleed, and said with a smile, That's good. He wanted to finish quickly. Once I'm done with Gu Xingzhuo, I'll return to your side soon, Shuer. About the past, I'll tell you everything one by one. Our love, no matter how many times the memories are erased, this fact will never change. At this moment, on the other side, the group stood waiting tensely. Until now, they hadn't received any news that Ruo Shui had triggered the protective formation. Lu Xun Kong had also recognized Zhang Ruo Shui. At this point, she should be very safe. So why hasn't the vortex disappeared yet? Not only that, Gu Xingzhuo's existence was slowly fading away. Yunbing was a bit anxious. He probably didn't expect this. Letting Ruo Shui in only fueled Lu Xun Kong's determination. He wanted to kill Gu Xingzhuo even faster to be with Ruo Shui. He thought, Since taking Old Fourth as a disciple, I knew he would face a past life tribulation, so I had set up a formation in advance. Looking at the vortex before him, he doubted. Without the level of a sage or semi-immortal, it's absolutely impossible to make the formation on Xingjuo fall off. But in the current situation, it seems someone had broken the formation on Old Fourth beforehand. Wu Chan worriedly grabbed his arm. Old scoundrel, is there really no way for us to go in together? He answered seriously, no, the past life tribulation can't be avoided. People from this life can't interfere. If we force our way in, it will only cause Old Fourth to die faster. She sighed. Then we really can't do anything. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A woman was approaching. It was Ye Chu. Wu Chan saw her and cried out in panic. Ye Chu. She sauntered over to the group. Of course, there's something you can do. Her eyes lit up coldly as she looked at her. Long time no see. The remaining disciples looked at Ye Chu in confusion. Having won Ruo Shui was already enough. Now why has someone who looks exactly like Wu Chan appeared? She approached Xing Shen. Unexpectedly, after such a short time apart, there's a new member, huh? The senior disciple immediately moved behind Xing Shen, ready to protect her. She walked past Luo Gui as if provoking something. Wu Chan clung to Yun Bing. She was a bit afraid of Ye Chu. Yun Bing looked at her and said, the one who removed the formation used for Old Fourth's tribulation was you, wasn't it? She admitted, that's right, it was me. Wu Chan silently glanced at her, feeling a bit intimidated. Yun Bing coldly replied, you've reached my limit. She showed no fear, instead smiling provocatively. Don't be so fierce with me. I just want to negotiate with you. Now no one can save that little disciple of yours. You don't want him to be possessed by Lu Kong or whoever, right? She smiled. Let's negotiate. Ruo Shui's hand clenched. She shouted angrily. Now release him immediately. She rushed forward to attack. This Lu Sheng, I don't care about the past or future. Anyway, you absolutely cannot harm him now. His eyes showed no emotion. He struck at her. It's too late. Ruo Shui was immediately hit by the palm strike. Her whole body was bound tight, unable to move. Damn it. Damn it. His eyes looked at her affectionately. Shuer, for our future, now please endure this for a moment. He closed his eyes after speaking. Then he attacked Gu Xingjuo even more fiercely. Come on, my reincarnation. He was rejoicing, finally able to be with Shuer once again, when suddenly something pierced through his heart. He opened his eyes wide and turned around. It's you. The one who killed him was Ye Chu. She stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. Sorry for stabbing you when you were so excited, but this is the exchange. Sorry. Lu Kong immediately vanished. He still shouted, no, Shuer. Ye Quan laughed with delight. He painfully tried to reach out towards Ruo Shui. No, I was so close to succeeding. I was so close. Ruo Shui watched wide-eyed as he cried out, Shuer. Outside, the vortex also disappeared, but the lingering cry of Shuer remained. Yun Bing rushed over. He quickly caught Gu Xingjuo as he was thrown out of the vortex. Though his soul was damaged, it remained intact, with no remnants of Lu Kong. The cycle of life and death was not violent. He noticed that aside from being weak, there were no major issues. Ruo Shui also came out. She sat trembling on the ground. He looked at her reassuringly. Old Fourth's condition isn't bad. He's just temporarily unconscious. Don't worry. The disciples also sighed in relief. The senior disciple cheerfully exclaimed, so then, everyone's here now. Xiao Guang was also excited. This can be considered a reunion, right? Ye Chu also clapped along. That's right, but it sounded very sarcastic. She put on an unfriendly face. What a grand reunion. Wu Chan was very uncomfortable with her. She tensely gritted her teeth. Ye Chu approached them. Don't be so agitated. I won't harm you, little ones. Yun Bing turned to look at her. She continued, don't look at me with those dead fish eyes. I'm not as bad as you think. The beautiful woman stood there, swaying gracefully, and said without hesitation, don't you know how much I love you, don't you? After saying that, she walked towards him. She moved close to him, smiling mischievously. My love. Yun Bing closed his eyes, refusing to look at her. He said coldly, you're not her, and you'll never become her. Ye Chu is dead, completely dead. Her soul and body were both destroyed. You're just wearing her skin. She stopped smiling and looked at him seriously. The soul is destroyed. So what if I'm dead? Weren't you the same before? But aren't you standing here now? Yun Bing clenched his fist, silent. Actually, you can see it. You also know whether I'm really Ye Chu or not. You just don't want to admit it. He frowned, slightly angry. She continued asking, am I wrong, my love? At this, she covered her mouth and laughed, changing her tone. Let's talk about the exchange instead. You promised me earlier. You haven't forgotten, right? He calmly asked. You said you wanted to go somewhere. I agreed. Of course I'll do it. Tell me, where to? Her whole body emitted a purple glow, along with small butterflies flying around. A place you're very familiar with. She spread her arms, and a mysterious black hole appeared behind her. Yunbing shouted, Everyone, grab the person next to you, immediately. Wu Chan's group held hands tightly. Wu Chan reached out to grab his hand. You old rascal. She didn't expect him not to react. He also remained silent. Her hand was about to touch his. He decided to clench his fist, firmly avoiding her reaching hand. Wu Chan was shocked. She didn't expect him to do that. Tears immediately streamed down her face. He walked alone into that black hole, not looking back, ignoring her outstretched hand. He also waved his hand to create a protective spell where everyone was standing. Wu Chan wailed miserably, You old rascal. He turned his face, smiled gently at her, and instructed, Take good care of yourself. He officially entered the area. Now it was just him and Ye Quan-chu inside. He asked her, How did you get the Void Realm key? She replied, Borrowed from Kon Huyen. His relationship with me isn't as bad as you think. He looked around, thinking this was the Void Realm prison that Elder Kon Huyen spent 300 years creating. It's the endless place of the Honghuang universe. Even the 3,000 great ways and ancient spirits cannot escape from here. Each time it opens, one must wait until the next opening to get out, and the time for the next opening is. Ye Quan-chu seductively brushed her hair, blushing as she looked at him. So let's chat for a bit, my love. At this moment, outside, the door to the Void Realm also closed and disappeared. Wu Chan's group still stood outside in panic. She opened her eyes wide, tears falling, shouting, You old rascal. Suddenly, the space around them changed. The sky was blue again, surrounded by a bustling market, crowded with people. At first, no one recognized where this was. Where's the half-immortal tomb? Ruo Shui then stopped a passerby and asked, Brother, where is this place? He looked at them and said, Oh, Shangyu City. You don't know Shangyu City. Then how did you get in? Dian Er looked at him in confusion and asked, Wasn't Shangyu City already destroyed by the half-immortal tomb? He turned abruptly and walked away. Are you forest people who just came down from the mountains? Shangyu City was indeed affected by the half-immortal tomb. More than half of it was destroyed, but that was 8 years ago. The group stood watching him speak as he left. Shangyu City has long since been rebuilt. They had no choice but to go to the outskirts. Wu Chan sat on a tree stump, hands on her knees, face down, dazed and lifeless. What should we do? Diana sadly buried her face in Yue Tian's chest. Master will come back, right? He comforted the little girl. He will return. Master is so powerful. He will definitely come back soon. Certainly, Wu Chan said sadly in silence. She thought absent-mindedly, the world now, for us, is completely unknown. Without that old rascal, does he want us to struggle alone? Ruche propped herself up, speaking coldly. I want to return to Jinglin Village for a while. About my body, I need to go back to Jinglin Village to find myself again. Le Q also said coldly, I also have to leave. After so many years without sending letters to North Beng Palace, I'm afraid they've already started to worry. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoguang standing nearby also replied, Anyway, I don't have anything to do. I'll go with you to see the scenery of North Beng Palace. Seeing this, Xing also spoke with concern. The cultivation of Jingma Huang Chen 6 requires a trip to the secret realm of Zhan Lan. I think I should find a way too. The senior brother immediately said, The secret realm of Zhan Lan. Master took me there once before. I'll guide you there. Yue Tian hugged Dian Er, somewhat sadly. Diana and I will go back to the quadrangle first. Someone needs to look after the house, right? So everyone left. The group disbanded, each with their own purpose. Only Wu Chan remained determined. I'll stay here. Stay in Shangyu City. Yue Tian said sadly. Senior sister Wu Chan, staying here doesn't mean anything. Wu Chan's face was covered in tears. She was determined to wait for Yun Ping, sobbing. That foolish old rascal pushed us away and ran into that hellish place himself. This action makes me so angry, to the point that I'll wait for him to return. She lowered her head, kneeling on the ground with determination. I want to give him a punch, then scold him. Yes, when he returns, I must be the first one to give him a punch. Her face flushed, tears streaming down, mumbling, waiting for him to return. Among all these people, only she still hoped for his return, determined to wait no matter what. Time passed by. She kept waiting for him. Old rascal, you bastard. If you make me wait too long, I really will hit you. When will you finally come back? That day, an arm suddenly burst through the ground with great force. The Spirit Marsh era quickly ended. At the same time, two true immortals appeared simultaneously. They were the Lord of the Divine Capital from the Kuntian Realm's Immortal Emperor and the Lord of the Demon Tide from the Huangtian Realm's Demon Lord. Both were recognized by the Heavenly Tao, but one mountain cannot have two tigers. The two great powers, to compete for the Jitian Realm, launched the true immortal war. This marked the beginning of the Demon Immortal era. The young man rested his chin on his hand and said, "Why does it sound like I'm making up a fairy tale?" The girl fearfully knelt on the ground. "This is real. It really happened. If you don't believe me, go ask others later." Just now, while completing the demon purification mission, suddenly an arm burst out of the ground in front of her. As a result, she saw something crawl out from underground, and she was so scared she almost fainted. Rendao knelt on the ground, looking at him with tears in her eyes, feeling aggrieved, thinking, "I'm the one who's seen a ghost." Yunbing has finally returned. He listened to Rendao explain the current situation, closing his eyes. Two true immortals, recognized by the Heavenly Tao. He then pointed at the sky and cursed, too well-fed and idle, with nothing better to do. Yunbing sat cross-legged on a tombstone, arms folded across his chest, and asked, "How many years has Shangyu City been rebuilt?" She replied, "It's been 35 years. Hearing this, he felt a bit sad, thinking, "So that's it, the time flow in that area was different." Rendao asked, trembling and crying, "Ghost Lord, I've told you everything you asked. Can I go now?" In this graveyard, there were only two people, and she was already terrified. But he still wanted to ask more. "One more question. Who taught you the technique in your body?" She honestly answered, "It's the technique passed down by the ancestors of our Ran Mountain sect. All inner disciples learn it." Hearing her say this, he firmly replied, "No, this technique is different." As soon as he said this, she jumped and shouted, What are you saying? How could I possibly cultivate two techniques simultaneously?" Yunbing put on a scary face, clearly knowing the truth, but coaxing her. "Don't worry, I'm just curious about who taught you that technique." Rendao's eyes widened in fear, trembling. It was an outside elder of our Ran Mountain sect who secretly taught me." Cold sweat covered her body. "Although the outside elder doesn't belong to our Ran Mountain sect, he stays with us. He has a good relationship with our ancestor, and I heard he even saved our ancestor's life before." Hearing this, he jumped down in front of her. "Then take me to your Ran Mountain sect for a visit." He stepped past Rendao, dropping a line. "That outside elder of yours has some connection to me. I'm going to visit him," she asked in surprise. "Huh," he smiled. "What, you don't believe me?" She hastily replied, embarrassed. "I believe. How dare I not believe?" Hey, the two of them left, one walking ahead, the other following behind. She introduced herself from behind. My name is Ren Jiao. What's your name, Ghost Lord?" He chuckled softly. In the dawn light, his whole body radiated a captivating glow. "My name is Yun Bing." Yun as in white clouds, Bing as in peace. Seeing the sunlight gradually shine on him, she cried out in panic. "The sun is rising. Aha, Ghost Lord." He looked at her annoyed. "I told you I'm not a ghost." Renjiao led him to the Ran Mountain sect. This place looked quite peaceful, with lush green mountains and vegetation. She said, "Well, although it might be impolite to ask, but does Mr. Yun really know the outside elder? Mr. Yun looks no older than 20 if he doesn't have cultivation." She looked at his disheveled appearance in confusion, thinking to herself, no spiritual energy, no technique, not even a spiritual root. The more she looked at him, the stranger he seemed. But he could ignore the demonic energy of Luan San Kang, unlike ordinary people. He rubbed his chin and replied cheerfully, "This is a very complicated matter." The more he spoke, the less she understood. "Anyway, I fought a battle. My body and soul both dissipated, and then I was reborn." He sighed to himself after saying this. "It sounds like something you'd make up. I'm not trying to deceive you." Yun Bing followed Ren Jiao, thinking as he walked, "I wonder where Xiao Wu Chan and the others are. Now that I'm out, I don't have the ability to locate them, nor can I use divine sense. Those foolish disciples need me to find them one by one." Just then, two people stood before them. They bowed with clasped hands. Senior Sister Ren Jiao. Seeing this, he asked her, "It seems you have quite a high status in the Ran Mountain sect." She scratched her head embarrassedly and replied, "It's not really like that. It's just that I'm an inner disciple, and I have some connection with the outside elder." He felt that from what she said, this outside elder was highly respected in their Ran Mountain sect. Ren Jiao touched her cheek excitedly. "Of course, although the outside elder's cultivation isn't very high, it's still one of the best in our Shangye city." Yun Bing probed. "So, does she have a special fondness for money?" His question made her ponder. Money. Previously, after the sect leader was saved by the outside elder, he wanted to gift a magical artifact, but the outside elder demanded 30 million gold instead. Hearing this, Yun Bing broke into a cold sweat and thought, that's exactly what that girl would do. Even without divine sense, he could still recognize recognize it. The second technique in Ren Zhao's body was the Tian Ren that Xiao Wuchan had once cultivated. It was just a modified version with lower difficulty for cultivation. Now, he was even more certain she was here. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Junior Sister Ren." Ren Zhao turned around happily and exclaimed, "Senior Sister Li." Li Junxiao waved. "Junior Sister Ren, you're back from demon purification?" Ren Zhao hugged Xiao. "Yes, there was a small issue, so I returned a bit early." Jun Xiao also saw Yun Ping and frowned, asking, "Who is this person?" She immediately became a bit uncomfortable, sweating as she turned to look at him, stammering, This, she thought to herself. Senior Sister probably won't believe the truth. Besides, she might attack him. This person gives off a frightening feeling, mysterious and unpredictable. If they really fought, it's unclear who would win. This Ren Zhao girl was truly perceptive. She gestured towards him, trying to calmly lie. This is my uncle." Yunping also played along with her act. He put one hand behind his back and waved with the other. "Right, I'm her uncle. I just look quite young. Don't mind it." Hearing this, Jun Xiao snorted in annoyance. She pinched Ren Zhao's cheek and scolded, "Why did you bring a mortal into the sect again? Ranshan sect hasn't been peaceful lately. Don't involve mortals." The girl cried grievously, explaining, We just wanted to see Great Ancestor." Jun Xiao hugged Ren Zhao, looked at him and replied, "See Great Ancestor? Then you won't be able to see him. Great Ancestor was poisoned and has gone into seclusion. The sky is clear and cool today." Ren Zhao heard this news like a bolt from the blue. Panicking, she cried, "Poisoned? How come?" She looked at Jun Xiao tearfully. Wasn't Great Ancestor going with Rescue Elder to the secret realm outside the city? Jun Xiao saw her worry and reassured her, "Don't panic. Great Ancestor's condition has stabilized. He just needs to meditate to expel the toxins." At this moment, Yunping cut in between them and asked, "Has the poisoner been found? Is it a force opposing the Ran Mountain sect?" Jun Xiao glared at him in annoyance. "What's it to you?" Then she touched her forehead and sighed. "Forget it. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go to my cave dwelling." Inside the cave, Jun Xiao looked a bit sad. That undeveloped secret realm suddenly appeared 3 years ago. There are many demonic creatures inside. Although the outside elder said it was due to secret poisons in the realm causing harm, it was actually someone deliberately causing trouble. She fidgeted with her hair and continued uneasily. Most of the demonic beasts in the realm are in a dormant state. As long as they're not provoked, they won't actively attack. But the demon snake that attacked us had clear palm imprints on it. The outside elder, to protect us, killed several of those demon snakes, but his right hand was pierced by their venomous fangs. Hearing this, Ren Dao angrily slammed the table and asked, "Who did it?" Jun Xiao was saying, "If I'm not mistaken." But mid-sentence, her eyes suddenly widened, as if she had discovered something. She said softly, "Wrong, trouble is coming." Indeed, outside her dwelling, someone was standing there. Seeing her come out, he said, "Junior Sister Lei." He smiled in a way that seemed far from kind. "Long time no see." Yunbing and Ren Dao also came out with her. Jun Xiao looked at him and said, "Senior brother Qinguang, do you have important business? If not, please leave. I need to cultivate." She was very cold towards him. He lifted his sword, still as cold as ever. He squinted at Yunbing. "Who's that mortal?" Immediately, both Jun Xiao and Ren Dao stood in front of him protectively. Meanwhile, he pointed at his own face in confusion, bewildered. Jun Xiao then shouted, "He's just a relative of Junior Sister Ren, who came to the sect to bring some daily necessities for Junior Sister Ren. What business do you have?" Seeing this, he no longer paid attention to him. "The sect's grand trial is in half a month. Don't forget." He stuck out his tongue, his face wicked and sinister. "At that time, I'll definitely win the top disciple position and marry you as my 5th dual cultivation partner." Yunbing was shocked to hear this. Fifth, Jun Xiao clenched her fists, trying to suppress her anger, her whole body trembling with rage. She broke into a sweat and looked at him with contempt. "Senior brother Qin, did you come just to tell me this? In that case, Senior brother Qin can leave now." After saying this, she immediately turned to leave, ignoring him as he continued. "Then in half a month, we'll meet at the sect's grand trial. I'll have the sect leader personally arrange our engagement." Ren Dao quickly hugged her shoulders to comfort her. "Senior Sister Li, it's all right. You'll definitely succeed in half a month," she replied dejectedly. "I hope so." Yunbing witnessed this scene and thought with disgust, "It's just primitive flirting tactics." Then he said, "Rather than that, let's continue talking about the poisoner." Jun Xiao continued, "That cultivator's imprint shows that their cultivation is not low, possibly even a core formation cultivator." She turned to look at him. "Among the elders of the 9 peaks, 3 elders use this imprint. If I'm not mistaken," she said coldly, "it must be the 5th elder's doing. I'm afraid the 5th elder has already joined the 3 peak elders." Ren Dao looked at her worriedly. How can that be? If so, including the three peak elders, the power of the five peaks has. Yunbing looked at the two girls and asked, has what? Rendao was so frightened that she broke into a sweat, tears unconsciously falling. She said in a daze, has what? Joined the demon tide. In recent years, although the demon tide claims to the outside world that they've completely controlled the desolate heaven realm, in reality, the Blue Sky Empire and the North Ice Palace are still strongly resisting, not yet fallen into the hands of the demon tide. The demon emperor of the demon tide and the four demon lords are currently fighting in the extreme heaven realm and immortal capital, too busy to care about the desolate heaven realm. If you can't beat them, then join them. The Ran Mountain sect is split into two major factions. One side stands for leading the entire Tianran sect to join the demon tide. The other side swears to die rather than ally with demonic cultivators. Ren Zhao led the way, while saying, great-grandfather has never agreed to side with the evil path of our sect. Before, great-grandfather once said, demon cultivators, especially those who harm others' lives, even if they become immortals, will eventually be judged. Yunbing replied, resting his hand. So your great-grandfather stands on the side opposing the demon tide. No wonder she was targeted. Rendao turned her face away, sighing. But now great-grandfather has been poisoned. She guessed sadly, I'm afraid that soon, those who join the demon tide will make a move against the sect leader. She led him to an old house. Before great-grandfather finishes his closed-door cultivation, stay here. It's a bit rundown, but should be comfortable enough. Yunbing looked at the house in front of him and replied, it's fine. I've stayed in places hundreds of times worse than this. After saying this, he rummaged through his clothes, taking out a cup of orange juice and a pair of sunglasses. He immediately set up a place to lie down, complete with a sun umbrella, looking no different than someone on vacation at a resort. Ren Dao was speechless, thinking, this guy, he doesn't have a storage ring on his hand, and there's no cultivation aura on his body. How can he summon objects out of thin air like that? The more she looked at him, the more scared she became, turning pale. Could this guy really be a ghost after all? Seeing her standing there silently, he lowered his sunglasses and asked, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly staring at me? Admiring this young master's looks, she blushed with embarrassment, protesting, what looks? Not at all. I have things to do, she said, turning away in annoyance. You stay here for now. Absolutely don't leave this place. I'll come check on you a bit later. He cheerfully replied, take your time. No need to see me off. The sunlight filtered through the tree canopy intensely. He lay sunbathing, thoroughly enjoying himself. After being in the realm, fighting back and forth for so long, I can finally sunbathe. As he was enjoying himself, suddenly a shovel flew past his face, followed by a loud shout, who dares to trespass into my Rendao's estate? At this moment, Rendao, who was walking away, suddenly remembered something was amiss. She turned back in panic. Oh no, it's terrible. I think I forgot to tell Uncle Ding about Mr. Yun staying here. She shouted, Mr. Yun, you absolutely must hold on. Don't let Uncle Ding bury you. Rendao ran back like the wind, shouting as she ran. Ghost, sir. No, Mr. Yun, you. She was in such a hurry that she tripped over a stone on the path, falling right in front of the house. Contrary to her worries, she looked up in shock, exclaiming, heavens! In front of Rendao was the head of the old man. He was still very angry, gritting his teeth and glaring at her. His entire body was buried underground, with only his head sticking out. Rendao knelt on the ground and asked, Old Uncle Ding, what's going on here? Just then, Yunbing walked over from behind with a shovel, explaining, he suddenly popped out and attacked me. I just casually defended myself. Then he ended up like this. The old man glared at him angrily. Miss, who is this person? Ren Dao had no choice but to tell the truth. Well, Uncle Ding, why don't you come out first and then we'll talk? After the old man crawled out of the ground, he crossed his arms, fuming. So he's here to see the great-grandfather. The old man glanced at Yunbing, lying on the lounge chair, leisurely drinking orange juice. Miss, don't you really think there's something off about this Mr. Yun? The naive girl asked him. I don't feel there's anything wrong. Mr. Yun just looks a bit strange, but he doesn't seem like a bad person. He's even fallen asleep after eating his fill. She looked at him and said, and there's no demonic aura on him. He's probably not a transformed demon. So, the old Uncle Ding, still skeptical, glanced at him, thinking, no spiritual energy, no magical artifacts, but that bizarre strength. He doesn't seem like someone easy to mess with. Since he couldn't do anything, he had to say, all right then, if this is the young Miss's decision. The girl bowed to the old man, politely saying, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Ding. I have to go now. The old man waved to her. Take care, young miss. The old man cheerfully saw her off until she was out of sight. Then he turned back to look at him, snorted, his face darkening with anger. He stood there staring at him, his whole body emanating killing intent. Annoyed, he said, "Listen, Uncle Ding, I can't sleep with you staring at me like that." He lay on the chair with his legs crossed, reassuring the old man. "Don't be so tense. I'm just here to see the lady. I mean no harm." The old man relaxed his guard a bit, but still stubbornly replied, "That's just how it appears." He looked at the old man and asked, "Forget it. Suit yourself. Did you grow this spirit field? Not bad cultivation skills." Uncle Ding clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the vegetable garden in front of him, and answered, "Of course. When it comes to cultivation, I haven't met many who are more proficient than me." The old man frowned when he heard him ask, "Have you tried using spirit herbs for your leg?" He didn't expect him to notice and turned to look at him, but he still wore a clueless smile. Yet the old man turned away abruptly. "If it worked, I would have tried it long ago. In this world, the spirit herbs that can treat the wound on my leg are only found in Kuntian Valley and are extremely rare. Just a leaf costs thousands of gold to treat it completely." Unless, he said nonchalantly, folding his arms and rattling off, 4 continent grass, 3 tails 1 chian, pond red pearl, 1 tail 2 chian, heart leaves, 45 pieces, earth fragrance, 4 tails 2, white pond flower, 3 chian, golden candle grass, 2 chian, medium fire for 3 incense sticks, high fire for 7, low fire for 1. Take 4 times a day for half a month. The leg wound will heal on its own. He continued, "That leg of yours, eroded by demonic energy, if you don't treat it soon, I'm afraid your cultivation won't last much longer either." Hearing this, the old man broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning dark as he spun around to look at him. "Who are you?" He smiled and looked up at the sky. "Ah, I'm just a person, really." A few days later, Renjiao and Junxiao came here. She called out to the old man, "Uncle, uncle, I'm here to see you." Both girls were surprised to see in the courtyard old Uncle Ding holding a cup of tea for Yunbing. "Here, sir, have some tea." While Yunbing was lounging comfortably, the sound of their conversation left both girls stunned. He asked, "The medicine I told you about earlier, how effective was it?" The old man replied, "As blessed as you are, sir. The treatment effect was quite surprising, and there were no side effects at all." He nodded, satisfied. "That's good. I was worried I might have misjudged." Uncle Ding flattered him respectfully. "With your discerning eye, sir, nothing in this world can escape your perception. Absolutely infallible." Renjiao thought nervously. Uncle Ding was so hostile towards him a few days ago. How come he's now like a loyal follower, even flattering him? Junshan also squinted and looked at him nervously. What's this mortal's background? Seeing the two girls arrive, he turned and asked, "What's wrong? Little Ren, you've been here a while without speaking." The two girls walked in arm in arm. Renjiao replied, "Nothing. It's nothing. Just came to tell you about great-grandfather." Junxiao looked at them both and said, "Great-grandfather has detoxified and come out of seclusion." Suddenly, Renjiao looked a bit worried, but after I informed great-grandfather about Mr. Yun's situation, he asked while eating watermelon, "What did he say?" But Junxiao looked at him and said, "Nothing. Let's go. Great-grandfather said he wants to see you." He also went out, following the two girls to the place. Renjiao called from outside, "Great-grandfather, we've brought the person you wanted to see." Yunbing coldly looked at the girl in front of him. She had short hair, resting her chin on her hand, and replied, Come in." She wasn't Wu Zhen at all, whom he had hoped to meet. Her thighs were fair, and her legs long and beautiful. She was Li Lin Sai. Sitting with her legs crossed, she looked at him and asked, "Are you the one who wanted to see me?" Looking at her appearance, especially her chest, he sighed inwardly, thinking, indeed, not little Wu Zhen's chest. Yunbing clasped his hands in front and bowed his head. "I am Wan Yunbing, here to meet the esteemed Rushan sect." She propped her hand and asked him curiously, "I heard you're a relative of this girl, Renjiao. What business do you have with me? I don't remember ever meeting you." He smiled and said, "I just wanted to ask about the cultivation method you practice." He asked directly, "Was it taught to you by a white-haired girl?" As soon as he asked, she immediately raised her leg to kick straight at him. "You can see through my cultivation method." Pet. Yunbing gently leaned to one side, avoiding it, still calmly smiling. He then said, "I am unworthy, but I once received a gift from a great master, allowing me to see through spiritual origins, meridians, and energy channels." Lin Sai asked, puzzled, "This great master, is it the white-haired girl you mentioned?" He said seriously, making it up. "She said we had a connection, so she granted me this ability. But I have no ambition to cultivate immortality. I originally thought the great master who taught Ren Jiao was that person, but I've mistaken you for someone else." This Lin Sai stared at him for a while. Seeing no unusual reactions, she withdrew her leg. "What business do you have with that great master?" He folded his arms across his chest, smiling innocently as he explained, "Just some personal business. That great master once asked me to do something, and now that it's done, I'm looking for her." Hearing this, Lin Sai turned away and said, "The mysterious great master who taught me the cultivation method has unpredictable whereabouts. I only know she's probably still in Shangyue City, but her exact location, I don't know." Seeing this, he had to give up. "If that's the case, I won't trouble you further. Great-grandfather, I'll take my leave." So he still couldn't find Wu Zhen's whereabouts. Seeing him leave, Ren Jiao also hurriedly said, "Great-grandfather, I'll take my leave as well." As he left, he thought to himself, if little Wu Zhen is still in Shangyu City, then there's still a chance to meet her. Jun Xiao approached Lin Sai. "How's the treatment for the poison?" Lin Sai turned and replied, "It's fine. The poisonous creatures in that secret realm weren't very powerful. Although the toxicity is strong, I just need to rest for a few more days and I'll fully recover." She touched Jun Xiao's hand, asking, "For the sect trial in a few days, are you confident?" Jun Xiao replied sadly, "To be honest, I'm not sure if I can defeat Qin Guang or not." Lin Sai also fell silent. Suddenly, she put a necklace around Jun Xiao's neck with a blue jade pendant. "Jun Xiao, wear this." Jun Xiao asked in surprise. "Sister, this is." Lin Sai replied, "This treasure can open your acupoints, smooth your meridians, and help your cultivation progress." Jun Xiao was delighted and touched, responding, "Thank you, sister. I'll work hard on my cultivation." Lin Sai looked a bit strange. "All right then, this is the only thing I can do to help you." Jun Xiao also turned to leave. "I'll go back to continue my training." Lin Sai sat watching Jun leave, softly replying, After Jun Xiao left, Lin Sai remained seated for a long time, her face a bit gloomy and troubled, thinking to herself, "I'm sorry, Jun Xiao, I have no choice." Just then, a voice rang out. "Well, great-grandfather," having second thoughts, she glared at the newcomer, the third elder. He was dressed entirely in black, with a long white beard, looking quite sinister, folding his arms as he said, "Clearly, you can barely save yourself, yet you're still thinking of others. Don't forget our agreement. You wouldn't want to see your little sister die under the demon tide, would you, little Shi Li?" Lin Sai looked at him angrily, snorting in contempt, not answering. That night, at Dingba's residence, the host struck the ground hard. Dingba looked at the evil demon before him, the third elder, who had come uninvited. "May I ask, what brings you here?" He hovered in midair, his body emanating black demonic energy. "I'm giving you only one choice. Either choose to die with the Ran Mountain sect, staying forever in this land, or kill the sect leader and submit to the demon tide." The old man looked at him, frowning and sweating as he replied, "The master saved my life and the young missus, treating us with kindness as heavy as a mountain. Such a dirty deed." Before he could finish, the third elder cut off Dingba. "I'm sure you'd like to know who exactly destroyed your Ren family, wouldn't you?" These words truly enraged Dingba. He was furious, his eyes blazing, roaring. "Who was it?" He looked at him and shouted, "Who harmed my Ren family?" The third elder pointed to the sky. "The immortal capital. The demon tide and the immortal capital must destroy one another. Joining the demon tide is the only way you can take revenge on the immortal capital." He placed a dagger emitting dark purple energy in the old man's hand. The old man's whole body trembled, conflicted. He didn't know how to make the right choice. Before leaving, the third elder said, "The Ran Mountain sect is destined to be swallowed by the demon tide, because one of the 4 demon lords of the demon tide, that great one, has returned." Then he vanished. The next day, in the outskirts of Shangyu City, Ren Yao was blocked by 2 people. She asked in confusion, "Senior sister, senior brother, you." She looked at them puzzled. "What do you want?" The woman smiled slyly. "Junior sister Ren, what a coincidence to meet you here." The other one chimed in, "We heard junior sister Ren wants to go to Jingma. Qin Guang specially ordered us to escort you." Hearing this, she trembled even more. Oh, I'm so sorry to trouble you, senior brothers and sisters. I'll head back first." But they had no intention of letting her go. The woman shouted, "You still want to run at this point?" The man cursed, "Rotten woman. Such an ungrateful woman. Junior sister Ren, just accept it. Follow senior brother Qin and join the demon tide." She tried to appear calm and cute, shaking her head. "Please don't do such things." The woman, seeing she couldn't persuade her, decided to use force. "Then don't blame your senior sister for being rough." Suddenly, Ren Yao turned her back, lifted her buttocks provocatively. "Come on, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower." Unexpectedly, Ren Yao was extremely bold, sticking her buttocks towards them, putting on a seductive face. "If you want to play, let's play big." The man, seeing this scene, got a nosebleed, shocked. "Junior sister Ren, what is this?" It turned out that the Ren Yao standing there with her buttocks up was actually someone else. The real Ren Yao was hiding in a nearby bush, observing. The fake Ren Yao stood wiggling her buttocks, teasing, "Come on, big boys, let's have some fun. We have plenty of time anyway." Ren Yao, watching her copy act like this, also got a nosebleed, thinking, "Master Yun, you're too flirtatious." So the person impersonating her was actually Yun Bing. That guy thought he'd scored, grinning from ear to ear. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Just then his companion shouted, "It's not right. She's not junior sister Ren." Now the man realized, exclaiming, "What?" But Yun Bing had already grabbed his wrist, smiling softly. "Yeah." Then in a blink, he transformed back to his original form. He held the man's wrist, grinning triumphantly. "Well, surprised, shocked." The man's hair stood on end, screaming loudly. Finally, he was knocked out by Yun Bing. The others, seeing this, fled in fear. Oh heavens, run. Yun Bing had already blocked their path, arms crossed, threatening. "Who said you could leave? I have some questions for you." After finishing, he lay on a chair to rest in the sun. According to their memories, one of the 4 demons wants to return to Huangtian realm, planning to conquer the Lantian Empire in Huangtian realm. It seems the war situation in their Jitian realm has stabilized. Ren Yao sat below looking at him. "Master Yun, did you hear these things from Li Jie and the others?" He smiled. "From their memories, I saw it myself." He lay on the chair and told her, "Don't worry about the details. If they're just minor cultivators of the demon tide, their intelligence is pitifully scarce. We can only consider it as knowing about some important figure. I think his name was Jin He." He glanced meaningfully at Dingba standing far away and asked, "Dingba, Elder Jin He, do you understand?" The old man replied without turning, "That's one of the 3 elders, one of the 9 peak elders." Hearing this, Ren Yao stood up, scratching her face while saying, "The 3 elders are the most powerful cultivators besides the sect leader and the outer ancestor. They look very fierce, speak in a peculiar manner, with hidden meanings. I don't know much else about them." The hoe in Dingba's hand suddenly stopped moving. He sighed, breaking out in a sweat. "My impression of Elder Jin, he is similar to the young ladies. But the sect leader speculates, if Jinni wants to collude with the demon tide, aiming to seize power in Ranshan sect, he might directly act within the sect's territory. Everyone would be present then." He asked, "Master Yun, what do you think?" Lying comfortably on the chair, he replied, "That's for later. We'll discuss it when the time comes." He seemed to understand Dingba's concern and reassured him, "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll probably step in. After all, I'm quite interested in the demon tide, especially that immortal from ancient times." Demon Queen Ren Yao curiously asked, "But Master Yun, didn't you want to find that mysterious powerful being?" He smiled and replied, "Her. Right now, I don't know where that girl is. Let's ignore it for now. We'll meet eventually." At this moment, in Shangyu City, a white-haired girl sat wrapped in a blanket and sneezed loudly. She stood up and cursed, "Which idiot has a problem and is talking about me again?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Re-report, madam. The young master of the Qianyu Trading Company has brought a chest of gold bricks, saying he wants to invite you to his place to discuss cooperation." She remained silent upon hearing this, then said aloud, Is that all? Tell them I'm not free. I'm busy having a baby." The maid was startled. Having a baby." She lazily lay back down on the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket to continue sleeping. "Yes, if they ask whose child it is, just tell them it's from an old scoundrel who abandoned me." She was Wu Chan. Now she looked much more mature. She lay on the bed, closing her eyes, comforting herself. "Keep sleeping. This way time passes very quickly. Waiting won't be so tedious." Yunping stood on the mountain with folded arms, deep in thought. Just then, Jun Xiao approached. She stood behind him, hands clasped, head bowed. Without looking, he knew her purpose, wanting to seek guidance on sword skills. She replied, "That's right, because you're not from Ranshan sect, and you're trustworthy." She looked at him sincerely. Junior Sister Ren said, "You're definitely not an ordinary person. I trust Junior Sister Ren's judgment." He glanced at her, noticing the jade on her necklace glowing. Her whole body emitted a blue light, showing serious determination. He reluctantly said, "All right, then let me see your sword skills first." Jun Xiao opened her eyes and drew her sword decisively. Then she jumped up, displaying all her techniques. Yunping stood still, his back to her. Suddenly, the place where he stood burst into flames. Jun Xiao held her sword, smiling slightly with pride, and asked, "Well, do you recognize this sword technique?" He was a bit confused, scratching his head. "I suppose I know a little about it." He thought to himself, "Isn't this one of the 9 imperial sword techniques that I gave to Fang Yan after the 10,000 sects competition years ago?" He then asked Jun Xiao, "Who taught you this sword technique?" She answered honestly, "It was bestowed by the Guardian General of the Blue Sky Empire." He asked curiously, "Guardian General?" She smiled proudly and said, don't you know? One of the strongest strategists in the Blue Sky Empire now with supernatural sword skills. The Guardian General is about to use the sword to enter Fang Yan's path. Hearing this name, he almost spat out his drink. At Ranshan Sect, on the day of the grand trial, Yunping looked at the crowded scene. It's really lively and exciting. He turned to look at the old man. Has Uncle Ding resolved the matter I asked about earlier? The old man, holding something yellow in his hand, replied, Master Yun, you've already personally gone to instruct Miss Li. Do we still need to use that? He coldly emphasized, we do. He must have planned everything out already. He had predicted, in any case, Lian Junshao would definitely lose. At today's grand trial, everyone had gathered. The old sect leader of Ranshan sect, Xunran Cheng, stroked his beard and said, this is the most important grand trial for our Ranshan sect in nearly 10 years. This grand trial will determine the next term sect leader of Ranshan sect. The old man spread his arms and looked down. You must always remember, you are forever disciples of Ranshan sect. In the corner, Lin Shuai stood with folded arms, glumly listening to the old man. As people from this Shangyue city, as people of the Blue Sky Empire, Jun Xiao and the others also listened to the old man seriously. I hope, no matter who wins, they can continue to carry on the Ranshan sect. He shouted, I hereby declare, the sect's grand trial now begins. The green-haired, short-haired girl hosting also waved her hand and said, the first challenger in the battle for the top position, disciple under the third elder, Jinhei Qingguang. He stood arrogantly on the fighting platform. Does anyone want a challenge? Jun Xiao just softly said, I will, but unexpectedly someone had already stepped forward, shouting, let me. Immediately the host's voice called out, the first challenger, 7th seat disciple of Elder Ren Jiao, challenges the 3rd seat disciple of Elder Qin Guang. Jun Xiao suddenly cried out in panic, Junior Sister Ren. She hurriedly ran over. Junior Sister Ren, come down quickly. You're no match for him. But the young girl cheerfully said to her, it's okay. If I can't win, I'll admit defeat. The despicable Qin Guang rubbed his chin and mocked, Junior Sister Ren, I didn't expect you to be so eager to go first. Could it be you want to be my 6th wife? Ha ha ha! Ren Jiao just silently looked at him with contempt, not bothering to answer. She clenched her fists, then prepared her stance. Senior brother Qin, please advise me. With that, the two rushed into battle. The first fight of the position battle begins now. The two exchanged blows back and forth. Qingguang jumped up smugly and said, Junior Sister Ren, your cultivation was never a match for mine. Indeed, she was now very tired, panting heavily, gritting her teeth as she looked at him. Qingguang suddenly drew his sword. He slashed once towards Ren Jiao. She hurriedly dodged backward, but his sword had already cut her face, drawing blood. He laughed maliciously, pointing his sword straight at her threateningly. Junior Sister Ren, I don't want to be heartless and hit a girl. Why don't you be good and admit defeat? Although her body was covered in wounds, she was determined not to give up. Breathing heavily as she said, I'm not ready to admit defeat yet. Seeing this, Yunbing's face turned purple with confusion, while Dingba anxiously shouted, Young miss. Jun Xiao also anxiously shouted, Junior Sister Ren, admit defeat quickly. Qingguang saw this and laughed maliciously. In that case, don't blame your senior brother for not cherishing this flower and jade. With that, he struck her forcefully. His sword emitted a dark purple light. As the light faded, he was still laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Then he was startled, eyes wide open, as he unexpectedly saw Ren Jiao still charging forward. She even raised a fist, punching him straight in the face without hesitation. His sword-wielding hand clenched tightly as he cursed angrily, rotten woman. Then he grunted and flung her away. Ren Jiao was knocked down face first. The elder calmly announced, winner, 3rd seat disciple under Elder Qin Guang. Qin Guang's face darkened with anger as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ren Jiao was also knocked off the fighting platform by him. Jun Xiao quickly ran to her, Junior Sister Ren. She held Ren Jiao, whose body was covered in wounds and blood, heartbroken. You foolish girl, how could you take on probing Qingguang's improved technique for me? How could you bear that burden? Qingguang laughed loudly, pointing at the two. Ha ha ha! Such lowly fist techniques, how can they compare to the demonic tide technique? Ren Jiao then struggled to sit up, whispering into Jun Xiao's ear. Senior sister, just now I secretly discovered Qingguang's technique's weak point on his left side. The girl finished speaking with an innocent smile. He. This time, senior sister will definitely be able to win. Then she fainted. Jun Xiao held Ren Jiao tightly in her arms. Tu moved to speak. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She handed Ren Jiao to Dingba. Take Junior Sister Ren down to treat her wounds. Then she took her sword and stepped onto the arena. I challenged Qin Guang. She walked up to face him, pointing her sharp sword at him and shouted, No, she yelled in extreme anger. Today I must kill you. The referee's voice rang out. Second challenge round. Disciple under the 9th peak. Li Junxiao challenges disciple under the 3rd seat, Elder Qin Guang. Begin now. As soon as the words were spoken, the two engaged in fierce combat. Qin Guang was being suppressed by her, gritting his teeth and thinking, "What's going on? My blade can't harm Li Junxiao." He looked at her, attacking him vigorously, astonished. Origin Realm. Even at the peak of Origin Realm, when did she break through? One of her moves forced him to retreat far back. He drew his sword and said irritably, as expected of Li Junxiao, "Then try this." He spun his sword in a circle, creating pink and blue lights surrounding his body. Blazing Tiger Blade, 5th grade 9th rank martial skill. She looked at him with disdain, snorting. Then she used the 6 swords of heaven shaking. The two powerful swords clashed, continuously attacking. He counted while fighting, 3, 3, 4. The 5th sword strike, smiling cunningly. 6. The 6 swords of heaven shaking. "I've seen through you. You have no chance of winning now." Junxiao kept swinging her sword to attack. He said, "I've seen through it." She swung her sword from behind. Die. But he was no pushover, turning his sword to block her deadly move. She shouted angrily, "The 7th sword." He was shocked. "What?" She gritted her teeth. "The heaven-shaking sword technique originally had 7 swords. On the contrary, it's your technique's weakness." Junior sister Ren has also investigated very clearly already. He saw her sword close to his face, terrified. His eyes widened. But suddenly at this moment, the sword in her hand fell to the ground, and her legs involuntarily knelt down. Even Qin Guang looked at her in surprise. She thought in confusion, "What's happening?" She couldn't move. She gritted her teeth. "Why isn't the spiritual energy in my body obeying my commands?" She looked down at the glowing jade on her neck and guessed it was this precious pearl. She panted, her whole body drenched in sweat. "Unbelievable. Sister, why?" The more she thought, the less she understood. Why? Lin Chai stood silently observing her from afar, showing no expression. Junxiao collapsed on the ground. The announcer's voice rang out. In the second challenge round, the winner is the disciple under the 3rd peak, Elder Qin Guang. Qin Guang took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. His face pale but still boasting. "Was the 7th sword effective? In the end, I still won." "Ha ha ha," he shouted triumphantly. "Who else? You have Li Junxiao. Who else do you have?" The old 3rd elder also smiled and said, "Is there anyone who objects to Qin Guang becoming the top disciple of Ran Mountain Sect?" Old Chun Ranqing also frowned in anger. Li Lin Chai also said nothing. Ding Ba and others were also angry, but no one spoke up. The 3rd elder stood silently, looking down. Suddenly he saw on the arena someone was walking up confidently. That person stepped in front of Qin Guang. It was Yun Ping. He walked with his hands behind his back. "Yes, there is." Qin Guang turned to look at him. "Your junior sister Ren Zhao's relative. What gives you the right to participate?" He immediately held up his identity token. "This competition for the top position is open to all disciples of Ran Mountain Sect. Isn't that right?" At this moment, the old 3rd elder angrily turned to look at old Shun Ranqing and questioned, "The disciple token of the sect leader." "Sect leader, I didn't expect you to secretly accept a disciple." He replied just as firmly, "When I accept a disciple, do I need Jinhe elder's approval?" Shun Ranqing recalled that day when Dingba came to see him. "Sect leader, if you trust this old man, give me your inner disciple token, just in case. If Miss Li fails, then that mysterious master will personally enter the arena." The old man had trusted Dingba then. Now he thought to himself, "At this point, we can only rely on Dingba and that mysterious person." The announcement rang out again. 3rd round challenge. Disciple under the sect leader, Yun Ping, smiling lightly, challenges the disciple under the 3rd peak elder, Qin Guang. The call, "Begin now." As soon as it ended, he snapped his fingers. Qin Guang immediately flew into the air, spewing blood. He was defeated in a single move. The crowd below gaped in astonishment. Old Shun Ranqing also widened his eyes in shock. Old Dingba felt a mix of joy and fear. Meanwhile, Yun Ping even made a gesture of blowing smoke from his finger. It was truly a swift and decisive victory. The old 3rd elder shouted angrily, "Damn it!" He immediately turned and glared at old Ranqing. "If that's the case, I'll personally take the sect leader position." He clenched his fists and shouted, "Attack!" Immediately, Lin Shuai made her move. A pearl appeared at the tip of her finger. Then she raised it to the sky, emitting a mysterious red light. That light was the 9-level mystic formation, the 4-flame guardian line formation. It spread everywhere. Instantly, everyone present was tightly bound by a red thread. Suspended in midair, people screamed in fear. "Ah! What is this?" Only Yun Ping yawned out of boredom. Everyone was panicking. Damn it, they couldn't move. The red thread even wrapped around Ran Qing. The old man angrily looked at Lin Sai Li from the outer sect. "Have you also joined the demon tide?" She coldly replied, "Sect leader, the world now has nothing to do with cultivating demons anymore." She glanced at him. "If you want to live on, there's only one way." The old man angrily clenched his fist. "You." Then he exploded with power. "Our Ran Mountain sect is righteous, a great sect, an imperial sect. As long as the Lantian Empire doesn't surrender to the demon tide, our Ran Mountain sect will never surrender to the demon tide. The third elder also drew his weapon. Then come on, Shunran Qing. The two old men rushed into battle. At this moment, Dingba charged in with a knife. Seeing this, the old sect leader shouted, Dingba, you're just in time. Help me. Dingba's knife emitted a purple light shrouded in darkness. The old sect leader also realized it, looking at old Dingba in disappointed sweat. Old Dingba raised his hand and thrust the sword forcefully. After stabbing, he said softly, Sorry. Red blood sprayed out. Dingba coldly looked at him, but the person he stabbed was actually the evil third elder. He didn't expect it, immediately cursing Dingba, You damn fake tailor. You dare deceive me. Dingba stood in front of Shunrang. Since ancient times, good and evil have coexisted. How can one be friends with delusional demons? The third elder angrily pulled the dagger from his shoulder. If so, then I'll send you all on your way. Van Bin also looked at him in surprise. He watched as if it were an interesting play. His body instantly healed, and he laughed loudly. Today, everyone here must die. He floated in midair, his whole body emanating a dark purple aura. Shunran Qing looked at him in shock. Have you fallen into the demonic path? He looked down, spreading his arms, and said, Outer Sect Master, what are you waiting for? Let's go together. At this moment, Lin Shuai stepped forward. Ice blocks began to appear around her. Just as the third elder was about to finish off old Ran Qing, Lin Shuai took out an ice sword. She unhesitatingly stabbed it straight into the third elder. Yunbing was surprised once again. The third elder, stabbed from behind, shouted angrily, Li Lin Sai. He was near death, but still shouted, Even you are planning to betray the demon tide. She yelled, Sect leader, kill him now while we have the chance. Old Shunran Qing immediately raised both hands to attack. He released a strong beam of light shooting straight at the third elder. Lin Sai quickly dodged to the side. Finally, the third elder was burned to ashes, dying on the spot. Old Shunran Qing looked at his corpse and said, It seems our plan has succeeded. The old man stroked his beard and sighed, So it is. But before they could rejoice, he had to look on in shock with wide eyes. Above their heads, the third elder was still alive. He mocked, Sect leader, you're so naive. After saying this, he struck down at Shunran Qing from above. Lin Sai and Dingba shouted in panic, Sect leader. But it was too late. The third elder and the sect leader rolled far away on the ground. When the old man sat up and looked over, he realized that third elder was a blood clone. The real third elder laughed wickedly. Well, how realistic was this old man's blood clone? The old man grinned. As for you two, he calmly stood with his hands behind his back, watching Dingba and Lin Shuai charge together. One hand grabbed her neck, the other grabbed the old man's. Dingba, Li Lin Xia, you're really bold. He tightened his grip on their necks. Neither of them could do anything against him, trembling as he choked them. He shouted, You dare conspire to deceive me. Lin Shuai was about to be choked to death, struggling to say, Ran Mountain Sect is a righteous major sect. We don't associate with the demon tide. Dingba also painfully said, Ran Mountain Sect only needs that great expert. Ran Mountain Sect will not fall. The third elder threw his head back and laughed mockingly. Ha 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 ha! What great expert? It's nothing but a show of force. Yunbing watched him speak, at a loss for words. No one can save Ran Mountain Sect. You don't have anyone. Just then, a girl approached. She raised a bow and arrow, looking very similar to Wu Chan's bow. She didn't hesitate to shoot an arrow, piercing through the third elder's chest. It was Wu Chan. She coldly held her bow, rescuing Lin Sai and Dingba. Lin Sai was overjoyed to see her. It was that great person. Wu Chan brushed her hair, looking much more mature than before. She looked at them and asked, Having a party, count me in. She sighed, stepped onto the stairs, stood with her hands on her hips, looking at them. Another power-hungry element. Same old story. I get it. The third elder knelt on the ground, frowning and asked, Are you from the Immortal Capital? Wu Chan coldly replied, Immortal Capital, or Demon Tide. I'm not interested. She sighed again. If it weren't for some damn scoundrel who ran off to who knows where, there probably wouldn't be so much trouble. She raised her hand, blue lightning emanating from it. In short, she pointed at the Ran Mountain Sect's third elder, because I vouch for them as trade partners of our merchant guild. Attacking them is like attacking money. A massive lightning bolt struck down from the sky onto him. Attacking money is like attacking me. Yewu Chan had become a cold-hearted girl, acting decisively since who knows when. You mess with my people, you pay the price. Looking at her now, Yunbing thought in surprise. Beautiful lady, who are you? Where's my silly, cheerful, spoiled monster? His laughter echoed here. Ha ha ha. The The third elder, despite being struck like that, still laughed while lying on the ground. Ha ha ha. At this point, you all and this entire Shangyue city will be buried with me. Wu Chan saw he was still alive and still talking so boldly, suddenly felt confused. Strange pink fragments appeared on his body. Wu Chan rushed forward unaware, but it was too late. He grasped the fragments. Demon Lord, it's time for you to take the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, pink and black lights immediately flashed, emitting strange dark energy. Wu Chan and Dingba's group froze in place. Before them was a bizarre pink whirlwind, so large it almost seemed to touch the sky. Shunran Qing looked up and said, sweating with worry, Demon Lord, a demonic path saint. Wu Chan also frowned and exclaimed, troublesome. The Demon Lord had appeared. He had black hair and two bull-like horns. He floated in midair, looking down at the crowd below with a smug smile. Ha ha, Wu Chan thought, a saint realm being. She stared at him, breaking out in a cold sweat. My peak void-moving realm is nothing in a saint's eyes. He could take my life in the blink of an eye. Stay calm. I need to think of a way. Yun Bing hung in the air, watching her. He smiled and thought, little Wu Chan has grown a lot in these 3 years, but to become like this now, she must have gone through quite a bit of training. The Demon Lord looked at the third elder. If you've summoned me here, then you must know my requirements, right? He looked maliciously at everyone present, saying with pleasure, so many sacrifices. It's been a while since I've had a good meal. As he was about to act, Wu Chan shouted, wait. The Demon Lord stroked his chin, smiling at her. What? Do you have any last words? Wu Chan summoned all her courage, standing straight before him, hiding her anxiety, and calmly said, not exactly last words. Looking at this coffin, you're one of the 16 demon lords of the demon tide, the corpse-controlling demon lord Zhao Yi. He replied, what? Scared to see me arrive? Want to join the demon tide to save your life? Wu Chan hid one hand behind her back, trying to buy time to activate her spell. Don't misunderstand. I want to warn you. Don't underestimate the Ran Mountain sect. He feigned surprise. You're saying, could there be a hidden powerful expert here that I'm unaware of? Her hand increasingly sparked with lightning. That's absolutely right, she said with firm confidence. That expert just hasn't made a move yet, waiting only for my signal. He will appear, wearing golden battle robes, riding on clouds. Her eyes widened as she looked at him challengingly. You're merely at the saint realm. In his eyes, you're nothing but an ant. With one palm strike, he can disperse dark clouds. With one step, he can shatter mountains. The 3 great Taos cannot bind him. No one in this world is his match. As she cast her spell, she thought, if I can just stall for 2 or 3 more minutes, the teleportation formation will be complete. She calculated carefully. At that moment, though she couldn't save everyone, at least she could prevent the Ran Mountain sect from being destroyed. Unexpectedly, the Demon Lord had seen through her intentions. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Little girl, do you really think, he laughed smugly, mocking, that I can't see the formation you're gathering behind you? In an instant, he appeared behind her. Wu Chan's eyes widened in shock, gritting her teeth as she turned around. He raised his hand, laughing loudly, reaching out to attack her. Ha ha ha. But at that moment, Dingba intervened to save her life. He said, she wasn't lying. Dingba's body trembled as he tried to hold back the Demon Lord's attack, determined to save Wu Chan. Isn't that right, Master Yun? Yun Bing watched this scene from above. He smiled gently. My apologies. Then, the bindings broke on their own. He stepped down, hands clasped behind his back, looking like an immortal reborn. I don't have the 7-colored clouds or golden battle robes. As his feet touched the ground, all those who were bound were also released. Wu Chan stood frozen in shock. He approached step by step. She whirled around, eyes wide as she looked at him, tears welling up as she called out, old scoundrel. They all stood there staring at each other. He smiled happily, embracing Wu Chan's shoulders, pulling her close to him. But I have plenty of confidence to shatter everything. The Demon Lord stood with folded arms, watching. He asked, who are you? Yun Bing patted Wu Chan's head as she shyly hid her face. He said smugly, me. Didn't they just say it earlier? I am the almighty, invincible great one. A wave of my hand kills the heavens. A stomp of my foot destroys the earth. No one in heaven or on earth can match me. The Demon Lord glanced at him, eyes glowing red, and said, so you want to help the Ran Mountain sect? Yun Bing smiled. No, no, no. His face turned dark, eyes glowing red, seriously threatening him. I want to send you all to hell. The Zongxi Demon Lord put on a stern expression and said, you seem very confident, don't you? This lord cannot discern your cultivation level. Knowing the demon lord was about to reveal his power, Yunbing picked his ear to hear him clearly. Then his boasting began. He said, "But no matter how high your cultivation is, it cannot surpass the demon sky above this lord, the four great demon lords, and the true immortal demon emperor in this world. Even if you just slightly injure this lord, you'll face endless pursuit. Now I'll give you a chance to slap my face once. Do you dare?" After speaking, he looked at Yunbing and laughed heartily. He always thought Yunbing didn't have the guts. He saw Yunbing raise his hand, but hadn't slapped him yet. So he laughed gleefully again. "You just said you wanted to send us to hell. Now you don't even dare to slap my face. I'm dying of laughter." And before he could finish laughing, suddenly a terrifying hand appeared right in front of his face. It was Yunbing's familiar move. Those warm, gentle hands gave him a beating that left him seeing stars all over his face, striking relentlessly without giving him a chance to counterattack. Fighting on the river, Yunbing even threw him into the abyss and pulled him back up. The sight of Yunbing tormenting him left the sect leader, Dingba and Li Lin Sai, with their mouths agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ye Wuchan was looking at her master with eyes full of pride and affection. This side of Yunbing she hadn't seen in a long time. After being beaten repeatedly, the demon lord, covering his face in resentment, cursed Yunbing. "You bastard! Even my father has never hit me. Go to hell." Yunbing looked up, waiting for him to finish venting his frustration. He then continued to set up his attack on him. He summoned Wen Dao, one of the four great Qin Jie from the legend of the Cloud Emperor. He kept on tormenting the demon lord. Then Yunbing said, "Those who cultivate literature and read extensively should know good from evil, understand reason. Yet you've fallen into the demonic path, cultivating blood spirits, stealing souls, killing people to drink their blood." At this moment, the demon lord still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, not believing that Yunbing was using the techniques of the literary path. And when Yunbing had appeared right behind him, he kicked and said, "What's this about the strong bullying the weak? In this world, I am the strong one. Damn it, don't disgrace my path." As Yunbing finished speaking, the demon lord received the full force of his kick, falling miserably to the ground. Even so, he still managed to threaten. "Yunbing, you dare to touch the demon tide, we won't let you off. Now let me show you what attitude I have towards the demon tide." With that, Yunbing raised his fist and delivered a fatal blow. The demon lord's body then vanished. Yunbing's performance made the sect leader's skin crawl. He couldn't believe that one of the demon lords just vanished like that. His body disappeared. His soul also disappeared, dead beyond dead. Dingba was now crying tears of joy, calling Yunbing big brother. "You finally took action. I thought you were going to keep watching forever." Yunbing replied, "Wasn't it watching you and the ancestor going back and forth like watching a movie? Quite engrossing. I said I didn't act earlier because I was waiting for the demon tide people to show up. Everything has been resolved now." The sect leader asked Dingba about Yunbing's background. Dingba replied, "As for this great man's identity, I cannot answer you. According to how he puts it, he calls himself a dean. If that's the case, perhaps the sect leader guesses Yunbing is the dean of Tianyun Academy." At this moment, Yunbing and Wu Chan were sitting having a serious conversation. Looking at her, he gently called, "Little Wu Chan." Wu Chan's eyes were now brimming with tears. She said, "You disappeared at 35 and now suddenly appear without even a greeting. What kind of teacher is this?" At this, she clenched her fists tightly, tears falling freely. Wu Chan leaned into Yunbing's chest and burst into tears, blaming you for being so irresponsible. This appearance of Wu Chan made Yunbing feel a bit sympathetic, saying, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, she asked back, "Teacher, is that all you have to say? Just sorry." Smiling, he said, "How about you beat me up to vent your anger?" Wu Chan whispered, "How can I beat you? I can't." Yunbing gently replied, "I think it's because you can't bear to." Wu Chan quickly denied it, stammering, I don't can't bear to. Besides, I'm very angry now." Yunbing awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "Then what should we do? How about I make it up to you with my body? Anyway, counting by Earth years, you waited for me since 35. Now you're over 50 years old." As soon as Yunbing said this, Wu Chan said, "Say that again." Hearing this, Yunbing was a bit startled, stammering, "Well." Wu Chan looked up at him affectionately and said, "Teacher, haven't you thought about why I've become like this? Who do you think it's for?" She slowly placed her hands on Yunbing's cheeks, making him smile awkwardly, stammering, This. She gently said, "I've changed my mind. I absolutely cannot let an old scoundrel who betrayed love like teacher just get away with it like this." Saying this, Wu Chan didn't hesitate at all and kicked Yunbing right in that spot, making him pale with pain. Yunbing covered that area with his hand while showing remorse, saying, I'm not saying, little Wu Chan, do you need to be so harsh like this towards your teacher's future happy life? Wu Chan said cheerfully. Anyway, that thing is useless. You've been celibate for so many years. Cutting it off would even reduce some burden. Don't you think so, teacher? It's a good idea. Cut it off for permanent peace. He hurriedly explained. That's because your teacher knows how to control his desires in a stable manner. There's no state of excess. She turned her back to him slightly embarrassed, angrily asking, "What's that? A hand statement?" Looking at Yunbing's actions now, Wu Chan commented, "Teacher has been gone for so long, but is still perverted." In response to Wu Chan's assessment, Yunbing thought it was because her thinking was becoming more and more deviant, uncontrollable. She quickly replied, "Don't you think about who abandoned their own disciple here. I've experienced the roughness of the secular world. Even if I was pure before, now I've been polluted by the turbid world." Yunbing leaned in and whispered in her ear, "You weren't that pure before, you know. Don't overestimate yourself. You were the only one in the academy who could understand my dirty jokes." Wu Chan turned to face Yunbing. She said bluntly, "Isn't that because you taught me wrong?" After a fierce argument where neither would yield, a moment later both teacher and student burst into tears of laughter. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other like this. In her demeanor, Wu Chan was looking at Yunbing very happily. She had finally waited for her teacher to return. Seeing Yunbing and Wu Chan so familiar with each other, the sect leader realized they knew each other. And the sect leader, Ding Ba and Li Lin Sai, were all very curious about their relationship. After spying, they all felt that Yunbing and Wu Chan looked just like lovers having an argument. After some time, Wu Chan still couldn't believe that the person in front of her was Yunbing, so occasionally she had to ask to confirm, "Teacher, are you really that old scoundrel?" Yunbing replied, "You've asked this question many times. What do you mean? Don't you trust your teacher?" She took a bite of melon and answered, "I've lived in this world for over 35 years. The deceivers I've met could form a whole tour group." Yunbing looked at her and smiled. "You used to cry and act spoiled in my arms, and now you're starting to doubt me, little girl." Wu Chan said shyly, "Humph, who cried? I just couldn't control my emotions for a moment. Besides, teacher disappeared for so long and suddenly popped up. I can't accept it that quickly." Hearing this, Yunbing just blushed slightly and mentioned some numbers, 82, 56, 83. He asked if she still remembered these numbers. Wu Chan had already realized what Yunbing was referring to. She looked at her own body and then remembered the scene when she first met Yunbing. At that time, Yunbing only needed to glance at her to immediately read her 3 measurements. As a result, Yunbing got a kick from Wu Chan that made his nose bleed. And this time wasn't much different. She gave Yunbing a punch right in the face. She even asked, "Do you remember this move, teacher?" After that bout, Yunbing's face was clearly imprinted with Wu Chan's handprint. At this point, Yunbing asked, "Where are the others? Aren't they with you?" She replied, They all went to different places for their own reasons. I'm in Shangyue City. They didn't come to find me. They must be caught up with something." Hearing Wu Chan say she's always been in Shangyue City, Yunbing immediately asked, "Could it be that you stayed here waiting for me?" Yunbing's question startled Wu Chan. She hurriedly denied it. She said she stayed because it was easy to make money here, easy to establish her love empire. After saying that, she emphasized, "Do you understand, teacher?" Yunbing smiled and replied, I won't tease you anymore." Wu Chan gently asked, "Speaking of which, old scoundrel, don't you have a way to find them? Use your divine sense to scan or something." Yunbing replied, "My divine sense, due to fighting with that crazy woman, can't be used right now. Now finding them basically depends on fate." Recalling when everyone parted ways before, she remembered Ruoshe returned to Jingling Village. Luo Gui and senior brother Xiao Guang went to North Bang Palace. Big senior brother and junior sister, the third wheel, went to the secret realm of Lan Zhan in Extreme Heaven Abyss. Senior brother Xiang and senior sister Yaner returned to the quadrangle. After Wu Chan's account, Yunbing thought it would be better to return to the quadrangle to look for people first. At this point, Wu Chan added that her business with the Merchant Guild was currently doing very well. If nothing else comes up, she will soon become a leisurely boss. In the Ran Mountain sect, that Dingba is not bad. We've already talked about it. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said pensively, "But regarding the quadrangle, in recent years, the demon tide forces have been swallowing up the Lantian Empire, including the Yuntian Academy. The origin of the Lantian Empire has been occupied by the demon branch. The entire Jingling City, including the nearby Fengye City, along with the surrounding areas, have all become a dead land." The next day, Yunbing had put on the outfit he used to wear before, returning to his original imposing appearance. Seeing the teacher in this appearance, Wu Chan kept marveling, praising that he looked more pleasing in this outfit. Yun Bing, however, was wondering why Wu Chan had this outfit that fit him so perfectly. Thinking about the reason made Wu Chan blush. Actually, during the time apart, Wu Chan had always carried a Yun Bing doll with her. The outfit Yun Bing was wearing was the same as the doll's outfit, but this matter Wu Chan could only keep to herself, not daring to say it out loud. She hurriedly told the teacher to leave quickly. Don't ask why anymore. Knowing Yun Bing was preparing to set off, Ren Dao felt a bit regretful. She asked with tears in her eyes, "Is Big Brother really leaving?" Yun Bing walked while looking back and said, "Yes. Practice your cultivation well. Don't get knocked unconscious by others again." Seeing Yun Bing off were also the sect leader and Ding Ba. They clasped their hands and said to him in unison, "You are the life-saving benefactor of our Ran Mountain sect. This great kindness and virtue cannot be repaid. Rest assured about the Merchant Guild. He will definitely manage it very well." This farewell between Wu Chan and Yun Bing, the sect leader didn't know when he would see them again. In Jingling City, there was a blood spirit with a contemptuous look. It was frantically chasing a young man. Seeing it, he was very agitated. He didn't know why a blood spirit of this size had appeared here. This friction, he guessed it was a crystallization period. While running, he suddenly tripped over a rock, falling to the ground. With that, the vial of spirit medicine he was carrying also fell out. This seemed very important to him. Determined not to lose it, he exclaimed, "No. Master's corpse poison is still waiting for the silver grass." That terrifying blood spirit was now right in front of him. In this situation, he could only close his eyes and wait for death, silently apologizing to his master. At this moment, suddenly a foot stepped right on his face, and that person was Wu Chan. She said, "Sorry, I accidentally stepped on you." Seeing a girl like Wu Chan appear here, he anxiously warned her to be careful. But Wu Chan didn't hesitate at all, quickly kicking straight at the blood spirit. Wu Chan's strike made it turn its face in bewilderment, mouth agape, not understanding what was happening. Its appearance now made Wu Chan even more contemptuous. She asked, "The sound earlier that made us fall down was from this bizarre thing." A moment had passed, but that blood spirit still couldn't close its mouth. Right after that, suddenly the figure of a person fell into its mouth. This situation stunned both the blood spirit and Wu Chan. She realized there seemed to be someone earlier, and the person who just went into the blood spirit's mouth was Yun Bing. He was inside for less than 30 seconds and made the blood spirit's cheeks puff and eyes bulge. Immediately after was a shattering explosion. The blood spirit was officially eliminated by Yun Bing. The explosion of the blood spirit looked like a rain of blood, making it truly terrifying. At this point, Yun Bing stepped out from the blood spirit's remains. Looking at the young man before him, Yun Bing assessed him quickly. Single-colored robe, scholar's headband, scholarly face, cloth shoes, bamboo basket for cultivating literature. The young man, from the moment he saw Wu Chan hit the blood spirit until Yun Bing appeared to eliminate it, was still in shock. His face was pale, and he couldn't say a word. If he wouldn't speak, Yun Bing spoke first. He asked, "Young man, are you named Ning Tai Shen? Do you know a female ghost named Ni Shaoshan?" And just as Yun Bing guessed, his name was indeed Ning Tai Shen. At the Tianyun Library, the place was desolate without a single person. Seeing this scene made Yun Bing quite angry. His hand gripped a nearby spear tightly as he said, "It's still the demon tide after all." These blood traces and aura were left by the demon tide's demon cultivators. This blood trace is from at least a saint-level demon cultivator. There are also traces of Xiaoxiang's blood. Hearing this, Wu Chan immediately asked, "What about our two senior brothers and sister Deanna?" The main character replied, "There's no news of Deanna here. It's still unclear for now. As for Xiaoxiang, there might be a way to try and find him." And the method Yun Bing mentioned was to try tasting the scent on the spear. After tasting, Yun Bing pointed in the direction ahead. He said he roughly knew what was going on. Xiaoxiang is safe now, probably went in that direction, or towards Extreme Sky Abyss, but he hasn't reached there yet. Now Yun Bing will take Ning Tai Shen and Shu Xian's descendant to a safe place first. Hearing this, Ning Tai Shen said, "It's all right. I know the way back. I don't want to trouble you two anymore." Yun Bing rushed over, put his arm around Ning Tai Shen's shoulder and said, "All right, don't say so much. Where do you want to go?" Tai Shen pointed and replied, "In that direction is Drunken Wood City. My seriously ill master is recuperating there." The main character replied, "Oh, that's perfect. We also want to go there. Let me ask you something first. What's your master's name?" Ning Tai Shen answered, "My master. His surname is Lu, named Ying Chu." At this point, Wu Chan also spoke up. Tell us about your senior brothers and sisters. Do you know someone named Lin Yan or Xiang Yuetian? Hearing these two names, Ning Taishen was startled again and asked, how do you know my grandmaster? His question also surprised Yunbing equally. He didn't expect to have a grand disciple so soon. Knowing he was their family's descendant, Yunbing and Wu Chan gave a friendly smile. Listen, little Shen, we have some connection with your Grandmaster Xiang. Do you know where he went? Ning Taishen replied, actually, I don't know Grandmaster well, only met him a few times. My master meets Grandmaster more often. All right then, let's go to Drunken Wood City. It's a coincidence to take you back. After saying this, Yunbing picked up Xiao Shen. Wu Chan whistled to call the two chickens over. Not fully understanding Yunbing's intention, Xiao Shen asked, why is Yunbing looking for my master? The main character replied, you might not believe this, but according to our relationship, you should call me ancestor. At this point, Xiao Shen was sitting on the chicken's back, flying. Learning that Yunbing was his great-grand master moved Xiao Shen to tears. Wu Chan was also excited about her new position. She said, according to our relationship, I'm like your granduncle or grandaunt. Anyway, that's the hierarchy. Suddenly, Yunbing leaned down, his face close to hers, and asked, what's wrong, little Wu Chan? Looking at your expression, you seem very happy to be a grandaunt, aren't you? Wu Chan replied, I'm not. I just feel it's a bit novel. After speaking to Yunbing, Wu Chan turned to assert her position to Xiao Shen. From now on, you're my nephew. If you have any problems, tell your grandaunt. I'll back you up. After this brief family reunion, Xiao Shen still couldn't gather his thoughts. He thought he just went out to pick herbs and met his great-grandmaster and grandaunt. He even witnessed the only flying chicken in the three sky realms. And that dumbfounded look on Xiao Shen's face, Wu Chan and Yunbing had noticed. Looking at his face, Yunbing found it a bit amusing, thinking, Xiao Shen now was like someone walking down the street, suddenly seeing his girlfriend pull out a flying sword from her chest. While flying on the sword-fighting monsters, she says, actually, I'm your mother. Something like that. But first, you need to have a girlfriend. At the border of the Blue Sky Empire, Drunken Wood City, Yunbing, Xiao Shen, and the others had just landed here. He introduced his master as the renowned physician of Drunken Wood City. Her medical skills are exceptional. At least in my lifetime so far, I haven't encountered anyone with better medical skills than my master. Even the Grandmaster praised my master's high aptitude. Ning Taishen opened the door and entered. Inside, someone was lying on the bed. It was Xiao Shen's master. Books and papers were scattered everywhere around, and there was a long strip of paper lying nearby. She was in great distress. Her condition didn't seem very promising. Seeing his master like this, Xiao Shen rushed over immediately. He anxiously asked, Master, why are you like this? There were clearly still 7 days left. Then he suddenly remembered the silver grass he had just brought back. He hurriedly went to prepare the medicine. After Xiao Shen left, Yunbing picked up the paper lying on the floor. It was her last will. He didn't expect that even before her death, she was still thinking about saving people. Looking at her, Yunbing saw that her condition wasn't good at all. The poison in her body was quite difficult to neutralize. The one who poisoned her must be at least a demonic path saint. The meridians in her body were almost swollen. In less than half a day, the poison would certainly reach her brain, and she would fall asleep. Hearing this, Wu Chan sighed and asked, so can the medicine Xiao Shen went to prepare save her? And Yunbing's answer was no. The demonic silver grass can indeed counteract poison with poison, but there's not enough time. Then he looked smug. But don't worry, no matter what, this girl is considered my grand disciple. Moreover, your master is also a kind person. But little Wu Chan, what happens next? Don't tell that kid about it. Treating illness and saving people. Yet Yunbing told Wu Chan not to tell Xiao Shen, which made her quite curious. She focused on watching what her teacher would do. At this point, Yunbing's face suddenly changed to a perverted expression. He raised both hands while chuckling and approached Xiao Shen's master. In the end, it's unclear what Yunbing did to her, but it left Wu Chan completely stunned, unable to say a word. 5 minutes later, Xiao Shen had finished preparing the medicine. He hurriedly brought the medicine to give to his master, saying, Master, just drink all of this and you'll be cured. Suddenly, he looked at his master and panicked, asking, has the corpse poison already spread to master's face? Indeed, those were Yunbing's handprints. Perhaps earlier he had given her 2 slaps to help detoxify her. Xiao Shen's question made Yunbing avoid answering, only reminding him to quickly feed the medicine to his master. At this point, Xiao Shen had finished giving his master the medicine. Checking her condition again, Xiao Shen was very surprised that the corpse poison had weakened considerably. He didn't expect the effect of the demonic silver grass to be so fast. Seeing this, Yunbing also spoke up to inquire. He asked, "How is your master? Is the medicine still working?" Ning Taishen immediately replied, "It's more effective than I imagined. At least I'm of some use. It's just that I don't know if it's due to the poisoning, but master's face seems to be swollen now." Mentioning the swollen face, Yunbing and Wu Chan could only laugh awkwardly and say it must be so. Witnessing the detoxification scene earlier, Wu Chan asked, "Teacher, couldn't you use a different treatment method instead? Did you have to slap her face?" "No choice. Her corpse poison was about to enter her brain. I could only slap her a few times to drive the poison back. This is called physical therapy." "Then why didn't you just completely expel all the poison from her?" Wu Chan wondered. Mi immediately replied, "If I expelled all the poison, this kid would have wasted his effort brewing medicine. Wouldn't that be a waste?" She exclaimed, "Ah, teacher, you're really starting to look like a teacher now," Yunbing said gleefully. "I am a teacher. Is that okay?" She continued, "Someone who left others outside for over 25 years has no right to say such things." At this point, Yunbing lowered his voice. All right, it's my fault. This master was wrong." By now, Xiaoshen's master had regained consciousness. Seeing Yunbing and Wu Chan there, she asked confusedly, "Who are you two?" Hearing this, Xiaoshen introduced Yunbing and Wu Chan as his life-saving benefactors. Without them, he certainly wouldn't have made it back in time. Knowing this, Xiaoshen's master quickly turned to thank Yunbing and his disciple for saving her and Xiaoshen's lives. In response to Xiaoshen's master, Wu Chan chuckled and said, "It's nothing. It's what we should do." Looking at Wu Chan's appearance again, her strange black and white dress, white hair, she asked, "Is Wu Chan's magical weapon a long bow?" Hearing this, Wu Chan immediately took out her bow and asked, "Is it this one?" After seeing the bow with her own eyes, she became a bit nervous and quickly turned to pull Xiaoshen to bow down, saying, "Disciple Ye Yingchu pays respects to Junior Master Ye." Wu Chan hastily said, It's all right. Don't be so formal. People from our Cloud Sky Academy don't care much about etiquette." After the greetings, Yi Yingchu asked Wu Chan, "What brings you here? Are you looking for your master and junior master Lin?" Wu Chan asked excitedly, "Are you talking about senior sister Yaner? Where have they gone? Do you know?" Ye Yingchu replied, "If nothing unexpected happened, master and junior master should still be in the extreme sky realm now." At this point, Ye Yingchu noticed Yunbing. She asked, "Who is this?" Hearing the question, Wu Chan didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked Ye Yingchu, "Has your master ever mentioned what her grandmaster was like?" Ye Yingchu replied, "Master didn't say, but Junior Master Lin once said, the Grandmaster is a refined and handsome gentleman with an otherworldly aura, unparalleled in his elegance, roaming freely across the three great realms, mastering music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There's nothing he can't do." After saying this, Ye Yingchu still didn't recognize Yunbing and asked Wu Chan, "Why are you asking about this? Does it have anything to do with this gentleman's identity?" If you haven't recognized him, then Yunbing didn't acknowledge his identity either. He immediately snuggled up to Wu Chan, saying, "I'm her weak little brother who can't take care of himself." In other words, just a hanger-on. He told Ye Yingchu not to pay attention to him. Looking at Yunbing's appearance again, Ye Yingchu thought it seemed quite fitting. Wu Chan was also very pleased with this new identity of Yunbing, so she decided to temporarily treat her teacher as a child who needs to be taken care of. Joking aside, Yunbing seriously asked Ye Yingchu and her disciple, "Why did you cross the realm to come to this drunken wood city?" She replied, "Master and Junior Master had matters they couldn't attend to, so they sent us here to gather some intelligence. We were supposed to return 7 days ago, but there were too many injured people here. While gathering herbs halfway, we fought off the demon general Wang Xiaomo, who was seriously injured. I came back to report the intelligence." The person Ye Yingchu was referring to was Zhang Ruoshui. She guessed Ruoshui was near this drunken wood city. On Ruoshui's side, she and Gu Hongzuo were engaged in an intense battle. Their current opponents were quite formidable. It was an entire army, led by a girl with short purple hair, the vanguard of the Demon Tide army, with a total force of at least 20,000 troops. Seeing her face clearly stunned Gu Hongzuo. He called her name, Xiaomo. Because of this, Gu Hongzuo was completely off guard. By the time he realized it, her hand had already raised her weapon preparing to attack him. In this situation, Ruoshui quickly flew out to block the attack for him. After that move, Ruoshui realized the girl's power was immense, very close to the early stage of void transformation, while she was only at the entry level of void transformation. Facing her directly would be somewhat forced. Ruoshui didn't expect that right after coming out of the hellish training in the great wilderness celestial flame, she would encounter such a powerful enemy. At this point, Gu Hongzhuo told Ruosui, "Quickly return to inform General Fang. The Demon Tide army is invading. Leave this place to me for now." This was the only way to handle the situation. Before leaving, Ruosui instructed Gu Hongzhuo to hold firm until she returned. Facing the girl, Gu Hongzhuo called out, "Mochild," also calling her little sister, but she showed no sign of familiarity with Gu Hongzhuo. She asked him, "Do you know me?" And indeed, the two had some connection. Years ago, the Gu royal family had a son and a daughter. Their marriage was arranged from birth. Everyone in both Hanyu villages knew these two children had a very good relationship. That year, his fishing trip yielded the biggest harvest of his entire life. But the harvest wasn't just fish. At age 8, both joined the Zilan sect one after another. Everything was getting better. If on the second day, Gu Hongzhuo hadn't been attacked by an inner disciple who hated him for Wang Xiaomo's admiration, when he woke up, his mind was flooded with memories of someone named Liu Xuntong. From then on, Gu Hongzhuo was just his name, while his true essence was life and death impermanence, one of the 21 ultimates. It wasn't until 5 years after his death, when news spread of Zilan sect's destruction, that he found Wang Xiaomo's body. From then on, a new grave appeared in an uninhabited wasteland. Beside the grave lay a person unwilling to wake up, until someone claiming to be the dean of Lantian Academy picked him up. "Do you two know each other?" Gu Hongzhuo said. "Do I know you, sister?" Whether they knew each other was uncertain. At this moment, Ruoshui and General Fang had arrived, observing from above. He knew the Demon Tide army numbered about 20,000. Knowing this, Ruoshui asked how many troops Drunken Wood City currently had, and the exact number was 700. A rather modest number. Ruoshui's face darkened upon hearing it. Not even half of the enemy's forces. At this point, Hongzhuo and the girl Xiaomo had begun to fight, but it seemed her abilities were truly extraordinary. One of her moves was completely unstoppable for Hongzhuo. He was severely injured. Not giving Hongzhuo a chance to recover, Xiaomo raised her weapon again, preparing for a second attack. But fortunately for Gu Hongzhuo, someone came to his rescue just in time. With just one sword strike, they were able to counterattack and wound her, and the person who intervened was Fang Yan. With him were Ruoshui and an army of 700 people. At this point, another girl appeared. She laughed and said, "What a lively crowd." Seeing her arrive, Xiaomo quickly bowed respectfully, greeting her as Demon Lord. General Fang also knew she was one of the 16 demon lords of the Demon Tide, a demonic path saint. Seeing that Fang Yan knew her, she exclaimed, "How do you know me so well?" Upon seeing Ruoshui, she was even more surprised, saying, "You really are a surprise. I didn't expect, after parting in that nameless village, we'd meet again here." Looking at her, in Ruoshui's mind, only the words Mad Dog came to mind. The incident she caused 30 years ago in Jinglin Village was something Ruoshui couldn't forget. That year, Ruoshui returned to Jinglin Village to rediscover her identity, but unfortunately, she arrived one step too late. Everyone in the village had been wiped out by the Demon Lord girl, and Ruoshui was no match for her at all. As a result, she was badly beaten by her. Looking at the formation slaughtering innocent people, she laughed and said, "I have no choice. After all, those above require me to perform a blood sacrifice of over 10,000 people. Little by little, finding a few more villages to attack, I can complete the quota." With the Demon Lord's leg conveniently next to Ruoshui, she forcefully bit it to vent her anger. Bitten by Ruoshui, she flew into a rage, yelling that Ruoshui was a mad dog and kicked her far away. Not stopping there, the Demon Lord girl raised her fist to hit Ruoshui, but fortunately for Ruoshui, the blood sacrifice formation had already collected enough. She had to hurry back under Ruoshui's hateful gaze. Looking at her 35 years ago and now, nothing had changed. At this moment, Ruoshui had grabbed her collar and pinned her to the ground. Even so, the Demon Lord girl's voice remained playful, laughing as she said, "Yes, that's the expression. I didn't expect after so long. Your mad nature hasn't changed. It's like you've devolved into a wild beast." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruoshui landed several punches on her. At this point, Ruoshui realized the person before her wasn't the real body. She asked sternly, "Where's your real body?" The demonic path saint laughed loudly. She said, "You want to destroy me, like before when you recklessly charged in and then got humiliated by me. You're not qualified to be my opponent. After all, you're just a mad dog." Her mocking expression made Ruoshui tremble with anger, but Ruoshui still tried to ask where she was. At this point, her real body appeared right in front of Ruoshui. She said, "Ruoshui, getting angry at a corpse puppet is pointless. Besides, even if you really knew where I was, would you actually come to find me for revenge? Or to seek revenge on me, would you have 700 Imperial troops face off against 20,000 demon-tide troops?" At this, Fang Yan ordered his troops to charge forward. They must fight fiercely. Just surviving would be a victory. On this side, Xiaomo also charged to attack Gu Hongzuo. She asked, "Do you understand your past self well?" Responding to Xiaomo, Gu Hongzuo said, "I once understood you very well, but later on, you no longer had the chance to understand." And just as Xiaomo's weapon was about to strike Gu Hongzuo, she suddenly withdrew. She didn't understand why, when striking at him, her chest hurt so much. Thinking this, Xiaomo looked at Gu Hongzuo and said firmly, "Indeed, your existence to me is a kind of threat." At this point, Gu Hongzuo and Xiaomo officially engaged in battle. Gu Hongzuo's weapon was a brush. With just a few strokes, he could create a magic formation to attack Xiaomo. But for her, it was nothing. In an instant, she had broken through his formation. During the fight, they accidentally came face to face. This moment made Gu Hongzuo remember images of their past together. He remembered the poem Mo Ran Xing she had given him. He remembered her beautiful figure. That poem appeared in Hongzuo's mind, clear in every word and phrase, with familiar images of him and Xiaomo. At this point, Gu Hongzuo no longer had the strength to resist Xiaomo's techniques. He was severely injured and sent flying by her attack. Looking at her, Hongzuo thought, "The person I loved is gone, now reborn, but cultivated as a corpse, puppet. Logically, I should kill her." At this moment, Xiaomo had somewhat recognized Gu Hongzuo, but not long after, she lost control of her body. So Xiaomo swung her weapon again, determined to fight. This time, she had to eliminate Gu Hongzuo. Faced with this situation, Gu Hongzuo's hand trembled as he held up his brush. His eyes looked at her with a hint of resentment. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord and Ruoshui were still fighting. Just as Ruoshui's punch was about to hit her face, the Demon Lord maintained that gaze and said mockingly, "Mad dog, do you really think I'd let you go find the Imperial Army? A mad dog is just a mad dog." Such simple thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, Ruoshui launched a kick straight at her head. Ruoshui shouted, "Damn it, stop your nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart with my own hands." But all of Ruoshui's attacks became useless. She wasn't affected at all. At this point, two more Demon Lords appeared, all looking identical. She taunted Ruoshui, "Come on, come and tear me apart. Let me see how sharp a mad dog's teeth are." Ha. Roche calculated carefully. This Demon Lord's corpse puppet technique seems endless. Can't drag this out. Don't know how Senior Brother and Fang Yan are doing. At this point, Ruoshui had to use her final move. This was a skill she obtained from the Hell Trials in the Great Wilderness. Tianyan. She didn't expect to use it so soon, but this move requires quick action and decision, as it can't be sustained for more than a few minutes. Very quickly, Ruoshui had activated the formation. She destroyed the Demon Lord's corpse puppets one by one, but the more she fought, the more corpse puppets appeared. There was no way to completely eliminate them. At this point, the Demon Lord smiled with satisfaction. "Years ago, you were a step too late. The whole village was killed. Now it seems you'll have to go through it again. You should be used to it by now, right?" The Demon Lord approached Ruoshui. She touched Ruoshui's chin and said, "This martial arts body isn't bad, quite durable, very suitable for me to make into my corpse puppet." At this point, Ruoshui grabbed her hand tightly and asked, "Really?" Then, without hesitation, Ruoshui grabbed the Demon Lord's neck and bit her. This move of Ruoshui's indeed caused her great panic. The Demon Lord anxiously raised her fist, preparing to attack Ruoshui. However, before she could do anything, she was shocked to see a bullet right in front of her face. That light also surprised Ruoshui strangely. In an instant, it had dispersed all of the Demon Lord's corpse puppets. Ruoshui looked up to see who had made that attack. It turned out to be Xiao Wu-chan. She said excitedly, "If you call her a mad dog, why don't you know? Once a mad dog bites, it doesn't let go." Wu-chan stepped towards Ruoshui and said with a smile, "Hey, long time no see, Ruoshui." Wu-chan had been talking, but Ruoshui was still dazed. She called Wu-chan's name with wide-eyed surprise. "Shouldn't you be in Shangyue City? Because a certain old unfaithful rogue has arrived." Wu-chan said this, but Ruoshui still didn't quite understand. Ruoshui asked what she meant. Wu-chan said that her sister's master had returned. After hearing Wu-chan's confirmation, Ruoshui was so overjoyed she coughed up blood, saying repeatedly, "That's great. Master is back. We're saved." senior brother and Fang Yan. At this point, Ruo Shui collapsed and fainted on the spot. Given the situation, Wu Chan had to carry Ruo Shui to the other side to see what her master was up to over there. On this side, Yun Bing was directly fighting with the girl Xiao Mo. Yun Bing realized that her hammer was so powerful because the puppet master was personally controlling it. At this point, Yun Bing effortlessly crushed her hammer. Suddenly faced with such a formidable opponent, Xiao Mo angrily asked, "Who is this Yun Bing?" He descended with a radiant aura and to Fang Yan's surprise said, "I am the one who opened a small academy, accepted a few disciples with no future, and is called an ordinary person." Looking at Yun Bing's demeanor, the Demon Lord girl felt secretly afraid. She felt that this man gave her a feeling that surpassed even the Demon King. Thinking this, she spoke up and asked Yun Bing, "I am one of the 16 Demon Lords. Are you from the Divine Capital or some other divine realm?" He replied, "I do have another identity." He solemnly and coldly uttered, "I am a god." Yun Bing's answer made the Demon Lord girl turn pale, fuming with anger because he was toying with her. And she, Yun Bing continued, "God said let there be light." Suddenly, light from the sky shone down fiercely. He continued to utter, "God said, let there be etiquette." As he said this, all the demon horde could not control themselves and knelt down forcefully. This terrified the female demon lord immensely. Not stopping there, Yun Bing continued his previous words, "Now God says demon cultivators must die." With that, Xiao Mo and all the demon cultivators exploded one after another. Blood dyed the entire area red. Seeing this, Gu Hongzhuo was very frightened and expressed his wish for Yun Bing to spare Xiao Mo. But even without Gu Hongzhuo speaking up, Yun Bing understood his intention. He said, "I've released her. That formation can send her back to the great demon clan." The main character turned his back and walked to Gu Hongzhuo, then patted his shoulder. He said, "She won't die by my hand. She is your opponent. Everything has been resolved at this point." Yun Bing, puzzled, asked, "Fang Yan, you irregular polygon. Yan, why are you so nervous?" Fang Yan replied, "You're a senior, but why hasn't Miss Ruo Shui returned yet? Didn't you say that Miss Ye went to find her?" Just as Fang Yan finished speaking, Wu Chan appeared, accompanied by Ruo Shui and the master-disciple pair Lu Yingthu. Seeing Gu Hongzhuo here, the master and disciple quickly bowed, saying, "Disciples Lu Yingthu and Ninghua Shen greet Uncle Master." This situation made Gu Hongzhuo flustered, as it was the first time someone had bowed to him like this. Seeing this, Yun Bing reminded everyone not to be so formal, as they were all their own people. Seeing Fang Yan standing beside her, Wu Chan found him somewhat unfamiliar. She asked, "Who are you?" After asking, Wu Chan didn't let him answer. She said, Don't remind me. You're that Fang Shi, Fang Jin, or Yanhuo, right?" No more joking. Yun Bing seriously got to the main point. This time the demon horde's attack on Shu Shikui was dealt with, understood. If they invade again, the numbers might not be just tens of thousands. Lu Yingthu replied, "If Shikui." She suggested that by eliminating the demonic aura on Shikui and using spells and talismans to purify them. Gu Hongzhuo added, "The demon horde, to facilitate the creation of Shikui, has set up their base in the graveyard outside Zuimu City. Previously, Ruo Shui had charged in there once, but only managed to get close to the graveyard." Regarding this, Yun Bing told everyone not to worry, as he was here now. It was late into the night by now. Gu Hongzhuo was sitting on the roof, drinking alone. After a while, Yun Bing appeared. He asked, "It's so late. Why aren't you resting?" Answering his teacher's question, Gu Hongzhuo said, "I'm already dead. Why would I need rest?" In an instant, Gu Hongzhuo's wine cup had somehow ended up in Yun Bing's hand without him noticing. He asked again, "Don't the dead need rest?" I said, "Fourth child, what's your view on life and death?" Gu Hongzhuo said, "I think life and death are separated by yin and yang. Life and death are different, irreversible." To this idea of Gu Hongzhuo's, Yun Bing said, "Right, not wrong. But are life and death truly different? Are yin and yang really separated? Are the living and the dead different? One can act, can talk. It's not right to say a dead person, even their existence, should be erased. If you really want to define death, it's only when they're forgotten by all living beings in the world. When they no longer affect others, can they be defined as dead. As long as people remember you, you're alive. Now you are living, existing in this world, living under the name Gu Hongzhuo." He asked, "Then what about her? Is she considered alive?" Men replied, "That's for you to judge. If you really want to count, that girl Ruo Shui faces life and death more bravely than you." Suddenly, it seemed Yun Bing saw something that made him freeze. Seeing his master like this, Gu Hongzhuo asked, "What's wrong?" Main replied, I'm watching some women fight. Gu Hongzuo looked confused. It turned out to be the silhouettes of Ruo Shui and little Wu Chan in the room being reflected. Yun Bing watched those reflected postures, imagining countless scenarios. Now Ruo Shui has the upper hand. Now Ruo Shui is on top of little Wu Chan, starting to pinch her thighs. Little Wu Chan tries to counterattack, getting frantic. Ruo Shui is too forceful. Ruo Shui doesn't back down either, starting to use her mouth. Yun Bing shows interest. Wow, Ruo Shui is amazing. Her neck-biting technique is impressive. Little Wu Chan keeps rubbing continuously. It seems Ruo Shui can still maintain control over little Wu Chan better. Ruo Shui's wild style seems very powerful. Little Wu Chan seems to be losing it. Little Wu Chan looks like she's about to, commenting and marveling, his eyes never leaving their room. Yun Bing wipes the blood that has flowed from his nose, saying seriously, "That's all the sixth master can tell you. Only this much. The rest is for you to judge." Remembering the last words before leaving, Yun Bing departs. The dead also need rest. Based on what Yun Bing just said, Gu Hongzuo wonders about Moer. Is she considered alive or dead? Moer, wait for me at the Machao graveyard. The Demon Queen is racking her brains thinking about Yun Bing. He's just a man. That's right, ordinary appearance, no trace of spiritual energy or demonic aura on him. Seems to have no great Tao aura either. Yet he can turn 20,000 demon cultivators into ashes vanishing like smoke. This ability only Buddhist saints can possess. This person cannot be underestimated. At this moment, a man walks in. Hearing the Demon Queen say this, he laughs heartily. So what? Even if it's really a Buddhist half-immortal coming, no one dares to touch me. Because of you, 20,000 elite demon cultivators have already been destroyed. According to the original plan, it's certainly impossible to conquer Zuimu City now, if the Demon Queen is bathing in fresh blood with not a shred of clothing on her body. Hearing this, she stands up and asks, "So what do you want to do now?" Answering the Demon Queen, he snaps his fingers and little Mo appears. He says, "Since you left the tomb, I've trained you into a corpse puppet. You are now part of the demon tide. Understand?" Little Mo replies, "Understood." He continues, "I don't care who you meet. You just need to remember, anyone who's not part of our demon tide must be eliminated." At his command, Little Mo obediently listens, saying she will do as he says. At this point, he orders Mingwan to lead 100,000 troops straight to Zuimu City. The Demon Queen asks, "What do you want?" It turns out his goal is to make Zuimu City fall, and for the Lantian Empire and Demon Tide to conquer it. By tomorrow night, before sunrise, he wants all living beings in Zuimu City, no exceptions. At the city gate, Gu Hong of Zuimu City pauses for a moment and sighs. Seeing this, Ruo Shui asks, "Why do you sigh every day? Senior brother, do you want to drink with me?" But at this moment, what Hongzuo cares about is the rabbit ears Ruo Shui is wearing. He asks her why she's wearing them. This question makes Ruo Shui a bit flustered. She says, "You don't need to worry about it. It's just that I lost a bet with Wu Chan earlier. I have to wait until nightfall before I can take them off. Let's not talk about this anymore." Ruo Shui shoves the wine bottle in Hongzuo's face, telling him to drink quickly. Taking the bottle, Gu Hongzuo takes a long swig. Seeing this, Ruo Shui comments, "Your alcohol tolerance is better than I thought. This wine is quite strong." Responding to Ruo Shui, Hongzuo says, "I'm dead, so I can't get drunk." Ruo Shui is surprised. "You're dead. That's quite inconvenient. If you can't get drunk, then half the fun of drinking is lost." Gu Hongzuo listens to her words intently. She says, "But there's also a very good point. If you can't get drunk, you can drink forever. If I could be like that, it'd be great. Haha." About this, Hongzuo curiously asks Ruo Shui, "Junior sister, don't you care that I'm dead?" Ruo Shui gently says, "Why should I care about that? Aren't you standing right here now, drinking with me?" Hongzuo replies, That's right. I am still standing here." After discussing this, Ruo Shui asks Hongzuo, "Are you worried about tomorrow?" He replies, "I was a little, but not anymore, because I've been drinking." As the two are chatting like siblings, Wu Chen suddenly appears. Her attitude is like she's catching them in the act. Pointing directly at the two while speaking loudly, "You two are something. Secretly drinking and chatting here. Last night, you weren't like this at all. Now you're sneaking around with a man behind my back." Saying this, Wu Chen runs over and hugs Ruo Shui's shoulder, glaring at Gu Hongzuo. At this point, Hongzuo suddenly notices something strange behind Wu Chen. Seeing her senior brother's curiosity, Wu Chen doesn't hesitate to turn around and show her senior brother that it's a cattail, quite similar to a pair with Ruo Shui's. At this moment, Gu Hongzuo seems to understand everything. He asks, "Are these love tokens? So you two have confirmed your relationship." Knowing that Gu Hongzuo thought this way about their relationship, Ruo Shui and Wu Chen quickly create some distance. Ruo Shui says, "Senior brother, don't overthink it. Our relationship is very pure. Before she could finish explaining, Yunping appears and interjects. That's right, it's just pure Yuri. I understand. At our Tianyun Academy, we produce and consume everything internally. Relationships are a bit messy, but it's no problem. Gu Hongzhuo remarks, on the teacher's side, why even people? He then says, actually, little Wu Chen, Ruo Shui, and I are all siblings. As soon as he finishes speaking, Yunping gets hit by Ruo Shui, painfully falling off the wall. He shouts, you two are attempting to murder your teacher. However, Ruo Shui and Wu Chen show no remorse at all, and even threaten Yunping. If you talk nonsense again, we'll use the Guangkai cannon on your two juniors, you old rascal. Ruo Shui says, though I don't understand what teacher is saying, it's certainly nothing good, so I'll just follow my instincts and hit him. In this situation, Gu Hongzhuo starts to feel afraid of the two girls, so he quietly steps back to keep some distance from them. After a while, Yunping manages to climb back up. He says he's here to report some news to everyone. Before Yunping finishes speaking, Wu Chen guesses. The news Yunping wants to announce is that he's lost his manhood, right? To this, Yunping says, Wu Chen, rest assured, even if all men in the world lose their potency, your teacher cannot lose it. My intensity, other men can't match even if they eat dozens of buns. Wu Chen retorts, I don't care about you. What's your intensity? Why are you bragging about it? Yunping says, this is to help you understand your teacher better, to improve the teacher-student relationship. She quickly responds, I've never seen this kind of paragraph used to improve teacher-student relationships. Besides, you're basically being a scoundrel now. He replies, well, that's fair. After all, you always call me a scoundrel for fairness. Why don't you act like a scoundrel too? Yunping's words make Wu Chen a bit flustered, stammering and unable to speak clearly. Before she can finish, Yunping suggests, tonight, I'll let you touch to your heart's content. Hearing this, Wu Chen scolds, damn you, Yunping. Who wants to touch you? But sitting with you for a while isn't completely out of the question. Witnessing this conversation between the teacher and Wu Chen with their own eyes and ears gives Gu Hongzhuo and Ruo Shui a headache. Then Gu Hongzhuo cautiously asks, teacher, earlier you said you came to tell us some news. What news was that? Yunping laughs and replies, oh, it's nothing major. Just that 100,000 demon-tide troops are right in front of us. Just as Yunping said, the demon-tide army has arrived, with all sorts of monstrous shapes. They come in all sizes, big and small. Observing these creatures, Fang Yan curiously asks Yunping, what are those? Those are demons, real demons crawling out from the demon race's Tri Yuan Jia. After saying this, Yunping asks, is everyone ready? Then he takes out a loudspeaker and plays some upbeat music to boost morale for battle. Hearing the music, Yunping's disciples show clear signs of exasperation. Only he is excited, shouting, what's that? I'm an S. No one can defeat me. And here are the lyrics. Summoning rain and wind, let me rampage admired by thousands. And indeed, Yunping's music had an effect. The demon-tide army was all holding their heads and screaming. Before going into battle, Yunping boosted the morale of the Blue Sky army. He said, Fang Yan has already been boosted. Now go to all four sides. Following Yunping's order, Fang Yan drew his sword to command the soldiers following him. Surprisingly, everyone's spiritual energy suddenly increased several times. This made Fang Yan and the soldiers even more excited and eager to charge into battle. The battle arrangements on Fang Yan's side were complete. Yunping turned and said, the Six Ying Shou master and disciples, you may begin. Hearing Yunping's words, the Six Ying Shou and Ning Tai Shen began to deploy their formation. Gradually, the yellow characters appeared more densely. With the formation set, Yunping gently turned to hold Wu Chen's hand. Seeing this, Wu Chen blushed slightly and said, this doesn't seem right. We are teacher and student. Such intimate actions might be misunderstood. But it wasn't just Wu Chen. Yunping also reached out to Ruo Shui, asking her to give him her hand. As soon as they held their teacher's hands, they were spun around like tops. He sent the two flying like nuclear warheads. After that, Yunping smiled and said, go try it, human cannonballs. The startled screams of Wu Chen and Ruo Shui attracted the attention of the demon army. She had also seen Ruo Shui flying. She said, that mad dog is the one I'm looking for. At this moment, Gu Hongzhuo and Xiao Mo were facing each other. Looking at her, Hongzhuo's eyes were deep as he called, Moer. I don't feel that being alive is a fortunate thing. No matter what Hongzhuo said, she still attacked him without hesitation. At this point, Hongzhuo also didn't hold back and counterattacked. Even so, he kept talking to Xiao, because for me, the difference between life and death is too great. In this state, I dare not face the living, let alone you. These words from Hongzhuo began to stir Xiao Mo's heart. She didn't understand why her heart felt like it was jumping. Clearly, what had long died now gave her a painful ache every time she faced Hongzhuo. The more Xiao Mo's heart ached, the more fiercely she attacked Hangzhuo. She didn't want to accept her current emotions. Knowing that his previous words couldn't make her remember him, Hangzhuo had to use his final move. He took a brush and wrote several characters in the air. Xiaomo saw the characters and suddenly froze in shock. It was Moranhangle Nian Strong Guo. In Xiaomo's mind, memories began to appear of her childhood with Hangzhuo, from when they were children together until they grew up and began to develop feelings. Every bit of memory appeared clearly in Xiaomo's mind. The last characters Hangzhuo wrote were the Moran poem from back then. Then he asked Xiaomo if she remembered this poem. At this point, all over Xiaomo's body suddenly emitted a red demonic aura. Her entire body seemed to be breaking into pieces. Xiaomo's eyes now held a hint of regret. Looking at Hangzhuo, she smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I have no impression at all." At this moment, Yunping also appeared. He knew Xiaomo had just used all her demonic energy to resist the text barrier. This was an act of suicide, and Xiaomo was now in Hangzhuo's arms. She was truly no longer alive. Seeing this, Yunping asked Hangzhuo, "Did she finally remember you?" Hearing Yunping's question, Hangzhuo said nothing. He just lowered his head and silently watched Xiaomo gradually disappear in his arms. On Fang Yan's side, he had already destroyed all the large demon beasts. The task Yunping assigned him was considered complete. He was just wondering about the situation with Ruo Shui and Wu Chan, how they were doing. The advantage now was leaning towards the demon soldier girl. She had beaten Ruo Shui badly. The demon soldier even stepped on Ruo Shui's head and mocked sarcastically. "I didn't expect to meet so soon. You mad dog." She laughed loudly. "If it were that Buddhist saint coming, I might be a bit wary. But if it's just a mad dog like you, you're just here to offer your life." Hearing her say this, Ruo Shui burst into loud laughter. This attitude, so contrary to the situation, made the demon soldier girl a bit angry. She kicked while asking Ruo Shui what she was laughing at. But Ruo Shui still tried to provoke her, saying, "I'm laughing because you've become weak." Hearing this, the demon soldier suddenly remembered her current abilities. Previously injured in spirit by that Buddhist saint, then losing too much in dividing herself, she didn't expect Ruo Shui to see through her weakness. So she went berserk and kicked Ruo Shui away, cursing that she was just a mad dog, still not worthy of her full strength. At this point, Ruo Shui's prosthetic arm seemed to be reborn. It was brimming with power. She asked the demon soldier, "Are you ready? Ready for the mad dog to come kill you?" Saying this, Ruo Shui raised her fist, punching straight towards her. Nevertheless, she was still able to skillfully dodge all of Ruo Shui's attacks. Not only that, she laughed with delight, seeming very amused by Ruo Shui's current state. "That's right, just like that. Has the mad dog from before now grown into a fierce wolf? You're the toy I've been looking forward to most. Let me enjoy this." Dodging another punch from Ruo Shui, she kneed her and kicked her away. Once again, after striking, she sat right on top of Ruo Shui and said, "This physical strength of yours is truly rare. If I could turn you into my corpse puppet, that would be wonderful." At this moment, she had completely let her guard down, not noticing Ruo Shui's arm gathering energy. Sensing the opportunity had come, Ruo Shui delivered a decisive punch to her face. This strike from Ruo Shui knocked off her eye patch, revealing one side of her disfigured face. This made her so angry she trembled, tears welling up in her eyes, cursing Ruo Shui as a damned bitch, a lowlife. At this point, she had completely lost control, one hand covering her face, the other wildly striking at Ruo Shui. And it was at this moment, Ruo Shui landed a decisive blow on her. Thus, Ruo Shui had won this battle. She smiled with satisfaction and said, "Father, Mother, Shui'er has avenged you." Just as Ruo Shui finished dealing with the demon soldier girl, Wu Chan suddenly flew in. She now appeared heavily injured, no longer able to defend herself. The one who had beaten Wu Chan to this state also appeared right after. He laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect such a small void realm cultivator could hinder me for so long. Obediently return that useless waste of my companion, my dear elder sister." Suddenly, someone appeared calling her sister. Ruo Shui gritted her teeth in anger, cursing, "Damn it, who's your sister?" Seeing his sister didn't recognize him, he introduced himself. "You don't even recognize your own blood-related brother anymore. I'm Kuwushin, your biological brother. Out of respect for our blood ties, I'll spare your life." After saying this, he activated a magic array, gradually sealing Ruo Shui so that she couldn't move. Leaving Ruo Shui there, Kuwushin said he would take Wu Chan and the demon girl away. As for siblings, they could talk later. In this situation, Ruo struggled to stop him. "Wait, don't go," she threatened him. If you dare harm Wu Chan, she would absolutely not forgive him. But the more she struggled, the tighter the seals became. Watching him leave casually, She shouted, "Get back here! Get back here right now!" After a while, Ruoshui was completely enveloped, with only her eyes able to see outside. At this point, images from her past life appeared. It was when she returned to kill Ku Wuxin. She asked, "Do you want to kill me?" He asked her back, "For these unimportant people, just because I don't follow the righteous path, you want to destroy me, sister." At this moment, Ruoshui was completely desperate. She asked herself if she was Ko Wenshui or Zhang Ruoshui. Who am I, after all? Yunping appeared to answer her question. Your question unfortunately hits one of the three major philosophical issues. Unfortunately, I haven't studied this philosophy, so I can't give you an exact answer. You should be the one who thinks the most, but because of that, you've become the one who finds it hardest to break free from the cage of thoughts. The more you think, the more artificial it becomes. The more you think, the easier it is to get lost. The more Yunbing spoke, the more confused Ruoshui became. She asked, "What should I do now? Am I Zhang Ruoshui or Qi Wenshui?" He replied, "You're both. If you must say, you should now be called Zhang Wenshui." This answer from Yunbing made Ruoshui want to scream and cry. She couldn't accept the name Zhang Wenshui. Meanwhile, the demon girl had gradually recovered. She asked Qu Xin, "She's your sister. How can you do this to her?" He replied, "To me, she's just a traitor. In this world, there's no one I, Qu Xin, dare not kill, including you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qu Xin pierced the demon girl with several long tentacles. She was completely caught off guard by this. Both being demons, she asked, "Does he really dare to kill me?" He answered, "Have you forgotten? My master is the Demon King, a true immortal. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Use your flesh and blood to serve me, you trash." Saying this, he immediately took her core. Seeing his actions, Wu Chan found it disgusting. Even devouring your own kind, truly worthy of being a demon cultivator. Then he said to Wu Chan, "Don't rush. It'll be your turn now. This special body of yours, I'm very interested in it. I wonder what surprises it will bring me after I refine you into an elixir." At this moment, there was a loud cracking sound. The reason was that Qu Wuxin's ceiling layer had been broken by Ruoshui. She had officially returned. She called out sternly, "Qu Wuxin." Looking at Ruoshui, Qu Wuxin seemed surprised, letting out an mar. Oh, no wonder she could break the formation. She has the aura of martial arts. Seeing Ruoshui's iron fist coming towards his face, he was very dismissive, not taking any action but just standing there, smiling at Ruoshui. He said, "Just a tiny void realm cultivator. You dare to touch me with just that." Before he could finish his sentence, she sent him flying. Spitting blood, he grinned maliciously and said, "That trash calling you a mad dog was quite fitting. But that was a spell from a demonic saint, skinning and severing tendons, eating bones, and drinking blood. You can only end up here." Hearing Ruoshui say this, Qu Xin said, "You should pay for what you've done before, dear sister." Ruoshui said to Wu Chan, "You called me stupid." She replied, "The stupid don't need to think." Then she remembered Wu Chan's advice. "I shouldn't think too much. I don't know about others, but you absolutely must not overthink. Because if you think too much, with that brain of yours, not only will you not come up with anything, your mind might even burn out." In the end, Ruoshui decided not to think anymore. She would do whatever she wanted. Seeing Ruoshui's demeanor, Wu Chan was extremely surprised. She knew Ruoshui was about to force her way to sainthood. Seeing this, Qu Wuxin immediately moved to stop her. He absolutely couldn't let her ascend to sainthood right in front of him. But his previous move couldn't do anything to Ruoshui, as the martial knowledge was protecting her. The scene before his eyes left Qu Wuxin dumbfounded. He knew the light surrounding Ruoshui was the will of martial arts. Martial arts was trying to protect Ruoshui. The entire scene unfolding with Ruoshui was observed from afar by Yunping and Gu Hongzhuo. Each upcoming event surprised Hongzhuo even more. He asked Yung, "What's that?" Main replied, "It's the heavenly tribulation, but it can't harm someone protected by martial arts." Just as Yunping said, even though the tribulation was aimed at Ruoshui, it couldn't do anything to her. Seeing this, Qu Wuxin grew even more resentful towards Ruoshui. He gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he switched to a mocking smile, thinking that even if she had martial arts protection, if she couldn't pass the heart demon tribulation, she still couldn't become a saint. At this point, thousands of wriggling hands emerged and grabbed onto Ruoshui. Then it grasped her artificial arm, laughing, "Come, let me see how you'll die in my hands." In an instant, it had crushed Ruoshui's arm to pieces. Then one by one, they surrounded her, ready to devour her. But Ruoshui at this moment let them do whatever they wanted. She just closed her eyes in silence. After a while, Ruoshui seemed to have an epiphany. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "All of you, get lost now." With that, all of them vanished without a trace. Seeing Ruoshui still standing there unharmed, Qu Wuxin began to tremble with fear. He couldn't believe the heart demon had been destroyed. Using pure consciousness to eliminate the heart demon, he found this too absurd to believe. On this side, Gu Hongzhuo was equally amazed. This kind of thing, from ancient times to now, he had never seen happen before. Answering Gu Hongzhuo, Yunping said, "No, it has happened before. Do you know that there was once a fool? He also did something like this." That person was the martial emperor Gu Xianren. At this point, Ruo Shui had entered the process of becoming a saint. Her shattered arm had somehow fully recovered, not an artificial one, but a real, genuine arm. Ruo Shui had successfully become a saint. This, of course, Qu Wuxin couldn't accept, so he immediately used his power to attack Ruo Shui, but his formation at this moment meant nothing to Ruo Shui. Facing Ruo Shui, Qu Wuxin spoke up. "Saints usually can't have a body at this level. You've mastered the martial emperor's supreme body cultivation." Ignoring what he said, Ruo Shui just said, "Come here quickly. It's time to clean up." He said, "Do you really want to kill me? Like before, when you unintentionally sent your younger brother on his way." Qin Shui, he smiled savagely, "But you no longer have the chance." After saying this, he laughed even louder. Then a dazzling light appeared. It was Qu Wuxin's master. Hearing his call, he had come. He told Ruo Shui, "Quickly come and kneel before my master, the Lord of the Demon Tide, the future king of Tianyu Mahuang." Facing him, Ruo Shui felt truly terrified. She wondered if this was the existence of a true immortal. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attacked Ruo Shui, and this strike was blocked by Yunping. He said, "How interesting. Can't win, so you call for parental backup. Bullying my disciple. Doesn't she get any backup?" Glancing at Yunping, Qu Wuxin scoffed, thinking that Yunping relying on himself alone to save Ruo Shui was foolish. Responding to him, Yunping said, "Ruo Shui doesn't need protection. He only came to deal with the external factor, which was the thing above his head." Yunping said he had been looking at it, and it made him uncomfortable. Hearing this, Qu Wuxin laughed loudly, asking Yunping if he knew who he was provoking. And that person, of course, Yunping knew, was the newly emerged Demon Emperor True Immortal. Yunping said he wouldn't personally act. True immortals should naturally fight true immortals for it to be interesting. After Yunping's finger snap, the image of the martial emperor gradually appeared. Yunping wanted to know if the demon emperor True Immortal of the newly emerged immortal demon era was stronger, or the first immortal of the ancient immortal Bao Dao era. Seeing this, Qu Wuxin realized what Yunping had just summoned was the will of the martial emperor. But he couldn't believe what he was seeing because he always thought the martial emperor was dead. Thinking this, he pointed at Yunping. "Where did you get the martial emperor's will?" Yunping replied, "Oh, why are you so curious? Just think of me as a medium who can summon spirits." At this point, Qu Wuxin turned to tell his master to quickly destroy Yunping, crush the true immortal will of that dead waste. Now, the demon emperor had raised his weapon towards Yunping, confident that with just one strike, the martial emperor's will would shatter. Seeing this, Yunping wasn't worried at all. He laughed and said he wasn't worthy, and the moment his blade touched the martial emperor, he was surprised, not knowing what was before him and why this strike couldn't do anything. Before one could answer the martial emperor's questions, he was already obliterated. He was officially exiting this world. Witnessing what just happened left Qu Wuxin dumbfounded, unable to believe his master had just disappeared like that. "The outcome is clear," Yunping said. "It seems the true immortal from before was slightly stronger." Qu Wuxin asked, "You clearly have no spiritual energy. How are you not affected by the demon emperor's pressure? Where did you summon the martial emperor's will from? What are you?" Qu Wuxin's questions Yunping found too noisy. Then he told Ruo Shui, "Go, end everything." Hearing Yunping's words, Ruo Shui turned to grab Qu Wuxin's collar, her hand raised ready to punch him. Facing Ruo Shui, he asked, "Do you really want to kill me? It was like this before, and it's like this now. Fine, go ahead and kill me. Kill your own brother right here. Bear this blood debt that you can never erase. Strangling me like this, for the rest of your life you won't escape the haunting of my memory." Quen-Shui. Hearing him call her by this name, she repeated, "This is my new name. Don't you forget it. If killing you will haunt me for life, then I'll live on with that haunting." As she said this, Ruo Shui's tears flowed like rain, wetting Qu Wuxin's face. Looking at him, Ruo Shui called him Xiao Xin one last time before sending him to meet the king of hell. As soon as it was done, Yunping told Xingzhuo, "Let's go quickly. Let's give Ruo Shui some time." At this point, Xingzhuo spoke up. "Teacher, I ask if you've forgotten something important." Seeing that Yunping still didn't understand, Xingzhuo had to say it directly. "It's about junior sister Wu Chan." Only then did Yunping suddenly remember Wu Chan. He said he almost forgot. "Over here, Wu Chan was still lying listlessly on the battlefield. She had been thinking, it's been so long already. Why hasn't that old rascal come to pick me up yet? Tired of lying in this position, Wu Chan sighed and said, I'm so tired. I really want some hot pot. And Wu Chan's wish was immediately granted by Yun Ping. It was an enormous hot pot. Wu Chan picked up a peculiarly shaped vegetable and asked the old rascal, Teacher, can you explain a bit what this is? Yun Ping replied, Hot pot. Didn't you want hot pot to make up for your efforts? Yun Ping introduced, this pot is the green fire sacred cauldron used by the elixir saint during the human emperor era. Most things refined in this pot are heavenly treasures. After exploring the hot pot for a while, Wu Chan found a six-legged fish. She asked Yun Ping, what's with this fish? He replied, perhaps there's too much spiritual energy in the green fire sacred cauldron. Has this fish gained sentience? Too disappointed with this hot pot, Wu Chan left without eating anymore. Seeing this, Yun Ping asked Xing, could it be that she's looking for someone? Xingjuo replied, is Wu Chan Jr.'s sister worried about Ruo Shui Jr.'s sister? Yesterday I saw her pacing in front of Ruo Shui's room, looking like she didn't dare to enter. Hearing Xingjuo say this, Wu Chan became a bit embarrassed and said, how could I be worried about that fool? Yesterday was just physical training. Yun Ping laughed and replied, it's fine. Gender isn't an issue. In Tianyun Academy, we produce and consume internally. I don't mind. Hearing this, Wu Chan became even more embarrassed, using the excuse of taking a walk to leave the place. In the Battle of Zuimu City, Gu Xingzuo buried his lover from years ago. Zhang Ruoshui ended the life of her own brother. At this moment, Wu Chan was still pondering about the old rascal's words. He thought her gender was quite normal, though Ruoshui was indeed very important. In Ruoshui's room, now she was lying under the blanket. Actually, she was crying about her brother's matter. Just then, she suddenly heard a strange noise under the blanket. Lifting it to check, she found Wu Chan was indeed there. Wu Chan sneaking into her blanket in the middle of the night made Ruo Shui feel a bit confused. She asked, Senior sister, what are you doing here? Answering Ruo Shui's question, Wu Chan said, I came to sleep with you, junior sister. Then, Wu Chan pressed closer to Ruo Shui, creating a scene that would make anyone misunderstand. Wu Chan's behavior made Ruo Shui break out in a cold sweat, asking, Wu Chan, aren't you interested in the female teacher? Or are you unsatisfied and want to find me instead? Being thought of in such a way by Ruo Shui, Wu Chan immediately denied it, saying she had no interest in girls. At this moment, the two suddenly sensed a demonic aura from the roof. While they were asking each other what it was, Yun Ping appeared. Coming down from the roof, he told them to come up and take a look, looking like the teacher was having a nosebleed. Wu Chan realized he had been up there peeking at them, so she became furious and asked, Teacher, how long have you been up there peeking at us? And the demonic aura that Wu Chan and Ruo Shui had sensed earlier was due to the Demon Emperor's decree throughout the world to kill without mercy. Hearing this, Wu Chan asked Yun Ping, what should we do now? He said, now we'll go to the extreme heaven abyss. Seeing the teacher's decision, Ruo Shui became a bit panicked and asked, are we going directly to find the Demon Emperor? The protagonist replied, it's not just the Demon Dynasty. Nothing is as important as my two disciples. At the extreme heaven abyss, the Qin sect's birthday banquet was taking place. Everyone was cheerfully congratulating Nine-Finger Granny, fortune like the East Sea, longevity like the South Mountain. And this is the portrait of Nine-Finger Granny, the sect leader of Qin sect. Hearing that the incoming guest was from Immortal Capital, everyone there stood up simultaneously to welcome them. Seeing this, the Immortal Capital guest said, very good, very good. Everyone standing up to welcome me. This is how Qin sect should behave. The arrogance of the Immortal Capital guy made Qin Shishi's blood boil as she asked, why is he so proud? Seeing this, the girl next to her had to remind her to calm down. Nine-Finger Granny warned us not to conflict with Immortal Capital. That's the golden-eyed tiger immortal, one of the 18 holy immortals of Immortal Capital. His name is Jin Dong, and his left eye is said to be the eye of the heavenly demon beast slain by the Black Dragon King Guiying in ancient times. Now, he's rising in Immortal Capital. Lachita has the potential to ascend to venerable status within 15 days. At this point, he ordered people to bring up the gift. It was the present he prepared for Nine-Finger Granny. His gift was a bell. Then he asked Nine-Finger Granny how she felt about this gift. Seeing the bell, Nine-Finger hinted, this old woman is already advanced in years. Such heavy and deep sounds this old woman can't handle. He irritably said, you speak like that. It seems Qin sect doesn't intend to give us Immortal Capital any face, huh? She tremblingly said, if I've angered you, This old woman can atone by playing this musical piece as a gift to the holy immortal. Please don't be angry." The sound from Nine-Finger Granny's instrument shook the entire space there. Just hearing this music would be fatal for ordinary people. But for that immortal capital guy, it was just a normal piece of music. Very quickly, he broke through the formation and injured Nine-Finger Granny, making her cough up blood. Seeing this, he laughed smugly and said, "Chinsect, what? Literary emperor, what? Nothing but an outdated old woman. Now is the era of immortals and demons, and in no time it'll be the era of immortal capital. Obediently submit to immortal capital. That's your only way to survive." Anyone else not convinced? This question of his was immediately answered by Xiaoyan's appearance. She said, "Yan is not convinced." As soon as Xiaoyan appeared, the bell of the immortal capital guy started ringing loudly. Qin Shishi quickly warned, "Be careful, he is." Before she could finish, Yanner mischievously replied, "It's okay, Sister Shishi." Yanner is not afraid of him. Seeing Xiaoyan's small and cute appearance, the immortal capital guy scoffed and said, "Little girl, it seems you also have something strange about you like me." At this moment, the demon king inside Xiaoyan spoke up to answer him. "Don't compare this king to trash like you that can be found everywhere, you insect." He irritably responded, "Insect? Such arrogant words. Well, Chinsect disciples nowadays, each one more arrogant than the last, huh?" Seeing Xiaoyan's demeanor surprised Shishi a bit. She didn't expect the adorable Yanner to have such a side. At this point, Xiaoyan continued scolding the immortal capital guy. "Fool, this king is no Chinsect disciple. The only place in this world that can contain this king is that academy. But this king still has some respect for the literary emperor. This zither art is something this king actually enjoys. Yet a little worm like you dares to insult this king's interest. This is a capital offense." The immortal capital guy scornfully asked, "Literary emperor, zither art. Such outdated things, how can they be more miraculous than immortal capital's immortal arts?" No more talking to him. "Xiaoyan, take out your zither and play for him." Hearing the zither, he smiled and enjoyed it, thinking this illusory scene was ridiculous. Then he used his magic to break through Xiaoyan's formation. After this, he laughed and said, "Just this level of skill. You little zither art practitioner, dare to compare yourself with me, an immortal capital." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly several beautiful girls appeared, constantly inviting him to come and play. This situation made him break out in a cold sweat, but he remained quite clear-headed and said, "This illusion cannot hold me back." Right after that, he frantically screamed and broke the formation. So he had passed the second stage. As soon as this stage passed, the third one began. Moving past the beautiful girls, this challenge involved young men. Each one had rippling muscles flexing in front of him. Not only that, these guys were calling out to him, telling him to come over and play. The more he looked at these muscular guys, the more panicked the immortal capital guy became, screaming loudly. But soon after, he managed to break through the formation. Clutching his chest and sighing in relief, he reassured himself, these things are all fake, not real. And after a moment with his hand on his chest, he felt something off. Looking down made him even more terrified. He now had a super-toned body with perfect curves. After regaining his senses, the immortal capital guy screamed in horror, as if unable to accept this cruel reality. His reaction left everyone stunned. Gone was the image of a strong, arrogant man who looked down on everyone from earlier. At this point, he cried even more miserably, "You unfaithful bastard, you rotten scoundrel, you damn pervert. How could you be so heartless? What about our baby? What?" Now, he had completely lost his senses and turned to hug someone's leg. Seeing this, that person spoke up to remind him, "Holy immortal sir, please come to your senses." Hearing this, he suddenly woke up, escaping from that terrifying illusion. Then he shouted loudly, "What are you doing? You rotten girl, die for me." Answering him was a strange girl who had just appeared. She told him not to mistake her for someone else. The one who let you enjoy that illusion was me. Oh, and the girl in the white dress with 2 braids wasn't unfamiliar either. She was actually Yunping in disguise. Seeing her, the immortal capital guy asked, "Who are you to meddle in our immortal capital's affairs? How dare you?" Ignoring his question, Yunping yawned first. Then he quickly moved, passing by him, and sat next to Yan before introducing himself. "I am Yunping a zither master passing by." "Zither master? Another zither master? I'm gonna dismantle this zither sect of yours today. I'll kill all the zither masters in the world." As soon as he made this threat, Yunping reminded him, "Don't be so bloodthirsty. How about this? Cut off your own legs, gouge out one eye as penance, and I'll let you leave." After Yunping spoke, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. No one said a word. After a moment, the immortal capital guy channeled his energy, radiating killing intent as he advanced towards Yunping. Faced with this situation, Yunping calmly continued playing his zither, and with just one pluck of the strings, he sent the guy flying, tumbling to the ground. Now realizing Yunping's prowess, he asked, "Who are you?" Using just one note to break through my sacred golden celestial tiger body. "I told you I'm Yunping, just a zither master passing by. The immortal, capital freak. This name, I'll remember it. Wasn't it about gouging out an eye?" Even so, Yunping wasn't satisfied. He demanded that he gouge out his left eye. This request from Yunping made him so angry his veins popped. Enraged, he cursed, "Damn it, don't push it." Yunping asked, "Is it too much? With my zither skills, I could kill you 10,000 times. I could also make you suffer through death and rebirth in illusions 10,000 times. If you won't do it yourself, then I'll help you." As a result, Yunping helped him right away. Now he was no different from a cripple lying on a pole for others to carry away. Even so, he still arrogantly thrashed about and cursed, "Damn it, that stinking woman. One day, I'll make her pay." At this point, the person carrying him suddenly became shocked and told him to look up quickly. Above them, it suddenly started to darken. Before he could react, a bell fell and covered him, trapping him inside. Yunping said he had forgotten something, so he brought it back. Before saying goodbye, Yunping reminded him to remember that the Emperor's technique isn't something a fool like you can boast about carelessly. At this moment, Xiaoyan still couldn't believe that the person before her was her teacher. With tears in her eyes, she asked, "Though you didn't say it, you are my teacher, aren't you?" The girl with hair color similar to Yunping replied, "To have made you children wait for me for so many years. I'm sorry, Yaner." Hearing Yunping say this, Xiaoyan threw herself into her teacher's arms and cried. The more she was comforted, the louder she cried. At this point, the nine-fingered old lady also spoke to Yunping. "Benefactor, this old lady has something to ask you. Your name is Yunping, so do you know a great man named Yunping? Decades ago, at the Emperor's auspicious banquet, this old lady was fortunate enough to meet that great man once. May I ask about your relationship with that great man?" Hearing her question, Yunping didn't try to avoid it, saying, "I am his daughter. What a coincidence." Then Yunping turned to ask Yaner why she came to the Zither sect. When Yunping asked, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered her purpose for coming here this time. She came to ask the sect leader about the secret realm of Zeylan. Xiaoyan wanted to know where it was. She said that according to what the sect leader said 10 years ago, a new spirit vein suddenly appeared around here. Now it's managed by the immortal capital. It's said that the entrance to the Zeylan secret realm is deep within that spirit vein. With this guidance, Yunping and Xiaoyan set off to search immediately. Yunping knew that this Zeylan secret realm was formed by the Zeylan Spirit Land and the Fallen Spirit Land, two extremes that transformed into a secret realm. It could be said that the entire secret realm was alive. Arriving here, Yana reunited with her sisters. Seeing Xiaoyan appear, Wu Chan always thought there would also be two senior brothers, but that wasn't the case. Yunping informed everyone that Xiaoshang wasn't here. They had to go find him. Knowing this, Wu Chan was quite surprised, because when everyone split up, Xiaoshang had gone with Yaner. At this point, Yaner also told her sisters about the two senior brothers who had gone missing, but someone told her that Xiaoshang was now in the Zeylan secret realm. Summarizing the situation, regarding finding Xiaoshang, Yunping said they must immediately set off for the central area of the immortal capital. Just then, a girl suddenly came running breathlessly, calling, "Miss Pinger, wait for me." Her name was Huang Luo, a disciple of the Brocade sect. The reason she ran here was to ask to go with everyone to the secret realm in the immortal capital's holy wolf domain. This was the residence of Xiaha, the one who had just lost an eye to Yunping. From within the smoke, a mysterious figure wearing a hat gradually appeared. At this point, that person spoke to Xiaha. "This time, not only did you lose an eye, your strength has also decreased significantly." Hearing this, Xiaha irritably told the person, "Stop the nonsense. Did you bring the item or not?" Answering his question, the man in the black hat took out a box and handed it to Xiaha. Seeing the contents inside made him delighted. He laughed loudly and said, "As expected of the Demon Clan's treasure." After handing over the item, that person informed Xiaha of some news. "My people have sent word. The one who made you lose an eye is now on their way to the immortal capital. And the thing in the box just now was an eye." Immediately after, Xiaha took the eye and put it into his own eye socket. Knowing his enemy was about to arrive, Xiaha was very pleased and said, "Perfect timing. Yunping, I shall tear you to pieces." On Yunping's side, They were now on their way. Gu Xing was probably the one riding the chicken, pulling the carriage, carrying everyone. At the back, the space inside the carriage was quite spacious and comfortable. Xiao Wuchan and her sisters were chatting happily with each other. The girl Huang Luo had been looking at Yunping timidly and spoke up to ask, "I want to ask an impolite question. Are you male or female?" He replied, "Are you interested in my gender? I am Lan Si Tai. It's just to deal with some troublesome matters." Troublesome matters. Huang Luo didn't quite understand after hearing this. Seeing this, Wu Chan spoke up to explain, "You can just think of it as his current appearance would be recognized by others, so he's disguised like this. That's all. By the way, you said you were sent by the Qin sect to help us enter the Zeylan secret realm." Huang Luo replied, "That's right, because before I joined the Qin sect, I had some connections in the immortal capital." The carriage was moving smoothly when Gu Xing suddenly braked hard. What was in front of him was very surprising. It was a well, and from inside it, a hand reached out. Then a girl in a white dress with long hair appeared. Not finished, she slowly crawled out. This appearance was clearly meant to scare people, and the most terrified person was Wu Chan. She tightly hugged Yunping's neck, crying out, "The girl crawling out of the well is a ghost." Her appearance made Yunping quite curious too. He told everyone to get down and take a look, but Wu Chan still clung to Yunping, not letting go. So Yunping had to remind her, "I'm not talking about you, little Wu Chan. No matter what, you're a cultivator on the right path, a powerful expert, almost entering sainthood. Can't you show some ability?" In this situation, Wu Chan was helpless. "She is a ghost. I can't help but be afraid." At this point, Ruo Shui approached her. She said, "Excuse me." But before she could ask, the ghost girl had already opened her mouth like a water monster right in Ruo Shui's face. She said, "I hate it so much." The ghost girl was about to continue speaking when Ruo Shui landed a punch that distorted her face. The punch from Ruo Shui was so strong that it sent her flying 8 feet away. This strength of hers even surprised Ruo Shui herself. It was a punch of a saint that even shattered the well from earlier. In this situation, Ruo Shui turned to apologize to Yunping because the opponent was too ugly and she just acted on instinct. Then Yunping said, "She's already gone. That resentful spirit has dissipated." At this moment, Wu Chan panicked again because another one appeared. It was right behind Ruo Shui, looking quite similar to a Jiangshi. Turning to see Ruo Shui without hesitation, it immediately threw a punch at her. The result was the same as with the girl in white earlier. Right after that, at Ruo Shui's feet, several long ropes appeared and clung to her. In this situation, Yunping just stood still observing how Ruo Shui handled it, while Wu Chan was writhing in fear. This time it was a girl in a red dress emerging from the well. Her long hair was tightening around Ruo Shui's limbs more and more. Looking at Ruo Shui, she smiled and asked, Am I beautiful?" And when she opened her mouth, oh my goodness, no beauty to be seen, only something terrifying enough to kill. After struggling in her hair for a while, Ruo Shui broke free from the hair strands. Following the previous ones, she was given a devastating punch by Ruo Shui, sending her flying out of sight. At this point, those ghosts were temporarily gone. Gu Hongzuo wondered why there were so many monsters around lately. Answering Hongzuo's question, Yunping said, "They are all resentful spirits of Xiandu cultivators." After Yunping's answer, Gu Hongzuo had another question. He wanted to know why Xiandu people became resentful spirits, so he said, "It must be due to the influence here. The ultimate spirit beast, its true form, is the essence of fallen realm creatures. If the ultimate spirit beast is killed, its evil side will be released, turning into resentful spirits affecting the surroundings. The reason why the fallen realm creatures of the 21 extremes are called otherworldly peach springs is because any creature in the fallen realm will feel so happy they don't want to leave." Hangzhuo said, "Because the fallen realm will remove all parts except the feeling of happiness from their bodies. That is the evil of living beings. This is also the reason why no one is willing to leave the fallen realm." Recently, Yunping sensed the scent of someone familiar. Yunping reached down and touched the ground beneath his feet. The result made him steady himself. Unexpectedly, the familiar person he sensed was Qi Mengshu. The last time they met, Qi Mengshu was quite distressed. He said someone was trying to kill him, and he only hoped for a chance to see Yunping again. From the signs Yunping saw, he sensed this was not a good sign. Then Yunping told everyone to go ahead and take a look. The area ahead that Yunping mentioned was a dense forest. There was a very large cave in it. Yunping and his disciples were entering it. Just at the entrance, Wu Chan already felt uneasy. It felt like the underworld. Luo Ying was covered in sweat, her whole body trembling. Seeing this, Yunping said, "There's nothing good to appraise in here." He told her she could stay outside. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was very eerie, with many ghostly lights floating around. Seeing these things made Wu Chan so scared she started crying. She asked, "Master, have we stumbled into a ghost cave?" As they went further, Wu Chan curiously pointed ahead, asking, "What is that?" Observing it, Wu Chan felt it looked very much like a damaged tree. Though very large, it had no sign of life. It seemed Yunping knew what this tree was. With a pained expression, he looked at it and said, "You have indeed fallen." And that tree was the embodiment of Qi Mengshu, who looked completely exhausted. In the era of Wu Huang, Gu Qianran died by suicide. He lived for a very long time, truly a very long time. No one could harm him, yet he chose to take his own life. Because of despair towards himself, towards his endless life, and despair from witnessing firsthand the constant loss of important people, he wished he could end this life, a life worth dying, painful yet endlessly long. He couldn't do it, because afterwards he lived again. Even he himself didn't know the reason why, but he was determined to try a different path. His different path was to live the life of Emperor Wenshanlei. He was joyful, he was carefree, he traveled the three great realms, he was himself, but he still disliked immortality. Qi Mengshu was the same. He had known Qi Mengshu for a very, very long time. It's a very long story. But now, it seems the story is coming to an end. Looking at Qi Mengshu, Yunping said, "You are the tree of life, the ancient tree, the one called the ultimate outer edge among the 22 ultimates. You shouldn't fall here." Hearing Yunping's words, Qi Mengshu smiled and mumbled something. Yunping knew it was his enlightenment. Therefore, he could only choose to accept. At this point, Yunping raised a finger towards Qi Mengshu. Then there was an explosion. The entire huge tree body of Qi Mengshu was cut into sections. Yunping personally led him away from there. Gu Hongxia knew that Yunping's action just now was separating Qi Mengshu's roots and core, but he felt it was too late. Brought down by Yunping, Qi Mengshu coughed continuously. Then he said to Yunping, "What's this? Why do you still look like this? Can I still see you looking heartbroken for me?" To his words, Yunping said nothing. He only asked, "Who did this?" Qi Mengshu replied, "That woman. I still couldn't escape. Even though I entered the dream, I still couldn't escape her sword." Knowing this, Yunping, quite angry, clenched his fist and said, "You're not an ultimate. She had no reason to harm you." He said, "That's why I'm dying. Her purpose, from the beginning, wasn't to take the lives of the ultimates. Someone like me is an obstacle outside the plan. I am redundant. You must see that I'm beyond saving, kid. You're heartless, probably won't listen to words of sorrow. Just at this final moment, I have one request." Qi Mengshu looked up at the sky, trying to force a smile, and said, "Finally, I have one request." He sat leaning against the tree trunk, saying very tiredly, "I can probably hold on for one more day. Give me 1 day. Come back here tomorrow. I have enough to give you." Yunping looked at him and replied, "I can stay here and wait for you for a day." Qi Mengshu lowered his head. "Want to be by my side at my final moment? Stop joking. You know as well. I've been longing for death for a long time." His eyes stared blankly into space. "That's right, kid. The boy from back then." He weakly looked at Wu Chan's group behind him and said, "All raised by you so well." He was mid-sentence, truly worthy of, when a fit of coughing came incessantly, forcing him to cover his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Yunping stepped forward to touch him. He was a bit worried. But he indicated he didn't want to talk anymore. Head leaning against the tree trunk, looking up at the sky, eyes closed. "Send the guests away. Let me peacefully dream a beautiful dream alone." Seeing him like this, Yunping's group also got in the car and left, which means we'll make another trip tomorrow to get what Qi Mengshu left for the master. Yanner asked worriedly, "So the master will be okay, right?" Ruche waved her hand and replied. He seemed to have no reaction, calmer than expected. Gu Hongzhuo also said, "The master isn't one to live negatively." He spoke with hidden meaning, "Let alone." Miao Er innocently widened her eyes in confusion and asked, "Let alone what?" Only Ruo Shui understood his meaning, turning to the car door and continuing, "Let alone someone who went looking out of excessive worry. That someone here is Wu Chan." She stood behind him, stammering, "Old scoundrel, enjoying the scenery." He replied without turning back, "It's not like I have anything else to do." He was sitting by the cliff, originally thinking he could enter the Jalan secret realm today. She pressed her lips tightly, listening sadly as he said, "Unexpectedly, that kid Qi Mengshu told me to go tomorrow." She ran to his side, one hand holding her skirt as the wind was quite strong here. He asked with a shameless smile, "Not staying with Ruo Shui and the others, why come find me? Want to experience a world of two with your master." She sat down beside him, her head tilting towards him. Then without hesitation, she leaned her whole body against him, sitting quietly like that. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Feeling that she was comforting him greatly, she asked softly, You're clearly very upset inside, aren't you? Why don't you show it? He calmly replied, I guess I'm used to it. It's just another old friend leaving, that's all. The two just sat like that. He said, for us, compared to death, immortality is the real curse. Living too lucidly is also very tiring. Saying this, he turned to her with a hearty laugh. On the contrary, feeling like a fool isn't so bad. Don't you agree, little Wuchan? She sat up straight, annoyed, and looked at him. I'm not a fool. How would I know what that feels like? They quickly started teasing each other again. He still wouldn't let go of joking with her. Didn't you and Ruo Shui call yourselves the two fools of Yuntian? She yelled in frustration. There's no such thing. Okay. The next day, in the forest where Qi Mengshu lived, Wu Chan looked around, holding his arm tightly. She noticed that all the resentful energy had dissipated. He replied, they relied on Qi Mengshu to survive. Now, of course, they've disappeared. They went to where he was sitting yesterday and found that the person had already vanished. On the ground, there was only a newly sprouted flower, its stem winding, pure white flowers blooming brilliantly under the light. He knelt down beside the plant. Even at the end, he left behind something troublesome like this. He looked at the plant with a slightly satisfied smile. Ru Shui asked curiously, is this Guhang Juo? He replied, a branch of Qi Mengshu. I thought it was a final parting. Didn't expect he'd leave behind a last sign of life. Hearing this, Wu Chan clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed, a glimmer of life. Yun Bing handed the plant to her, dusting off his hands. Little Wu Chan, I'm entrusting this to you. After things settle down, find a place to plant this branch. Just treat it like nurturing a seed. Water it every day. She looked at the plant with wide, curious eyes, her heart full of hope, and asked, will Qi Mengshu grow into a new tree? He smiled and replied, yes, in about 300,000 years. At the fastest, 200,000 years will do. Wu Chan was left speechless upon hearing this. He spoke of 300,000 years as casually as if it were 30 days. The horse-drawn carriage stopped. Inside the carriage, she asked, old scoundrel, are you really okay? He chuckled softly. What could possibly be wrong with me? What do you mean about Qi Mengshu? I was indeed very angry, wishing I could uproot him and give him a beating. He pretended to be really angry, clenching his fist and reproaching. Leaving his brothers behind and going first, he's really not a good sort. The chicken-drawn carriage continued on its way. Suddenly, he remembered something and said in a deep voice, but I suppose I'm not in a position to criticize him. Leaving my precious disciples in this broken world for so many years, that's a serious case of playing hooky. Wu Chan frowned sadly. That period of time, for her, was indeed a hopeless wait. Guhang also seemed to become pensive. The whole carriage fell into an unusual silence. Finally, Yanner spoke up. Like you, master. That person had no choice. Yanner has never blamed you for anything. Yun Bing sighed and replied, actually, all inevitable things are just due to the person's insufficient ability. If my vigilance had been a bit stronger, if I had been able to see through that woman's intentions earlier. Saying this, he leaned back helplessly in his seat, sighed deeply, and reproached himself. I really wasn't a good teacher. Wu Chan thought silently and sadly, why push all the problems onto yourself? One person bearing it all. How strange. Suddenly he looked out the window and exclaimed, oh, looks like we've arrived. They stepped out of the carriage. Before them were layers of green mountains and a blue lake as well. This place was the secret realm of Zeylan. Your two senior brothers, I wonder how they are now. Yun Bing stood on the cliff edge, looking down. Yan Shi looked at the scene before her and said excitedly, the secret realm of Zeylan, the legendary fairyland of Peach Blossom Spring. Wu Chan also seemed to like it, saying, hey, we haven't even entered yet, and I can already feel the happiness. Gu Hongche remained silent. Yun Bing also stroked his chin and said with pleasure, it seems the effect of the secret realm exists even before entering. Ru Shui also widened her eyes in praise. It's really beautiful. But Wu Chan seemed to have a different feeling from everyone else. She folded her arms and looked at Ro Shui in confusion, thinking, the old rogue is one thing, but why does it seem like Ro Shui doesn't feel it either? Puzzled by this thought, she turned to interview the girl. Ahem, a quick interview, Ro Shui. Are you happy? But Ro Shui's answer left her speechless and unable to ask more. Unexpectedly, she replied, my surname is Chang. Wu Chan turned away dejectedly, adding one more sentence. It seems that even becoming a sage can't solve the problem. Ro Shui's mind angrily blurted out, what did you say? Yun Bing folded his arms, looking at the two girls, thinking to himself with a smile. This girl, Ro Shui. He looked at her, evaluating. She has grown stronger than everyone else here. Suddenly, a strong light flashed in the distance. A girl appeared, holding a long sword in her hand, a cigarette in her mouth, looking at them and shouting, Who dares to come here and cause trouble? Don't you know this place is a spirit vein managed by Xiandu? The two girls, Wu Chan and Ruo Shui, startled and huddled together. Only Luo Er poked her head out to look. She happily waved and called out, "Aunt 14." The other girl also turned pale with surprise and asked, "Are you Luo Er?" Luo Er extended her hand towards this girl, smiling and saying, "Let me introduce everyone. This is my 14th aunt, Huang Yixi." Wu Chan looked at the two of them and said, "So this is the relationship Xiandu has here. Yixi. This name seems a bit random." She leaned in to whisper to Luo, "Hey, this place must have a lot of Xiandu's guards, right? How can you be so sure that we'll definitely be able to meet your aunt?" The girl casually replied, "Because all the guards here are my relatives." Hearing her answer, Wu Chan felt even more confused. Yanar then asked Huang Yixi, "Excuse me, Miss Huang Yixi, how many siblings do you have in total?" She folded her arms and answered haughtily, 46 people. After she answered, Yanar fell silent. The girl's other personality whispered in her mind, "See, I told you, people nowadays are all pigs. They really do breed like pigs." After the greetings, Huang Yixi asked bluntly, "So who are you looking for?" Hearing this, the girls huddled together. Rushe said, "He has very long purple hair." Wu Chan added, "His features are very delicate. His legs are white, slender, and very long. In short, he's as beautiful as can be. But he's a man." The description really fits Ziyuetian perfectly. But after hearing this, Huang Yixi fell silent, unable to say anything. Finally, she turned away in frustration and said, "Forget it. I'll let you off because you know Luo Er." She opened a path in space, calling, "You lot, follow me." Yunbing immediately noticed something unusual. He said softly, "In such a hurry." After entering, the scene was completely different from the outside. It was gloomy inside. The sky was fiery red. "This is the Peach Spring." Wu Chan couldn't help but exclaim at the sight, "How is it so different from the outside?" She looked at the volcanoes, the rivers of lava, and said fearfully, "This place is completely like hell." Rushui also didn't like this place. She doubtfully asked, "Did we take a wrong turn?" Yunbing also spoke up, "Little Wu Chan, how do you feel now?" She replied, "I don't feel anything." Then she stuck out her bottom towards him, wiggling and blushing. "Why are you suddenly caring about me?" She covered her face and acted coquettishly, saying loudly, "Could it be that he also likes to make love?" Others turned to look, their faces clearly showing disgust. Her whole body felt strange, eyes sparkling, face flushed, very excited. Strange, she was much more enthusiastic than usual, hands covering her face, her voice more girlish. "It seems like an explosion I haven't felt in a long time." Yunbing's face darkened looking at her, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he didn't hesitate to slap her bottom hard. She was startled, one hand on her chest, the other covering her mouth to stifle a cry, looking even more seductive. She even stuck out her tongue, her body hot, craving something. She seemed to be under the influence of a love potion, directly kneeling on the ground, bottom up, looking back at him. "Teacher, what are you doing?" He looked at her with a dark face. "Did that slap just now feel good?" Her eyes sparkled, clearly showing enjoyment. "What are you saying, teacher?" "It hurts." Her bottom was red, still in that position, shamelessly saying in front of everyone, though it was a bit comfortable. Yunbing laughed and said cheerfully, "The secret realm of Lanze can turn all secondary emotions into joy, like a pervert. Now I'll remove the realm's influence on you all." Hearing this, she realized. Wu Chan quickly shouted to stop him. "Ah, wait." She lay on the ground as he continuously slapped her bottom. She cried in pain, shouting, "It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm dying of pain." Hui Yixi couldn't bear to watch anymore. Turning away, he said, "If you want to find someone in the secret realm, why don't you go look for the official in Huxin City?" He turned back to look at her in surprise. All right, her attitude now was completely different from before. Smiling brightly, she said, "One of the 18 immortal saints of the immortal capital, the heavenly city immortal saint. You've finally arrived after such a long journey. Tomorrow, the city lord will return to Huxin City. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for the city lord's return before seeking an audience." Hui Yixi led everyone into a spacious building. "You can stay here for the night." Luoer asked, "Is it okay to stay here, Auntie?" She clasped her hands behind her back and replied, "Of course, it's not a problem." Ha! Looking at this place and her attitude, they instinctively sensed something wasn't right. Silence, a bit of worry, breaking into a sweat. At night, the city was extremely quiet. Luoer stood by the window looking outside. Wu Chan and Ruoshe lay side by side, sleeping like the dead. Gu Xingzhuo was sleeping while sitting up. Dian Er was also lying down, hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly. But after a while, it seemed the little girl was having a nightmare, her whole body drenched in sweat, crying out, "Senior Brother Zhuang, Be careful. In front of a certain house, someone was pacing back and forth. DNR lay face down on the ground. The little girl sobbed. Senior brother Zhuang. At this moment, senior brother Zhuang was fighting with someone. He wiped the blood from his lips, glaring at him with a growl. Before him was his brother, Zhuang Shengxian. He said with hatred, Zhuang Ra was destroyed. I died, but I came back to life, at the cost of becoming a corpse soul. Zhuang Yuetian looked at him and shouted, what do you want to do after all? He didn't answer. His face showed a wicked expression, letting out a light chuckle. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike towards his brother, simultaneously shouting, Zhuang Yuntian, who do you think caused Zhuang Ra's destruction? Even without your master's intervention, Zhuang Ra was destined for annihilation. He frowned bitterly and said, you think the Zhuang family's coldness was just because you didn't awaken your spirit root? Zhuang Yuetian didn't respond. He used his weapon to deflect the previous attack. Then he also swung his hand to deliver a palm strike at him. What happened back then was Zhuang Ra's fault. They didn't keep their promise. Their destruction was justified. The two stood facing each other. He shouted at him, what exactly are you trying to say? Isn't that the case? His whole body flared with spiritual energy as he coldly replied, this is just one point among many. The more important point is, he grabbed his spear and charged at him, shouting, your very existence is a mistake. She quickly raised her spear to block the attack. He continued shouting, blaming her. Why were you born with a cultivator's fate? Why is your spirit root a late-forming type? The two exchanged blows back and forth. He was mainly on the defensive, fighting while focusing on listening to him speak. Why were you born in the blessed land of the Zhuang family, yet you're a comet? She planted her feet firmly on the ground. Why was the Zhuang family ultimately destroyed? Why was your Yuntian Academy also ruined? He cornered her against the wall, shouting, why do the people around you one after another suffer misfortune? The two spears clashed. You're not actually Zhuang Huaru's biological child. He laughed maliciously, pressing the spear hard to prevent her from moving, cruelly saying, you're just an illegitimate child. If it wasn't for your birth mother's pleas, you would have been thrown off a cliff long ago. Because in this life, you're different from father, children, friends, teachers, disciples, different from all loved ones in this world. Only you are unfortunate. He blamed all sins on her. You're a celestial killer. You're cursed by the great way of heaven and earth. He opened his eyes wide in shock. He roared, Zhuang Yuetian, for someone rejected since childhood like you, this was truly a fatal blow. His hands trembled. Unable to block the attack, he was thrown back. Seeing this, DNR cried out worriedly, Senior brother Zhuang. Zhuang Yuetian was thrown to the ground. He approached him. Without hesitation, he stomped hard on his chest, making him cough up blood. He struggled to open his eyes, weakly protesting, you think I'll believe that? He looked at him challengingly. Then you can try and see. All those who dare to be close to you will eventually face a day of despair. He glanced towards DNR, lowering his voice threateningly. Just like that little junior sister you cherish so much. His words had reached his limit. His hand gripped the other's ankle, angrily shouting, if you dare do anything to DNR, I absolutely won't let you off. He looked at him darkly, smirking. I won't do anything. Your very existence will cause that little girl Lin Dian to lose her life. Not just her. Everyone around you will die because of you. As he left, he said, if you don't believe it, you can try. He laughed maliciously. Watch as you become alone, and when you're most desperate, I'll come to take your life. Before leaving, he added, I'm looking forward to that day, Zhuang Yuetian. The little girl walked away quickly. Dian Shi, wearing her night clothes, hugged herself as she hurried down the hallway. She opened the door to Yunping's room, then crawled under the blanket to lie beside him. He asked her, surprised, Dianer, why did you sneak into your master's room? She looked at him with wide eyes, embarrassed. Master, did Dianer wake you up? He chuckled softly. I wasn't asleep. She asked tremblingly, Master, senior brother, is senior brother Zhuang all right? He calmly reassured her. Little Zhuang will be fine. She hugged him tightly, eyes wet with tears, fearfully. As that person said, senior brother Zhuang is a celestial killer, a lone star. He said senior brother Zhuang must be alone in this life and the next. Even the heavens have cursed senior brother Zhuang. Is he really okay? He stroked her head, asking, who was that person? The girl replied, I think his name was Zi Shengshan. Yunping's face darkened. He asked, is that so? He immediately guessed. The Zhuang family was destroyed. Zhuang Shengshan is dead. It seems to be a demonic illusion. The girl, still uneasy, continued to ask him, Master, was what he said true? He answered optimistically to reassure her. Diener, don't worry. Whether one is a celestial killer or a lone star, it's not determined by heaven. The next morning, everyone gathered at the meeting place. He looked at the disciples and called out, "Let's go. We're setting off for Hushin City." Suddenly noticing someone missing, he looked around and asked, "Hey, where's that little girl Huang Luo?" Gu Hongzhuo replied, "We haven't seen her." Just then, she came running from afar, hands on her knees, panting heavily. She gasped, Sorry. I got lost, so I'm a bit late." Wu Chan innocently asked, "Isn't your room nearby?" Huang Luo blushed and stammered, "I was walking around. On my way back just now, I heard that the Tiancheng sage immortal has returned and is now waiting for us in Central City." Yunping crossed his arms and looked at her, his face pensive as if thinking about something, and said, Let's go then." Now at Hushin City, they had already arrived. An old man came out to greet them, clasping his hands and bowing politely. "The city lord has been waiting for a while. Please come in." He then led Yunping's group inside. In the room, there was a large dragon used for decoration. Golden light shone through the window into the room. But on the golden throne now sat the detestable Zuo Xia. He leaned on his hand, looking at everyone with a disdainful attitude. "Long time no see." Diener was shocked as soon as she saw him. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Zuo Xia, why are you here?" He looked at her with an evil smile and replied, "Why am I here? Of course, it's because you're all here." He looked at the group mockingly. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to become like this now." "No, not exactly. Perhaps you were originally a man." "Yunping, it seems the intelligence was indeed correct. You really have come here." Wu Chan also looked at him in panic, asking, "Where's the Tiancheng sage immortal who should be here?" He chuckled, reaching into a space beside him. "Tian Cheng, in there is the corpse of a man. With his limbs tightly bound, he asked loudly, 'You mean this guy?' He then threw the man's body down in front of Yunping. Diener was stunned and shouted, "You don't even spare your own people." Zuoxia looked up at the group and said, "A fool who couldn't judge the situation, causing a lot of trouble. So he's dead. If he had negotiated with me like that person, he could have not only lived, but also advanced his cultivation further." Yunping looked at him coldly and said, "That person." He opened his other eye. The blood-red eye had a scar running from top to bottom. Tilting his head on the chair, he replied, "That guy from Ma Chao, one of the 4 demon lords of Ma Chao." Both Dian-er and Yunping frowned when they heard him mention the name. Ghost Lord Shang Shengshan. Dian-er turned pale, eyes wide, trembling as she answered, "Shang Shengshan, where is he?" The girl knew that finding him would also mean finding her Shang Yuetian, but he refused to say, resting his hand on his thigh and replied, "Ha ha, you sure have a lot of questions, but I'm too lazy to explain." He chuckled. Anyway, suddenly flames erupted around them, burning fiercely. He stood up, spread his arms, and shouted, "Entering Hushin City means certain death for you all." As he said this, he vanished instantly. A crimson water rose up. The lake absorbs these negative emotions, leaving them for you. Now only Yunping's group remained. Before them, the water surged up. Yunping suddenly widened his eyes, startled. He was in a different space. In front of him was a girl sitting on a tombstone. She was Yequan Chiu, covered in blood, tilting her head to look at him and said, "Tianlei, you once said you loved me, but I'm dead now. It's all your fault." He frowned, looking at the surroundings. This place is. So that's it. He had figured it out. This lake pulls people into their most painful illusions. Now Wu Chan was also in a different illusion. Before her were her former fellow disciples. She returned to the exact day when they tried to take her life. Ru Shui was the same, surrounded by a group of female ghosts. In front of Gu Hongzhuo was his evil demon, little sister. As for Diener, the little girl looked around, wondering, where is this? The gate suddenly opened slightly. She recognized it as the Xiang Mansion. Looking at the nameplate in front of the gate, she anxiously entered the house, whispering as she walked, "Master, junior sister Wu Chan, senior brother Gu, where has everyone gone?" She went deeper and deeper. Suddenly, she saw in a nearby corner a group of children bullying and beating another child. They laughed with delight. "Ha ha ha! Beat him to death! Ha ha! Hit him!" Diener approached and saw that the child was a young Shang Tian. A boy kicked him, saying, "Why don't you speak, you useless thing?" Ha ha ha! They beat him up, all of them ganging up on him. Diener rushed over, shouting, "Senior brother Xiang." A streak of blood splattered, and her illusion shattered. She paused, the surroundings changing to a different scene. She ran over again, calling, "Senior brother Xiang." He lay on the bed, his body bandaged. His mother and father were beside him. She said, "It's just superficial wounds, not affecting the core." He coldly replied, "What? Huh, heartbroken." The old man frowned, glancing behind. "You know his birth was a mistake to begin with. Back then, Shunra, to suppress our clan as we were about to ascend to the celestial level, spared no no effort in sacrificing thousands, using resentment to form a heaven-punishing curse. The old man looked at him and said, "This freak is destined to bring destruction to the Xiang family. It's better to eliminate him early. Such a good spirit core. It would be a waste to just kill him outright. Why not use him as fertilizer for Xian? His parents coldly and mercilessly said, "His cultivation is too weak right now. Wait until his cultivation is a bit higher. Then he can be used as a catalyst to improve Xian'er's quality. Wait a few more years." This scene reminded her of when he was beaten by Shang Shengshan. He stepped on his chest, cursing viciously, "Everyone will die because of you." This scene shattered once again. Xiang Yetian suddenly appeared before the little girl. He smiled gently at her. "DNR, it's been a long time. This is the final level of the Spirit Falling Land. You must have endured a lot to find your way here." DNR looked at him, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Senior brother Xiang." The little girl touched his hand. "Come home with me." But he decisively withdrew his hand, turned away abruptly, firmly replying, "I'm not going back." He turned to look at the little girl, his face concealing an indescribable sadness. "The beautiful days with everyone, with the master, that's enough." DNR's hands clenched, trembling as she questioned him. "Why? Just because of this?" She stood behind him, speaking firmly. "Just because you have a dark past, you think you should live in darkness. Just because you were born from a curse, you think your existence is a mistake." The little girl tried to hold back her sobs. "What about DNR?" Tears soaking her face, she shouted. "DNR is the incarnation of 3 drops of Demon Slayer's blood, hundreds of times darker than your damned curse. Even DNR can live well with everyone in the academy. Are you not even as good as a little girl?" Hearing her words, Xiang Yuetian's whole body trembled. He still stubbornly replied, "It's different for me. I'll implicate those around me." Not letting him finish, the little girl shouted, "Don't impose your thoughts on others, thinking you're right and just leaving, without even asking how the person involved feels. To avoid implicating us, this is just you satisfying yourself." The little girl closed her eyes tightly, trying to shout to make him understand. "Zietian, admit it. You're greedy, with deep desires, cowardly, vain, and competitive at heart, yet refuse to admit it and pretend to be a hypocrite do-gooder." He stood silently, finally turning to look at the little girl. "So being like this, there's no point in me returning." DNR ran to his side. "No." The little girl hugged him tightly, resting her head on his back, softly saying, "That's exactly why you're DNR's second senior brother, why you're an indispensable part of the Yuntian Academy." Xiang Yuetian's eyes widened in surprise. Blushing, DNR said sadly, "Humans are the ugliest race in this world. Not just you, all humans are like this. Symbols of greed, fools without brains, fools without emotions, dwarfs pretending to be crazy or stupid, big guys with dark hearts, lazy loners, weaklings who can't face life and death. Everyone in the academy has their own different flaws. No one is perfect." She hugged him tightly, "Including you, the hypocritical cross-dressing man. But although you're greedy with strong desires, you've never stolen or robbed. Though you're cowardly and afraid, in the competition among 10,000 sects, you've never backed down. Though you're competitive and refuse to admit it, you still guide junior brothers and sisters without holding back. Though you're very hypocritical towards everyone at Yuntian Academy, you're sincere. That's right, although there are many flaws, everyone has their good side." Xiang Yuetian was moved, tears streaming down his face, too touched to speak. The little girl let go of him. "In our demon clan, humans do seem ugly and foolish, but some people can face their innate weakness and fear head-on. Relying on their own courage, they create unimaginable miracles. That's why humans become great." The girl changed her expression, taking out a knife. "But now you're hiding here, running away, trampling on your humanity. I'm very disappointed in you." The little girl handed him the knife. "Kill yourself." She bluntly gave him the knife, saying decisively, "If you truly believe that your existence means nothing to DNR, then just kill yourself." Xiang Yuetian took the knife, kneeling on the ground. The little girl stood watching him, because like this, you're not even human anymore. He put the knife to his throat, softly replying, "Let's end it like this. I was born in darkness. I shouldn't have lived on. But why? Are the final memories in my mind so warm?" In these last moments, what appeared before his eyes were the happy scenes at Yuntian. He dropped the knife. Ugly humans must use courage to overcome. Is this the miracle? Xiang Yuetian stood up, reaching out to DNR. "So you have that courage, right? To bear with a cursed person like me." Finally, he was happy again. DNR also wiped her tears, smiling brightly. "Don't underestimate us." "Huh, it's just a curse." The little girl reached out her hand again. "Now let's go home." But before their hands could touch, suddenly, the little girl was struck by someone. With a thud, fresh blood spurting from her mouth. Blood splattered onto Xiang Yetian's face. The one who stabbed DNR was Huang Luo, who smiled triumphantly. "Just a curse, you say?" Looking at DNR Dianer's body lying on the ground, she swung the spear in her hand. The so-called curse is every second, every minute by your side. Xiang Yuetian tremblingly embraced Dianer. The woman standing before him continued, when your fellow disciple comes, I'll kill your junior. When your friend comes, I'll kill your good friend. His eyes widened in fear, trembling helplessly. Huang Luo threatened with her staff. When your lover comes, I'll kill your partner. She morphed her face to look exactly like his senior brother, smiling maliciously, finally leaving you alone to suffer eternally. This is the true heavenly colored lone star. Xiang Yuetian was driven to the brink of madness. He screamed, it's you, Xiang Shengxian. I must kill you. He showed no fear, standing there threatening him. Kill me. This is just a puppet I control. Do you know where my true self is now? He raised his spear, endlessly causing the death of those around you. This is your fate. He laughed triumphantly, his eyes exuding cruelty, shouting, no one can save you. But a voice rang out, cutting through everything. All right, cut. It was Yun Ping. He held a megaphone, wearing sunglasses, looking like a real director, saying, everyone's performance was excellent, especially Dian Air. Your injury performance was very realistic. The little girl immediately sat up, spitting out the fake blood from her mouth, looking very pleased. Hey, good thing I prepared tomato juice. Huang Luo's face turned dark. She turned to look at him and asked in confusion, what's going on? Aren't you supposed to? Wu Chan and several others also appeared. She continued, be trapped in the illusion. Wu Chan scratched her head, putting on an innocent face. It would be really scary if we didn't know beforehand. Who knew the depths of the spirit realm would be like this? Ruche also said, we had long suspected something was off about you. Yunping smiled lightly, triumphantly, and finished, exposing him. The general and demon lord Xiang Shengxian, knowing he was exposed, he smirked. Ha ha ha, checkmate indeed. His face darkened. Clenching his fist, he asked suspiciously, since when? Yunping scoffed. Spreading his arms, he answered, actually, since you appeared, I detected the aura of the demon tide in your body. What you used on Huang Luo was a hint. Otherwise, even if Huang Luo obeyed the Qin sect's orders to help us, she shouldn't have risked joining a group she barely knew to explore the secret realm of Jielan. He frowned, his attitude changing, showing anger. Moreover, she had only recently joined the Qin sect, not to the point of risking her life like this. Xiang Shan, since you became an evil spirit, you've always held a grudge against our little Xiang. You've always been hiding near little Xiang and Dian Air, observing their every move. His face turned pale hearing this, gritting his teeth, unable to say a word. He continued, it wasn't until we killed the Demon King's beloved disciple and the demon slaying order was sent to the three great realms that you knew your chance had come. Remembering his fight with Ziyue Tian, he knew that he had placed the fate of the heavenly killing lone star on it first, then exploited the relationship between little Xiang and Dian to make little Xiang leave the mortal world and enter the secret realm of Jielan. Yue Tian's eyes widened as he listened, then lured Dian to search for little Xiang in the secret realm of Jielan. Based on your years of observation, you knew Dian had nowhere else to go in the extreme heaven realm. Recalling Dian crying while running to find Yue Tian, he said, not knowing where the secret realm of Jielan was, she could only go to the Qin sect. So you set up a trap at the Qin sect beforehand. Step by step, his every move was in the palm of your hand. You were as if somewhere, observing everything. Zuoxia almost ruined your plan. After all, if he had really destroyed the Qin sect, Dian might not have been safe, nor would she necessarily have known the location of the secret realm of Jielan. So when we went out to resolve the crisis, you had negotiated with Zuoxia for him to wait in Huxin City on your behalf. You even gave him an Eye of Apocalypse, quite a hefty price to pay. You even deliberately lured Dian to quickly reach the deepest part, wanting little Xiang to witness Dian death with his own eyes. He angrily looked at Xiang Shengxian, stating this bastard's ultimate goal. You wanted him to become a demon. As he finished speaking, the other arrogantly applauded. He chuckled and replied, as expected of you. That's right, I admit I've been checkmated. His eyes became sharp, staring at him with furrowed brows. However, as he spoke, he swiftly launched an attack towards him, shouting, it's just a check, not checkmate. He calmly raised his hand, instantly creating a barrier, blocking his attack. Suddenly, the shadow behind his back cracked. Then the space around everyone shattered. Xiang Yuetian looked around bewildered, the fragments like shards of glass falling and cutting his skin. Everyone seemed to be floating in midair. He turned and saw Dian falling freely beside him. The girl called out, brother, senior brother, then grabbed his wrist tightly. Xiang Yuetian also looked at her and shouted, Dian The two embraced each other as they fell freely through the air. A red light flashed, then burst into flames. The lake water turned bright red. The surrounding space shattered, streams of water falling down. Lake water fell onto Shang Yutian. He sat on the ground, raised his hand to his forehead, looking up at the sky, calmly saying, "Are we back? I've finally escaped." Dianer touched his hand. The girl cried with joy, smiling as she said to him, "Welcome back, senior brother Xiang." Wu Chan also ran over to them and asked, "Are you all right, senior brother?" He sheepishly replied, "I'm fine, sorry. Thank you, everyone." The man standing behind, seeing this scene, sneered, "What a beautiful reunion of senior and junior disciples." They immediately turned to look at him. Around them now were many people from this place. They were surrounded. Zuoxia laughed wickedly. "You've come out." Wu Chan put her hands on her hips and angrily looked at him. "That's right. Sorry about that. Must be disappointing for you." He reached into his spatial storage. Ah, not to that extent of disappointment. He took out the City Lord's corpse, framing Yunbing and his group. "But you should explain something. Why did the City Lord die here? In front of these people, clearly they've become the villains now." Wu Chan angrily shouted, "When we entered, this Tiancheng saint was already dead. It's clearly you who killed him." Yunbing silently looked at him. He knew. "So this is the game you want to play." The red-haired man standing beside held an umbrella for Zuoxia. He also chimed in. "According to you, are you saying Zuoxia the Holy Immortal killed our City Lord?" Zuoxia laughed smugly. "Ha ha ha! On Tiancheng Holy Immortal's body, there's still demonic energy that hasn't dissipated. I am the head Holy Immortal of the Celestial Capital. How could I collude with demonic energy?" Rushui couldn't bear it anymore, pointing straight at his face. "Isn't your left eye the apocalypse eye of the demon tide?" Wu Chan also frowned, staring at him. "That's right," but he seemed very calm, having prepared for this beforehand. He pretended to be wronged and said, "This golden glorious celestial tiger king eye of mine was lost long ago for someone's sake. You still want to falsely accuse this poor poison dragon eye." He looked at Dianer standing next to Yue Tian. "Moreover, that little girl over there seems to be from the demon race." At this moment, Shang Shengxian in Huang Luo's body also shouted, "It was them. They did it." He pretended to be aggrieved, pointing at Yunbing's group, and shouted, "I helped them all the way. They almost killed me too. They're all demons and monsters. Killing the City Lord, and this lake must also be their doing." Dian silently frowned without saying anything, waiting to see how far he would take this act. He started wailing and crying, eyes wide open, fists clenched. They sincerely wanted to find the Celestial Capital. "You're causing trouble." The brainwashed Celestial Capital crowd glared at Yunbing's group. Everyone was full of killing intent. The crowd was increasingly losing their reason. Zuoxia shouted, "Surround them. Absolutely don't let them escape alive." The crowd immediately charged forward with swords, swarming like ants. The scene before them was chaotic. They were surrounded by this crowd. Zuoxia crossed his arms, shouting with a smug smile, "First, you plotted against our celestial capital's holy immortal, then invaded the secret realm of Zeylan and destroyed our celestial capital's Lake Heart City. Looks like you want to oppose the celestial capital." Yunbing's group stood calmly, showing no fear. Wu Chan frowned and said, "Tiancheng's death was clearly your doing, yet you frame us." But at this point, no one would listen to her anymore. Zuoxia raised a talisman straight up. The talisman emitted a bright light. He shouted, "You dare to quibble? Celestial Capital Cultivators, talisman sacrifice." He looked up at the talisman and yelled, "Descend." Immediately, countless soul knights appeared floating in the air. Shang Yetian looked up, saying worriedly, 1,300, 4-5 immortals, all above the tribulation realm. You really think too highly of us." Shang Shengshan shouted, "Demon Suppression Guard, arrive. Avenge Holy Immortal Tiancheng." Immediately, they all shouted in unison, "Demon Suppression Guard, arrive. Avenge the Holy Immortal." The crowd rushed forward, swords in hand, shouting loudly, "Demon Suppression Guard, arrive. Demon Suppression Guard, arrive." Extremely noisy, more shouting than fighting. "Demon Suppression Guard, arrive. Demon Suppression Guard, arrive. Demon Suppression Guard, arrive." Yunbing coldly said, "You say." His face darkened, his whole demeanor changed. "I am a demon." Zuoxia saw this and mocked even more. "Is that all? You don't want to admit it." He wasn't angry at all and smiled gently. "No, I am indeed a demon." They seemed to have been waiting for this. Immediately shouting, he admitted it. "Punish the demon prisoner." He looked straight at Zuoxia. "Do you know what a demon is?" He wasn't afraid of death, unaware that hell was approaching, frowned and said, "It's just killing people and drinking blood, stealing people's souls. Evil cultivators use it to increase their cultivation." Dark shadows began to emanate from him. "No, that's not a true demon." The dark streams spread further. "A demon's nature is inherently contrary, not against heaven, but against self." The surrounding scene gradually turned into hell. Demons see suffering as pleasure. Demons see the bitter as sweet. Demons see humans as earth. Demons see the great Tao as leaves. Zuoxia began to feel afraid. He shouted, "What are you saying?" He felt something was wrong. Yunbing's entire body was black with dark energy. Red streams of energy also emanated from him. His voice echoed, "What is a true demon like?" His eyes glowed red, his face cold. "Do you want to see?" Zuoxia was so scared just looking that he fell to his knees. His whole body trembled as he begged the crowd, "Quickly kill him! Kill him!" His eyes widened, terrified by his power, gathering all his courage to shout, "Celestial generals, heed my command. Capture this rebellious demon." The blue soul clusters immediately rushed to slay the demon. They shot towards him like arrows. Yunbing calmly raised his hand. A red sword appeared. He grabbed the sword, his body full of killing intent. "Today, someone will definitely die under this blood-killing sword." The sword swung. Each blue soul was slain. They fell one by one. Shihai watched trembling, wondering, how is this possible? His eyes widened in fear. 1 through 300, 4 or 5 immortals. Each of his sword strikes annihilated countless immortals effortlessly. Hundreds were blown away at once. Everyone present was shaking uncontrollably. Even Wu Tian's group watched wide-eyed, cautiously observing his slaughter. He stood before Zuoxia and asked, "What has your end of epoch eye seen?" In his eyes now, he was no different from an evil spirit, the king of ghosts. He was drenched in sweat, stammering, "Evil demon, you are an evil demon." A small-time demon like him dared to claim he was harming people. Now seeing a real evil demon, he knew fear. Yunbing laughed lightly, mocking him. "Oh, open your eyes and look carefully." Shihi's end of epoch eye bled, he asked in shock. You are." Before he could react, he was killed by a single sword strike from him. Then his flesh immediately disintegrated. The crowd watched in astonishment. Shang Shengshen, hiding among the crowd, gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at him and said, "You're next." He called out his name, Huang Luo, no demon-tied ghost lord. Where Shang Shengshen was now, a large bolt of lightning struck outside. He sat inside, startled and jolted upright, extremely frightened. He was here but still heard his voice saying, "Shengshan." Huang Luo backed away saying, "You want to kill me." His face was drenched in sweat, forcing a smile, his voice trembling. "Even if you can destroy the body, crush the soul, what you kill is just a disciple of the Qin sect named Huang Luo, not me." Hearing him boast like this, he just sneered. "Is that so?" The sword in his hand suddenly vanished. Seeing this, the man unconsciously sighed, feeling less afraid. He's withdrawn his hand. But before he could catch his breath, his whole body suddenly felt strange. Both he in Huang Luo's body and he in his own body felt excruciating pain. His body broke out in sweat, his face turning purple. Even at death, he wondered, how is this possible? A bolt of lightning struck from the blood-red sky. The eye on Yunbing's holy sword opened. Seeing this, he said fearfully, "This is the demonic blood-killing sword." Indeed, the sword didn't disappear, but it had just gone to where Shang Shengshan's true body was. The sword plunged straight down from the sky. He gaped, screaming in fear, "Help, Demon Lord, save me." He coldly looked at him. "If I want to kill you, who dares stop me?" Truly domineering, one of a kind in the world. Shang Shengshan only managed to scream, "No." Then he died on the spot. Not even a corpse remained. He died, but Huang Luo's body was preserved. The little girl immediately fainted. Then she remembered nothing, slowly opening her eyes. What happened just now? Yanxi outside appeared calm as the demon personality inside the little girl spoke. "Little demon, that Shang Shengshan is dead." The demon personality in her was also shocked, wondering, how on earth did he do it? "I don't know either." She looked at the demonic aura on him, gradually disappearing. "I can only sense a kind of fear. Even a demon like you has to be so afraid of him." Having dealt with everything, Yunbing gradually returned to normal and said, "Considering you were just following orders, I won't kill you today." He looked at the group and said, "Go tell the master of Xiandu, Yuntian Academy has arrived." The whole group gaped in horror as they heard him speak. The scene became silent. Finally, everyone left the secret realm. Ziyuetian knelt on the ground, his buttocks high in the air, head buried in the ground, stammering, "I'm sorry, master. DNR, junior sister Wu Chan, junior sister Ruo Shui, and Lao Si." He apologized with deep remorse. "Because of my selfishness, so many things happened. Really." He kept kneeling and apologizing. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, Fen Bing said seriously, "That's not right." Xiang Yuetian was startled to hear this, thinking something very serious had happened. Unexpectedly, he said, "If apologizing, you should expose your chest." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chan rushed up and punched him, twisting his face. After correcting the teacher, she smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize for such small matters." Ruche also replied, "That's right. It's not as big as not flushing the toilet." Diener also laughed cheerfully and said, "Compensate Diener with 100 years of braised meat, and I'll forgive you." He was moved to tears. Everyone looked at the extreme heaven one red scene before them. Wu Chan curiously asked, "So why did you want us to come here?" He smiled and replied, replied, "Do I need to say it? Of course, it's to rebuild our Yunqian Academy." The group exclaimed in surprise. Rebuild the academy. Looking at the map, to the right of Extreme Heaven 1 Red is Xiandu. To the left of Extreme Heaven 1 Red is the Demon Tide. Sandwiched between Xiandu and the Demon Tide, it can be said to be the most unsafe place in the 3 great heavenly realms. Dianair asked worriedly, "Master, is it okay to build in such a dangerous place?" Guxing also said similarly, "Aren't there enemies on both sides?" Yunbing put his hands on his hips, looking at this place and replied, "No choice. This is the cheapest spot." Wu Chan asked, "Cheap in what way?" He looked at her with a slight smile, answering, "Of course, it's convenient for the Demon Tide and Xiandu to find us." The students were speechless hearing this. No help for it. Who told them to have a master who stands at the top of the world? He continued, "But if we want to rebuild the academy, we must start from the foundation." He looked at her and said, "Little Wu Chan, this foundation is in your hands." She widened her eyes in surprise, not understanding. "Huh," he smiled. "Call it out," Xiang Yuetian asked with round eyes. As soon as Yunbing finished speaking, the tree formed by the 7 dream trees after their death flew out from Wu Chan's body. The tree flew up and flashed, instantly transforming into a huge ancient tree. The branches quickly grew very fast, stretching out more and more large branches, wrapping around a piece of land in the air. Yunbing looked at this scene with delight, announcing, "Starting from now," he was extremely excited, "we begin to rebuild the Yuntian Academy on the grave of the 7 dream trees. The huge tree winding on this island is where they will revive Yuntian." Wu Chan stuck her buttocks up in the air, her short skirt revealing places that should be covered. Why was she breathless, panting, her whole body covered in sweat, resentfully complaining, "I'm being forced to do this kind of thing." She opened her eyes wide, trying her best. Now wearing a safety helmet on her head, "Why do we have to carry real bricks in another world? Isn't there a spell to build the academy instantly? It's too much. Transmigrating to become a construction worker." Seeing this, Xiang Yutian, holding a hammer, looked at her and replied, "Building it up brick by brick with our own hands fits the definition of a home. That's what the master said earlier." Everyone was working enthusiastically, each doing their part. Dianair came running with a lollipop. "Isn't this actually quite good?" It was clear the little girl wasn't doing any work. "That doesn't seem good at all. Building the academy with our own hands gives it a special feeling." Wu Chan asked irritably, "Why doesn't senior sister Dianair have to work?" Xiang Yuetian smiled apologetically. "Probably because she's a child." Wu Chan sat on a tree branch looking down. "Come to think of it, I wonder how the others are doing." Guxing, covered in cement, replied, "About that, I asked the master earlier." He stopped in front of a cement bag and said, "Although the master's divine sense hasn't fully recovered, he can at least confirm that they're all safe." He lifted a large cement bag and continued, "Senior brother and junior sister Xing Shen are in Kuntian realm. Third senior brother is in Huangtian realm with junior sister Gui." Ruche asked curiously, "So which side are we going to next?" As they were standing there chatting happily, suddenly there was a rumble in the sky. The girls startled and asked, "Thunder in the early morning." Several lines of text appeared in the clear sky. Wu Chan looked up and read, "Yuntian Academy killed Xian Shengxian, destroyed the secret realm of Zeylan. 5 heavenly sins, crimes against heaven." Xiang Yuetian continued reading, "Inside are evil spirits and vicious gods. Now, in the name of Xian Du Di Xian, we summon righteous cultivators of the world." Huge characters appeared in the sky. "Destroy Yuntian, uphold our righteous path." Wu Chan looked at it speechlessly and said, "Demon King's kill order plus Emperor Immortal's kill order. Our academy has become the enemy of the world. We've just returned and caused so much trouble." Ruche seemed quite excited. Thrilling. Yunping pulled down his glasses to look at the text, exclaiming. He was lying down relaxing and said with amusement, "This is going to be fun." One day earlier in the demon realm, a woman's figure appeared. She was Ye Quan Chu. She stood there with arms spread, saying, "His sword, you've seen it too. Terrifying, isn't it? That sword has 2 extreme points of Shangkong Juilei." She raised her hand to catch the blue light droplets floating in the air. "I still remember his demonic rampage, drinking Buddha's blood, gnawing immortal's flesh." She chuckled. "One sword almost split the western heaven. One step almost shattered the heavenly way. Truly terrifying." She looked up with a satisfied smile. "But seeing me killed, his will would disappear. The sword that could kill all living beings only stopped before me." Her face flushed with joy. That feeling was truly wonderful. Being someone's exception is really delightful. Behind her appeared the figure of a man. He approached, saying, "He killed my disciples. The whole team, the entire demon army, and several demon lords." Ye Quan Chu coldly replied, "So what?" She turned and glared at him. "I suggest you fly back to your proper position. You're just a rather lucky person born to respond to fate." But he frowned and replied, "The guy in the immortal capital is the same. She turned her foot. They're all the same. You're all just experimental subjects, nothing more. She turned to leave, but he continued speaking. It seems the true realm isn't really far away, nor unreachable. She chuckled softly, but only he is special, in other words. Ha ha ha, only a few people remain at the two extreme points. At this moment, in the desolate heavenly region, North Ice Palace, huge monsters were flying densely in the sky. The two-toned hair girl shouted, "Everyone, join forces and hold on." These monsters were unharmed, continuing to fly in and attack. A blade slashed across its face. It was Luo Gui and Jiang Shaoguang. Both of them fought with their swords in unison. Monsters gradually fell under their hands. Now inside the North Ice Palace, the beautiful sect leader sat inside, heartbroken, asking herself, "How much longer do I need to hide?" She stacked tiles one by one. After finishing, Wu Chan turned and asked, "To the desolate heavenly region." Yun Ping replied, "That's right." He stood looking at the young students, assigning tasks. Go to the desolate heavenly region to find your two senior brothers and Luo Gui. Xiao Xiang, Ruo Shui, Dian Er, and the two good kids will stay behind to continue building the house. The whole island echoed with the students' shouts. Dian Er looked at him with sparkling round eyes. "Teacher, Dian Er misses third senior brother and junior sister Luo Gui very much. Let Dian Er go with you too." He patted her head, comforting her. "Dian Er, stay here and supervise them for me. You can't go on this trip to the desolate heavenly region. Understand?" Seeing his refusal, she had to obediently comply. "All right, then Dian Er will be good and listen," he replied with satisfaction. "Good. This is the good Dian Er that your teacher knows." Wu Chan also quickly finished her preparations. She ran over to him and called out, "I'm ready." Yun Ping was startled and turned to look at her, replying, "Dad, you're really quick." The students all turned to look at the two of them. He looked at her smiling and said, "What's up? Are you that happy to go with teacher to the desolate heavenly region?" Of course she was overjoyed, smiling happily as she replied, "Aye, hehe, no need to carry bricks anymore. Of course I'm happy." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruo Shui immediately turned to look. This time, that girl wasn't allowed to go. Gu Hongzuo looked at him sympathetically and asked, "Teacher, is this really not a problem?" He smiled confidently and replied, "It's fine. This place is the tomb of the 7 dream trees. Unless the two self-proclaimed true immortal emperors take action, no one can shake this old man's base. If we're talking about the difficulty of tomb raiding, this guy can definitely be considered top tier." Meanwhile, Wu Chan was unknowingly teasing Ruo Shui. She stuck out her tongue playfully. "No need to carry bricks anymore," the smile of a victor. Hearing what he said, she held Ruo Shui's head with one hand and turned back to ask, "Why do I feel like teacher isn't praising him?" He had no choice but to reply, "In general, there shouldn't be any major issues. If there really is a problem, your teacher will quickly return." He looked up at the sky very confidently and said seriously, "Be it the Immortal Emperor's kill order or the Demon King's kill order, as long as your teacher is here, the Yuntian Academy will absolutely not fall." After speaking, he snapped his fingers. A spot of light appeared in the space. The mysterious door girl appeared again, still as hot and beautiful as ever. She looked at him and said, "Long time no see. The teleportation gate is open." He raised 2 fingers, preparing to depart. "Then little Wu Chan and Hong Zi will come with your teacher. The rest of you stay here and cultivate." With that, all 3 of them disappeared. Xiang Yuetian looked in the direction they left, suddenly became serious. He softly called out, "Luogi and Old 3. Dian Er then asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong? Are you a bit confused?" "It's nothing. I'm just thinking. After so many years, I wonder if Old 3 and Luo Gui have been in contact for a long time." His face turned red, stammering, clearly implying something ambiguous. Then Moshe coughed a bit. "Any flowers or something?" The people below also looked up at him. The space suddenly became strangely silent. Seeing everyone looking at him, he suddenly felt awkward. You don't need to think about it so seriously. I'm just guessing randomly." Ruche also laughed and replied, "Ah, ha ha, that's right. There probably isn't anything like that." Dian Er also laughed and said, "Although many years have passed, it probably hasn't gone that far. Ah ha ha!" But in her heart, she was extremely curious. Suddenly, she really wanted to know if the two of them had developed any feelings for each other. Rushui was sweating as she thought, after so many years, surely they haven't. Even had a child, right? If there is one, what's its name? How should I address that child? Actually, everyone knew in their hearts, they were all adults after all. Fire close to straw will eventually catch. Xiang Yuetian, the first to mention this matter, was also sweating profusely. While working, he thought, although I'm just guessing, now I also want to know how far they've developed. Is there a scene of dry wood catching fire? Our academy doesn't oppose self-sufficiency. Even the 2 newcomers were curious, suddenly wanting to sneak to the desolate heavenly region to see Uncle Jiang and them. Oh my. Wait, if they have a child, wouldn't its status be higher than ours? Now everyone at home had the same thought. Ah, don't want to build houses, want to go to the desolate heavenly region. A monster opened its mouth wide. Inside its mouth was a purple power orb. Without hesitation, it spat it at a nearby creature. This place was the extreme eastern snow plains. The two monsters kept fighting back and forth. The one with red horns said, "Ugh, you can't take away the Juehei Shui Emperor Ice." It raised its claws and beckoned. The other one laughed mockingly. "Ah, you didn't choose that great lord yourself, don't blame me." Then it spoke directly and flew away. The red-clawed, red-horned one left behind was extremely angry. It stomped hard on the ground. On the other side, Yunping also unconsciously stopped. He turned back to look, feeling a premonition. He frowned, a bit worried. Something's happened. At Heishui Yuan, Heishui said to you, "It's probably the best medicine in the world for you. You go in and cultivate first." Yunping lifted it up with one hand. Without hesitation, threw it straight into the lake. It poked its head out and looked at him saying, "If it were before, that would be true." It felt a bit heartbroken, but not anymore. My brother Huai-an, under the orders of the extreme ruler, stole 2 pieces of the extreme He Shui Emperor Ice. It anxiously said, "I'm afraid my injuries can't be healed." He looked at it and said, "Then I'll just reclaim the He Yuan Emperor Ice." This dragon knew the situation well. It said to him, "You might be able to handle Ye Quan Shou alone, but what if those 2 old ancestors go with him? Perhaps you have the skill not to be at a disadvantage, but you can't guarantee you can reclaim the Emperor Ice." He frowned and replied, "Then I can't just watch you slowly rot and die. I can't be that easygoing. The He Shui accumulated over long years, enough for me to live another 1,000 or 10,000 years." He angrily shouted. By then, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Don't think I'm useless. You know better than anyone, at most half a year. If the He Yuan Emperor Ice doesn't return to He Shui Yuan within half a year, you will certainly die." The dragon calmly replied, "Old Yun, you can't kill her. When you fought with that woman, you must have noticed something. Ye Quan Shou's true identity is the 3rd primal ancestor." His face showed a troubled expression. "Ye Quan Shou is dead." The dragon looked at him. It asked softly, "Old Yun, would a primal ancestor really die so easily?" Yun Bing clenched his fist. Wuchan looked at him. She suddenly felt worried. She looked at him, thinking to herself, "Old rascal, meeting again after 35 years apart." Speaking of that woman, she was truly a bit scared. He opened his eyes, frowned and replied, "Then why did she have to take the He Yuan Emperor Ice? Even if it's 2 extreme points, it's just a product of the Kunzhuan primal ancestor. If she really is a primal ancestor, why would she need extreme points that are meaningless to her?" Everyone fell silent. He continued, "Moreover, Ye Quan Shou seems to be hunting the 2 extreme points, but hasn't transmitted any information about missing extreme points. It seems they were only captured by Ye Quan Shou and then imprisoned. Yet regarding this matter, Kun Xuan, who created the 2 extreme points, had no reaction at all and even gave her the key to the void." He moved closer to the dragon. "Does all of this make sense? What is her purpose?" The dragon replied, "She's after eternal life." He asked in surprise, "Eternal life?" Guhang, also surprised, said, "As primal ancestors have no concept of death, why would they pursue eternal life?" The dragon didn't understand why either. It frankly said, "I don't know. Perhaps only by going to that well can we find the answer." Wu Chen curiously asked, "What well is that?" "At Jueying. The Yantian Mirror exists on the mountain peak of Luotian Mountain in the extreme east of Snow Plain. It appears once every 1,000 years and can reflect the future of those who are looked at in the well from top to bottom. It's a way to clarify Yantian calculations." The dragon's voice echoed, "Old Yun, perhaps only there can you find answers to your questions." He touched his forehead, thinking. Suddenly he turned to look at Wu Chan. She asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" He silently frowned, very seriously. "We're setting off for Yantian Mirror." She looked at him silently, confused. Suddenly, something happened. He quickly looked ahead and immediately stood beside Wu Chan. Gu Hongzuo also noticed. He immediately raised his guard. This dragon had also sensed something. Wu Chan nervously held onto Yun Bing's arm. She asked worriedly, "Illusory rogue, what's wrong?" He answered seriously, "Someone's coming." A figure gradually appeared before their eyes. She peeked out to look and asked nervously, "Could it be Ye Quan Shou?" The person's footsteps grew closer. He lifted his hood and greeted cheerfully. "Oh, everyone's here," Wu Chan exclaimed excitedly. "Senior brother Pigeon Star. Finally, we meet." Jiang Shaoguang. He told everyone what happened. That's how it is. He folded his arms and said, "Now the North Ice Palace is under attack by the Black Dragon. Luogui and others are working together to resist, but it's still quite difficult. So I came here to try and find the Black Dragon King." Yun Bing looked at him and replied, "North Ice Palace. It seems this extreme snow and ice bank has also caught Ye Quan Shu's eye." The dragon looked at Shaoguang and said, "This matter is, After all, due to my brother's evil deeds, I must help you. It opened its eyes wide. Then it transferred to Zhang Shaoguang a great power. Now you're at the peak of Dongshu. Receiving this inheritance can help you reach sainthood. He was amazed as he received the power bestowed by the dragon. In the palm of his hand was a small coiled dragon, emitting blazing flames. Yunbing gently touched its horn. He said, Shaoguang, the object in your palm is a part of Xiao Hei's divine soul. He glanced at him. It's the Dragon King's original power. Shaoguang was shocked and sweating as he looked at this immense power. He exclaimed, the Black Dragon King's divine soul is a small dragon, but still full of majesty. Suddenly, something happened. Yunbing threw something to him. He quickly caught it. He said, as your teacher, I'm also giving you a manual. Open it when necessary. It will help you. Then he prepared to leave. Let's go. Shaoguang and Hangzhuo returned to North Ice Palace. Little Wu Chan and I will explore Yantian Mirror. With that, they quickly departed. At North Ice Palace at this time, the beautiful young lady was still the same, always fond of lollipops. She sighed and said, the Black Dragon clan's attack seems to have temporarily stopped now. She looked at Luogui standing on the roof and called, Luogui, come down and rest too. But she jumped away and replied, no way. I'm going to see if senior brother is back yet. The two-toned hair girl watched with amusement. Hey, grown girls really can't be kept in check. Inside, they saw two people, Shaoguang and Gu Hangzhuo, entering. Luogui happily ran to greet them, calling out loudly, senior brother. The two joyfully held hands, reuniting smoothly. Only then did she look over and see Gu Hangzhuo. Ah! Fourth senior brother is here too. It's really been a long time. Gu Hangzhuo observed this scene and thought to himself, these two seem to have a pure comradeship. That night in the North Ice Palace, Shaoguang and the others were walking and talking. Let's go on. Now we have Master and the Black Dragon King's help. Hangzhuo has also arrived. We have a chance of winning now. The two-toned hair girl laughed and said, this brother of mine has been missing for over 35 years, and he's finally back. That's great. Shaoguang opened the door to the room and said, that's right. Master said once he finishes his current business, he'll come to North Ice Palace to join everyone. As soon as the door was pushed open, a large group of children rushed out, calling loudly. Gu Hangzhuo was startled and stunned. He looked at the diverse group of children, but each one was calling out father. Father's back. Shaoguang sat down and patted their heads. You all came later. Luogui also held some of their hands and said, North Ice Palace was surrounded by black dragons. This time when you went out, they were very worried about you. Gu Hangzhuo stood watching, instantly turning to stone. So much for pure comradeship. He broke out in a sweat, stammering, This is, if I may ask, these children. His face pale, he asked loudly, are they all children of brother Jiang and sister Luo Gui? Shaoguang casually replied, yeah, you could say that. Hearing this, Gu Hangzhuo was completely dumbfounded. Sweating in fear, he thought to himself, oh master, senior brother, junior sister. Brother Jiang and sister Luo Gui have children now, 6 of them. Incredible. After 35 years apart, they had 36 children. Are they even human? At that moment at Luotian Mountain, Yantian Mirror, Wuchan leaned against the well's edge, looking down. She called out, old scoundrel. Before her was a bottomless black well. She curiously looked down and asked, is this really the Yantian Mirror? Why can't I see anything? He stood behind her and replied, close your eyes, use your heart to see, making her feel embarrassed. She turned and asked, is it that simple? Then I'll close my eyes and try. She did just that, closing her eyes and looking down the well. Yunping stood beside her, observing. The well began to change. She saw herself in the well, possessing immense power. Seeing this, she joyfully opened her eyes and exclaimed, I've become a saint. Hehe, I look so majestic as a saint. But suddenly feeling something was off. But why does something feel strange? She stopped looking and said to him, never mind, forget it. Old scoundrel, you take a look too. He replied, all right. Then he closed his eyes. But after a while, he still couldn't see anything. He broke out in a confused sweat. I can't see my future. He stood up and told her, little Wu-chan, stay here and don't wander off. I'm going in to take a look. She let out a surprised, ah. He quickly jumped down, closing his eyes tightly. If I can't see the future, then I'll look at the past. Maybe I'll discover something new. He saw himself from the past, a red veil placed on a grave. He was wearing a groom's attire, his face in utter anguish. Someone approached and asked him, Tianren, Ye Sheng, is she dead? He replied, Jue Ying, I owe her so much. Zhu Ying looked at him and replied, I know, I've always known. She certainly wouldn't be pleased to see you like this. You are the martial emperor. If she were here, she wouldn't allow you to kneel here. He touched the grave on his wedding day. He looked up at the full moon and said, but I must kneel. Then he took off his hat. Yi Sheng, thank you for choosing me again. He clasped his hands and turned to one side. From Yi Family Village to Asura Soul Realm, from Blue Sea Demon Alliance to Secret Realm of J-Land, from Huitu to Yangyan Fireland. He clasped his hands and bowed his head. First bow to the bright moon. He raised his head again and continued. You watched me grow from a foolish boy into the martial emperor. I saw you from a wretch of the Yi family grow into the Moon Knight Saint. Thank you for waiting for me for so long. Now it's my turn to repay what I owe you. Second bow to life. You didn't want me to know you were a girl. In fact, I had known about this for a long time. He recited her poem. I know that ancient poem you needed. I recognized your handwriting. Sadly, you lacked the courage. So did I. He bowed his head before her grave. My path was too dangerous. My life was also too easily destroyed. I didn't want you to be widowed because of me. You deserved better. No need to stay for a fool like me. Husband and wife exchanged bows. He remained kneeling on the ground like that. Finally, the rituals were completed. Jue Ying, watching this scene, shed tears and sighed. He took off his hat and placed it on the veil covering her grave. He stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed one last time. Yunping had long since regained his composure. In this lifetime, Tianren's wife only had a chance to think. He gazed at the grave endlessly. If there's a next life, if we meet again in the next life, I wonder if you'll still have the surname Ye in the next life. Millions of years later, he stood beside her grave. Catching falling peach blossoms, he was still alone. He looked at the petal in his hand and smiled softly, wondering when he'd meet his old friend again. Suddenly, a voice called out, Tianlei. Hongmeng Yuanzu appeared. The old man asked, Do you really want this? He smiled and answered very seriously, I've never regretted what I've done. The old man looked at him, frowning. You're confronting the world's origin. His face changed slightly, asking, So what? His whole being seemed to darken. He said angrily, Without her, what does this world have to do with me? He stood looking at her grave in the blood rain. His body was covered in blood, but he looked extremely peaceful. I once said I wanted to wear matching clothes with her. Now my white clothes are stained with blood. Compared to her, I may betray heaven and earth, but not you. In some other world, Ye Quanchu also lay on the ground covered in blood. She raised her hand tiredly and said, Wait for me, Ye Sheng. In that life, I couldn't confirm my guess. She smiled softly. In the next life, I'll surely make it happen. Seeing this, Yunbing suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Ye Quanchu to have Ye Sheng's memories. At Beibang Palace, Gu Hongzhuo was still in shock, asking, What? These 36 children are all yours and Luo Gui's. Xiao Guang quickly laughed and corrected. No, they're not. Those children are orphans that Luo Gui and I adopted. Hearing this, he sighed in relief. Phew, so that's it. They were sitting and chatting happily. Suddenly, the two-toned hair girl realized something. There were shouts. Not good. The Black Dragon clan is here. Everyone quickly ran out to see what was happening. Countless dragon monsters were flying in the sky. The two-toned hair girl looked up and shouted, That leader is the Black Dragon King's younger brother. He is Jue An. The girl frowned and said, Plus 3,700 pseudo-dragons. Looks like this is the final battle with them. Xiao Guang and Luo Gui quickly rushed up, preparing to fight. The two coordinated perfectly as they fought against the monsters. But this Juan was also very fast. He quickly dodged their sword strikes. Luo Gui couldn't hit them. The two charged forward, but still couldn't land a single hit on him. Xiao Guang gritted his teeth and shouted, Not good. The opponent's speed is too fast. We can't keep up. Suddenly, a strange power emerged. The two-toned hair girl exclaimed in surprise, Oh, this power. Guian jumped down with a thud. Luo Gui and his companion also stumbled in midair. Xiao Guang shouted in amazement, Damn, he just became a saint like that. Unexpectedly, Gu Hongzhuo had become a saint. The sky immediately darkened, and a bright area appeared. Lightning bolts began to appear, striking down those flying monsters. Xiao Guang and Luo Gui also returned to Gu Hongzhuo's side. This heavenly tribulation can take care of those little dragons. Luo Gui asked in surprise, Fourth senior brother, don't you have a heart demon tribulation? He replied sadly, My heart demon died long ago. The two-toned hair girl shouted tensely, Be careful, Gwen isn't that easy to deal with. The Juan has already stood up. It's staring at you all. Its whole body is gathering power, preparing to attack. It roared, forming a ball of lightning in its mouth. Then it launched it towards them. The two-toned hair girl shouted, The North Ice Palace's formation won't hold for long. This attack is at least at the peak Saint Realm level. Gu Hongzhuo quickly helped Xiao Guang. Just then remembering a precious item, he hurriedly took it out. That's right, the manual the master gave. He took out the bag, raised it and shouted, Intelligent formation technique, wall of heaven. Instantly, a giant 8-trigram formation appeared. In front of Xiao Guang was a human-shaped light. Finally seeing clearly, it was a handsome long-haired man holding a fan. He sighed and said, That old Gu Tianren is ordering me around again. Xiao Guang looked with wide eyes and asked, May I ask who you are, senior? He winked and replied, I am the formation saint, Tai Bai Chu. Xiao Guang quickly pointed to the sky and said, the ancient formation master who followed the martial emperor and the legendary Moon Knight saint. At that moment, the dragon Jue Ying launched another attack. Tai Bai Chu turned to look. Oh, another attack is coming. After saying that, he quickly retreated into the bag. The formation in the manual can only block one attack. I'm going back to hide first. Was summoning him useless? Xiao Guang hurriedly shouted. Aren't you the special assistant the master left for me? He poked his head out and replied ignorantly, huh, but now I'm just a weak remnant soul. How could I have any attacking power? Hearing this, the group was left speechless. The protective screen of the North Ice Palace had been cracked by Jue Ying. Xiao Guang gritted his teeth and thought, Old Fourth just became a saint. I'm afraid he's no match for that black dragon. Don't know if our combined strength has any chance of winning. Thinking there was no hope, he called out, when the formation breaks, we'll attack like demons. Agree by shouting. Just as he finished speaking, the barrier was shattered by Jue Ying. At that moment, Xiao Guang also disappeared. His whole body was enveloped by a force. He looked around in confusion. He had been pulled into Tai Bai Chu's world. Seeing him, Tai Bai Chu said, no wonder that guy threw me to you. The formation you used, is it from the 8 trigrams green projection diagram? He looked around blankly and replied, I'm not sure about that. Xiao Guang looked at him and asked, more importantly, did you pull me into this space, senior? The situation outside is urgent. Quickly release me so I can fight alongside everyone. Tai Bai Chu looked at him with a slight smile and asked, oh, do you really want to go out? That black dragon outside has peak Saint Realm power. I'm afraid humans don't have much chance of winning. He broke into a sweat, listening in confusion. Why not stay in this universe brocade manual? He asked back, what do you mean by that, senior? Tai Bai Chu looked at him frankly and said, I can sense your panic and fear. You're not as brave as you appear on the outside. The determination and resolve in your sword are all pretense. Your sword is not firm. It's too weak. You're used to avoiding situations, aren't you? If I release you, can you really stop being a coward? It seems these words hit Xiao Guang's sore spot. He broke into a sweat, his eyes wide open in shock, unable to utter a word. On a beautiful day, Xiao Guang's voice asked, Formation. What formation? Yunping stood before his students. I don't know either. Xiao Guang took the object he handed over, thinking to himself, is this teacher trustworthy? Yunping continued, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. This formation seems to have the idea of Taiji. What everyone can comprehend from it may not be the same. He crossed his arms and left, saying as he walked, perhaps what you comprehend is a sword, a blade. What it is doesn't matter. What's important is that what you comprehend must be the most important thing to you. Xiao Guang opened it to look. I've been studying this diagram for countless years, but until today, I still can't comprehend it. For me, what's important is cultivation. Swordsmanship isn't important. He remembered the fireworks he watched with his ex-lover. Or was it that fireworks display? He remembered it was ghosts. It could be that too. Tai Bai Chu folded his fan and said, your teacher originally planned to guide you after you reached sainthood, but now you only have 3 Taiji 8 trigrams, green projection diagrams, to have a chance of winning. He looked at him sitting quietly, concentrating on cultivation, and smiled lightly. You're his disciple, so you can definitely do it. It's just a matter of how long it will take. Suddenly, Xiao Guang opened his eyes. Tai Bai Chu was surprised. So fast. Unexpectedly, he said, I've given up on comprehending the formation. Tai Bai Chu broke into a sweat, fanning rapidly, and said in confusion, the flow of time in this space is much slower than the outside world. You've spent several hours here, but in the outside world, it's just a fleeting moment. So there's no need to rush. Continue to comprehend slowly. He looked at his hand, smiled lightly, and replied, no need. I think my answer isn't within the formation, but outside it. Then he stood up, preparing to leave. Thank you for your guidance, Formation Saint Senior, but my comrades are still waiting for me. He smiled lightly and said, this time, I can't leave them behind. Tai Bai Chu also smiled in response. You can break my spatial formation, yet you say you haven't fully comprehended the 8 trigrams green projection diagram. Watching Xiao Guang leave the formation, he thought to himself, Ren, this disciple of yours is truly extraordinary. Outside, Xiao Guang had already emerged. Tai Bai Chu still tried to ask more. Hey, wait, what did you see in the formation? Tell me. La Q was being knocked back by Jue Ying at that moment. Just as Xiao Guang appeared, he grabbed her hand. Luogi looked at him in surprise with wide eyes. Senior brother. He smiled with pleasure. Perhaps I've found the most important thing. The two hovered in midair. She shouted at him. "Senior brother, where did you suddenly disappear to earlier?" He laughed in response. "Ha ha! I was called away by Formation Saint Senior for some extra lessons." The two quickly drew their swords. "Let's charge together. Come on." One of their moves clashed with one of Jue Ying's. The two moves collided, creating a violent explosion. The giant dragon was now just a dried-up skeleton. Those standing around it wondered, "Is it over? Looks like it's completely dead." Gu Xingzuo looked at the corpse. He noticed something unusual. Not right. Seeing butterflies flying out from the corpse, he said in shock, "This black dragon is indeed dead." He exclaimed with wide eyes, "But it's been dead for a long time." Xiao Guang asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Ye Quanchu appeared. She reached out her hand to catch the butterflies. "As expected of the master of life and death, you've discovered it." The dragon's eyes lit up brightly. Its corpse also flew towards Ye Quanchu. She looked at the group and said, "Jue Ying is nothing more than a puppet corpse of mine." Then she waved her hand. Instantly, all the protective formations of North Ice Palace were attacked. It cracked in just one move. The girl with two-colored hair looked at this scene in shock, speechless. The people of North Ice Palace were also terrified. Xiao Guang quickly shouted to reassure everyone, "Stay calm. This is probably just a temporary seal." She smiled lightly. "That's right. As long as you agree to my conditions, North Ice Palace will naturally be safe and sound. If not," LeQ angrily shouted, "What's your purpose?" She coldly looked at her with sharp eyes. "It's very simple. I want you dead." She continued coldly. "On the mountain range behind North Ice Palace, there's a soul refining formation I set up." Thinking of that formation, she said, "As long as you enter this soul refining formation and let your soul, I'll spare the people of North Ice Palace." She looked at Luogui without taking her eyes off. "Well, one life in exchange for tens of thousands. It's a good deal, isn't it?" Luogui was momentarily silent, not knowing what to do. Xiao Guang angrily shouted, "Absurd! What kind of devilish condition is this?" Luogui looked straight at her face. She firmly replied, "You're very strong. We indeed can't defeat you. But Master will surely come, and he'll definitely be able to defeat you." Xiao Guang was startled. He didn't expect her to rush off without hesitation. He shouted, "Junior sister." Ye Quanchu crossed her arms and laughed. "Ha ha ha!" He tried to chase after but was blocked by her puppet. Gu Xingzuo then charged forward. "I'll handle this side. Quickly go after junior sister Fan." Xiao Guang hurriedly said, "Thank you." Then he quickly chased after Luogui. Tai Baichu looked at this scene and said, "The soul refining formation is the #1 killing formation in the celestial realm. Those trapped in this formation, unless the heavenly way descends, will have their bodies destroyed in an instant, their souls torn apart, and finally submerged in the demonic abyss, never to be reincarnated for eternity. Even a sage might not be able to escape this formation." Luoqi ran like the wind. She said coldly, "Senior brother, don't try to stop me. You know, I have to do this. She was born and raised in this ice palace. This is what she should do." Xiao Guang didn't give up. He shouted, "You also know I must stop you." Luoqi suddenly halted. She turned back and replied, "One life for 10,000 lives. If it were you, senior brother." She jumped to avoid his hand reaching out to hold her back. "What would you choose?" He looked at her and shouted, "This is not even comparable." Luoqi glanced at him. "For me, it's the same." She drew her sword and struck at him. "I'm sorry, senior brother." He held his sword in front of him. "I know this is the only answer." Her sword grazed his face, drawing blood, but he still smiled and said, "But for me, it's the wrong answer." She remained determined, not changing her mind. "If senior brother really stops me, I'm afraid I'll hate you for life." He stood up, supporting himself on his thigh. "Do you think I care if others hate me? Don't joke around." He stood there facing her, without hesitation. "Compared to letting you hate me for life, I'd rather hate myself and regret for life." Luoqi coldly raised her sword. "I understand now." She gripped her sword tightly. "Then let's try, senior brother. You try your best to stop me, and I." Her eyes exuded killing intent. She raised her sword, ready to fight. "Will try my best to die." On the other side, Gu Xingzuo was using all his strength to fight against the puppet. Jue Ying Ye Quanchu sat on a rock, looking at the two people in front of her and said, "The purpose of my trip this time, you already know, don't you?" She looked at Yunping approaching and called affectionately, "Husband." He looked at her coldly. "You want to stop Han Shui-bing. You want to use North Ice Palace and Fan Luo Gui as bait to force Yin Han Shui-bing to appear." She turned her back to him. "Husband, why don't we make a bet?" She turned back to look at him. "I bet you can't protect your disciple, can't keep Yin Han Shui-bing, and can't keep North Ice Palace. If I lose, I can tell you everything. If I win," she raised her finger triumphantly and said, "Then I want your Martial Emperor Divine Weapon, which is one of the Q-Yan Lei among the 12 ultimates." He answered without hesitation, "Agreed." He said seriously, "After the bet is established." She turned around abruptly. "Husband is still as confident as before. Even you can't win forever." Down below, Luo Qi was now in a life-or-death battle with Xiao Guang. She raised her sword. "Not going to draw your sword, senior brother." He held a wooden stick to block her sword. "Do we really have to determine a winner and loser? Can't we just leave?" Luo Qi opened her eyes wide in surprise. She became angrier and struck at him repeatedly, shouting, "At this point, you still want to run away." She knocked him far away. Then she was about to attack again, knocking away Xiao Guang's wooden sword. The sword fell to the ground, leaving Xiao Guang empty-handed. Luo Qi's sword was already at his throat. "My sword is still a bit faster than senior brother." But she didn't kill him and withdrew her sword. Then she left him lying there. Suddenly she stopped, turned around, and smiled gently at him. "Senior brother, goodbye." Then she walked into the formation. Seeing this scene, Ye Quan-chu said triumphantly, "Zhang Shaoguang has lost." He smiled calmly. "Don't be hasty. There's a saying you might not have heard." He said with a smirk, "When you think he's about to give up, he doesn't give up." Actually, this is also a form of giving up. Indeed, below, a hand was reaching out. At some point, Xiao Guang had tightly embraced Luo Qi from behind, smiling gently. Avoiding may be shameful, but it's really effective. As he spoke, he firmly grasped her spiritual root. Fan Luo Qi was in the midst of a great fire. As Yunping said, this was the inheritance of the Black Dragon King. Zhang Shaoguang had thrown the chance of sainthood to Fan Luo Qi. Even if she successfully becomes a saint, what use is it? Unless the heavenly way descends. Otherwise, even a saint can't break this soul-refining formation. Zhang Shaoguang sat on the ground smiling. Perhaps heaven itself won't come, but becoming a saint means there will be a heavenly tribulation. A great heavenly tribulation struck down on the formation. Fan Luo Qi was still unconscious inside. Ye Quan-chu asked Yunping, if she intervenes to stop this heavenly tribulation, what will happen to his disciple? In Yunping's mind, she wasn't that foolish. If she acts, he would also take action. Lightning still struck down along with Tuan's growls. Gu Xingzhuo felt that the destruction of the heavenly tribulation on the soul-refining formation seemed to affect Juan as well. He used his power to attack Juan. This time it was defeated easily, finally resting in peace. The soul-refining formation was broken. Juan was at rest, yet Ye Quan-chu didn't seem to have any reaction. He thought she had another move up her sleeve. Ye Quan-chu said sinisterly, "Sometimes your pieces can also be my pieces." Because just when everything seemed to be over, Zhang Shaoguang suddenly looked bewildered at his junior sister before him. She bent down to pick up the sword on the ground, and the aura around her had changed strangely. Fan Luo Qi suddenly had a fierce expression and attacked Zhang Shaoguang with the sword. This was her inner demon. By the time Zhang Shaoguang realized it, he had been slashed once, but fortunately, it wasn't a vital spot, so he didn't die. Tai Baichu observed and said, "Someone controlled by an inner demon won't show mercy to him, only the desire to attack instinctively." Yet Zhang Shaoguang wasn't afraid. He called out to her to prevent her from leaving, saying he wasn't dead yet. Afterwards, because he was seriously injured, he had to sit in one place, ignoring her as she approached. But his eyes remained determined as he drew his sword. As a result, the heavenly tribulation appeared again. This was already the third time today. Yunping felt that even heaven was quite busy. He shouted to Tai Baichu, "Remember to help block one hit for his disciple." Tai Baichu angrily replied, "Is the heavenly tribulation so easy to block?" But he was out of options. He had to open his bag and take out a bunch of long papers like talismans. This was the 10th grade mystic formation, the Tai Bai formation. Tai Baichu stood in the center of the 8 trigram formation to control it. While the other two were crossing swords, suddenly Zhang Shaoguang leaned close to Fan Luo Qi's ear and whispered something. Fan Luo Qi's attitude suddenly changed. Her ears turned red from embarrassment. Then she startled and moved away from Zhang Shaoguang. In the end, she blushed so hard that she fainted. Zhang Shaoguang panicked and rushed to support his junior sister, calling her to wake up. Meanwhile, Tai Baichu, who had blocked the heavenly tribulation for Zhang Shaoguang, was now in distress because his house had been completely burned down. Yunping had to tell him not to be petty anymore, saying he'd compensate him with a new space later. Yunping turned back to look at Ye Quan-chu. She reminded Guijun that the bet between them wasn't over yet. In her hand was an ice lotus flower. She threw it towards Zhang Shaoguang and his companion. It was a powerful attack, but Yunping managed to block it in time. She said that flower was the Tianshan lotus, which would cause a massive explosion when infused with spiritual energy. In their words, it was essentially a bomb. Beneath the North Ice Palace, she had buried 10,000 Tianshan lotuses. She would force him to choose between his beloved disciples and the fate of the North Ice Palace. Even if he didn't have the ability to be in 2 places at once, there was never a perfect solution in this world. Yunping remained calm. His actions seemed to silently affect firm that he wouldn't abandon his disciples. She saw that he still cared more about them, which made her uncomfortable. If he had made his choice, she crushed the flower in her hand. The Tian Shan lotuses began to activate. This also proved that she had won. Just as she was gloating, she was pushed down. From beneath the North Ice Palace, someone suddenly flew up. It was Ye Wuchan with a bow in her hand, ready to shoot. When the Tianshan lotuses exploded, Yunping also raised a shield to protect his disciples. Yunping said triumphantly, "Adults don't choose. The North Ice Palace and his disciples, he wanted them all." Ye Quanchu had already lost. He embraced Ye Wuchan as he said this to her. Ye Quanchu didn't understand. In her previous life, she knew she couldn't achieve elemental status. Therefore, she could only reincarnate. But why did Ye Wuchan exist? Yunping said, because at that time she wasn't complete enough. When actively reincarnating, her soul probably experienced an unexpected error and split into two parts. But Ye Quanchu countered, what if it wasn't an accident? The existence of Ye Wuchan wasn't accidental, but an exchange. He didn't even understand what kind of exchange it was. She had lost the bet, so she had to tell him everything. Was it the heavenly way or those two supreme primordial ancestors? But Ye Quanchu smiled and changed her tune, saying she regretted it now and didn't want to tell him yet. Yunping was angry. How could she be so unreasonable? But no matter how he called, she had already disappeared. In the North Ice Palace, Fang Qingju still couldn't bear the cold inside, wrapped in blankets and shivering. Yinying Shuibing examined Fan Legui's condition, saying she only had excessive soul consumption, nothing serious. But Zhang Shaoguang was still worried because she had been unconscious for hours. Shuibing said she'd give her some spiritual energy and she'd be fine. So she bent down and kissed Fan Legui's forehead. Fan Legu opened her eyes and saw Zhang Shaoguang carrying her. She felt dizzy and almost fainted. Again, Yunping separated her from Zhang Shaoguang to prevent her from fainting due to embarrassment. He began to speak seriously about the main issue. He cheerfully told Fan Legui and Zhang Shaoguang, who were still awkward, that they should go home now. When the spatial rift opened, Yunping said goodbye to Shuibing's group. They left first, telling the girls to take care. Upon returning, they were greeted by Zhang Ruoshui with bizarre dishes. She warmly welcomed them, but no one dared to stay and eat those dishes. They all ran away. Ye Wuchan asked, why is she cooking today? Where are the two senior brothers? She said that the two senior brothers and Yan were still in seclusion for sainthood. The academy's renovations were almost complete. She was always free, so today she was in charge of cooking. After all, she found cooking quite simple. But looking at the pot of food with indistinguishable colors and shapes, everyone was worried. She asked why they hadn't eaten yet, and they said they weren't hungry. Later, because Yan said she had no appetite, she also brought a portion to the two senior brothers. Seeing this, her two senior brothers thought they must achieve sainthood quickly. Yunping was receiving the two leaders of the Demon Tide and Immortal Capital. They praised the tea served here as delicious. Yunping remained modest and didn't care much. This time, they came to invite him to play a game of chess. He agreed, as it had been a long time since he played against others. Smiling gently, he said, I won't bully the juniors. He'd take white, and they'd take black and go first. Ye Wuchan was walking when she suddenly staggered and cried out, not understanding what was happening. Other disciples also looked up to observe. This was the phenomenon of stones flying in the air, guided by spiritual power. This terrifying power seemed to have three different spiritual energy streams, controlling these stones. This trajectory, Ye Wuchan looked up and saw the three of them sitting at a table. Could they be playing chess? The chess game on the table had entered a critical phase. Facing the pursuit of two major powers, Demon Capital and Tinu, they couldn't believe his confidence. Yunping laughed heartily. It seemed that the formation on the chessboard had caused the surrounding stones to constantly change. Gu Hongse observed that this move was indeed very ingenious. The originally solid white pieces turned offense into defense, like a great dragon with unstoppable momentum. For Yunping, these two old juniors were still inexperienced. They had to stop as they withdrew their pieces, declaring that on the chessboard, though they had lost, they wouldn't lose again afterwards. Yunping said, that remains to be seen. He was still confident that they would end up like these black pieces, in a hopeless situation. The two could only laugh. They had gained something from this chess match. At this point, they had to take their leave. After 7 days, they threatened to use 3 swords and all immortals to take his life, so that this academy would no longer exist. Yunping said these two talked big, but in reality, it was just divine sense. If it's in 7 days, then it's perfect timing, as he would call back the other 2 kids within 7 days. It's also time to visit Kuntian realm. He casually asked his 2 disciples. After watching the chess match of true immortal level, did you 2 have any insights? He went through the trouble of demonstrating for them. Surely they must have learned something. His face darkened frighteningly as he asked if they felt like becoming saints. Right away, his 2 disciples, each and every one of them sweating nervously, unsure if their answer was correct, just said yes. But Yewu-chan wondered, why didn't he ask her? Was she considered the least capable? Yunping answered decisively, that's right. Considering the time, old D doesn't need mentioning. Little Nine's purified demon Desolate Dust 6 should also be finished cultivating by now. So in the entire Yuntian Academy, you're probably the least capable. She dejectedly covered her ears, refusing to listen, unwilling to face the truth. So he said, when picking up Big Brother and Little Nine, you should come along. This trip will be to Lanwutian Palace. The final Purify Spirit Boulevard of Purified Demon Desolate Dust 6 must be completed there. He also remembered to take out the bag containing Tai Bai Chu. He said that after he leaves, if little Xuanyaner brings Lei Xie, he should remember to help a bit. Tai Bai Chu complained, you only know how to order him around. Where's the new space you promised him earlier? Yunping pulled out a stack of papers. Let me find the Spring Palace map to draw first. The spiritual energy map is very complete. I'll give it to him. While taking it out, he accidentally dropped a coin. This copper coin, he remembered, was left by Lan Tianyi back then. For some reason, this currency always gave him a familiar feeling, but he had no memories related to it. He looked at it closely, wondering if this was a karmic connection. Meanwhile, at Senior Brother's location, after the previous thunder, Duan Xingchen congratulated. Senior Brother has ascended to sainthood. Gu Wangjun thanked her. He felt that the realm of sainthood was indeed marvelous. Duan Xingchen admired him. You've already eliminated 7 demon areas like this. The more demon areas purified, the stronger the purified demon Desolate Dust 6 that Master taught me becomes. Now Purify Spirit and Purify Heart are complete. Just one more step is needed. But that final step of Purify Spirit is an achievement that even Martial Emperor Gutian Ran hasn't attained yet. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. We can only take it one step at a time. Suddenly, as they were walking, they heard a phone ringing. Duan Xingchen didn't understand what it was. Gu Wangjun said, this is the communication device Yunping gave him. When he answered, asking if it was Yunping, he was truly delighted to learn his master had returned. Yunping asked if Duan Xingchen was still with Gu Wangjun. He replied, little junior sister is also here, and she has completed Purify Heart and Purify Body. Yunping asked further. Accordingly, did he want to go to Lanwutian Palace or not? They said they would probably arrive there in about 2 hours. Yunping said they would meet at Lanwutian Palace, and then hung up. Gu Wangjun felt they shouldn't delay this matter, so they should set off quickly. On the way, Duan Xingchen found something strange. Why was it that the closer they got to Lanwutian Palace, the heavier the demonic energy became? She thought it was an illusion, not realizing that someone seemed to be observing and following them. Upon arrival, Duan Xingchen was delighted to see the grandeur of Lanwutian Palace, but it seemed their master hadn't arrived yet. They knocked, but there seemed to be no one inside. Gu Wangjun said, could it be that the knocking was too quiet? He had prepared his strength to knock on the door. It looked more like he was preparing to break down the door. Just as he was about to act, someone approached from behind, greeting the 2 of them, seemingly a person from Lanwu Palace. He wanted to ask why they had come. Gu Wangjun thought to himself how this person could approach him without any detection, as if appearing suddenly. Gu Wangjun said they had a request for Lanwutian Palace. This person said, let him lead them into the palace. He had just returned from training in the mountains, but they had to wait a moment, as the door's magic formation was a bit complicated. Yunping called again to ask where the 2 of them were. Gu Wangjun said they had arrived at Lanwutian Palace. Yunping wondered. Yewu-chan said they were also there already. Go meet up quickly. Let her see if little junior sister's light bulb has gotten any brighter over the years. Duan Xingchen said they were at the main gate of Lanwutian Palace. Yewu-chan had to ask if they were sure, because they were also at the main gate. Yunping had to ask if there was anyone near Gu Wangjun who was from Lanwutian Palace. If so, ask him what era it was now. Wangjun turned to ask him, but this person, upon hearing it, didn't understand what era meant. So this place didn't have the concept of eras yet. It also meant that person divided history becoming the man before Wu Huang's tombstone was born. It seemed they were not in the same point in time. According to his deduction, the two of them must have time traveled. Ye Wuchan felt this world was really too arbitrary. At this moment, the gate of Lan Wutian Palace had opened. The stranger invited the two to enter. Yunping reminded Wang Jun to take Xiaoju to meditate first. The stranger asked Gu Wangjun and his companion why they came to Lan Wutian Palace, what business they had. Wangjun said this trip was for Lan Bingqi, hoping Lan Wutian Palace could lend a hand. The stranger said this was a serious matter. He had to ask the palace master first. Wangjun thanked him in advance and also asked how he should address him. Surprisingly, he said he was Gu Tianren. Wangjun paused for a moment when he heard this coincidence. He thought he must have encountered someone with the same name and surname. He was a bit cautious. At least he dared to assert that this person absolutely couldn't be Martial Emperor Gu Tianren. Gu Tianren told the two to wait here for now, while he went to seek instructions from the palace master. He raised his hand and called someone named Asan. This person, holding a broom, hurriedly ran over, calling Gu Tianren young master. Gu Tianren told Asan to receive the two guests, saying he would return soon. When they saw Asan's face, Duan Xingchen and Gu Wangjun were both shocked. This face was identical to their master Yun Ping's. Asan greeted them, introducing himself as Gu Asan. He said they could tell him if they needed anything. While waiting for Gu Tianren, Asan respectfully invited the two of them to drink tea. But with a face so identical to their master's, the two disciples accepted the tea awkwardly, having to bow in thanks. The two looked like they were competing to bow lower, because although Asan had said that guests didn't need to bow and could just call him Asan, Duan Xingchen didn't dare and kept calling him Mr. Gu. He said she was being too polite. He was just a slave the young master picked up outside the palace. Even his name was given by the young master. Hearing this, Duan Xingchen could only thank him, but she still felt strange. No matter how she looked at it, this face looked exactly like her master's. Meanwhile, out of suspicion, Wang Jun had called Yun Ping to ask if he had really never worked at Lan Wutian Palace before, even before he became an immortal. Yun Ping picked his nose and said no, he was completely unfamiliar with this place. But it's been so long that he couldn't remember clearly. Perhaps there might have been a beautiful princess from Lan Wutian Palace who had pursued him. He wasn't sure about this kind of thing. Saying this only made Ye Wuchan angry, but it was strange. Wang Jun wondered why there was someone named Martial Emperor and someone with Yun Ping's face. What was going on? Asan said he had wanted to ask them from the start if they were body cultivators. Duan Xingchen said they could be considered as such. They mainly practiced sword cultivation. Asan said that was very rare. Cultivators in this world were few, and those using swords as spiritual tools were even fewer. Duan Xingchen paled. Sword cultivation had become a minor sect. This might be the ancient immortal era, before the martial emperor ascended to become an immortal emperor, when martial arts became widespread. Now most cultivators practiced talisman cultivation. Asan said, it's no wonder the young master brought them into the palace. His young master was very interested in martial arts, though this was somewhat different from the mainstream in the palace. Those elders even said something like, no matter what, he's still the chairman. How could he practice such crude martial arts? Asan seemed to disagree with that opinion. But before he could finish, Gu Tianren returned. Gu Tianren scolded him, saying he told him to entertain the guests, not to introduce him to the guests. Asan asked why he came back so quickly. He said it was because the mistress had to go into seclusion. They'd have to wait 3 days for her to come out. He apologized to the two guests, asking if they wanted to stay in the palace for 3 days. This was fine for both of them. Gu Tianren said that was great. If they were willing to stay for a few more days, he had a favor to ask of them. As the little Asan said, he had some interest in martial arts. Today, he could compete with them. That's why they had gone to another place to fight. Wang Jun stood on the other side. He asked why Wang Jun didn't prepare a sword. Wang Jun said he didn't know how to use weapons. Bare hands would do. Gu Tianren charged at Wang Jun with a sword, but with just one seemingly light punch, Gu Tianren was easily knocked away. Asan helped Gu Tianren up. Though defeated, his face was still very happy. He said Wang Jun was indeed a powerful body cultivator. It seemed his sword skills were still too weak. Duan Xingchen looked a bit disappointed. Can that even be called swordsmanship? To her, it really looked like random flailing. Gu Tianren turned to ask her, as he heard she knew how to use a sword. He wanted to see a duel between sword techniques. Duan Xingchen was a bit flustered, but agreed. But not against Gu Tianren, it was against Asan. He said he'd leave it to Asan. Asan was a bit confused. He said he knew Asan had been secretly practicing practicing swordsmanship. Asan didn't expect his young master to know. He even said that he had seen Asan's sword skills before. It must be better than his. He hoped she could have a sword duel with Asan for one round. Wang Jun behind cheerfully cheered to watch the show, but Duan Xingchen felt unsure if this could be considered betraying her ancestors, dueling with someone from the ancient era when martial arts were scarce. Asan bent down to pick up a branch from the ground. Gu Tianren asked if he wouldn't use his sword. He said this would do. Duan Xingchen had thought about going easy on him, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. Asan rushed towards her very quickly. The branch in his hand was like a sharp weapon, attacking continuously, forcing her to only defend without a chance to regain composure. He was also very agile. This level of strength made it difficult for Duan Xingchen to defend. She unconsciously used her spiritual energy to strike back. While worried she might have hurt him, Asan seemed completely unaffected. He continued to attack her. After the final clash, the sword cut through the branch. Duan Xingchen's sword pointed directly at Asan. He had to admit defeat. But looking at the other side, she was also in a daze. Before her was the branch she had just cut. Gu Tianren and Asan bowed respectfully to Duan Xingchen. He said she was truly a swordmaster. He admired her. She hurriedly waved her hands, saying she just had the advantage of a magical weapon. She had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood for nearly 15 years, yet almost lost using the sword technique she created herself. She thought to herself that this Asan must be the real martial arts master. Suddenly, a voice from behind called Gu Tianren, senior brother, asking if he was practicing swordsmanship again. The speaker was Lan Dun, Gu Tianren's junior. This person had one eye covered, looking not very friendly. On the other side, Yun Ping was also talking about Lan Dun's matters. People from Lan Wutian Palace said that the last time the middle god eye appeared, it was during the era of Palace Master Lan Dun. But that was too long ago. They didn't know exactly what happened back then. They only knew based on records. Last time, the person who possessed the middle god eye was a disciple of Lan Wutian Palace. That year, Lan Tianyi's middle god eye suddenly erupted. They could only ask for help. Yun Ping looked at the middle god eye with a serious expression. The eye that sees fate. He wondered if she was observing the future or the past. Lan Dun said he didn't expect their Lan Wutian Palace to have visitors. Gu Tianren seemed a bit embarrassed. He asked Lan Dun if there was something important. He said he was just passing by, coming to see his senior brother perform some meaningless sword techniques. Gu Tianren, flustered, admitted that his swordsmanship was indeed very poor. His junior brother didn't understand why he was angry, since he clearly had those eyes. Clearly the leader of Lan Wutian Palace, yet refusing to cultivate properly, only putting effort into some martial arts. He threw out a bunch of talismans, criticizing him, saying that he had never even used the talisman to activate his eyes. Duan Xingchen watched and felt he was going too far, but Gu Tianren said that actually he meant no harm, and in this matter, he was indeed at fault towards Lan Dun. He said, Asan, regarding the training battle earlier, did you gain some good insights? Wang Jun mentioned that the two of you don't look like master and servant at all. Actually, at first, Gu Tianren only accepted him out of momentary interest, but his thoughts turned out to be very interesting. Originally, he had planned to give up the martial way, but Asan talked about 360 professions, each leading to its own path. Such strange words made him feel that perhaps one day, martial arts could also become a great way. Duan Xingchen felt that the two of them were kindred spirits. Though their positions were different, it seemed to be true. They also didn't know why they came to this era. Yun Ping didn't have this memory either. Suddenly, Duan Xingchen sensed that on one side, a stream of demonic energy appeared. It seemed to be coming from Gu Tianren's quarters. While they were still wondering, someone came out. It was Asan, sneaking around, looking cautiously around, afraid of being discovered. Taking off the mask, thinking that would be enough. Surely he wouldn't be found out. As he was about to slip away, the other two came up behind him and stopped him. Wang Jun said, "Can you explain a bit? What were you doing in your master's room just now?" Asan, sweating, said he wasn't doing anything. Duan Xingchen threatened to ask his young master directly, making Asan even more anxious. He said his young master knew nothing about this. Wang Jun made him explain everything from the beginning. Asan was silent, but eventually had to tell the truth. He asked if they had ever heard of the God Eye. He invited them to his room, poured tea, and explained the situation. The middle god eye is the inherited divine soul of Lord Lan Wuqianbing and was originally meant for the leader and two of Lan Wuqian Palace, which are his young master and Lord Lan Dun to inherit. But for some unknown reason, that middle god eye chose Gu Tianren on its own. Lan Dun also became blind in one eye because of this. Asan thought Gu Tianren might be ashamed and unwilling to cultivate the middle god eye. Duan Xingchen asked him to explain why, in the middle of the night, he sneaked into Gu Tianren's room. Asan scratched his head and explained that he had actually put a talisman that could activate the middle god eye on his young master. The other two were surprised. What he did could be considered going against Gu Tianren's wishes. Why did he do that? He said he had advised his young master before, but he absolutely didn't want to cultivate the middle god eye. Everyone in the palace was very displeased. He was just angry that everyone secretly looked down on Gu Tianren and his ideals. He thought if he secretly helped him awaken, he would no longer feel guilty and could also solidify his position. He cried, asking if he'd been too presumptuous. Clearly, his young master's kindness to him was as heavy as a mountain. Wang Jun quickly consoled him, saying it wasn't so. After all, he only hoped that everyone would truly respect his young master. Although Duan Xingchen understood everything, she still felt something was off. What about the demonic energy she had sensed earlier? By Yunbing's side, Ye Wuchan was looking up. She wondered about the glowing orb floating above. It said that the legendary 21st extreme Lan Wu Tianbing is it. Yunbing said that form for extreme rulers doesn't have much significance, but this Lan Wu Tianbing seems to have no issues. An elder of Lan Wu Tian Palace said that in reality, Lord Lan Wu Tianbing had long stopped responding to them. Not only that, recently this ice tower occasionally shows signs of fluctuation. Ye Wuchan asked, "Have you figured anything out?" Yunbing seemed to have understood. The answer was very simple. It doesn't care about them because it's asleep. He poked at the orb and could see it was sleeping soundly, so the tower's vibrations were because it was snoring. Yunbing took out his phone to call Wang Jun. The two on the other side also answered. He explained to them what he had understood. Now they were living in Lan Wu Tianbing's dream. Lan Wu Tianbing's dreams can become reality. Somehow, it dreamed of the past, and they were accidentally drawn in. The problem now is, although Lan Wu Tianbing is sleeping before him, he can't wake it up. Once it wakes up, the dream world will disappear, and they will also vanish along with Lan Wu Tianbing's dream. Wang Jun asked how they could escape from the dream world. If he's not mistaken, the key to solving the current problem lies with the Zhongshenyan. Lan Tianyi on this side, the Zhongshenyan on it is erupting. He asked if in the Lan Wu Tian Palace where they are, there is someone holding the Zhongshenyan or not. Indeed there is. They said that person's name is Gu Tianren. Yunbing said the person's name doesn't matter. In short, the two generations of Zhongshenyan have started to bring the dream world and reality closer and overlap them. They will collide. He instructed carefully that they must sever the two connections of Zhongshen. To do this, they need to kill Gu Tianren. Duan Xingchen said that if the world they're in is a dream, a tam is fake, then Gu Tianren must be fake too. Killing an illusory person shouldn't be a problem, but looking at their expressions, they still seemed hesitant. Yunbing on the other side finished speaking and told those from Banshan to leave first. He had one last step, and this step required Ye Wuchan's body. He embraced her, taking her by surprise. Ye Wuchan, embarrassed, asked, "Do we really have to do this?" Because he was lying on her lap. Yunbing said that only if he also enters the dream can he figure out how to enter Lan Wu Tianbing's dream. Yet, he said something about needing her body. It turns out he just needed a pillow, which made her angry. Yunbing said this pillow was very comfortable. He might be able to improve his sleep quality. But he was being naughty, looking at inappropriate places, which made Ye Wuchan furious. Yunbing finally stopped teasing her because earlier in Lan Wu Tianbing's dream, he discovered something unsettling. Relying only on Wang Jun and Xing Shen, he feared they couldn't handle it. Yunbing began to lie down to sleep. Ye Wuchan wished for him to have a beautiful dream. While watching him sleep, she suddenly noticed the string with a coin hanging from it. The scene changed, leading to a memory where a child was chasing after a dog. Around him, a group of people were laughing at him. This boy was a tam in his childhood. He was struggling to chase the dog that had snatched his steamed bun. Seeing people around mocking him, saying he failed at stealing, and now was fighting a stray dog for food. Someone suggested a bet to see whether he or the stray dog would get the bun. None of these people showed him any sympathy. They just used him as a joke. Here, his real voice could be heard. He said that many years ago, when he first came to Kun Tianyu, he was like a barely surviving ant. No one cared about his existence. Until Gu Tianren appeared. He had a radiant appearance, gave him a coin and said, Take this and buy some clean food." That was the first time he felt genuine warmth. The boy's face at this moment shone with admiration and gratitude. Atam now, after reflecting on this memory, held the coin Gu Tianren had given him in his hand. He wondered if he had done something wrong. He gripped the coin tightly with determination. If everything was caused by him, then he should take responsibility for the young master's suffering. Indeed, it's better to speak up. He went to Gu Tianren's room, opened the door, intending to tell him everything, but encountered two people instead, Gu Wangjun and Duan Xingchen. The two were sitting on Gu Tianren's bed. Wang Jun was even raising his sword about to kill him. Duan Xingchen hurriedly told him to listen to their explanation. However, Gu Tianren suddenly opened his eyes. Then there was a big explosion that destroyed the surroundings. Fortunately, Wang Jun quickly picked up the other two, protecting them. Atam didn't understand what happened to his young master, but it was clear to see that he was no longer the young master he knew. Gu Tianren had become extremely evil and insane. The dark blue demonic aura surrounding him emanated, reminding Duan Xingchen of the 21st Supreme Ruler, Ziyiling Bing. Years ago, it was he who shattered the Shengwu sect. Ziyiling Bing seemed to recognize her, knowing she was the little one from Yuntian Academy. Unexpectedly, this little holy maiden of Shengwu sect was still alive. Duan Xingchen excitedly asked him about Grandpa Zongju's whereabouts. What had he done to the sect leader? Ling Bing said, "The holy pure Swan Jin old man is in his stomach. Are you satisfied with this answer?" This agitated Duan Xingchen. Wang Jun had to stop her, reminding her to stay calm. The opponent is the 21st Supreme Ruler. With just the two of them, they would only be throwing their lives away. They should leave here first. Though Duan Xingchen was reluctant, she still drew her sword intending to leave. But Ling Bing wouldn't let them escape. He quickly chased after them. The power difference was too great. Wang Jun had to protect both of them. At the moment, Ling Bing was about to strike Wang Jun from behind. Duan Xingchen fearfully shouted for her teacher. A hand slapped Ling Bing's face, sending him flying. Yunping appeared, annoyed that Duan Xingchen called him, like summoning a beast, roaring so loudly. The two disciples were delighted their teacher had arrived. Yunping wiggled his ear, greeting, "Lightbulb girl, long time no see. You screamed so loudly. If you hadn't accidentally woken me up, you all would have been done for." Wang Jun asked about the current situation. He said, "This is quite complicated to explain. By the way, Ling Bing is trembling with his last breath behind. I'll finish him off too." He seriously told them that they should go to Lan Bing first, telling the lightbulb to complete the final trial of Jingma Huang Chen 6. Jingma Huang Chen 6 can resist the friction of the supreme level. He reminded Duan Xingchen, no matter what happens during the soul ascension tribulation, don't get distracted. Close your eyes, don't look, don't listen. The responsibility of protecting Duan Xingchen will be given to Wang Jun. The rest will be left to me to watch over. Yunping glanced at the confused Atam on the ground. He found it truly troublesome. How could there be someone who looks exactly like him? Having lived for so many years, to suddenly see himself with clear, foolish eyes was somewhat unacceptable. No, that's not right. Those dead fish eyes really affected his good looks. He bent down and asked, "Do you want to know why Gu Tianren was unwilling to cultivate the middle god eye?" Actually, the middle god eye is an eye that sees the future. Over the long years, a genius appeared who could see through the future. He saw a future full of demonic friction released from the middle god eye, so he refused to cultivate the middle god eye. He understood that the more he cultivated these eyes, the sooner the purple evil spirit ice would descend upon Lan Yutian Palace, bringing endless calamity. He really wanted to know where the demonic friction came from. Unfortunately, he couldn't calculate that the purple evil spirit ice wasn't from his era, but came from the future through Lan Tanyi's middle god eye, descending here. Atam gradually understood. "You mean if I hadn't put that talisman on the young master, the middle god eye wouldn't have awakened, and Lan Yutian Palace wouldn't face this calamity?" He cried bitterly, clutching his head. "All this time, I thought the young master chose me because of Senior Lan's middle god eye. It caused Senior Lan to go blind, and I felt guilty and refused to cultivate. I wanted to help him awaken, but I ended up doing it wrong." He trembled, thinking about his sins, how he had harmed the young master and everyone else. But at this moment, Ling Bing stood up again. Yunping asked, "I guess he knew you'd come." He said, "Of course. Moreover, he knew you'd come through dream entry. Your strength is probably not even 1/10 of your true self. That great person understands you well. She knew you'd definitely use dream entry to come here. Once you enter the dream, you have no ability to resist anymore. That's why he was so confident, rushing to attack you." Yunping struggled to defend. A3 watched the two with a blank face. Yewu-chan outside thought that by now he must have successfully entered the dream. But there was one sudden danger. Ye Quanchu was coming here. Ye Wuchan was immobilized by her. She approached, looking at Ye Wuchan's anxious expression, and teased. She said she came here only to retrieve something and had no interest in her for now. But searching meant searching. She started groping around randomly, angering Ye Wuchan. Yunbing suddenly grabbed Ye Quanchu's hand. A voice spoke, telling her to stop messing around. It had been said many times already. A man's chest isn't a sensitive area. It even told her to feel lower. The silhouette of a beautiful woman flashed by. Ye Quanchu was determined this time to take away the pagoda hiding the Shanghai Xuanjin. If conditions allowed, she'd also take Lan Yu Tianbing along. After a while, she finally found it in the heart. She picked up a knife, frightening Ye Wuchan. But that voice spoke up again, reminding her that it wasn't a sensitive area. Duan Xingshen was soaking in water at Lan Bang's place. Only Wang Jun heard some movement, thinking it might be coming from the master's direction. Evil spirit energies descended upon Duan Xingshen from above. They whispered to her about the holy maiden crying out in pain. Why was she the only one still alive? She should die in their place. These phantoms were all dispersed by Wang Jun to protect Duan Xing. Shen, he said, junior sister, don't open your eyes. Focus on your tribulation. I'll take care of everything. Duan Xingshen might have heard his voice and continued absorbing. Wang Jun noticed the surroundings suddenly became quieter. He turned pale as an arm pulled his leg, making him fall. Wang Jun quickly kicked and shattered that arm. He didn't understand what kind of monster this was that could attack continuously at such high speed. Even though he now had a saint's body, he could only trade blows back and forth. He guessed that Xingshen's Star Demon Wilderness 6 had also reached its final moment. He absolutely couldn't let these things disturb her. In Duan Xingshen's sea of consciousness, as she was focusing, suddenly a skeletal hand grasped hers. She recognized this aura, opened her eyes, and saw it was her brother. He looked miserable, his body covered in blood. He said, I miss you. Why don't you come keep me company? I'm alone in the darkness, cold and lonely. Duan Xingshen gently touched his face, saying, I'm sorry. She shed tears. She said that she still had many important things unfinished. She said, rest in peace, and we'll meet again someday. Then, Duan Xingshen submerged herself in the water again. Outside, Wang Jun was still protecting her well. At this moment, Duan Xingshen woke up, slashing away all those evil spirits with one strike. Wang Jun looked at her with joy. Duan Xingshen turned her head steadily to look at Wang Jun. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Just then, there was a sudden explosion from the other side. Yun Bing was continuously hitting Ling Bing, pinning him to the ground and beating him. He only turned to look when his two disciples called out. Seeing Wang Jun and Xing Shen, he became much happier. It seemed that earlier, the technique he and Sacred Pershuanjin researched was correct. Xing Shen had indeed succeeded. If so, he'd leave the task of eliminating the demon path to them. Let Zi Lingbing and Xia Bing taste the pleasure of being crushed by the hybrid bloodline's double strike. Zi Lingbing sensed trouble. He secretly left Gu Tianren's body. He saw that Duan Xingshen had successfully cultivated the Star Demon Wilderness 6. It was no longer convenient to stay, so he flew away. Wang Jun saw him trying to escape, and of course wouldn't let him go just like that. He jumped high and punched down hard at Zi in coordination with Duan Xingshen. He told his junior sister to seize this chance to thrust her sword into Zi Lingbing. This time, he wouldn't be able to escape. But Zi had another trick. He told Xing Shen that she couldn't kill him because her grandfather was still inside his body. Killing him would mean her grandfather wouldn't survive either. Duan Xingshen was shocked. She saw her grandfather's face within Zi's body, hearing his voice through him. Duan Xingshen wavered, and Zi taunted her. Yunbing punched him. He must want me to act, he thought. Did he think that by turning into sacred pure Xuanjin, I wouldn't touch him? Today, I'll kill him. Zi heard this and panicked, breaking into a sweat. Duan Xingshen intervened again. She told her master not to harm him. Yunbing thought she still couldn't bring herself to act, but her intention was to have him hand Zi over to her. She turned to look at him, pointing her sword at him. Her grandfather had been corrupted since the day he was swallowed. Even if rescued, he would become an evil demon, turning into a fiend. He must have long been aware this day would come. That's why he always reminded her of her duty, not to be the holy maiden of the sacred martial sect, but of the world. Therefore, though her eyes still showed sorrow and tears, she still struck, killing both her grandfather and Zi. She said, if I'm the holy maiden of the world, then of course I must think of the people in the world. Without eliminating him, the world can't be at peace. She apologized to her grandfather. Now she had become the holy maiden of the world. She shed tears, crying pitifully. Yunbing gently patted her head, saying, "Your grandfather would be proud of you." As the dream world was about to collapse, Yunbing opened a rift. He said Wang Jun should lead Xingchen through the rift to return to the real world. He'd return after finishing things here. Yunbing placed the two people, Gu Tianren and Asan, next to each other by a tree. He also sat down beside Gu Tianren. He knew Gu Tianren was awake and asked if he had anything to say. He asked why Yunbing didn't leave. Yunbing simply said he wasn't in a hurry, gently adding that he'd leave after Gu Tianren died. Gu Tianren wondered if Yunbing, with his abilities, couldn't consider saving him. Yunbing said his physical body and soul were both half destroyed already, and he had only survived this long thanks to the middle god eye's support. Moreover, he should realize that if he lived, this calamity wouldn't end. Gu Tianren felt that Yunbing had truly become much more powerful, even surpassing the sect leader. Yunbing asked him if there was anything he needed help with. As Gu Tianren was about to speak, Asan woke up. Asan realized what had just happened, kneeling before Gu Tianren to apologize. He took the blame upon himself. He shouldn't have put the talisman on Gu Tianren's forehead, shouldn't have let the middle god eye awaken. If Gu Tianren wanted to punish him, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if told to die, he would, as long as nothing happened to Gu Tianren. Gu Tianren turned to look at Yunbing. Immediately, Asan was struck by an energy beam from Yunbing. He said, "From now on, Asan will forget everything that happened here. Your name is no longer Gu Asan, but Gu Tianren." He pushed him away, wanting him to live on with this name. Gu Tianren didn't understand. He only asked him to erase Asan's memories related to Lan Yu Tiangong to prevent future guilt from turning into mental demons. Why did he change his name, and to his own name at that? Yunbing said, "Because this name is probably the most precious thing Gu Tianren left in this world. A person whose soul is destroyed doesn't just die. Being forgotten by the world is true death." Yunbing told him not to worry. His name would be remembered for generations, existing for eternity. He took out the coin he carried. After all, this was the only thing Gu Tianren left him. He returned it to Gu Tianren, while also expressing his gratitude. The coin fell. It replayed the time from when Gu Tianren gave it to him until he later retrieved it. Gu Tianren picked it up, pondered, then smiled kindly. Unexpectedly, years ago, out of sympathy, he showed kindness, and years later, he received an even greater kindness in return. Gu Tianren slowly closed his eyes. In his final moment, he expressed gratitude before fading away. The dream world collapsed. Lan Yu Tianbing seemed to be waking up too. For some reason, Yunbing still hadn't awakened. Shay Quanchu raised her hand to retrieve Lan Yu Tianbing. Ye Wuchan had already been immobilized by her, so there was no need to worry about her meddling. She said she had finished her business here. The next time they meet would be the time to end it all. She also told Ye Wuchan not to interfere, reminding her that her cultivation was still too weak, then disappeared. Wang Jun and Xingchen returned. Yunbing also woke up. Ye Wuchan said that Xie Quanchu had taken Lan Yu Tianbing away. Yunbing said Lan Yu Tianbing would not be in danger. Everything had been settled smoothly. It wasn't convenient to stay here long. They should return. Ye Wuchan asked about Lan Tianyi. She still hadn't woken up. Yunbing said she was fine and would wake up soon. Ye Wuchan was confused. Before, you always took them around sightseeing for a few days, but this time, you're in a hurry. Are you afraid they'll come asking for compensation? Yunbing didn't let her finish, quickly covering her mouth. Only she understood. At this moment, elsewhere, rocks were flying up. Lightning struck. Two people, Shang Yuetian and Lin Yan, had successfully ascended to sainthood. Other disciples were there to congratulate them. They were all happy to have two more strong opponents to compete with. Yunbing's group had just returned. Their timing was perfect. Ye Wuchan saw that the two had also ascended so quickly and felt a bit dejected, pouting. This time, she was truly the only one who hadn't become a saint. Lin Yan ran over to show off to her master. Yunbing didn't hesitate to pat her head and praise her and Shang Yuetian. But as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something new approaching. Two newcomers appeared before them, the Demon King and the Emperor Immortal. The 7-day agreement had ended. They came to fulfill the appointment. Yunbing wasn't worried. He was just wondering what to do to train his disciples, and they delivered themselves. The Demon King was angry. They came here not to train with these youngsters, but to destroy Cloud Sky Academy. Yunbing smiled and said, "Not necessarily. It was previously said that they would come to Cloud Sky Academy. His disciples could all represent the academy in battle, so it doesn't count as breaking the promise." He took Ye Wuchan's hand and stepped back. He ordered the disciples of Cloud Sky Academy. They would form groups of 4. freely combining into two teams to separately fight against the Demon King and Emperor Immortal. The disciples obeyed and charged forward. The Emperor Immortal and Demon King looked down on them. Just relying on these disciples was far from enough. Immediately, the two were tightly surrounded by the disciples. Ye Wu-chan unhappily asked why she was excluded. Even though he said it was because she hadn't become a saint yet, she still saw this as blatant disrespect. Yunbing put his arm around her waist, taking her to watch the show. If she could see through this battle, she wouldn't be far from becoming a saint. He flew away from the battlefield, telling his disciples to do their best. This match was their final exam. Ye Wu-chan asked him if it was the final exam, what aspect of them did he want to test? Yunbing meant that first was how to allocate and cooperate in battle. Each person's strengths and weaknesses were different. If the teams were formed properly to complement each other, then the battle was half won. He found his disciples quite smart. Without doubt, this was the best grouping. According to Ye Wu-chan's observation, Cloud Sky Academy only had 2 tanks, Wang Jun and Ruo Shui. One led each team. The remaining members had attributes that could perfectly counter the enemy. But the Demon King and Emperor Immortal were still at the true immortal realm. She feared they couldn't overcome this gap. Yunbing said, "Don't worry, those two don't count as immortals." At this moment, the Emperor Immortal suddenly flew up, trying to lure them to follow. The battle seemed like it would take place in the sky. The Demon King was also preparing to act. He punched the ground, creating large cracks. A demon array was formed. The life-bound formation of Demon King Chu-xian finally appeared. It's said that except for the literary emperor years ago, until now no one has survived in it. Isn't he being too cruel? He said if it's not cruel, how can it be worthy of a final exam? The demon array activated, summoning a group of demon generals. The Demon King ordered the demon generals to kill the disciples on the other side. Killing them wouldn't be that easy. For example, Wang Jun's strength was terrifying. He exerted a bit more force, tearing his clothes to reveal his muscles bulging, directly confronting the demon general. The others were also hindered by those demon generals in close combat. The first to defeat a demon general was Duan Xingchen, using 10,000 gods' greeting, messenger's thunder, ghost demon's courage, spirit's invisibility, delivering a terrifying strike to kill the demon general. Ye Wu-chan and Yunbing still acted like commentators standing outside praising. She praised, purified demon dust 6 dealt with demon creatures so effortlessly. Yunbing added for his sister, light bulb 10 points. Nearby, Gu Wangjun also used his bare hands to tear apart the wings of a demon general, truly worthy of being the senior brother. This handless chicken-tearing move, Yunbing also gave him 10 points. Zhang Xiaoguang and Fan Luogi were not far behind, having killed 2 more demon generals. This coordination also scored 10 points. The Demon King still had more tricks. He summoned more demon generals. Fan Luogi saw that, if this continued, they would be exhausted before they could even harm the Demon King. Zhang Xiaoguang also realized that if they didn't break the Chushan formation, the demon generals would be endless. I heard the formation eye of the Chushan formation is the Demon King's heart. If we can find the heart in the formation eye, everything will collapse on its own. Wang Jun said he and Xiaoguang would find a way to hold off the Demon King. Xingchen and Fan Luogi would go break the formation eye. Yunbing finally noticed. The kids have discovered how to break the situation. Add another 10 points. As assigned, the 2 Zhang Xiaoguang and Gu Wangjun attacked the Demon King. Xiaoguang told Wang Jun to go and hold down the Demon King. Wang Jun had firmly grasped him. He had temporarily disrupted the space of his sea of consciousness. The origin heart was in there. Seeing Wang Jun and Xiaoguang cooperate well, he happily added more points. Having restrained the Demon King, the 2 girls moved into action. With Xiaoguang's ability, at most he could hold the Demon King for half an hour. He thought to himself that Gui and Xingchen must hurry. The 2 of them had entered, but the demonic energy was so thick. This was the first time they had seen it. Even Duan Xingchen's purified demon dust 6 probably couldn't fully protect them. Duan Xingchen tried to touch it, but she found it was essentially intangible, not knowing what to do. Fan Luogi beside her swung her sword. Now we can only try. She would make a direct strike towards the heart. At this moment, Duan Xingchen needed to act. This was the final step. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was the blood of Zhang Xiaoguang and Gu Wangjun. The 2 of them couldn't hold on any longer. The Demon King scoffed. How could mere brats like them possibly harm him? After they die, he would go after their master. But suddenly, while speaking, he seemed to be shocked to death. The 2 girls had succeeded. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good. He had to accept his fate. Luo Gui and Xingchen had completed their mission. This group had perfectly completed the test. They all received additional points. They also switched to monitoring the remaining group. But over there, it seemed different from the previous battle. All 4 disciples had been killed and were lying on the ground. Fresh blood on Dishan's sword kept flowing. The sword looked very special, glowing and with blood staining it, creating a dazzling contrast. He realized something. Turning back to Gu Hongzhuo's body, who seemed to be dead, his eyes opened again. The limbs that had been severed from the neck to the hands and feet of the disciples were miraculously stitched back. Dishan felt it was absurd. Ye Wuchan also had to exclaim, "This ability of Gu Hongzhuo." Yunbing said, "With this life and death invulnerability here, no matter how many times they die, they can be resurrected." But Zhang Ruoshui still complained, feeling very painful. She didn't understand what Dishan's green gold was, that it had such great power. Gu Hongzhuo said it was 3 swords. Years ago, even Wendy had to fight a bloody battle. Dishan pointed his sword at the group. He said he didn't mind killing them one more time. Zhang Ruoshui started moving her limbs. She said, "Being able to pick up 1 life is already lucky. But anyway, the moon is so full tonight." She began to make her move. And as soon as she acted, she displayed her great power, flashing past the faces of her 2 senior brothers. This was the perfect moment for her to fight. Dishan saw her strength suddenly increase, approaching him very quickly. He speculated that this ability might be related to the moon. Zhang Ruoshui's attacks were actually to support DNR, because while he was still busy dealing with Zhang Ruoshui, DNR was already using demonic sound from above. Demonic sound is the bane of the immortal way. Once it enters the ears, it creates mental demons, and the power of your 3 swords that dominate the world unrivaled will greatly diminish. He covered his ears and screamed. Zhang Ruoshui took advantage of the opening and aimed to knock away the sword. As soon as the sword flew off, literary Dao surrounded it. Yunbing felt that these disciples of his were also clever, knowing to use Gu Hongzhuo's literary Dao to counter the heavenly Dao of the 3 swords. Both are treasures containing the essence of great Dao, neither yielding to the other. This time, the 3 swords would be hard to escape. Ye Wuchan also just realized that Great Dao could be used to counter Great Dao, but at this moment, Dishan had kicked Zhang Ruoshui away. He had time to summon the sword back to himself, but the sword was tightly bound. Without the immortal emperor of the 3 swords, he was just a tiger without teeth. Now let's see how he can be arrogant. Dishan was angry that these people dared to provoke him. He would skin them alive, extract their bones, and destroy their souls. Zhang Ruoshui's face showed contempt and fearlessness, because right after that, he was pierced through from behind by a sword from Ziyu Tian. The victory was clear, but a giant hand appeared from a spatial hole in the sky. Yunbing saw that the thieving heavenly Dao still wanted to retrieve the Demon King and Dishan. It really has no martial virtue. He, Ye Wuchan, who was quietly standing beside him, suddenly jumped up. She wouldn't allow it. The person everyone risked their lives to defeat, he thinks he can just retrieve them like that. Yunbing didn't expect that she seemed to be stimulated and was about to transcend. She felt it was because the heavenly Dao was relying on being the great Dao. But in this world, it's not the only great Dao. When the thunder struck, Ye Wuchan still accomplished her goal of taking the 2, Dishan and the Demon King, with her. Yunbing thought her method of becoming a saint was as strange as her thinking. She was very happy that she had also become a saint. Her senior fellow disciples also congratulated her. When the Demon King and Dishan's souls left their bodies, they couldn't escape either, and Yunbing saw and destroyed their divine souls. The era of immortals and demons thus ended. To celebrate everyone completing the final exam successfully, he invited everyone for a beer. Yuntian Academy joyfully celebrated the victory. At this time in the Northern Gang Palace, Yinhan She Bang was being choked by Ye Quanchu. Ye Quanchu seemed to know that Ye Wuchan had become a saint. Perhaps she had been waiting for this. A new day began at the academy. Someone outside the door held up an animal. When the door opened, the disciples thought that Yunbing and Ye Wuchan had returned. But weren't they supposed to be in the Blue Sky Empire, eliminating the remnants of the Demon Dynasty? Why were they back so soon? The animal's face was poked by someone. It seemed afraid of this person. It turned out to be Ye Quanchu. She didn't expect that the final 21 extreme points, the Bonqian Divine Thunder, was hidden here by Yunbing. These people before her were the disciples he cherished. By the time Yunbing and his disciple returned to the academy, they realized no one was left here. Yunbing knew she had already come. A note pinned to the front door of Tianmen Academy. Meet me at Tianguilin. The master and disciple arrived at Tianguilin. Ye Wuchan wondered why she wanted to meet them here. Yunbing explained. Many years ago, this place wasn't called Tianguilin. Originally, there was a mountain here, but then because of my fight with the progenitor, the mountain was leveled. Later, a tomb was built on the mountain. Ye Chu's tomb. Ye Chu told Ye Wuchan to come and offer her life. Ye Wuchan said, "There's no other choice. Ru Shui and the others are still in Ye Chu's hands. We have to go." Upon arrival, Ye Chu had hung all the disciples up with iron chains. She was waiting for them. Seeing everyone like this, Ye Wuchan showed concern. Ye Chu said they were fine, but she had something to confirm first. She asked Yunbing if he knew what he really was. He felt this sounded like an insult. Ye Chu called him a heartbreaker. Nothing good at all. She began to tell them a story. Initially, the world was just void, until three forces were born from chaos. These were the progenitors of this world. Qianshuan awakened first, releasing the heaven and earth he had swallowed. It took over 263,000 years for the three great realms to be born, and during the birth of the first life form, its name was Hongmeng. Yunbing wondered, isn't Hongmeng the progenitor? Ye Chu said, "You must have doubted it before. When you fought Hongmeng before, if Qianshuan hadn't come to save him, he would have been killed by you. How could a human kill the progenitor?" Correct. Qianshuan created Hongmeng, created the Jianqian realm, and then created 21 extremes. The 21 extremes then independently created entirely new species. These species, for survival or war, had to reproduce, constantly evolving. What follows is the key point and also the most troubling part. In the void space, a pure white light suddenly appeared. Qianshuan unexpectedly discovered that beyond the rift was another world. As the first element to awaken in the world, Qianshuan had lived through a long, boring lifespan, and boredom invaded its will. This made it interested in the unknown. As a result, one who had been sleeping all along rushed in faster than anyone else, being the first to enter. That fool had sleepwalked across dimensions. Yunbing realized something. That's right, you are the true third element. Then, when her consciousness wasn't fully awakened, she also entered. But Qianshuan reacted like this, unable to lose two progenitors at once. He caught her. Half of her that entered the White Rift became Ye Wuchan, while the part Qianshuan held back became her. This is the truth about dimensional travel. Yunbing said, so that's why she kept showing them this documentary-like film. For what purpose? Ye Chu didn't answer. She said, ask a few more questions. For example, your beloved Zhang Roche was Ku Wenshui in her past life. Are they the same person? Qingjie Xuanjin has died, but because its essence is one of the 21 extremes, after death it will return to Qianshuan and be reborn. But was Qingjie Xuanjin still Duan Qingshen's grandfather at that time? Are Ye Chu and Ye Sheng still the same person? The three great realms will also disappear, forming new realms. Their progenitors will also decay and be reborn. She needs eternal life without losing the past, without reincarnation, true eternal life. This is indeed impossible, Yunbing said so, but Ye Chu asserted she could do it. Just by using the 21 extremes as points, constantly rebuilding the entire world. This universe will never be destroyed. But you see, all living beings will die in the rebuilding. Ye Chu then said, for now, eternal life is not worth mentioning. She beautifully reached out her hand and told him they would live happily together forever. She knew he would certainly refuse. Then she would be out of options. Anyway, adding what's on you, the 21 extremes here are complete. She disappeared, leaving everything to Qianshuan. Qianshuan immediately appeared behind him. Yunbing wanted to ask if Qianshuan really wanted this. Qianshuan had an agreement with Ye Chu. She had promised him that after rebuilding the world, he would be free. Meanwhile, Ye Chu had taken Ye Wuchan away, to a place where it was raining heavily. She asked her why she wasn't willing to return to her side. You are just a small memory lost in her long span of time. You only have this much value. Ye Wuchan said, perhaps they created all things, but all things don't belong to them. A person's value is determined only by themselves. Even if they are progenitors, it doesn't matter. I am Ye Wuchan, and will always be Ye Wuchan. Ye Chu understood. This was her way. She smiled maliciously. When lightning struck in the sky, Yunbing's disciples woke up, no longer bound. Duan Qingshen thought the person before him was Ye Wuchan, but Zhang Ruoshui sensed something was wrong. On Yunbing's side, Qianshuan was talking to him. He said people saw him as the creator god, but in fact, he was a prisoner of this world. Rebuilding world after world was necessary. Yunbing asked him if he didn't care, even if now he let everything from the past years shatter. He said he needed to know who he was, where he came from, and where he should go. The birth of progenitors was too prominent. Wanting to explore was natural. He asked his fellow being what he thought, whether he wanted it or not. His answer was one word. He wanted him to get lost. At this moment, Ye Chu had taken over Ye Wuchan's body. It turned out she waited for her to reach sainthood because only a saint could withstand her divine soul. Now she was complete. Zhang Ruoshui still didn't understand, repeatedly calling for Ye Wuchan. She said Ye Wuchan was dead. Unlike in movies, no matter how loudly Zhang Ruo called, it had no effect. Zhang Ruoshui didn't believe she could die so easily. She screamed for her to return Ye Wuchan. Ye Quanchu didn't let her continue, attacking her. But that attack was blocked. Yunbing arrived just in time. Ye Quanchu was very surprised, not understanding how he could be here now. Indeed, determining victory or defeat with Qian Xuan was difficult for him. But if she could negotiate with him, why couldn't he? He took them back to the academy first. They needed to get away for a bit, because he feared there would be scenes of domestic violence not suitable for children. Ye Quanchu looked at him arrogantly. Even if Qian Xuan couldn't help her, so what? Now all 21 extremes were on the two of them. She just needed to defeat her husband, seize all 21 extremes, and she could have the power to reincarnate worlds. The drama of loving and killing each other she thought wasn't bad sometimes. One of her punches was very powerful, easily destroying the surrounding tree trunks. She cornered Yunbing against a wall. She said that only he having a weapon wasn't fair. Then from within him, Ye Quanchu pulled out a sword. The two fought fiercely. It could be said to shake heaven and earth. The destructive power was truly terrifying. Someone asked if Qian Xuan wasn't going to intervene. He said no, because for him, whoever won or lost was the same. He just needed to wait quietly. As for their personal issues, let them resolve it themselves. Back to the battle, Ye Quanchu was gaining the upper hand. Whether in realm or strength, the progenitor was indeed a level above him. She was sitting on top of Yunbing, stabbing the sword into him. She thought she understood her husband completely. But Yunbing said he understood her well too. He asked her to say, could it be she had erased everything of Ye Wuchan? Ye Quanchu found his question ridiculous. Ye Wuchan, to her, was just a flower blooming for one night in a lifetime. She had no reason to keep her. Yunbing wasn't sure she was right. He grabbed the sword. The ring on his hand created a large beam of light in the sky. Ye Quanchu saw that her husband still had a final move. Money, gems, treasures, and ancient books all fell from the sky. Seeing them, Ye Quanchu had originally thought wealth meant nothing to her. After all, once the world reincarnated, she could have as much as she wanted. But her eyes still lit up like stars when she saw the treasures. Unable to resist, through them, she could see all the memories Ye Wuchan had experienced. Memories of joy, humor, pain, sadness, happiness were all there. Memories she had shared with everyone. This distracted her, making her lose focus. After a big counterattack from Yunbing, the sword in Ye Quanchu's hand flew away. A tombstone emerged. She knelt before the grave, devastated. Now she wasn't sure anymore. In the end, had Ye Wuchan become a part of her, or had she become a part of Ye Wuchan? One could see Ye Wuchan's process of self-improvement, from autism to gentleness, from timidity to trust, from confusion to determination. The short time Ye Wuchan spent at Yuntian Academy seemed much happier than the long, lonely days that Ye Quanchu had experienced. She still stubbornly said, "Don't think you've won." She was the primal spirit, the world creator, the highest existence in this universe. But she looked so miserable. At her feet were hidden gold, silver, and jewels. Yunbing discovered this and asked her what she was hiding, and she hurriedly covered it as if afraid someone would take it. She said what she picked up must be hers. Yunbing tied her up, angrily, intending to spank her to make her stop pretending. She said, "This is domestic violence. This is illegal. Didn't you claim to be the primal ancestor? If you're the primal ancestor, I'm also the primal ancestor. By your logic, we're the greatest in the world. What law could possibly govern me?" This time, he really angrily struck down. She had to cry out to Kun Xuan. Had he forgotten their agreement? Although Kun Xuan clearly heard her cry for help, he ignored it. He saw this as none of his business and left. Later, at Yuntian Academy, Ye Quanchu was hung upside down, as the disciples there had done so. She screamed for Yunbing. Yunbing indifferently said, "Because you made them suffer so much. What's wrong with getting hit twice?" Ye Quanchu couldn't accept it. Yunbing even told them to feel free to hit her. Later, whoever wants to find a practice partner can find her. Ye Quan's cries echoed loudly. But Guangjun was watering plants while reminding them not to go too far. Although she now has a part of Ye Quanchu, it can't be denied. She is also Ye Wuchan, their junior sister. Ye Quanchu thought he was defending her and cried with emotion. But Gu Wangjun's intention was for everyone to hit her more modestly. Just don't damage his flowers and grass here. When the disciples had finished their revenge, Yunbing sat in the room drinking tea and asked, "Do you know where you went wrong?" She still refused to admit her mistake, stubbornly saying, "I was just pursuing immortality. Isn't recreating the world quite good?" Yunbing asked, "Do you really think immortality is something meaningful?" Ye Quanchu thought it was meaningful because things that disappear in the blink of an eye have no meaning. He grabbed her shoulders, telling her, "The eternity you speak of, isn't it just countless moments passing by? So now, do you realize your mistake?" Although her face was already very happy, she still wouldn't admit she was wrong. He asked, "So are you Ye Quan Chu or Ye Wu Chan now?" She thought it didn't matter. After all, it's just a name. But he thought she should at least have a way to address herself. She kept mumbling and stammering, making him say she's getting old. Being harsh because she wouldn't speak, Yunbing decided to let her continue being punished. He picked her up entirely, only come to him when she's ready to repent. Ye Quan-chu got scared when she heard about being hit, but she didn't realize her mistake. On what grounds should he forgive her? He threw her down, telling Ruo Shui she could be a bit harsher. Although she's their senior, she takes punishment very well. Then he turned to the back, speaking to someone who had been there for a while, but was just standing aside watching. He told Kun Xuan to come over and sit. Kun Xuan looked like he just came from modern times. He said everything was over now, just that he still had a few things he didn't quite understand. The two of them could have had a much vaster world, explore the mysteries of the outer realm, investigate the truth of the world, even break out of this world's prison, become the administrator. Why wasn't he willing? Yunbing said, because he's lazy. Compared to being the master of some world, he'd rather sit here drinking cola and sunbathing, listen to Yan-er play music, and watch his wife being punished by their disciples. Kun Xuan said, but then one day, all of this will be gone. You're good. Your disciples are good. Getting hurt is inevitable. Yunbing remained calm. These things don't concern me. By then, I'll have been dead for who knows how many years. Whether the world is destroyed or not has nothing to do with me. The fleeting moments are what's precious. So Kun Xuan wanted to ask what he wanted to do. After reaching his current state, not cultivating or exploring human nature, but just lying here. He said even if he explained, Kun Xuan wouldn't understand. But Kun Xuan still insisted he tell him. By now, the disciples had chased his wife nearby. Kun Xuan still urged him to give an answer. He said, I cultivated to become an immortal just to raise female disciples. The story ends here. Thank you for watching my video. Please like and subscribe to see new content on my channel. See you in the next videos. Bye-bye. The video ends here. Have a nice day, everyone. Remember to like and subscribe to get notifications for new episodes as soon as possible.